Doctor, I would like to request a full anesthesia package, please. Full anesthesia. Sir, as you are aware, this is merely a straightforward procedure for the excision of excess skin tissue. Is that not possible? It is, but it will incur an additional fee. After settling the payment, the doctor produced a slender syringe and administered it into the gluteal muscle of Moyuan. Subsequently, Moyuan peacefully closed his eyes. In the world of Dragon Ball, in the mountainous forests near North City on Earth, concealed within a hollowed-out mountain lies a secret laboratory, and deeper still, within a more clandestine chamber. Computers whirred rapidly in operation. In a vessel filled with nutrient solution, cells from Earth's martial arts masters, Scions, and Namekians have been amalgamated, evolving into an embryo resembling an insect. A white-haired old man clad in a brown jacket, with his hairline receding to the back of his head, gazed at the embryo in the vessel, his face etched with dissatisfaction. At this moment, Dr. Gero had yet to transform himself into a cyborg. It has taken too long, I cannot wait any longer. According to the computer's calculations, the complete genetic fusion of these cells would require at least 2 to 3 decades to mature. It is crucial to note that these were the cells of powerful beings from various races across the universe. Even Dr. Gero, with his exceptional intellect, could not expedite the fusion process. Moreover, Dr. Gero was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Although still relatively healthy, he could not possibly endure for such a protracted duration. Unless Dr. Gero shook his head, even contemplating such a course of action. He was reluctant to wait for so long. He had long grown weary of the existence of Son Goku. He wished nothing more than to be rid of the sight of Son Goku and his companions frolicking on Earth. Son Goku, the one who had obliterated his life's work, deserved to descend into hell at the earliest opportunity. Dr. Gero cast a lingering gaze at the embryo, extinguished the lights, and prepared to depart. In this instance, he resolved to abandon his pursuit, yet he had not completely relinquished hope, for he did not shut down the computer. Rather, he allowed it to continue running, progressing with its research. However, his own focus would no longer linger on this endeavor. Moreover, the modifications of the twin siblings from a few years ago were nearing completion. This was the closest he had come to success in his years of human experimentation. Furthermore, in this experiment, Dr. Gero had concentrated all functionalities on a perpetual energy source and enhanced strength capabilities. These would undoubtedly surpass any previous creations. If successful, even without this ultimate cyborg, Dr. Gero was confident that he could utterly eradicate Son Goku. Contemplating this, a more favorable expression graced Dr. Gero's face as he closed the door and leisurely departed. Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, at the very moment he shut the door, a faint glimmer flickered within the vessel, merging seamlessly into the embryo. Once the light integrated into the embryo, the cells of various races within it suddenly appeared to lose their barriers, fusing together instantaneously. Moreover, the embryo entered a phase of rapid growth. Even the originally insect-like form has undergone a gradual transformation with growth. However, all of this remains unknown, and even Dr. Gero has never set foot here since. Time swiftly passes, like a fleeting horse on a white steed. 5 years have slipped away in the blink of an eye. The subterranean secret laboratory has seen little change compared to 5 years ago. The computer continues to hum with activity, and most things remain as they were. The only alteration lies within the culture vessel, where the embryos have transformed. The insect-shaped embryo has long since vanished, replaced by an adorable little boy who appears to be only 4 or 5 years old. He possesses a crown of soft, light purple hair, with 2 small, shaped horns sprouting from either side of his head. A sturdy tail has also grown from his coccyx. This tail bears no resemblance to the scion monkey tail or the dinosaur-like appendage of Frisia. Instead, it is adorned with light purple scales akin to his hair, and the tip of the tail flares out into a fin shaped like flames. Aside from these features, he bears no distinction from an ordinary human. The little boy curls up in the culture vessel, completely bare. Wait, how did I end up in water? Wasn't I in the hospital undergoing surgery, having been administered a full anesthesia package? Yuan finds himself unable to control his body. His eyelids feel as if they are welded shut. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot pry them open. It is akin to being haunted by a ghostly weight, his consciousness remarkably alert while his body remains utterly unresponsive. Although his eyes remain closed, he senses that he is enveloped in water. Strangely, he is not drowning despite the absence of an oxygen mask. Has the hospital advanced to such impressive technology? Yet, this surgery shouldn't require such high-tech equipment, should it? As Yuan grumbles internally, a torrent of memories floods into his mind, much like an unexpected visit from an aunt, sudden and without a moment's preparation. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Krillin, Tint. During these 5 years, the computer had collected the cells of Frieza and his father, King Cold. The memories encompass not only information about these individuals, but also their various martial arts techniques, his own evolutionary methods, and a singular commando, kill Sun Wukong. Have I traversed into the world of Dragon Ball and transformed into the monstrous cell? Yuan pieces together the memories that have materialized in his mind, and the only character they align with is Cell from Dragon Ball. Although he has harbored a fondness for the anime Dragon Ball since childhood, often mimicking the Kamehameha or gathering energy for a spirit bomb, he never intended to be thrust into this scenario as a mere spectator. I have 100 acres of land and 20 houses awaiting my rental collection, and most importantly, my browsing history on my computer and phone remains intact. So please, let this precious opportunity be bestowed upon someone else. Moreover, others who traverse dimensions often do so either to save someone and meet with a tragic accident, or because they are afflicted with a terminal illness. Yet here I am, having merely undergone a minor procedure to remove excess skin tissue, and somehow I find myself in this predicament. How the criteria for traversing dimensions becomes so absurd. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. It is essential to recognize that this realm is the world of Dragon Ball, a place fraught with peril. Compared to the likes of Dragon Ball, even neighboring worlds such as the I Legend and the game of Bichi seem rather juvenile. Furthermore, I have inexplicably transformed into a villainous creature. This is undeniably a certain path to an untimely demise. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yuan. He had encountered numerous narratives of dimension traversal in novels. The majority of these travelers owe their existence to their indispensable partner system. And those who possess a system are invariably destined to become a CEO, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Are they not? His expectations were not extravagant, a mere 10 consecutive draws at the outset. Perhaps yielding an SSR would suffice, granting him the power of a god of destruction. Such a request is hardly excessive, is it? Unable to control his body to voice his thoughts, Yuan began to fervently implore in his mind. System. Oh, dear system, how could I possibly survive without you? Chapter 1. Am I Gero? Cerebral storage. Do not miss this opportunity. Dear reader, please deposit your mind before delving into this book. Thank you for your cooperation. Doctor, may I request a general anesthesia package? General anesthesia? Sir, you are aware that this is merely a straightforward procedure to excise some excess skin tissue. Is that not feasible? It is, but it will incur an additional fee. Upon settling the payment, the doctor produced a slender syringe and injected it into the gluteus muscle of Yuan. Subsequently, Yuan peacefully closed his eyes. In the Dragon Ball universe, amidst the mountainous forest near North City on Earth, a concealed laboratory lay hidden within the hollowed core of a mountain. Deep within the recesses of this laboratory, in an even more clandestine chamber, a computer was operating at an accelerated pace. In a vessel brimming with nutrient solution, cells from martial arts masters on Earth, Scionts, and Namekians had amalgamated, forming an embryo resembling a worm. An elderly man clad in a brown jacket, with white hair receding to the nape of his neck, gazed at the embryo within the vessel, his face etched with dissatisfaction. At this juncture, Dr. Gero had yet to transform himself into a cyborg. It has taken far too long. I cannot afford to wait any longer. According to the computer's calculations, the complete fusion of these cells' genes would require at least 2 to 3 decades to mature. It is worth noting that these were cells from the most formidable races in the universe. Even Dr. Gero, with his unparalleled intellect, could not hasten the fusion process. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Although still relatively healthy, he would not live to witness such a lengthy duration. Unless... Dr. Gero shook his head. Even contemplating such a course of action did not appeal to him. He had long since grown weary of the presence of Son Goku. He could not bear to see Goku and his companions frolicking on Earth. Son Goku, the one who had shattered his lifelong ambitions, deserved to descend into the depths of hell at the earliest opportunity. Dr. Gero cast a lingering glance at the embryo, extinguished the lights, and prepared to depart. He had resolved to abandon this endeavor, yet he had not completely relinquished hope, for he left the computer running, continuing its research. However, his thoughts would no longer linger on this project. Moreover, the modifications on the pair of twin siblings from several years ago were nearing completion. This was the closest he had come to success in his years of human experimentation. Furthermore, in this experiment, Dr. Gero had concentrated all functionalities on a perpetual energy core and enhanced strength capabilities. This would undoubtedly surpass any of his previous cyborgs in power. Should he succeed, even in the absence of this ultimate cyborg, Dr. Gero believed he could eliminate Son Goku once and for all. With this thought, Dr. Gero's demeanor brightened considerably as he closed the door and strolled away leisurely. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he shut the door, a faint glimmer flickered within the vessel, merging seamlessly with the embryo. After the infusion of the glimmer, the cells of various races within the embryo suddenly appeared to lose their barriers, fusing instantaneously. Furthermore, the embryo entered a phase of rapid growth. Even the initially insect-like form underwent a gradual transformation as it matured. However, this remained unknown to all, and even Dr. Gero never set foot here again. As time slipped by like a fleeting horse, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The subterranean secret laboratory exhibited little change compared to 5 years ago. The computers continued to hum with activity, and most things remained untouched. The only alteration was the embryo within the culture dish. After 5 years, the original insect-shaped embryo had vanished, replaced by an adorable little boy, seemingly 4 or 5 years old. He bore a crown of soft, light purple hair, with 2 small, forked horns adorning the sides of his head. A robust tail sprouted from his coccyx, unlike the monkey-like tails of the scionts or the dinosaur-like appendages of Frisia. Instead, it was a tail covered in light purple scales, mirroring the hue of his hair, with a flame-shaped fin at its tip. Other than that, he bore no distinction from an ordinary human. The little boy curled up in the culture dish, entirely naked. Why am I in water? Wasn't I undergoing surgery at the hospital? And I even opted for a full anesthesia package. Yuan found himself unable to control his body. His eyelids felt as if they were welded shut. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. It felt akin to sleep paralysis. His mind was acutely aware, yet his body was entirely unresponsive. Although he could not open his eyes, he could sense that he was enveloped in water. Strangely, without an oxygen mask, he was not drowning. Has the hospital advanced this far? But surely, such high-tech equipment isn't necessary for the surgery I underwent? As Yuan grumbled internally, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, akin to an unexpected visit from an estranged relative, abruptly and without warning. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frisia, King Cold, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan. During these 5 years, the computer had also collected cells from Frisia and his father, King Cold. The memories not only contained information about these individuals, but also their various martial arts techniques, his own evolutionary methods, and a command to kill Sun Wukong. Have I crossed over into the world of Dragon Ball? Have I transformed into the monstrous Cell? Piecing together the sudden influx of memories, the only character that corresponded was Cell from Dragon Ball. Although he had cherished the anime since childhood, often mimicking Kamehameha waves in the air or gathering energy blasts above his head, he never imagined he would be thrust into such a scenario as a mere spectator. Moreover, I have 100 acres and 20 houses awaiting my rental income, and most importantly, I haven't even cleared my browsing history on my computer and phone. So please, allow this precious opportunity to be bestowed upon someone else. Others typically cross over to either save someone from an accident or due to a terminal illness. S. predicament was simply a matter of having excess skin removed, yet he found himself inexplicably transported to a different realm. Was it truly the case that the criteria for such an extraordinary occurrence had become so absurd? He gritted his teeth in frustration, fully aware that he was now in the perilous world of Dragon Ball, a realm fraught with danger. Compared to this universe, even the likes of the adjacent realms of iLegends and Bitch Play seemed trivial. To make matters worse, he had morphed into a villainous creature, a fate that surely spelled doom for him. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. He had encountered numerous narratives of time travel in novels, where most travelers were accompanied by their golden partner, a system. Those who possessed such a system invariably ascended to greatness, marrying wealthy beauties and reaching the pinnacle of success. His demands were modest. A simple tenfold draw at the outset yielding a deity-level combat power would suffice. Such a request hardly seemed excessive, did it? Unable to articulate his thoughts audibly, resorted to fervently imploring within his mind. System, how can I possibly survive without you? Chapter 2. Vitality lamented the darkness that enveloped his life, now teetering on the brink of an insect's existence. Lacking a system was one thing, but now he could not even command his own body. He yearned to escape this tumultuous place, seeking refuge in a desolate wilderness where he could conceal his identity and endure in solitude. Remaining in the laboratory presented two possibilities. As he was uncertain of the time and space he occupied, if it were the future, he might survive long enough to regain control of his body and then escape. However, should he find himself in the primary timeline, it would not be long before he was discovered and eradicated by Krillin and Dent. Was not inclined to surrender his fate to what was deemed destiny. Thus, he resolved to swiftly seize control of his body and vacate this treacherous location. As for the directives imparted to him by Dr. Gero, he had no intention of adhering to them. Why would he willingly oppose a being of such power? Did he wish for his own demise? Even if he were to possess a system, he had no desire to confront Son Goku. After all, he relied on Goku to address future threats to his survival. Should calamity befall him, it was preferable that Goku bore the brunt. Otherwise, considering his current capabilities, it was uncertain whether he could even survive the Buu saga. Furthermore, he had no intention of absorbing the life energies of others to facilitate his evolution. While he may not resemble a human at present, he remained fundamentally human at heart, as a person nurtured in an era of peace. The mere thought of consuming another's life was abhorrent to him. Even the act of killing was something he deeply resisted. Struggled to open his eyes, yet his eyelids remained steadfastly shut. He felt as though he were a person paralyzed below the scalp, with only his consciousness remaining alert. Open, I command you. He inwardly roared, yet his eyes remained closed. Nevertheless, he found that he could still perceive his surroundings. Found himself in a peculiar state, one that was both enigmatic and profound. From a divine perspective, he perceived everything within the laboratory with crystal clarity. To his surprise, he noticed a young boy within the culture dish, exhibiting a hint of confusion, yet predominantly radiating joy. Though this body bore horns atop its head and a tail trailing behind, it still retained the semblance of humanity. In the original narrative, Cell was depicted as a monstrous insect, evolving into a somewhat handsome humanoid bug in its perfect form, yet still not conforming to his aesthetic sensibilities. As for the reason behind such a significant transformation, speculated that it might stem from the alterations incurred during his traversal into this realm. The original Cell's appearance was primarily influenced by the genetics of Frieza and Piccolo. Now, it seemed that his own arrival had shifted this form towards one dominated by Earthling and Scion genetics. Moreover, a crucial point arose. The characteristics of Frieza and Piccolo's races are that they are asexual. Yet now, observed the nascent form of masculinity within his body and smiled with satisfaction. A man, from birth, possesses two heads, one guided by intellect and the other by bravado. Both courage and cunning are essential to true manhood. The absence of either would lead to dire consequences. Without the intellect, one perishes, and without the bravado, one might as well be dead. Thus, both are indispensable. In addition, perceive the energy particles suspended in the air. The majority appeared as white particles, with a smaller fraction manifesting as bluish-white particles. Recalling his memories, he understood that the white particles represented chi, which enters the bodies of cultivators during their training, allowing them to harness it. The bluish-white particles, on the other hand, symbolized vital energy. This vital energy inevitably conjured thoughts of the spirit bomb, a technique that amalgamates energy from plants, humans, animals, and even atmospheric matter. However, only those with a benevolent heart can wield this energy, inflicting tremendous damage upon the wicked. The greater the malevolence, the more significant the harm. Conversely, the damage inflicted upon the righteous is minimal. This explains why. In the original tale, Cell and Black Goku never employed the spirit bomb. They likely could not successfully execute it, and even if they did, the resultant damage would likely pale in comparison to a casually unleashed energy blast. This technique, crafted by the North Kai, though seldom utilized, consistently yields immense results. In fact, it became the key for Son Goku to manifest the Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power. To his astonishment, discovered that his body was autonomously absorbing chi, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. He pondered whether he could accelerate this absorption process. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the energy particles in the air began to rush towards him, coalescing around his form. Most astonishingly, not only chi but also vital energy converged towards him, subsequently absorbed by his body. As the vital energy was gradually absorbed, Moyuan discovered a faint connection with his body. Though this connection was tenuous, barely allowing him even to wiggle a finger, it ignited within him a glimmer of hope. Previously, he had felt ensnared by countless shackles, imprisoned within his own form. Yet, this nascent bond acted as a key, unlocking one of those restraints. With hope now in sight, Moyuan resolved to devote himself to absorbing the energy from the air, striving for a swift escape from his predicament. Time flowed by like the swift passage of clouds, and a year slipped away in an instant. In the nurturing vessel, Moyuan appeared to have grown somewhat since the previous year. Throughout this time, he had been incessantly absorbing energy, yet the amount available in any single location was finite. Once depleted, he would have to wait for a while before new energy began to manifest. Thus, it took him an entire year to gather sufficient energy to fully master his own body. With a resounding crack, as he absorbed the last vestiges of energy from the air, the final shackle within him shattered. Upon feeling the newfound vitality coursing through him, Moyuan opened his eyes, revealing irises that sparkled with joy, akin to amethyst. A charming smile graced his cherubic face. "Do you know how I have spent this past year?" he mused. A year of solitary and monotonous cultivation in a realm devoid of day and night had nearly driven him to madness. Moyuan vowed that upon leaving this place, he would indulge in delightful feasts and joyous experiences to compensate for the losses of the past year. Although the nutrient solution provided constant sustenance, rendering hunger a foreign concept, his inner gourmand yearned for the pleasures of food, not solely out of necessity, but for the sheer joy of taste. After a year in this place, his palate had nearly grown weary of blandness. It was time to depart. Clenching his right fist, he exerted a slight force. A beam of violet energy erupted from his fist, shattering the nurturing vessel before exploding against the laboratory wall, resulting in a violent detonation. This tremendous explosion triggered a chain reaction, igniting the machinery within the lab. The cacophony of blasts resounded continuously, and smoke filled the air. Moyuan stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. "Please, I merely wish to leave this place quietly," he thought. It seemed that he had underestimated the power residing within his own body. In this world, a mere 10,000 combat power was sufficient to obliterate the Earth. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Subjects 17 and 18. Above the subterranean laboratory, a gaunt old man with a severed wrist stumbled into the facility. This individual was none other than Dr. Gero. Now transformed into a cyborg, Dr. Gero had attained eternal life and formidable power. Previously, he believed that with himself and the cyborg designated as Subject 19, they could vanquish the likes of Son Goku and his companions. Little did he anticipate the formidable strength possessed by Goku and his allies. Now, with the laboratory exposed, he found himself cornered and without options. Now is the time to exhaust all my resources to utterly eradicate Sun Wukong and his companions. Otherwise, all that awaits him is failure and death. If circumstances permitted, I would prefer not to awaken these individuals. However, the situation has escalated to a point where I have no choice. Dr. Gero clutched the controller tightly, standing before two recovery pods labeled 1718. I hope they have been repaired. Gazing through the glass, Dr. Gero focused on the occupant of pod 17, whispering incantations under his breath. He pressed a button beside him. With a whoosh, the recovery pod slowly opened, and Dr. Gero scrutinized the individual inside. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A striking young man, clad in a black shirt, adorned with an orange scarf, and sporting straight black hair, emerged from the pod. Dr. Gero feigned composure, inquiring, "Have you awakened, number 17? The youth, who is indeed number 17, turned slowly, catching a glimpse of the controller in Dr. Gero's hand. With an obedient demeanor, he responded, "Good morning, Dr. Gero." Taken aback by number 17's greeting, Dr. Gero's surprise was palpable. "Are you addressing me?" he asked. Number 17, maintaining his expression, replied, "Of course, you are my creator." It seems they have indeed been repaired. Dr. Gero's heart soared with joy. This time, I shall see if son Wukong can escape death. Without hesitation, he proceeded to awaken number 18. With a slight relaxation of his tense demeanor, Dr. Gero's grip on the controller loosened. As the pod opened, number 18 awoke, her blue eyes shining, her beautiful face devoid of any unnecessary expression. Upon awakening, she noticed the upright figure of number 17, standing like a sentinel beside her. Their twin telepathy allowed her to grasp the situation swiftly. Turning to face Dr. Gero, she noticed the controller in his hand. "Good morning, Dr. Gero," she greeted in a voice as calm as that of a pre-programmed automaton. This was precisely what Dr. Gero desired. "You are greeting me as well?" he exclaimed, his joy evident. Number 18 replied, still composed, "That is quite normal. It appears you both have automatically restored yourselves." Observing her demeanor, Dr. Gero's previously taut nerves finally relaxed. 6 years ago, when he first awakened the two siblings, they nearly killed him. Were it not for the controller, he would not have survived to this day. He acknowledged his impatience, having overly concentrated on enhancing the android's power, which compromised their controllability. Seeing the compliant expressions of number 17 and number 18, Dr. Gero quickly adopted a commanding stance. "This time, you must diligently follow my orders. Son Wukong's companions are on their way here. Prepare to eliminate them immediately, understood?" Dr. Gero commanded, hands clasped behind his back. "Yes, understood." Both number 17 and number 18 replied in unison, nodding obediently. As soon as Dr. Gero's voice faded, a series of forceful knocks resounded from outside the laboratory. Upon learning of Dr. Gero's return, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin pounded on the laboratory door with urgency. Though their haste was somewhat subdued, they had arrived. Those foolish individuals were already at the entrance, and it was time for you to enter the fray. He. Go and make them regret their audacity. Dr. Gero cackled with delight. At that moment, Android 17 suddenly appeared behind Drive Gero, seizing the controller from his grasp. "What are you doing, 17? Dr. Gero gasped in astonishment, completely unprepared for the revelation that 17 and 18 had feigned compliance. Alas, it was too late for any protest. Without the controller, Dr. Gero had lost his power over them. Unless he could fashion another controller, a prospect that 17 and 18 would undoubtedly prevent. With the controller in hand, 17 and 18 no longer needed to maintain their ruse. Isn't this the device that can abruptly cut off our energy supply? It must be a precautionary measure. I must destroy it." With that, 17 gently crushed the device that governed their very existence. 17, what are you planning? Surely you jest? "I have no desire to slumber indefinitely, you wretched old man," 17 retorted, casting a scornful glance at Dr. Gero. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the laboratory, Vegeta listened intently to the exchange, a smirk curling his lips as he reveled in his superiority. "Merely artificial beings, utterly insignificant before me, the proud Prince Vegeta. If you harbor any intentions of destroying the androids, abandon that thought immediately," Vegeta warned Piccolo, who was poised to obliterate the laboratory along with its contents. "You know nothing of the true prowess of the androids." As Trunks from the future, he understood all too well the formidable nature of these creations. The memories of his loved one's demise and the devastation of his future world flooded his mind. He was determined to prevent this timeline from suffering the same fate. "Silence!" Vegeta snapped, turning sharply to Trunks. "Step aside, you imbecile." Vegeta raised his hand toward the laboratory door. Trunks, desperate, pleaded, "I beg you, let us escape together for now. Once Mr. Goku has recovered, we can devise a strategy that has a chance of success." Unbeknownst to Trunks, the proud scion Prince Vegeta despised being compared unfavorably to Goku. There is no need for him to come. Whatever Kakarot can accomplish, I, Vegeta, can achieve, and I shall do so even better. Ignoring Trunks' entreaties, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the laboratory door. The sturdy door, which had resisted the relentless assault of Piccolo and his companions for some time, suddenly deformed and collapsed under the onslaught of the energy wave. As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged from the laboratory, a striking blonde girl, a handsome young man with dark hair, and a frail old man who appeared flustered. In stark contrast to the old man, the expressions of the youth and maiden bore faint smiles. Chapter 4. The Death of Dr. Gero. Trunks. "These individuals resemble those you described, do they not?" inquired Vegeta. "Indeed," Trunks replied, his muscles tensing at the sight of the familiar faces of androids 17 and 18, bracing himself for an imminent confrontation. Are those truly androids 17 and 18? Krillin questioned, struggling to reconcile their appearances with the monstrous beings Trunks had spoken of, who had nearly annihilated humankind. Do not let their appearances deceive you. They are ruthless and merciless, Trunks warned, his gaze fixed intently on the two androids, refusing to allow any hint of complacency. They are the very ones I mentioned. The minions of Goku. We cannot underestimate them. They not only defeated Android 19, but nearly took my life as well. Despite his confidence in his own creations, Dr. Gero remained cautious, treating the situation as a grave threat. Android 19? You created another android? Android 17 inquired. Indeed. So that was your intention? To transform yourself into an android? Android 17 surmised, glancing at Dr. Gero's mechanical form, grasping the purpose behind the creation of Android 19. Is Android 19 designed to absorb energy? He continued. Precisely. Dr. Gero confirmed. But why have the new androids reverted to the old energy absorption model? Android 18, who had been silent until now, expressed curiosity. Before Dr. Gero could respond, she tilted her head and teased. Is it because the energy unlimited model was too powerful for you to control? Yes, Dr. Gero replied tersely. If I could control them, I would have obliterated both of you by now. That's why you were defeated. Android 18's playful voice echoed in Dr. Gero's ears once more, causing his expression to darken. That said, I still have my dignity. Could you not wait until there was no one around to say such things? He seethed internally. The revelation that he could not control his creations astonished Piccolo and the others. Trunks finally comprehended why the androids from his timeline reveled in destruction. It stemmed from their uncontrollable nature. Dr. Gero's primary goal in creating the androids was to eliminate Goku and his allies, devoid of any desire to destroy the world. Everything now made sense. This discussion is futile. Should you not swiftly deal with those two? Dr. Gero, having been struck where it hurt, lost his composure and barked orders at androids 17 and 18. Old man, have you finished your incessant rambling? We only resort to killing when the thought crosses our minds. What do you mean? Observing number 17's nonchalant demeanor, Dr. Gero felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly calming him. Without a controller, he was now akin to a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Dr. Gero seethed with rage. Yet he found himself unable to voice his anger, nearly grinding his own teeth to dust. Infuriating. Dr. Gero cast a glance at the damaged controller on the ground. If only the controller had not been broken. Number 18, arms crossed, ambled forward a few steps and inadvertently stepped on the remote control. With a crunch, the remote was reduced to a pile of fragments. Number 16? Number 18 approached a recovery chamber marked with the number 16. Turning back to Dr. Gero, number 18 inquired. Is this also of the unlimited energy type? However, it appears to be quite different from ours. The size seems rather substantial. I wonder what sets it apart. Number 18 scrutinized the individual within the recovery chamber. Noticing number 18's budding interest in number 16, Dr. Gero hastily shouted, Do not touch him, number 18. Absolutely do not touch him. Number 17 remarked, He seems rather intriguing, number 18. Why not let number 16 out? Initially disinterested, number 17's curiosity was piqued by Dr. Gero's alarm. No, stop. Dr. Gero saw number 18 preparing to release number 16 and rushed to intervene. Do you wish for the entire world to perish? Dr. Gero was acutely aware that the bomb within number 16 was powerful enough to obliterate the entire Earth into cosmic dust. Moreover, number 16 was a failed experiment with an unstable temperament. Who could predict whether he might whimsically detonate the bomb within him? By then, it would be far too late, and the entire planet would be annihilated. Therefore, Dr. Gero could not allow them to release number 16 under any circumstances. With a serious expression, Dr. Gero said to number 17, Number 16 is a failed experiment. He must not be activated. However, number 17 and number 18 paid no heed to Dr. Gero's warnings. In fact, his attempts to stop them only intensified their desire to release number 16. Stop. Do not move him. Seeing number 18 preparing to take action, Dr. Gero hurriedly ran over to grasp number 18's arm in an attempt to thwart her actions. Do not take advantage of a lady. The frail and aged Dr. Gero stood no chance against number 18, who easily shrugged off his grip and sent him sprawling to the ground. Number 18 replied, If he is indeed a failed creation, why is he preserved so well? I heard you have already disposed of number 15. Dr. Gero responded, I intend to recreate him in the future. In any case, you must not take action. If he activates, he could endanger both you and me. Dr. Gero was visibly anxious, even fearful. Are you suggesting he might kill us? Number 17 activated his internal scanning device to assess number 16. According to the data, it appeared that our abilities were indeed superior. Forget about him. Activate him, number 18. Number 17 commanded. He could no longer afford to waste time with Dr. Gero. Your repeated defiance of my commands, like that of Android 16, has rendered you all as failures. Do as you wish, but I shall deprive you of energy for your actions. In a fit of rage, Dr. Gero began to speak indiscriminately. Android 17, unfazed, remarked, but the controller is no longer present. We can simply create another. Hearing the sound of the maintenance chamber being prepared behind him, Dr. Gero became alarmed. He turned and shouted at Android 18, after all I've said, do you still not understand? We cannot allow Android 16 to be activated. However, he failed to notice that upon mentioning the need for a new controller, a change came over Android 17's expression. No one wishes to be controlled by another. Thus, as Dr. Gero turned to speak to Android 18, Android 17 moved swiftly. He dashed behind Dr. Gero, his hand clawed, reaching for the Doctor's back. Dr. Gero, in disbelief, watched as a hand pierced through his chest from behind. Android 17. Why? I created you. How could you treat me this way? The only response he received was a powerful kick from Android 17. The blow struck Dr. Gero's neck, snapping it, and sending his head flying to land before Krillin. You ungrateful wretches. Dr. Gero, having transformed into an artificial being, could continue to survive as long as his head remained intact. Ungrateful? The moment Android 17 heard those words, his anger ignited. He leaped, aiming his foot toward Dr. Gero's head. Just then, a tremendous explosion resonated from beneath the ground, accompanied by a palpable, albeit not overpowering, energy emanating from below. Ha ha, it's him. He has succeeded, and he will surely avenge me. Ha ha. Hearing the commotion from underground, Dr. Gero erupted into laughter. However, his amusement was short-lived as Android 17 crushed his head underfoot. Chapter 5, Danger. Android 17 surveyed the remnants of shattered skull and brain matter beneath his feet, smirking slightly. TCH, I was about to inquire further, but I couldn't hold back. Nevertheless, Android 17 remained unconcerned. The energy was below, and all he needed was to locate an entrance to the underground. If no entrance existed, he would simply blast one open. After all, a great man once said, in this world, there are no paths. When enough people blast away, a path will emerge. I shall not allow you to succeed. I cannot permit the creation of more androids. Trunks trembled, unable to hold back any longer. First, there was the emergence of Android 16. And now this faint energy from below, though not particularly strong. Indeed, it could be deemed weak in comparison to his current power. Nonetheless, the sight of Dr. Gero's expressions before his demise rang alarm bells in Trunks' mind. After all, energy can be concealed, and while that energy from underground may seem feeble, it does not necessarily indicate true weakness. Trunks was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by androids 17 and 18. On the 16th, Dr. Gero referred to him as a being capable of annihilating both the 17th and 18th entities, even possessing the power to bring about the world's destruction. The entity lurking underground may even surpass the strength of the 16th. Such immense uncertainty weighed heavily upon Trunks. A golden aura enveloped him, and his purple hair instantaneously transformed into a striking golden hue, standing erect. His emerald eyes brimmed with a murderous intent. Trunks harbored but one singular thought, to obliterate the yet unawakened 16th. As for the 17th and 18th, Trunks was acutely aware that even with all his might, he could not prevail against them. A tremendous energy coalesced in his hands, exuding a terrifying aura. Before anyone could react, the energy wave surged towards the 16th's recovery chamber. In the wake of the attack, the entire laboratory, along with the mountain itself, was reduced to rubble. You should at least inform everyone before taking action, Krillin lamented. Although they had managed to escape in time, apart from Vegeta, the others were still somewhat affected, looking quite disheveled despite being unharmed. Foolish creature, to engage in such a futile endeavor. Vegeta scolded. What do you mean futile? Just take a look over there, Trunks retorted, glancing in the direction Vegeta indicated. As the thick smoke dissipated, he beheld the flattened mountaintop, where the 17th and 18th stood unscathed. Even the recovery chamber containing the 16th remained unharmed under the protection of the 18th. That level of attack was merely an inconsequential waste of energy, Vegeta scoffed. Trunks remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. The earlier assault had failed to eliminate the 16th. Now, the prospect seemed even more improbable. Unless Vegeta was willing to engage the two androids alongside him, allowing Krillin and the others to destroy the 16th, it was an impossibility. For Vegeta would never consent to such a plan. He would merely watch as the 17th and 18th released the 16th. In fact, if he attempted to intervene, Vegeta would undoubtedly obstruct him. Thus, Trunks could only stand helplessly as the 16th was freed. Soon, the 18th opened the recovery chamber. A man with an orange mohawk, clad in a green combat suit, slowly emerged. The 16th, towering at over 2 meters, remained silent yet exuded an overwhelming presence that instilled fear in Krillin and the others. "Hello, 16th. It's my first time witnessing you in motion. You haven't been outside for several years, have you?" The 17th inquired, but the 16th offered no response, merely standing in silence. The 17th, unfazed, continued, "Dr. Gero has long sought to prevent you from acting, did you know? He claimed you might pose a threat to me and the 18th. The 18th added, "That is precisely why we wish to comprehend the situation." The 16th remained mute, casting a fleeting glance. "Do you have any objections? Or do you simply choose not to speak?" The 18th pressed. "In my view, he is merely naturally taciturn." The 17th remarked, crossing his arms, unperturbed. "Let us be off, then, to seek the one below who can aid Dr. Gero in his quest for vengeance." Number 17 paused, then inquired of number 16, "Is there another laboratory of Dr. Gero's underground? Do you know where the entrance lies?" At the utterance of 17's words, 16's expression shifted momentarily, only to revert to calmness as he shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain." 17 remarked, "It is quite a feat. You have finally spoken. Your reaction mirrors precisely the commands inputted by Dr. Gero." 18, taken aback, mused on the irony that such a flawless android had been confined by Dr. Gero all along. After a thorough search in the vicinity, the trio eventually uncovered a deep subterranean passage. Without much hesitation, they soared into the depths. "Should we not descend together to investigate this individual?" Krillin, upon gazing at the profound chasm, felt a surge of trepidation. Vegeta, observing Krillin's quaking demeanor, sneered derisively. "If you are afraid, remain here. After all, you worthless beings would serve no purpose below." With that, Vegeta leapt directly into the abyss. Trunks, with his mouth agape, was about to voice a protest, but, seeing Vegeta already descend, closed his mouth and followed suit. The remaining few exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to join in. Moyuan was now in a state of alarm. Moments prior, he had heard a tremendous explosion from above, accompanied by 2 formidable auras that surpassed his own strength by at least 100-fold. Given the commotion above, Moyuan suspected that now was the moment when 17 and 18 would awaken. The ruckus he had caused down below, coupled with the exposure of his own energy, was likely detected. Though he had attempted to suppress his aura, those above would undoubtedly have sensed his presence. Venturing out now could lead to an ambush, while remaining concealed risked the imminent arrival of those above. Just then, a series of deliberate footsteps echoed at the entrance. Number 16, 17, and 18. Through his mind's eye, Moyuan beheld the 3 figures at the threshold. This ability, awakened when Moyuan was unable to control his own body, allowed him to perceive all happenings within a kilometer. As his strength increased, so too did the range of his perception. Initially, it encompassed merely the confines of the laboratory, but it had now expanded to a kilometer. However, in this underground realm, the expanse beyond the laboratory was merely Earth, limiting his ability to utilize this power to absorb energy. Moyuan remained unclear whether this mind's eye possessed any further capabilities, needing to explore them gradually. As the 3 figures drew nearer, Moyuan swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to conceal himself. Yet, the explosion he had caused had rendered the entire laboratory starkly vacant, devoid of any hiding spots. Moreover, he was not the original cell and lacked the ability to burrow. Time was running short. Was he truly destined to meet his end so soon? Chapter 6. Clinging to 18's leg. Who would have imagined that beneath such depths there lay another laboratory? On the 18th, gazing at the iron gate before him, he felt a twinge of surprise. This was indeed the masterpiece of Dr. Gero, who had intended to use it for his revenge. However, Despite this, the tone of the 17th was unperturbed and indifferent. With a resounding thud, both the 17th and 18th delivered a swift kick that sent the door flying open. The laboratory, once a site of explosive experiments, was now unrecognizable, its power systems ravaged by the blast. Inside, it was a pitch-black void, devoid of any light. Yet, this darkness posed no challenge to the artificial beings, the 16th, 17th, and 18th, as their vision remained unaffected. Is it truly this dark? Not even a single lamp? The arrival of Vegeta and Trunks followed, and upon witnessing the inky blackness, Vegeta conjured a glowing energy sphere that illuminated the laboratory like a miniature sun. Under this radiance, the entire space was instantly aglow. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to a small figure curled up in the corner of the laboratory. Moyuan, aware that his time was up as the surroundings brightened, felt his tail twitch anxiously behind him. Uffed. The 18th, taken by the sight of Moyuan huddled in the corner, found herself unexpectedly charmed and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, so it's just a little brat. Vegeta, looking disdainfully at the cowering Moyuan, scoffed. I could take down 56 of such small fry in one breath. The sight of Moyuan's diminutive form instantly extinguished Vegeta's interest. As the proud prince of the Super Saiyans, he deemed such a weakling beneath his notice. The 17th and 16th were equally astonished. Had they encountered a burly man over 2 meters tall, it would have seemed entirely normal. They were also curious if this little boy could truly avenge Dr. Gero as claimed. However, this child was unlike them. The 16th was entirely mechanical, while the 17th and 18th were human hybrids. Despite their differences, they shared a significant trait, the absence of any discernible aura. Moyuan, on the other hand, possessed a presence, marking the most profound distinction between them. Moyuan's apparent frailty brought a sigh of relief from Krillin and the others. Had a formidable enemy appeared, they would have faced utter despair. Trunks, observing Moyuan, felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet his eyes brimmed with lethal intent. Unlike the others, he could not afford to lose. He had no stakes left to gamble. Thus, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Moyuan before he could grow stronger. Though Moyuan seemed weak now, Dr. Gero's final reactions compelled Trunks to regard him with utmost caution. Simultaneously, unease gnawed at him. The future timeline had progressed so many years. If Moyuan from that time were to awaken now, what had caused his absence all these years? Had he perished? Or was he lurking in the shadows? If the latter were true, what level of power had he already attained? Questions began to swirl in Trunks' mind, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging ominously overhead. He could scarcely fathom the ordeal he had endured, returning to this future timeline only to annihilate androids 17 and 18, only to have a new adversary. A monstrous entity from some unfathomable corner emerge, a being he found himself utterly powerless against. Trunks? What troubles you? Krillin inquired, shaking Trunks with evident concern. Trunks, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fixated on the enigmatic figure of Yuan, his aura becoming chaotic and ferocious, like a bomb poised for detonation. This transformation did not escape the notice of androids 17 and 18, who swiftly vanished from their original positions, reappearing beside Yuan in a blur, shielding him with unwavering resolve. Despite Dr. Gero's ominous warnings of Yuan seeking vengeance, Android 17 remained indifferent. Much like their decision to release Android 16 despite foreboding prophecies of destruction, their reasoning was straightforward. They were of the same kind. Although 17 had once been human, he was irrevocably altered now. Thus, their instinct to protect Yuan mirrored their earlier choice to unleash Android 16. Damn it, are you trying to kill us all? Vegeta growled, delivering a powerful elbow to Trunks' abdomen, his frustration palpable. He was acutely aware that they were confined underground, in a space so narrow that a sudden attack from Trunks could spell doom for everyone present. Vegeta might face death, but he refused to succumb in such a disgraceful manner. Gasping, Trunks hunched over, nearly incapacitated by the force of Vegeta's strike. The blow snapped him back to reality, allowing him to regain his composure. I'm sorry, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Tien Shinhan placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, offering silent support. Trunks, don't burden yourself too heavily. Once Goku recovers, everything will improve, Krillin reassured him. Yes, Mr. Goku is still alive. There is still hope, Trunks thought, his expression softening at the mere mention of Goku. Humph. Vegeta scoffed at Krillin's words, irritation etched on his features. If Goku dies, so be it. Today, I shall eliminate every one of these puppet dolls. I am the strongest Super Saiyan. With the immediate crisis averted, Yuan released a sigh of relief. Although he remained concealed in the shadows, he had witnessed the unfolding events with clarity. The sight of androids 16, 17, and 18 standing protectively before him stirred a profound sense of gratitude within him. Hey, kid, are you an android created from humans too? You certainly seem different from us. Android 17 inquired, crossing his arms. First of all, I don't go by Hey Yuan began, but suddenly, memories of the deceased surged forth, assaulting his mind. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled the strange thoughts and turned to 17, his large, expressive eyes meeting 17's gaze. No, I'm not. Oh, then are you a robot? 17 paused, reflecting before dismissing the notion. No, that's not right. A robot wouldn't possess a life force. Nodded, not denying. Indeed, I am not a robot. He cast a glance at the individuals opposite him, withholding his origins. Were he to divulge his background, he was certain that, aside from Vegeta, the others would stop at nothing to annihilate him, even at the cost of their own lives. 17 discerned apprehension and refrained from further inquiries, suggesting they could discuss matters when they were alone. Have you all said enough? Vegeta interjected, his impatience palpable. Ever since he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the immense power coursing through him had inflated his ego to the point where he felt invincible. His gaze fixed intently on 16, 17, and 18, while he dismissed with disdain. However, Trunks' eyes were firmly on. Aware of 17 and 18's formidable strength, he realized that eliminating them today was futile. His sole hope was to eradicate instead. Under Trunks' scrutiny, felt a chill run down his spine. This was dire. He had become a target. To safeguard his life, resolved to find a powerful ally. Scanning his surroundings, he locked his gaze on a striking blonde lady and hastened towards her, clinging to her leg. In a childlike voice, he pleaded, "Sister, please hold me." Chapter 7. A Spicy Chicken Burger. Children can indeed be troublesome. 18's face contorted in disdain. Oh no, what if she kicks me away? The tone of 18's voice sent a jolt of fear through. Just when he was at a loss for what to do, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. To his astonishment, 18 bent down and lifted him into her embrace, cradling him close. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness clouded his vision, and he found himself pressed against something soft, involuntarily receiving a facial courtesy of 18. Without a change in her expression, 18 held, though the ears hidden beneath her golden locks were already flushed. Internally, she thought, oh my, so soft and cuddly, I want to nibble on his cheek. But no, that would be inappropriate, yet the temptation is overwhelming. Had been privy to 18's thoughts, he would have eagerly encouraged her. After wrestling with her desires for a while, 18 ultimately decided against indulging in her whims. Yet her grip on tightened slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted in a barely perceptible smile. Though 18 was an artificial human, she was also a girl, inherently vulnerable to the allure of adorable things. Just moments ago, she had found the bald boy somewhat charming, but compared to the radiant jewel that was, the boy paled in comparison. In truth, from the instant she laid eyes on, 18 had longed to cradle this exquisite little darling and shower him with affection. However, fearing she might frighten him, she had hesitated to act. Little did she expect that the adorable one would willingly throw himself into her embrace. To avoid scaring him away, 18 resolved to exercise restraint for the time being. As the opportune moment approached, number 18 tightly embraced, indulging in whimsical thoughts while playfully toying with the tail that extended behind him. An involuntary, enchanting smile graced her face. Found this perplexing, despite her apparent disdain towards him. She held him so closely and persistently played with his tail. It was somewhat ticklish. After a prolonged struggle, finally extricated himself from the embrace. Fortunately, endowed with the abilities of the Frisia race, he could forego the need to breathe. Otherwise, he would have suffocated. Upon freeing himself, immediately looked up, only to be met with number 18's peculiar smile, which vanished the instant she sensed his gaze. She resumed her serious demeanor as if that smile had never existed. Let us go, number 17 remarked, disregarding Vegeta with a nonchalant tone. Their objective had been achieved, and now it was time to eliminate Goku. The group completely ignored Vegeta and his companions, brushing past them without a second glance. Except for Vegeta, the others tensed at their approach, bracing for a potential attack. Yet, nothing transpired. Number 17 and his companions merely passed by like ordinary passers-by. How dare they disregard me, Prince Vegeta? He seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he glared at their retreating forms. He vowed to himself that he would annihilate these puppet-like figures. The more he pondered, the more his rage escalated, and he struggled to contain himself. Trunks, I sense that child does not seem to be malevolent, Krillin whispered to Trunks. Indeed, the others, including Tien and Piccolo, nodded in agreement. They all perceived that the aura surrounding was not sinister, rather, it exuded an extraordinary tranquility that evoked a desire to draw closer to him. A person's aura often reveals their inner essence. For instance, the auras of Frieza, Vegeta, and even Piccolo carry a hint of malevolence. However, the trio of numbers 16, 17, and 18 possessed no discernible aura, making it impossible to determine their morality based on energy alone. They could only conclude their malevolence from the future timeline. In stark contrast, S aura was remarkably pure, even more so than Goku's. Compared to him, Vegeta appeared to embody the characteristics of a villain. If Goku were present, he would undoubtedly assert that was a good person, for he could distinctly sense the abundant life force within him. No one comprehends life force better than Goku himself, not even King Kai, the creator of the spirit bomb. Those with malevolent hearts cannot harness life force. Even Goku himself could only borrow it rather than absorb it for training. Moreover, King Kai, the one who crafted the spirit bomb, finds it challenging to utilize such a powerful technique, stating that while it is possible, the success rate is low. Trunks, like Krillin and the others, can sense the atmosphere, yet he is filled with trepidation, hesitant to take the gamble. What if this is merely a fade? After all, Dr. Gero has succeeded in creating androids stronger than super scions. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to disguise one's energy signature. As their discussion unfolded, Vegeta, consumed by rage, set off in pursuit of Android 17 and his companions. Trunks and the others, wary of Vegeta's impulsiveness, promptly ceased their conversation and followed closely behind. Upon exiting the underground laboratory, Moyuan and his group took flight, heading towards Son Goku. Although Moyuan's combat prowess is modest, he is still capable of flight. Nevertheless, upon emerging, Android 18 continued to hold him tightly in her embrace, and Moyuan was more than willing to be held. Their mutual contentment created an atmosphere that, while devoid of conversation, felt remarkably harmonious. Suddenly, Android 17, flying ahead, descended. Android 18 and Android 16 followed suit, and shortly thereafter, the trio landed on the road below. Surrounded by verdant hills and crystal-clear waters, the fresh air and melodious birdsong invigorated the spirit. Android 16, taking in the scenery, couldn't help but smile warmly. Why the sudden descent, 17? Android 18 inquired. Traveling can be so dull. Let us enjoy ourselves along the way. Android 17 replied lazily, his demeanor reminiscent of a carefree spring outing. Are you suggesting we walk? We could drive instead. Soon, vehicles will traverse this road, and we might hitch a ride. Men often engage in trivial pursuits. It's surprising you still retain a shred of humanity. Despite this, Android 18 did not dismiss Android 17's suggestion, as such minor matters did not weigh heavily on her. The group stood in the middle of the road, awaiting a passing vehicle. Suddenly, a powerful and unrestrained energy approached them at an astonishing speed from behind. Before long, a figure radiating golden light descended nearby. Yuan, still cradled in Android 18's arms, lifted his gaze to the newcomer, feeling the formidable energy emanating from him. He couldn't help but reflect, it's their loss not to have you as their spokesperson. Upon seeing Vegeta's hairstyle, especially in his Super Saiyan form with its shimmering golden hue, Yuan was tempted to exclaim, could I please have a spicy McChicken? Chapter 8, Vegeta and Android 17. I didn't expect to find you still lingering here. What a surprise, Vegeta remarked, having emerged from the underground only to find their absence. The androids lacked a discernible energy signature, and with Yuan being held by Android 18, his own presence was effectively concealed, leaving Vegeta searching like a headless fly. To his astonishment, he eventually located them near the laboratory. You seem different from earlier, he noted. It's not merely a change in demeanor, he continued, his tone flat, yet his expression exuding an unmistakable air of self-importance, as if declaring, I am ready to flaunt my prowess. Cradled in the embrace of number 18, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of security. He turned his gaze with keen interest towards Vegeta, who was posturing dramatically. May I inquire where you intend to go? Vegeta commanded, his tone laced with authority. "We are in search of Son Goku. Our purpose is to eliminate him," Number 18 stated candidly, showing no qualms about revealing her intentions. "My suspicions were confirmed. However, you shall not meet him, for you will first perish at my hands." Thus began the display of Vegeta's arrogance. Yuan could hardly bear to witness the forthcoming spectacle. The haughty Vegeta, in due time, would suffer a fate as dire as his pride. Number 17 and Number 18 exchanged knowing smiles. "Is it truly amusing?" "This is the only time for laughter," they mused. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was intoxicated by his immense power, believing himself invincible. He regarded the androids with utter disdain, convinced that he alone could vanquish them all. It seems that such hubris is a characteristic of Saiyans. Son Goku exhibited the same folly, a hero in spirit, yet lacking the requisite strength, destined for a brief existence. Arrogance, inadequacy, and bravado, those who embody these traits do not thrive for long. Number 17's words pierced Vegeta's pride like daggers, each syllable igniting his fury. Vegeta's golden aura flared ominously, his terrifying presence intensifying. His teeth clenched tightly, the strain revealing prominent veins upon his forehead. "By the gods, two individuals have entered the Golden Arches." The phrase Golden Arches became indelibly etched in Yuan's mind. "Silence!" Vegeta bellowed, furious that mere puppets would dare speak so. "I shall ensure your demise is complete. Who among you wishes to meet your end first? The insolent brat? The woman cradling the child? Or the towering giant? Perhaps I should send you all to the afterlife in one swift motion?" Yet, in response to Vegeta's wrath, only the light laughter of Number 17 and Number 18 echoed. "How amusing," Number 18 remarked casually. "What did you say?" The monotone of Number 18 made Vegeta feel like a mere jester, flailing about. However, she disregarded him and turned to Number 16, saying, "16, I wish to witness your prowess. You may handle him." 16's expression remained inscrutable as he replied, "I refuse." Number 17 and Number 18 were taken aback by 16's unexpected defiance. This individual was evidently astute, intimidated by my strength. Naive Vegeta, however, felt a sense of smugness. Little did he realize that should they choose to engage, he would scarcely endure 2 minutes. According to the original narrative, shortly, Number 18 would personally intervene and decisively confront Vegeta. Yuan was prepared to depart this tender sanctuary. Yet, Number 18 exchanged a glance with Number 17, who then glanced between her and the cradled Yuan. Understanding dawned upon him. My twin sister has cherished adorable things since childhood, a passion that endures even after her transformation into an artificial being. In this moment, she clearly desires solitude. Thus, it falls upon me, her younger brother, to resolve this minor inconvenience. Number 17 stepped forward. In the presence of the formidable Vegeta, 17 remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any discernible aura. If Vegeta were to close his eyes, he would scarcely sense the presence of another. 17 beckoned to Vegeta with a casual flick of her finger. Observing 17's dismissive demeanor, Vegeta's eyes ignited with fury. Throughout the day, he had either been ignored or was on the verge of being disregarded, and his pent-up anger had reached its breaking point. 17's gesture acted as a spark, igniting the explosive wrath within Vegeta. Enraged, Vegeta could no longer tolerate such humiliation. His golden aura blazed fiercely, transforming him into a streak of gold as he lunged at 17. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared beside her, delivering a powerful kick aimed at her head. The impact resounded as 17 effortlessly raised her right arm to block the attack, the collision producing a deep, thunderous sound. Vegeta's pupils constricted, though this kick lacked full force. Employing 5 or 6/10 of his strength, it had been deflected with such ease. Yet, rather than panic, Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration. A weak opponent would render any victory meaningless to him. The Saiyan's combative spirit was vividly embodied in Vegeta. In midair, Vegeta executed a swift turn, using his hands to propel himself, launching another kick aimed at 17's abdomen. 17 reacted with remarkable speed, blocking the kick and using the momentum to ascend into the air. Vegeta, swiftly recovering, pursued her, moving at a speed that rendered his figure nearly invisible, leaving behind only a golden streak racing toward the heavens. Sensing the immense power emanating from Vegeta, a faint smile graced 17's lips. This Vegeta's strength far surpassed the data provided by Dr. Gero. How intriguing! In an instant, 17 vanished from sight, engaging Vegeta in a fierce struggle. The sky and earth became their battleground. As a golden streak and a black silhouette danced through the air and across the ground, colliding repeatedly. Each clash echoed with a deep resonance, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air, creating invisible ripples. The clouds above were torn asunder, trees on the ground snapped in half, and even the solid, cemented earth was marred by spiderweb-like fractures. Concerned for the safety of number 18, a green protective barrier materialized around her. Although Vegeta's power exceeded the information provided by Dr. Gero, even matching 18's strength, she remained unfazed. After all, they were artificial beings endowed with boundless energy and stamina. Even the mightiest of Vegeta will eventually encounter exhaustion, while they remain perpetually in their prime. Moreover, her brother, number 17, possesses a strength that far surpasses her own. In the embrace of number 18, Moyuan was astonished to discover that the swift movements of Vegeta and number 17, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, were fully laid bare before his inner vision, as if time itself had slowed to an agonizing crawl, revealing each action in exquisite detail. Most importantly, their techniques were indelibly etched in Moyuan's mind, assimilated and transformed into his own combat experience. He closed his eyes, akin to a sponge, fervently absorbing this invaluable knowledge of battle. Chapter 9. A quick performance for everyone. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. Although he initially refrained from exerting his full strength, only utilizing half of his power, he now found himself employing 80% of his might. Yet, number 17 continued to respond to his assaults with unflappable ease. Could it be that he is stronger than I? Impossible. I am the strongest scion in the universe. I cannot be bested by such a puppet. With a furious roar, Vegeta's muscles tensed, and his aura surged to its zenith. Grasping one of number 17's hands, he yanked him forward, then, with both hands clasped in a hammer-like form, struck down forcefully upon 17's back. Number 17 plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Vegeta then concentrated his energy into orbs, unleashing a complete series of royal techniques towards the trajectory of 17's descent. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted, deafening in its ferocity. Trees surrounding number 17 were obliterated, while those further away were snapped in half by the shockwave. What was once a lush forest had swiftly transformed into a barren wasteland. The forest, thank you, Teacher Tony Vegeta, for your Mediterranean hairstyle. My gratitude extends to your entire family. Trunks and the others, arriving at an unknown moment, stood in stunned silence before the scene unfolding before them. Has it been resolved? Trunks, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta, felt a deep shock. If only he possessed such strength, he could certainly contend with the androids of the future, number 17 and 18. However, without sensing the presence of the androids, he could not ascertain if number 17 had been eliminated. Nevertheless, Trunks noticed the expression on number 18's face. Rather than fear, it was laced with a hint of derision. A sudden alarm gripped Trunks, and he shouted at Vegeta, "Father, be careful." No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta caught sight of a dark figure flickering amidst the smoke. Coughing, he beheld an unscathed number 17 emerging from the haze, employing high-speed movement to appear before Vegeta, delivering a knee strike that forcefully impacted Vegeta's abdomen. The blow left Vegeta feeling as if his insides had been turned to mush, and he could not suppress the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth. Clutching his abdomen, he hunched over like a great shrimp, his golden aura flickering erratically, barely able to maintain his flight. He teetered precariously in midair, on the verge of collapse. On the 17th, number 17 grasped Vegeta's hair as he was about to plunge downwards. A mere exhalation from number 17 echoed ominously in Vegeta's ears, a sound more grating than any insult. It trampled upon his pride and self-esteem, grinding them into the dust. Unforgivable. The humiliation that festered within him ignited a flame of fury, causing a shackle within him to loosen slightly. A surge of warmth radiated from his back, rekindling the once fading golden aura that now blazed even more fiercely than before. The explosive energy instantaneously propelled number 17 away, and Vegeta, breaking free, charged towards him with fervor. He had entirely forgotten his wounds, disregarding the excruciating pain that coursed through him. His sole objective was to annihilate number 17. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into lethal weapons, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon number 17. Initially, Vegeta's battle power stood at 10 million, but upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he received a 50-fold increase, elevating his power to 500 million. However, now, while his foundational battle power remained unchanged, his Super Saiyan state had escalated from 50 to 55 times, resulting in an astounding battle power of 5.5 billion. Oh, it seems he has grown stronger still. Number 17, sensing the might behind Vegeta's strikes, felt a flicker of surprise, yet remained indifferent, for this level of power posed no threat to him. If his strength were to be quantified as battle power, it would exceed 700 million. As Vegeta and number 17 clashed head-on, although Vegeta's power had risen slightly, it still paled in comparison to number 17's. Each of Vegeta's attempts was deftly countered. How infuriating! To be so overpowered. Vegeta poured forth every ounce of his strength, yet every assault proved futile. His mind was clear. He understood that he was still no match for number 17. Yet, the pride of a Saiyan would not allow him to concede, even unto death. Number 17, losing interest in the contest, unleashed his full might. With boundless stamina and energy, he remained in peak condition. Under the relentless barrage from number 17, Vegeta was forced into retreat. It wasn't long before he was battered and bruised, his battle attire in tatters, though his trousers remained intact. Trunks watched in stunned silence, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of this world's androids. With the strength Vegeta had displayed, he could have easily vanquished the androids of the future timeline. Yet here, in this reality, he was utterly powerless against an android. Could such formidable beings truly be resisted? Trunks murmured to himself, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes as doubts about his own abilities crept in. The battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, and Krillin and the others could scarcely believe that the once proud Vegeta now lay defeated and battered. Though Trunks felt a twinge of fear, witnessing Vegeta's plight compelled him to take action rather than remain a passive observer. Trunks drew his sword from his back and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. With his sword brandished, he charged towards Android 17, intent on rescuing Vegeta. Sister, aren't you going to help? Android 18 pondered for a moment, glancing at Android 16. However, 16 remained utterly indifferent. Realizing it was futile to expect 16 to act, 18 sighed inwardly and reluctantly entrusted Moyuan to him. Take good care of him. Moyuan was somewhat bewildered. Previously, he thought 18 regarded him with disdain, yet now, he sensed a hint of reluctance in her demeanor. Sister, please be careful. Moyuan called out to 18's departing figure. Upon hearing his words, 18 paused, a radiant smile blossoming on her previously icy face. Akin to a flower blooming in the snow, captivating and impossible to look away from. Observing from a distance, Krillin's shiny bald head flushed crimson, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He was consumed by a singular thought. How could such a delightful girl possibly be a villain? Trunks must have made a mistake. After 18 departed, Moyuan perched on 16's shoulder. Curiously, despite being a pure robot, 16's exterior was not cold. Rather, it possessed warmth akin to that of a human. Moyuan had a good understanding of 16. This seemingly intimidating giant was, in truth, a gentle soul. Had he not been programmed by Dr. Gero to eliminate Goku, he might never have conceived the notion of taking a life. 16 paid no heed to Moyuan's actions, his gentle gaze fixed on the distant birds, a kind smile gracing his rugged face. Thus, one gazed at the distant birds while the other observed the battle unfolding in the sky, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Due to the distance, which exceeded Moyuan's limits, he could only sense the distant clash through his instincts and eyesight. The battle did not last long. Vegeta had already suffered grievous injuries at the hands of 17, barely managing to unleash half of his potential. As for Trunks, his combat power was a mere 400 million. Utterly overwhelmed by 18's 500 million, along with her boundless stamina and energy. In less than 5 minutes, the father-son duo of Vegeta and Trunks had showcased a rapid descent into defeat. Piccolo, witnessing from the ground, turned pale with fear, yet, despite his trepidation, he and Tien rushed to their aid as soon as they saw Vegeta and Trunks fall. Only Krillin remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear and lacking the courage to intervene. Chapter 10. The proud android 18. How could they have been defeated so swiftly? Just moments ago, Piccolo and Tien had charged in to assist, only to be felled by 17 and 18 within a mere minute. succumbing to a few punches and kicks. The battlefield was left with only 17 and 18 standing, while everyone else lay sprawled on the ground. Krillin looked at the fallen, their fates uncertain, filled with both astonishment and dread. These individuals were among the mightiest on Earth. Was there truly no hope for the planet? A profound sense of fear enveloped Krillin, leaving him shivering as an icy chill coursed through his body, beads of cold sweat instantly soaking his attire. Suddenly, number 17 and number 18 turned their gazes towards him. In that moment, Krillin felt as though he were the prey of a savage beast, a chilling dread creeping up his spine. Trembling, he took 2 hesitant steps back, attempting to evade their scrutinizing eyes. Number 17 soared towards him, while number 18 merely cast a casual glance his way before turning to fly in another direction. As number 17 approached, Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. If even a Super Saiyan could barely endure a few exchanges, what hope did he, a mere Earthling, possess? Panic-stricken, he found himself at a loss. Observing Krillin's demeanor, number 17 lost all interest in combat. Rest assured, they are all alive. Quickly, bring them some Senza beans. That will expedite their recovery, he remarked. Taken aback by number 17's words, Krillin felt a flicker of hope. Everyone was still alive. It suddenly dawned on him that these androids might not be as malevolent as he had presumed. Once they honed their skills a bit more, you are all welcome to challenge us again. With that, number 17 departed, leaving Krillin stunned in his place. Upon returning, number 18 stood beside number 16, her gaze fixed intently on Moyuan. The intensity of her stare sent a shiver down Moyuan's spine as he sensed a hint of resentment in her eyes. Feeling compelled to express gratitude towards her, he flashed her a sweet smile. Sister, you're back. Are you unhurt? I'm fine. They are no match for me, she replied, her eyes still locked on Moyuan. A sudden, unrealistic thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Dismissing the absurdity, he decided to test the waters. If she continued to stare at him like that, he might just lose his wits. Thus, with arms outstretched, he playfully called out, Sister, I want a hug. At his words, number 18 immediately took flight, as number 16 towered above, and she lifted Moyuan from his shoulder. As she embraced him, she turned her nose up slightly, feigning annoyance. Humph, children are such a bother. Moyuan mused. Ah, woman, you are utterly transparent to me. Is this what they call tsundere? Through his perceptive gaze, he discerned her true feelings. While she claimed annoyance, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of joy and satisfaction. Women, Moyuan thought, having completely unraveled number 18's character, just a little tsundere at heart. Unbeknownst to her, as she reveled in her victory of having him in her embrace, a smug smile graced her lips. Number 16 observed her with a puzzled expression, finding her behavior peculiar, oscillating between disdain and delight. Noticing his gaze, number 18 shot him a fierce glare. That woman must be unwell, number 16 thought, discreetly shifting his attention to a distant bird, allowing a gentle expression to grace his face. Ah, how delightful are these little creatures. Before long, number 17 approached. It seems that there are scarcely any vehicles passing by in this vicinity. Let us venture to a more bustling location for our amusement. The group unanimously agreed to 17's proposal. With that, they took flight, leaving Krillin standing in place, staring blankly at their departing figures. It was not until they vanished into the horizon that Krillin regained his senses. Right, I must go and rescue everyone. He finally remembered the others who had been knocked unconscious. Without hesitation, he leapt into the ravine created by the aftermath of the battle, retrieving the magical beans to administer to each of them. For a brief moment, Krillin hesitated over whether to give a bean to Vegeta, but ultimately chose to do so. Despite Vegeta's extreme arrogance and his tendency to act independently, he remained one of the strongest fighters on Earth. His survival would significantly aid in the battle against the androids. Once the magical beans were consumed, the wounds of the others healed instantaneously, as though their injuries had merely been an illusion. Trunks gazed solemnly at the sword that had been cleaved in two beside him. This sword had accompanied him through countless battles, having even split Frieza in half. After enduring many years of conflict with the androids in the future timeline, it had remained unscathed. Yet today, with a single swing, it had shattered. The androids of this timeline were far too formidable, weighing down on Trunks like a massive stone upon his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Once the others had recovered, Krillin recounted the events that transpired while they were unconscious. What? They even knew about our magical beans? Piccolo's face turned pale upon realizing that the androids were aware of the being's existence. Knowing their effects, how could they not have killed us? Were they fearless or merely overconfident? If their arrogance was the only concern, it would be manageable. Yet the thought that such powerful androids might have other tricks up their sleeves filled Piccolo with dread. He silently resolved to be cautious. Vegeta, listening to their discussions about the androids' overwhelming strength, felt his anger swell. Reflecting on his previous remarks, it was as if each word had struck him like a resounding slap to the face. In that moment, Vegeta's pride and dignity seemed to dissolve into a mere jest. Enraged, he unleashed a tremendous aura that sent sand and debris swirling around him. In a flash, Vegeta transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the sky. He vowed to grow stronger until he could vanquish these androids and reclaim his pride and dignity. Moreover, during this battle, he had glimpsed the hope of surpassing Super Saiyan. He was confident that it would not be long before he attained a level of strength that rendered him utterly untouchable. Seeing Vegeta depart, Trunks felt compelled to follow, but was restrained by Piccolo. "Trunks, do not pursue him. Let him have some time alone to reflect." Trunks turned to Piccolo, who calmly stated, "He has transformed into a Super Saiyan, reclaiming his absolute pride and dignity, yet he has been so easily defeated by the androids. This must have dealt him a tremendous blow." At Piccolo's words, Trunks too found himself calming down. "Indeed, as my mother remarked, my father, a man of great pride, will undoubtedly be deeply affected by today's significant defeat. It would be best to allow him some time to regain his composure." Chapter 11. The name. After a leisurely flight for over 10 minutes in the sky, the group finally stumbled upon a vehicle in this desolate wilderness. It was a small truck, perfectly suited to accommodate number 16. Given 16's considerable size, a standard sedan would have been inadequate. The owner of the truck was inside a nearby convenience store, purchasing supplies. Following a cordial exchange, the owner graciously consented to lend them the vehicle without demanding its immediate return. As a token of gratitude, number 16 kindly assisted in unloading the cargo from the truck, moving the owner to tears. After their departure, the owner, concerned about their potential disorientation in the wilderness, even took the initiative to alert the authorities. Such kindness was truly heartwarming. After bidding farewell to the benevolent stranger, they commenced their quest to locate Yuan. Inside the vehicle, number 17 occupied the driver's seat, while number 18 cradled Moyuan in the passenger seat. Due to his massive size, number 16 was relegated to the rear compartment. With no distractions, number 17 seized the opportunity to inquire about Moyuan's origins. "Hey, kid, tell us about your background." "First of all, I am not Hey, I am Moyuan." As soon as he uttered his name, Moyuan noticed that everyone was staring at him in astonishment, even number 17, who momentarily diverted his gaze from the road. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Moyuan asked, perplexed. After all, it was merely a name. Indeed, there is an issue. Typically, artificial beings do not possess names. They are assigned numbers. Even Dr. Gero, upon becoming an android, designated himself as Android 20, number 18 remarked, her curiosity piqued. "Yet you have a legitimate name." Moyuan suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. I actually chose my own name. Perhaps Dr. Gero deemed the success rate of creating me too low to bother assigning a number." "Success rate too low? I recall you mentioning that you are neither a robot nor a human-modified android. So how exactly did you come into existence?" "I was conceived through the fusion of cells from Earth's martial arts masters and those of cosmic warriors by Dr. Gero. Thus, I am neither a robot nor a typical android," Moyuan explained, though he refrained from divulging everything, such as his ability to absorb numbers 17 and 18 to attain a perfected form, or the notion of absorbing humans to enhance his strength. Such revelations would only serve to complicate matters unnecessarily. "So, you were created with the intention of eliminating Sun Wukong?" number 18 inquired. Moyuan nodded, yes. However, deep down, he was unprepared to confront Wukong. Beyond his reluctance, he recognized that his own abilities were woefully inadequate. While he was uncertain how battle power was calculated, he could distinctly sense that his energy was merely a fraction, approximately 1/10, of Vegeta's normal state. This level of combat prowess is insufficient to contend with Goku, let alone attempt to vanquish Sun Wukong. It is akin to searching for filth while lighting a lantern in a lavatory. Furthermore, a formidable threat looms, the entity known as Cell. Currently, his whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. According to the original narrative, Cell emerges around this time to prey upon the populace. his ultimate objective being to absorb androids 17 and 18. Without assimilating these two, his evolution into a perfect form would prove exceedingly arduous. In his unevolved state, Cell is hardly a cause for concern. As per the original storyline, not only must one be wary of Cell, but also of Vegeta. After all, it was Vegeta who inadvertently facilitated the absorption of Android 18 by Cell, leading to a poignant scene between him and Trunks that exemplified paternal affection. Ultimately, the outcome was rather favorable, with Vegeta attaining the status of Super Saiyan once more. Yuan finds himself perplexed. How does Vegeta manage to be struck down each time he grows stronger? It can be said that Vegeta's entire existence relies on flamboyance, his strength derived from audacity. Indeed, he has grown formidable, yet he remains subject to the same retribution following his ascension. In the realm of hubris, where he is frequently humbled, Yuan would dare to label Vegeta as the strongest. Nevertheless, despite Vegeta's repeated humiliations, Yuan is acutely aware that within a few days, Vegeta will once again ascend in power, to the point where neither Android 17 nor 18 would stand a chance against him, nor even the mature form of Cell. Thus, Yuan resolves to strengthen himself, knowing that as long as Cell exists, confrontation is inevitable. He will not spare Androids 17 and 18. Even if Cell were to be eradicated now, Vegeta would inevitably seek vengeance, as he would be determined to reclaim his lost honor. Time is of the essence. Vegeta will arrive shortly. Contemplating this, Yuan furrows his brow in concentration. The only avenue for rapid enhancement of his strength lies in a singular location. Just then, a gentle and soft hand caresses his furrowed brow, the calm tone tinged with concern. Yuan shakes his head and replies, "It's nothing." It is not that he wishes to withhold information from them. Rather, he grapples with how to articulate his thoughts. He cannot simply state, "In the future, I shall arrive to absorb you." By the way, sister, I recall you mentioning that you were transformed into androids by Dr. Gero, correct? Yuan hastily shifts the topic. Yes. Do you still remember your previous names? At the mention of their former identities, a flicker of hatred briefly illuminates Android 18's eyes, which swiftly transforms into profound sorrow. She reflects on events from years past. Once, she and Android 17 were mere inhabitants of a village on the outskirts of North City. Since that fateful day, everything has irrevocably changed. On that day, Dr. Gero and several androids invaded their village. Faced with such formidable foes, their firearms proved utterly ineffective. In the face of overwhelming power, they could do nothing but succumb to their fate. In the span of a mere half hour, they were all captured by Dr. Gero, with not a single soul managing to escape. What followed was a hellish existence. Dr. Gero commenced his inhumane human experiments. Androids number 17 and 18 watched helplessly as their friends and family fell victim one by one. They witnessed their parents kneeling before Dr. Gero, expressing their willingness to cooperate with his experiments, pleading for the safety of their children. Yet, Dr. Gero had no need for their compliance. The androids swiftly rendered their parents unconscious and dragged them away. From that moment forth, they never saw their parents again. They were acutely aware that failed subjects would be disposed of by Dr. Gero, leaving no trace behind. Hatred, when harbored for too long, does not fade, it only intensifies. The gravest error made by Dr. Gero was concentrating their enhancements solely on strength, resulting in their diminished control capabilities, retaining their past memories after being transformed into powerful androids. What 17 and 18 yearned for most was not to fulfill Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate Sun Wukong, but to exact vengeance upon the man who had persecuted their family, Dr. Gero himself. Yuan suddenly sensed a heavy atmosphere within the vehicle and regretted posing the question. Clearly, it had stirred painful memories for 17 and 18. A profound silence enveloped the car. After a moment, 18 sighed, her expression softening as if she had relinquished a great burden. "I am Lazuli," she declared. Upon hearing her words, 17 relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. Letting go? Perhaps it was indeed time to do so. "I am Lapis," added 16 from the back seat, displaying a gentle smile. Chapter 12. The Time Machine and the Eggshell. The act of revealing their names signified that 17 and 18 had fully released the past. Henceforth, they would no longer be known as Android 17 and Android 18, but rather as the twin siblings, Sister Lazuli and Brother Lapis. Though they had let go, it did not imply that they had abandoned their intent to confront Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero had transformed them into androids with the sole purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong. Thus, they still harbored resentment towards him. Even if they did not intend to kill him, at the very least, they felt compelled to give him a good beating. Such were the thoughts in the hearts of Lazuli and Lapis. Meanwhile, as they leisurely drove towards Sun Wukong's residence, Krillin and Trunks soared through the skies in an aircraft bound for the same destination. They were there to escort the ailing Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, intending to take them to Master Roshi's place, to safeguard Sun Wukong from being harmed by the androids. Sun Wukong served as a beacon of hope for them all. As long as he remained alive, they felt infused with optimism. Even Bulma from the future shared this sentiment, for in comparison to Vegeta, Sun Wukong was far more dependable. On the aircraft, Krillin called Bulma to recount the events of the day. In Bulma's possession, it was revealed that an abandoned time machine had been discovered in the western suburbs. Upon viewing the photographs sent by Bulma, Trunks was taken aback. The overgrown machine depicted in the images was none other than the time machine he had traveled in. Yet, his own time machine was safely minimized and contained within a capsule on his person. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that two time machines could exist within the same timeline, especially in the wake of the relentless destruction wrought by the androids. The creation of a single time machine had already depleted all available resources. Nonetheless, the machine in the photograph unmistakably resembled his own. Trunks was certain he could not be mistaken. He began to suspect that this timeline might diverge significantly from the history he knew. From the power of the androids to the emergence of Android 16, and the appearance of the underground laboratory's creations, this timeline was rife with unknowns. These uncertainties weighed heavily upon his chest, akin to massive boulders, rendering him nearly breathless. He resolved to investigate the machine personally. After inquiring about its precise location, Trunks, Gohan, and Bulma arranged to meet there. Within a mere 10 minutes, they convened in the western suburbs. Observing the time machine before him, Trunks felt increasingly confident that this was indeed the one he had used. It bore the markings he had inscribed, both in terms of location and handwriting, identical to those on his own time machine. However, the machine's exterior suggested it had been abandoned for a considerable duration. If only one time machine existed in Trunks' future timeline, then this machine could only belong to an alternate timeline. But what of the alternate version of himself? A chill ran down Trunks' spine. Moreover, the hole at the top of the machine was certainly not a result of his doing. This machine represented hope for their timeline. He would never inflict harm upon it, not even a scratch. Who, then, had traveled to this timeline using this machine? An android? Or perhaps another individual? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. To validate his suspicions, Trunks opened the machine. Inside, he discovered two purple, hemispherical objects, the nature of which was unknown to him. What are these? He wondered, as they did not resemble coconut shells. Gohan, observing the peculiar items, was equally puzzled. What are these? Let me see. Bulma, too, expressed her curiosity. Gohan handed the two objects to Bulma, saying, "Take a look." Bulma examined the items closely, turning them over in her hands. "I see now. These must be the shells of some kind of animal egg." "Eggshells," Gohan replied, "but I have never seen anything like this before." Growing up on Mount Pozu, Gohan had encountered a variety of bizarre animal eggs, yet he had never come across shells resembling these. Suddenly, it seemed they had an epiphany. Chi-Chi gazed at the damaged aperture on the time machine. The edges of the opening bore remnants of a purple hue, akin to the color of the eggshell. Gohan's expression grew grave. Indeed, perhaps the entity that created that opening emerged from this very egg. Trunks hastily examined the machine, searching for any useful information. The residual energy was nearly negligible. The time machine was almost depleted of power, barely able to display the time. After a brief pause, the machine finally revealed the time. The year was 788? That was 3 years slower than my future. How could this be? Trunks stared incredulously at the time displayed on the machine. This was the future 3 years after his departure. If this were true, then his previous conjecture was indeed correct. There truly existed an intrusion from a third timeline. Trunks checked the time machine's temporal coordinates once more. Upon seeing the displayed time, a sense of dread began to envelop him. Approximately 4 years prior, this being had arrived even a year earlier than when he last visited. Who could this being be? Why had it come here? Could it be that the numerous alterations in history were all orchestrated by this entity? Moreover, why had it not revealed itself until now? What had transpired in the third timeline? What of his counterpart in that realm? Would he encounter similar events 3 years hence in his own timeline? Fear arose from the unknown, like darkness shrouding Trunks. Suddenly, Gohan noticed something peculiar behind a nearby stone. What is it? Bulma inquired. It's nothing. I was merely pondering what that object could be. Gohan approached the strange item. What object? Where is it? Upon seeing it, Gohan was startled and called out to Trunks and Bulma. Come quickly and take a look. What have you discovered, Gohan? They asked. Look at that. Gohan pointed towards the peculiar object. Trunks and Bulma followed his gaze, equally startled, unable to suppress an exclamation. It was an object measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, resembling the shape of some insect. Initially, they presumed it to be the carcass of an insect. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was not a corpse, but rather a shell shed by a creature. An empty shell? Are there cicadas of such size in this vicinity? Bulma asked, astonished. Let alone this area. One might not even find such a large cicada on the entire planet. There are no cicadas of that size. Trunks nodded, continuing Gohan's thought. It could be the shell shed by a creature that escaped from the eggshell of the time machine. Gohan added, yes. That creature likely discarded this shell upon maturing. What could this mean? What kind of being shed this shell? Bulma questioned. Wu Fan, this is a mystery known to no one, for no one has ever witnessed it. How did it come to be? Could it be that someone from the future placed the egg into a time machine and brought it here? Or perhaps a certain individual accompanied the egg on its journey? I truly cannot fathom which scenario it might be. Trunks gazed at the shell, utterly perplexed. He reached his hand inside, only to be met with a sticky sensation. Quickly, he withdrew his hand, revealing it smeared with a purple, viscous substance. The empty shell had only recently been shed. The Supreme Kai observed the unfolding events on the ground, finally realizing the source of the unease he had felt over the past 4 years. He resolved to unite with Piccolo. Chapter 13. The Division of Forces. I apologize, dear audience, for this unexpected interruption. We now return to the continuation of the previously reported news. An hour ago, communication was abruptly severed from the city of Jianga, located in the western suburbs. Following an investigation team dispatched to the area, reports have now returned. It is said that the local residents vanished in an instant, leaving the city eerily desolate, devoid of any human presence. Upon hearing this news report, Moyuan understood that there could be no further delay. Cell had emerged, and time was running short. If they did not grow stronger soon, they would merely become nutrients for Cell's evolution into his perfect form. Sister, could you train with me? I wish to grow stronger. Train? Why do you harbor such thoughts? No one in this world is our match. Before Lazuli could respond, Lapis scoffed dismissively. In Lapis's mind, they were invincible. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta posed any threat to him. With such formidable strength, what need was there for training? It sufficed to follow him in leisure. Xiao Yuan, why the sudden desire for strength? Lazuli inquired softly. You are aware that I possess the cells of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both of whom are Scions. Vegeta's transformation into a golden state today is a testament to their race's metamorphic abilities, known as Super Saiyan. Moyuan's expression was earnest. Oh, it sounds rather fanciful, Lapis retorted, still unimpressed. What of transformations? They still end up being defeated by me. Do not underestimate the Saiyan transformations. Becoming a Super Saiyan can amplify their combat prowess by 50-fold. 50-fold? Lazuli and Lapis expressed mild astonishment. Moyuan nodded, affirming, indeed, 50-fold. Thus, if they merely enhance their base combat power a little more, they could defeat you using the Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, Scions possess a unique trait. Each time they recover from near death, their battle strength significantly increases. Though Vegeta was not brought to the brink of death in your last encounter, he sustained considerable injuries. Once he recovers and trains for a while, his combat power will surely rise, making the outcome of your next battle unpredictable. Lapis gazed at the solemn expression of, suddenly recalling his previous battle with Vegeta. Vegeta's combat prowess had noticeably surged, and though he remained unable to surpass Lapis, if such enhancements continued, he might soon find himself outmatched. Is what you say true? Lapis inquired earnestly. He had already begun to believe, as had no reason to deceive him. Observing that Lapis had taken his words to heart, decided to stoke the flames of his conviction. Indeed, moreover, I can sense that within the Scion cells lies an even more terrifying power waiting to be unearthed. The Super Saiyan transformation is far from the zenith of their potential. Deeper, more profound transformations await. At that juncture, the increase in combat power will not merely be 50-fold. It could reach 100 or even 1,000 times. Imagine, with a mere increment of 1 in combat power, a transformation could yield an enhancement of 50. This equates to a training speed 50 times that of others, and with further deep transformations, it could escalate to hundreds or even thousands of times. Many perceive Goku and the Saiyans as excessively reliant on transformations. They argue that such transformations are fleeting, and in the throes of battle, their bodies cannot endure for long. Yet, they fail to consider that the adversaries they face are immensely powerful. Without leveraging transformations, they would be utterly defeated, their lives extinguished with no time to endure. The formidable transformations grant them the means to contend with, and even surpass, their formidable foes. Thus, it is not dependency, but rather a lack of alternatives. Given ample time for training, they would not chase transformations so fervently. And what of you? Lazuli inquired, casting a glance at. You also possess Saiyan cells. Can you not transform into the Super Saiyan you speak of? Indeed. Paused before continuing. Yet my strength remains woefully inadequate, far from the threshold required for transformation. It is essential to understand that the minimum requirement to become a Super Saiyan is a combat power of 3 million, coupled with an intense surge of rage. To achieve such a transformation without relying on anger, a baseline combat power exceeding this level is necessary. Hence, I am still too weak. While uncertain of his precise combat strength, estimated it to be around 1 million, based on the auras of others. A combat power of 1 million, a decade prior, would have been formidable on Earth. However, in the present context, it merely relegates him to the status of a larger-than-average pawn. Lazuli queried, "Is it not too late for you to train now?" Shook his head, replying, "Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be too late. However, I am aware of a place where a year's training equates to merely a day passing outside." Really? Lazuli, Lapis, and even the typically unflappable number 16 expressed their astonishment. Such a wondrous place exists in this world. Lapis fixed his gaze upon, inquiring, "But how did you come to know this?" As artificial beings, none of them were entirely certain, not even the old curmudgeon, Dr. Gero. S. eyes flickered with a hint of panic, yet he swiftly devised a plausible excuse. "I have integrated cells from Sun Wukong. This knowledge was gleaned from his cellular memories, as he once trained within for a month during his youth." "Oh, is that so?" Lapis regarded thoughtfully. Frankly speaking, he harbored doubts about its narrative. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he sensed no malice emanating from him. Everyone possesses their own secrets, and he had no desire to pry. It sufficed for him to know that meant them no harm. "Sister, what do you think? Shall we go together?" Looked at with hopeful eyes. Naturally, wished to accompany him, cherishing the prospect of spending a year in the company of such an adorable being. However, she hesitated. Casting a bashful glance at her brother, Lapis interjected, "You should go with him. He is still too weak. If he ventures alone, he may encounter unforeseen dangers. As for Sun Wukong, both 16 and I are more than capable of handling it." Lapis was well aware of his twin sister's feelings. "Very well. I suppose there's no arguing with you," sighed, arms raised in resignation. Yet internally, she was already celebrating, on the verge of bursting into a joyous song. Chapter 14, Borrowing. "Sister, I can fly on my own." At this moment, and had parted ways with Lapis and 16, the two ventured towards the temple, intending to train in the room of spirit and time. Meanwhile, Lapis and 16 continued their journey towards Sun Wukong's abode, planning to reunite with the duo after dealing with him. Upon exiting the vehicle, found himself enveloped once more by his embrace, prompting him to suggest a minor adjustment. With an expressionless visage, replied, laced with a hint of disdain, "You fly too slowly." "Oh, very well," murmured, a touch disheartened, burying his head in the snowy peak for a moment of solace. Toyed with its tail, a triumphant smile gracing her features as she taunted. "You still wish to contend with me?" Tightened his grip. "I am resolute." Issued a reminder before channeling her internal energy to accelerate. Reluctantly, lifted his head from his cozy refuge, addressing, "Sister, let us first make a brief detour to West City to retrieve something." "Very well," acquiesced without further inquiry, promptly altering their course. Minutes later, the duo arrived at Bulma's residence in West City. Their purpose for visiting was clear, to procure the gravity chamber for training. After all, S combat prowess remained woefully inadequate. To rapidly augment his strength, the tenfold gravity of the room of spirit and time would not suffice. It is noteworthy that Sun Wukong, with a battle power of 90,000, could endure 100-fold gravity. Within the room of spirit and time, gravity already exceeded 10 times that of Earth. Thus, utilizing the gravity chamber within would yield effects surpassing Earth's tenfold. Mrs. Brief gazed at the two strangers descending from the sky, her eyes widening in rare surprise. "Whom are you seeking?" she inquired. As beheld the enchanting blonde woman before him, he instantly recognized her as Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. "Good day, Mrs. Brief. We are here to find Miss Bulma. She has stepped out for a while." "What business do you have with her?" Mrs. Brief replied, her eyes softening as she noticed the adorable little brother beside. Despite its horns and tail, his charm was undeniable, instantly captivating Mrs. Brief's heart. Noticing the affectionate tone in Mrs. Brief's voice, S eyes flickered with a glint of coldness, causing a shiver to run down Mrs. Brief's spine. "How peculiar, it feels a bit chilly," she thought, rubbing her arms as she cast a glance at standing beside. "We seek to borrow the gravity chamber from Miss Bulma," stated. "The gravity chamber?" Mrs. Brief pondered for a moment. "I know where it is. I'll have someone retrieve it for you. Bulma seems to be occupied with something important, and I am uncertain when she will return." She promptly made a phone call. Before long, a robot arrived, carrying a small box. Inside the box was the gravity chamber, reduced to a compact capsule. Could hardly believe his luck. He had anticipated a more arduous process to obtain it. Were the inhabitants of Dragon Ball truly this naive? A few casual words, and they were already convinced. Baffled, expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Brief before departing with. Although he found the situation perplexing, acquiring the device was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Preferred to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Not long after their departure, Bulma returned home in her aircraft. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of her mother, who appeared shaken. "Mom, what's wrong? What happened?" "Two individuals came looking for you. They wished to borrow the gravity chamber." "The gravity chamber? Who were they? Did you give it to them?" "I don't know who they were, but the girl wore the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army on her attire. So I handed them the gravity chamber that Vegeta has been using." "What? The Red Ribbon Army? Are they androids? Did they cause any trouble?" Bulma's heart sank at the mention of the Red Ribbon Army, recalling the news from Krillin. Even Vegeta, Trunks from the future, and others like Piccolo and Tien Shinhan struggled against the androids. If they were to act recklessly, her household's robotic security would be no match for them and would likely be reduced to scrap metal. "Everything is fine. They took the gravity chamber and left," Mrs. Brief reassured her daughter. In truth, Mrs. Brief had been concerned for Bulma's safety, hastily relinquishing the gravity chamber to prevent any encounter between them. Otherwise, given the charming demeanor of Mrs. Brief would undoubtedly insist on hosting them for a meal. This brings a sense of relief to Bulma upon hearing that all is well at home. However, she feels an urgent need to inform Krillin and the others. The gravity chamber serves primarily for training purposes, and it is quite astonishing that the androids, despite their terrifying powers, are so diligently honing their skills. Meanwhile, as Bulma reaches out to Krillin and have already arrived near the Korin Tower, at that moment, the only occupant of the temple is Bobo, whose appearance is as dark as a coal ball. As for Piccolo, after merging with the Supreme Kai, he departed from the temple in search of the monstrous entity that devours humans. Bobo, still mourning the Supreme Kai's departure, is taken aback upon seeing and becoming flustered and alarmed. While many in a previous life speculated that Bobo was a figure of hidden strength, had once entertained this notion. However, witnessing the frightened visage of this coal-like creature dispelled his previous fantasies entirely. Nevertheless, as a well-mannered young individual, politely greeted Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, greetings. We would like to request the use of the hyperbolic time chamber." Having closely accompanied the Supreme Kai, Bobo was well aware of who and were, having observed their endeavors within the temple. Yet, their combat prowess was far too inadequate to offer any meaningful assistance. Thus, Bobo firmly declined their request. Following the rejection, silently rolled up her sleeves. After a friendly exchange, Bobo was finally persuaded, graciously escorting them into the hyperbolic time chamber. Of course, did not resort to excessive force, though it seemed Bobo might be rendered unconscious for some time. Chapter 15. The hyperbolic time chamber. Upon opening the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, was immediately met with a wave of scorching air. As they entered, both he and felt their bodies grow heavy. The tenfold gravity was not merely a simple increase of 10 times their weight. The effects of gravity permeated throughout their entire beings, affecting not just their surface, but also their internal organs, indeed every single cell within their bodies. This comprehensive impact of gravity is precisely why training under such conditions yields exponential benefits, far surpassing the effects of merely bearing weight, which only strengthens superficial muscles and neglects the inner workings of the body. The chamber bore a striking resemblance to the Yuan's memories, featuring 10 times the gravity, temperatures ranging from 50 degrees to -40 degrees, an air that was a mere quarter as dense. Enveloped in this stark, white expanse, devoid of day or night, they found themselves in a tranquil yet isolating space. This environment posed not only a physical challenge, but also a test of mental fortitude. For those with weak wills, even if their bodies could endure, their spirits would likely shatter under such pressure. However, this was merely a minor hurdle. The issue of air is of no concern to him. After all, he possesses Frisia's cells, enabling him to survive in the vacuum of space. The absence of air is inconsequential. As for temperature, the current scorching heat of 50 degrees poses no threat to him. Mental strain is also a trivial concern, having spent an entire year immobile in an underground laboratory. Now, at least he can move, and he has noticed the storeroom nearby, brimming with provisions. He has not eaten in a year and had long contemplated indulging in a grand feast upon his emergence, yet opportunity had eluded him until now. Finally, he has the chance to satiate his hunger. However, an insufficient level of pressure is not entirely beneficial. It proves detrimental to his cultivation. Advancement in training often necessitates overcoming adversity. Greater pressure is essential to unleash one's latent power. He feels fortunate to have acquired the gravity chamber in West City. Otherwise, the environment of the hyperbolic time chamber would scarcely provide him with the requisite challenge. Lacking sufficient difficulties, he must create his own. After adjusting to 10 times the gravity, the pressure becomes negligible. But what of 100 times? Or 1,000? It is worth noting that Bulma's gravity chamber can generate up to 500 times the normal gravity, and within this hyperbolic time chamber, the effect is magnified tenfold, reaching an astonishing 5,000 times that of Earth's gravity. He cannot guarantee that, after a year in this chamber, he will be capable of enduring such immense gravitational force. Beyond this, what delights him most is the remarkably high concentration of vital energy within the chamber, even surpassing that of the outside world. It can be said that training in this energy-rich environment, even for one who cannot actively absorb vital energy, will inevitably enhance their physical condition through the natural process of respiration. This elucidates why training under merely 10 times the gravity here yields results unattainable under 500 times outside. In the original narrative, Gohan entered the time chamber with a combat power insufficient to transform into a Super Saiyan, having not yet reached the minimum threshold of 3 million. Yet, after a year of training in the chamber, his power surged dramatically, not only achieving full Super Saiyan status, but even surpassing that of Goku. Beyond his inherent potential, the vital energy within the chamber undoubtedly played a significant role, and for him, it is even more advantageous. He is naturally capable of absorbing vital energy, thriving in this environment like a dragon returning to the sea. With this energy at his disposal, he feels increasingly confident in confronting Cell and Vegeta. A smile of excitement spreads across his face. "What has got you so cheerful?" Razily inquires, puzzled by his exuberance. This desolate place, with its thin air, tenfold gravity, and oppressive heat, only serves to irritate her. Yuan nodded with delight and exclaimed, "Indeed, this place is extraordinary. I am certain I will grow immensely powerful within a year. By the way, sister, you must be capable of training, right?" Suddenly, Yuan recalled that the strength of androids is derived from modifications rather than personal cultivation. Although the old bird had mentioned that androids could indeed train, it seemed questionable, as he was merely a cartoonist and hardly an authority on Dragon Ball. Lazuli tilted her head in contemplation. "I don't know. I've never trained before." Lazuli was an ordinary human girl who had never been exposed to martial arts. The strength she possessed was a result of Dr. Gero's enhancements. Although Dr. Gero had implanted some combat-related memories within them, Lazuli remained only partially informed about the training process. "Let us try after we finish our meal." Yuan gazed at the storage room nearby, reminiscing about the delectable dishes from his past life. He could hardly suppress his saliva. Eat. Lazuli had not consumed a morsel since becoming an android. She had subsisted solely on water. They no longer required food for sustenance. Having gone years without a meal, she had nearly forgotten the taste of food. It struck her as peculiar that Yuan, also an android, would express a desire to eat. Nonetheless, Yuan could no longer contain himself and scampered towards the storage room with his short legs. Before long, he emerged, cradling an enormous mound of food that dwarfed his own body. Although Yuan had once been a landlord, free from worries of hunger or finances, the loss of his parents had compelled him to self-learn culinary skills. While he may not rival professional chefs, his abilities surpassed those of the average person by a significant margin. Harnessing the energy of Dragon Ball, Yuan conjured a knife with one hand while igniting flames with the other, roasting a leg of lamb that was nearly his size. His knife danced tirelessly, slicing through the meat and skin of the lamb, which he then seasoned with a sauce he had just prepared. As the flames crackled and the lamb sizzled, the spices melded with the meat, producing an aroma that was both unique and rich, gradually permeating the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Although Lazuli found it strange that Yuan was cooking, the moment she inhaled that intoxicating fragrance, her long-dormant stomach stirred with a sense of emptiness. This unexpected change filled Lazuli with joy, for she suddenly felt as if she were returning to her former self, experiencing hunger and fatigue once more. Yuan skillfully separated the roasted leg into smaller pieces, placing them into a large bowl, accompanied by an array of vegetables as side dishes. Upon completing the meal, he noticed Lazuli gazing intently at the food on the table, her eyes sparkling with desire. How adorable, he thought. Sister, come and eat. As Lazuli was called by Yuan, she completely regained her composure, realizing that she had just behaved rather inappropriately, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Chapter 16. The Escape of Cell What. After merging with the god, Piccolo's combat power surged dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed from the temple and arrived at the location within the god's memory where Cell resided. Following a masterful performance, Piccolo successfully extracted Cell's origins from him. However, the tale he heard was utterly terrifying, even horrifying, leaving Piccolo's face pale with fear. For it was not Cell emerging from the underground laboratory, and according to Cell, he would not appear for another 24 years. There were only two possibilities. Either this timeline Cell had mutated, or there existed another underground laboratory. The known laboratory had essentially been reduced to ruins, devoid of any life save for that little creature. This little being was likely not Cell, for Cell's essence was a fusion of countless souls, whereas the little creature possessed a unique energy that Piccolo had never encountered before. Furthermore, the little creature's tail bore no resemblance to Cell's. Cell's tail resembled a syringe, designed to siphon life from humans as if quenching thirst. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the little creature possessed a similar ability, albeit through a different method. Piccolo had resolved that once he eradicated Cell, he would also eliminate that little creature along with several other artificial beings. Having extracted the necessary information, Piccolo felt no need to continue the charade. It was time to vanquish this monster. With a fierce cry, Piccolo forcefully pulled out his withered arm that Cell had drained. With a thunderous roar, a brand new arm sprouted from the severed stump. Thank you for providing me with this insight. Were you attempting to extract my words? Cell exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a glint of mockery laced with menace, Piccolo replied, How could I allow you to attain your perfect form? It is laughable that, despite possessing my cells, you are unaware that my arm can regenerate, you fool. Just as Piccolo and Cell were on the brink of combat once more, sensing Cell's strange energy, Trunks and Krillin arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Cell's monstrous form, both Trunks and Krillin were momentarily taken aback. Faced with three adversaries, Cell began to feel a sense of trepidation, especially since he could barely defeat Piccolo. Though Krillin's combat prowess was negligible, Trunks could still pose a considerable threat. With a sudden leap, Cell soared into the air, his figure silhouetted against the sun, arms spread wide beside his eyes. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from Cell, engulfing the world in a blinding white light. Piccolo and the others found their eyes unable to open against the searing brilliance. In that moment, Cell concealed his aura entirely and swiftly vanished into the forest, using the trees as cover to escape. Damn it! Unable to perceive or sense the aura of Cell, Piccolo and the others could only watch helplessly as he escaped, uncertain of which direction to pursue him. By the time their vision returned and they could open their eyes, Cell had vanished beyond reach. The trio ascended into the sky, surveying the surroundings. But all they could see were mountains and forests, with no trace of Cell in sight. They were at a loss as to which direction to follow, and reluctantly, they had to abandon the pursuit. Piccolo felt a twinge of regret for having spoken so much to Cell. He should have eradicated him decisively in one go. Now that Cell had eluded them, finding him again would not be an easy task. After today's events, Cell would surely act with greater caution until he felt confident enough to confront everyone. After a while, Vegeta and Tien arrived, having sensed the auras of Piccolo and Cell. Once everyone had gathered, Piccolo recounted the origins of Cell to them all. What? That underground laboratory contained nothing but a mere child? How did he transform into such a monstrous being? Those present had all visited the underground lab and were astonished. By the way, I just received a call from Bulma. She said the androids went to her home and took away the gravity chamber used by Vegeta, she added. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. What? I step out for a moment and my home gets robbed? How infuriating. If it weren't for my current limitations, I would annihilate those thieving scoundrels. Yet, the androids were already formidable enough, and the fact that they sought to seize the gravity chamber for training was alarming. This news brought mixed feelings to Piccolo. If the androids grew stronger, it would be less likely for Cell to absorb them. However, if they became too powerful, they would face the dual threat of both the androids and Cell. Fortunately, the unpredictable movements of the androids would likely require Cell considerable effort to locate them. Ultimately, Trunks and Krillin decided to return to the underground laboratory to search for any overlooked remnants. However, the lab had long since turned into ruins, and Trunks and Krillin found nothing of value. In the original story, they had discovered the blueprints for Android 17 there, which Bulma had successfully used to create a controller. Now, those blueprints had been reduced to ashes in the explosion. After spending most of the day searching in vain, Trunks and Krillin departed with heavy hearts. On their way back, Trunks recalled Vegeta's words, "Surpass Super Saiyan." He resolved to train alongside Vegeta. Thus, he parted ways with Krillin, heading off to find Vegeta for training. While Krillin returned to Master Roshi's house to watch the news, ready to act at a moment's notice should any information regarding Cell arise. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the contented Moyuan leaned back in his chair, patting his well-fed belly with satisfaction. Possessing Saiyan cells, a mere leg of lamb was far from sufficient. He indulged in roasting and devouring a total of 10 legs before feeling satiated. Meanwhile, Lazuli had long since reached her limit and could only watch enviously as Moyuan feasted heartily. There is little that can be done, although she is an artificial being. At her core, she remains human, devoid of the insatiable appetite characteristic of Saiyans. Uncontrollable tears traced the corners of her mouth as Lazuli gently caressed her abdomen, which, though only slightly distended, could no longer accommodate any sustenance. It must be said that culinary skills are truly exceptional. Were it not for her inability to consume another bite, she would have desired to indulge further. The sensation of not having eaten enough lingered. Lazuli remained utterly astonished by his culinary prowess. After all, he is a being born from nothing, not a mere enhancement of humanity. Surely, Dr. Gua did not implant memories of culinary expertise into him. Dr. Gua had no intention of creating a caretaker-type artificial being. Such an endeavor would be rather mundane. Although the source of remarkable culinary abilities remains a mystery, Lazuli had no intention of probing further. She shared a mutual understanding with. Every individual harbors their own secrets, and excessive exploration is unnecessary. As long as one is assured that the person poses no threat, it suffices. Chapter 17. Cultivation. The method of cultivation in the Dragon Ball universe is rather peculiar. Unlike the intricate systems found in fantasy novels that require specific techniques, it is quite simple. Exercise. What kind of exercise? It resembles the fitness routines of ordinary people, including push-ups and sit-ups. In comparison to the legendary prowess of the neighboring figure with extraordinary eyes, the cultivation methods in Dragon Ball appear almost trivial. Yet, they possess incredible strength, capable of obliterating stars with ease. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki would be tempted to gouge out her own eyes in frustration. However, while the cultivation methods in Dragon Ball are uncomplicated, the introduction of gravity changes the equation entirely. Retrieved a small treasure from his pocket, pressed a button, and cast it forth. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area as a 200-square-meter gravity chamber materialized out of thin air. This was the gravity chamber contracted within a universal capsule. The tenfold gravity within the room of spirit and time posed no challenge to. Thus, he resorted to external assistance. Did not immediately set an excessively high gravity level, opting instead for a tenfold increase. When this was multiplied by the gravity of the room of spirit and time, A staggering hundredfold gravity bore down upon him. Instantly felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, pressing him down with tremendous weight. Despite having prepared for this, he stumbled slightly under the sudden burden. Beside him, lazily, under the hundredfold gravity, merely swayed for a moment before swiftly acclimating. This demonstrated her formidable strength. However, even the hundredfold gravity felt somewhat insufficient. It only had a minor impact on him. Consequently, proceeded to increase the gravitational force. When the gravity was set to 20-fold, equating to 200 times Earth's gravity, finally sensed a considerable strain. The immense pressure made it feel as though his back could scarcely remain straight. Meanwhile, lazily appeared largely unaffected. Though she was training alongside him, her initial focus was not to cultivate under the same gravitational conditions as, but rather to sense the energy around her. Qi is omnipresent, residing within the human body in varying degrees. The initial step in cultivation is to sense this qi. Only by perceiving qi can one truly benefit from cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how diligently one practices, it merely serves to strengthen the body. Lazili, who had never been exposed to martial arts, quickly attuned to the qi within her body under Moyuan's guidance. She concentrated the qi in her hand, which, though minuscule compared to the energy coursing through her, was a product of her own cultivation, evoking a flicker of joy within her. The qi she gathered emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of the subtle luminescence of fireflies. This minuscule amount of qi could perhaps create a small dent in the ground when discharged. Yet, it represented a ticket to the realm of martial arts, one that some spend their entire lives in pursuit without success. Moreover, Lazili was no ordinary individual. Her body, enhanced through modification, surpassed even that of the average person. It could be said she was impervious to blades and fire. Thus, once she commenced her training, it would not be long before her formidable combat prowess, solely derived from her qi, would emerge. At that point, combined with the innate energy she possessed, she might surpass even a year-trained Vegeta from the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, Moyuan and Lazili sweated profusely in the gravity chamber. Though their exercises were merely basic push-ups, the intensity of 200 times Earth's gravity rendered them particularly arduous. Lazili managed well, as such gravity posed little challenge to her. However, Moyuan found himself struggling. Each push-up felt as though he were lifting an immense weight. Every movement required the utmost exertion of his strength. With glistening beads of sweat tracing down his face, pooling at his nose before cascading to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain in his arms. Breathing heavily yet persisting, he was uncertain why he exerted himself so strenuously. Was it for survival, or something else entirely? He could not say. Nonetheless, an instinctual awareness gnawed at him. If he did not strive to grow stronger now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Though the rigors of training were arduous, the results were undeniably significant. Moyuan perceived, through his inner eye, the surrounding qi and vital energy coalescing around him, akin to loyal sentinels guarding their sovereign. These energies then entered his body in an orderly manner, absorbed seamlessly. As the qi and vital energy flowed into him, Moyuan felt a warmth envelop him, gradually alleviating the soreness in his muscles. He also discovered that cultivating while absorbing qi was far more efficient than merely drawing in qi alone. Moreover, through the relentless cycle of wear and repair, his body grew increasingly resilient. In contrast to Moyuan, Lazili found her training considerably less strenuous. For her, practicing under 200 times gravity was as effortless as sipping water, especially given her boundless stamina. However, the sweltering air within the gravity chamber caused her to perspire profusely, saturating her garments completely. Drenched garments clung closely to her delicate form, revealing her graceful silhouette in all its splendor. Regrettably, despite being within his line of sight, Moyuan's mind was wholly preoccupied with the pursuit of cultivation and the quest for strength, leaving him little inclination to observe Lazili closely. Had he done so, he might have found his resolve to cultivate considerably weakened. Time, in the throes of training, seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, several hours had elapsed. A resounding growl from Moyuan's stomach echoed through the stillness, starkly audible in the quiet space. Hours of training under gravity had drained his energy significantly, depleting the meager sustenance he had earlier consumed. As hunger began to take its toll, he felt his body growing weak. Thus, he decided to relent. For nourishment was essential for effective cultivation. Progress in training must be gradual. It cannot be achieved in a single leap. disengaging the gravity. He felt an immediate lightness envelop him, as if walking on air. After hours of practice, he sensed an increase in his internal energy by nearly half, and his body had become more resilient through the invigorating flow of qi. Moreover, he was nearing adaptation to the 200-fold gravity, allowing for a slight increase in intensity during his next session. Upon concluding their training, Lazili confronted a pressing dilemma. Xiao Yuan, there are no clothes to change into here. After a lengthy session, her garments were thoroughly soaked, leaving her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. All she yearned for was a soothing bath. However, she possessed but a single outfit. It would be impractical to don the same attire after bathing. This predicament posed little concern for Moyuan. As he glanced at Lazili, preparing to speak, he was momentarily distracted by the scene before him. The sight of her wet clothing clinging to her skin sculpted her alluring figure, captivating in its own right. Though the surrounding scenery lacked grandeur, it was perfectly framed by her slender waist. Her slightly flushed face, reminiscent of a rose poised to bloom, was enchanting. An expression of mischief flickered in Lazili's eyes as she approached Moyuan, her movements akin to a graceful feline. With a beguiling smile adorning her strikingly beautiful visage, she seemed like a captivating little wildcat. A delicate finger lifted his chin, her enchanting voice whispering in his ear, "Little cutie, do you find me beautiful?" The game was afoot. I, Lazili, shall not feign any longer. After all, we are to spend a year together in this mental sanctuary. Where could you possibly run off to? Surrender to me, one to you? Very beautiful, Moyuan stammered, his thoughts scattered as if lost in the ether. As Lazili's face drew nearer, his eyes widened in bewilderment. What was she planning? In an instant, he felt a soft, moist sensation upon his cheek, followed by an irresistible pull. Lazili initially intended to bestow a gentle kiss, yet upon encountering the tender surface of Moyuan's cheek, she could not resist taking a hearty bite. Ah, how delightful! She even licked her lips, as if savoring the taste, exuding an air of lingering desire, reminiscent of a mischievous girl. Soon, a small strawberry mark appeared on Moyuan's alabaster cheek. Touching his own face, Moyuan gazed at Lazili in disbelief, his finger pointed accusingly at her. You lack chivalry. Ambushing a 5- or 6-year-old comrade. Enraged, he turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at her. How infuriating. In 2 lifetimes. This was his first experience of being kissed by a girl. Had his precious first time slipped away just like that? How could she engage in such behavior? Why not steal a few more kisses? Anger? That was simply impossible. Moyuan felt merely a hint of shyness. In his previous life, though wealthy, he had never indulged in such escapades. He preferred the comfort of home, venturing out only to collect rent. With the advent of online payments, he found even that excuse unnecessary. Groceries were delivered to his doorstep. Days spent indoors meant he had not encountered even a single female, let alone any other creatures of the fairer sex. As he touched the spot where he had been kissed, Moyuan began to drift into a reverie. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his body as he was enveloped in a heated embrace. The sweltering temperature of 50 degrees certainly contributed to the warmth. Oh, darling. Are you upset? Humph. Should I kiss you back then? Moyuan retorted. Your beads of mischief are bouncing off my face. Speechless at the sight of Lazili's face before him, he found himself at a loss for words. After a considerable wait, Lazili asked, Does my darling dislike me? Sister is so heartbroken. Boo-hoo. Observing her feigned sorrow, Moyuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. Ah, is she trying to amuse a child? Such poor acting. Nevertheless, he chose to play along, feigning distress. No, I adore you. Dear sister. Lazili embraced Moyuan with one arm, while pretending to wipe away tears with the other. Really? Moyuan nodded vigorously, indeed. I don't believe you, unless you kiss me. Moyuan was taken aback. The map of the Yin Kingdom is so short? Gazing at Lazili's charming face before him, with skin as translucent and delicate as porcelain, he suddenly felt a rush of nerves, and could not help but swallow hard. The sound echoed distinctly in the stillness of the space. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lazili's eyes. Moyuan inched closer to her face, his nostrils filled with the faint, enchanting fragrance that clung to her. In his previous life, he had encountered a saying, in biology, if one can detect the other's natural scent without the presence of perfume, it signifies a genetic attraction. The truth of this statement remained uncertain. As for Lazili, Moyuan was unsure of his own feelings. He certainly felt an affection for her. Who among fans of Dragon Ball could resist the charm of Lazili? Yet, to speak of love, that would be a bit premature. The fragrance emanating from Lazuli was a scent that Moyuan had never encountered in his long existence. It bore a hint of creaminess, yet was devoid of any cloying sweetness. It carried a floral note, but was not overpowering. It was reminiscent of the winter plum blossoms and the lotus flowers after a gentle rain, refreshing to the senses. Moyuan's lips brushed softly against Lazuli's cheek, tender and springy, imbued with a subtle sweetness, a fleeting contact akin to a thief's furtive touch. Moyuan epitomized the archetype of a rogue with the heart of a thief but lacking the audacity. His theoretical knowledge was vast, yet his practical experience was non-existent. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless scenarios and postures in his mind, but when it came to actual practice, he found himself at a loss for words. However, his bashful demeanor only endeared him further to Lazuli, though not in a romantic sense. Rather, it was akin to the affectionate regard one might have for a child. After all, Lazuli adored all things charming, without any inclination towards inappropriate desires. Noticing Moyuan's shyness, she refrained from teasing him further, yet she did not set him down. Continuing to carry him as they exited the gravity chamber, Lazuli suddenly recalled an important matter. In her amusement at the childlike figure before her, she had forgotten about their urgent needs. "Shouldn't we go out and procure some clothing?" she inquired. Moyuan shook his head, replying, "No need. I can resolve the clothing issue." Within him resided the cells of Bic, granting him access to Bic's techniques, including his extraordinary abilities. Creating a few garments was a trivial task for Moyuan. After all, the attire he wore was conjured by his own powers. Otherwise, he would surely suffer social embarrassment, parading naked before so many onlookers. Oh, Lazuli regarded Moyuan with curiosity. Suddenly, a peculiar energy manifested in his hands, and before long, a complete outfit materialized out of thin air. Wow! Lazuli's eyes widened in astonishment at the magically appeared clothing, her surprised expression rendering her exceptionally adorable. Such a skill was truly enviable. Moyuan leaped down from Lazuli's embrace and proudly patted his chest. "Sister, I can conjure any type of clothing you desire." Lazuli pondered for a moment, specifying, "It should be suitable for exercise, and a bit stylish too." Moyuan's mind raced. But he realized his knowledge regarding women's attire was woefully inadequate. Ultimately, he managed to produce a simple black tracksuit. It was not unattractive, per se, but rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. Lazuli held up the outfit to assess it, finding it to be a perfect fit. However, she soon noticed another issue. With a teasing glint in her eye, Lazuli looked at Moyuan. "Little cutie, you seem to have forgotten something." What have I forgotten?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Moyuan felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of Lazuli's playful expression. Such as, Moyuan's face flushed a deep crimson. In haste, he conjured 2 mysterious items and dashed off to the storage room. "I'll go prepare dinner." Lazuli watched as Moyuan fled in a flurry, covering her mouth as laughter bubbled up within her. She called out after his retreating figure, "Would you like to take a bath with your sister? We could save on water." Stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance, but after steadying himself, he quickened his pace and vanished from Lazuli's sight. After entertaining the little ones, Lazuli picked up the item crafted by and held it against herself to gauge its fit. To her surprise, it was rather well fitted. A realization seemed to dawn upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Chapter 19. So it is the 19th chapter. One must admit, the appeal of clothing largely depends on the wearer. What was merely a set of ordinary sportswear appeared strikingly unique and beautiful on Lazuli. After her bath, Lazuli emerged to find that had prepared several dishes. The enticing aroma of the food wafted around, awakening her appetite. Floated in front of the stove, wielding a spatula longer than his own arm, skillfully tossing ingredients in the pan. Before long, another dish was ready. After plating the food, he lifted the lid of a nearby pot. With a bubbling sound, a plume of white steam ascended, and the alluring fragrance quickly permeated the entire space. How delightful! Lazuli hastened her steps towards the stove. Inside the pot, a rich broth simmered, containing square cuts of pork belly and eggs fried to a tiger skin texture. Both rendered a tempting crimson by the broth. Unable to resist the mouth-watering sight and scent of the meat, Lazuli swallowed hard, eager to savor the taste. "What delectable dish is this, dear?" she inquired, maintaining a composed exterior while her eyes subtly darted towards the pot. "Sister, this is braised pork and tiger skin eggs," replied in a sweet, childlike voice. "What exactly does braised entail? What flavor does it possess?" Is it sweet or savory? La Zili's words hinted at her curiosity. Are you hinting at something? Was well aware of La Zili's intentions. She merely wished to taste without asking outright. Moreover, the sound of her swallowing was quite pronounced. However, was not one to yield easily. After all the playfulness she had indulged in, he felt it only fair to return the favor. With a twinkle in his eye, he feigned innocence. Braised simply means that the dish takes on this red hue, achieved through caramelizing rock sugar, with a blend of light and dark soy sauce for coloring, resulting in a flavor that is savory with a hint of sweetness. Then, picked up a piece of pork belly, about the size of half his palm, enveloped in the rich sauce, which looked utterly appetizing. Sister, look, I chose the finest piece of pork belly, with a perfect balance of fat and lean, 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean. This cut offers the best texture. It's neither greasy nor tough. Coupled with the fact that I simmered it slowly for an hour, the excess fat has rendered out, and the lean meat has become tender and melts in your mouth. Now, observe the pork skin. After a lengthy braise, it has become delightfully tender and gelatinous. One bite reveals the soft, yielding skin, the rich fat that isn't greasy, and the flavorful, tender lean meat, all exploding in your mouth. As he spoke, popped a piece of pork belly into his mouth, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Letting out a satisfied hum, La Zili exclaimed, "It's hard. My fists are hardening." The once charming visage now appeared utterly repugnant. Although Moyuan kept his eyes closed, his mind remained alert, and upon noticing La Zili clenching her delicate fists, he promptly opened his eyes. In a soft, childlike voice, he offered, "Sister, why not sample this and see if it pleases your palate?" He swiftly retrieved a small dish, placing a piece of braised pork alongside a tiger skin egg, drizzling it generously with sauce before presenting it to La Zili. La Zili stared blankly at the plate in her hands, feeling an inexplicable tension hanging in her chest, a discomfort that was hard to bear. With no other recourse, she transformed her ire into appetite. Picking up a piece of the braised pork, she took a bite. The texture was tender and succulent. After being stewed for an extensive period, the meat melted in her mouth. Requiring no chewing, just the gentle pressure of her tongue was enough to dissolve it. The harmonious blend of spices and the rich aroma of the pork tantalized her taste buds, igniting a delightful explosion of flavor. Such exquisite taste compelled La Zili to close her eyes in sheer enjoyment. Observing her reaction, Moyuan silently congratulated himself. Having successfully quelled the crisis before it could escalate, the thrill of the moment was exhilarating. Once the immediate danger had passed, he intensified the heat, allowing the sauce of the braised pork to thicken further. He had prepared a considerable quantity, a whole pot, given his own substantial appetite. Preparing only a modest amount would consume too much time each day. He had come to the Spirit Time House for cultivation, not culinary mastery. After swiftly sought a couple of simple side dishes, the meal was ready. La Zili, unable to contain her eagerness, swiftly devoured the piece of braised pork and the tiger skin egg in just a few bites. The tantalizing flavors awakened a ravenous craving within her, compelling her to resolve to indulge in an extra bowl of rice. Moyuan had steamed plenty of rice, for braised pork without rice lacks true essence. The rice, infused with the rich, crimson sauce, appeared even more enticing. Moyuan lifted a bowl larger than his own head, entering a state of culinary delight. The sounds of clashing bowls and chopsticks, along with the rhythmic chewing and swallowing, filled the air. La Zili, determined to fulfill her promise of an extra bowl, indeed consumed 2 full bowls of rice, albeit with a standard-sized bowl. Initially, she felt little discomfort, yet once finished, she realized her belly was becoming increasingly distended. She gently patted her slightly protruding abdomen, a look of worry etched across her face. If she continued to eat like this, she feared she would gain weight. Were Moyuan aware of her concerns, he would surely chuckle, for given their day's exertion, it was unlikely she would gain any weight. Not gaining would be a triumph in itself. After the meal, Moyuan sensed a drop in temperature. If it had been around 50 degrees before, it now hovered near 30. The temperature continued to plummet at an alarming rate, dipping to -50 degrees within a mere 10 minutes. The remnants of their meal, still scattered across the table, had already begun to freeze in that brief span of time. Fortunately, they were already satiated, otherwise, they would have had to resort to a cold feast. La Zili appeared somewhat sensitive to the chill, her delicate form trembling slightly from the cold. Observing this, Moyuan felt compelled to conjure 2 thick garments with his supernatural abilities. "Sister, put this on," he offered, extending the clothing toward Li. However, she shook her head in refusal. While -50 degrees was indeed frigid, it was not severe enough to incapacitate a practitioner. It merely posed discomfort and tested one's willpower. Since they were there to cultivate, Li preferred not to rely on external aids, as this too was part of her training. Yuan understood her intent and withdrew the garments. Sister, how about we engage in combat? After their meal, Yuan felt a surge of energy that demanded expression. The lowered temperature provided a perfect opportunity for movement, which could also help warm Li. Furthermore, cultivation was not solely about physical training. Combat was an integral aspect, enabling one to master their power. If training served to enhance strength, combat was the means to control it. After a day of practice, Yuan sensed a significant increase in his abilities and was eager to solidify his strength through battle. Only through complete mastery could power truly belong to oneself. Chapter 20. Combat. In a pristine white expanse, two figures, one large and one small, floated in midair. Yuan's face was etched with determination. This was his inaugural combat experience. Despite possessing countless memories of battles, those that had not been personally experienced could only serve as references. Observing Yuan assume a fighting stance, Li's lips curled into a slight smile. With her arms crossed in a relaxed stance, she hovered effortlessly in the air. The disparity between them was vast, akin to the difference between heaven and earth, rendering it impossible for her to take the situation seriously. Be careful, sister. As soon as the words left his lips, Yuan summoned every ounce of energy within him. Unlike characters such as Sun Wukong, who relished in testing their opponents and indulging in reckless antics, secure in the knowledge that they could be resurrected due to the Dragon Balls, Yuan dared not exhibit any negligence in his battle against Li. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight, reappearing like a specter behind her. His small fist, imbued with tremendous force, swung toward the back of Li's head. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the power behind this punch was sufficient to turn a towering mountain into a deep valley. In response to Yuan's assault, Li remained remarkably composed, turning gracefully to the side. Without even shifting her feet, she effortlessly evaded the blow. The force of Yuan's punch stirred her golden locks, yet he remained unfazed. If this strike had landed, it would have indeed been a marvel. Without a moment's pause, he launched another punch with one hand, while simultaneously executing a swift kick with the other. Despite the dual onslaught of Yuan's fists and feet, Li maintained her relaxed posture, swaying slightly before deftly sidestepping the attack once more. Yuan's hands and feet moved swiftly, creating mere afterimages as he launched a relentless assault towards Li, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Each punch and kick was imbued with immense power, as if striving to rend the very fabric of space, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The surrounding air churned, forming a colossal whirlwind. Yet, at the eye of this storm, Li remained unfazed amid Yuan's onslaught, as leisurely as if strolling through a park. After 5 minutes, Yuan finally ceased his attacks. Despite his fervent efforts, he had yet to graze the hem of Li's garment. Such a fruitless endeavor seemed meaningless, offering him no opportunity for growth. Thus, he earnestly implored Li, "Sister, please attack me. Hit me." The adage that one must endure punishment to learn martial arts was no jest. Only through repeated encounters could he grasp various techniques and accumulate experience. "Oh," Li's gaze sharpened. "Are you serious? It will hurt, so please don't cry." Yuan nodded vigorously, declaring, "Bring it on. I'm not afraid." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Initially reluctant to strike, Li hesitated, fearing the tears of this adorable youth would tug at her heartstrings. However, witnessing Yuan's resolve compelled her to take the matter seriously. "Then you must be cautious," she warned, tucking her hair behind her left ear and fixing her gaze upon him. A white aura erupted from her body, enveloping her in a translucent, ethereal flame. The formidable presence she exuded instantaneously lowered the atmospheric pressure within the space, causing the very air to feel solidified. This aura was the manifestation of her training from that day, granting her strength 20 times greater than Yuan's. Yet, this power required meticulous control. Unlike the infinite energy of androids, which could be squandered at will, this energy, cultivated through her own efforts, would deplete during combat. Necessitating a disciplined approach to harness it effectively and curb her tendency to waste energy. Under the oppressive weight of her aura, Yuan found his breath labored. Is she using energy? He pondered, beginning to comprehend Lotzi Li's intentions. Her aura likely surpassed his own 20-fold. To be candid, he felt a twinge of envy. Despite training for the same duration, Lotzi Li had cultivated a power that dwarfed his own. Yet, this disparity was expected. Her body resembled a parched lake. While his was akin to a filled puddle, to accommodate more, he would need to expand his capacity. If her power was indeed 20 times his, then perhaps it was time to attempt that technique. The 20-fold King Fist. Yuan silently proclaimed within, a surge of colossal, ferocious energy erupting from the depths of his being, enveloping him in a crimson aura. This fiery essence twisted the air around him, pushing back against Lotzi Li's presence. The two forces clashed, each formidable in its own right. Yuan stretched his limbs, and the remarkable strength of 20 times his normal capacity was indeed extraordinary. He felt that with a mere punch, he could easily obliterate his former self, an opponent he could not evade. However, alongside this surge in power, he sensed a rapid depletion of his stamina, and his body began to suffer wear and tear. Truly, borrowed strength comes at a considerable cost. Unlock the mind's eye. With this command, Yuan discovered that activating the 20-fold Kyoken also expanded the range of his mind's eye by the same magnitude. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? It seemed quite different from what Vegeta exhibited. Lazuli observed Yuan, enveloped in a fiery red aura, with growing curiosity. No, Yuan shook his head. This is the Kyoken, a formidable martial art learned by Sun Wukong from the North Kao. Kyoken? How intriguing. Lazuli's lips curled into a smile, her interest piqued. Let us begin. In perfect synchrony, the two vanished from their original positions. With equal strength, Lazuli could no longer toy with Yuan as she had before. Under the scrutiny of his mind's eye, every movement of hers was laid bare. Earlier, although Yuan had activated his mind's eye, the disparity in their powers had rendered him unable to strike effectively, as even with clarity, he could not match her speed. Now, however, the tables had turned. With matching strength and speed, Yuan effortlessly blocked Lazuli's attacks and struck her with ease. Lazuli found herself retreating under the relentless pressure of his onslaught. Yuan appeared spectrally behind her, delivering a forceful kick. Lazuli hastily raised her arm to defend. But in her haste, she was sent flying. Watching her soar away, Yuan refrained from pursuing her. Instead, he positioned his hands in a flower-like stance at his waist. Kamehameha. He held nothing back, channeling his energy into a vibrant purple sphere that illuminated the pure white space around him. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a massive beam shot forth, swiftly catching up to the airborne Lazuli. Her pupils dilated in shock. She sensed the chilling breath of death. With her current strength, bracing for the impact would spell her doom. No longer holding back, she summoned the energy of her android form, halting in midair to confront the Kamehameha directly. Raising her arm, she swung forcefully at the oncoming wave. The purple beam bent in midair, redirecting towards another trajectory. After a prolonged moment, the direction in which the Kamehameha had flown erupted with a deafening explosion, resonating throughout the space. Yuan deactivated the Kyoken, gazing at the site of the explosion. Suddenly, he felt a chill creep up his spine. Cautiously, he turned to see Lazuli glaring at him with malevolence. You little brat, are you trying to kill me? Dear sister, I promise I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Yuan's voice quivered, growing softer with each word. I believe, Lazuli replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yuan retorted, if you weren't gritting your teeth, perhaps I would too. Don't you dare. Please. I'm sorry, dear sister. My dear, it was never my intention. And you must believe that, right? Lazuli pressed her fists against the temples of Yuan's head, vigorously rotating them. The Mask of Agony, equipped. Chapter 21, Away from the Bald Head. The following day, Yuan awoke amidst the soft, fragrant warmth. Feeling the delicate arms entwined around him and the rich scent of milk with each breath, he dared not move, fearing to disturb Lazuli. It was certainly not because of Shuezi. Absolutely not. Closing his eyes, it felt as if he were walking on clouds. This exquisite pleasure. Each passing second felt like a treasure. However, contrary to his desires, the temperature within the Spirit Time House began to shift. In just 10 minutes, the temperature soared by 100 degrees. Lazuli, too, was roused by the searing heat. Lazuli opened her eyes. The 50-degree heat caused her to break into a sweat, her skin becoming slightly damp. "Are you still not awake?" she wondered, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Yuan with a hint of envy. Such a body that fears neither cold nor heat was truly enviable. Just yesterday, in the frigid -50 degrees, Yuan had been like a small furnace, allowing her, who feared the cold, to sleep soundly. Now, as the temperature soared to 50 degrees, Yuan's body had cooled significantly, radiating a refreshing chill. Choosing not to awaken Yuan, lazily rose and went to freshen up. After her departure, Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He feigned sleep not due to any particular reason, but rather because he felt a touch of awkwardness. Although his exterior resembled that of a child, his soul was that of an adult, and this was his first experience sharing a bed with a girl, thus the embarrassment was inevitable. Yuan began to assess his own body. After a period of rest, the fatigue incurred from using the King's Fist the previous day had completely recovered with the aid of his vital energy. Moreover, his combat power had doubled. While both the King's Fist and Super Saiyan enhance combat ability, their principles are entirely distinct. The Super Saiyan form is a manifestation of bloodline power, akin to an external memory card for a phone. Regardless of how many times it amplifies, it does not deplete the body, only consuming significant stamina and lacking longevity. Conversely, the King's Fist forcibly expands one's own capacity. The greater the enhancement, the more strain it inflicts on the body. It is like a balloon. The more air you blow into it, the thinner the material becomes, and once the air inside exceeds its capacity, the balloon bursts. Without the restoration of vital energy, repeated use of the King's Fist would render the body incapacitated. Furthermore, the practice of the King's Fist fundamentally requires vital energy as a catalyst. Otherwise, Yuan would have considered teaching lazily the King's Fist. Imagine if Cell, having absorbed countless individuals, believed he was invincible and attempted to absorb lazily and Lapis, only for lazily to suddenly unleash a King's Fist, defeating Cell in an instant. However, if lazily could wield the King's Fist, one could assume that Cell would also be capable of such power. In the original text, it is evident that Cell's physique is undeniably more formidable than that of Goku. However, he never utilized the Kaioken technique, which can be interpreted not as a lack of desire, but rather an inability to employ it. Had he activated even a twofold Kaioken, no one on Earth could have possibly stood against him. This also elucidates why, aside from Goku, no other character has demonstrated the use of Kaioken throughout the narrative. Otherwise, given Goku's character, he would undoubtedly have shared this technique with his dear friends. Regardless of the extent of their potential enhancement, at the very least, they would not feel so powerless in the face of adversities. Time to rise and dine. The gentle voice of Razali resonated in the air. "All right," Yuan responded loudly. No longer pretending to be asleep, Yuan got up to freshen up. The dining table was already adorned with a plethora of delectable dishes. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, Yuan's stomach could not help but protest. "Do try it, and see if it pleases your palate," Razali said, her eyes twinkling like stars, filled with eager anticipation as she watched Yuan. This was her first attempt at cooking since being transformed into an artificial being. The last time she cooked was 7 or 8 years ago, during her parents' busy work schedules when she took on the culinary responsibilities. Having been away from the kitchen for so long, she felt somewhat out of practice. However, having tasted her own creations, she found them quite satisfactory. She just hoped that her little darling would appreciate her cooking. Under Razali's expectant gaze, Yuan took action. As a carnivore, he eagerly picked up a particularly tempting piece of grilled meat. This dish, known as big stick meat, is one of the most sought-after delicacies in the realm of anime. Adored by countless protagonists, Razali's version of big stick meat featured a crispy exterior while the interior remained tender and succulent, requiring no effort to chew. With a single bite, the juices flowed, leaving a delightful taste lingering on his lips. Truly, it exemplified the perfect combination of crunchiness and tenderness. Delicious. Yuan gave Razali a thumbs up. Upon receiving such praise, Razali was evidently elated, her face radiating joy, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes. Knowing Yuan's appetite, she had prepared an abundance of food. As he savored the delightful meal, Yuan suddenly recalled how, in the original narrative, Razali had inadvertently become involved with Krillin, the bald-headed fellow, stirring a wave of displeasure within him. Although Krillin was generally a decent person, One particular aspect left a distasteful impression on Moyuan. He had named his daughter after his ex-girlfriend. Every time this thought crossed his mind, it ignited a desire to smash Krillin's head. This single fact had severely tarnished Moyuan's perception of him. After marrying such an exceptional woman as Razali, how could he still linger on thoughts of his former lover? What a cad. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Razali noticed Moyuan's sudden pause and the hint of discontent on his face, and she grew anxious. Could it be that the food was unappetizing? That he could not eat? No, everything is quite delicious. I truly enjoy it. Moyuan reassured her, not merely seeking to flatter Razali. Her culinary skills were indeed commendable, rivaling his own efforts. And thus, he resumed his meal with gusto. With a distracted bite of meat, could no longer contain himself and suddenly looked at with utmost seriousness, exclaiming, "Sister, you must steer clear of the bald man. They are all ill-intentioned." Here, he specifically referred to Master Roshi and Krillin. One, disrespectful due to his age, and the other, a rogue. Rested her chin on her hand, gazing at with a hint of bewilderment. Although she was uncertain as to why he made such a declaration, the earnestness in his expression prompted her to nod in agreement. Is it not simply to avoid the bald man? Quite straightforward. As long as my darling is happy, it suffices. Besides, none of those I care for are bald. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, having found nothing of value, Krillin soared through the air, preparing to return to Master Roshi's abode. Suddenly, he halted mid-flight, clutching the area over his heart. Oddly, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within, as if something precious had been lost. Just as he pondered this peculiar sensation, he noticed that Cell was in pursuit of two individuals below. In such a dire situation, he had no time for contemplation. Instantly, he activated his high-speed movement, rescuing the two individuals from the impending peril of Cell's grasp. Gently cradling them, he descended to the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon Cell, muscles taut and ready, unwilling to allow even a moment's lapse in vigilance. "Sir," a gentle voice resonated in Krillin's ear. "Thank you for saving our lives." It was only then that Krillin realized the person he had rescued was a remarkably beautiful girl. As he beheld her lovely visage, his heart raced as if it had been ignited. The emptiness he had felt moments ago seemed to be filled instantly. However, thoughts of Marin back at Master Roshi's house quickly cleared his mind, and he hastily released the two, urging them, "You must flee quickly." The girl recognized that this was not the moment for idle chatter and, along with the young boy, expressed their gratitude to Krillin before hastily departing. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Krillin couldn't help but feel a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. Chapter 22. Cell escapes again. Faced with Cell, Krillin found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to narrowly evade Cell's onslaught. He gazed at Cell with a deep sense of resentment, yet there was little he could do. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Cell regarded Krillin with a mocking glint in his eye. This charade has gone on long enough. Absorbing this little bald man's life energy should enhance my strength considerably. With a crooked grin, Cell lunged towards Krillin at breakneck speed. However, what awaited him was not Krillin's life energy, but rather another bald figure, one with a gleaming head that could dazzle the eyes. Solar flare. Just as Cell had fled earlier, Krillin too chose to unleash the solar flare. The intense radiance illuminated the entire realm in an instant, blinding Cell, who felt as though his vision was being seared away. When he finally reopened his eyes, Krillin had vanished from sight. However, as Cell glanced skyward, he spotted an aircraft departing the vicinity. Regrettably, its speed was rather sluggish. Beneath the aircraft, Krillin stifled his breath, gripping the steel pipe tightly, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just as he believed he had successfully escaped, he suddenly realized that he could no longer see Gero on the ground. Instantly, Krillin's vigilance heightened. Where had he gone? In a state of anxiety, Krillin scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed above him, followed by two frantic cries. Krillin swiftly released his energy and soared to the top of the aircraft. Indeed, it was Gero, who was jabbing at the plane with his tail. In a moment of desperation, Krillin disregarded all else and dashed over, forcefully pushing Gero away. The two faced each other on the wing of the aircraft, the biting wind stinging Krillin's face. An atmosphere of impending danger enveloped them. Krillin steeled himself, fully alert. Gero regarded Krillin with a contemptuous smile, his needle-like tail glinting ominously. With a swift motion, Gero's tail, resembling a venomous snake, lunged towards Krillin at breakneck speed. Despite Krillin's preparedness, he struggled to evade the strike. Yet, Gero offered no respite. After Krillin narrowly dodged, Gero flickered and reappeared before him. In the next moment, Gero's massive fist descended upon Krillin's head with tremendous force. Krillin could not evade this blow. Gero's fist loomed larger in Krillin's vision, and then, like a puppet severed from its strings, Krillin was propelled backward, crashing through the sides of the cabin, his head piercing through, while his body remained trapped inside, immobilized. Krillin felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Before he could gather his wits, an inverted Gero appeared before him. Advancing step by step, each stride felt as though it were crushing Krillin's heart, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Gero's needle-like tail was aimed directly at Krillin. Just as Gero was about to strike, a powerful aura approached, accompanied by another, considerably weaker presence. The newcomers were Piccolo and Tien, who had been searching for Gero nearby. Sensing the clash between Gero and Krillin, they hurried over. Upon seeing Piccolo, Gero realized that he could no longer confront the little bald-headed warrior today. After all, he was not yet a match for Piccolo. Regrettably, Gero gave Krillin's gleaming bald head a parting stroke, then suppressed his energy and leapt off the aircraft to make his escape. With Piccolo and Tien's arrival, Krillin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having been on the brink of terror moments before, fearing for his life once again. Wait, why once again? Extracting his head with effort, Krillin spoke to the girl. You need not fear. That monster has fled. Thank you, big brother. She replied. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, Krillin felt a tinge of bashfulness. Gently stroking his bald head, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, There's no need for gratitude. I haven't truly aided much. Had it not been for... Krillin felt a twinge of fear. If not for the timely arrival of Goku and Tien, the three of them would have perished here. Enough chatter. We must pursue that creature, Krillin declared, waving goodbye to the others before turning to leave. Wait, sir. The girl wished to say something, but Krillin had already vanished from sight. Staring blankly at the spot where he had disappeared, a rosy hue unexpectedly spread across her cheeks, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden who had finally encountered her destined partner. Her gaze gradually solidified with determination. Time passed unnoticed in their training. Unbeknownst to them, Moyuan and Lotzi Li had been cultivating in the hyperbolic time chamber for half a year. Perhaps it was the abundance of energy, but in this brief period, Moyuan had grown to resemble a 10-year-old boy. Even Lotzi Li had gained 5 centimeters in height. If King Frieza were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be envious. However, Moyuan noticed that Lotzi Li occasionally regarded him with a look of wistfulness, shaking her head with a sigh. This perplexed him greatly, until one day he overheard her muttering to herself, Oh, the little darling has grown a bit more. Though still adorable, should I? Before the little darling fully matures, perhaps I should. Moyuan was left startled, causing him to feel a lingering apprehension whenever he encountered Lotzi Li. Fortunately, Lotzi Li retained a semblance of compassion and did not act with malice towards him. As days turned into weeks of relentless training, Moyuan's combat prowess underwent a remarkable transformation. His strength had increased 100-fold compared to before entering the time chamber. Upon activating the King's Kai Fist, even Lotzi Li was no longer his match. At this moment, Moyuan stood amidst a vast, white expanse, enveloped by swirling purple energy. A terrifying aura emanated from him, swiftly engulfing the entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber. Waves of energy radiated outward from Moyuan, creating a tempest that churned violently, manifesting as slicing winds that howled, as if to tear the very fabric of space asunder. Yet, Moyuan furrowed his brow. Despite his current power being 10 times that of a standard Vegeta, he still could not transform into a Super Saiyan. He hadn't even grazed the threshold of that transformation. By ordinary standards, his strength was formidable. If he could achieve Super Saiyan status, he would surpass Vegeta tenfold. At that point, as long as Cell had not absorbed Lapis and Lotzi Li, he was confident he could defeat Cell. Yet, the transformation eluded him. If the minimum threshold for transformation was 3 million in battle power, his current strength surely exceeded that figure by a considerable margin. Comparing himself to Vegeta and others, Moyuan estimated his battle power to be at least in the tens of millions, if not reaching into the hundreds of millions. Such formidable combat prowess surely qualifies one to ascend to Super Saiyan status. Is it possible that this transformation is contingent upon rage? Moyuan suppressed the aura emanating from his body, sinking into contemplation. The emotion of anger appears to surface frequently. However, The intensity of extreme rage is indeed quite rare. Sun Wukong's fury was ignited by the death of Krillin at the hands of Frieza. The wrath stemming from the murder of a childhood friend is undeniably immense. Conversely, Vegeta's ire arose from being overshadowed by the lowly warrior Sun Wukong, despite his noble status as a scion prince. At this juncture, pride and self-esteem were of utmost importance to Vegeta. When both were trampled upon, the anger he felt was comparable to that of Sun Wukong. Each had their reasons to be enraged, yet when Moyuan reflected upon himself, he found little justification for such emotions. In his previous life, although his parents had passed away prematurely, it was due to a terminal illness. While this brought him sorrow, it did not evoke overwhelming anger. Moreover, his parents left him a substantial inheritance, ensuring that he could live comfortably without the need for labor. Thus, in his former existence, Moyuan experienced regret rather than fury. In this life, the circumstances were even more trivial. He had scarcely escaped from the laboratory before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. For the past 6 months, he had been training alongside Razali, leaving little room for frustration. It would be absurd to conjure feelings of anger by merely imagining Cell absorbing Razali. Some experiences cannot be fully grasped through mere imagination. Without personal encounter, empathy remains elusive. Chapter 23. The Power of Bloodline. What is the matter? Still no progress? Razali had been observing from a distance. Once the commotion subsided, she approached. Moyuan lay on the ground, gazing vacantly at the pale sky, his expression tinged with despondency. He glanced at Razali, uncertain of what had gone awry. This predicament had persisted for 5 months. After a month of training here, he had elevated his combat power to match that of Vegeta's normal state. Since that point, he had endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet without exception, he had failed. As Razali looked at Moyuan sprawled on the ground, she instinctively reached out to lift him. However, she abruptly realized that he was no longer the small child she could easily cradle. He had grown to a height of 1.40 meters, making it impossible to hold him as before. Razali remarked, "So much joy, and yet it vanishes in an instant." She knelt down to stroke Moyuan's soft hair, offering comfort. "Do not fret, there are still 6 months remaining, and you will surely succeed." With that, she playfully ruffled his hair and stood up to head back. Moyuan decided to temporarily set aside his concerns, resolving to address them after dinner. After all, this was not a matter to be resolved in a day or two. During the meal, Moyuan found himself somewhat distracted. Although he had resolved to put it aside, he could not help but ponder where the issue lay. Could it be that he had yet to reach his complete form? Could my mere presence have instigated a transformation in my constitution? After all, I have traversed dimensions. The likelihood of such an occurrence is far slimmer than the chance of a dog drawing an epic from a treasure trove. Why not call it a dog card? I wish it were so. However, yesterday, it bestowed upon me a Pizza Hut. What else could be deemed impossible? I hastily satiated my hunger. Moyuan once again entered the pristine expanse, settling cross-legged upon the ground. This time, unlike his usual practice of attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan, he chose to delve deep within himself, preparing to thoroughly examine his physique. Moyuan manipulated the energy within his body, allowing it to circulate, as he meticulously sensed every nook and cranny of his being. After a considerable passage of time, he opened his eyes, disappointment glimmering in his amethyst gaze. He had detected no anomalies within his form. "If only I could utilize my inner eye for introspection," Moyuan murmured. Wait, indeed. His eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Although Moyuan had never employed his inner eye for such purposes, it did not imply that it lacked the capability. Perhaps he simply had not contemplated utilizing it in such a manner. Without a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes once more, summoning the power of his inner eye. This time, rather than dispersing the energy outward as he typically did, Moyuan concentrated it inward, focusing on his corporeal vessel. In that instant, he vividly perceived every organ within his body, every meridian, every acupoint, and every drop of blood. Even each individual cell came into sharp focus. After a thorough investigation, he discerned no issues with his organs, meridians, acupoints, or blood. Thus, Moyuan concentrated the power of his inner eye upon his cells. The energy, now concentrated, resembled a microscope, magnifying the cells under its scrutiny. Soon, everything within the cells lay bare before Moyuan's gaze. Beyond the normal cellular structures, he discovered 4 distinct orbs of light, each of a different hue: gold, purple, green, and white. These four-colored spheres each claimed their territory within the cell. The golden, purple, and green orbs were comparatively substantial, standing in a tripartite balance, while the white orb appeared feeble, cowering in a corner. The golden orb exuded a ferocious aura, brimming with boundless martial intent. The purple orb emanated a sinister aura, infused with merciless killing intent. The green orb radiated a benevolent aura, teeming with inexhaustible vitality. The white orb, devoid of any extraordinary energy, seemed quite ordinary, yet imparted to Moyuan a sense of universality, capable of accommodating all. By discerning the energies of these orbs, Moyuan was able to ascertain that they represented the bloodline powers of the various races that had fused within his cells. The golden orb belonged to the Scion lineage, the purple orb to the Frisia clan, the green orb to the Namekian race, and the white orb could only signify the bloodline of Earthlings. In comparison to the other three races, the Earthling bloodline appeared exceedingly feeble. Like a flickering candle, it could extinguish at any moment. Yet, the bloodline power of Earthlings is remarkably unique, seemingly brimming with infinite possibilities. As gazed upon the four bloodline powers, he began to form a conjecture regarding the reason for his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a resolute opening of his eyes, he rose from the ground, concentrating the energy within his body onto his back. Accompanied by his furious roar, his muscles tensed, with veins bulging and intertwining on the surface. The energy within him surged forth without restraint, quickly reaching its zenith. The atmosphere around him became tempestuous, with hints of thunder and lightning crackling in the distance. Despite the tumultuous changes surrounding him, his mind remained clear and focused, his inner vision fixated on the bloodline power within his cells. As his energy heightened, the golden orb within his cells radiated brilliantly, nearly casting the entire cell in a golden hue. However, at that moment, the purple and green orbs seemed displeased with the golden orb's encroachment and began to emit their own light. Instantly, cells were illuminated by these three colors of luminescence, while the white orb remained huddled in the corner, seemingly unaffected. Under the combined pressure of the purple and green orbs, the golden orb retreated, soon reverting to its original state. Observing the bloodline powers within his cells returning to a tripartite balance, realized that this transformation had once again failed. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened, for he now understood the source of the issue. With this knowledge, the next step was to find a resolution. Currently, could conceive of only two solutions to this predicament. The first was to eliminate the other bloodlines, transforming himself into a pure-blooded Scion. The second was to amalgamate all bloodlines into a singular, new lineage. Inclined towards the latter option, recognizing the formidable abilities of both the Namekians and the Frisia clan. The regenerative capabilities of the Namekians and the physical prowess of the Frisia clan, coupled with their capacity to survive in the cosmos, were invaluable traits. In contrast, Earthlings, as depicted in the original narrative, lacked formidable warriors and had almost exited the stage entirely. However, the bloodline of Earthlings could complement that of the Scions, as hybrid Scions possessing Earthling bloodlines could more readily transform into Super Scions. Thus, regardless of the choice ultimately made, the Earthling bloodline could remain. Having resolved his thoughts, approached to share his intentions before retreating once more into seclusion. This time, success was assured. Chapter 24. The Incompatibility of Water and Fire in a Pure White Expanse. A boy with a visage rivaling that of a reader-level beauty sat cross-legged upon the ground, his brow furrowed. Beads of perspiration formed on his youthful yet striking face. At this moment, was striving diligently to control the bloodline power coursing within him. Under the control of Moyuan, the golden Scion bloodline and the green Namekian bloodline are gradually converging. Among the three bloodline powers, Moyuan chooses to merge the benevolent Namekian bloodline with the ferocious Scion bloodline. After all, the Frisia clan's bloodline exudes an evil aura, rife with a murderous intent that makes it inherently incompatible. However, Moyuan never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Namekian bloodline would immediately exhibit a strong sense of repulsion upon contact with the Scion bloodline. It was as if fire met water, an impossible union. Moyuan forcibly controlled the two bloodline powers to come into contact. This act ignited a powder keg, spiraling out of control. The two bloodline powers surged through Moyuan's body like untamed wild stallions. What was even more alarming was that Moyuan had initially attempted to merge the bloodline powers within a single cell. However, driven by the rampaging bloodline forces. All the cells in Moyuan's body erupted with the same chaotic energy. The Namekian and Scion bloodlines within every cell fused together, forming two extraordinarily powerful bloodlines. Yuan felt a pang of panic. He concentrated fully, striving to reign in the wild bloodline energy. Yet, under these circumstances, the bloodline powers refused to heed his command, especially when they were two even more formidable forces. The bloodline powers acted with impudence within Yuan's body, lacking any restraint. At that moment, an even more terrifying event unfolded. Influenced by the other two bloodlines, the Frisia clan's bloodline would not be outdone. In an instant, it too fused into the fray. The three terrifying bloodlines turned Yuan's body into a battleground, clashing violently within him. Yuan's body swelled grotesquely, resembling an inflated balloon. A scream of excruciating pain escaped his lips. His form was riddled with countless fissures, from which crimson blood seeped out, instantly dyeing him a deep scarlet. From a distance, he appeared as a massive red balloon. Little cutie, Lazili, who had been training nearby, immediately ceased her practice upon hearing Yuan's agonized cry. Without hesitation, she swiftly moved over. Upon arrival, she was met with the sight of Yuan, swollen and drenched in blood. Overwhelmed, she was momentarily at a loss. Fear and anxiety began to spread within her. Over the past few days, she had come to regard Yuan as family. Witnessing this scene, memories of her parents' tragic demise flooded back to her. In the sweltering heat, Lazili felt an icy chill envelop her, as if trapped within a frozen chamber. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She yearned to save Yuan, yet was uncertain how to proceed. With trembling steps, she approached Yuan. As she reached out her hand, just before touching him, she instinctively withdrew. Fear gripped her. She was terrified of harming him. Lazili gazed at Yuan in anguish, her lips quivering. She wished to speak, but feared disturbing him. Desiring to assist, yet feeling utterly lost, Lazili found herself engulfed in a profound sense of inadequacy. It was reminiscent of the days when she could only watch helplessly as her loved ones fell victim to persecution, unable to intervene or offer aid. At that moment of despair, a frail voice broke through the silence. Moyuan's voice whispered in her ear. Unbeknownst to Lazili, she had been under Moyuan's watchful gaze since her arrival. However, his body was ravaged by the torment of three bloodline energies, inflicting such excruciating pain that he could scarcely utter a word. Yet, upon witnessing Lazili's anguish, an unexpected strength surged within him. With great effort, he opened his eyes. "How are you? What should I do?" Lazili's mind was a blank slate. Crystalline tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, tracing paths down her cheeks. "Do not weep, sister. Trust me." With that, Moyuan closed his eyes once more. The sight of her tears stirred an urge within him to wipe them away, but he found himself powerless to act. Merely speaking a few words had stretched his limits to their breaking point. Hearing Moyuan's words, Lazili stifled her tears, raising her arm to brush away the moisture at her eyes. She gazed at him, her voice trembling as she implored, "You must recover, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not forgive you." Yet, Moyuan had already succumbed to his internal battle against the insurgents within his body, offering no response. Lazili chose not to linger beside him any longer. Instead, she retreated to a distance, her eyes fixed on Moyuan, fearful of disturbing his concentration. At that moment, Moyuan's body was a chaotic tempest wrought by the three bloodline energies. Externally, only swelling was visible, but internally, his body had devolved into a maelstrom of destruction. Muscles, bones, blood, and organs were all obliterated by the tumult of these energies. Strangely, he remained alive. In a normal human, such devastation would spell certain death, yet he persevered. Calm. Moyuan summoned every ounce of his strength, ensnaring the three bloodline energies within three metaphorical cages. Damn it! Before he could take a breath of relief, the trapped energies erupted with the fury of wild beasts, battering against their confines. In mere seconds, they broke free from their prison. Perhaps anger had fueled their reckless abandon, for they surged through Moyuan's body with renewed ferocity. Agonizing pain, more intense than before, assailed him. Am I to perish? This marked the first time Moyuan truly sensed the proximity of death. He pondered whether the Dragon Balls could restore him. After all, his soul did not belong to this world. What fate awaited his spirit upon death? Would it descend to the underworld or dissipate into nothingness? He never anticipated that these three bloodline energies could lead to his demise. Wait. 3. A revelation struck him. He possessed more than merely three bloodline energies within him. There was also the essence of Earthlings, the small, white orbs of light still nestled in the corners of his cells. Yet within this chaotic body, they appeared to be unaffected. Even as the powers of other bloodlines swept by, they remained unmoved. As Yuan gazed at these white orbs of light, a wild thought flickered through his mind. Let it be chaos. Let it be complete chaos. Unlike the other powers, the feeble bloodline of Earth was easily wielded by Yuan. Soon, the white orbs, nestled within the corners of various cells, were gathered together by him, forming a larger orb of white light. However, despite its slight increase in size, it remained vastly weaker compared to the other three bloodlines, measuring merely 1% of their magnitude. It was far too feeble. At this level, not only was it impossible to confront them, even approaching them was a challenge. Was there truly no way out? A sense of despair washed over Yuan. He had initially believed that the bloodline power of Earth would yield miraculous results. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, he suddenly made a discovery. The vital energy. The bloodline power of Earth was actually absorbing vital energy. Chapter 25. Devouring one. The bloodline power of Earth, originally dispersed within the corners of Yuan's cells, absorbed vital energy at such a minuscule level that it was nearly imperceptible. However, after gathering them, Yuan could distinctly sense that the bloodline power of Earth was indeed absorbing vital energy. If that were the case, then let it be. Yuan ceased to pay attention to the other three bloodlines, allowing them to act as they wished within his body. He unleashed his heart's eye, which was now capable of enveloping a significant portion of the time chamber. Within the range of his heart's eye, the vital energy surged toward him in a frenzy. What was happening? Razali suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep through the time chamber. If she could sense the vital energy, she would realize that this wind was a tempest formed by the flow of vital energy. All the vital energy converged around Yuan, forming a colossal vortex. Razali was filled with mixed emotions, uncertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. Yet, she could do nothing to assist, only praying silently in her heart for Yuan's safety. Consume, consume. I shall provide you with as much as you desire. Once you are satiated, deal with those three ungrateful wretches. A tidal wave of vital energy surged into Yuan's body. Under his command, the bloodline power of Earth transformed into a gluttonous beast, voraciously devouring the vital energy. As the energy gradually dissipated, Yuan was astonished to observe that the white orb had indeed grown larger. Although the increase was exceedingly slow, it was undeniably expanding. Joy surged within Yuan's heart. This transformation revealed a glimmer of hope. Recognizing the efficacy of the vital energy, Yuan immediately intensified his efforts. The external winds grew even more ferocious, and the vortex of vital energy surrounding him swelled momentarily. Countless streams of vital energy were drawn into the vortex and subsequently absorbed into Yuan's body. Time slips away like sand slipping through one's fingers, often unnoticed. Before one realizes it, a month has passed. Throughout this month, Lazili has vigilantly remained by his side, day and night, despite her boundless stamina. A month without rest has left her feeling weary, if not fatigued. Her beautiful eyes are now veined with blood, yet she cannot bring herself to close them and rest. Fixated on, fearful of any unforeseen mishap. At this moment, the vortex of energy surrounding has become faint and elusive. The energy within the entire spiritual time chamber has been nearly depleted. Although Lazili cannot sense the energy, she has an inkling that something is amiss. Soon, the energy vortex vanished entirely, leaving the spiritual time chamber devoid of energy. Simultaneously, S body underwent a profound transformation. The power of the Earthling bloodline, once a mere fraction of the others, has now evolved into something entirely different. He has become a colossal entity, having consumed all the energy within the spiritual time chamber. His physique now rivals that of the other bloodlines, if not surpassing them. The moment has arrived. Gazes at the other three bloodlines recklessly roaming within him. A cold smile forming in his heart. He has resolved to take action, with the first target being the bloodline of the Frisia clan. Why not begin with the Namekian bloodline? Through days of observation, has discerned that the Namekian bloodline is not weak at all. In fact, the Frisia clan possesses the weakest bloodline among the three. So, why is the Namekian's power so feeble? realizes that it is not due to the weakness of their bloodline, but rather the formidable nature of it, imposing conditions for activation that are far too high for them to attain. Much like the Scions, who require exceedingly high conditions to activate their powerful bloodlines. The Frisia clan, while strong, has far less potential compared to the other two races. However, this is understandable. The Namekians refer to themselves as the Dragon Clan in the original plot. It was mentioned that Dandy is an exceptional Namekian. Moreover, they possess the ability to create the mystical Dragon Balls, drawing a connection to the dragon god, Shenron, who created the Super Dragon Balls, harbors strong suspicions that Shenron is indeed an ancestor of the Namekians. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls possess a unique trait. Upon the death of their creator, they turn to stone. Evidently, the Super Dragon Balls have not turned to stone. Of course, some might argue that the Earth's Dragon Balls were activated by Dandy after the death of the Guardian. However, there is a significant issue. One must possess the requisite strength to activate a Dragon Ball. It is inconceivable that Dandy could activate the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, even if Dragon God Shenron has perished, there must exist a Namekian of equal, if not greater, strength than him. Having established his objective, no longer hesitated. He commanded the White Orb of Light, representative of the bloodline of Earthlings, which transformed under his influence into a fierce dragon. With astonishing swiftness, the dragon lunged at the purple Orb of Light, which had yet to react before it was savagely bitten by the White Dragon. S. intuition was correct. The Earthling bloodline was indeed capable of assimilating other bloodlines. After the White Dragon consumed a portion of the purple orb, its once pristine form began to exhibit a faint hue of purple, without any sense of repulsion. This reminded of the transformation process into his perfected form. Initially, he absorbed hundreds of thousands of Earthlings, followed by the two most formidable among them, and before achieving his final state. Was it possible that this process was merely enhancing the Earthling bloodline within himself? Once it reached a certain magnitude, he could then devour the other three bloodlines, converting them for his own use and thereby attaining the ultimate form. To validate his hypothesis, accelerated his efforts. The ambushed purple orb was utterly defenseless and soon fell victim to the White Dragon's voracious appetite. The dragon was entirely suffused with a delicate shade of purple. S. gaze shifted to the Scion bloodline, not out of a desire to confront it first, but because the golden orb of light representing the Scion lineage had autonomously transformed into a formidable golden gorilla, brimming with combat fervor. In light of this, let the battle commence. As observed the golden gorilla, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, true to an unspoken agreement. And the gorilla initiated their assault simultaneously, quickly becoming entangled in a primal struggle devoid of martial finesse, relying solely on the most instinctive forms of combat. Orchestrated the dragon to ensnare the gorilla, opening its maw to deliver a vicious bite to the creature's shoulder. In response, a portion of the golden orb was severed. The injured gorilla was not to be outdone. It grasped the dragon's body with one hand while delivering powerful punches to its head with the other. However, the dragon, having already absorbed the bloodline of the Frisia clan, exhibited far superior strength. Its foreclaws firmly gripped the gorilla's body, embedding deeply into its flesh. While the gorilla retaliated, the dragon's claws tore away several chunks of meat from its adversary. In fact, the gorilla's attacks inflicted little damage, and after losing several pieces of flesh, it visibly weakened. Seizing the opportunity presented by the gorilla's frailty, commanded the dragon to intensify its offensive, striving to swiftly secure this bloodline's power. The already outmatched gorilla, weakened further, found itself utterly incapable of resisting the dragon's onslaught. After several exchanges, the gorilla was left with no unscathed flesh upon its body. Its form rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Bound tightly by the dragon, the weakened creature could no longer struggle against its fate. Just as prepared to make a final push to consume the gorilla entirely, he sensed the culmination of his efforts approaching. The green orb, belonging to the Namekian lineage, could no longer remain still. It had devoured half of the Scion bloodline, causing the dragon's body to shimmer with several strands of golden light, significantly enhancing its power and instilling a sense of urgency within it. If the relentless consumption by Moyuan continued, it would soon become the next victim. Thus, it instantly transformed into a resplendent green dragon and launched a surprise attack on the purple dragon commanded by Moyuan. The green dragon moved with remarkable speed, colliding with the dragon that ensnared the mighty gorilla in the blink of an eye, catching Moyuan completely off guard. This impact caused the dragon constricting the gorilla to loosen its grip, just enough for the gorilla to seize the opportunity and break free. Moyuan was utterly unprepared. The seemingly benevolent Namekian lineage had revealed its treacherous nature, leaving him disheartened by the betrayal from an adversary of such lesser experience. The weakened gorilla stood beside the green dragon, as if they had reached a tacit agreement to unite against Moyuan. However, it was far too late for such an alliance. Had they joined forces earlier, bolstered by the inherent strength of the Frisia lineage, Moyuan would have found himself at a significant disadvantage. But alas, the Frisia bloodline had already been consumed, supplemented by half of the Scion lineage's power. At this moment, the Earthling bloodline was now more potent than the combined strength of the two. Although the Namekian bloodline was formidable, it was comparable to that of the Scions, who had also produced divine beings in their lineage. The Frisia clan, being a mutation of sorts, derived from King Cold's genetic anomaly, and Frisia himself was born of asexual reproduction, resulting in a bloodline that, after mutation, approached the divine. This level of power, combined with the gorilla's diminished strength, posed no threat to Moyuan. Facing the menacing green dragon and golden gorilla, Moyuan advanced without hesitation. Strategies and plans were unnecessary. He intended to overwhelm them with sheer force. The aura of the purple dragon surged forth as it feigned a disappearance. Before the green dragon and golden gorilla could react, the purple dragon reappeared beside them and toppled them with a swift flick of its tail. They were sent flying in opposite directions. Fixing its gaze on the golden gorilla, the purple dragon swiftly pursued, seizing the moment when the green dragon was still reeling from the shock. With a gaping maw, it voraciously consumed the golden gorilla in a single gulp. By the time the green dragon regained its senses, the gorilla was nowhere to be found, leaving only the formidable purple dragon, now radiating golden light. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the purple dragon, the green dragon trembled in fear, akin to a little girl confronted by a bully. Regrettably, he was not a paragon of beauty in the heart of Moyuan. He was merely a wayward child who had reduced his own body to a wretched state. Moyuan showed no mercy and lunged forward without hesitation. With 2 prior experiences under his belt, Moyuan had transformed into a connoisseur. The power of advanced bloodlines often does not necessitate intricate culinary techniques. Sashimi is, in fact, the quintessential way to savor the potency of bloodlines. After a month of diligent effort, Master Mo was finally poised to relish this exquisite feast. The taste remained a mystery to him. However, after devouring the bloodline energy of that Mixing individual, Moyuan found that only a singular bloodline energy remained within him, and it retained the original capabilities of its lineage. Gazing at this bloodline energy within himself, Moyuan could not help but ponder, had there once been a formidable warrior among humans on Earth? The bloodline of the Earthling within him, initially feeble, had grown more potent than those of once divine beings after absorbing vital energy. It could even consume other bloodlines, appropriating their abilities for itself. Furthermore, there was the spirit time house within the temple. Setting aside the astonishing disparity in the flow of time within and outside, the abundant vital energy present there was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Moyuan suddenly speculated whether this vital energy was, in fact, intended to activate the bloodlines of Earthlings. Yet, due to Earth's position at the edge of the cosmos, few cosmic powers sought to invade. Without pressure to cultivate martial skills, unaware of their own frailty, Earthlings could easily become arrogant and complacent, leading to a gradual decline in strength over generations. Eventually, as humanity turned towards technology, martial arts fell into disuse. The number of those capable of absorbing vital energy dwindled, and as martial arts waned, practitioners became even scarcer. Consequently, those who had the potential to absorb vital energy and activate their bloodlines were no longer trained in martial arts, while those who practiced martial arts were not necessarily capable of absorbing vital energy. Moreover, the activation of bloodlines required a substantial amount of vital energy, which could only be found within the Spirit Time House. However, accessing the sanctuary demanded scaling the Karen Tower and overcoming numerous trials to enter the temple, making such individuals exceedingly rare. Thus, the bloodlines of Earthlings remained deeply buried. Of course, this was merely Moyuan's speculation. After dealing with the bloodline energy, Moyuan turned his gaze to his body, now reduced to a mere pulp. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. However, for Moyuan, who possessed the capabilities of the Mixing bloodline, this was not a significant concern. Soon, a tremendous life force surged forth from within him, initiating the restoration of his body. The balloon-like swelling of Yuan gradually subsided, and the fissures on his skin healed instantaneously. His bones, flesh, and organs began to regenerate. Nearby, Li exhaled in relief as she observed Yuan returning to his normal form. Yet, his body remained covered in blood scabs, leaving the extent of his recovery uncertain. Nevertheless, the restoration of his physique was monumental news for Li. Li felt as though the heavy stone weighing upon her heart had finally been lifted, granting her a newfound sense of lightness. The dark clouds that had shrouded her face parted, revealing a beautiful rainbow. At that moment, Moyuan stirred. His body had completely healed. Rising from the ground, he felt a peculiar itch. It was merely the scabs from his wounds. With a powerful shake of his muscular frame, the blood clots adhered to him began to fall away, unveiling his robust physique. Hiss! Following the sound, Moyuan saw Li gazing at him with wide eyes, not far away. He followed her gaze downward. A massive dragon, with its claws bared, danced in the wind. "Sister!" Moyuan exclaimed, blocking the dragon with his hands, his face flushing crimson as he shouted at Li. Li pouted. "Little one, what scenes have I not witnessed?" Moyuan, with an indignant expression, replied, "I don't care. Turn around." All right, I'll go prepare a meal for you. You must be famished after a month without food." Li waved her hand, turning away with a resigned expression. However, in the moment she turned, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Quite substantial indeed. Chapter 27. A woman of indomitable spirit. After Li departed, Moyuan quickly conjured a new outfit to don. His previous garments had been torn asunder during his transformation. Once dressed, he hurried to catch up with Li. "Sister, you should rest. I'll call you when the meal is ready." Moyuan had noticed the bloodshot eyes and fatigue etched on Li's face. Surely, during his ordeal, she had not found time to rest. A warm sensation filled his heart. It felt wonderful to be cared for. Since the passing of his parents in his previous life, he had not been the object of anyone's concern, nor had he been looked after in such a manner. "Are you sure you can manage?" Li asked, her gaze skeptical. Her doubt was not in Moyuan's culinary skills, but rather in his physical recovery. "Of course, I am perfectly fine," he said, flexing his bicep. "Look, I am completely recovered. But you, sister, must not overexert yourself or you will wear yourself down. Do not underestimate me. I possess boundless stamina and energy," Li declared, a proud expression on her face. Moyuan gently pushed her toward the bed, affirming, "Indeed, you are the strongest, but you have not rested in so long. I worry for you. I did not rest for your sake, not because I am weary," she retorted, the resilient woman refusing to yield even as her eyelids grew heavy. Moyuan thought to himself, even the king of the universe cannot silence your tongue." Outwardly, he replied, Yes, so please, for my peace of mind, rest quickly. I will call you once the meal is ready." He guided Li to the bed and tucked her in with a blanket. The temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, necessitating the warmth of the covers. In order to ensure that Li could rest comfortably, Yuan set up an energy shield beside her. This shield served no other purpose than to ward off the chill in the air. Once the shield was activated, the temperature around them rose dramatically from -50 degrees to a more agreeable 20 degrees. Such warmth rendered the atmosphere conducive for slumber. The moment Li's head touched the pillow, a profound wave of drowsiness enveloped her. Previously, when Yuan faced difficulties in his cultivation, her nerves had remained taut, her overwhelming fear rendering her oblivious to fatigue. Now that Yuan had recovered, the tension eased, and with it, the tide of exhaustion surged forth. Indeed, scarcely had she lain down when her eyelids fluttered shut and her breathing grew steady. Observing Li's beautiful face, now etched with weariness, Yuan felt a pang of empathy. His hand gently brushed against her cheek, so tender and smooth. Her skin was exquisite and flawless. Though it was not the first time Yuan had caressed her face, this moment felt distinctly special. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers lingered on her crimson lips, the soft sensation igniting a torrent of unbidden thoughts. Startled, he withdrew his hand as if jolted by electricity, his pale face flushed with color, and he hurriedly departed. Once Yuan had left, Li opened her eyes, her hand emerging from beneath the covers to trace the spot where Yuan's hand had just been. It finally rested on her lips. A hint of shyness glimmered in her beautiful eyes, and an unnatural blush adorned her cheeks. In that fleeting moment, a tumult of inexplicable emotions stirred within her. A soft, bashful sound escaped her lips, barely audible, as she turned on her side, pulling the blanket higher, curling her body into a cocoon of warmth. Perhaps due to her constitution, Lazili was not particularly fond of meat, preferring instead the comfort of soup. Ever since Yuan had last prepared a pot of rich broth, she had been utterly captivated by it. Realizing her fondness for soup, Yuan made it a point to concoct a new variety almost every day. Having been born in Guangdong, the art of soup making seemed ingrained in his very being. He could effortlessly whip up any kind of broth. Today, he intended to brew a nourishing chicken soup with dangshan and astragalus to replenish Lazili's strength. Although her condition may not necessitate medicinal tonics, the soup was undeniably delicious, and she relished it. After an hour of simmering, the chicken had transformed into a tender delight. Yuan lifted the lid of the clay pot, and a plume of steam wafted upward, dispersing into the air. The fragrant aromas of dangshan, astragalus, and chicken harmonized beautifully, filling the air with a rich bouquet. Soon, the delightful scent reached Lazili, who stirred gently in her sleep, her nose twitching. The aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. Lazili abruptly opened her eyes and swiftly rolled out of bed, hastening to Yuan's side. "Sister, have you rested enough?" Yuan was neither surprised nor taken aback by Lazili's sudden appearance. Each time he simmered soup, the aroma would draw her to him instantaneously. The first time it happened, it nearly startled him, but he soon grew accustomed to it. Lazili nodded with an air of aloofness, yet her gaze remained fixated on the chicken soup, her throat subtly twitching. Internally, she admonished herself to remain calm and composed, striving not to appear overly eager, lest it undermine her sisterly dignity. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan had already seen through her facade. Otherwise, he would not have taken to preparing a pot of soup daily, experimenting with various recipes. Observing Lazili's feigned seriousness, Yuan felt a peculiar fondness towards her. Skillfully, he retrieved a bowl and ladled out some chicken soup, presenting it to her. "Sister, do take a sip and assess the seasoning." A flicker of delight danced in Lazili's eyes as she maintained her composure while accepting the bowl. After blowing gently on the soup to cool it, she eagerly took a sip. The moment the rich, velvety broth touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with joy. The savory essence of the chicken, accompanied by the lingering sweetness of the medicinal herbs, left a lasting impression. Before long, she had polished off an entire bowl, savoring the taste while maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor as she set the bowl down. The flavor is just right. Let us commence the meal." With that, Yuan carried the chicken soup to the dining table, while Lazili lifted a pot of rice nearby. The table was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Once each had filled their bowl with rice and soup, they began to feast. However, Yuan noticed a peculiar absence. There was one dish that Lazili had not touched at all. This particular dish consisted of chicken meat blended with seasoning and shaped into various charming forms, then fried to a golden crisp. Not only was it delightful to eat, but it was also visually appealing. Yet, Lazili had not taken a single bite, which piqued Yuan's curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Sister, why do you not partake in this dish?" Sighing, Lazili gazed longingly at the beautifully shaped delicacies. Her voice tinged with reluctance as she replied, "Because the chicken puree is simply too exquisite." Chapter 28. The Search for Sun Wukong within the temple. An indistinct black mass lay in a shadowy corner, shielded from the sunlight, suddenly stirred. After nearly a day of unconsciousness, Bobo finally regained consciousness. Yuan, ever considerate, had taken care to move him to a cool, well-ventilated area to prevent him from tanning. Bobo mused, a hint of conscience, albeit minimal. It must be said that Bobo, sprawled out, blended seamlessly with the shadows. If one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to discern a person lying there. Upon waking, Bobo appeared somewhat dazed, his large, round eyes reflecting an innocent purity untouched by the world. "How did I end up here? Did I fall asleep here last night? Wait, is that an artificial person?" The lost mind has finally been reclaimed by Bobo. He has recalled that he was rendered unconscious by an android, which subsequently entered the hyperbolic time chamber. The thought of this instilled a profound unease within Bobo. Upon checking the time, he realized that nearly a day had elapsed. This meant that the android had been inside for almost a year. given their terrifying strength prior to entering. Bobo could scarcely imagine the extent of their power after a year of training within the chamber. A gripping fear enveloped his heart. First, there were the androids. And now another monstrous entity had emerged from the underworld. The androids were also training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Bobo felt besieged on all sides, as if he were caught between a wolf and a tiger. Was the Earth destined for destruction? Moreover, with the absence of the Supreme Kai, the Dragon Balls had lost their efficacy. In such circumstances, if the warriors of Earth were to perish, there would be no means of resurrection. In an instant, Bobo felt as if he had lost his anchor, his once bright eyes now dimmed with despair. I must inform Kami, he resolved, thinking of Piccolo, who had merged with the Supreme Kai. Currently, Piccolo was the only one capable of confronting the androids. However, Bobo hesitated. While Piccolo was indeed powerful, could he truly contend with an android that had trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber? To be honest, Bobo harbored doubts. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against seeking Piccolo for the time being. Piccolo was still in pursuit of the monster, and it would be unwise to distract him now. Therefore, Bobo steeled his resolve and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, emanating a determined aura. In that moment, Bobo placed his life and death aside. Meanwhile, Lapis had lost all desire for leisure. He longed to locate Goku and reunite with Moya and the others. Thus, he and Android 16 abandoned their vehicle and flew directly toward the location of Baozi Mountain. Before long, they arrived at Goku's doorstep, only to find the house deserted. Android 16, do you have any idea where Goku might be? Lapis inquired. 16, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, the radar has not detected Goku's energy. However, he often frequents either the Capsule Corporation in West City or Master Roshi's island to the south. I see. Which is closer? Lapis asked. Master Roshi's home is approximately 2,700 kilometers southeast of here. Very well, let us go. With that, Lapis took off from the ground. Android 16 followed suit. 2,700 kilometers would take a couple of hours by plane, but for Lapis and 16, it would only require a matter of minutes. This was still at a fraction of their full speed. Otherwise, they would have arrived in mere moments. Soon, a small island appeared before Lapis. Indeed, it is a rather diminutive island. The humble abode of Master Roshi occupies nearly a third of its expanse. I must resolve this matter swiftly, then proceed to the temple, mused Lapis silently. He found himself intrigued by the spirit time room that Moyuan mentioned, situated above the temple. The inhabitants of Turtle Island are few, currently. Only the family of Sun Wukong, along with Master Roshi, Yamchu, Puar, and Oolong, reside here. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin are still out searching for Cell. Hello, may I inquire what brings you here? A charming young boy was diligently engaged in his studies on the beach. Upon witnessing the sudden descent of Lapis and Android 16, he politely inquired, Are you Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan? Lapis quickly identified the boy before him. Indeed, this young lad was none other than Son Gohan, the offspring of Sun Wukong. Ah, yes, I am Son Gohan. Are you here to see my father? He is unwell and has yet to awaken. Having never encountered androids before, Gohan mistakenly assumed they were friends of his father. Unwell? Lapis expressed surprise. According to their records, Sun Wukong was an exceptionally formidable martial artist. While injuries are common among martial artists, illness is exceedingly rare, especially in an era where medicine has advanced remarkably. Terminal illnesses have nearly vanished, and the physical conditioning of martial artists is significantly superior, making them almost impervious to sickness. Indeed, Gohan said, his voice growing somber as thoughts of his father's condition weighed heavily upon him. When will he recover? Lapis had no desire to engage with an individual who lay unconscious. Such an endeavor would be rather tedious. Gohan shook his head, replying, I do not know. Father just took his medicine not long ago, but he appears to be in great pain. The image of his father struggling in anguish tormented Gohan, and he wondered if the special medicine brought by Trunks would indeed prove effective. If it were not, unshed tears began to well in his eyes. He dared not continue down that path of thought, for the fear of losing his father was overwhelming. Gohan fought against his tears, inhaling sharply and wiping his eyes with his sleeve. He then asked Lapis, by the way, are you friends of my father? I do not believe I have seen you before. Friends? Lapis chuckled, taken aback by Gohan's naivety, believing them to be his father's companions. It was no wonder he divulged so much with a mere question. Perhaps we could also be considered adversaries, Lapis teased, regarding Gohan with a playful smirk. What? Gohan was utterly astonished to learn that the two before him might be enemies of his father. The only adversaries he could currently conceive were them. Are you androids? Gohan exclaimed, his energy flaring forth without reservation as he regarded Lapis and Android 16 with vigilance. Androids? Lapis grimaced at the term. It was a designation that inevitably conjured unpleasant memories for him. Androids. Upon hearing Gohan's call and sensing his aura, everyone in the room rushed out. They gazed at Lapis and Android 16 with trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary. Lapis surveyed the scant few individuals, akin to a handful of kittens, and his interest waned instantly. They were far too feeble. He lacked even the desire to engage. Let us depart, he remarked dismissively, ignoring them entirely. He beckoned to Android 16 and ascended into the air, preparing to rendezvous with Moyuan at the temple. As for Son Goku, he could wait until he recovered. After all, Lapis had no inclination to confront an invalid. Android 16 said nothing and followed Lapis into the sky. The inhabitants of Kame House stood in bewilderment, watching the two figures vanish into the horizon, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Weren't the androids intent on eliminating Goku? Why, when presented with such a prime opportunity, did they refrain from taking action? My Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed over to embrace Gohan, anxiously inspecting him for injuries. The arrival of the androids had terrified her. With Goku ill and unconscious, and Gohan still so young, what would she do if something went awry? Mom, don't worry. I'm fine, Gohan reassured her, sensing her concern. Strangely, he began to feel that the androids might not be as malevolent as he had once thought. Chapter 29. Exiting the hyperbolic time chamber with a creak. The door of the hyperbolic time chamber, which had remained closed for an entire day, swung open once more. A tall young man and woman emerged. The young man stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, his physique slender yet athletic. Although he lacked exaggerated muscles, the contours of his arms revealed well-defined musculature, embodying a physique that was lean in clothing yet robust when bare. Beneath his short violet hair, a chiseled, handsome face bore a subtle smile. The young woman, standing at 5 feet 7 inches, was notably tall among her peers, yet beside him, she appeared somewhat petite. Her long, golden hair cascaded elegantly, and her strikingly delicate features exuded an exotic allure, reminiscent of a mixed heritage. Her figure was nearly flawless, with every curve perfectly proportioned. Her long, shapely legs drew the eye, adding to her allure. This young couple was none other than Yuan and Lapis, who had spent a year honing their skills within the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps due to the abundant energy within, Lapis, who had undergone transformation into an android, experienced a remarkable growth spurt, ascending 10 centimeters in height during that year. Yuan, having resolved his bloodline issues, seemed to have grown as if fueled by hormones, reaching 6 feet 3 inches in just 2 months. Fortunately, he had not grown taller since. Hand in hand, they stepped out, their relationship having evolved significantly over the course of the year. Their relationship seemed to be on the verge of breaking through that final barrier. Lazuli. Robbie's gazed in disbelief at the two figures emerging from within the door. He could hardly fathom that his twin sister had transformed in such a manner. It was a moment difficult to accept. How? Lazuli responded with remarkable composure, her hands still firmly intertwined with Moyuan's, showing no intention of letting go. How could you even ask? Robbie's approached, seething with anger. Lazuli, I'm with my sister. Moyuan, noticing Robbie's furious demeanor, quickly positioned himself in front of Lazuli, hoping to engage him in a calm discussion. After all, he was her brother-in-law. Had it been anyone else, a slap would have sent them flying. However, Moyuan did not anticipate Robbie's disdainful retort. Who cares about your trivial matters? He then forcefully shoved Moyuan aside, taken aback by Robbie's words. Moyuan was momentarily caught off guard and pushed away. After dismissing Moyuan, Robbie's grasped Lazuli's shoulders and shook her vigorously, demanding, "Tell me, how did you suddenly grow taller?" Moyuan and Lazuli were utterly astonished that this was what Robbie's was concerned about. Seeing Lazuli, now 5 centimeters taller than himself, stirred a sense of unease within Robbie's. They were transformed into artificial beings before fully developing, and it felt as though their growth had ceased. Years had passed without any change in height, and now Lazuli had grown a full 10 centimeters. Previously, it was somewhat comforting for Robbie's to be taller than Lazuli, but now everything had shifted. The 5-centimeter gap loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. It was worth noting that even the king had desperately sought Dragon Balls for that mere 5 centimeters. After all, not everyone possessed Vegeta's remarkable hair, which allowed a height of 164 centimeters to breach the 170 centimeter mark. Robbie's had thought he would never grow taller. But Lazuli had ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Eager to uncover the truth behind her transformation, he asked, "So?" Lazuli pointed toward the hyperbolic time chamber behind her. "I trained inside for a year and grew taller." Robbie's, who had previously held little interest in the chamber, now gazed at it as if it were an exquisite beauty, nearly drooling with anticipation. Unable to contain herself at Robbie's foolish expression, Lazuli playfully slapped his head. "Ouch! What was that for?" Robbie's complained, cradling his head. In response, Lazuli coolly uttered 2 words, "embarrassing." Upon hearing those words, Robbie's felt a surge of indignation. Was it truly shameful to simply wish to grow taller? Thus, he began to argue with Lazuli. When verbal disputes reached an impasse, they often resorted to other means, such as fighting. Moyuan, though exasperated, chose not to intervene, knowing full well that Robbie's could not possibly contend with the current Lazuli. During the emotional exchange between the siblings, Yuan discovered a dark, unremarkable mass lying at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Bobo. Yet, Yuan distinctly remembered having dragged him to a place shielded from sunlight. How did he end up here? Could it be that after awakening, he was knocked unconscious again by Lapus and his companions? Yuan silently nodded, acknowledging this as the only plausible explanation. However, Lapus displayed a remarkable lack of consideration, failing to place Bobo in a cool, ventilated area. What if he got sunburned? After silently reprimanding Lapus, Yuan grasped one of Bobo's feet and dragged him to a dim corner. Once he had completed this task, Yuan dusted off his hands, nodding with satisfaction. A good deed accomplished. Meanwhile, as Yuan concluded his benevolent act, Lazuli and Lapus had finished their discussion, resulting in Lapus sporting a bruised visage. Having conceded that he had spoken too loudly, the discourse unfolded as follows. Lazuli initiated with a left hook, followed by a right hook, then a thrust punch, and concluded with an uppercut, a rapid succession of strikes that left Lapus disoriented. His once sleek black hair now resembled a disheveled nest. Despite this defeat, Lapus found himself increasingly intrigued by the hyperbolic time chamber. Prior to today, he had considered himself the strongest in this realm. Little did he know, within the span of a single day, his sister's prowess had eclipsed his own. Is it truly possible to achieve such monumental progress in just a year of training? If so, how could Vegeta remain so weak? Thus, it was evident that the hyperbolic time chamber held some secrets. Approaching Yuan, Lapus looked up at him, annoyance evident in his tone. "Hey kid." He was exceedingly displeased. Just a day prior, he had been the second tallest and strongest in the group. Now, after merely a day apart, he had become the smallest. How could he tolerate this? While he could accept his sister's growth, it bewildered him that even this kid had transformed overnight from a mere child into a taller figure, and more alarmingly, he might become his brother-in-law. "I cannot interfere with your affairs, but if you wish to be my brother-in-law, you must first demonstrate your strength," Lapus asserted sternly. After all, without power, how could he protect his sister? Although Lapus understood that once Lazuli made her decision, there was little he could do to change it, he was resolute that without displaying some proficiency, he would never acknowledge Yuan as his brother-in-law. He held a firm belief in his ability to contend with Yuan. Lazuli surpassing him in strength seemed reasonable, as she had only been slightly weaker before. However, Yuan was a different matter entirely. His power had been so feeble just a day ago that a mere breath could have extinguished him. Lapus was unwilling to believe that in the short span of a year, Yuan could surpass him. "Very well, I shall compel you to acknowledge me as your brother-in-law," Moyuan declared earnestly, gazing intently at Lapus. Given that this was a trial posed by his own brother-in-law, it warranted his utmost seriousness. Hence, Moyuan resolved not to strike him. The two ascended to the heavens above the temple to engage in battle, primarily to avoid damaging the sacred structure. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lapus harbored an inexplicable sense that Li was gazing at him with pity. Chapter 30. Lapus activates his bloodline. Moments later, Lapus returned, having endured yet another bout of punishment. True to his word, Moyuan refrained from delivering any blows. However, Lapus's once loose garments now clung tightly to his form. He limped as he walked, his movements hindered, compounded by the bruises adorning his face from Lotzi Li's earlier remarks. He looked quite pitiable. After all, Lapus was his brother-in-law. Upon their return to the temple, Moyuan promptly administered healing to him. "I didn't know you possessed such talents," Lapus exclaimed, marveling at his fully restored body as he stretched. To his astonishment, his injuries had healed completely in mere seconds. Perhaps it was due to the superficial nature of his wounds, but the outcome was certainly unexpected. Moyuan smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "You have yet to discover many more surprises." Following this rigorous ordeal, Lapus was thoroughly convinced. With his sister under his protection, he felt a sense of security. Simultaneously, his curiosity regarding the Spirit Time House intensified. Regardless of the underlying reasons, there was no denying that both Moyuan and Lotzi Li had grown stronger. Thus, the Spirit Time House undoubtedly harbored extraordinary energy. Lapus could hardly contain his eagerness to enter. A year from now, he would undoubtedly be more formidable, perhaps even capable of overwhelming both of them. After all, he had previously surpassed them in strength. Given an equal year of cultivation, it was only natural that he would emerge even more powerful, right? Lost in his daydreams, a peculiar smile spread across Lapus's face. Observing her brother's odd expression as he gazed at the Spirit Time House, Lotzi Li sensed something was amiss. Based on her understanding of him, she concluded that he was undoubtedly concocting something mischievous. Thus, she turned to Moyuan and said, "I believe he is up to no good. He looks quite deserving of a beating." "Indeed," Moyuan agreed, nodding in affirmation. He then proposed, "Shall we give him another thrashing?" Their eyes met, and they shared a mutual understanding. Just as Moyuan and Lotzi Li prepared to strike, Lapus suddenly felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He turned to find his sister and her companion glaring at him with ominous intent. What do you intend to do?" The inexplicable sense of danger compelled him to take a step back. "What were you scheming just now?" Lotzi Li's calm tone instilled in Lapus a profound sense of unease. This feeling stemmed not from a mere display of strength, but rather from the oppressive aura of her bloodline. "I swear, I was thinking of nothing at all." "Humph, were you not just contemplating how, after cultivating in the Spirit Time House, you would surpass both of us?" "How did you know that?" As Lotzi Li unveiled her thoughts, Lapus was momentarily rendered speechless. A subtle smile danced upon Lotzi Li's lips as she gazed playfully at Lapus, remarking, "Now you understand." "What?" Lapus felt a tumult of emotions. His trembling finger directed at Lotzi Li, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. "Who would have thought that someone as astute as I could be deceived? Is this what it means to be cursed by fate? Why must both exist in this world?" Meanwhile, Moyuan and Lotzi Li stood with arms crossed, observing with detached amusement. After a prolonged silence, Lapus resignedly lowered his arms, closed his eyes, and relinquished his resistance. A myriad of feelings coalesced within him, ultimately crystallizing into a single thought: "Do not slap my face." In response to the final plea of her brother-in-law, Lotzi Li and Moyuan naturally obliged with utmost generosity. Thus, after a series of murmurs from Lapus, all was restored to harmony, as if nothing had ever transpired. If one were to overlook Lapus's corpulent form, Moyuan, as a considerate brother-in-law, offered Lapus a session of restorative treatment. Lapus, in turn, expressed profound gratitude, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Following their playful banter, their relationship grew significantly closer. Lapus was now ready to enter the Spirit Time House for cultivation. As only two individuals could enter at a time, Moyuan decided to accompany Lapus for a while, intending to instruct him in his practice and see if he could tap into the vital energy, thereby awakening the ancestral power dormant within him. As for Lotzi Li, she would remain outside with number 16. After all, Lotzi Li's current strength was sufficient to overpower anyone on Earth. Moreover, Moyuan did not need to remain for a full year. He merely needed to teach Lapus the art of cultivation. Once inside the Spirit Time House, Lapus was eager to begin his training. Moyuan explained the cultivation methods to him, and Lapus, living up to the high potential described by the seasoned practitioners, began his practice after just a brief explanation. Within a few short minutes, Moyuan sensed the vital energy emanating from him. Lapus had already attuned himself to the energy within, and all that remained was to absorb the energy from the environment to enhance his own. Most importantly, he sensed a unique form of energy, purer and more potent. Having learned from Moyuan, he suspected this energy to be the vital essence. Lapus felt his body yearning for this essence. Without hesitation, He began to absorb the vital energy that floated in the air around him. The energy, drawn to him, converged in an orderly fashion, seamlessly entering his being. Little by little, the vital essence nourished the latent power of his bloodline. Moyuan was somewhat astonished, while he was aware of Lapis's significant potential. He had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. To sense and absorb the vital energy during the very first cultivation session was remarkable. Of course, this could be attributed to the abundant energy present within the spirit-time house, yet it undeniably indicated Lapis's extraordinary potential. When it comes to the vitality within the mental time room, it is indeed abundant. Last time, Moyuan nearly drained the entire essence of the room. Yet after a period, the vitality rejuvenated itself. The rate at which the essence replenishes surpasses that of the outside world by countless times. As Lapis gradually absorbs the energy, the surrounding essence begins to thin. However, he finds himself unable to draw upon the more distant vitality. Once the nearby essence is fully absorbed, he must change his position to continue his intake. Observing this, Moyuan acted without hesitation. In an instant, his mind's eye enveloped the entire mental time room, summoning all the essence to converge upon them at remarkable speed. A tempest erupted within the room, igniting a storm of vitality. While Lapis was in the midst of his cultivation, he sensed the once scarce essence around him swell once more, even surpassing the levels prior to his training. So abundant, it was almost akin to an ocean of energy. Lapis, not lacking in wit, deduced that such a significant change could only be orchestrated by his somewhat inferior brother-in-law, for there was no one else present besides the two of them. With the issue of vitality resolved, Lapis could devote himself to his cultivation without reservations. He quickly cleared his mind, focused his spirit, and resumed his training. Chapter 31. Do you believe in light? In the realm of cultivation, days and nights lose their meaning, particularly within the confines of the mental time room. 2 months swiftly passed. At this juncture, Lapis had ceased his absorption of essence, having gathered enough to meet the activation conditions of his bloodline. Although he spent an additional month absorbing vitality compared to Moyuan, the amount he absorbed was merely 1/5 of what Moyuan had gathered. Upon awakening from his training, Lapis appeared composed, yet the joy in his eyes was undeniable. Following the activation of his bloodline, his combat strength doubled. However, this was not the source of his greatest elation. Beyond the augmentation of his combat prowess, the power of his bloodline allowed him to merge entirely with the perpetual energy core within him. From this moment onward, he could enhance the energy core through cultivation. In truth, the so-called infinite energy merely signifies that the recovery rate of the energy core exceeds its output. Yet, this also imposes a limitation on his attack intensity. Against opponents weaker than himself, Lapis could remain invincible, even exhausting them with his boundless energy and stamina. However, when faced with those more formidable, his so-called infinite energy becomes of little consequence. Otherwise, if he could genuinely achieve infinite energy, who would stand as his rival? Not even Cell, nor later on, Bu, could contend with him. Only beings like the God of Destruction or the Omni-King, wielding unique energies, could potentially defeat him. Moreover, the energy stored within the core has its limits. Without the activation of his bloodline, Lapis's perpetual energy core could not be strengthened through cultivation. He could only grow stronger by refining his chi. The ultimate function of the perpetual energy furnace was merely to ensure that it would not exhaust its energy. Beyond that, it served no other purpose. However, the situation has changed. The activation of the bloodline power has allowed it to merge completely with the perpetual energy furnace. No longer merely a product of technology, it has become an integral part of his very being. Through cultivation, he can absorb vital energy to enhance the furnace, accelerating its energy recovery rate, expanding its energy storage capacity, and eliminating any limitations on his own energy output. In essence, he can unleash all the energy within him in an instant, significantly augmenting his attack power. Nevertheless, this means that his energy is no longer infinite. It merely recovers at a rate several times faster than that of others. Of course, should he manage to regulate his energy output to remain below the recovery rate, he could achieve what might be termed infinite energy. However, this approach bears little significance when faced with formidable foes who cannot be easily vanquished. It is far more effective to amplify one's output and eliminate the enemy directly. Suppressing his joy, Lapith was about to rise from the ground when he noticed something even more exhilarating than his newfound strength. He felt that his previously well-fitting attire had grown somewhat snug. Discounting the possibility that he had been beaten during training, only one conclusion remained. His body had developed. Ecstatic, Lapith sprang to his feet. A sharp sound reverberated within the confines of the mental training room. Lapith exclaimed, "My pants have torn." After 2 months of rigorous training, Lapith's physique had rapidly transformed under the nurturing influence of vital energy. He had grown 20 centimeters taller, reaching an impressive height of 185 centimeters. No longer appearing as slender as before, although his muscles remained lean, they had certainly increased in size. His expanded frame had stretched his clothing to its limits. And as he exerted himself, the fabric could not withstand the pressure and tore apart. With a mechanical motion, Lapith turned his head towards the source of laughter, only to find his rather unrefined brother-in-law regarding him with a smirk. More precisely, he was staring at Lapith's torn trousers. Through the rip, one could faintly glimpse the handsome visage obscured by the fabric. "Ah, so you too believe in the light. Since your pants have torn, would you like me to get you a set of Ultraman-inspired attire?" Lapith retorted, "How absurd. After all, he had only been a teenager when he was transformed into a cyborg. Was it wrong for a boy of such tender years to believe in light? Was it truly a fault?" Moyuan, lacking professional training, could not contain himself any longer and burst into joyous laughter, clutching his belly. "I'm not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing." As if laughter alone were not enough, he conjured 3 sets of Ultraman costumes, presenting them to Lapith. "Do you prefer this blue set? Or perhaps the red one? Or maybe this delightful combination of red and blue?" In the vast expanse of pure white, 2 crimson beams of light intersected and collided. Each encounter reverberated through the air, producing thunderous echoes, while ripples, reminiscent of water waves, radiated outward from the point of impact. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, with winds howling and dust swirling chaotically. Fortunately, this realm of the time chamber lacked the towering edifices of the city. Otherwise, the residual force of their battle could have obliterated an entire metropolis. After an extended period, the tumultuous clash subsided, and the 2 crimson beams came to a halt, revealing their true forms. With a sudden surge of determination, Laplace charged forward, his fist hardened with resolve. In a swift motion, he struck Moyuan, sending him hurtling away, and the two immediately engaged in a scuffle. Their brawl resembled that of children, devoid of technique, each trading blows without restraint. Eventually, both combatants found themselves sprawled on the ground, sporting identical bruised visages. Moyuan, glancing at Laplace's injured face, couldn't suppress a grin. However, this fleeting amusement caused him to inadvertently aggravate his own wounds. "You brute, do you not know the etiquette of combat? One ought not to strike the face," he retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Look who is talking. You were the one who initiated the assault on my face, provoking me to retaliate." Laplace shot back, nursing his swollen features. "Well, you had it coming for mocking me," Moyuan declared, feigning indignation. "I was merely helping you realize your dreams." He continued, his tone earnest. "Imagine this. You don the costume of a hero, and then," he sprawled on the ground, arms posed dramatically, purple energy coalescing around his arms as he shouted, "Laplace beam." The violet light shot forth, painting the desolate space with vibrant hues. "How about that? I've even named your technique. Are you not moved?" Moyuan laughed heartily, clapping Laplace on the shoulder. Though Laplace's puffy visage betrayed no emotion, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, and his fists clenched tightly. "You scoundrel! I shall have my vengeance," he growled. "Hey, no need to hit the face," Moyuan protested. Meanwhile, in the outside world, events had unfolded during Moyuan's time in the time chamber. Cell unexpectedly encountered Vegeta and Trunks, having absorbed the life forces of hundreds of thousands of ordinary humans. Cell's power had reached parity with Piccolo. Together, Vegeta and Trunks found themselves outmatched. Fortunately, Piccolo sensed the escalating battle and arrived just in time. Otherwise, Cell would have absorbed both fighters. Upon Piccolo's arrival, Cell retreated, unwilling to take the risk despite his newfound strength. After all, Piccolo had brought with him the Senzu beans, allowing Vegeta and Trunks to recover their injuries almost instantaneously. Once safe, Trunks sighed in relief, only to discover something alarming. An essential item was missing from his possession. Chapter 32. Sister, oh sister, marvelous sister. They are Moyuan and Lapis. They have now resided in the Spirit Time House for half a year. The crimson flames enveloping their bodies represent the King's fist. After Lapis activated his bloodline, Moyuan imparted the King's Fist technique to him. With his ability to sense vital energy, Lapis swiftly mastered the technique. Boasting considerable physical strength, he can effortlessly activate the tenfold King's Fist without sustaining any injuries. However, surpassing this tenfold limit would impose strain on his body. The King's Fist enhances his aura, but does not accelerate the energy recovery of his core. Nevertheless, Lapis's natural energy recovery rate far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Even with a constant recovery speed, he can sustain the King's Fist state for extended periods. When Moyuan and Lapis deactivated the King's Fist, the red flames instantly extinguished. After 6 months of rigorous training, Moyuan's standard combat power has reached 500 million. Following the activation of his bloodline, Lapis's combat power doubled, and after an additional 4 months of training, it soared to an impressive 1.5 billion. Recently, Lapis activated the tenfold King's Fist, while Moyuan unleashed the 30-fold King's Fist, equalizing their combat power. Perhaps due to the fusion of 4 distinct bloodlines, Moyuan's physique is remarkably robust, enabling him to activate the 20-fold King's Fist without injury. Although the 30-fold King's Fist inflicts some damage on the body, Moyuan's formidable recovery ability allows him to recuperate swiftly. Through experimentation, Moyuan discerned that, with his physical prowess, as long as he does not exceed the 50-fold King's Fist, he would not incur significant harm. However, should he face a formidable adversary necessitating the use of a power greater than 50-fold, he possesses more prudent alternatives that do not involve self-damage. The day's training has concluded. Although activating his bloodline allows Moyuan to subsist solely on water like a Namekian, he still maintains the habit of eating. Lapis and Razi also adhere to this practice. Beyond savoring exquisite cuisine, what Moyuan cherishes most is the camaraderie of sharing meals with friends and family. Since the passing of his parents, he has been alone, and their departure has led him to close off his heart, reluctant to venture outdoors or forge new friendships. He harbors a profound yearning for companionship. He is a paradoxical soul. Only in the realm of the internet does he dare to unveil his true self. There, he has formed numerous friendships, seemingly bursting with conversation each day. Yet, if a local acquaintance suggests an in-person meeting, he finds myriad excuses to evade it. In truth, he wishes to attend but struggles to overcome his inner barriers. In the stillness of the night, when he steps away from his computer and sets aside his phone, the silence of his empty home is his sole companion. Does he relish solitude? No, he has merely grown accustomed to it. He longs to return to the days of the 3 of them together. Regrettably, time cannot reverse. Yet, upon arriving in this world, despite the omnipresent dangers, he has discovered love and family. Indeed, in the depths of Moyuan's heart, Lazili and the other 2, including number 16, were akin to family. If presented with the choice to return or remain in this realm, he would unhesitatingly choose to stay, for he had already found the one he wished to protect for a lifetime. The meal concluded amidst the playful tussle between Moyuan and Labai. No longer burdened by the need to fill his belly, Moyuan found that preparing food required no more than a modest portion. Leaning back in his chair, with a toothpick casually held in his mouth, he exuded an air of contentment, while Labai diligently cleared the table, adhering to the unspoken rule that the cook does not wash the dishes. It has been half a year, Labai. I am going out. Do you want me to call number 16 to keep you company? Are you leaving so soon? I can manage on my own, Labai replied. Moyuan, suddenly recalling a joyous thought, beamed with happiness, unabashedly expressing his feelings. I cannot help it. I miss my sister. Labai shot him a look of exasperation. Lazili is my sister. Then why don't you call her? Moyuan retorted dismissively. Labai, with an air of mock inquiry, asked. Then why don't you call me brother? Moyuan rolled his eyes. What would a single dog like you know about romance? He rose, patting Labai shoulder sympathetically. You simply cannot comprehend the virtues of a sister. Youth fails to appreciate the goodness of a sister, mistaking a maiden for treasure. Youth fails to recognize the allure of a sister, misplacing the bloom of youth. A sister is wonderful, a sister is delightful. She possesses long legs and a curvaceous form, relieving you of worries and treating you like a jewel. With a shake of his head, Moyuan turned to depart towards the door of the Spirit Time House. Beneath the Kalinta, a green, insect-like humanoid creature gazed upwards at the tower. They say gods dwell up there. I wonder if the taste of the divine is even more exquisite It cackled, licking its lips. With that, the creature, named Shalu, took flight with remarkable speed, ascending rapidly. Soon, he spotted a floating object resembling a small island. Without hesitation, he soared into the temple. Upon entering, Shalu was filled with astonishment as he beheld a figure he had long yearned for. To his disbelief, someone he had searched for tirelessly on the ground was now before him in the temple. Although Lazili had undergone a significant transformation during her year of training in the Spirit Time House, Shalu recognized her instantly. 18. Let us merge as one. Shala declared sincerely, uttering a chilling proposition. Who are you? Lazili inquired, her expression unreadable as she regarded Shalu. Even before Shalu ascended, Lazili had sensed his unusual aura, an amalgamation of various energies. Intrigued by this peculiarity, she was taken aback by the sight before her, confirming the strangeness of his presence. Faced with the inquiries of Lazili, Gero did not conceal anything and divulged the entire truth. Wait, you mentioned an underground laboratory? Which underground laboratory? Upon hearing Gero claim he emerged from such a place, Lazili was taken aback. Of course, it is the underground facility located beneath the laboratory where you have always resided. What about number 17? Where is he? Lazili ignored Gero's question, her mind pondering the veracity of his words. She had visited the underground laboratory herself, and aside from Moyuan, no other life forms existed there. Unless he had emerged before Moyuan, could he possibly be a failed experiment created by that old fool, who, by some mischance, had not been disposed of? The more Lazili considered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Moyuan did not require the absorption of others to achieve his complete form. Furthermore, this individual was undeniably unattractive, resembling a grotesque failure of cosmetic surgery, simply repulsive. Indeed, he must be a product of failure, Lazili concluded decisively. If he was a failure, then perhaps it was her duty to assist in his destruction. As she gazed at Gero, her eyes grew increasingly perilous. Meanwhile, Gero, still scanning the surroundings for Lapici, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 33. The Sun Fist proves its worth. 18. You should feel honored. Once I absorb you, a flawless and invincible superhuman will emerge in this world. The ultimate warrior that Dr. Gero has tirelessly pursued for years. Now immensely inflated in ego after absorbing countless individuals, Gero regarded Lazili with utter disdain. If she willingly allowed herself to be absorbed, it would be ideal. Otherwise, it would merely waste his time forcibly taking her energy. Oblivious to the growing chill in Lazili's gaze with each word he uttered, Gero continued his tirade. Flawless? Invincible ultimate warrior? Huh, what a joke. Lazili scoffed at Gero's claims. Though both were formed from the genetic material of various martial arts masters, Moyuan had achieved terrifying power through his own cultivation. In contrast, Gero's essence was tainted with the remnants of countless lives, revealing that his strength stemmed from the absorption of others' life force. Such reliance on external power indicated his inferiority. Moreover, Gero's strength was hardly impressive. Lazili wondered where he found the audacity to consider absorbing herself and Lapici. Ultimately, Lazili reached a conclusion. Gero was a dim-witted failure. Yet, Gero was not entirely devoid of intelligence. While he used his words to capture Lazili's attention, his tail stealthily gathered energy, poised for action. It seems you are unwilling, Gero remarked, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he noted Lazili's indifference. She remained expressionless, casting a frosty gaze upon him, completely silent. Not a single word he spoke warranted her belief. Since you are unwilling, I shall not insist. With those words, Shalu turned away as if to leave. However, at the very moment he turned, the needle-like tail behind him stirred, striking like a venomous serpent lunging from its lair toward Razili. It seemed that Razili was caught off guard, showing no attempt to evade. Join me in fusion. Shalu laughed maniacally, convinced of his impending victory. Yet, in the face of Shalu's seemingly inevitable strike, Razili felt nothing but boredom, even suppressing a yawn. Too slow. Shalu's sudden assault was, for Razili, exceedingly sluggish. Just as Shala's tail was about to make contact, Razili moved. The girl's pale, slender arm emerged from her bosom, and with what appeared to be a languid motion, she precisely grasped Shala's lightning-fast tail. What? The tail was seized with immense force, and Shalu was instantly taken aback, his triumphant visage replaced by alarm. Holding Shala's tail firmly, Razili scrutinized the needle-like tip. Is this the instrument you use to siphon human life energy? What are your intentions? Ignoring Shala's protests, Razali concentrated her energy, aggregating it in her hand, enveloping it in a pure white aura. Then, using her hand as a conduit, the energy spread along Shalu's tail. It burned. A searing sensation radiated from the tail. The agony from the burning elicited a scream from Shalu. Like a creature with a fiery posterior, he attempted to flee, yet his tail remained firmly grasped by Razali. Captured by such terrifying strength, Shalu could not extricate himself. Just as the excruciating pain threatened to engulf his entire being, he made a decisive choice, severing his own tail without hesitation. Drip, drip, purple blood trickled from the point of amputation to the ground. Shalu's eyes widened in disbelief at the recent turn of events. According to the data provided by Dr. Gero, he should have been stronger than Androids 17 and 18. Yet, under Android 18's assault, he found himself utterly powerless. This is impossible. Unbeknownst to Shalu, this timeline had already undergone significant alterations due to his and Trunks' arrival. Razali and Robbie's, even before their training, possessed strength that surpassed that of the future androids 17 and 18. Not to mention, they had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. With their current prowess, unless Shalu achieved his perfect form, he stood no chance against them. Of course, primarily due to Robbie's formidable strength. Now utterly devoid of combat spirit, Shalu only wished to escape, to continue absorbing humans, and once his power was sufficient, to return and absorb Razali. However, his desire to flee hinged upon Razali's consent. Though weakened, Shalu could still absorb humans to rapidly augment his strength. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to them. Moreover, this grotesque creature dared to fantasize about absorbing the siblings. He must not be allowed to escape. With unwavering determination, Lazuli launched the first strike. In an instant, she moved with remarkable speed, appearing behind Sheru. Her long, enticing legs transformed into lethal weapons, striking directly at Sheru's head. The vast disparity in strength left Sheru bewildered and unresponsive. When her kick connected, he felt as though his mind had turned to mush, momentarily losing consciousness. His body was propelled away as if struck by a speeding freight truck. Seizing the opportunity, Lazuli pursued the flung Sheru. And soon he experienced the sensation of being a soccer ball, with Lazuli relishing her newfound toy in midair. Though the toy was rather unattractive, it provided an exhilarating experience. Sheru found himself on the receiving end of relentless blows, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. This cannot continue. He would surely be killed. With a clear mind, Sheru recognized that once Lazuli had her fill of amusement, she would undoubtedly end his life. The fierce instinct for survival sharpened his thoughts, compelling him to seek any chance of escape. After a brief period of play, Lazuli decided it was time to finish Sheru off. She kicked him toward the ground, while a terrifying energy coalesced in her hand. Now was the moment. Seizing the opening as she struck, Sheru spread his arms wide beside his head. Solar flare. A blinding light erupted from Sheru. Though Lazuli's physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary beings due to her modifications, her eyes remained vulnerable. Suddenly, she was engulfed in a blinding whiteness, followed by a sharp pain that forced her to shut her eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Sheru swiftly suppressed his energy and fled into the forest, using the trees for cover to escape the area. Chapter 34. Confession, sister, what happened? Are you hurt? A familiar voice resonated in Lazuli's ears, causing her to lower her guard. As Moyuan emerged from the room of spirit and time, he discovered that Lazuli was no longer atop the temple. Number 16 had informed him that a green creature resembling an insect had found its way here, boasting intentions to absorb both Lazuli and Lapis to achieve its perfect form. Nevertheless, Sheru's power was evidently far inferior to Lazuli's, as he had been swiftly overpowered. From number 16's description, Moyuan recognized that the insect-like green creature was indeed Sheru. Although he understood that Lazuli's strength had certainly surpassed Sheru's, a sense of worry tugged at him. Having just emerged from the room of spirit and time, he sensed no signs of battle and thus felt compelled to act without delay, activating his inner eye. Soon, he spotted Lazuli beneath the Korin Tower. But there was no sign of Sheru nearby. He likely fled out of desperation. However, Lazuli's condition appeared concerning, and the thought that something might be amiss filled Moyuan's heart with trepidation. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately rushed to Lazuri's side with utmost speed. Lazuri herself was bewildered by her own feelings. Initially, she felt nothing out of the ordinary, but upon hearing Moyuan's voice, an inexplicable sense of grievance washed over her. Her small lips involuntarily pouted, and compounded by the sting in her eyes from being struck by the sun, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She presented a pitiful visage that evoked sympathy. Seeing Laziri in such a state, Yuan panicked, circling around her to inspect for injuries. Upon examination, he discovered that her eyes had sustained only a minor injury, which would soon heal. "Sister, please tell me where it hurts," Yuan implored, his voice tinged with urgency. Laziri took a deep breath to calm herself. "I'm fine," she replied in a soft, quivering tone. Indeed, aside from her eyes, she was unharmed. The only discomfort stemmed from the slight soreness in her foot after kicking Gero. Gero inquired, "Have you heard what people are saying?" As time passed, the discomfort in her eyes subsided, and the stinging sensation began to fade. Laziri slowly opened her eyes, tears still shimmering in her gaze. Her once bright and watery eyes were now truly glistening with tears, especially since Gero had managed to escape, leaving her in a sullen mood. "I'm glad you're okay," Yuan said, cradling Laziri's face and gently wiping away her tears with his fingertips. Laziri felt the warmth of Yuan's palm against her cheek, a comforting sensation. Gazing upon his handsome visage, she couldn't help but blush. The facade of sisterly authority she typically maintained in front of him dissipated in that moment. Yet, instead of feeling embarrassed, she experienced a gentle stirring within her heart. This sensation of being cherished felt quite delightful. Laziri not only welcomed this feeling, but savored it, albeit with a hint of shyness. Her youthful demeanor captivated Yuan, for this was the first time Laziri had shown such bashfulness around him. Typically, she behaved like a cheeky rascal teasing him. Noticing Yuan's captivated gaze, Laziri felt a mix of bashfulness and quiet delight. Attempting to maintain her composure, she playfully chided, "You fool, haven't you had enough of looking?" Suddenly, Yuan enveloped Laziri in his arms, holding her tightly, as if to merge their beings. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he whispered softly in her ear, "Not enough, a lifetime would not suffice." His words struck Laziri's heart like an arrow, and as she felt Yuan's warmth, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. She wrapped her delicate arms around his waist, and in that silence, everything was understood without words. Oh, right. After an undetermined amount of time, Laziri abruptly remembered the pressing matter at hand and hastily extricated herself from Yuan's embrace. She then recounted Gero's earlier words to him. Initially, Laziri had not given much thought to Gero's statements, but upon reflection, they seemed rather peculiar. For instance, he stated that he would come into existence after 24 years. However, the underground laboratory has already been annihilated. How could he, who is destined to appear only after 24 years, manifest himself now? He must be an alternate version of myself from another timeline. What? Lazili found it somewhat incredulous. After all, Yuan and Cell could not be said to resemble each other. They were entirely dissimilar. Aside from the fact that they were both synthesized from other beings' cells, their appearances, auras, and every other aspect were completely distinct. Moreover, Cell needed to absorb their siblings to evolve into his perfect form. If Yuan also required absorption, he would have achieved it long ago. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Lazili was utterly unguarded against Yuan. Furthermore, given his current strength, even the combined might of her and Lapus would not suffice to defeat him. In such circumstances, Yuan refrained from attacking them, indicating that he had no intention of doing so. Indeed, Yuan nodded solemnly, his expression grave. He resolved to divulge part of the truth, aside from his time-traveling nature. He would be completely forthright with Lazili. According to the information provided by the computer, I should not have been able to come into existence so soon. And it also stated that absorbing you would enable me to become a perfect being. Perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstance, I have come into existence prematurely. And I have discovered that the information from the computer differs from reality. I can attain perfection solely through cultivation, without the need to absorb you. Lazili was taken aback entirely. However, the disparity between you is too great. He is so unattractive. How could he possibly share the same mother? According to the computer's information, Dr. Gero did indeed design me to look that way. Yet, sister, you must trust me. I would never harm you. Yuan's gaze fixed intently on Lazili, fear gnawing at him, fearing that she might not believe his words and distance herself from him because of this revelation. It must be said that Yuan's statement profoundly impacted Lazili. Nevertheless, she still believed in him. The reasoning remained the same. If Yuan truly intended to harm them, He would have had ample opportunities to do so, both previously and now. Yet, he had refrained, which is why Lazuli placed her trust in him. It's all right. Sister believes in you. Sensing Yuan's inner turmoil, Lazuli gently embraced him, offering words of comfort. However, Cell is indeed a troublesome foe. He will undoubtedly devise a means to target me and lap us, Lazuli expressed her concern. After all, no one knows how powerful Cell can become by absorbing humans. In just one day, he absorbed hundreds of thousands of people, becoming stronger than he was before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. With billions of people on Earth, how formidable would he become if he absorbed them all? Do not worry. I will deal with Cell, Yuan declared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Lazuli and Lapus are his family, and he would not permit anyone to harm them. From earlier, his inner vision had remained open, encompassing the entirety of the Earth. Under the scrutiny of his inner sight, Cell had nowhere to hide. Now, Gero has traversed more than half the globe, finding himself on the opposite side of the Earth. However, if he were to fly at full speed, it would merely take him a few minutes. Wait, how did he acquire that object? Suddenly, Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 35. Gero escapes to the future time-space. What has happened? Yuan's reaction instilled a sense of unease in Lazuli. Yuan observed Gero abruptly come to a halt, from which he produced a small box seemingly from nowhere. Subsequently, he retrieved a universal capsule from within it. After a billow of thick smoke, a peculiar machine materialized on the ground. This machine was none other than the time machine that Trunks had lost. Gero was taken aback. He had not anticipated the strength of the artificial beings in this world. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as an inner voice urged him to flee this place. The reality of this world diverged entirely from the historical memories he possessed. An additional android, number 16, and the terrifying strength of the android surpassed anything recorded in history. All these factors spoke of the extraordinary nature of this time-space. It was as if Gero had not encountered Yuan, nor the Lapis within the room of spirit and time. Otherwise, he would have comprehended the true meaning of cruelty. The thought of leaving this place stirred a sense of reluctance within Gero, as he had yet to attain his complete form. Yet, time was not on his side. Remaining in this time-space posed a constant threat to his life. It would be wiser to depart in search of other possibilities. Moreover, he had encountered a grown Trunks. Gero was no stranger to Trunks. In his original time, he had been the one to end Trunks' life. Thus, the Trunks present in this time-space was undoubtedly the Trunks from the third timeline. The presence of Trunks indicated that the androids number 17 and number 18 from the third timeline had yet to be eradicated. Furthermore, he had obtained the time machine from Trunks. Gero devised a plan. He would first venture into the third timeline to absorb those two androids. After achieving his complete form, he would return to this time-space. The strength of the androids in this realm was formidable. Should he absorb them, he might even surpass his complete form, evolving into an existence more powerful than before. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Gero's lips. Then, with unwavering resolve, he severed his lower body. He did not mean to imply anything unusual. He simply could not fit his entire form into the time machine. During his previous journey to this time-space, he had chosen to regress into an egg, a decision that proved utterly irrational and resulted in a waste of several years. Endowed with the capabilities of the Namekians, he could have easily minimized himself on a physical level and returned to his original form after traversing time. Manipulating his upper body into the time machine, he pressed a few buttons on the device. Finally, he cast a lingering gaze upon this world. I shall return. The time machine vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the lower half of Cell and a pool of violet blood. How infuriating! I was just a moment too late. Not long after Cell's departure arrived. Upon witnessing Cell extracting the time machine, he had no time to explain to Lazuli and hurried over at full speed. Alas, he was still a step behind. Gazing at the severed limb on the ground, felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that Cell would acquire a time machine. Such an event was absent from the original narrative. It seems that my presence has altered this timeline. Aside from the abandoned time machine Cell arrived with, the only other time machine on Earth belonged to Trunks. Peering through his inner vision, he noticed that Trunks was currently at Bulma's residence in West City, where she was busy repairing the discarded time machine. It is highly likely that the time machine Cell utilized originated from Trunks. With a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a key wave, disintegrating the severed limb to prevent environmental contamination. Although it was regrettable that Cell had escaped, felt no fear. After all, who among them was not a complete being? He was confident in his own strength. Taking into account his year of training in the underground laboratory, along with a year and a half spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, had devoted a total of 2.5 years to martial arts practice. With such a solid foundation, he welcomed any challenge. Nevertheless, this incident instilled a sense of vigilance within him. The world he inhabited was a tangible reality. His presence would inevitably bring about changes, and nothing would unfold as it had in the original narrative. Just like today, he had assumed Cell would not escape his grasp, thus refraining from pursuing him immediately, allowing Cell to flee. Little did he anticipate that Cell would acquire a time machine and escape to another timeline. Took this lesson to heart. He must never commit such a blunder again. Meanwhile, in West City, Trunks was in a state of distress, unable to sit still. The loss of the time machine filled him with dread. He feared that Cell might venture into the future timeline. Without him present, the Earth of the future would be as vulnerable as a ripe fruit, easily crushed by anyone. Thoughts of his mother weighed heavily on him, and Trunks dared not delve deeper. He had lost the motivation to train alongside Vegeta, consumed only by the desire to wait for Bulma to repair the time machine, so he could return to the future timeline. No matter what, he must thwart that monster. In the future timeline, amidst a desolate wasteland, a peculiar machine materialized from thin air. Its transparent cover slowly lifted, revealing a green creature with only half a body drifting out. Were an ordinary person to witness this scene, they would surely believe they had encountered a ghost. This half-bodied monster, still dripping violet liquid from its severed waist, instilled fear in all who beheld it. Taking a deep breath, Cell inhaled the scent of war and the essence of death. Chuckle, chuckle. Chuckle Cell wore an expression of rapture, licking his lips. The allure of this flavor was utterly irresistible. Androids 17 and 18, I shall soon come for you. You must have been anticipating this moment for quite some time, haven't you? Chuckle, chuckle. Chuckle Cell envisioned himself absorbing the two androids, transforming into his perfect form, and could not help but burst into laughter. After a while, Cell finally calmed his excitement. It was time to attend to business. Channeling the energy within him, his lower half grotesquely emerged from the fracture. He then stowed away the time machine, for it was essential for his return to that timeline. However, Cell encountered an issue. The energy source of the time machine had been depleted. The remaining energy had only sufficed to bring him to this timeline, leaving no surplus for his return. Fortunately, Cell was aware that there was someone who could remedy this predicament. The energy issue was trivial. What truly mattered was absorbing androids 17 and 18. As for the strength of the androids in this timeline, Cell held no concern. He had already encountered Trunks from this timeline, and if Trunks could survive for so many years against the androids with his limited power, it was evident that the androids here were likely comparable to those from his own timeline. They could not possibly be overwhelmingly stronger. Chapter 36. The Onslaught of Androids' Gunfire. Explosions and screams composed the symphony of doom. In this realm steeped in death and despair, humanity could only cower in dark corners, too fearful to reveal themselves. Gray became the prevailing hue of this world. In a clandestine underground refuge for humans, a middle-aged woman with short blue hair, clad in a white lab coat, wielded her tools with diligence, sweating profusely over a machine. After a considerable time, she paused, wiping the sweat from her brow, a weary yet joyful smile illuminating her haggard visage. At last, she had succeeded. With this nutrient extraction machine, the dire shortage of food could finally be addressed. In this apocalyptic era, humanity could scarcely manage to cultivate crops. Androids could appear at any moment, rendering it impossible for people to remain securely in one location for any length of time. They were forced to subsist on wild animals and foraged greens. As for the supplies in the cities, after 20 years of android incursions, either they had been obliterated or were far too old to consume. While wild resources were abundant, the threat of android attacks necessitated that foraging parties operate in small, covert groups. This approach indeed reduced the likelihood of detection by the androids, yet yielded significantly lesser food. Most individuals were barely managing to stave off starvation, often going entire days with only one meager meal, insufficient to satisfy their hunger, merely enough to prevent death by starvation. Bulma picked up a piece of wood, placed it into the machine, and pressed the switch. The machine whirred to life. 2 minutes later, a transparent liquid, resembling water, was produced. Bulma lifted the cup of nutrient solution to her nose for a whiff. The scent of wood cannot be deemed unpleasant, yet it also lacks any fragrant allure. Bulma consumed the nutrient solution in one swift gulp, the bitter taste enveloping her palate akin to medicine. However, this bitterness did little to dampen her spirits. She savored the flavor as if it were a sweet delicacy. After ingesting the nutrient solution, Bulma could distinctly feel her bodily functions revitalizing, akin to having enjoyed a hearty meal. Despite the unpalatable taste, at least she was no longer hungry, was she not? Trunks' voice abruptly ceased. Just as Bulma was about to share her joy with her son, she was jolted by the realization that he had embarked on a journey through the time machine to another dimension in search of the strength to vanquish the androids. The thought of her son stirred a wave of concern within her. Days had passed, and she wondered how he fared in that foreign realm. Had Goku's ailment been cured? And what of Vegeta? The mere thought of him made Bulma shake her head in resignation, hoping he could set aside his pride, albeit knowing such a notion was far-fetched. After all, he was none other than Prince Vegeta of the Science, was he not? Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a cacophony of explosive sounds echoed from outside. The ground's violent quaking toppled Bulma's already weakened form. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired, over the past 2 decades. She had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Remaining calm, she rose from the ground and began to gather her belongings, packing everything into her capsule. "Dr. Bulma," a voice called, accompanied by hurried footsteps. A group of armed individuals rushed in, and a bearded man inquired, "Dr. Bulma, we must evacuate immediately. The androids have arrived." Bulma nodded and replied, "Yes, I have packed everything. Are the others assembled?" "They are ready. We can depart as soon as you arrive." "Then let us not delay. We must leave at once." After years of fleeing, they dared not waste a moment. Their movements were swift and decisive as they soon convened with the others. Thanks to Trunks' protection and Bulma's frequent inventions of machines to aid human survival, their ranks had swelled to nearly 1,000. While this number may seem modest, it constituted the largest congregation on Earth. Any further increase would risk exposing their whereabouts, making it all too easy for the androids to discover them. Thus, they had no choice but to disperse into smaller outposts to avoid being eradicated in one fell swoop. Bulma regularly devised machines for Trunks to deliver to other outposts, ensuring humanity's continued survival on Earth. Outside, the relentless sounds of gunfire and explosions permeated the air. Children huddled in their mothers' embraces, trembling with fear, while adults clutched their offspring tightly, their faces etched with terror. Despite having experienced such moments countless times, the fear within remained insurmountable. "Daya, come here," bellowed the bearded elder to a young man not far off. "What is it, uncle?" Daya responded promptly, along with a group of other young men. The elder unstrapped the rifle from his shoulder and handed it to Daya. "Take this. It shall be entrusted to you from now on." Following suit, the other elders relinquished their rifles to the younger generation, leaving only a few grenades in their possession. Daya's eyes welled with tears at their actions. This scene had been a recurring reality for them. Whenever the androids attacked, the older ones would stay behind to confront the threat, while the youth would seize the weapons and lead others to safety. Rather than a defense, it felt more like a sacrifice to satiate the bloodlust of the androids. Once they had had their fill, they would depart. This had been the pattern for the past 2 decades. Otherwise, humanity would have long been annihilated. The androids played with humans like a cat toying with a mouse, gradually stripping them of their will to resist before devouring them whole. The bearded elder placed a reassuring hand on Daya's shoulder, calmly urging him not to be sorrowful. "We have survived for 20 years, that is enough." The other elders mirrored his gesture, fully aware of what lay ahead. Yet, there was no hint of fear among them. Their actions were merely a means to ensure the survival of humanity's ember. "Move out," commanded the elder with resolute authority. Everyone proceeded in an orderly fashion. The elders followed closely behind him, their determined gazes, steadfast strides, and fearless convictions coalescing into an imposing aura that stirred the heart. With firm steps, they advanced towards the exit. Daya watched their retreating figures, tears streaming down his face like a leaky faucet. Bulma, with tears in her eyes, gently patted Daya's back in silence. Suddenly, Daya raised his head and shouted, "Uncle, what is your name?" Creak. The door swung open, yet the bearded elder continued forward without pause. Once outside, they shut the door behind them. Just as the door was about to close, leaving only a narrow gap, a clear voice reached Daya's ears. Sloan. Chapter 37. The formidable androids bang. The door slammed shut, and the figures of the elders vanished. "Sloan? Uncle Sloan." A radiant smile broke through Daya's tear-stained face. This was the first time he learned the name of Uncle Sloan. It had been 10 years. Each time he inquired about the elder's name, the response was always the same. Names are inconsequential. Just call me Uncle. No one in the stronghold knew his name. The older generation referred to him simply as the bearded elder, while the youth called him Uncle. Since Uncle Sloan rescued him from the ruins a decade ago, Dia had remained by his side. Years have passed, and in his heart, he has come to regard Sloan as a father figure. Wiping away the tears from his face, he realizes there is no time for sentimentality. They must hasten their departure. Otherwise, the sacrifices made by their comrades would be rendered meaningless. Gero raised the weapon entrusted to him by Uncle Sloan and bellowed, "Let's go." Bulma, too, stifled her sorrow, silently chastising herself for her inadequacies. As a brilliant scientist, her skills were regrettably narrow in focus. Though she had the capability to create a machine that could traverse time and space, her contributions to weaponry had been disappointingly meager. Furthermore, being relentlessly pursued by androids left her with scant resources for weapon research, resulting in the production of only ordinary armaments over the years. While these weapons were indeed stronger than their predecessors, they proved utterly ineffective against the androids, inflicting no more than superficial damage, even if the androids stood still and allowed them to strike. Ultimately, these weapons had become little more than tools for hunting. Boom. The golden-haired girl and the dark-haired boy unleashed beams of light from their hands, each impact resulting in violent explosions that bathed the surroundings in a crimson glow. As they beheld the fiery display, a faint smile graced their faces, as though they were spectators at a grand fireworks show. Not far from them, several weathered faces peered from behind rocks, intermittently emerging to unleash gunfire upon them. These marksmen were skilled. 7 or 8 out of every 10 bullets found their mark. Yet, the bullets struck as though against impenetrable steel, producing sparks but inflicting no harm. The boy and girl, seemingly perturbed by the incessant barrage, raised their hands and directed beams of light toward the assailants' hiding spots. Flames flickered, leaving behind charred remains. Damn it! Just emerging from the stronghold, Sloan witnessed this scene. His eyes wide with rage. An inferno of fury ignited within him. He retrieved a grenade and hurled it towards the androids with all his might. Upon seeing the grenade hurtling towards him, Number 17 scoffed, dismissively aiming to swat it away. However, at the moment his hand made contact with the grenade, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and a blinding light streamed through the fissures, illuminating the faces of 17 and 18. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the land, a small mushroom cloud rising skyward. The shockwave from the blast sent Sloan and his companions sprawling to the ground, hundreds of meters away. It's a hit. Sloan lay on the ground, his face alight with hope as he gazed at the mushroom cloud. This grenade had been crafted by Bulma, using an immense amount of resources, its power magnitudes greater than that of a standard grenade. Observing the colossal explosion it had unleashed, Sloan dared not claim that it would annihilate the androids in one fell swoop, but surely it would inflict some injury upon them, wouldn't it? Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate. Sloan and his companions fixed their gaze upon the epicenter of the explosion. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed in the wind, 2 shadowy figures emerged, barely discernible. How could this be? Once the smoke cleared, Sloan and his group stared in disbelief at the 2 figures standing resolutely amidst the chaos. The humanoids, arms crossed, wore mocking smiles, their bodies seemingly unscathed save for tattered clothing. Although Sloan's group had not directly confronted any humanoids before, they had surmised their formidable nature. Yet, they had not anticipated that even such a powerful grenade would inflict no harm upon them. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. They couldn't help but question whether humanity could truly vanquish these 2 monstrosities. 17 brushed off the dust from his clothing, expressing his boredom. 18, I no longer wish to continue this game. It has grown tiresome. In response, 18 nodded slightly, acknowledging the monotony. Indeed, let us eradicate humanity and venture to another planet for amusement. Their casual demeanor suggested that the annihilation of humanity was a trivial matter. Well then, let's proceed. 18 had no objections to 17's proposal. After 2 decades of this relentless game of hunting humans, she had long since lost interest. It was time to engage in a new pastime. Perhaps the eradication of humanity, or the destruction of Earth. A cruel smile crept across 18's charming visage, as she resolved to abandon this game. 17 and 18 were equally disinclined to squander time in this place. They intended to swiftly eliminate all of humanity on Earth, starting with these insignificant ants before them. Sloan and his companions, witnessing the cruel expressions on the humanoids' faces, instinctively knew their malicious intent. "Stop them," Sloan bellowed as he drew a grenade and hurled it towards the humanoids. The dozen or so individuals behind him also produced grenades, launching a barrage towards the foes. 17 and 18 appeared utterly unfazed, allowing the grenades to strike them without any apparent effect. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated incessantly. As they gazed at the humanoids seemingly buried beneath the debris of the blasts, Sloan dared not relax his vigilance. He understood that these grenades were futile. However, they never entertained the notion of exterminating the humanoids. Their intention was merely to delay them, granting others a chance to escape. For reasons unknown, a foreboding sensation gripped Sloan, particularly the mocking grin on the humanoids' faces before the explosions, an image that haunted his mind like a nightmare. "Quickly, throw the grenades. We must use them all." "I have none left." "I've thrown them all," came the replies from his comrades. Each asserted that their grenades were spent. The depletion of their grenades signified their utter lack of weaponry. Sloan's group braced themselves, preparing to confront the humanoids with nothing but their bare hands. "Get out of the way." Sloan caught a glimpse of flickering lights amidst the smoke, and he gasped in astonishment. In an instant, panic ensued, and everyone scattered. Concurrently, a beam of light erupted from the haze, striking precisely where the crowd had just stood. In a heartbeat, the ground was blasted into a massive crater, approximately 10 meters wide. Several individuals who were slow to escape were instantly obliterated, while others suffered grievous injuries, their legs shattered. Damn it! Seeing the grim fate of his companions, Sloan was consumed by fury. Numbers 17 and 18 relished the expression of rage and helplessness on Sloan's face, deriving an inexplicable sense of satisfaction from the sight of their prey's despair. They raised their hands once more, their index fingers glowing ominously. "Get down," Sloan shouted in alarm, urgently warning his comrades. Numbers 17 and 18 coldly observed the frantic escape of the others, their lips curling into sinister smiles. With a swift motion, beams of light shot forth from their fingertips, as swift as lightning. Suddenly, Sloan felt a searing pain in his chest. He looked down to see a ray of light piercing through him. He staggered forward a few steps before collapsing, utterly powerless. In that fleeting moment, he imagined his parents beckoning him from afar. "Mom, Dad, are you finally here to take me home?" Sloan realized his time was short. His heart had been shattered. Yet, he found solace in knowing they had bought enough time for everyone else to escape. Surely, they were safe now. With a sigh of relief, Sloan slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, not of regret, but of liberation. "Dia, you must live on." Chapter 38, The End of Humanity? In the wilderness, a convoy of over 100 vehicles raced forward at breakneck speed, while above them, a blonde girl and a dark-haired boy floated in the air, closely pursuing. Damn it! Dia slammed his hands on the steering wheel in frustration. What did these two androids want? They had been tailing them for the past half hour without launching an attack, merely following closely behind. Initially, they had considered scattering the convoy and fleeing in different directions. However, whenever a vehicle strayed from the group, the hovering androids obliterated both the vehicle and its occupants. Dia changed direction. "Ahead is a dead end," Bulma warned, furrowing her brow as she examined the map. "All right." Dia swiftly turned the steering wheel, preparing to alter their course. Just as he executed the turn, a beam of light descended from the sky, striking the ground not far ahead and creating a colossal crater in what had been a relatively flat terrain. With a loud crash, debris flew from the explosion, shattering the windshield into a spiderweb of cracks. At that moment, Bulma and Dia finally comprehended the android's intentions. They were being herded toward a cliff. Dia gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes narrowing in despair at the sight of the massive pit before them. Yet, they had no options left. To remain still would mean immediate death. Continuing forward? That merely postponed the inevitable. "Dr. Bulma, let us fight back against them," Dia exclaimed through clenched teeth, unable to contain his rage any longer. "The androids have caught up," indicating that the one he regarded as his father, Uncle Sloan, has already fallen victim to them. Now, they must endure their mockery. Since death is inevitable, it is better to confront them head-on. Dia continued, "Doctor, please remain in the vehicle. We will draw the attention of the androids and find a way to divert them." "No," Bulma replied without a moment's hesitation. Dia looked at Bulma earnestly and declared, "Doctor, Bulma, you are the hope of humanity. Without you and Lord Trunks, we would have perished long ago, either from starvation or at the hands of the androids. Our deaths would be inconsequential, but your survival is crucial for the continuation of humanity in this desolate world. For the future of mankind, I implore you. Dia understood that without Trunks' protection and Bulma's inventions, they would never have endured in this hellish existence for so long. Ultimately, Bulma relented under Dia's pleading gaze. Once she agreed, Dia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then grasped his weapon and opened the car door. Stepping outside, he raised his gun and shouted, "Brothers, we shall fight." In their stronghold, most of the older members had already made the ultimate sacrifice. The remaining armed fighters were predominantly youthful, in their teens or early 20s. These young men, filled with vigor and rage, had long been tormented by the androids, igniting a fierce fury within them. At that moment, fear was a foreign concept. They were ready to challenge even the heavens themselves. Thus, upon hearing Dia's command, they rushed from the vehicle, guns raised, aiming at the androids above. Fire! At Dia's command, everyone immediately unleashed their weapons. Bullets poured forth like a torrent, saturating the airspace where androids 17 and 18 hovered. Indifferent, the androids crossed their arms, too bored to evade the feeble assault, allowing the bullets to strike them. How dull, Android 17 remarked, finding the weak attack akin to mere tickling, provoking his disdain. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a small energy sphere that plummeted into the crowd below. A tremendous explosion erupted, illuminating the sky. The speed and power of the blast were so overwhelming that the fighters had no time to evade. Several young warriors perished instantly, and nearby vehicles were obliterated in the chaos. "Run!" Dia shouted. As if rehearsed, everyone scrambled back into the vehicles. The occupants wasted no time. They opened the sunroofs and thrust their heads out, firing wildly at the androids above. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances. A smirk crept across Android 17's face. "Let us play with them. Let us see who can kill more." With that, Android 18 dashed forward, her hands radiating brilliant light. Energy spheres erupted from her palms. Boom. Boom. Ha ha. Android 18 laughed maniacally. She did not even take aim, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts from her hands, the speed of which rivaled that of a Gatling gun. As one who possessed boundless energy, she had no need to concern herself with depletion. When in dire straits, a single shot would suffice. When abundant, a barrage would ensue. It was evident that she belonged to the latter category. The cacophony of explosions reverberated incessantly, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Soon, the vicinity spanning several kilometers became enveloped in a dense shroud of smoke. Finally, she ceased her frenzied onslaught. Under her relentless firepower, not a single inch of land within that radius remained untouched. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a desolate landscape, pockmarked like the surface of the moon. Vehicles and people were nowhere to be found, not because they had fled, but because they had been utterly reduced to dust amidst the explosions. Devil, monster, demon, they are demons. Mom, I'm scared. Witnessing this scene, humanity was gripped by terror. Those with fragile psyches trembled uncontrollably, utterly drained of strength. At that moment, number 17 descended from the sky, a person in his grasp. Bulma. Seeing the individual in number 17's clutches, Gero was instantly stricken with panic. He had not anticipated that the android would directly target Bulma. Number 17 cast Bulma to the ground, stating coolly, "No wonder you all went to such lengths to draw us away. It was for her." Number 17 recognized Bulma from the files provided by Dr. Gero. A prodigious scientist, Bulma was also the mother of Trunks, who had thwarted their plans on several occasions. It was no surprise that these humans would risk their lives for her. Unable to contain himself any longer upon witnessing Bulma's capture, Dia charged forward, his weapon spitting fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. All the bullets struck number 17. "Annoying ants," he scoffed, his eyes glinting with menace. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Dia, delivering a seemingly casual punch to Dia's abdomen. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant blow curled Dia's body into a painful arc. Blood mixed with bile erupted from his mouth. Dia felt as if his very insides were being churned, strength draining from him as consciousness began to fade. After vanquishing Dia, number 17 disregarded him and strode directly toward Bulma. He grasped her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. "Didn't you wish to protect her? Come on," number 17 taunted. The young warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, yet dared not fire, for number 17 held Bulma before him. A shot would surely injure her, and besides, firearms were ineffective against androids. They could only watch helplessly, paralyzed by their inability to act. Heh, it seems you no longer wish to save her. With no one making a move, number 17 began to exert pressure. As his hand constricted, Bulma struggled to breathe, her face turning a deep shade of purple from the lack of oxygen. Bulma grasped at Android 17's hand, attempting to pry it away. Yet, her strength was no match for his. Gradually, her struggles waned, and her consciousness began to blur. In that moment, she longed to see her son one last time. Alas, no, I cannot allow you to end her life. Chapter 39, Heroic Cell. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed in her ear. She felt the grip around her neck loosen, and she collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. At last, I have found you, Androids 17 and 18. The ominous voice rang out once more. Bulma lifted her gaze to see a towering green figure before her. Her first instinct was to think it was Piccolo. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that apart from the similar hue, this being bore no resemblance to him. His green skin was dotted with numerous black spots, his wings reminiscent of an insect, and his face strikingly insect-like as well. Overall, he evoked a sense of grotesqueness and revulsion. This insectoid figure had seized the very hand that had been choking her. Understanding dawned upon Bulma. She had been rescued by him. Instantly, she found his appearance more agreeable. "Who are you?" she inquired. The creature, hearing her question, turned its gaze and replied, "I am Cell, a friend of Trunks, sent by him to deal with these two androids." "Trunks?" Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. "Where is he?" "Trunks is in another timeline. You are aware of the size constraints of the time machine, I presume? It is already quite challenging to accommodate me. So he is waiting in another timeline for me to bring back good news," Cell continued, weaving his tale. Bulma glanced at Cell's towering form, now more inclined to believe his words. "Very well, we shall discuss further once you have dealt with these androids." She wished to ask more, but before she could speak, Cell interrupted her. However, Bulma was not unreasonable. She recognized that this was not the time for idle chatter. Nodding, she acquiesced, "All right," and retreated to join the others. "You grotesque creature, who are you?" Android 17 demanded, his hand firmly ensnared by Cell, unable to escape, filled with dread. "Your power is quite feeble," Cell taunted, reveling in the sensation of Android 17's strength, which matched the data provided by Dr. Gero. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he regarded androids 17 and 18 as if they were delectable morsels. To Cell, they were no different from a sumptuous feast, destined to be consumed. "You bastard! You hideous creature, perish!" Angered by Cell's mockery and his dismissal of his strength, Android 17 erupted in fury. He had always looked down upon others. When had it ever been the turn of others to disdain him, and to be scorned by a hideous creature at that? Number 17 leapt into action, summoning every ounce of strength to deliver a fierce kick to Cell. Caught in a moment of delusion, Cell was momentarily oblivious, and was sent hurtling away by number 17's strike. He flew through the air as if struck by a cannonball, crashing into a mountain peak miles away, shattering it into fragments. Surely, this was a jest? The bystanders were once again awed by the power of the androids. Bulma stood in stunned silence. The very being who had just rescued her had been so effortlessly defeated? "Wait, look over there." Suddenly, a voice cried out, and everyone turned to follow the direction indicated. A green figure was swiftly approaching them. In no time, Cell reappeared before them, unscathed, as though he had never been struck at all. He touched the spot where number 17 had kicked him and grinned. "Not bad." That actually stung a little. Realizing the gravity of the situation, number 17 understood he was no match for Cell. He exchanged a knowing glance with number 18. As twins, they shared a special telepathic bond, comprehending each other's thoughts with a mere look. In unison, they executed a high-speed maneuver, appearing beside Cell in an instant. They launched simultaneous attacks from either side. "Watch out!" The nearby humans gasped in alarm. Yet Cell remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Bang! Bang! Number 17 and number 18 each delivered powerful kicks to the sides of Cell's neck. "Impossible!" they exclaimed, their faces a picture of horror. They had held nothing back. Yet their blows felt as though they had struck an impenetrable stone. The rock remained unscathed, and they could only feel their own feet go numb from the impact. Although Cell appeared defenseless on the surface, his energy was already coursing through every muscle in his body. Upon arriving in this timeline, Cell had sought out androids 17 and 18, and had not wasted the opportunity to absorb every human he encountered along the way, further augmenting his power. His combat strength had now skyrocketed to an astonishing 800 million. In contrast, the combat strength of the androids 17 and 18 in this timeline was merely 400 million, a mere half of Cell's. This disparity in power was like an insurmountable chasm. Even without defense, number 17's full-force strike had only managed to push Cell back, without inflicting any injury. Now that Cell was actively defending himself, they were not only incapable of pushing him back, they were not even worthy of making him move. Cell's mocking laughter pierced the fragile egos of the two androids. After 2 decades of dominance on Earth, this was the first time they had been looked down upon. In an instant, they lost their composure. Their limbs became mere blurs as they launched a relentless series of assaults against Cell. Amidst the flurry of strikes and energy assaults, Cell stood resolute like a formidable mountain, impervious to the tempest around him. His might was astounding. The android's attacks were rendered futile, having no effect whatsoever. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Lord Cell shall be my idol. Wasn't your idol Dr. Bulma and Lord Trunks? Does having a girlfriend preclude me from acknowledging a sister? In an instant, Cell's image grew exponentially in the minds of those present. Even his grotesque, insect-like visage was perceived as strikingly cool. 5 minutes elapsed. Cell, having toyed enough, struck with the precision and venom of a serpent, swiftly ensnaring the legs of androids 17 and 18. With the force of a hammer, he lifted them high before slamming them into the ground. Boom! A massive pit, over 10 meters deep, formed instantaneously. The androids lay at the bottom like 2 lifeless dogs, their garments tattered, their bodies riddled with countless wounds, resembling shattered porcelain dolls. Damn it! Despite the excruciating pain, androids 17 and 18 mustered their strength to rise from the ground. Their gazes towards Cell had shifted, now laced with profound fear. They were terrified. Cell's overwhelming power had awakened the scent of death within them. Their fighting spirit had evaporated, and all they longed for was to flee from this place. Energy coalesced in their hands, and 2 energy blasts erupted from their palms, but their target was not Cell. Rather, it was the ground nearby. The blasts detonated upon impact, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 androids, as if in perfect accord, swiftly escaped amidst the obscuring smoke, darting in opposite directions. By the time the haze dissipated, they had vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. Cell achieves perfection. What? The androids have fled. Upon realizing their disappearance, Bulma could not help but exclaim, "Hee hee, they cannot escape." Cell remained remarkably calm, showing no surprise at their flight. In fact, their ability to escape was entirely by Cell's design. Otherwise, with his combat prowess, their retreat would have been impossible. Cell was in no rush, for he had already marked androids 17 and 18. Locating them would be a trivial task. He retrieved a small box from his possession and tossed it to Bulma. "Bulma, this is a time machine. The energy within has been depleted. I will deal with those 2 androids now, so please replenish the energy as soon as possible." "Oh, all right." Bulma, caught off guard by the sudden toss, nearly fumbled the catch. Having delivered his message, Cell took off in pursuit, following the direction of the marks he had left. His intention to let the androids escape was simply to avoid drawing Bulma's attention to the absorption of the 2. He feared she might uncover some troublesome truth. After all, he still relied on Bulma to replenish the energy of the time machine. What if Bulma discerned something amiss and refused to provide the necessary energy? Thus, to err on the side of caution, Cell decided to let androids 17 and 18 escape, planning to absorb them later in a different location. There was, of course, a second reason. He feared that if one android witnessed the other being absorbed, the remaining one might choose to self-destruct, rendering his efforts futile. Their separation was precisely what Cell desired. After a while, Cell sensed that the signature had come to a halt. Before long, a barren peak emerged before him, and the aura of the signature resided within that mountain. Android 17 sat against the cave wall, utterly drained of strength. Cell's strike had left him gravely injured, his insides riddled with wounds, and his bones fractured. He felt as though death were imminent. The sound of footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness. Struggling against the wall, Android 17 rose to his feet, warily watching the cave entrance, energy gathering in his hand, shimmering with a dangerous glow. His pupils dilated as he caught sight of a tall, oddly shaped shadow, the silhouette aligning perfectly with the monstrous features of the creature that had just wounded him. As Cell appeared at the cave entrance, Android 17 unleashed the energy wave he had amassed, directing it at him without reservation. "Die, you grotesque creature," he roared. The energy coalesced into a massive beam that filled the entire cave entrance. Faced with such terrifying energy, Cell not only felt no fear, but even laughed heartily. He stood firm against the energy wave, neither dodging nor evading. At the moment the destructive energy was about to strike him, he finally moved. With a swift motion, Cell deflected the energy wave, causing it to veer sharply upward into the sky. Licking his lips, Cell could hardly contain his anticipation for the delectable feast that awaited him. The tip of his tail glimmered ominously behind him. Without uttering a word, he teleported beside Android 17, who, in his weakened state, was powerless to resist. The tip of Cell's tail expanded into a bell-like shape. "What are you doing?" Android 17 shouted in terror. "Become my nourishment." Cell cackled as the bell-shaped tail, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast, engulfed Android 17. A scream echoed as a surge of energy flooded into Cell's body, prompting an involuntary roar of triumph. The energy surged through him, and he felt his strength escalating at an astonishing rate. With a resounding explosion, Cell's body radiated a blinding white light, an immense aura erupting from within him. The terrifying force leveled the mountain to the ground. A sphere of white light floated in the air, gradually condensing to reveal his robust form. After absorbing Android 17, Cell finally transformed into his perfect form. In this mature state, Cell's appearance resembled that of a human more closely, with his facial features becoming more pronounced. Power, immense power, ha ha ha. With his transformation, Cell's laughter had taken on a melodious quality. Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him, Cell believed himself to be invincible. Even if he were to encounter the previous timeline's Android 18, he was certain he could effortlessly defeat her. His combat prowess had skyrocketed to 8 billion, a tenfold increase. Having experienced the wonders of his perfected form, Cell could hardly contain his anticipation to absorb Android 18 and attain his ultimate transformation. If his mature state was already so formidable, how astonishingly powerful would his perfect form be? With his newfound abilities activated, Cell moved with astonishing speed and located Android 18 in less than 2 minutes. Employing the same method, he swiftly consumed her, leaving her with no capacity for resistance. Boom! An even more colossal power was born within Cell. A terrifying energy erupted from his being, and in an instant, a fierce wind howled as a green aura expanded outward, obliterating everything in its path. Trees, boulders, and even mountains were not spared. Crackle, crackle. Fearsome lightning danced within and around the energy field. The entire Earth, and indeed the solar system, trembled under the weight of this force. A dreadful aura spread throughout the galaxy, causing all living beings to quiver in fear. On Earth, chaos ensued. Earthquakes, landslides, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions followed in quick succession. Bulma, who was working on the energy for a time machine, was knocked to the ground by the sudden tremors. What was happening? Could it be the androids again? Listening intently, she heard no explosions. No, it seemed to be an earthquake. Bulma hurriedly gathered her belongings and fled to an open area. Upon emerging, she found a multitude of people outside. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and terrifying lightning snakes writhed above, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Everyone stood in silence, gazing up at the sky, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Bulma was at a loss for words. Fortunately, the strange phenomena did not last long. After a mere 15 minutes, the sky returned to normal. The blue sky and white clouds reappeared, and the warm sunlight bathed everyone once more, as if the earlier occurrences had been a mere illusion. Suddenly, Bulma noticed herself being enveloped in shadow. Turning around, she exclaimed, "Who are you, handsome?" Before she could receive an answer, a nearby Doria ran over, his face alight with excitement. "Lord Cell, you must be Lord Cell." Cell nodded affirmatively. The crowd erupted in fervor. The striking figure before them was indeed Lord Cell. In their minds, Cell had always been somewhat unremarkable in appearance. Yet this captivating individual bore only a slight resemblance to the Cell they remembered. His features were entirely transformed, leaving all who beheld him in awe of his striking handsomeness. Bulma curiously inquired of Cell, "How did you come to be like this?" Cell replied with a light chuckle, "It's nothing. I have experienced a breakthrough in power, and my form has consequently evolved into something more perfect." "Oh," Bulma exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, only to remember something else, and hurriedly asked, "What about the androids?" "They have been eradicated by me," he declared. At this revelation, the crowd erupted once more. The dreaded androids had finally been vanquished. And the war was over. Long live Lord Cell. Lord Cell is so handsome. I love you, Lord Cell. I want to bear your children. I wish to duel with you. Wait. It seems something peculiar has intruded. Cell observed the jubilant humans, embracing each other in tears of joy, and secretly mused. What would Trunks think if he knew that this timeline had transformed into my likeness? He would surely be thrilled, for I have indeed saved this realm. Chapter 41. Kintown in the primary timeline. 3 days had passed since Cell's escape to the future. Within the temple, Mr. Popo, come join us for a meal. Moya enthusiastically beckoned Popo. He had evidently made the temple his home. A long dining table was laden with food, and Moya, Lazuli, and Lapis were gathered around, ready to feast. Number 16, being a robot, did not require sustenance and often spent his days in the woods below, lost in thought. After Mr. Popo awoke from his second fainting spell, Moya and the others refrained from knocking him out again. Instead, they conveyed their goodwill, assuring him of their intentions to neither destroy the earth nor exterminate humanity. Although Popo remained somewhat skeptical, he felt powerless against their formidable strength. Thus, Moya and the others settled temporarily within the temple. For several days, Moya would invite Popo to dine, yet he consistently declined. Initially, he wished to maintain distance. And being no ordinary being, he did not require food for survival. However, after spending time together, Popo began to waver. He noticed that these individuals did not seem malevolent at all. Moreover, the meals they prepared were simply delectable. Although he was not hungry, he found himself salivating. In just a few days, he had swallowed more than he had in the past century. This time, Popo hesitated. Observing Popo's wavering resolve, Moya hurried over to pull him to the table. Those familiar with Dragon Ball would likely hold a fondness for Popo's character, if not outright admiration. Moya was no exception. He genuinely wished to befriend Popo. Although Popo had been dragged to the table by Moya, he felt a flush of embarrassment creeping over him. Yet, his skin was so dark that it was imperceptible. Each time Moya prepared a meal, he set out 4 sets of utensils, allowing them to dine without the need to fetch additional tableware. Popo felt a stirring within, despite his previous firm refusals. Moya's consistent preparation of his own utensils indicated a sincere desire to invite him to share a meal, rather than mere empty pleasantries. Moreover, after living for so many years, he is adept at discerning genuine feelings from feigned ones. The meal was consumed in an atmosphere of harmony, subtly drawing their bond with Bobo closer. After days of longing, Bobo indulged in several bowls of rice, leaving his already rounded belly even more plump. Following the meal, Lapis took on the task of cleaning the dishes. Embarrassed by the prospect of eating for free, Bobo rushed to assist him in washing up. Moyuan and Razali sat together at the edge of the temple, their feet dangling in the air as they gazed down at the vast expanse of white below. Suddenly, Moyuan spotted a golden object amidst the clouds. It was a nimbus cloud. Moyuan's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a child who has just discovered a new toy. Although he possessed the ability to fly himself, and at speeds far surpassing that of the nimbus, he could not help but be captivated. After all, it was a nimbus cloud. Riding on clouds is incredibly cool. Isn't it? What boy hasn't dreamed of soaring through the skies? Moyuan grasped Razali's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, come with me." Razali, though somewhat perplexed, did not resist and allowed herself to be led by him. The two ascended above the nimbus cloud. What is this? Razali tilted her head in confusion. This is called a nimbus cloud. It is said that only those with pure and kind hearts can ride upon it. In truth, Moyuan was uncertain if he could actually sit on it, as he had only perused some learning materials in his past life. However, he approached it with a mindset of exploration, intending to reward himself with newfound knowledge. Upon hearing the phrase pure and kind, Razali began to doubt herself. What if she couldn't sit on it? Wouldn't that signify a lack of purity in her heart? For a moment, the air grew silent. Finally, Moyuan could no longer contain himself. To hell with it. If I fail, he declared, and then he stowed away his flying technique, allowing himself to fall from the sky. If the nimbus cloud did not acknowledge him, he would simply pass through it and continue his descent. Moyuan felt as though he had landed on an air cushion. He sank deeply into it before being propelled upwards swiftly, akin to a trampoline. Wahaha! Moyuan exclaimed with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that a seasoned practitioner like himself could actually ride the nimbus cloud. So my heart is indeed pure, right? Moyuan thought shamelessly to himself. Sister, you should give it a try? He beckoned Razily to join him. Seeing the joy on Moyuan's face while he played on the Nimbus cloud, Razily felt an urge to try it herself. Yet she was apprehensive about her ability to sit upon it. She was torn by conflicting emotions. She certainly did not want to face social embarrassment. Just as Razily was lost in her thoughts, Moyuan jumped forcefully on the Nimbus cloud, landing beside her and enveloping her in his arms as they plummeted together. Caught off guard, Razily momentarily forgot her ability to fly, surrendering to Moyuan as they fell. Is this it? We're doomed. Moyuan remained blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Razily's mind. He simply believed that if he could ride it, Razily would surely have no trouble either. As Zeely was on the verge of tears, Moyuan embraced her and they fell onto the Nimbus. She found herself held in his arms. Her body not fully in contact with the cloud, yet her hand grazed its surface. It did not pass through. Instead, she felt the soft, elastic texture, akin to cotton, but with a more exquisite sensation. This delightful touch instantly captivated Zeely. She wriggled free from Moyuan's embrace and began to bounce joyfully upon the Nimbus like a carefree little girl. After a while, the two lay side by side, gazing into each other's eyes. Moyuan said, "Sister, let me share a secret with you. I never imagined I would be sitting on the Nimbus. I thought I would fall. Really, I saw you jump down with such confidence." Moyuan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head and replied, "At that moment, I thought, if I must die, then so be it. At worst, I would be ridiculed by you." "Is that so?" Zeely raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring. "What made you doubt your ability to ride the Nimbus? Is there something impure in your thoughts?" "Ah, that would be your fault," Moyuan sighed, gazing at her with a hint of melancholy. "My fault? Why? If you weren't so delectable, I wouldn't have such wild thoughts," he declared unabashedly, causing Zeely's cheeks to flush crimson. Yet, the proud Zeely, despite her shyness, maintained her defiance, responding in a voice barely above a whisper, "What were you thinking about?" Moyuan remained silent, simply gazing deeply into her eyes. Zeely felt her face grow warm under his intense gaze, playfully punching him lightly as she pouted, "Speak up. I want to eat you." "Huh? What?" In that moment, time stood still, and the world fell silent. Even the sun, shyly blushing, hid behind the clouds, reluctant to gaze any longer. Chapter 42, Sensual Guidance on the Vast Nimbus. Moyuan looked like a guilty child, sitting beside Zeely with a sheepish grin. Zeely held a small mirror, preening herself. "I'm sorry, sister. It was my first time, and I lacked experience," Moyuan murmured apologetically. "Humph," Zeely huffed, her tone indicating she was not entirely placated. "Who hasn't had a first time? Can one be so forceful on the first attempt? Your lips are swollen now. How will you face others later?" Those with impure thoughts should reflect on themselves. Realizing his misstep, Moyuan fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled his healing powers and thought they might come in handy. He inched closer to Zeely. "Sister," he murmured, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm still angry?" Zeely pouted, though she did not struggle against his hold. "I'm merely trying to make amends for my mistake," he said in a soothing tone, his fingers lightly brushing against her swollen lips. Zeely immediately felt a refreshing coolness emanating from Moyuan's fingertips as the fiery and swollen sensation on her lips gradually subsided. She marveled at her lips, now completely restored with no trace of redness or swelling remaining. To prevent such occurrences in the future, diligent practice was imperative. Suddenly, a voice, laced with mischief, whispered in her ear, and she beheld Moyuan's face magnifying in her vision. This time, Moyuan was not as hasty as before. Instead, he savored the moment like a connoisseur relishing fine wine, taking small sips and savoring each nuance. Zeely, too, found herself increasingly entranced, responding with fervor. In the evening, Moyuan and Zeely returned to the temple atop a cloud of somersaults. Upon seeing them, Bobo's face lit up with joy. The cloud was no deceiver, confirming that they were indeed not malevolent beings. "Oh, what is this?" Lapis exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the cloud. What boy could resist the allure of soaring through the skies? "This is a somersault cloud, if you desire one. There is a vast expanse over there for you to claim." Moyuan gestured in a direction. As for the cloud beneath him, it was reserved as his mattress, unwilling to part with it. After all, this cloud surpassed the custom mattress he had once procured for 2 million in his past life in terms of comfort. Moreover, he could alter its shape at will. rendering it a naturally exquisite mattress. Upon hearing of a larger expanse available, Lapis could hardly contain his excitement as he darted off. Moments later, he returned, beaming with delight while standing atop a cloud. Seeing Lapis perched on his cloud, Bobo's smile broadened, even revealing a tooth. "You're adorable, Bobo." The following day, after lunch, Moyuan and Lapis engaged in practice within the temple, focusing solely on honing their combat techniques without the use of energy. Bobo, observing from the sidelines, could not help but shake his head. Although he was vastly inferior in combat prowess, he outshone them in aspects of technique and situational awareness, rendering them no match for him. Despite Moyuan possessing the cellular memories of Sun Wukong and others, his over-reliance on instinct hindered the flawless application of those memories, for they could not be learned merely through observation or knowledge. They were cultivated through countless battles that engendered muscle memory and combat awareness. As for Lapis, his approach was simply to rely on his boundless stamina and rapid energy recovery to overwhelm others. His combat skills could not be said to be entirely absent, but were certainly minimal. After a time, Moyuan paused. Their exchanges had yielded no significant advancement, as they were evenly matched in skill. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a dark mass. "Bobo," he exclaimed, realizing he had forgotten about him. "What's the matter? Aren't we continuing?" Lapis inquired, puzzled by Moyuan's sudden halt. Moyuan replied, "Continuing like this is futile. We need a teacher to guide us." "A teacher? With our current strength, who among us qualifies to be a teacher?" Lapis retorted, brimming with bravado, gazed at in silence, perceiving the youthful arrogance that stemmed from a lack of worldly experience. With such meager strength, did he truly believe himself invincible? "Here stands one," remarked. "You cannot possibly be referring to, can you?" Ha! Although they had become friends with, could not fathom that the individual he had once easily incapacitated could serve as a mentor. With unwavering conviction, stated, "Do not underestimate. I can assure you that in terms of equal strength, you are certainly no match for him." He then approached and inquired, "Would you be willing to teach us the art of combat?" "Absolutely," replied without hesitation. As a friend, he would not decline such a modest request. Moreover, the stronger and his companions became, the safer the earth would be. From every perspective, had no reason to refuse. "Let us spar," challenged. "I shall match my strength to yours, and we shall see if you can defeat me." He regarded with defiance, nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he approached, settled beside and whispered, "It appears is about to be humbled." "Surely not," replied, astonished by his assertion. She was well aware of his capabilities and did not believe that her brother could be so easily outclassed by. Raised an eyebrow. "Shall we wager?" "Wager on what?" "If loses, you must kiss me, and if he wins, then I shall kiss you," retorted. "Get lost." As their playful banter ensued, and had already commenced their duel, with suppressing his strength to match that of, the combat unfolded without the need for heightened senses. It was all visible to the naked eye. Launched a ferocious assault towards, yet stood firm, not even shifting his stance, effortlessly evading or deflecting every attack. He even countered with several strikes that landed on. As continued to attack, a sense of alarm began to creep in. It felt as though could anticipate his every move, while each of his assaults left with no opportunity to evade. In a fit of indignation, unleashed his full power, elevating his energy to its peak, equal to's. His fists, feet, knees, and elbows transformed into instruments of offense, unleashed without reservation towards, intermixed with energy blasts. Yet even the seasoned found it impossible to remain stationary amidst such a tempest of strikes. However, S attacks merely succeeded in forcing to move. Defeating, however, was an unattainable feat navigated through relentless barrage with the grace of a leisurely stroll in the park, evading each blow by the slightest margin while landing precise hits on. 10 minutes later, came to a halt. It was not fatigue that compelled him to stop. He could have sustained this level of combat for a month without weariness. Rather, he had conceded defeat. In this brief span of 10 minutes, he was completely convinced. He acknowledged that Bobo indeed possessed the capability and merit to be his teacher. Chapter 43. Wukong awakens in the future time-space. After defeating the androids, all of humanity gathered on Earth to celebrate for 3 days and nights. Presently, the total human population on Earth is less than 100 million. Despite the small number, the presence of the brilliant scientist Bulma has accelerated the construction of a new home for humanity. As the hero who saved the Earth, a grand statue of Sheru has been erected in the heart of the new capital city, Sheru City. Wherever Sheru goes, People approach him for photographs and autographs, akin to a major celebrity. However, Gero currently has no time to indulge them. His sole desire is to return to that time-space and absorb the androids there. He rushed to Bulma's laboratory and inquired of her, as she was engrossed in her experiments. "Bulma, how much longer until the energy for the time machine is ready?" "It will take at least another 2 weeks. Extracting the energy for time travel is exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, you defeated the androids. Or gathering these materials would have taken several months," Bulma replied. Hearing this, Gero felt resigned. 2 weeks it is, he thought. He did not linger in the laboratory and turned to leave. The prospect of spending another 2 weeks in this future time-space bored him. There were no formidable opponents here, and he had no means to grow stronger. Absorbing humans was beneath his consideration at his level of combat power. Even absorbing the remaining population of less than 100 million would yield negligible gains. Suddenly, an idea struck Gero. At this point in time, it was roughly when he himself emerged from the underground laboratory. If he could absorb his counterpart from this time-space, his combat power would likely increase as well. "Allow me to assist in eliminating the last hidden threat on Earth. Do not be too moved." He chuckled heartily. In the primary time-space, in pursuit of rapid enhancement of their combat skills, Yuan and Lapus decided to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Under Bobo's devoted guidance, they made remarkable progress. As their skills improved, both Yuan and Lapus became increasingly astonished by Bobo's combat techniques. Yuan even speculated that if Bobo's combat power were sufficiently strong, he might directly comprehend the ultimate mastery of the technique. The enhancement of their combat skills also resulted in significant increases in Yuan and Lapus's own combat power. Even the usually indifferent Razali was persuaded by Yuan to join him for one-on-one intensive training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Yuan, 600 million Lapus, 1.7 billion Razali. Android energy 500 million, he 800 million at the Kame house. A tremendous crash resonated, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Chi-Chi, carrying water to wipe Sun Wukong's body, was suddenly knocked over by the unexpected tremor. What was that? Are the androids attacking? Upon the thought of androids, Kiki's heart raced. Goku. She hurriedly ascended to the upper floor. Upon opening the door, she found the room devoid of life. Goku? No trace of him could be found within. Kiki leaned out the window, and there, before her eyes, appeared the figure she had longed for. Goku's illness had completely vanished. Overcome with excitement, Kiki leaped from the second-floor window, engaging in a series of affectionate embraces and joyous displays of love with Goku. Ultimately, Goku decided to take Gohan with him to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although Kiki was reluctant, she understood that her disagreement would hold no weight. Thus she acquiesced. Recently, Cell had mysteriously disappeared. Although Trunks speculated that his time machine might have been stolen by Cell, potentially allowing him to escape to the future, everyone remained vigilant. They patrolled continuously, ensuring that Cell did not present himself unexpectedly. Furthermore, since the androids had not been seen since their last appearance at Kame House, their patrols were also aimed at guarding against any resurgence of the androids. Goku swiftly located Gohan through instant transmission and then guided him to Vegeta. At that moment, Trunks had returned to train alongside Vegeta. Due to the slow progress of Bulma's research on the time machine, Trunks did not wish to squander any time. He aimed to strengthen himself. If he could not defeat Cell, returning to the future would be futile. Vegeta, upon Goku's arrival at his side, retorted, "Quit bothering me, Kakarot. Get lost." In response to Goku, Vegeta had little praise to offer. "Don't say that. I know of a splendid training location where a year spent there equates to merely a day outside." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. That place was a chamber within the sacred world of the Kais. Is that true? Vegeta's interest was piqued. If such a place existed, he was confident he could defeat those wretched puppets and that hideous green creature. Observing Vegeta's reaction, Goku recognized his intrigue and intensified his persuasion. "It is indeed true. Come with me. I'm not suggesting we train together. It just so happens that the room is quite spacious, which is why I invited you to join Trunks." Understanding Vegeta's disposition, Goku knew he must provide an avenue for Vegeta to save face, or he would never agree to accompany them. "All right, but on one condition. I must enter first." Goku nodded. "Good. As long as Vegeta agrees, it matters not who enters first. Having an additional strong ally increases the odds of defeating our foes." Thus, the two fathers and their sons soared towards the sacred temple. Within the temple, Yuan and Laplace were engaged in a friendly spar, focusing solely on honing their techniques without utilizing their energy. Following intense training with Bobo, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. In comparison to their current selves, their previous forms resembled two children who had merely dabbled in martial arts. Though they possessed a few techniques, their execution was utterly chaotic. As Bobo observed their sparring, he nodded in approval, simultaneously astonished by their remarkable progress. Even when measured against Sun Wukong, they were not lacking in prowess. In fact, Yuan's rate of improvement surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Gradually, the duel reached its conclusion, with Lapiz, without a hint of surprise, once again being bested by Yuan. Although Yuan could not defeat Lapiz with the same overwhelming force as Bobo, he maintained a steady dominance throughout the match. "Damn it, I've lost again," Lapiz lamented, feeling somewhat dejected. He had yet to secure a single victory, despite having received the same amount of guidance from Bobo. "Ha! Lapiz, losing to your brother-in-law is nothing to be ashamed of," Yuan exclaimed, gleefully patting Lapiz on the back. "How infuriating! Not only am I outclassed in strength, but my familial standing is also undermined," Lapiz retorted, shaking off Yuan's hand and swiftly appearing beside Bobo, grasping him by the neck as he demanded, "Bobo, have you been secretly giving him special treatment? Why is he so much stronger than me?" Beside them, Lazili shot him a glance and coolly remarked, "Could it possibly be that you are simply not very bright?" Lapiz glared back with lifeless eyes. "Is it possible that I am actually your younger brother?" At that moment, Yuan appeared beside Lazili, wrapping an arm around her waist. "So, you are merely the younger sibling." Lapiz sighed. "It seems I am indeed the extraneous one." Chapter 44. The skies clear and the rain ceases. Vegeta advances him. Someone is approaching, for powerful auras were drawing near the temple. It was Sun Wukong and his companions. Bobo immediately recognized Sun Wukong's familiar energy signature. Yuan, too, discerned the presence of a man with the crab-like hairstyle etched in his memory, accompanied by a cute young boy, presumably Son Gohan. He was already familiar with Vegeta and Trunks, so no further introduction was necessary. Upon reflection, it was indeed the appointed time for them to arrive at the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Moments later, Sun Wukong and his companions ascended to the temple. Vegeta and Trunks, upon seeing Yuan and the others, were momentarily taken aback. Though Lazili and Lapiz had not changed much in appearance after their training in the time chamber, they had certainly grown taller. As for Yuan, aside from the tail and the two small horns adorning his head, there was hardly any aspect that remained unchanged from before. "You are androids. What are you doing here?" Trunks finally recognized them, his body tensing as he prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Who did I think it was? Just two defeated foes, right? Isn't that so, little shorty?" Lapiz mocked, addressing Vegeta and Trunks. Vegeta, seething with rage, shot back, "You wretched puppet. Who are you calling short?" "Ah, it's obviously you. Surely, no one would compare themselves to a child, right?" Lapiz continued his taunting of Vegeta. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, his fury reaching a boiling point. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: to annihilate those accursed puppet dolls. During this period, his strength had undergone a significant enhancement, and he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Lapiz. A golden vortex enveloped him as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Following his recent defeat at the hands of Lapiz, and after enduring the assault from Cell, Vegeta's combat prowess had surged once more. His base power now reached a staggering 15 million. Moreover, his Super Saiyan transformation had stabilized at a formidable 55 times that power, culminating in an astounding battle strength of 82 billion. Had it not been for Lapiz's training in the hyperbolic time chamber, today would have likely spelled disaster for him. Alas, this world offers no what-ifs. Vegeta's might truly astonished both Goku and Trunks. This terrifying aura was indeed twice as potent as Trunks's. "If I possessed my father's strength, I could undoubtedly eradicate the future androids," Trunks mused. He was taken aback by Vegeta's newfound power and realized he could not afford to fall behind. Rather than inciting jealousy in Goku, Vegeta's formidable strength ignited his competitive spirit. Vegeta's prowess also caught Lapiz off guard. He had not anticipated such a rapid increase in strength over just a few days. It was worth noting that Vegeta had not trained in the hyperbolic time chamber like they had. Is this what referred to as the potential of a Super Saiyan? Lapiz felt a surge of relief for having heeded its advice to train in the chamber. Otherwise, he would have surely faltered today. Ha! The immense power surging within Vegeta filled him with overwhelming pride. With confidence, he pointed at himself, proclaiming. This iconic moment nearly elicited a laugh from. Throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, whenever Vegeta uttered those words, his moments of despair would invariably follow. Today was no exception. What? Are you afraid? Vegeta observed Lapiz's silence, mistakenly believing his own strength had intimidated him. After all, he was now exceedingly powerful, the strongest Super Saiyan in history. With arms crossed and a confident smile gracing his lips, his gaze radiated an air of superiority. Lapiz regarded Vegeta's self-indulgence with calm detachment, contemplating how to strike him down in a manner that would showcase his own elegance. Come forth and meet your demise. Vegeta was eager for vengeance, and seeing Lapiz so hastily courting death only fueled his resolve. If you are so eager to perish, I shall oblige. Lapiz ascended into the air, confronting Vegeta. With disdainful eyes, he beckoned Vegeta with a mere flick of his finger. Make your move. Lapiz's condescending demeanor infuriated Vegeta. Seeking death, are we? Huh. With a furious roar, Vegeta's aura surged to its zenith. His body flickered as he executed a high-speed maneuver, vanishing from sight, only to reappear beside Lapiz. With an explosive kick imbued with tremendous force, Vegeta struck at Lapiz. Lapiz swiftly pressed both hands against Vegeta's foot, propelling himself backward with the force of Vegeta's power. It wasn't that he could not withstand Vegeta's strength. Rather, he sought to relocate the battlefield. After all, Bobo shared a cordial relationship with them, and an inadvertent explosion of the temple during their skirmish would be most unfortunate. Vegeta, witnessing Lapiz being sent flying, gazed upon him with profound disdain. Is this all? In a fit of rage, Vegeta surged forward, appearing behind Lapiz. He grasped Lapiz's shoulders and forcefully drove his knee into his spine. Ha! Vegeta envisioned the moment of Lapiz's spine fracturing beneath his assault, unable to suppress his laughter. Just as Vegeta's knee was about to strike, Lapiz executed a sudden flip, freeing himself from Vegeta's grasp and reappearing behind him. With his left hand transforming into chains, he ensnared Vegeta's neck, while his right hand rained down a flurry of punches upon Vegeta's kidneys. The brutal impact to his kidneys was unbearable, even for someone as resilient as Vegeta. Suddenly, Lapiz released Vegeta. Clutching his midsection, Vegeta's energy waned significantly. How could your strength be so formidable? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. When he had been choked, Lapiz's power had completely eclipsed his own, rendering him incapable of escape. Did you truly believe I exerted my full strength against you? Lapiz feigned modesty. Impossible. I am the strongest in this world. Vegeta's energy surged, dispelling the fatigue that had previously engulfed him. Anger eclipsed his pain, propelling him back to his peak. Raising his hands, he concentrated his energy within his palms. A barrage of energy blasts, akin to a meteor shower, surged forth toward Lapiz. A classic prince's fighting technique on full display. Moyuan, observing the battle from the temple, could no longer contain his laughter. What could be so amusing? Laziki inquired curiously. Moyuan took Laziki's hand, sharing the spectacle of Vegeta and Lapiz's clash. Behold, this technique is known as the prince's fighting style. Whenever he employs this maneuver, it is only a matter of time before he faces defeat. Moyuan elaborated on the intricacies of Vegeta's technique. As expected, after the execution of the prince's fighting style, Lapiz emerged unscathed, only for Vegeta to endure another brutal beating. Laziki, unable to suppress her laughter, joined Moyuan in mirth. Moments later, Lapiz returned, tugging Vegeta by his hair. Chapter 45. Lapiz and Sun Wukong. With a decisive motion, Lapiz carelessly tossed Vegeta before Sun Wukong and the others as if discarding refuse. Father! Vegeta! Trunks cried out in despair, rushing to assist Vegeta to his feet. Fear not, I did not go too hard on him. He is still alive. Lapiz's voice floated lightly to their ears. Moyuan regarded him with peculiar intrigue. Goodness, who would have thought this seemingly handsome lad could be so adept at feigning prowess? Vegeta has been reduced to such a pitiful state, yet he claims he did not strike with full force. What does he mean? Is sparing his opponent's life indicative of a gentle approach? The recent battle was witnessed clearly by, to say nothing of other injuries, at the very least. One of Vegeta's kidneys was obliterated by, and still, he asserts he held back? Is it any wonder that Vegeta struggles to withstand blows? Sun Wukong hastily retrieved a Senzu bean for Vegeta to consume. Upon ingesting the bean, Vegeta was instantly revitalized, even regrowing his shattered kidney. This miraculous scene left in quiet astonishment. After his recovery, Vegeta, perhaps feeling a sense of humiliation, stood silently to the side. Sun Wukong and the others did not approach him, leaving him to grapple with his feelings alone. Words from others would bear no weight in this matter. Sun Wukong turned to and the others, his expression serious. What brings you to the temple? Have you done something to Bobo? Wukong. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bobo rushed over. Are you all right? Did they bully you? No, no. And the others did not bully me. They are my good friends, not villains. Bobo hastily waved his hands in explanation. Bobo's words left Sun Wukong and Trunks utterly astounded. Androids are not villains. Could they possibly be good? Son Gohan hesitated, tugging at Sun Wukong's clothing, saying, Dad, I too feel they do not seem like bad individuals. A few days ago, they came to Kamehameha House looking for you, and upon learning you were still unwell, they left without causing harm. Oddly enough, Gohan felt a persistent belief that these androids were not malevolent, except for Cell, of course. Impossible. How could androids be good? Trunks vehemently dismissed Bobo's assertions. His timeline had been devastated by these two androids, leaving him with no room for belief in their benevolence. Each time he encountered the faces of and fury surged within him, wishing to obliterate them to quell his rage. One could only wonder how Trunks would react upon returning to his future timeline, now transformed into the realm of Cell. It is the truth. They can even ride on the flying Nimbus, Bobo revealed, sensing their skepticism and delivering a shocking revelation. The flying Nimbus? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Not even Master Roshi, Krillin, or Bulma could ride upon it. Only those with pure hearts could ascend the Nimbus. Is it true? Sun Wukong scrutinized Bobo intently. Bobo nodded emphatically. Mr. Wukong, androids cannot possibly be good. Seeing that Sun Wukong seemed to entertain the notion, Trunks became animated. Trunks, calm down, Sun Wukong quickly reassured him. He continued, you must see that this timeline diverges completely from the history you remember, right? In your recollections, only 2 androids existed, yet now, there are 7. Given that history has already deviated, it is indeed possible for artificial beings to transform into virtuous entities. Trunks lowered his head, aware of this potential, yet reluctant to embrace it, unwilling to entertain such notions. Ideally, if the artificial beings were benevolent, it would be for the best. Conversely, if they were not, the grim fate of the future would inevitably resurface. The stakes were too high for him to gamble on. Son Goku, by the looks of you, your ailment should be resolved, remarked Lapis, who had been waiting for this moment for an extended period. His previous reluctance to confront Son Goku stemmed from his disdain for attacking a sick individual. This time, however, nothing could deter him. Yes, I have recovered. Son Goku replied gravely, fixing his gaze on Lapis. Then let us engage in a battle to settle our grievances. Yuan did not intervene in Lapis's actions, nor was there any reason to do so. Some grievances must be addressed, although it is said that every debt has its rightful owner, and the one responsible for transforming them into artificial beings and harming their families was Dr. Gero. Son Goku bore a share of the blame as well. Had he eradicated the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army when he had the chance, Lapis and his companions would not have suffered. The consequences of today are a result of yesterday's actions. Thus, this confrontation was unavoidable. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Son Goku for not eradicating the roots of the problem. Witnessing Vegeta's effortless defeat at the hands of Lapis, Son Goku understood that he could not possibly contend with Lapis. After all, during his illness, Vegeta's strength had far surpassed his own. If such a formidable Vegeta could be so easily vanquished, how could he hope to prevail? Yet, despite this realization, fear did not grip Son Goku. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. To face a master in battle was a lifelong aspiration. Moreover, he was not entirely devoid of hope for victory. A flicker of confidence graced Son Goku's lips as he seemed to conjure a thought. The two opponents stood poised in the void, with Son Goku's muscles taut, ready for action. In contrast, Lapis appeared remarkably relaxed, arms crossed, exuding an aura more akin to a leisurely outing than a battle. With a fierce roar, Son Goku summoned a golden whirlwind that enveloped him. Instantly, a blazing golden aura erupted from within, his icy green eyes glinting like 2 piercing beams, fixated intently on Lapis. With his power surging, Son Goku transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Lapis, his right fist imbued with cataclysmic energy aimed at Lapis. Boom. In response, Lapis unleashed a punch of his own, the terrifying forces colliding and generating a shockwave that rippled through the air, stirring fierce winds that scattered the clouds. The two warriors separated upon impact, only to continue trading blows. Son Goku's expression contorted with ferocity, each strike fueled by every ounce of his strength. Meanwhile, Lapis maintained a smirk, effortlessly countering Son Goku's onslaught with poise, deftly redirecting the attacks while occasionally landing precise hits on Son Goku from unexpected angles. The excruciating pain compelled Son Wukong to grimace, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Boom. Utilizing the force of Lapis' punch, Son Wukong created distance between them. He gasped for breath, the sound of his labored inhalations echoing in the air. Lapis regarded him with calmness, refraining from launching an attack in that moment. Such strength. No wonder Vegeta was so easily defeated by you, Son Wukong remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, though his demeanor grew more serious. Heh, Son Wukong. Your combat prowess pales in comparison to Vegeta's, Lapis retorted, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glance at Son Wukong. Dad, Gohan, witnessing his father's bloodied state, was filled with concern. Chapter 46. Instantaneous movement to hand. The battle raged on. After catching his breath, Son Wukong erupted with renewed energy. A formidable aura surged toward the heavens. He felt exhilarated. It had been ages since he encountered such a powerful adversary. Since his victory over Frieza, he had not endured such an overwhelming pressure. Currently, Son Wukong's combat power stood at a mere 500 million, whereas Lapis had just demonstrated an astounding 800 million. With a burst of speed, Son Wukong instantly appeared behind Lapis. His fist, imbued with a terrifying energy, struck toward Lapis. Slap. Lapis, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, extended his hand and firmly caught the blow. He then yanked Son Wukong's fist towards him while delivering a knee strike that struck Son Wukong's abdomen with the force of a cannonball. Cough. A mouthful of blood erupted from Son Wukong. However, Lapis wasted no time, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Son Wukong's back. Boom. Son Wukong plummeted like a meteor onto the temple, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Dad. Gohan's tears flowed like a broken faucet. Unable to contain himself at the sight of his father in such distress, he began to rush forward. Gohan, I'm fine, don't come here. Just then, Son Wukong's voice resonated from the depths of the pit, halting Gohan in his tracks. Son Wukong pushed himself up with both hands. His martial arts uniform was tattered and torn, with only his pants remaining somewhat intact. His body was marred with bruises and wounds, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes showed no sign of waning. Huh, Son Wukong bellowed, his aura surging to its peak once more. He then extended 2 fingers from his left hand to his forehead. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, only to reappear behind Lapis. Bang! A whip-like kick landed on Lapis' waist. Son Wukong understood the vast disparity between himself and Lapis. If he relied solely on high-speed movement, he would be unable to evade Lapis' senses. Lapis' power exceeded his own, and likewise, his speed was superior. Although high-speed movement was swift, it left a trace. Lapis could detect Son Wukong's energy and pinpoint his location. Instantaneous movement, however, was different. It allowed one to vanish in an instant and reappear, traversing the very fabric of space. No breath could be sensed by the enemy. By the time he reappeared, his attack had already reached them, leaving the adversary no time to react. Below, watching the battle, Moyuan could not help but smile. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. If Gero could learn a technique after witnessing it once, Moyuan had no reason to believe he could not do the same. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of Son Wukong cells within him. When Son Wukong utilized instant transmission, Moyuan distinctly sensed a peculiar wave of energy surrounding him, a fluctuation belonging to the realm of spatial energy. Moyuan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the spatial energy around him. Then, he beheld a wondrous world, one composed of countless spatial nodes. However, these nodes were shrouded in mystery. To venture recklessly into them could lead to perilous areas, such as spatial rifts. Thus, one must rely on their breath to locate the desired spatial nodes. A misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. Moyuan was filled with exhilaration. Although instant transmission could not serve as a conventional combat method, in special circumstances. It could yield unexpected results, much like when Sun Wukong struck La by sea using instant transmission moments ago. As Moyuan opened his eyes, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Countless spatial nodes materialized in his view. Ordinarily, spatial nodes would only manifest in one's mind, making it impossible to discern their actual locations. Yet, Moyuan could see these nodes, signifying that wherever his gaze fell, he could teleport at will without relying on breath. If this were the case, his instant transmission could become a staple in his combat repertoire, akin to Hit's time flash technique. With this ability, his attacks would be ghostly, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. Like a child with a new toy, Moyuan could hardly contain his excitement to test whether this instant transmission aligned with his imaginings. His first target was a spatial node 2 meters away. Moyuan connected to that node, and in an instant, his body vanished from its original position, reappearing 2 meters away. Success. The outcome of the experiment did not disappoint him. The effect matched his expectations perfectly. Consequently, while his combat power remained unchanged, his practical capabilities had multiplied several times over. Suddenly, Moyuan had another thought. If the ability of his mind's eye could also perceive spatial nodes, would that not allow him to move freely within its range? Eagerly, Moyuan activated his mind's eye, and in that moment, the entire Earth was enveloped by its perception. Just as he anticipated, individual spatial nodes emerged within his mind's eye. Moyuan connected to a spatial node on the opposite side of the Earth, and his figure instantly vanished, reappearing in the location he had just observed. Ha ha ha! Moyuan could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter. With this newfound ability, as long as the disparity in strength was not too great, he would find himself virtually invincible. After calming his emotions, Moyuan utilized his mental eye to locate Lotzi Li and executed a technique of instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, Lotzi Li was perplexed, wondering how her substantial boyfriend had vanished in an instant. She sat on the steps, resting her chin on her hands, feeling despondent. My wife is indeed adorable, isn't she? However, it was not long before Moyuan reappeared at her side. A flicker of joy crossed Lotzi Li's eyes, though she maintained an indifferent facade. Where have you been? Moyuan replied excitedly. Sister, I just learned the instantaneous movement technique from Sun Wukong. I will teach you this skill shortly. If you master it, you can protect yourself even against formidable foes. The first thought that crossed Moyuan's mind upon acquiring this ability was to share it with Lotzi Li. After all, the world is rife with powerful adversaries, and they could not be inseparable every day. With the ability to teleport, Lotzi Li could escape from enemies she could not defeat. Hearing Moyuan's words warmed Lotzi Li's heart. At that moment, the battle between La by Sea and Sun Wukong was nearing its conclusion. Although Sun Wukong had caught La by Sea off guard several times with his instantaneous movement, the attacks were merely irritating, akin to a tickle, and failed to inflict any real damage. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was nearing exhaustion from the prolonged confrontation. With a steady gaze, Sun Wukong resolved to take a decisive risk. After creating distance between himself and La by Sea, he positioned his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. A formidable aura coalesced between his palms, forming a brilliant blue energy sphere that radiated dazzling light. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong shaped his hands into a flower bud, transforming the blue sphere into a colossal beam of light, infused with an overwhelming energy, aimed directly at La by Sea. Ha ha ha, futile attempt, Sun Wukong. La by Sea remained unfazed, enveloped by a green energy shield. Tenfold King's fist. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged behind La by Sea. Sun Wukong's original golden aura was now layered with a crimson flame, causing his combat power to surge from 500 million to 5 billion. An even more fearsome Kamehameha erupted from his hands. In a moment of desperation, La by Sea was unable to react in time. The green energy shield shattered upon contact with the Kamehameha wave. The force of the attack ravaged La by Sea's body, causing it to crumble under the immense pressure. Just as La by Sea felt death closing in, the energy abruptly dissipated. It turned out that Sun Wukong's body could not withstand the combined strain of Super Saiyan and the King's fist. He could barely maintain the form for 5 seconds before his body nearly shattered. Unable to sustain even the flight technique, he plummeted from the sky. However, La by Sea was not in a much better state. During those 5 seconds, he had sustained severe injuries. Watching Sun Wukong descend, La by Sea felt a lingering dread. It was a close call. He had nearly met his demise. Chapter 47. Reconciliation. The events unfolded with startling abruptness. Moyuan had initially perceived Lapus's combat prowess to be significantly superior to that of Sun Wukong. Hence, after acquiring the ability to teleport, he had scarcely paid attention to their confrontation. However, he was utterly taken aback when Sun Wukong executed such a formidable maneuver in the end, catching them entirely off guard. Fortunately, Lapus emerged unscathed. Moyuan teleported beside Lapus and employed his healing magic to mend his injuries. Undeniably, Sun Wukong's final assault was ferocious. The explosive force of 50 billion in combat power, albeit for a fleeting 5 seconds, left Lapus grievously wounded. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's descent, Gohan and Trunks hurriedly rushed over, producing senzu beans for him to consume. The instant Sun Wukong ingested the senzu bean, he was revitalized completely. Regardless of how many times he had witnessed it, Moyuan could not help but marvel at the efficacy of this miraculous bean. It was no wonder that they had arranged for Yachirobe to deplete their supply. Otherwise, Sun Wukong and the others could have hoarded numerous senzu beans, reviving themselves at will. Coupled with the Scion trait of significant power increase upon near-death recovery, it would have been effortless to resolve any predicament, as demonstrated now. After consuming the senzu bean, Sun Wukong's combat power surged from a regular 1 million to an astonishing 15 million, truly monstrous. Moyuan's healing spells, while effective, paled in comparison to the senzu beans, taking nearly a minute to fully restore Lapus. Noticing that Lapus was still somewhat shaken, Moyuan placed an arm around his shoulder, teasingly inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you frightened? Me? Afraid? Nonsense." Lapus retorted with a dismissive pout, then defiantly added, "That Sun Wukong fellow lacks martial ethics. If it were a fair fight, I could easily knock his head. Ask you." Sure, let us get back. Sister was almost frightened to death by you." Moyuan replied nonchalantly as he pulled Lapus back. The sibling stubbornness was undoubtedly an inherited trait, Moyuan silently mused. Upon returning to the temple, Lazili meticulously examined Lapus's condition. After all, he was her only family, and such an incident would naturally cause her concern. "I'm fine, Lazili. Moyuan has already healed me," Lapus said, his tone impatient, yet his body complied with Lazili's examination. As twins, Lapus was merely a few minutes younger than Lazili, which is why he never addressed her as sister, opting instead to call her by name. In their childhood, he often attempted to assert himself as the elder brother, only to be unrelentingly suppressed by Lazili. Once fully restored, Sun Wukong approached them. "What is up?" Moyuan inquired. With a cheerful grin, Sun Wukong proclaimed, "Our grievances have been resolved. We are now friends." Instantly, Moyuan and the others displayed expressions of bewilderment. "Since when did we become friends? Who considers you a friend?" Lapus retorted without reservation. "Oh, come on. Don't say that." Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly, waving his hand dismissively. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Wukong." He then pointed to the two beside him, saying, "This is my son, Gohan, and this is Trunks." He gestured towards Vegeta in the distance, adding, "And that is Vegeta." He then extended his right hand, his gaze intensely fixed upon Moyuan and the others. Moyuan glanced at Lotzi Li and La Bai Si, noticing their indifference. As if they were leaving the decision to him, he began to comprehend their unspoken sentiments. Consequently, he also reached out his right hand to shake hands with Sun Wukong. "I am Moyuan, and this is my girlfriend, Lotzi Li. The one who just sparred with you is my brother-in-law, La Bai Si." Upon hearing Moyuan's introduction, Lotzi Li's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. Trunks, taken aback, exclaimed, "Do androids have names too? Aren't you referred to as number 17 and number 18? His words darkened the expressions of Lotzi Li and La Bai Si. "This is the final warning. I do not wish for you to utter the term android in their presence again," Moyuan said, his eyes piercing with coldness as he stared at Trunks. "You remain unaware of how they became androids, do you?" He then recounted Lotzi Li and La Bai Si's experiences. After listening, Trunks and Sun Wukong sincerely bowed to Lotzi Li and La Bai Si, apologizing, "We are truly sorry." They had not anticipated that androids were, in fact, transformed from living human beings. Trunks realized that Lotzi Li and La Bai Si retained remnants of their humanity due to Dr. Gero's attempts to enhance their powers. This was also the reason behind their decision to eliminate Dr. Gero. Previously, He had believed they lacked humanity for killing the very man who had created them. Now, he deemed Dr. Gero's demise as justly deserved. In contrast, the androids from the future timeline were evidently stripped of all humanity, reveling solely in slaughter. Sun Wukong had not anticipated that his own negligence could result in such loss of life. Although unintentional, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Lotzi Li and La Bai Si remained silent, merely snorting in response. Observing their demeanor, Yuan understood that they had already forgiven. By the way, Yuan, I heard them mention that you emerged from an underground laboratory. Are you, in fact, a creation of Dr. Gero using our cells? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Yuan? Yuan cast a peculiar glance at Sun Wukong. True to your nature, you are both straightforward and familiar. Without denying, Yuan readily acknowledged it. Remarkable. I heard that just days ago, you appeared as a child, and now you have grown so tall. Sun Wukong gestured in amazement at Yuan's height. But how do you look so entirely different from Cell? Perhaps it is due to mutation, Yuan replied without elaboration. Mr. Yuan, might I inquire if you have encountered Cell? Trunks asked urgently. Yuan nodded. He visited here a few days ago, but was driven away by us. Do you know where he fled? Trunks fixed his anxious gaze upon Yuan. Yuan shook his head. I do not know. I only saw him board a peculiar machine before vanishing. Trunks's pupils dilated, and his body trembled. The very fear he dreaded had come to pass. Mother! Trunks exclaimed, as if his soul had been lost. No, I must return immediately. This revelation drove Trunks into a frenzy. In an instant, he was filled with rage, ready to soar towards West City. Trunks, calm down, Goku restrained him. Bulma has yet to repair the time machine. Returning now would bear no fruit. You must first accompany Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Only when you grow stronger will you be able to confront Cell. But I fear. I have only my mother left. I cannot bear to lose her. Trunks was engulfed in torment, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 48. The Abyss. Since Goku and the others arrived, the temple had become quite lively. Ultimately, Trunks managed to suppress his impulsive emotions and entered the time chamber with Vegeta for training. Vegeta, having endured 2 severe beatings from Lapis, was harboring a deep-seated frustration. Before they entered, entrusted the gravity chamber to Trunks, thereby returning it to its rightful owner. As for how much he could cultivate within the gravity chamber, that would depend solely on his own potential. Regarding the gravity chamber, it serves as a minor advantage for the protagonist. There's no need to dwell on whether gravity can be stacked within the time chamber. The protagonist's situation is distinct from Goku and the others, who experienced substantial power growth due to years of accumulation. How much can a newborn truly accumulate? Once Trunks and Vegeta entered the time chamber, the others did not remain idle. Goku was training with Gohan, while was instructing Lazili and Lapis in instant transmission. Lapis exhibited a keen interest in this ability, as Goku had used it unexpectedly against him several times, nearly leading to his defeat. Unfortunately, despite its guidance, Lapis struggled to sense the spatial energy. Goku approached him and offered comfort, explaining that he too spent nearly half a year before he could sense spatial energy, and an additional 6 months to barely master the skill. According to Goku, his innate spatial talent was not particularly high. He could only utilize it for travel and could manage its use in combat to achieve surprise. Those with superior spatial abilities could use instant transmission at will, without needing to focus on sensing energy as he did. As for how they achieved this, he himself was unclear, having not reached that level. Upon hearing Goku's words, experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder such a powerful ability as instant transmission had been relegated to a mere travel technique in Dragon Ball. It stemmed from Goku's lack of innate talent. In contrast, the time manipulation ability wielded by Hit, known as Time Skip, flourished in combat. There was no reason spatial abilities could not similarly be employed as standard combat techniques. Upon hearing Goku's remarks, Lapis's enthusiasm for instant transmission waned, deciding to leave it to fate. However, to everyone's surprise, Lazili, under's guidance, managed to sense spatial energy within just an hour. Moreover, it is even more astonishing that Lazili, like Yuan, possesses the ability to sense the spatial nodes surrounding her. Though her range is not as extensive as that of Yuan's hard eye, nor can she perceive everything within that range as he does, she is capable of sensing the spatial nodes. This is akin to a diminished version of the hard eye. Nevertheless, this ability is remarkable, as it enables Lazili to seamlessly integrate instantaneous movement into combat. There is no need to rely on breath to lock on his spatial nodes. As long as she remains within her perception range, she can utilize instantaneous movement at will. With her newfound ability, Lazuli frolics joyfully, observing her flickering figure within the temple. Both Lapis and Sun Wukong cannot help but express envy, particularly Lapis, whose envy causes tears to well up at the corners of his mouth. Alas, a lack of talent is simply a lack of talent. It cannot be forced or acquired. Choosing to avert his gaze from the reality, Lapis seeks out Bobo for practice. After sparring with Sun Wukong, Lapis realizes that his combat experience remains woefully inadequate. Despite his superior strength compared to Sun Wukong, he still narrowly avoided disaster. Upon witnessing Lapis and Bobo practice together, Sun Wukong, unwilling to remain idle, extends an invitation to Moyuan to train alongside him. Intrigued by the prospect of comparing his combat prowess to that of Sun Wukong, Moyuan readily agrees. As the two prepare for their duel, others gather around to observe. They take their stances, confronting each other in midair. Sun Wukong remains true to form, unable to shake his habit of probing. He refrains from transforming immediately, uncertain of Moyuan's combat capabilities, and opts to test the waters first. Moyuan's baseline combat power stands at 600 million, while Sun Wukong's is merely 15 million. Each of Sun Wukong's moves appears painfully slow to Moyuan. It feels akin to sparring with a newborn. With a swift kick, Moyuan sends Sun Wukong retreating, transform. Wukong, this probing serves no purpose. Ha ha. Ah Yuan, you are indeed formidable, Sun Wukong replies, chuckling. Although the earlier probe did not reveal the full extent of Moyuan's strength, Sun Wukong senses that it is unlikely to be significantly inferior to his own post-transformation power. Be cautious now. With this, Sun Wukong's expression sharpens. A golden cyclone envelopes him, and he instantly transforms into his Super Saiyan form. With this transformation, Sun Wukong's combat power skyrockets from 15 million to 7.5 billion, unleashing a terrifying aura. Even Moyuan feels a hint of pressure from this formidable presence. Moyuan, too, unleashes his energy, a purple flame emanating from his being. His 600 million combat power erupts unreservedly, creating a powerful aura that stands in defiance against Sun Wukong's. Impressive. Moyuan's aura captivates Sun Wukong. Although his combat power is somewhat lower, the intensity of his aura is by no means inferior. How perplexing. The overwhelming energy causes the heavens to shift in hue, as the formerly bright sky is suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. Crack! A deafening thunderclap heralds the commencement of battle. Moyuan and Sun Wukong charged at each other as if they had conspired beforehand. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact, generating an immense force that created a vacuum around them. Sun Wukong shouted as his limbs transformed into mere phantoms, striking at Moyuan with each blow infused with formidable strength. Bring it on! Moyuan exclaimed with exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of battle. When he fought with Bobo, he had to suppress his own strength, and Bobo's combat instincts were overwhelmingly sharp, leaving him feeling constrained. In contrast, his encounters with Lapith were less challenging, as Lapith's combat skills fell short unless he unleashed a greater force, resulting in Moyuan easily overpowering him. Sun Wukong, however, possessed a strength comparable to his own, coupled with superior battle experience, making this confrontation perfect for Moyuan. Moyuan reacted swiftly, engaging in fierce exchanges with Sun Wukong. Yet, the latter's combat prowess, honed through countless life and death struggles, proved formidable, allowing him to strike Moyuan from unexpected angles. This was also the reason Moyuan refrained from employing his insight. Under its scrutiny, Sun Wukong would find it nearly impossible to land a hit unless he moved with blinding speed. To Sun Wukong's astonishment, he noticed Moyuan's combat skills escalating at an alarming rate. Initially, out of 10 strikes, he could hit Moyuan 5 or 6 times, but now he could only manage 1 or 2. Moyuan absorbed these invaluable experiences like a sponge. He drove an elbow towards Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong, unwilling to take the blow directly, pressed against Moyuan's arm and rolled behind him. Just as he prepared to attack Moyuan from the rear, an overwhelming force struck him. Moyuan's tail lashed out like a thick whip, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wukong. Crack! Sun Wukong soared through the air like a meteor. As he neared the temple, he exerted all his strength, halting midair as if he had pressed the brakes. Once stabilized, he looked up to meet Moyuan's gaze, and their eyes ignited with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Crackle! Two invisible bolts of lightning shot from their eyes, colliding with one another. Chapter 49, Rift in the Sky. Moyuan and Sun Wukong roared in unison, unleashing their energy. In an instant, the world was engulfed in golden and purple hues. Amidst the clash of their auras, countless bolts of lightning materialized, accompanied by thunderous roars and howling winds, resembling the apocalypse. Within the temple, Lapith erected a protective shield to safeguard it from the impending chaos, for the repercussions on Bobo would be unbearable. Boom! The combined energies of Sun Wukong and Moyuan reached their zenith, colliding to form a colossal storm. The fierce hurricane sliced toward them like a blade. But before it could approach, their auras dissipated it. With their gazes locked onto each other, the fighting spirit of Moyuan and Sun Wukong became impossible to suppress. Let the battle commence. The two figures transformed into beams of light, darting towards one another. Their fists and feet were infused with immense energy, and each collision resulted in a violent explosion. Boom! Within mere seconds, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The entire sky was enveloped in a cacophony of detonations. The shockwaves and searing gusts of wind swept across the ground, toppling trees and scorching the earth. How exhilarating! Moyuan exclaimed with fervor, utterly captivated by this evenly matched duel. He had cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the battle. Sun Wukong was equally enthralled, shouting with glee, his movements relentless. Moyuan caught Sun Wukong's fist with his left hand, while a formidable force coalesced around his right. As he pulled Sun Wukong towards him, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Wukong's chest. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong raised his left hand to block the blow. Thud! Sun Wukong clutched his chest, propelled backward as if struck by cannon fire. Not too shabby, my technique of striking the bull from across the mountain, huh? Moyuan boasted. During a year and a half in the hyperbolic time chamber, aside from rigorous training, Moyuan had devised many peculiar techniques, such as this one. Although Sun Wukong had managed to deflect his punch, the force still penetrated through his palm and struck Wukong's chest. Impressive, Sun Wukong remarked, recovering from the impact after a brief pause, rubbing his chest in admiration. Let me try this move. Moyuan suddenly had a spark of inspiration. A fist-sized purple energy orb materialized in his hand. Catch this, Wukong! Moyuan shouted, hurling the energy orb towards Sun Wukong. The moment Sun Wukong spotted the orb, he attempted to evade it, only to realize that it had vanished mid-flight. Vanished? Not only did Sun Wukong express confusion, but the onlookers from the temple also shared his bewilderment. Only La Zili displayed a hint of surprise. So it can be played this way? Moyuan's technique seemed to open a new realm of possibilities for La Zili. Upon noticing the disappearance of the energy orb, Sun Wukong halted, cautious in his next move. However, before he could formulate a plan, he sensed a sudden spatial disturbance behind him. In an instant, the vanished energy orb reappeared right at his back. The proximity was too close for him to evade. He could only brace himself, attempting to cover his back with energy. Boom! The small energy orb contained a terrifying force, and even with his defenses, Sun Wukong dared not face it head-on, let alone in his unprepared state. The explosion illuminated the sky in a fiery glow. Moyuan watched the explosion with exhilaration. This was a technique he had conceived on the spur of the moment, and he was astonished by its immediate success. In truth, the technique was quite simple. It involved embedding spatial energy into the energy orb, allowing it to traverse spatial nodes and arrive at another point in space. Moreover, the speed of the orb's appearance could be adjusted according to the situation, allowing for instant emergence or delayed arrival. However, this maneuver is relatively easy for Sun Wukong to defend against. After all, Sun Wukong possesses the ability to communicate with space itself. He can sense the fluctuations in space, thereby discerning the origin of the attack. This time, he was caught off guard, but it shall not be so easy to strike him again in the future. As the explosion subsided and the flames dissipated, a tattered Sun Wukong was revealed. Remarkably, while his clothing was nearly in tatters, his trousers exhibited only a few minor holes. This phenomenon had been a subject of experimentation for Moyuan, who noted that the trousers seemed to harbor a special energy that prevented them from being utterly destroyed in battle, sustaining merely a few punctures. Furthermore, The groin area of the trousers remained intact. Of course, this does not imply that the groin offers absolute protection. One would be foolish to absorb attacks directly in that manner. If one is unafraid of the consequences, by all means, they may attempt such a feat. Though Sun Wukong appeared disheveled and bore numerous wounds of varying severity, these were trivial to him. In terms of endurance and willpower, Sun Wukong is undoubtedly among the foremost. I never expected you to wield instant teleportation with such finesse. It is truly impressive, Sun Wukong marveled. It's merely a trivial technique, hardly worth mentioning. Yuan waved dismissively, as if it were a matter of little consequence. Do you hear the words of the people? Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. He had mastered instant teleportation for several years, yet he still relied on breath to pinpoint his own movements. Meanwhile, Yuan, having just learned the technique, could already execute it with flair. Is having talent truly remarkable? Does talent grant one the liberty to act as they please? Sun Wukong scolded inwardly. As it turns out, possessing talent does indeed make a difference. Come, let us continue. Yuan urged. Sun Wukong, eyes narrowing, replied, very well. And so, the two resumed their battle. As their conflict persisted, more spectators began to gather at the temple. Note to self, they should have arrived during the fight between Vegeta and Lapis. But I forgot. Piccolo and the others sensed the energy of Sun Wukong battling and gradually made their way over. Initially, upon seeing Lotzi and Lapis, they nearly clashed. Fortunately, with Gohan and Bobo mediating, a confrontation was averted. After hearing Gohan and Bobo's explanations, the group was left in astonishment. Who would have thought that mere days ago, they were adversaries, and now they could tentatively be considered friends? This meant they had but one common enemy now, Cell. Moreover, Cell had ventured into another dimension, and it was uncertain when he would return, if ever. Given this, there was no need to continue the search for Cell. Regrettably, due to the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls were rendered useless, preventing the revival of those slain by Cell. Time flowed steadily onward. The contest between Sun Wukong and Yuan was drawing to a close, and a stark contrast was evident between the two. Sun Wukong, clad in tattered garments, bore numerous scars upon his body. In contrast, Yuan, although his attire exhibited some wear, appeared remarkably unscathed. This was not merely due to Yuan's superior combat prowess compared to Sun Wukong, but rather the result of his unique lineage, merging the blood of Namekians and the Frisia race, which endowed him with a robust physique and remarkable regenerative abilities. Furthermore, their contest was merely a friendly competition. Hence neither had resorted to lethal force. Come on. Sun Wukong panted heavily. Let us settle this with one final move. Yuan fixed his gaze intently on Sun Wukong. Bring it on. The two, sharing an unspoken understanding, elevated their energies to their utmost limits. Sun Wukong positioned his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like configuration. The Kamehameha, a small blue sphere, materialized between his palms. Meanwhile, Yuan, with his right hand forming a sword gesture, summoned a violet glow that flickered at his fingertips, emanating a sharp energy that seemed capable of rending space itself. Sun Wukong, observing the purple radiance, felt a sense of gravity descend upon him, instinctively channeling more energy into the sphere. Gradually, he sensed the ball in his hands becoming increasingly difficult to control. Wave, he shouted, thrusting his hands toward Yuan, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that surged forth with the force of 1,000 armies. In an instant, the realm was bathed in blue light. The spectators within the temple tensed, their eyes fixated on Yuan. Get out of the way. Even Lajili, well aware of Yuan's true strength, could not suppress her anxiety. Yuan appeared oblivious to the impending strike, his focus entirely on his fingertips. Just as Sun Wukong's energy wave was poised to collide with Yuan, the violet glow at Yuan's fingertips ceased its flickering and solidified into a blade. Rend the void. The two words floated into the ears of the onlookers. A flash of purple brilliance emerged. The Kamehameha wave, which was about to strike Yuan, shattered inch by inch. A streak of purple energy surged directly toward the core of the energy wave, advancing towards Sun Wukong. Wherever it passed, the energy wave disintegrated into specks of starlight. Impossible. Sun Wukong stood in disbelief, a surge of energy flooding his hands. He amplified the Kamehameha, attempting to thicken its form. Yet, it could not withstand the onslaught of the blade, merely slowing its advance. Realizing the peril, Sun Wukong hastily executed an instantaneous movement to evade. Without the Kamehameha wave as a barrier, the blade of light surged forth like a dragon returning to the sea, vanishing into the horizon. Light years away from Earth, a flicker of purple light heralded the catastrophic explosion of several stars. Amidst the silent, resplendent display of cosmic fireworks, they quietly transformed into cosmic dust. Chapter 50. Seeking a new deity by Yuan. That move of yours is terrifying. If I had hesitated for even a moment, I would surely have been obliterated, Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his chest in a display of mock trepidation. In the final moments, Sun Wukong had recognized the futility of resistance and swiftly teleported beside Moyuan. Reflecting on the harrowing encounter with that technique, he felt a lingering trepidation. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Moyuan offered a subtle smile, neither affirming nor denying the sentiment. This technique was the culmination of Moyuan's extensive efforts, crafted as his most formidable attack. Combining the characteristics of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, Piccolo's special beam cannon, and Krillin's Destructo disc, along with a sprinkle of my own whimsical creativity, I have crafted this technique. If we liken energy to water, then Sun Wukong's Kamehameha resembles a high-pressure water gun. While the rending void technique is akin to a water cutter, the high-pressure water gun serves to cleanse, whereas the water cutter possesses the capacity to slice through stone and steel. With the same force, the more concentrated the energy, the greater the inflicted damage. The rending void technique wields immense power and exhibits formidable penetrative capability. However, its drawbacks are equally evident. It requires a lengthy build-up time to gather energy before release. Once unleashed, it becomes nearly uncontrollable. Should the opponent, much like Sun Wukong, evade, the attack effectively results in no damage. Fortunately, this issue is resolved now that I have mastered instant transmission, enabling me to control the technique through spatial nodes. I refrained from using it earlier primarily because it was unnecessary. I had no intention of truly harming Sun Wukong. Allow me to provide you with some healing, said, as a verdant glow enveloped his hands before he placed them upon Sun Wukong. Wow, you can heal too, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, feeling his wounds mend rapidly. A delightful surprise indeed. This would save a precious senzu bean. Ever since the senzu beans were exhausted by Yachirobe, they had been desperate to conserve every last one, often splitting them in half to make do. In truth, they had resorted to such measures. All in all, senzu beans had become a rare commodity, and every bit saved counted. Once Sun Wukong was healed, the two returned to the temple together. Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback to see Piccolo and the others present. Piccolo, what brings you here? Crossing his arms, Piccolo replied with a hint of exasperation, given the commotion you've caused. It would have been strange if we hadn't shown up. That's true, haha. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Oh, by the way, Piccolo, can you revert to your form before merging with the Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled and inquired. Since learning that Cell had escaped to another timeline, Sun Wukong had longed to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those humans slain by Cell. However, the Dragon Balls had become unusable following the merger with the Supreme Kai. Unfortunately not, Piccolo shook his head. Once I have merged with the Supreme Kai, we cannot separate again. If not for the numerous calamities befalling Earth, we would not have chosen to fuse in the first place. Is that so? It seems impossible after all, Sun Wukong conceded, feeling a sense of resignation. He then asked, I heard from Gohan that there are still some Namekians alive. Do you know which planet they have gone to? I hope to locate them swiftly. What? Piccolo responded. I wish to find a Namekian to remain on Earth. Thus, both the Supreme Kai and the Dragon Balls could be revived, wouldn't it? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Buu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed up at Wukong. If we can find a new Supreme Kai, I would owe you my gratitude. Bobo was filled with joy at the thought of a new deity soon arriving, his spirits soaring to great heights. Though he shared a deep friendship with Moyuan, Sun Wukong, and the others, Bobo was acutely aware that their time in the temple would not last forever. Once they departed, he would be left to dwell in solitude. Although Wukong's idea was promising, Piccolo could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, But Wukong, how do you intend to bring him here? We don't even know which planet they are on. Sun Wukong chuckled. Have you forgotten that I can teleport? As long as I can sense an energy signature similar to yours, it indicates the presence of Namekians nearby. Piccolo was astounded. Can you truly detect energy from such a distance? Perhaps. If it isn't too far, I should manage just fine. Let me give it a try. You all remain quiet for a moment. With that, Wukong pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, beginning his search for a signature akin to Piccolo's. The others held their breath, captivated by Wukong's earnest demeanor. After a considerable pause, Wukong's expression shifted slightly as he withdrew his fingers from his forehead. The group gazed at him with eager anticipation. Wukong sheepishly admitted, "I'm sorry, but it seems I cannot do it after all. What should we do now? Perhaps we could consult Lord Kai," someone suggested. Wukong then conceived another idea, eagerly seeking out Lord Kai's energy. "But how do we reach Lord Kai?" "I found it." In an instant, Wukong vanished, likely having arrived at Lord Kai's location. Gohan silently prayed for his father's success. Upon learning that Cell had ventured into another timeline, Piccolo and the others ceased their patrol and remained in the temple, intrigued by the room of spirit and time, contemplating a period of training within. However, as they were not well acquainted with Yuan and his companions, they hesitated to approach, remaining somewhat wary of them. Thus, the temple became divided into two small factions. Yuan, Lotzi Li, and La Bai Si formed one group, while Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan constituted the other. Yuan prepared some afternoon tea and summoned Bobo over. The four of them sat beneath a large parasol, savoring the delightful treats, enjoying a moment of relaxation. Yet, perhaps due to Piccolo's presence, Bobo did not linger long with Yuan. He suggested joining Piccolo's group, but Yuan declined, citing their unfamiliarity and the wariness exhibited by Piccolo and his friends. Gathering together would only invite discomfort, he reasoned, acknowledging that not everyone shared son Wukong's carefree nature. Upon hearing Yuan's rationale, Bobo chose not to press the matter further. "Do you two truly not regard me as a person?" La Bai Si remarked, observing her sister and Yuan in their intimate exchange, unable to suppress her critique. Yuan and Lotzi Li exchanged puzzled glances before bursting into laughter in unison. "Single dog," La Bai Si responded with a playful pout. Not far away, Krillin found himself unable to resist stealing glances at Lotzi Li, though he was unsure of the reason behind his fascination. Upon witnessing the intimate gestures exchanged between Lazili and Moyuan, a pang of anguish gripped Klin's heart. Sensing Klin's gaze, Moyuan turned his head, casting a cold and indifferent glance in his direction. The chilling intensity within Moyuan's eyes rendered Klin breathless, akin to being preyed upon by a ferocious beast, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze from Lazili. "What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Lazili inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Nothing," Moyuan replied, his expression returning to normal as he turned back. Lazili, sensing no need for further inquiry, offered the item in her hand towards Moyuan's mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, Moyuan bit down. Cough, cough. A sharp, pungent flavor surged upon him. Mustard. A hefty dollop of it. Tears streamed from Moyuan's eyes as he choked. Observing Lazili stifling her laughter behind her hand, Moyuan resolved that such a delightful experience could not be savored alone. He embraced Lazili, sharing the lingering taste with her. After a brief moment, Moyuan gazed at Lazili's tear-filled eyes, affected by the mustard, and murmured, "This is what we call sharing joys and sorrows together." Nearby, Lapisai remarked, Chapter 51, Resurrection of the Divine Dragon. As dusk approached, the sky darkened gradually. The setting sun painted the horizon crimson, with the rosy evening clouds resembling a bashful maiden, a sight most pleasing to behold. From the lofty heights of the temple, one could witness the most exquisite sunsets daily. Yet, regardless of how many times it had been seen, each occasion drew one into its enchanting beauty. Sunlight filtered through the vibrant clouds, cascading down to the earth. From above, the mist swirled, and the radiant hues appeared ethereal, resembling a celestial paradise, a beauty that defies description. The evening glow softly adorned Lazili with a delicate pink aura, akin to a fairy descended from the heavens, resplendent and breathtaking. Moyuan held Lazili's tender hand, a profound sense of tranquility enveloping his heart. This feeling was immensely gratifying for Moyuan. Were it not for the knowledge of formidable foes awaiting them, he would yearn for a secluded haven with Lazili, where they could lead a serene life, sharing meals and seasons together. Alas, in this world, to live a life of tranquility is indeed a luxury. If he were merely an ordinary person, he would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, now endowed with strength, Moyuan refused to entrust his fate to others, not solely for himself, but for those he wished to protect. Moyuan regarded Lazili with gentle eyes. his grip on her hand tightening slightly. It had been 2 hours since Sun Wukong's departure, and twilight was nearly upon them. Uncertain whether Wukong had located the Namekian, Krillin sat cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in ennui. He will definitely find it. Dad will surely succeed, Gohan declared with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, a ripple in space manifested, as two figures materialized within the temple. Hey, I've been to the new Namek. Sun Wukong returned, accompanied by a child who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo. Dandy. Piccolo was taken aback by the arrival of the child brought by Sun Wukong. After all, Dandy was still just a young boy. Piccolo had never anticipated that Sun Wukong would bring a child to meet the Earth's deity. Is he the new deity? Bobo gazed at the child who bore a striking resemblance to the ancient deity, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. Dandy, Gohan and Krillin, filled with excitement, rushed towards Dandy. They had shared countless experiences on Namek, forging a bond that transcended mere friendship. Gohan, Krillin, Dandy was equally delighted to see them. Since leaving Earth, he had deeply missed these cherished friends, and today, they were finally reunited. The trio embraced, twirling joyfully in unison. Krillin exclaimed, "It has been ages, Dandy. Your presence here is truly wonderful." Gohan added, "Dandy, can you genuinely become a deity on Earth?" "Yes, indeed," Dandy replied, feeling a touch bashful under the warm enthusiasm of Gohan and Krillin. "I always knew you would achieve great things in the future. From now on, we can frequently meet with Dandy." The affirmation from Dandy filled Krillin and Gohan with even greater joy. "I must ask you," Dandy, Piccolo said, his gaze serious as he fixed his eyes on Dandy. "Are you truly capable of creating the Dragon Balls?" "Absolutely," Sun Wukong interjected before Dandy could respond. "The elder from Namek told me Dandy is an exceptional descendant of the Dragon Clan." Gohan looked at Dandy in confusion. "Elder?" Dandy explained, "The current Grand Elder." "Yes, that Grand Elder assured me that it would not be a problem. Given 100 days, I believe I can complete the Dragon Balls." Dandy spoke with confidence, knowing that this time frame was remarkably brief for the Namekians. 100 days? Does it really take that long? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. He had thought the Dragon Balls could be created with ease. The revelation left everyone momentarily silent. Oh, Dandy suddenly recalled a brilliant idea. If I had the previous Dragon Balls used on Earth, along with the model of Shenron, I could revive the Dragon Balls immediately. Really? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with hope. The old Dragon Balls must have turned to stone and scattered across Earth by now. Piccolo analyzed calmly. Bobo chimed in. If it's the model of Shenron you need. I happen to have one I crafted myself. That's splendid. Krillin exclaimed. That should resolve the issue, right, Dandy? The others also wore delighted expressions. By the way, Dandy, can we make wishes just like on Namek, 3 in total? Krillin inquired. Yes, Dandy nodded slightly. Piccolo then asked, can we, as before, use one wish to resurrect those who have perished? For instance, is it possible to bring back those killed by Cell? Dandy felt a slight heat rising within him. After pondering for a moment, he replied, regarding this matter, I believe I am not fully prepared at the outset. If such a wish were made, it would only count as 2. Wu Fan exclaimed in surprise. Can we still fulfill 2 wishes? Indeed, with Dandy's affirmative response. Everyone eagerly anticipated Dandy's revival of the Eternal Dragon. Not only could it resurrect multiple individuals at once like before, but it also no longer adhered to the limitation of reviving only one person per occasion, and even allowed for an additional wish. This was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Bobo presented the model he had crafted to Dandy. At that moment, Yuan and Latsili approached to observe, as he too possessed the bloodline of the Namekians and perhaps could even create Dragon Balls himself. As for why only the 2 of them were present, it was because La Paisai had overindulged on dog food and went to find number 16 to digest. Dandy opened his arms towards the model of the Eternal Dragon, reciting the incantation of Namek. Subsequently, a peculiar energy coalesced in Dandy's hands and flowed into the model. This energy was extraordinary. It lacked the aggressive nature of Ki. Yet, it seemed to possess an indescribable power. After a while, the model of the Eternal Dragon transformed into a beam of golden light soaring into the heavens. It then split into 7 streams of light, descending upon the earth. Dandy declared, all right, the scattered Dragon Balls that had turned to stone should now be revived. Wonderful. I shall borrow Bulma's Dragon Radar at once. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. He then pressed his finger to his forehead, honing in on Bulma's energy. Wukong. Yuan suddenly called out to him. Wukong looked at him in confusion. After reviving those slain by Cell, may I have the remaining wish? I wish to. Yuan paused, having intended to explain what he wanted to use the wish for, but was taken aback when Wukong readily agreed. All right, I'm off to find the Dragon Balls. Bye. Wukong smiled slightly and vanished. Yuan stood there, gazing at the spot where Wukong had disappeared for a long while. Truly, you are remarkable, Wukong. Chapter 52, The Wish Dandy. Greetings, I am Yuan. After Wukong's departure, Yuan approached Dandy. Hello, brother Yuan, Dandy replied, momentarily taken aback, unsure why he had suddenly addressed a stranger as brother. Yet, there was something endearing about this individual that reminded him of Brother Naru. Dandy, whose personality was already reserved, felt a tinge of shyness, his green face slightly flushed. Unable to resist, Yuan gently patted Dandy's round head. Soft and plump, it felt quite delightful. Dandy, could you teach me how to create Dragon Balls? Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand from Dandy's head and inquired. Dragon Balls? Dandy looked at Yuan in astonishment. But only the descendants of the Dragon Clan can create them. Actually, I could be considered half, well, 1/4 of a Dragon Clan member, Yuan replied. Dandy scrutinized Yuan from head to toe, unable to discern any traits of a Namekian. Furthermore, Namekians reproduced asexually. How could there possibly be hybrids? Not to mention, they lacked the capability to procreate with others. Upon observing Dandy's expression, discerned his disbelief. Consequently, he extended his hand, and a unique energy manifested upon it. Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom the power that lay in his grasp. This energy was the distinctive bloodline force known to their kind, the Mycans, a manifestation of their will. While this force bore no offensive capability, it possessed numerous extraordinary applications, such as healing and the creation of objects from thin air, merely a few of the myriad uses of this willpower. Of course, these feats are not exclusive to willpower. Magic and superpowers can achieve similar results. The paramount function of this willpower, however, lies in the crafting of wish orbs, known as Dragon Balls. Upon witnessing possession of such will, Dandy readily acquiesced. Beside them, Piccolo contemplated speaking but ultimately remained silent after a moment's hesitation. Goku trusted him, as did Bobo, and the aura surrounding him was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any sinister undertones. With this realization, Piccolo thought, why not place faith in him just this once? Resolving this, he found a quiet corner, seated himself in meditation, and commenced his training. Dandy, assuming the role of a teacher for the first time, was filled with exuberance and devoted himself to instructing in the art of Dragon Ball creation. Dandy, you mentioned that special materials are required for making the Dragon Balls. Yet I currently lack these materials. What should I do? The special materials Dandy referred to were likely fragments scraped from the Super Dragon Balls, causing to feel somewhat disheartened. It seemed that he had hit a wall at the very first step. The vastness of the universe rendered the search for the Super Dragon Balls akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Do not worry, Dandy assured, retrieving a small cloth bag from his pocket. Behold, these are materials I brought from my clan, originally intended for crafting Dragon Balls. However, as Earth already possesses Dragon Balls, these materials are now unnecessary. In that moment, felt as though Dandy radiated brilliance. Marvelous, Dandy. You are indeed the most incredible person in this world. A veritable savior. Effusively praised him. Hee, I'm not that remarkable, Dandy replied, slightly bashful from the compliments. With the materials in hand, promptly set about crafting the Dragon Ball. Under Dandy's guidance, a Dragon Ball the size of a pigeon egg was soon fashioned. The next step required an extensive period of nurturing the Dragon Ball with willpower, embedding a seed of will within it. Only after the Dragon Ball absorbed sufficient willpower from the cosmos could it summon the dragon to grant wishes. It is important to note that 7 Dragon Balls are not a strict necessity, nor does a larger Dragon Ball inherently possess greater strength. The potency of a Dragon Ball is contingent upon the creator's prowess. For instance, the Dragon Balls on Earth, once activated by Dandy, rivaled the strength of those from planet Namek, despite their size being less than half that of the Namekian orbs. Dinner is ready. Unbeknownst to them, had spent over 2 hours crafting the Dragon Ball. During this time, Lazuli had gone to prepare dinner. By afternoon, with the efforts of Bobo and Gohan, Krillin and Tien had begun to lower their guard. Thus, Lazuli had prepared a meal for everyone that evening. Considering the numerous individuals gathered in the temple, along with the insatiable appetite of Sun Wukong, it took Lazuli 2 hours to prepare dinner. Dinner is ready. Just in time, as I was about to starve. At that moment, Sun Wukong returned to the temple, perfectly timed for mealtime, cradling 7 shimmering Dragon Balls in his arms. Without hesitation, he tossed the Dragon Balls onto the ground and dashed towards the dining table, eager to serve himself. Slap. Yuan swiftly swatted Sun Wukong's hand away, commanding, "First, wash your hands." All right, you're too strict, Yuan." Sun Wukong complied and hurried off to wash his hands. Gohan and Krillin exchanged glances, feeling a tad embarrassed by Sun Wukong's antics. Yet neither Yuan nor Sun Wukong seemed to mind such trivialities. Lapis and Android 16 were also summoned back by Yuan's telepathic call. Soon, everyone gathered around the dining table, including Piccolo and Dondi, although Android 16 remained absent, as he was a robot and did not require sustenance. Furthermore, he was bound by the directives of Dr. Gero, and it was commendable that he managed to refrain from confronting Sun Wukong. The meal proceeded harmoniously, devoid of any mishaps. After dining, the revitalized Sun Wukong finally recalled the Dragon Balls. "Sister, do you wish to become human again?" Yuan inquired. Although aware that the Eternal Dragon could not revert Lotzi Li to her former self, should she genuinely desire to become human, Yuan would go to great lengths to locate the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill her wish. Lotzi Li gazed at Yuan in astonishment. "Did you and Sun Wukong seek a wish solely for my sake?" Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if you do not wish to become human, we shall wish to eliminate the bombs and control systems within you, as they pose significant threats." The control systems within Lotzi Li and Lapis were considerable dangers. In the original story, Krillin only wished to remove the bombs from their bodies, leaving the control systems intact. In the Dragon Ball saga, Dr. Gero manipulated Lapis using the control systems, creating Hell 17, which fused into Super 17. Though uncertain whether this timeline was a super timeline or a regular timeline, it was prudent to eliminate these risks. Lotzi Li felt her eyes moisten, unable to restrain herself as she embraced Yuan. "Why are you so kind to me?" she whispered softly. Yuan lowered his head and gently pressed a mark upon her smooth forehead, his voice deep and sincere. "Because you are my sister, my family, my dearest, and my one and only love." Yuan's heartfelt confession struck Lotzi Li's heart profoundly. In that moment, a singular impulse surged within her. Yet, she could not resist, nor did she wish to. Thus, Lotzi Li rose on her tiptoes, her delicate arms encircling Yuan's neck, and with unwavering determination, she bestowed upon his lips her exclusive mark. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Lotzi Li continued to cling to Yuan's neck, her eyes sparkling with affection, brimming with emotions so intense they seemed ready to spill over. Leaning closer to Yuan's ear, she whispered, "You are my only one too." Smiled, feeling honored. In the end, Lazili chose not to revert to an ordinary life, believing that her current state was quite satisfactory. The most significant aspect was that, with their infinite energy source, their appearances would remain youthful. This was a dream cherished by countless women. Ultimately, made a wish for the dragon to eliminate the hidden dangers within Lazili and her companions, such as the bombs and control systems. With these threats removed, the trio felt a considerable lightness, as if a binding shackle had finally vanished. Even 16 no longer harbored animosity towards Sun Wukong. In Chapter 53, Vegeta achieved yet another remarkable feat. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open once more. Bathed in dazzling white light, 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged slowly. Compared to the previous day, their physiques had noticeably bulked up, their muscles pronounced, and an overwhelming aura emanated from them, showcasing the extraordinary growth they had experienced over the past year. Vegeta and Trunks now possessed a baseline combat power of 500 million. Moreover, their Super Saiyan forms had reached the 2nd level, boasting a 60-fold increase in combat strength. In my narrative, full power also equates to a 60-fold increase, but with the ability to master energy and extend transformation duration. Krillin and Tien were nearly immobilized under the weight of this terrifying aura. Even Piccolo could not help but break into a sweat. Although their baseline power was still lower, the Saiyans, upon transforming, enjoyed at least a 50-fold boost. Presently, he was no match for Vegeta. With an air of supreme confidence, Vegeta stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance over the gathered crowd. The overwhelming force inflated his ego. He regarded everyone with indifference. However, He suddenly noticed that the 3 puppet dolls before him showed no signs of fear in the face of his formidable power. While Sun Wukong also appeared unfazed, even seeming rather thrilled, Vegeta did not consider him a typical opponent. But how dared these 3 puppets display such audacity? As Vegeta felt a surge of anger rising within him, he remembered that he had yet to transform, and his power was indeed slightly lower than theirs. With this realization, he relaxed, a confident smile playing upon his lips as he regarded and his companions. What was once disdain morphed into a sense of pity for the weak. Ants would always be ants. They could never fathom the prince's might, and his companions were puzzled by the shifting expressions on Vegeta's face. Furthermore, the disdainful glint in his eyes was quite irksome. "Vegeta, are you constipated? Your expression is rather unpleasant," Lazuli remarked, crossing her arms as she stepped forward. Vegeta sneered derisively, his eyes cold as ice. "You puppet dolls truly lack self-awareness. I initially had no desire to engage you, but since you've presented yourself seeking doom, do not blame me for my mercilessness." As Vegeta beheld Lapis, memories of the humiliation he had suffered at his hands on 2 previous occasions surged back, an affront he deemed utterly unforgivable. "Vegeta, do not act recklessly. Lapis is an ally, not an adversary," Goku interjected, hastily positioning himself between the two, assuming the role of mediator. Vegeta, however, forcefully shoved Goku aside, exclaiming, "Step aside, do not impede me, Kakarot." His resolve was firm. Today, even if he did not slay Lapis, he would impart a lesson that would linger in Lapis's memory for a lifetime. Goku yearned to intervene and prevent Vegeta's aggression, yet he was restrained by Moyuan. "Rest assured, Goku, all will be well." Nevertheless, Goku was acutely aware that Vegeta's current strength was nearing that of his transformed state, and he feared for Lapis's safety. Goku was oblivious to Lapis's mastery of the Kaioken technique, mistakenly believing his power was merely in the billions. "Do not fret. Lapis is not as feeble as you assume," Moyuan reassured him nonchalantly. Having trained alongside Lapis in the hyperbolic time chamber for 6 months, Moyuan knew that Lapis had already unlocked the 20-fold Kaioken. After an additional 6 months of solitary training, Lapis would undoubtedly have made further advancements. Currently, Moyuan was uncertain of Lapis's potential multiplicative prowess with the Kaioken, but he was confident it exceeded 20 times. Observing Goku's lingering apprehension, Moyuan whispered 3 words, "Kaioken times." Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Moyuan, incredulous. "Did you just say Kaioken?" he questioned, doubting his own hearing. He was well aware of the rigorous threshold required to master the Kaioken technique. Though he had contemplated teaching it to Krillin and others, they had all faltered at the daunting threshold, leading him to abandon the idea. Moyuan remained silent, simply coalescing a small sphere of energy within his palm. Suddenly, realization washed over Goku. "Now it makes sense. No wonder I sensed you were not malevolent. So that is the reason." He then inquired, "By the way, how many times can Lapis utilize the Kaioken?" Moyuan raised 2 fingers, declaring, "At least 20 times. Gasping in astonishment, Goku's gaze towards Vegeta shifted, now tinged with pity. Mirroring the way Vegeta had earlier regarded Moyuan and his companions, Goku felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. Why must he endure punishment whenever he made even the slightest progress? What kind of cruel law dictated such a fate? Unable to bear the thought of Vegeta's impending clash, Goku summoned Gohan, and the father-son duo prepared to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Before stepping inside, Goku cautioned Moyuan to urge Lapis to go easy on Vegeta, lest he be gravely harmed. With one last sympathetic glance at Vegeta, Goku shook his head and closed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Lapis soared above the temple, their auras surging with intensity. Vegeta gazed disdainfully at Lapis, dismissively stating, "Fool, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I will spare your life." Lapis, crossing his arms, retorted mockingly, "It seems you've been constipated for far too long, and now your brain is filled with excrement." Remarkably, Vegeta did not succumb to anger. His mindset had shifted, perceiving Lapis's derision as mere impotent rage of the weak, utterly indifferent to it. With a confident smile, he replied, "I hope you can maintain that arrogance for a while longer." With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's aura began to surge, causing the very space around him to tremble. The temple beneath him threatened to crumble. In haste, Yuan conjured a protective shield to envelop the entire temple, then summoned several lounge chairs. Along with snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beverages, he addressed the others, "Make yourselves comfortable." Then, he took Lapis by the hand, and they found an optimal vantage point. Reclining in the chairs, indulging in their snacks, utterly at ease. At this moment, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his muscles swelling further. The golden aura blazed fiercely, an ominous presence sweeping across the earth. Embracing the cataclysmic power coursing through him, Vegeta smiled confidently, then raised his thumb to indicate himself, proclaiming, "Behold, the unparalleled Vegeta." The drink Moyuan was sipping erupted from his mouth as he could not contain his laughter. Vegeta had once again outdone himself, daring to utter such a phrase. Lapis also stifled a giggle. Ever since Moyuan had shared that anecdote, she could no longer regard Vegeta's words with a straight face. Recalling Goku's advice, Moyuan felt compelled to caution Lapis. Thus, he shouted to Lapis, "Take it easy. Don't kill Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Lapis flashed a gesture towards Moyuan. Chapter 54. Vegeta falls yet again. Vegeta was enraged. Faced with his own overwhelming power, these insignificant beings exhibited no fear whatsoever. They even had the audacity to request Lapis to go easy on him. Shouldn't that be directed towards me? Bastards. Vegeta glared at Lapis, teeth clenched. No one shall underestimate me, Vegeta. I am the mightiest warrior in the entire universe. Super Saiyan Vegeta. With a furious roar, Vegeta's energy surged once more. The earth began to tremble, quaking violently, the seas boiling as if on the brink of collapse. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body, radiant as the sun. Vegeta had reached the pinnacle of his power. 300 billion in battle strength erupted unreservedly. The surrounding air thickened, making it difficult to breathe. How terrifying! Is such power truly attainable by humanity? Krillin and Tien shivered under the weight of this dreadful aura. Ha ha ha! Vegeta laughed maniacally. Tremble, insects. He could already envision the terrified expressions of these puppet-like figures beneath his oppressive presence. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of applause shattered Vegeta's reverie. He discovered that the insignificant creature before him exhibited not a trace of fear, instead wearing a smug smile as it clapped for him. Akin to a clown in a circus finishing a spectacular performance. Is this truly the extent of your power, Vegeta? Lapis regarded him, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. A myriad of unspoken words crystallized into a mere click of the tongue, utterly dismantling Vegeta's defenses. To be looked down upon was far more agonizing than death itself. You wretched puppet, today I shall dismantle you. Vegeta clenched his fists, seething with rage, the veins on his forehead pulsating ominously. Does it not resemble the entrance of two into the golden arches, dismantling me? Lapis sneered. Open your eyes wide, Vegeta, and behold who is truly dismantling whom. 20-fold King's fist. Huh! With Lapis's roar, a crimson aura erupted from within him, fiercely ablaze. Simultaneously, his energy surged dramatically. Lapis's base combat power stood at an astonishing 1.7 billion. Upon activating the 20-fold King's fist, his combat power skyrocketed to an astounding 34 billion. The overwhelming aura instantly suppressed Vegeta. However, considering the mere 4 billion difference in combat power, it was not insurmountable given their current capabilities. Although Vegeta found himself constrained, he was not entirely devoid of resistance. Thus, Lapis resolved to escalate his strength further, determined to vanquish Vegeta with overwhelming force. This marked the third confrontation between them, and Lapis had grown weary of Vegeta's arrogant demeanor. 30-fold King's fist. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire being, yet Lapis did not even flinch. During the latter half of his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had been honing his physical form. He could now activate the 20-fold King's fist without sustaining injury. While the 30-fold King's fist inflicted damage upon his body, it remained within his limits. Upon its activation, Lapis's combat power surged to an astonishing 51 billion. The terrifying aura extended beyond the solar system, enveloping a significant portion of the northern galaxy. The central solar system trembled under the weight of this formidable presence. Impossible. Such power, even if I were to activate that form, would fall woefully short. Trunks could only stammer in shock at Lapis's might. Vegeta's eyes bulged in disbelief. The years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber not only bestowed him with immense power, but also elevated his pride to unprecedented heights. In Vegeta's eyes, apart from fellow Saiyans Goku and his son, no one else warranted his attention. Yet now, Lapis's strength struck him like a resounding slap, shattering his arrogance into pieces. Unforgivable. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, the flames of rage within him uncontainable. I am the strongest warrior in the universe. Ah, ah, Vegeta roared, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts towards Lapis. The relentless barrage of energy spheres cascaded like a meteor shower, striking Lapis with tremendous force. As the energy blasts continued to erupt from Vegeta's hands, he appeared to be venting his pent-up fury. This relentless assault lasted nearly 5 minutes, enveloping the sky in a thick shroud of smoke, resembling an ominous cloud looming in the distance. Once he finished his onslaught, Vegeta did not pause. Instead, he spread his arms wide in the air, drawing forth the energy of the heavens and the earth. He was not foolish enough to believe that mere energy blasts could vanquish Lapis. These were merely a smokescreen, a prelude to his ultimate attack. Should this final move connect, Vegeta was confident that he could defeat, even eliminate, Lapis. A brilliant radiance erupted from Vegeta as the energy of the universe converged upon him. In that moment, the world trembled, fierce winds howled, thunder roared, and the earth quaked. Vegeta compressed this energy, drawing it closer, as it transformed into lightning that ravaged the atmosphere. While the sanctuary remained unscathed under the protection of Moyuan, the earth below faced devastation. Mountains crumbled, and the landscape lay in ruin. Vegeta, is this your final gambit? As the smoke dissipated, Lapis stood undamaged in the air, arms crossed, observing Vegeta's energy gathering with an indifferent gaze. I concede your strength. Yet I cannot believe you truly dare to withstand my attack, he remarked. Vegeta directed his hands towards Lapis, a flickering energy sphere enveloped in lightning oscillating between his palms. The menacing aura of this energy sphere was undeniable, having surpassed Vegeta's peak combat power and continuing to rise. Vegeta taunted, I doubt you possess the courage. You are merely a coward. Lapis remained silent, merely watching the display. Mistaking Lapis's silence for acquiescence, Vegeta smirked. The energy sphere crackled restlessly at his fingertips, its power having escalated to double that of Vegeta's, reaching an astounding combat power of 600 billion. Vegeta found himself unable to compress any further energy into the sphere, struggling to maintain control. Perish, you wretched puppet. Final flash. With victory seemingly assured, Vegeta could not contain his laughter, relinquishing the restraint on the energy sphere. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy surged forth from his hand, imbued with apocalyptic force, hurtling towards Lapis. The energy wave streaked across the sky, transforming into a beam of light that raced into the depths of the cosmos. Gasping for breath, Vegeta struggled to recover. This technique had nearly drained his entire reservoir of power. However, he took solace in the belief that he had vanquished that accursed puppet. As he surveyed the spot where Lapis had once stood, now vacant, he erupted in laughter. What does it matter how strong you are? Is it not destined to perish at my hands? A calm voice, akin to a demon's whisper, resonated in Vegeta's ear. This voice sent chills down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Turning around, he beheld Lapis, who should have succumbed to his onslaught. Lapis appeared unscathed, evidently having evaded his lethal strike. Why? Vegeta's remark elicited an involuntary chuckle from Lapis. Are you a fool, Vegeta, or am I? Do you think such a crude provocation could ensnare me? Infuriated, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Very well, allow me to deliver a thrashing. And heed this. Should you dare to speak insultingly to us again, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Lapis cracked his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with malice. Vegeta wished to retort, but the ominous glint in Lapis's gaze compelled him to swallow his words. Excellent. Remember my name, Lapis. Do not err in calling me henceforth, or I shall truly kill you. 10 minutes later, Lapis was once again tugging at Vegeta's hair as they returned to the temple. It must be said, Vegeta's hairstyle was exceptionally easy to grasp, and Lapis had remarked positively on it thrice already. Chapter 55. Preparing to journey to the future time. In the vast, boundless desert, two streaks of golden and purple light intertwined swiftly in the air, colliding with a thunderous roar. The deafening sound of their clash reverberated throughout the realm. The residual energy from the battle generated invisible shockwaves that expanded outward, stirring the golden sands into towering waves several meters high. The overwhelming sands enveloped the entire desert, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic arrival. With a resounding thud, following another collision, the purple light was struck down, plummeting like a meteorite, deeply embedding itself into the desert and forming a colossal pit several meters deep. The golden light hovered above the abyss, revealing the silhouette of Sun Wukong. His aura had been meticulously contained within. During a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had fully developed the Super Saiyan form to its utmost potential. At this stage, his combat power had surged to 60 times its original strength, and he could perfectly harness the power generated by his transformation, containing it entirely within himself without wasting a shred of energy. Moyuan was entirely ensconced in the sands, a thin layer of energy surrounding him, creating a barrier between himself and the grains. Engaging in combat with Sun Wukong in his normal state was indeed a hubristic undertaking. For Sun Wukong was no longer the same warrior he had once been. His base combat power had escalated to an astounding 600 million, and upon transformation, it soared to 36 billion. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Moyuan grinned broadly. In the heat of battle against Sun Wukong, he realized that under such immense pressure, his own combat strength was rapidly escalating. In previous encounters with Razali and Lapis, he had always matched his power to theirs. Even in his weaker days, Razali had lowered her strength to match his in their sparring sessions. Thus, he remained oblivious to the terrifying power he possessed. In this battle, Moyuan's combat prowess surged to a remarkable new height. His regular fighting strength now reached an astonishing 700 million. Moyuan was eager to continue his confrontation with Sun Wukong. With a low growl, Moyuan unleashed a burst of violet flames. The sand in the massive pit spiraled into a colossal vortex. Boom! The sand at the vortex's core erupted, revealing Moyuan's unscathed figure. Observing Moyuan, who bore no injuries, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although he had held back during their previous skirmish, even his diminished attack power was beyond what Moyuan's strength could typically withstand. Remarkably, Moyuan emerged without a scratch, underscoring the sheer strength of his physique. Yuan, with your Saiyan cells, you must also be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, correct? Come now, unleash your full power. Sun Wukong earnestly urged Moyuan. A faint smile graced Moyuan's lips as he nodded. Indeed, I can transform. However, my transformation may differ from yours. Differ? Moyuan's words piqued Sun Wukong's curiosity. In what way does it differ? Is it the form or the increase in combat strength? After a moment's contemplation, Moyuan gestured with his thumb and forefinger to signify the universe between them. Aside from a slight variation in form, my power amplification surpasses yours by a margin of 100 million. Sun Wukong's intrigue deepened. Then show me your transformation. Prepare yourself, Mr. Wukong. Moyuan was on the verge of transforming when a distant voice interrupted. Shortly thereafter, Trunks appeared before them in a hurried manner. Hello, Trunks. What brings you here? Has something happened? Wukong inquired. Indeed, my mother has repaired the time machine, and I wish to invite you both to travel to the future to help defeat Cell. Trunks earnestly regarded Moyuan and Sun Wukong. After receiving a call from Bulma, Trunks had been anxious to return. However, recalling Moyuan's warning about the terrifying might Cell possessed in his perfect form, he decided it prudent to enlist the help of Wukong and Moyuan to vanquish Cell. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Moyuan and Sun Wukong naturally had no objections to Trunks' request. A formidable opponent was precisely what they sought. Moyuan was also keen to ascertain who would prevail against the perfect Cell. You go ahead, I shall join you shortly. With that, Moyuan focused his mind to locate the temple and executed an instantaneous movement, vanishing from their midst. Within the temple, Lazili practiced various applications of her spatial abilities. In terms of spatial talent, Lazili was truly exceptional. Merely mastering the technique of instantaneous movement, she had developed numerous unique spatial skills. These included creating a dimensional space for item storage, executing a dimensional slash to tear through space, and solidifying the enemy's space to control them. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that as Razali's prowess continues to ascend, her future prowess will undoubtedly rival that of the illustrious Hit. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial energy ensues, enveloping Razali in a familiar aura. Sister, I have returned, Moyuan declares, drawing Razali into his embrace, his voice a soft murmur. Why are you back so soon? He recounts his intention to journey to the future with Trunks. After a contemplative silence, Razali responds, Well, you may go. Shall I depart then? Moyuan inquires. Having pinpointed Bulma's location, preparing for instantaneous travel. Wait, Razali calls out. What is it? Moyuan replies, puzzled by her sudden interruption. Razali gracefully approaches him, rising onto her toes. Moyuan, brushing his lips with his fingers, beams with a dreamy smile. Silly, hurry along. Don't keep them waiting, Razali playfully chides. Moyuan gazes at her, suddenly recalling an important matter he had yet to address. With a quizzical tilt of her head, Razali asks, what is it? In an instant, she finds Moyuan's face magnified before her. After a moment's pause, he earnestly states, the important matter is, of course, to reciprocate. It is a splendid tradition to practice reciprocity. Very well, I shall truly take my leave now, Moyuan asserts as he releases Razali. I shall await your return. She replies, her gentle eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Moyuan, momentarily taken aback, nods affirmatively. With a firm focus on Bulma's location, he vanishes from sight. Razali lingers at the spot he once occupied, her resolve gradually solidifying as she immerses herself in her training. She yearns for the day when she need not cower behind Moyuan in the face of adversaries. For she is, after all, the elder sister. Chapter 56, The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Cell? Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Moyuan finds Goku, Trunks, and Vegeta already present. Hey Yuan, you have finally arrived. Goku exclaims, excitement propelling him to his feet, eager to confront Cell. Vegeta casts a sidelong glance at Moyuan, turning away in agitation. Each encounter with Moyuan rekindles memories of his recent defeat at the hands of Lapis. Just you wait. This prince shall eventually vanquish you all. Vegeta seethes inwardly. Would you care to join me for a date? Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, is instantly captivated by the strikingly handsome Moyuan, rushing over to embrace his arm. Mother! Bulma exclaims, exasperatedly placing a hand on her forehead at her mother's infatuation. Yet, she concedes, he is indeed quite handsome, especially in the absence of Vegeta and Trunks. Stealing a glance at Moyuan, Bulma muses silently. Moyuan discreetly withdraws his arm from Mrs. Brief's hold, offering a polite smile. It has been a while, Mrs. Brief. Bewildered Mrs. Brief is momentarily taken aback by his greeting. After scrutinizing, she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Are you that little brother from that day? If it weren't for striking features, Mrs. Brief would never have imagined that this towering figure, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, was the same child she had encountered just days prior. Over the past few days, Mrs. Brief and Bulma had heard Trunks speak of and his companions, learning that they were not the villains they had initially presumed, which eased their fears considerably. Indeed, they were also grateful to Mrs. Brief for her generosity in lending them the gravity chamber. Looked at Mrs. Brief with genuine gratitude. Oh, Mrs. Brief was momentarily taken aback, then waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for thanks, no need for thanks. We shall all be good friends from now on. By the way, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? I must tell you, I have a daughter who is quite beautiful. In truth, Mrs. Brief felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, her initial act of handing over the items had been driven by fear upon recognizing the emblem of the red satin ribbon brigade on Lapis. I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a girlfriend, replied. Is it that lovely girl who accompanied you that day? Indeed, he said, and a warm sensation filled his heart at the mere mention of Lapis, akin to the sweetness of honey. All right, Mom, they need to be on their way, Bulma interjected, noticing Trunks' fidgeting demeanor. Bulma understood her mother all too well. If left uninterrupted, her mother could engage in conversation until nightfall. Follow me, Bulma instructed and his companions. The group followed Bulma out of the room and into the courtyard. There, Bulma produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and soon, a larger-than-life time machine materialized before them. This expedition into the future would only include Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, as Gohan was unable to accompany them due to Chi-Chi's disapproval. Understood Chi-Chi's perspective, everyone saw Gohan's abilities but overlooked a crucial fact. He was merely 10 years old. What parent could bear to send their 10-year-old child into battle against monsters? Not even Goku could easily accept this. His insistence on training Gohan stemmed from uncertainty about facing and the threat of Cell, yet Gohan's potential had offered him hope. Now that and his friends were allies, the focus shifted solely to defeating Cell, and Goku perceived a potential in that surpassed even Gohan's. Naturally, he was reluctant to allow Gohan to embark on such perilous adventures. The four of them boarded the time machine. Trunks adjusted the settings and cast a glance back at his mother, who was still waving at them from the past. Goodbye. Wishing you all the best. Trunks waved back at Bulma, Farewell, Mom, he silently thought, then pressed the activation button. The time machine gradually lifted off the ground, a faint glow flickering before it vanished in an instant. Despite the length of this dividing line, it merely consists of 5 characters, which is even fewer than others who opt for 6 dots. Suddenly, a peculiar machine materialized above the scarred land, gently descending to the ground. From the time machine emerged Yuan and his companions. Observing the ravaged world before them, Yuan fell into a profound silence. While watching the anime had not evoked much feeling, witnessing this battered realm firsthand was undeniably shocking. Yuan opened his inner vision, enveloping the entire earth within his perception. What he beheld next was utterly astonishing. A nascent town, nearly a congregation of all humanity on earth. Most absurdly, a towering statue, several meters high, stood majestically at the town's center. In front of the statue was a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Cell." Yuan gazed at the colossal statue resembling Cell, internally questioning the situation with 3 perplexing marks. The actions of Cell upon arriving in this world appeared to diverge significantly from their expectations. "What is the matter, Yuan? Have you discovered something?" Sun Wukong inquired. Noticing Yuan's odd expression, Trunks also looked at Yuan with urgency. "Let me take you there. You will understand once you see it." "Place your hands on my shoulders," Yuan instructed. Sun Wukong and Trunks immediately complied, resting their hands on his shoulders, while Vegeta, with a huff, reluctantly did the same. In an instant, the 4 vanished, only to reappear at the heart of the town, directly in front of the Cell statue. "What is happening?" Trunks exclaimed. Incredulity etched on his face as he surveyed the scene. People bustled about, diligently constructing the city. Despite the laboriousness of their tasks, joy radiated from their faces. "The Savior of the World, the Hero of Humanity, Cell?" Trunks was momentarily struck dumb by the inscription on the stone tablet. Sun Wukong leaned closer to Yuan and whispered, "Could it be that Cell is actually a good person?" Yuan remained silent. Then Sun Wukong shook his head, muttering to himself, "But that can't be right. He has killed so many on Earth. He cannot possibly be a good person." "Humph. We can just drag Cell out and find out." Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "Lord Trunks?" At that moment, a young man approached and asked. Upon hearing this, Trunks turned to see the familiar face of the young man. "Dia, it's really you, Lord Trunks." Dia exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Trunks. Trunks grasped Dia's shoulders, anxiously asking, "Dia, where is my mother? Is she all right?" "Dr. Bulma is well. She should be in the laboratory," Dia replied. Suddenly, Dia's expression shifted to one of slight dismay as he asked, "Lord Trunks, does your return mean that Lord Cell has departed?" Trunks, regaining his composure, chose not to answer Dia's question directly, but instead said, "First, take me to find my mother, and along the way, tell me what has transpired during my absence." Chapter 57. The transformation of Cell. Dia led the 4 of them to the laboratory, recounting the entire saga of how Cell annihilated the androids to save humanity. Observing Dia's starry-eyed admiration, Trunks felt a tumult of emotions within him. In his imagination, upon arriving in this timeline, Cell would undoubtedly devour the 2 androids, evolving into his perfect form, and subsequently consume humanity to augment his own strength. Trunks had prepared himself for the worst. He would not be surprised if the entire Earth in this timeline were to vanish. Furthermore, Goku had assured him, thumping his chest, that even if the Earth were lost, he could seek the aid of the Namekians and use the Dragon Balls to restore it. However, the notion of Cell transforming into a hero, a savior, was beyond Trunks' wildest dreams. The group entered the laboratory with complex expressions upon their faces. Rather than a laboratory, it resembled a vast warehouse, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items forming small mountains. A few individuals rummaged through the heaps of scrap metal, searching for usable materials and parts. "Hey, Dia, what brings you here today?" An older man, sifting through materials, greeted them with a smile. "Sir, this is Lord Trunks. He has returned, and I brought him to see Dr. Bulma." Dia introduced him. The older man had not previously met Trunks, having been elsewhere, but he had certainly heard numerous tales about him. "Ah, so this is the son of Dr. Bulma, the one who summoned Cell to save us?" The man gazed at Trunks with astonishment. The narrative of Cell saving humanity, equated to Trunks calling upon Cell, essentially made it seem as though Trunks himself had rescued mankind. In stark contrast to the older man's excitement, Trunks felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, akin to having consumed something foul. Yet, amidst that discomfort, a flicker of relief emerged. Although the deceased could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls, who truly wishes to witness their loved ones suffer? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jia guided them to the innermost chamber of the laboratory, which served as Bulma's workspace. The machines within were primarily the same as those she had utilized 2 decades prior in West City, representing the pinnacle of technology on Earth. Without these machines, Bulma would never have been able to fabricate a time machine so swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. Trunks gently rapped on the door. Mom, I'm back. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing an ecstatic Bulma. Trunks, Mom. They embraced tightly, savoring the reunion. After a while, as they composed themselves, Bulma finally noticed the 3 companions beside Trunks. Oh, Goku? Vegeta? What brings you here? And who is this? Hi, Bulma. Goku greeted her with a cheerful smile. Vegeta curled his lip in disdain, letting out a dismissive sound, before turning his gaze elsewhere. Moyuan, akin to Goku, greeted Bulma with a smile. Hello, I am Moyuan. Mom, let's go inside to talk, Trunks suggested. Dr. Bulma, Lord Trunks, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave and not disturb you further, Jia stated before promptly departing. What? Bulma exclaimed, her mouth agape, utterly astonished by what she had just heard. From Trunks, she learned of the monstrous nature of Cell. To her disbelief, the individual they had regarded as a savior was, in fact, an android created by Dr. Gero. Furthermore, he was not a friend of Trunks, but had stolen Trunks' time machine to arrive in this timeline, solely to absorb the androids 17 and 18 of this era, aiming to achieve his perfect form. The notion of saving humanity was perhaps merely a pretext to procure the specialized energy required to activate the time machine. Bulma naturally placed her complete trust in her son's words. By the way, Mom, do you know where Cell has gone? Trunks inquired. Bulma shook her head, responding, I'm not certain. He visited the lab a few days ago, and I haven't seen him since. I know where he is, Yuan interjected. Moments ago, he had activated his clairvoyance to search for Cell's whereabouts. After thoroughly scanning the surface of the Earth without any findings, he suddenly sensed a unique energy near Dr. Gero's laboratory. Following this energy, he ultimately discovered Cell in an underground lab. At that moment, Cell's energy fluctuations were extraordinarily vibrant, as if he were undergoing a momentous transformation. Through his clairvoyance, Yuan could clearly perceive the terrifying energy within Cell, which had surpassed even Goku's peak battle power. It is worth noting that Goku, while in the hyperbolic time chamber with the assistance of the gravity room, had already exceeded his original battle power from the story. At full power as a Super Saiyan 1, Goku's strength had surpassed that of the perfect form of Cell from the original narrative. However, this current Cell had reached an astonishing battle power of 500 billion, and it was still on the rise. This was merely the perfect form of Cell. Should he transform into his lightning form, his power would at least double. At that point, even Yuan would find it challenging to contend with him. Time is of the essence. We must hurry, Yuan urged, unable to explain further, instructing them to place their hands upon him. He then executed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Within the underground lab, 4 figures materialized out of thin air. Sensing their presence, Cell instantly opened his eyes. Goku. The disturbed Cell glared at the newcomers with clenched teeth. A few days prior, he had been here, encountering his counterpart from this timeline. The fully realized Cell had effortlessly absorbed the newly emerged Cell from this era. However, after devouring the essence of this Cell, he discovered that his body felt as if it had finally completed the last piece of a puzzle, becoming flawless in its perfection. Moreover, he experienced a new metamorphosis, and he currently found himself in the throes of this transformation. Originally, in his perfect form, his battle power stood at 250 billion. Yet, following several days of evolution, his strength soared to an astonishing 500 billion, a remarkable doubling of his previous might. And the metamorphosis was far from complete. Should the transformation reach its pinnacle, Cell could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his newfound power. Alas, at this moment, everything was being thwarted by the individuals before him. Forced to abandon his state of transformation, Cell could no longer grasp the sensation of returning to that form. You wretched fools, Cell seethed, his fangs nearly shattering as he glared menacingly at the 4 before him. Chapter 58. The Transformation of Fusion of 4 Bloodlines. Cell roared in fury. In an instant, his power surged to its zenith, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted into a colossal pillar of light. The ground above the underground laboratory was instantaneously vaporized under the impact of this formidable force. The heavens shifted, winds howled, and thunder roared. The entirety of the Earth, the solar system, and even the Milky Way trembled beneath the weight of this dreadfulness. Strange phenomena erupted across the planet, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks were all taken aback by the sheer intensity of it. Yet, that was all. A few days prior, the 30-fold Kaioken of Lapis had proven superior to Cell by a narrow margin. Trunks felt an immense relief that he had not ventured back to this timeline alone, for he knew that by himself, he would undoubtedly fall short against Cell. Although Moyuan had never revealed his true strength before them, it was evident that he held a position of dominance among the four. What could render him the leader if he lacked formidable prowess? Observing the calm demeanor of Moyuan, Trunks felt a surge of reassurance, as Cell's overwhelming pressure seemed to wane considerably. Yuan, do you have confidence in dealing with him? Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze cautiously fixed on Cell. Moyuan nodded with composure. No problem. That's reassuring, with you backing me. I can rest easy, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Moyuan remarked, you may find it hard to believe, but initially, I thought that if the sky were to fall, you, Sun Wukong, would bear the weight. How did it suddenly become my responsibility to catch you? He fell into contemplation, pondering where the miscalculation had occurred. Vegeta, overhearing the exchange between Moyuan and Wukong, felt a surge of indignation. When did Prince Vegeta ever need to rely on others for support? Ever since he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had believed that only Kakarot could rival him. Yet now, one after another, they all eclipsed him in strength. Even Kakarot's son had reached a power level that matched his own. The more he reflected, the angrier he became, his face flushed with rage. His eyes fixed intently on Cell, he yearned to unleash his pent-up frustration. Let us cease the trivialities and engage together. With the three of us, we might just overpower this adversary, Vegeta remarked coolly. He was not foolish. The disparity in combat power was too vast for a solitary effort to succeed, a lesson he had learned well from his encounter with Lapis. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku felt a surge of eagerness. As a member of the warrior race of Saiyans, Goku's fervor for battle was undeniably intense. Thus, Goku, Trunks, and Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyans. After being thoroughly bested by Lapis just days prior, Vegeta had experienced a boost in his combat prowess, now matching Goku with a power level of 600 million. Upon transformation, Goku, 36 billion Vegeta, 36 billion Trunks, 30 billion Cell regarded them with disdain, mocking, with such paltry strength, you are unworthy of my effort. Suddenly, the needle-like tip of Cell's tail expanded into a bell shape. Subsequently, a series of diminutive blue versions of Cell emerged from within, a total of 7. Each emanated a formidable and malevolent aura, their power levels equal to that of Trunks, each reaching 30 billion. It is noteworthy that just a few years prior, Frieza, with a power level of 12 billion, was deemed the ruler of the universe. Were Frieza to be present now, he would likely perish within 3 seconds. The 7 small cells emitted sinister laughter. Goku, you handle these few. I'll take on Cell, said Moyuan. Goku gazed solemnly at the 7 diminutive figures and nodded. Though these foes were slightly weaker individually, their sheer number, 7, rendered that difference negligible, and they might even hold the advantage. Trunks could manage 1, leaving Vegeta and Goku to confront 3 each, facing 3 monstrous entities, each with a combat power of 30 billion, was undoubtedly daunting. However, Goku felt a thrill of excitement. You? With your feeble power, I could extinguish you with a mere breath. Ha ha ha. Cell laughed maniacally as if he had heard a grand jest. Moyuan, unfazed, regarded Cell coldly, saying, I hope you can still laugh as cheerfully shortly. For reasons unknown, under Moyuan's gaze, Cell began to feel a twinge of unease. Impossible. It must be a mistake. I am the strongest in the world, Cell repeatedly reassured himself, attempting to suppress the unsettling feeling. A faint smile crept across Moyuan's lips as he clenched his fists. Now, he bellowed. A purple aura enveloped him, layered with a golden sheen. Gradually, the golden energy fused with his inherent purple aura, creating a magnificent purple-gold flame. His hair stood upright, and the small horns at the sides of his head elongated slightly. The flame-like fins on his tail transformed into an actual blaze, flickering and dancing with fervor. The hair transformed from a light purple to a majestic golden hue, while the once violet pupils shifted entirely to a brilliant gold. The previously serene aura surrounding him underwent a profound transformation. Unlike the cold and ruthless energy typically exuded by a transformed scion, Moyuan's presence radiated the essence of a sovereign ruler, exalted and imperious, demanding reverence. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, rising from 700 million to a staggering 70 billion in an instant. This marked an astonishing 100-fold increase. This was the culmination of Moyuan's fusion of 4 bloodlines, manifesting in his ultimate transformation. Achieving such a monumental enhancement in merely the first stage equated to the battle prowess of a Super Saiyan 2. The overwhelming pressure of his aura cast a shadow over the entire realm, rendering the surroundings seemingly diminished, as if bowing in submission to their king. Cell's energy was instantaneously suppressed. Under this terrifying force, the fleeting unease he felt morphed into profound dread. How could this be? Not only Cell, but even Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks found it hard to believe. Is this what you meant by being just a little stronger than us? Goku gazed at Moyuan, his expression a canvas of bewilderment. Moyuan gestured with his fingers, affirming, "Indeed, just a tiny bit. Who are you truly? There has never been a record of your existence throughout history." Cell's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Moyuan, bitterness etching his features. Why? Why is this happening? If only I had a few more days to evolve, I could undoubtedly become the most formidable being in this world. The intense resentment morphed into fury as Cell cast his gaze skyward, shouting in defiance. "Enough! It is time for you to depart." Moyuan, with his right hand forming a sword gesture, regarded Cell with an air of indifference. Crack the void. A radiant beam of golden light surged from Moyuan's fingertips. This mere 2-meter-long beam struck terror into Cell's heart, his instincts warning him that to confront it directly would be fatal. Block it. At Cell's command, 7 smaller versions of himself positioned themselves in front, combining their might to unleash a barrage of techniques against the beam. Yet, the sword light flickered and vanished into thin air, only to reappear as 2 of the smaller cells lost their heads, followed by explosive destruction. This bizarre spectacle sent chills down Cell's spine. Run. This was the only thought racing through Cell's mind. However, just as he resolved to flee, the beam materialized before him, a mere 2 meters away. Such a short distance left him no chance of escape. In desperation, Cell channeled all his strength into his hands. Gritting his teeth, he braced against the beam with all his might. Yet, against the overwhelming force, his resistance was futile. The power of the beam swept him away, propelling him like a comet away from Earth. The beam gradually pierced through Cell's body, unleashing a horrific force that sliced through him like a multitude of tiny swords. Countless fissures appeared across his surface, expanding as blinding light emanated from within. Damn it! Regrettably, Sherilu's unwilling roar in the vastness of space could only manifest as a silent scream, transforming into a splendid display of fireworks amidst dazzling light. Chapter 59, Silver Sherilu. Is this truly the end? Sun Wukong stood speechless, gazing at the colossal fireworks in the cosmos. Vegeta and his son Trunks were equally astonished, left in a state of utter disbelief. The remaining 5 small Sherulus huddled on the ground, trembling with fear. These 5 were deliberately spared by Moyuan, as it was anticipated that Wukong and Vegeta might be eager for a challenge. As for the reason behind the elimination of 2, it was because, while Wukong and Vegeta surpassed the small Sherulus in combat prowess, tackling 3 would have been a strenuous endeavor, whereas 2 was just right. Moyuan furrowed his brow as he observed the sky. What was amiss? Sun Wukong noticed Moyuan's unusual demeanor and inquired. Moyuan, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, spoke in a low, serious tone. Sherilu is not dead. What? Wukong and the others exclaimed in disbelief, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Yet, the look on Moyuan's face suggested he was not jesting. Through his mind's eye, Moyuan discerned a silvery mass writhing at the epicenter of the explosion. Aware of Sherilu's vulnerabilities, he had unleashed his attack without restraint, specifically targeting Sherilu's core. However, he was taken aback to discover that, even under such formidable assault, Sherilu's core had managed to endure. Moreover, the silvery core emanated a sense of pressure, as though it harbored a terrifying power. Once more, Moyuan formed a sword gesture, preparing to deliver another strike to Sherilu. However, he He soon relinquished the idea, for it was already too late. The mass in space pulsated rapidly, swelling in size. Before long, a fully silver Sherilu emerged in the cosmos. His entire form crackled with electricity, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, manifesting as a tempest of energy. Sherilu inspected his hands. Flexing his fingers, an immense power coursed through him, a strength he had never previously experienced. Initially, Sherilu believed his demise was inevitable. To his astonishment, the core within his mind had survived the horrific onslaught. Moreover, the metamorphosis of his core was now complete. After his physical body was obliterated, the evolved core resurrected him. In his revived state, he perfectly inherited the core's power, becoming the most formidable Sherilu yet, Silver Sherilu. Ha ha! Sherilu erupted into manic laughter, unleashing his full strength. A terrifying presence conjured a storm throughout the universe. The tempest surged toward Earth, instantly unleashing a cataclysmic whirlwind of death. The entire planet trembled, mountains crumbling to dust beneath the ferocity of the storm. The under-construction Sherilu city was obliterated in an instant, countless lives buried beneath the rubble of collapsing structures. Many were swept away by the tempest, reduced to mere pulp amidst the chaos. Sherilu city descended into a nightmarish hellscape. You all stay here to deal with the small Sherulus. Trunks and I shall return, Moyuan urgently declared, seizing Trunks as he spoke to Wukong. Before Goku could respond, he and Trunks vanished from their location using instantaneous movement. In the next moment, they found themselves in the ruins of a city. Moyuan raised his hand, and in an instant, a colossal transparent shield enveloped the entire area. Suddenly, the raging winds ceased, and various objects, previously swept into the air, began to descend like a torrential rain. Once the storm subsided, the surviving humans gazed upon the devastated city, unable to restrain their tears. Trunks located Bulma in the laboratory. Fortunately, there was a basement within the lab. As soon as the tempest struck, everyone took refuge there, narrowly escaping disaster. However, those working on the surface were far less fortunate, with countless lives lost to the fury of the storm. From the millions who once inhabited the earth, only a few 100,000 remained after the tempest passed. Lord Trunks, what exactly is happening? Dia, dragging a broken leg, approached Trunks. His body was covered in wounds from debris hurled by the storm, and his left leg had been shattered by a large stone. Is it Cell? Lord Cell? How is that possible? Wasn't he your ally? He even vanquished those two fiends to save humanity. Dia's eyes were bloodshot as he exclaimed. Trunks, looking at Dia earnestly, replied, Cell is not my ally. He is also an android, and his slaying of those two was merely to absorb them and achieve his perfect form. Impossible. This cannot be. Dia, whose faith had been shattered, collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, shaking his head repeatedly. Ever since Cell had destroyed the two androids, Dia had idolized him. Now, he was informed that his idol was, in fact, an android with ulterior motives for saving the Earth. After enduring countless separations and near-death experiences, Dia's spirit was already fragile. Cell had become his mental pillar, and now that even Cell had fallen from grace, Dia was left utterly devastated. Trunks, speaking ill of others behind their backs, is unbecoming. Suddenly, Cell appeared above them. With a shift in tone, Cell continued, Moreover, your assertions are not entirely accurate. Hearing Cell's words, Dia's eyes lit up as he crawled towards him, dragging his broken leg. Lord Cell, everything he said is a lie, isn't it? Humph. Cell scoffed, a surge of intense energy erupting from his being, sending Dia, who had nearly reached him, flying. Then, with a mocking tone, he added, he omitted a crucial detail. I intended to acquire the energy from the time machine and obliterate the Earth. I never anticipated that Trunks would return. But since you are all back, you must possess a time machine, right? Ha ha ha. Once I eliminate you, I will seize your time machine and return. Cell could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Dia's dreams were entirely shattered, and the overwhelming shock caused him to lose consciousness. However, Cell didn't spare him even a glance. However, prior to this, Cell cast a cold, piercing glance at, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Just now, I nearly believed I was on the brink of death. Upon transforming into his silver form, Cell's combat prowess surged tremendously, now reaching an astonishing 15 trillion, exceeding his power by over 100 billion, twice as much. A terrifying aura enveloped, instilling within him a sense of pressure. Perhaps influenced by his scion bloodline, felt only exhilaration beneath this oppressive force, devoid of fear. A faint smile played upon his lips as he gazed at Cell, brimming with fighting spirit. Let us engage in battle then. The victor shall live, while the vanquished shall perish. This suits me perfectly. Chapter 60. Gaining experience before the formidable Silver Cell. Although was unfazed, he dared not underestimate him. After all, Cell's combat strength greatly surpassed his own. Conversely, Cell, infused with overwhelming power, was now excessively arrogant, dismissing entirely. To him, S' meager strength seemed trivial. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily extinguish life. Cell regarded with disdain. Go ahead and make your move. Otherwise, when I strike, you shall have no chance to retaliate. He stood there, arms crossed, utterly unguarded. Observing Cell's hubris, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. In an instant, Cell's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, had vanished. Yet, before Cell could react, a dull thud echoed. Clutching his abdomen, the scornful expression on Cell's face evaporated, replaced by one of agonizing distortion. Seized Cell's shoulder and employed instant transmission once more. They vanished from Earth, relocating the battlefield to the vastness of space to prevent any destruction to their home. Both possessed Frisia's cells, endowing them with the ability to survive in the void of the cosmos. Cell could hardly fathom that despite the vast disparity in their combat strengths, he was struck by his fist, leaving him momentarily dazed. Unbeknownst to him, although his power was not as formidable, he frequently absorbed energy, resulting in a ki that surpassed that of ordinary beings and possessed unique properties that inflicted greater harm upon those of malevolent nature, certainly applicable to Cell, who bore the weight of millions of human lives upon his shoulders. Thus, despite their unequal strengths, could indeed inflict damage upon Cell, rendering him incapable of simply withstanding the assault. Emboldened, grasped Cell's shoulder with one hand while delivering a barrage of strikes to Cell's face with the other. The sound of slaps echoed in his mind, for sound could not travel in the vacuum of space. Cell felt a throbbing in his head, as several handprints marred his silvery visage, his cheeks swelling grotesquely, resembling a creature from nightmares. Following this, a powerful kick landed in Cell's abdomen, unleashing force, sending Cell hurtling like a meteor, shattering a multitude of asteroids in his wake. The entire figure was firmly embedded within a colossal meteorite. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At last, Gero regained his composure. The stinging sensation on his face served as a painful reminder of all that had transpired. The few slaps from Moyuan not only struck Gero's visage, but also shattered his pride. Gero let out a silent roar, unleashing the full extent of his power. The surrounding lightning surged like an enraged beast, roaring fiercely. Blinding radiance shimmered in the cosmos. After a prolonged moment, the brilliance faded. The meteorites in the vicinity had vanished without a trace, leaving only the formidable Gero standing there, enveloped in an aura of overwhelming might. At this moment, Gero bore no injuries upon his face. He coldly fixed his gaze upon Moyuan, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. If a gaze could kill, Moyuan would have perished hundreds of times over. Gero pressed his fingers to his forehead and then vanished from sight. Moyuan immediately sensed the spatial fluctuations around him and did not hesitate to evade. As anticipated, at the very instant he dodged, Gero's assault arrived. Had Moyuan hesitated just a moment longer, he would have been struck by Gero. Damn that guy. I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Gero's fierce voice echoed within Moyuan's mind, a manifestation of his telepathic abilities. Unfazed by Gero's menacing words, Moyuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, does your face still hurt? You seek your own demise." Gero's fury erupted instantaneously, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he launched a ferocious attack against Moyuan. Bring it on. Moyuan felt a surge of excitement, advancing rather than retreating, entangling himself with Gero. Neither combatant held back, their powers fully unleashed. The shockwaves from their clash vaporized the surrounding meteorites. Although Moyuan's offensive capabilities posed a threat to Gero, his speed was woefully inadequate. The disparity in strength rendered Moyuan's speed far inferior to Gero's. What appeared to be an intense battle was, in truth, Gero maintaining the upper hand. Yet, Moyuan remained unperturbed. He did not even resort to using his heightened perception. Were he to employ such abilities, he would discern Gero's every move with clarity. However, doing so would thwart his true aim. Moyuan sought to ascertain whether he could elevate his strength under such pressure, akin to his previous encounter with Wukong. Under Gero's relentless onslaught, Moyuan dared not lose focus, Yet he was still caught off guard by Gero. In a swift motion, Gero seized Moyuan by the tail, swinging him around like a mighty hammer, forcefully smashing him against the meteorites. As chunks of rock shattered under the impact, Moyuan found himself adorned with numerous wounds. His black martial arts attire lay in tatters, leaving only his pants to offer a semblance of modesty. It is time to send you on your way. Gero hurled Moyuan towards a massive meteorite, swiftly gathering an incandescent energy ball in his hand. Kamehameha. Gero silently roared as he propelled the energy wave toward Moyuan. The azure energy wave struck against Moyuan, propelling him through the cosmos. Countless meteors shattered upon impact, and even several smaller planets endured bombardments. Ultimately, after hurling Moyuan against a distant star, the energy wave dissipated. At that moment, not a single intact piece of flesh remained on Moyuan's body. Nearly all his bones were fractured. The pain was excruciating. Moyuan lay motionless on the ground. Such injuries would be considered fatal for anyone else. However, for Moyuan, they amounted to little more than a minor setback. Possessing the power of will, he could regenerate even severed limbs, rendering these wounds trivial. Soon, Moyuan's body began to heal autonomously. Before long, he was restored to his former self. If one were to overlook his tattered clothing, it would be impossible to discern that he had just endured a fierce battle. Feeling a chill enveloping him, Moyuan did not rush to seek out Cell. Instead, he changed into a fresh set of attire. He then sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the power within. Following the recent skirmish, his base combat prowess had surged by 1 billion. Upon transformation, his fighting strength reached a staggering 100 billion. Ha ha ha, truly effective. Moyuan erupted into jubilant laughter. If this continued, his combat capabilities would soon surpass Cell's, making the task of vanquishing him effortlessly achievable. The rapid enhancement of his strength left Moyuan eager to return and engage Cell for experience. With his fingers poised on his brow, he began to search for Cell's energy signature. The earlier assault had propelled him too far, beyond the range of his sixth sense. He could only rely on the energy to locate Cell's position. In no time, Moyuan detected Cell's presence. Haha, Cell, I am coming. A smile tugged at the corners of Moyuan's mouth. Chapter 61. The Annihilation of Cell. In the boundless expanse of space, a silver figure stood suspended in the void. Cell gazed towards the direction in which Moyuan had vanished, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He held no belief that Moyuan could have survived his assault. With a cold chuckle, Cell pressed his fingers to his brow, preparing to return to Earth. At that moment, Cell suddenly sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space. Cell, the battle is not over. Where do you think you are going? A familiar voice resonated within Cell's mind. He then beheld a figure he believed to be deceased reappearing before him. You are still alive? Cell expressed mild astonishment. His previous attack had been executed with utmost force. There was no conceivable way Moyuan could have survived such a disparity in combat power. Moreover, he appeared as if unscathed. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Cell remained unfazed. After all, the universe was home to countless races, and Cell surmised that Moyuan might simply belong to a particularly resilient species. Furthermore, when it came to vitality, Cell did not consider himself inferior to others. As long as his core remained intact, he could resurrect indefinitely. Tell me, why don't you seize the opportunity to flee? Is living not preferable? Must you return to court death? Cell shook his head, seemingly lamenting Moyuan's choices. Disinterested in idle chatter, was solely focused on amassing experience. Come on, he beckoned with a flick of his finger. How foolish, muttered Saru, unable to contain his disdain. With a steely gaze, Saru initiated the assault, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams aimed at. Just as the attack was about to make contact, vanished in an instant. He reappeared beside Saru, his right leg striking like a chain. Saru, quick to respond, was well prepared for such spatial fluctuations, raising his own leg to counter the blow. The collision of their forces sent shockwaves rippling outward, obliterating meteors in their wake, reducing them to cosmic dust. Saru was taken aback by the magnitude of pain that surged through his leg. Though he had previously felt pain from strikes, it paled in comparison to this. The only explanation was that he had grown stronger. A subtle smile graced his face. With his newfound power, the pain from their exchanges was no longer as severe. Seizing the moment of Saru's distraction, launched a relentless assault. With rapid strikes to Saru's face, he left him adorned with the garish marks of suffering. The pain ignited a fury within Saru, who erupted with terrifying power, sending hurtling away. I will end you. He seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Look at your dull silver attire. It's far too monotonous. Now, doesn't it appear much more vibrant? Taunted, conjuring a mirror before Saru. Glaring at his own bruised visage, Saru's rage soared to new heights. With a twisted expression, he glared at the mirror until it shattered into dust. His eyes glowed crimson with fury as he fixed his gaze on. With a silent roar, Saru's aura surged, becoming almost palpable. The air around him swirling violently as the very space trembled under his power. In a flash, he appeared beside, his palm charged with a spherical blue energy orb aimed directly at him. Pupils constricted in alarm. It was too swift. In a desperate move, he raised his hand to absorb the blow. Die! Saru shouted as the energy orb collided with, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Yet, Saru was undeterred, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy orbs from his palm. Employing a technique inherited from the Prince Vegeta, Saru executed the assault flawlessly. The silent explosions enveloped the area, while, caught at the epicenter and having braced for Saru's strike, found half his body nearly obliterated. Channeling his inner will, he soon restored himself completely, his battle power surging slightly, reaching an impressive 11 billion. Ah! He exclaimed. The golden aura erupted instantaneously, sending Cell's energy blasts flying. Subsequently, Moyuan propelled himself from the explosion, lunging toward Cell once more. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists and feet colliding, generating shockwaves that swept through the surroundings. With a casual flick, Moyuan deflected one of Cell's energy blasts, which plummeted onto a small asteroid. In an instant, the asteroid collapsed, contracting until it vanished into the void. The two had been battling for several hours. As time passed, Cell's alarm grew. Initially, he had dominated the fight against Moyuan. But now the two appeared nearly equal in strength, with Moyuan subtly gaining the upper hand. In merely a few hours, a flicker of fear began to stir within Cell. Moyuan's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. Moreover, Cell could sense the tremendous depletion of his own power, while his opponent seemed to remain in an unyielding state of peak performance. If this continued, it would not be long before he met his demise. Moyuan assessed the power within himself. His standard combat strength had soared to 1 billion, and after transforming, it reached an astounding 14 billion. Although Cell's combat power exceeded his by 10 billion, in practice, Moyuan's effectiveness was superior, inflicting greater damage upon Cell. Consequently, Cell began to fight with hesitation as he could no longer exert pressure on Moyuan. Feeling the growth of his own power stagnate, Moyuan understood that Cell had become increasingly irrelevant. A once powerful adversary now faced only the path to annihilation. A glint of cold determination flickered in Moyuan's eyes. He could not afford to let Cell escape, especially since this wretched creature had been fixated on his beloved. The thought was intolerable. With resolve solidified, Moyuan decided against further wasting time. He would swiftly conclude the battle and return home to embrace the beautiful sister he cherished. In an instant, Moyuan erupted with fury, the golden aura transforming into a genuine flame that warped the surrounding space. Cell, too, unleashed his power, the two auras clashing with equal ferocity. Their gazes met like lightning, and Cell felt a tremor of dread at the murderous intent reflected in Moyuan's eyes. Suddenly, Moyuan appeared behind Cell, seizing the insect-like wings on Cell's back and yanking forcefully. Ah! The excruciating pain provoked a cry from Cell, though in the emptiness of space. No one could hear his lament. Painful as it was, Cell's tail elongated sharply, its needle-like tip aimed at Moyuan. Without hesitation, Moyuan stomped down on Cell's tail, pinning it to his back, while his grip on the wings tightened with renewed force. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he tore Cell's wings from him. Casually discarding the severed wings, Moyuan flickered forward, pursuing Cell, and conjured a blade of energy to sever the creature's tail. Then, seizing Cell's head, Moyuan hurled him against a nearby meteorite. Countless meteors were shattered by using the immense impact rendering his brain to a state akin to mush, pressed against a colossal planet. And under his terrifying power, was driven like a drill from the surface of the planet straight to its core. The searing magma enveloped them in the depths below. All right, you may proceed, commanded, his other hand forming a sword technique, having already prepared the. I have a question, said begrudgingly, gazing at. Who exactly are you? There is no record of your existence in history. Oh, did I not mention it? pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed had not. I am, in fact, you from a different timeline. Upon uttering these words, as shocked eyes widened, the purple golden blade in his hand pierced the core of his brain. The silvery core disintegrated instantaneously, teleported away from the planet, unleashing the full might of. In an instant, the entire planet, along with, was obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 62, Rebuilding the Homeland on Earth, and had consumed each and finally vanquished the five. Moreover, during this battle, both and experienced significant gains, with their base battle power increasing by 200 million. Now, their normal combat strength had reached 800 million. After defeating and returned to, the city was now a desolate ruin, with buildings collapsed and not a single intact structure in sight. Limbs and severed body parts were strewn everywhere, and crimson and white substances covered the entire city. Even, who had witnessed countless slaughters since childhood, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Was organizing the survivors to rescue the suffering humanity. Upon his arrival, immediately joined the rescue efforts. Although initially had no intention of assisting, he reluctantly joined the rescue team upon seeing the haggard and perspiring busily working to help. By the way, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive them, exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the devastation surrounding him, forgetting about the Dragon Balls in his urgency to save more lives. Rather than spending excessive time on rescue efforts here, it would be more efficient to go to Namek and bring back a celestial being. This would not only restore Earth to its former state, but also resurrect the deceased. After discussing his thoughts with and the others, began to search for the energy signature of the Namekians. Soon, he vanished from the spot. After his departure, the others did not remain idle, rushed to recreate a Dragon Ball radar, while continued with the rescue, unable to bear the sight of lives slipping away before him. While rescuing, occasionally sensed the distant aura of battle emanating from the starry sky. Yet, he could do nothing to assist, silently praying that would triumph over. With a reluctant gaze, looked up at the sky. Despite the vast distance, the terrifying auras of Moyuan and Shalu still sent shivers down his spine. Bearing the proud legacy of the Scions, he found himself overshadowed by these two test tube beings, particularly since they possessed the bloodline of the Scions. This was an affront that Vegeta could scarcely endure. He vowed to become the strongest and to restore the glory of the Scion race. After vanquishing Shalu, Moyuan did not linger in space. Upon changing into a fresh set of garments, he utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Mr. Moyuan, you have returned? Trunks eagerly inquired upon seeing him. Moyuan nodded, affirming, yes, I have eradicated Shalu. Trunks was instantly filled with joy. The monumental weight that had pressed upon his heart dissipated upon learning of Shalu's demise. Such a multitude of injured, Moyuan remarked, furrowing his brow at the sight of the numerous casualties strewn across the ground. The injuries ranged from fractures to those teetering on the brink of life. The able-bodied had rushed off to assist. Trunks, gather all the injured, Moyuan commanded. Understood, Trunks replied, though he had already surmised Moyuan's intentions. Soon, all the wounded had assembled. Moyuan raised his hands, emanating a warm energy that enveloped the injured. They felt a comforting warmth encircle them, and their wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Even severed limbs regenerated. This was nothing short of a miracle. As they witnessed their bodies returning to their former states, exclamations of awe filled the air. The gazes directed at Moyuan were now imbued with not only respect, but profound admiration. Once restored, the individuals swiftly returned to their rescue efforts. With more rescuers available, the number of saved lives increased. One by one, the injured were brought before Moyuan, and under his care, they swiftly regained their strength. Moyuan felt as though he were a human embodiment of the magical Senzu being, capable of healing with a mere gesture. In truth, his ease in healing these individuals stemmed primarily from the nature of their injuries, which were considered ordinary. Ordinary did not imply a lack of severity. Rather, it indicated that their wounds were not caused by energy-based attacks. Injuries inflicted by powerful beings wielding energy would leave residual energy at the site, complicating the healing process. The challenge lay in removing this energy residue rather than mending the wound itself. As the hours flew by in the midst of activity, evening arrived. Goku returned with a Namekian resembling Piccolo, who was none other than the grown-up Dandi. Goku took Dandi to the temple to resurrect Shenron. Once the dragon was revived, Goku hurriedly grabbed the Dragon Ball radar freshly crafted by Bulma and set off to collect the Dragon Balls. Approximately an hour later, he returned, cradling 7 Dragon Balls in his arms. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish," he intoned, and upon uttering the incantation, dark clouds enveloped the sky as a colossal dragon materialized in the air. Perhaps the dandy of this dimension, after 2 decades of arduous cultivation, has grown even more formidable. The dragon he has empowered can grant 3 wishes, and unlike the Earth's Dragon Balls, there are no restrictions on resurrection. Trunks' first wish is to revive those humans slain by the androids. However, this wish cannot be fulfilled, for the span of time is too great. Many have already reincarnated and cannot be resurrected, including warriors such as Goku. It seems implausible that Goku and the others remain in heaven training, considering the androids have roamed Earth for 20 years. If they had not reincarnated, they would certainly not have remained passive even in death. Ultimately, they can only revive humans who were killed by the androids within the past year. The second wish is to resurrect those who fell at the hands of Cell. This wish, of course, poses no issue. However, in the process of resurrection, androids 17 and 18 are also brought back to life. Just as they are revived and begin to comprehend their surroundings, Trunks swiftly dispatches them with a single strike, sending them back to the underworld. For their final wish, they initially contemplate restoring Earth to its state prior to the android's emergence. Yet, after careful consideration, they abandon this notion. Ultimately, they opt for a wish that would provide sustenance for all humanity for a considerable time. As for Earth, they intend to rebuild a new home. In a shadowy corner, a young man huddles, his gaze vacant, his body enveloped in an aura of despair, devoid of any vitality. The sound of clear footsteps, echoing like distant thunder, fails to capture his attention. A bearded elder approaches from behind, observing the young man's desolate state with profound sorrow. He places a large hand upon the young man's head and gently ruffles his hair. "Yeah, I have returned." In that instant, it is as though sunlight pierces through the gloom, illuminating the darkened corner. The pall of despair dissipates under the sun's warm embrace, and Dia's vacant gaze begins to shimmer with a glimmer of life, gradually rekindling with vitality. Chapter 63. The birth of the second dependent male in the primary timeline. Earth, West City, Capsule Corporation. After spending a day in the future timeline, Moyuan and his companions once again board the time machine to return to their own era. Unlike their departure, where 4 individuals embarked, only 3 return. Upon their arrival, Bulma immediately proposes a grand feast to celebrate their return, a suggestion to which both Moyuan and Goku readily agree. However, before the festivities commence, they must first retrieve their loved ones. Thankfully, both are capable of instantaneous movement, making the task a mere moment's endeavor. Moyuan swiftly locates Lazuli's position and vanishes from sight. In the fleeting day of absence, Moyuan truly grasps the meaning of the saying, "One day apart feels like 3 years." As he reappears, he is greeted by a graceful figure rushing towards him. Moyuan opens his arms wide, expertly enveloping her in an embrace and twirling her about. "Sister, I have returned." The deep, resonant timbre of his voice sends a wave of warmth to Lazuli's cheeks. "Was everything smooth? You weren't injured, were you?" Her concerned inquiries fill Moyuan's heart with warmth. The sensation of being cared for is truly unparalleled. "Matters have progressed rather smoothly. I have successfully vanquished Shalu. Yet, there remains an unspoken concern." Seeing Moyuan hesitate for an extended period, Lazuli grew increasingly anxious. "Are you injured?" she inquired, as she began to tug at his clothing, eager to ascertain if he bore any wounds. Moyuan grasped Lazuli's restless hands, replying, "My injuries are internal. They are not visible from the outside." Upon hearing internal injuries, Lazuli's alarm intensified. Suddenly, she noticed a glimmer of mirth in Moyuan's eyes, as if she had begun to grasp the truth. "What shall we do? Can it be cured? If it cannot be healed, then I suppose I must find a place to bury you." The moment those words escaped her lips, Moyuan recognized that Lazuli had discerned his jest. Embarrassed, he muttered weakly, "It's not that it cannot be treated. If you grant me a kiss, I shall recover instantly." "A kiss? Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed." Moyuan nodded eagerly. "No need for extensive treatment in bed." Lazuli's eyes sparkled, her lips curling into a captivating smile. With a delicate finger, she playfully hooked Moyuan's chin, enticingly whispering. Moyuan's heart raced, and he swallowed hard, murmuring, "If that is the case, the remedy would surely be more effective. Is it really? As Moyuan gazed at her with anticipation, Lazili's lovely face gradually approached. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 2 centimeters, a mere half centimeter. Just as Lazili seemed poised to bridge the gap, she mischievously leaned in close to his ear and teased, "Continue dreaming, my little man." Then she pushed Moyuan away and turned to leave. As he watched Lazili's graceful silhouette depart, fury ignited within him. I've gone this far. And yet this is all. How can I endure this? What man could possibly tolerate such a slight? Even if Moyuan could bear it, the readers certainly could not. Enraged, he activated his teleportation ability. Sensing the spatial disturbance, a glint of cunning flickered in Lazili's autumn-like eyes. Before she could react, Moyuan suddenly appeared before her and captured her soft lips, igniting a fierce exchange of words and desires. The battle culminated with Lazili, tearful, raising the white flag in surrender. Gazing at the weeping Lazili in his embrace, Moyuan declared sternly, "You know I'm not a child." Lazili seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing crimson. That evening, everyone gathered at Bulma's residence. To everyone's astonishment, Krillin had brought along a stunning girl who matched his height. With her brown hair, Moyuan swiftly dismissed any thoughts of his ex-girlfriend, Marin. "I have been too kind to Krillin," he mused, having long suspected that Krillin harbored a secret affection for Bulma, as his former girlfriend bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Of course, this remained merely speculation. Only Krillin knew the truth of his feelings for Bulma. The girl Krillin introduced was named Karen. Following Krillin's introduction, everyone learned the story of how he and Karen had met. Karen was indeed the girl whom Krillin had rescued from Gero. A few days prior, Krillin, disheartened after being jilted by Marin, fortuitously encountered Karen. Subsequently, under Karen's earnest pursuit, the two swiftly became a couple. It is noteworthy that Karen is the only daughter of a wealthy tycoon on Earth. Although her family may not possess the vast fortune of the Briefs, they are still among the upper echelon of the affluent. In stark contrast to Marin, who treated Krillin as a mere source of financial support, Karen not only refrained from spending a single penny of Krillin's, but often gifted him with presents, much to Yamcha's chagrin. Thus, Krillin emerged as the second man in the vicinity benefiting from such a relationship, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of his life. Given Vegeta's current gluttonous demeanor, one can only imagine how enticing such a lifestyle must be. After all, in this world, attractive and kind-hearted wealthy women are a rarity. Are you envious? Lazili inquired calmly, tossing her hair. However, Moyuan discerned a bold message in her gaze demanding a proper response. Shaking his head, Moyuan softly replied, "Not really. Although the allure of such a lifestyle is undeniable, I have no desire for it." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Moreover, in my heart, they collectively do not compare to even a single finger of yours." Moyuan genuinely felt no envy. Despite being penniless at the moment, he believed that acquiring wealth was a trivial endeavor. A casual venture into the depths of the sea would yield numerous treasures. If all else failed, he could always resort to pilfering extraterrestrial technology, which, once brought to Earth, would undoubtedly fill his coffers. His response evidently pleased Lazili, who joyfully fed him a piece of cake. Nearby, Lapith cast a disdainful glance at the couple, exuding an air of sourness, and picked up his plate, seeking a quiet corner to retreat to. "Hey, Lapith, come join me for another round." Suddenly, Vegeta called out to Lapith. Having just eaten, Vegeta, feeling invigorated, couldn't resist the urge to spar with Lapith. Following their journey through the future time-space, Vegeta had significantly improved in strength. Although he was aware that he was still no match for Lapith, he was no longer as defenseless as before. Ultimately, his primary motivation was the desire to fight. The young Sheru, while weaker, was numerous, yet the thrill of combat was lacking. Lapith did not decline, and the two ascended into the sky. Half an hour later, they returned. Though Vegeta bore some injuries, he appeared unusually exhilarated. Conversely, Lapith, with a slightly disheveled appearance, wore a serious expression. "They are progressing swiftly, aren't they?" Moyuan remarked. Indeed, Lapith affirmed with a solemn nod. In just a few days, Vegeta had made such remarkable strides. If this trend continued, it would not be long before he could no longer best Vegeta. To prevent such an eventuality, Lapith resolved to intensify his training. That evening, after working late and returning home past 10, he completed this chapter, realizing it was quite late and likely that everyone had already fallen asleep. Wishing everyone sweet dreams. Chapter 64. A date following the conclusion of the Gero incident, tranquility once again enveloped the earth. During these past few days, has been far from idle. He has meticulously explored the ocean depths, unearthing a trove of treasures that had long lain submerged. Residing in the temple during this period, he found that both Dandy and Bobo were more than accommodating, even welcoming his presence. Nonetheless, felt a lingering discomfort with this arrangement, yearning for a place he could truly call his own. As a cultivator of flora, the concept of home is deeply ingrained within him. While one may assert that anywhere family resides is home, the notion of possessing a personal sanctuary brings an unparalleled sense of security. In such a haven, one can exist unrestrained, free from judgment, and without the fear of being ousted. Through Bulma's connections, managed to sell a fraction of his newfound treasures, amassing a considerable fortune. With this wealth, he not only acquired a residence, but also purchased a grand island, and even established a jewelry company. The primary purpose of the company was to facilitate the gradual sale of his remaining treasures. After all, an overwhelming quantity of treasures would not only be unwieldy to sell in one fell swoop, but could also disrupt market equilibrium. Thus, he opted to create a company to methodically manage the sales. Regarding the management of the company, was keenly aware that he lacked expertise in this domain. Even if he possessed some knowledge, he preferred not to squander time on such trivial matters. The time spent managing a company could be far better invested in cultivation, as strength is the foundation of all endeavors. If one lacks the necessary power, no amount of wealth can be enjoyed. As for concerns about someone depleting his company's resources, would merely chuckle. Should anyone wish to test their luck, they are welcome to do so. The residence purchased is a sprawling estate located in the outskirts of West City. The estate encompasses a vast area, including a nearby hill, making it a picturesque refuge nestled between mountains and water. At this moment, the expansive estate was home to only and. In this technologically advanced world, robotic technology had reached impressive heights, so chose to employ domestic robots instead of hiring human staff. He procured around 100 household robots, as they often proved to be more reliable than people. Particularly in cleaning tasks, robots adhere strictly to their programming, displaying diligence without the inclination to cut corners. In contrast, humans, being clever, might take shortcuts, such as using a toilet cleaning cloth to wipe a table or even a toothbrush holder. Meanwhile, N16 were likely still traversing the globe in search of endangered species, aiming to safeguard them on the island. Lounged upon the sofa, idly flicking through channels with the remote control. Perhaps due to a dearth of morning television programs, she found herself unable to settle on a desirable show. Eventually, she decided to turn off the television. With a yawn, much like a languorous feline, she nestled into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position. "Are you tired?" asked, enveloping her securely to prevent her from slipping away, tenderly wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes due to her yawn. Lazuli let out a soft hum, her fatigue rendering her unwilling to utter a word. After a moment of contemplation, Moyer suggested, "How about we take a stroll around the shops? We could also purchase some clothing." Indeed, the allure of shopping and acquiring new attire is an irresistible temptation for most women, and Lazuli was no exception. Upon hearing the prospect of shopping, her spirits were instantly lifted. This time, Moyer decided against flying or utilizing teleportation. Instead, he opted for the more conventional mode of transportation, riding a motorcycle. In truth, Moyer had also acquired several cars aside from the motorcycle. As for the reason behind his choice of vehicle, well, let us just say that the traffic conditions were far from ideal. What should have been a half-hour journey turned into a bumpy hour-long ride. Upon reaching their destination, Lazuli dismounted the vehicle, her legs a tad wobbly. With a slightly tipsy expression, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Moyer, playfully scolding, "You little rascal." Once inside the mall, Lazuli unleashed her formidable shopping prowess. She navigated nearly every store from bottom to top, yet Moyer felt no weariness whatsoever. "What do you think of this outfit? Does it look good?" Lazuli asked, donning a fitted khaki dress that accentuated her curves, her long, elegant legs enveloped in gossamer black stockings, which showcased her voluptuous thighs and slender calves. Such a visual feast left Moyer utterly captivated. It must be said, Lazuli possessed an extraordinary figure, truly resembling a perfect clothing hanger. Especially after a year spent in the temporal sanctuary, she had grown 10 centimeters, nearly all of which was added to her legs. Those long legs, just over a meter in length, were utterly irresistible. Without waiting for Moyer's response, Lazuli could discern from his ravenous gaze that this outfit was destined to remain with her. Besides trying on her own clothes, she also dragged Moyer into several fitting rooms. Ultimately, after careful selection, the duo emerged in new attire. Naturally, they had not forgotten about Lapis and Number 6, and similarly procured a few outfits for them as well. "Ah, there's another shop over here," Lazili suddenly exclaimed, spotting a boutique nestled in the corner, its window suggesting it was yet another clothing store. Upholding the principle of better to mistakenly apprehend than to overlook, she pulled Moyer into the establishment. Inside, apart from a saleswoman at the counter, the shop was devoid of customers. "These clothes are rather peculiar," Lazili remarked, as she picked up an ensemble that seemed to require little fabric. The neckline was low, the skirt short, and the material thin and sheer. Moyer quickly discerned the truth. This was evidently an adult shop. Alongside some special uniforms, there were numerous intriguing props, handcuffs, whips, and clubs, all of which stirred Moyer's imagination. Seizing the opportunity while Lazili was distracted, Moyer deftly snatched a few uniforms and, under the bemused gaze of the saleswoman, hastily settled the bill before discreetly storing them in his dimensional space. After surveying the shop, Lazili appeared to grasp the situation. Her cheeks flushed as she tugged Moyer out of the store. By the time they left the mall, evening was approaching. As the two individuals strolled down the street, their fingers entwined, they made their way towards a nearby snack street to indulge in dinner. In the world of Dragon Ball, where technology has advanced remarkably, all machines utilize pollution-free energy sources, resulting in particularly fresh air. Breathing in the crisp atmosphere, with the warmth of a gentle hand in his, felt his heart swell with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. A profound satisfaction enveloped him. He wished this path could stretch on endlessly. "What's the matter? Why do you seem so joyful?" inquired, observing him with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm simply feeling fortunate." "Fortunate?" Beamed brightly indeed. "I feel fortunate to have arrived in this world and to have met you." Such candid words caused to blush slightly. Lowering her head, she murmured, "Me too." Chapter 65. Watching a movie as evening descended, it was the perfect time for dinner. Even before entering the culinary street, the tantalizing aromas of various dishes wafted through the air. "How delightful!" exclaimed, her delicate nose twitching, the fragrances lifting her spirits. Eagerly, she tugged at, urging him to quicken their pace. The snack street buzzed with life, bustling with people, as vendors on either side worked fervently. The vibrant atmosphere was not only due to the diverse array of food, but also because of the nearby university. Among the throngs of visitors were numerous youthful girls clad in uniforms, embodying the spirit of youth. The arrival of and instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. How handsome! The tall, strikingly masculine, left many girls momentarily speechless, even causing them to lose interest in the food in their hands. Though he possessed horns atop his head and a tail trailing behind, setting him apart from the average human, this world was not solely inhabited by humans. It also housed beastmen adorned with fur. Consequently, the peculiarities of S' appearance did not provoke astonishment or judgmental gazes. Many bold girls, their eyes gleaming with excitement, contemplated approaching him. However, upon noticing the equally enchanting by his side, their courage waned. After all, in comparison to, they felt rather ordinary, akin to the disparity between a mere mortal and a fairy. In a similar vein, attracted her share of male admirers. Yet, when they compared themselves to the tall and imposing, they quickly abandoned any unrealistic notions. Some, feeling overly confident, attempted to approach her, but upon getting closer, they were struck by a wave of anxiety, as if a great hand had gripped their hearts, leaving them breathless. By the time they regained their composure, the two had already moved on. The gazes of others did not affect S' appetites. They commenced their culinary adventure at the first stall they encountered. Watching the squid sizzling on the grill, could not help but salivate. The squid, nearly the size of a face, was deftly turned by the grill master. The seemingly simple actions of oiling, saucing, pressing, and flipping were, in truth, highly nuanced. Without a certain level of experience, one could not execute such tasks with such grace and ease. In the end, a layer of secret sauce was brushed onto the squid, followed by a sprinkle of seasonings, creating a tantalizingly aromatic skewer of grilled squid. Once prepared, the chef placed the squid in a brown paper bag and handed it to Lotzi Li. The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, stirring the cravings in Lotzi Li's stomach, which could no longer be contained. She took a bite, and it was absolutely delightful. Subsequently, she offered the grilled squid to Moyuan, urging him to try it. "It's incredibly delicious. Indeed, It was quite remarkable. The squid was exceptionally fresh, devoid of any fishy taste, with a savory saltiness and a slightly charred exterior. The flesh was firm and springy, growing more flavorful with each chew. Delicious, Yuan exclaimed in appreciation. The two of them shared the skewer, alternating bites until they had devoured the entire portion. Continuing along the street, they indulged in nearly every food stall they encountered: taiyaki, tamagoyaki, takoyaki, tempura, grilled eel, chicken skewers, and oden, among others. As they progressed, Li sampled a small bite from each dish, while the remainder all found their way into Yuan's belly. There was simply too much to consume, and neither possessed a scion's capacity for food. Thus, she could only nibble a bit and watch eagerly as Yuan enjoyed the feast. After 2 hours of culinary exploration, they finally traversed the street, strolling leisurely while sipping juice to aid digestion. Yuan seemed unfazed, his appetite seemingly limitless. Li, however, felt as though her stomach might burst. "Shall we go see a movie? Since there's nothing pressing to return to," Yuan suggested after they had walked for a while and spotted a cinema. "Sure, I haven't seen a movie in ages," Li replied, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. Ever since her transformation into an artificial human, she had not only missed films, but even television. Though her stomach was quite full, she insisted on getting a bucket of popcorn, for a movie devoid of popcorn lacked soul. And besides, even if she couldn't eat much, Yuan could certainly help with that. After their tickets were checked, they entered the screening room, which appeared quite similar to cinemas from her past life, though the seating was notably more spacious. They settled into seats located towards the middle, slightly towards the back. The air conditioning was rather brisk, and Li, already sensitive to cold and dressed lightly for summer, couldn't help but shiver. Yuan promptly draped his jacket over her legs, clad in black stockings, and then wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her close. Leaning against Yuan's shoulder, Li felt the chill dissipate, replaced by a familiar warmth that reminded her of the times they had shared in the hyperbolic time chamber, seeking warmth in each other's presence. Since their departure from the chamber, they had not shared a room again, largely due to Lapis's presence, which made Li feel somewhat constrained. She found herself reminiscing, her fair complexion gradually flushing with warmth. Yuan, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Li, also began to reflect on their cherished moments in the time chamber. Thus, they watched the film with distracted minds, only returning to reality when the lights in the screening room illuminated once more. As for the film's content, they had little impression of it. They vaguely remembered it being a coming-of-age story, as the title certainly evoked a sense of youth. Moreover, several girls nearby were crying quite tragically. The girls nearby exclaimed, "Actually, this is a horror film. We were scared to tears." After watching the movie, they drove home. After enduring another hour of bumpy roads, they finally returned home. Lapis and 16 had not yet come back. At such a late hour, they likely had ventured to an island for the night. Yuan and Li were indifferent to this, as he was no longer a child, and given his current strength, he was unlikely to encounter any danger. Upon returning home, Li retrieved her clothes from Yuan and cheerfully headed to her room, eager to try on many outfits that she had yet to wear. Suddenly, she discovered several unusual, rather risque, items among the bags. Yuan, come here." Sitting in the living room downstairs, Yuan's heart sank upon hearing her voice. This was bad. He had given her those items too. At that moment, he was at a loss, with only one thought racing through his mind. He was doomed. He hesitated for a moment, but Li's serious voice echoed from upstairs. Well, if he was to face his fate, so be it. With a determined heart, he slowly ascended the stairs, embodying a heroic acceptance of his imminent demise. However, in his nervousness, he failed to notice the subtle undertone of something unspoken in Li's serious tone. "Dear, I'm coming in." Chapter 66, The Proposal. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan gently tapped on the door. "Come in," came Li's voice from within. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves and prepare himself mentally, he slowly turned the doorknob. As he opened the door, he sincerely said, "Sister, I was wrong." Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Was this something he could view without spending money? All the expensive tutoring materials he had acquired in his previous life were instantly forgotten. There was simply no comparison. The light gray backless knit top perfectly showcased her stunning figure, with her curves tantalizingly hinted at from the side. Her back resembled exquisite jade, flawless and translucent. Her beautiful legs were naturally crossed, and though the absence of dark clothing diminished some mystery, they shone brilliantly, breathtakingly beautiful. Close the door. Lazili, feigning calmness while observing the stunned Yuan, urged him. However, the flush on her cheeks and her restless, delicate toes revealed her inner turmoil. Seeing the situation unfold, Yuan was well aware of Lazili's intentions. Surely, she wasn't merely inviting him in for a drink of water? Though, it wasn't he entirely out of the realm of possibility. Yuan slowly approached her. With each step closer, Lazili felt her heart race, leaving her too nervous to speak. Yuan lowered his head, lightly brushing against her as delicately as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Although Lazili had prepared herself, she still felt a tension that caused her to press her lips tightly together. "Are you afraid?" gently inquired as he caressed her hair. Lazili shook her head lightly, replying, "Not afraid, just a bit nervous." She had long been ready, so fear was not an option. However, for a girl facing such moments for the first time, even with preparation, it was inevitable to feel a flutter of anxiety. Sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace. Leaning against sturdy chest, Lazili gradually felt her inner tension dissipate. They nestled together in silence, a tranquil moment stretching on. After a while, Lazili lifted her head from his embrace, wanting to steal a glance at him. As she did, her gaze met his gentle and affectionate eyes. Their eyes locked, and it seemed as if sparks ignited in the air, colliding between them. Lazili found herself gradually lost in the depths of his gaze. In that instant, time appeared to stand still. The world around them faded away, leaving only the person reflected in their eyes. In each other's gaze, they discovered the answers they sought. Slowly lowered his head. Everything unfolded naturally, as if destined. As noon approached, awoke from his slumber. The person in his arms bore a weary expression, with traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, tugging at his heartstrings. Although Lazili had been transformed, endowing her with extraordinary stamina, one could argue that she rarely felt physical fatigue. Yet, it was not merely a matter of the body. The sustained high emotions were mentally exhausting. Observing Lazili in this state, chose not to disturb her. He placed a gentle kiss on her lips and quietly rose from bed. After freshening up, made his way to the kitchen, intending to prepare a nourishing dish of dan shun and red flour stewed black-boned chicken. Not only was it delicious, but it also possessed the virtues of nourishing yin, replenishing the kidneys, and invigorating the blood. Most importantly, it was Lazili's favorite. While the soup simmered, also kneaded dough, planning to make a savory pancake. Crispy on the outside yet soft on the inside, each layer distinct, brushed with a delectable secret sauce, and finally garnished with scallions and sesame seeds. Once everything was prepared, returned to the room, where Lazili still slept soundly. He gently shook her a few times, whispering, "Sister, it's time to rise." Lazili merely mumbled without opening her eyes, pulling the blanket over her head and curling up into a ball. Couldn't help but find the sight of her bundled figure amusing. Pretending to be exasperated, he sighed and said, "Alas, I have stewed your favorite chicken soup. It seems I shall have to drink it all myself. Otherwise, it will cool down and lose its flavor." The words chicken soup echoed and amplified in Lazili's mind. The sleepiness began to dissipate. After a night of exertion, her stomach was now empty, protesting with hunger. Slowly, she poked her head out from under the covers. Her heavy eyelids barely open, sleep still lingering in her gaze as she looked at and extended her arms towards him. A soft, tender sound emerged. "Help me." She was genuinely fatigued, struggling to keep her eyes open, her spirit languid, reluctant to move even a little. Lazili found herself perplexed. Wasn't it said that only a dead horse could be ridden? Yet this particular horse appeared far from deceased. It seemed vibrant and full of life. Conversely, the field looked as though it had been ravaged by plowing. Yuan lifted Lazili from the warmth of the bed. Gazing at her exquisite form nestled in his arms, he felt a stir of restlessness within. With a heart as clear as ice, he silently recited the ice heart mantra to quell the flames within him. After much effort, he managed to extinguish the fire in his heart. By the time everything was settled, half an hour had passed. After freshening up, Lazili's vitality had considerably improved. Nevertheless, she continued to nestle in Yuan's embrace like a languorous kitten. Yuan, caring for her as one would a daughter, began to feed her. Lazili would occasionally bestow gentle kisses on his face and lips as a token of appreciation. After their meal, the two snuggled on the sofa, watching television. "Sister, what is the matter?" Lotzi Li asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's nothing. I just wanted to kiss you, Moyuan replied. Lotzi Li rolled her eyes in exasperation and pouted her rosy lips, exclaiming, You really leave me no choice. Come here. Then, under her expectant gaze, their lips gradually met. Following a long, passionate French kiss, Moyuan looked deeply into Lotzi Li's eyes, lifted her right hand, and affectionately asked, Sister, will you marry me? At that moment, Lotzi Li suddenly noticed a beautiful ring adorned with a transparent diamond encircling her ring finger, having slipped on unbeknownst to her. Moyuan had prepared this ring long ago, but had been waiting for the right moment to propose. Warm tears cascaded down Lotzi Li's cheeks. She had long been ready to build a life with Moyuan, yet she had not anticipated such a delightful surprise arriving so swiftly and unexpectedly. Under Moyuan's fervent gaze, Lotzi Li nodded slowly. Bashfully yet resolutely, she uttered a single word, yes. Chapter 67, The Wedding on the Vast Ocean. A grand wedding was unfolding on an island adorned with vibrant decorations, flowers, and balloons. Moyuan stood at the center of the venue alongside the officiant. Seated before them were families of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as well as friends like Bobo, Dandy, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha. Even the usually reserved Piccolo had made an appearance. Esteemed guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, the officiant's resonant voice rang out, accompanied by melodious music. As the opening remarks concluded, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, with Sun Wukong and others cheering loudly. Moyuan, clad in a white suit, stood rigidly, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance. After all, this was his first experience of such magnitude, and he felt a palpable sense of nervousness. A beautifully crafted carriage approached slowly from a distance. Inside, Lotzi Li sat upright, her hands resting on her knees, her entire being tense like a kindergarten child awaiting a performance. Two hands tightly grasped the flowing white wedding gown, lips pressed together in anticipation. Like Moyuan, Lotzi Li was equally anxious. Soon, the carriage arrived at the entrance, where La Paisai stood straight in his formal attire. Lotzi Li took La Paisai's hand and descended from the carriage. At the entrance, several men in suits held a long veil aloft. Lotzi Li stepped beneath the veil, which gently cascaded down, enveloping her head. The lengthy veil, adorned with small balloons tied at the back, floated gracefully, creating an ethereal aura. Under the pure white veil, Lotzi Li's delicate features emerged like a fairy accidentally descended into the mortal realm, radiant and unblemished. La Paisai's emotions were complex. After all, it was his sister's wedding, evoking a bittersweet feeling within him. Yet, amidst the sadness, he felt joy for his sister's quest for happiness. Moyuan and Lotzi Li exchanged glances through the veil. As they gazed upon each other's beloved faces, their inner tension began to dissipate. At that moment, the officiant's voice resonated once more. If love is a beautiful flower, then marriage is the sweet fruit. Let us now focus our attention on the doorway to happiness and welcome the bride with the most enthusiastic applause. As the officiant's words faded, a wave of applause swept through the venue. La Paisai slightly lifted his arm, and Lotzi Li gracefully placed her foot upon it. Traditionally, this role would be fulfilled by their father. However, in the absence of their parents, La Paisai took on this responsibility. As La Paisai guided Lotzi Li towards Moyuan, with each step, cannon fire echoed and ribbons fluttered, balloons ascended into the sky, and countless bubbles danced in the air. It was a dreamlike scene, breathtaking in its beauty. The women in attendance cast envious glances as Lotzi Li approached Moyuan, who also moved toward her. The path beneath their feet mirrored the journey of life, the first half accompanied by family, the latter half by a partner. The three met in the center of the path, and as La Paisai placed his sister's hand into Moyuan's, his vision blurred. Take good care of her, was La Paisai's sole utterance. Moyuan looked at La Paisai, nodded solemnly, and promised, I will. Moyuan took Lotzi Li's hand, turning with her toward a future unknown. La Paisai stood watching their retreating figures, a smile slowly forming. He should feel happy for his sister, shouldn't he? Accompanied by music and applause, Moyuan and Lotzi Li approached the officiant, Bobo, stopping to face each other slightly sideways. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Every breath held in anticipation of the most exhilarating moment. Bobo, microphone in hand, adopted a serious expression. Mr. Moyuan, do you take Ms. Lotzi Li as your wife? To cherish her in both poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, to care for her, protect her, understand her, respect her, accompany her. For all the days of your life, until eternity? I do. Gazed tenderly at, his deep voice imbued with unwavering conviction. Would you consent to be his wife? Pledging your fidelity to him through both poverty and wealth, in health and in sickness, supporting, aiding, comforting, and accompanying him for all eternity? With moist eyes, held his gaze for a prolonged moment, her lips parting slightly as she softly, yet resolutely uttered 3 words. I do. At the sound of her affirmation, the crowd erupted once more into fervent applause, cheers, and the resounding blasts of celebratory cannons. The officiant presented a box, proclaiming, "Please, exchange tokens of your love." Within the box lay rings, each adorned with a stunningly beautiful colored diamond, one red and one purple, both discovered at the ocean's depths. He had fashioned them into heart shapes and set them into rings. Gently took's delicate hand, placing the ring with the red diamond upon her 4th finger. Subsequently, adorn's left hand with the ring featuring the purple diamond. After exchanging rings, could no longer contain himself, he swept into his embrace, lifting her veil, and passionately captured her crimson lips in a kiss. With that kiss, they transcended their individual identities to become one another's forever. That night, and returned to their new abode. Though weary from the day's events, joy enveloped them. After washing up, they nestled into bed, holding close. Darling, are you in discomfort? Following their marriage, address had transformed, though she was still adjusting. I am not in discomfort, he replied, gazed at him wistfully before playfully pinching him. Ouch, he gasped, staring at her in astonishment. Sister, have you resolved to lead a life of solitude so soon after our wedding? You claimed you were not in discomfort, he remarked with a mournful look. Is it not your boundaryless relatives who have caused this? Surely, you cannot expect me to engage in battle. S expression evoked an unexpected sense of guilt prompting her to divert her gaze. There is little I can do about this situation. Remained silent, his eyes fixed upon her. All right, you truly are impossible, she conceded after a half-hour had passed. With a sigh, she stretched her limbs, feeling that the time had been unproductive. What shall we do? S eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned closer to her ear, suggesting a small idea. Upon hearing it, S pupils widened in shock, her cheeks flushing crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she managed to suppress her embarrassment, casting a sidelong glance at before ultimately accepting his proposal. After some time, held the weary in his arms, content as they drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 68, Daily Life. Come forth to train. Early in the morning, the insistent voice echoed throughout the estate. Damn it, I shall slay him. Opened his eyes in bed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Since last month, when he and Sun Wukong co-founded a security company, Sun Wukong has been visiting him daily under the pretext of work to pursue training. Initially, there was nothing amiss with the training. However, this fellow has become increasingly excessive, arriving earlier each day. Today, he astonishingly showed up at 6 or 7 in the morning. Yuan, newlywed and bustling until the early hours, was roused from a mere 2 hours of rest by his incessant calls. Yuan now finds himself filled with regret, immense regret. What had possessed him to embark on this venture with Wukong? Last month, while shopping with Lazili, Yuan encountered a glum Wukong. Upon inquiry, he learned that Wukong had been ordered by Chi-Chi to find employment. Yet, Wukong was only skilled in combat and was unable to secure a job after searching for an extended period. Thus, Yuan conceived the idea of establishing a company with him, a security firm. Yuan would provide the capital, while Wukong would contribute his strength and oversee the training of employees. Although the company has been in operation for merely a month, several promising employees have already been trained. Therefore, Yuan remains optimistic about the company's prospects. Furthermore, should others not require their services, he could always employ these individuals to safeguard his jewelry store. As this world is far from peaceful, with armed robberies occurring frequently, in comparison to other occupations, this one aligns perfectly with Wukong's expertise, allowing him to approach work with enthusiasm daily. Training employees while concurrently seeking Yuan's companionship for training is simply delightful. Wukong could never have imagined discovering such a rewarding job that offers both financial gain and the opportunity for self-cultivation. The call from his husband, Sun Wukong, also roused Lazili from her slumber. She nestled her head into Yuan's embrace, affectionately rubbing against him. Yuan held her gently, stroking her hair to soothe her, saying, It's all right. Ignore him. Let us continue to sleep. With Moyuan's comfort, Lazuli soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Subsequently, he communicated with Wukong, instructing him to seek out Lapis on the island and also informing him that Vegeta was there. Choosing between engaging in close combat with formidable warriors or snuggling with his fragrant wife is an obvious decision. Upon receiving Moyuan's message, Wukong scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said to Gohan, "Hee, it seems a bit early. He's still asleep. Let us go find Lapis and Vegeta for training." Gohan felt somewhat helpless. Before arriving, he had already mentioned to his father that it was too early. However, Wukong, not believing him, insisted on coming to wake him. Since today is the weekend, Wukong also brought Gohan along for training. Initially, Chi-Chi was reluctant to allow Gohan to train with them, fearing it would disrupt his studies. This caused Wukong considerable distress, as he wished for Gohan to train alongside him. Ultimately, Yuan devised a solution for Wukong. After Wukong communicated with Chi-Chi, she agreed to let Gohan train with him as long as it did not interfere with his studies. In reality, it was quite simple. Chi-Chi's reluctance stemmed from her desire to protect Gohan from the dangers of battle. Thus, altering the purpose of Gohan's training was the key. What if Gohan's training was not for the purpose of combat, but rather for self-preservation? After all, the future is bound to bring forth formidable adversaries. Even if one harbors no desire to fight, others may compel one to do so. In such circumstances, lacking sufficient strength could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, under the persistent persuasion of Goku and Gohan's assurance that it would not interfere with his studies, Chi-Chi reluctantly acquiesced. When Goku and his son located Lapis, they discovered that he and Vegeta had already concluded their bout. The two lay breathlessly on the beach, their garments in tatters, barely retaining modesty in the triangular regions. Since that fateful day at the banquet, Vegeta had taken to challenging Lapis with alarming regularity. In the throes of intense combat, Vegeta's prowess had surged remarkably. To prevent Vegeta from surpassing him, Lapis too had committed to rigorous training. The two shared an unspoken camaraderie, akin to that of old friends forged through conflict. Just days prior, Bulma had confided in Lazuli, lamenting that Lapis and Vegeta were indeed a pair, as Vegeta's visits home had dwindled, often resulting in late nights spent in the company of Lapis. This development nearly exasperated Bulma to the brink of disbelief. Had it not been for her understanding of Vegeta's character, she might have suspected infidelity. "Oh, you two have finished already?" Goku exclaimed in surprise, observing the two on the ground. "I thought I had risen early. It seems I must awaken even earlier next time to avoid losing to them." Goku silently resolved to do so, unaware that the pair had not risen early at all, having spent the entire night engaged in combat. Lapis and Vegeta replied lazily, lying motionless on the sand, too fatigued to even open their eyes. They were utterly exhausted, and a sleepless night had rendered them somewhat drowsy. "Very well," Goku conceded, noting that Gohan did not have school today, allowing them to train together. "Gohan, let us begin with some warm-up exercises," he instructed. Gohan nodded. "Sure, Dad." The duo sprinted a short distance away to commence their warm-up routine. Before long, having completed their warm-up, the father and son ascended into the sky to engage in their sparring. The atmosphere surged with energy, the sea roiled tumultuously, and resounding explosions echoed throughout the realm. Meanwhile, Lapis and Vegeta remained undisturbed, peacefully slumbering on the beach. Occasionally, the waves crashed against them, yet they seemed impervious to the sensation. Were it not for the rise and fall of their chests, one might easily mistake them for lifeless bodies. By noon, Yuan and Lazuli finally awakened, their spirits rejuvenated. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Yuan led Lazuli to find their companions. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of 4 bodies sprawled neatly on the beach. Their attire tattered and marked by various wounds, clearly indicative of a fierce struggle. Sighing, Yuan approached to render aid. Ever since the advent of Yuan, a humanoid Senza being, these fighters had increasingly disregarded the weight of their actions. It is a testament to the adage that as long as one is not defeated, they will continue to fight to the bitter end. A few minutes later, a medical miracle unfolded as the 4 lifeless bodies sprang back to life. Son Wukong performed a nimble leap from the ground, clapping his hand on Yuan's shoulder with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Thank goodness for you." Yuan gazed at him in disbelief, retorting, "You may have gone hard on Vegeta, but was it really necessary to be so brutal with Gohan?" Upon seeing Gohan, Moyuan nearly dialed for help, fearing child abuse. Gohan was a patchwork of bruises, with nary a spot of unscathed flesh. Huh, I might have lost control, but I'm glad you're here. Otherwise, I'd face Kiki's wrath upon returning. Sun Wukong chuckled, showing no sign of remorse. In response, Yuan could only silently pity Gohan. Chapter 69. Dragon Balls upon the vast and boundless sea. Streaks of light surged through the air, sending waves crashing and frothing beneath them. Deep gorges marred the surface of the water, resembling the claw marks of a colossal beast, fierce and terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The streaks of light vanished into the sky, succeeded by the cacophony of intense collisions. Invisible waves of energy surged through the air, disturbing the atmosphere around them. Boom, splash. A small golden figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the sea and producing a towering column of water. Soon, one figure after another descended from the heavens, some plunging into the ocean while others landed upon the islands. As the remaining figures fell, a silhouette enveloped in purple and gold energy slowly materialized in the sky. Yuan dispelled his transformation, the energy dissipating as his spiky hair gradually settled. He then opened his inner eye to locate the fallen individuals, skillfully retrieving them from the water one by one and tossing them back onto the island. Before long, Lapis, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta were neatly arranged upon the sandy shore. Their eyes were tightly shut, their bodies riddled with wounds, appearing on the verge of death. Yuan was accustomed to such scenes, expertly tending to their injuries. In no time, the four men opened their eyes in succession, springing back to life with vigor. This scenario had persisted for several months. Initially, Lazili had joined them in their training, but 2 months ago, upon discovering her pregnancy, she ceased her training and settled at home to nurture the child. All right, today's training concludes here. Yuan stated nonchalantly as he prepared to teleport home to cook for his wife. So soon? We've only been training for a few hours. Wukong protested, reluctant to cease. Yuan cast a glance at Wukong, somewhat exasperated. Wukong, Kiki is also pregnant. Do you not need to return to care for her? Wukong, often oblivious during training, suddenly recalled the expectant mother waiting at home. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Right, he said, taking Gohan's hand. Gohan, let us go home and prepare dinner for Mom. With that, he activated his instant transmission and vanished. Vegeta watched the father and son disappear, rolling his eyes with a scoff. He thought to himself, women are indeed a source of trouble. He then turned to Rappies and said, Rappies, let us continue our training. Rappies shook his head and replied nonchalantly, No, the little dinosaurs on the island are about to hatch. I must return to care for them. With that, he ignored Vegeta and flew off in the direction of his island. Vegeta disdainfully watched Rappies' retreating figure. Even the hatchlings are a nuisance. By the way, Vegeta, yesterday Bulma complained to my wife about how you have been neglecting home. She even issued a warning, stating that if you do not return soon, she will find a new father for Trunks. After uttering this, paid no heed to Vegeta's changing expression and instantly teleported home. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's composure shattered. The disdain etched on his face vanished. His countenance turned a shade of green, nearly on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The sound of raindrops seemed to echo in his ears. Vegeta roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and then flew towards West City with the utmost speed. Lost in a torrent of thoughts, he failed to notice the faint arcs of electricity surrounding him. Dear sister, I have returned. Lazili, who was conversing with Bulma, immediately sprang from the sofa upon hearing that familiar voice. She then leapt into a warm embrace. Lazili clung to like a koala, while he supported her gently, leaning down to bestow a tender kiss on her lips. All right, come down now. Bulma is watching, he gently reminded her. When Lazili heard words, she recollected Bulma's presence and, with a flushed face, slowly descended from him. Bulma gazed at the couple with envy, having long fantasized about such a sweet romance. Unfortunately, her first boyfriend, Yamcha, was a notorious flirt, wandering off to charm other girls during their relationship. As for Vegeta, while he was not unfaithful, he seemed utterly disinterested in women, consumed entirely by his training obsession. Not seeing him for 10 days or half a month felt akin to being widowed. Sigh. Love is not easy, Bulma lamented. You two carry on. I shall take my leave and not intrude, she declared, not wanting to be a third wheel or endure any romantic overtures. She then picked up trunks and bid farewell to Lazili, and before driving home. Little did she know, a rather irate man awaited her return. After Bulma departed, held Lazili on the sofa for a while, basking in their warmth. Though Lazili was over 2 months pregnant, there were hardly any visible changes. Her abdomen remained flat. If it weren't for the absence of relatives visiting, they might not have even noticed. The two then joined forces to prepare a nutritious and delicious dinner. Had initially intended to cook by himself, but Lazili insisted on helping. However, her physical condition meant that pregnancy did not hinder her much, and she could use her energy to safeguard the fetus. Normal activities posed no inconvenience whatsoever. After dinner, and Lazili lay on the swing in the estate, gazing at the stars. What is this? Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from Moyuan's embrace. Curiously, Razali reached out and retrieved a pearl the size of a pigeon egg from his arms. Is this a dragon pearl? Typically, a dragon pearl requires about 100 days of nurturing to mature. However, Moyuan's pearl had taken nearly half a year to finally complete. Allow me to show you something intriguing, Moyuan said with a mysterious smile, taking the dragon pearl from Razali's hands. Oh, Razali's curiosity was piqued. Her eyes fixated on the pearl. A surge of willpower flowed from Moyuan into the dragon pearl. The seed of willpower within the pearl eagerly absorbed the energy from Moyuan. Gradually, the translucent pearl began to transform. The purple-gold seed of willpower split into 2 clusters, slowly elongating. Soon, the willpower seed morphed into 2 adorable figures, resembling Moyuan and Razali. The miniature versions of themselves sat side by side within the pearl, their heads leaning against each other. Moyuan then produced a necklace, embedding the dragon pearl into it, and adorned Razali's swan-like neck with it. Razali gazed at the dragon pearl with delight, her eyes sparkling. Can I make a wish with this? Moyuan nodded. Of course, you may wish right now. He then imparted the incantation to Razali. Chapter 70. Razali's wish. Upon hearing Moyuan's incantation, Razali's little mind was filled with question marks. This incantation seemed rather embarrassing. Didn't he it? She cast a complicated glance at Moyuan, her eyes pleading with the words, "Can it be changed?" Moyuan, with a smile playing at the corners of his eyes and an eyebrow raised, responded, "What do you think? Indeed, it could be altered." However, Moyuan intended to tease Razali, planning to change it to a more conventional incantation after this wish was made. Razali looked at the dragon pearl in her hands. Feeling somewhat hesitant, she suddenly found herself reluctant to make a wish. Yet, there was one wish she desperately wanted to fulfill. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach. After contemplating for a while and glancing around, she noticed the empty surroundings. There was not a soul in sight apart from the two of them. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and shouted towards the dragon pearl on the ground. "Husband, I love you. You are the most handsome." As Razali's voice echoed, a beam of light shot from the dragon pearl, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, a tempest arose, clouds billowed and darkened, ominous storm clouds enveloped the entire earth. Countless bolts of lightning danced through the sky, producing a deafening roar. A colossal purple-gold divine dragon emerged in the cosmos, its size surpassing that of the solar system by thousands of times. With a gaping maw, it swallowed the entire solar system whole. While others merely observed the earth shrouded in clouds, they felt no abnormalities. However, at the moment the divine dragon devoured the solar system, Moyuan and Razali were transported to a strange realm. This space was utterly void, and they stood amidst the emptiness, facing a magnificent divine dragon. This was indeed the core of the divine dragon. "Speak your desires, for I possess the power to fulfill them all." A resounding voice echoed throughout the space. The Dragon Ball crafted by could grant but a single wish, yet its potential surpassed that of Earth's Dragon Balls. It might be considered a rudimentary version of the Super Dragon Balls. However, this Dragon Ball possessed the ability to evolve. As strength intensified, so too would the power of the Dragon Ball. Should its prowess surpass that of the Dragon God, Salama, then the might of this Dragon Ball would eclipse that of the Super Dragon Balls. "Please protect my unborn child, ensuring his safety and health," fervently declared her wish to the dragon. Upon receiving S plea, the dragon's immense eyes shimmered with light. Tiny stars materialized around, gradually merging with her being. "Your wish has been granted," boomed the dragon's voice once more, resonating through the air as the starlight fully integrated into. Subsequently, the dragon transformed into a brilliant glow. dissipating into the void, and found themselves back in their estate, as if the previous events had been but a figment of imagination. Yet, the Dragon Ball upon the ground had transformed into stone. At that moment, the stone Dragon Ball levitated from the ground and soared into S' hand. "What is this?" Gazed at the Dragon Ball in her grasp, astonished as she turned to. "This Dragon Ball was crafted specifically for you. Unlike others, it won't wander off. After granting a wish, it will return to you," proclaimed with pride. The Dragon Ball also possessed a binding feature. For instance, Earth's Dragon Balls are bound to Earth, while those of planet Mecha are tethered to their respective world, preventing them from drifting to other planets. Likewise, had bound this particular Dragon Ball too. "How wonderful!" exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to plant a passionate kiss on S' lips. She had initially thought she would need to search for the Dragon Ball after making her wish. With this feature, she could now make wishes with complete peace of mind. Observing S' joy, akin to that of a child, filled his heart with sweetness. The two indulged in tender moments upon the swing for a while before retreating to rest. After, emerged from the bathroom, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him, had, unbeknownst to him, changed into a basketball outfit. This simple attire, adorning her form, exuded an exquisite beauty that was simply captivating. "Sister, what is this?" Suddenly, a flash of insight struck. A thunderous realization dispelled all confusion within him. "So, this is the wish you made today?" He finally understood the true significance of S' wish. She nodded in affirmation. Ever since her pregnancy, she had refrained from any physical activity, feeling as though her body was rusting away. Moreover, it was evident to her that was also restraining himself. "Come on, darling. Let us have a little basketball match," teased, moistening her dry lips, extending an invitation for a playful game. How could possibly resist? He is also an avid basketball enthusiast. Having spent 2.5 years as a basketball trainee in his previous life, he swiftly donned a basketball uniform and thus commenced an intense basketball confrontation. Advanced on the offense, remained acutely focused, arms outstretched, diligently defending with no room for complacency. Initially drove to the left, but reacted promptly, quickly closing in. However, with a deft pull, shifted to the right. Quick to respond, immediately adjusted her defense. Yet, executed another swift change of direction, returning to the left. At that moment, attempted to recover her position, but her feet had been so thoroughly faked out by that she found herself momentarily immobilized. She could only watch helplessly as charged towards the paint, soaring high to execute a two-handed slam dunk. In the first round, suffered a complete defeat, yet she remained undaunted, her spirit unwavering. In the second round, abandoned finesse and opted for sheer physicality. Although possessed considerable athletic prowess, she still fell short compared to, despite her valiant resistance. Against overwhelming strength, her efforts were rendered futile. Slowly, she retreated, ultimately left wide-eyed and helpless. With his 2.5 years of training, demonstrated his remarkable skill, exhibiting an array of dazzling maneuvers, fancy dribbling, triple threat positions, dual-handed ball control, long-range shots, close-range attempts, Euro steps, and dunks. The game pressed on, the score widening, 10-20, 9-90. After an entire evening of play, she had failed to defend successfully even once. By the end, was utterly exhausted, nearly on the verge of collapse. When the final round concluded, she could no longer hold on. She lay down, completely drained of energy. In stark contrast, appeared as lively as ever, brimming with vitality. Prompting to exclaim in frustration, "Monster, thank you for the compliment." Chuckled, entirely unfazed, even feeling a sense of pride, interpreting it as the highest form of praise. After their game, having worked up a sweat, lifted the fatigued, and after freshening up, they returned to rest. This round of 11 rounds of bullfighting concluded with having her head shaved. Chapter 71. The surrender of in the boundless expanse of the universe. A colossal spaceship sped through the void. Inside the vessel sat a short, portly alien with blue skin, clad in battle attire and donning a cape. His name was a subordinate of. Previously, he served as a military advisor in the Third Star Domain. Now, with his legion fragmented, he had become the chief of staff for this remnant force. As he observed the spaceship drawing ever closer to its destination, an excited smile appeared on his face. A few days prior, a massive purple and gold dragon had emerged in the cosmos. Despite the great distance separating them, its immense size made it visible to their eyes. Reflecting on the purpose of S' previous expedition to Namek, he felt a surge of anticipation. Soleil could almost ascertain that this colossal entity was the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls. After several days of investigation, they had determined that the Dragon Balls were located on Earth within the solar system. If they could locate the Dragon Balls, they would be able to resurrect King Frieza. Ever since Frieza's demise, they had been living a life on the run. Being relentlessly pursued by the Galactic Patrol was one thing. Other forces were also seizing the opportunity to take advantage of their plight. The territory they had previously conquered had been nearly entirely usurped. Many of their subordinates had either perished or fled, leaving only a handful aboard this spacecraft. Once King Frieza was resurrected, he would undoubtedly repay all the grievances he had suffered over the years. Soleil mused darkly. This included both the opportunists and the Galactic Patrol. Ha ha ha. The thought of those individuals kneeling before him, begging for mercy, made Soleil chuckle uncontrollably. How much longer until we reach Earth? Soleil inquired of the soldier piloting the ship ahead. My Lord Soleil, it will take approximately 3 more days to reach Earth, the soldier replied respectfully. 3 days? Earth is indeed quite remote, Soleil murmured, then waved his hand, saying, Continue piloting the ship. I shall take a rest. Notify me once we are nearing Earth. Yes, the soldier assented. Soleil then exited the control room. Moya gazed at the sky, sensing a myriad of unfamiliar energies approaching Earth. However, the strongest among them seemed to possess only a power level of several thousand. A mere breath could extinguish them all. As Moya opened his third eye, he found that his range of perception had expanded to encompass the entire solar system. Soon, he detected a spaceship at the outskirts of the solar system, from which those energies emanated. Due to the vast distance and the feebleness of these energies, no one but Moya had noticed anything amiss. You all continue to cultivate. I must depart for a while, Moya instructed Goku and the others before activating instant transmission and vanishing from sight, leaving Goku and the others in perplexed silence. Aboard the spaceship, Soleil was now able to see Earth with his naked eye. The excitement within him was utterly uncontainable. King Frieza, we shall soon locate the Dragon Balls. And then we can resurrect you. The surrounding soldiers also displayed expressions of exhilaration. They had suppressed their emotions for far too long. Oh, so you are Frieza's followers. I wonder how you came to know that the Dragon Balls are on Earth. A voice suddenly resonated. The unfamiliar voice made Soleil's heart skip a beat. He then realized that, at some point, an individual resembling a scion had appeared beside him. Who are you? The sudden appearance of this figure put Soleil on high alert, prompting him to draw his weapon and aim it at Moya. The other soldiers likewise unsheathed their sidearms, warily regarding Moya. Soleil then pressed a button on the power level detector. The digits on the power detector fluctuated rapidly before coming to a halt at the number 5. Upon seeing this figure, Solb felt a wave of relief wash over him, for it indicated that his adversary possessed a mere combat power of 5. He lowered his pistol and regarded Yuan with disdain. Solb held no doubts regarding the accuracy of the power detector. As for Yuan's unexpected presence, he felt no surprise. After all, the universe harbors a plethora of bizarre races, much like the Jinyu forces Gero from the past, whose combat prowess of over 10,000 could halt time itself. In Solb's eyes, Yuan was nothing more than a fifth-rate fighter with a slight knack for spatial abilities. Are you here to meet your demise, boy? I've been feeling a bit restless these past few days, taunted a tall, gaunt alien named Tagma, who stepped forward, his visage betraying his malevolent nature. Tagma, Solb's right-hand man, regarded Yuan as if he were merely a toy, his own combat strength a staggering 50,000 rendering Yuan's paltry 5 utterly insignificant. He had already begun contemplating the various ways to dispatch Yuan. Ha ha. Lord Tagma is making his move. This fellow is destined for a tragic end. The surrounding minions gleefully chimed in, recalling the last unfortunate soul who had angered Tagma, who had been subjected to 7 days of torment, ultimately reduced to mere pulp upon death. Silence. Yuan shot a glance at Tagma. At that moment, Tagma's emaciated form began to swell grotesquely, an excruciating pain radiating through his body. Ah! He cried out, unable to suppress his anguish. Help me. He turned to Solb, pleading for assistance. Yet the bizarre scene had left both Solb and the surrounding minions in a state of shock. Fear seeped into their hearts as a chilling dread enveloped them, rendering their bodies immobile. Ah! Please, spare me. Tagma begged, attempting to kneel. But his swollen body prevented any movement. In response to his pleas, Yuan remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in his direction. With a thunderous boom, Tagma's body exploded, transforming into a mist of purple blood that splattered across everyone except Moyuan. Now, may I finally receive an answer to my question? Moyuan asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Salb. He felt no remorse for the slaughter he had just committed. My lord. Salb collapsed to the ground, prostrated and unable to meet Moyuan's gaze. It was only after we witnessed the colossal dragon a few days ago that we learned of the Dragon Ball's existence. Seeing Salb kneel, the other minions promptly followed suit, laying down their weapons without hesitation. They possessed no extraordinary talents, merely an instinct for survival that had allowed them to endure thus far. Oh, is that so? Moyuan mused, surprised to discover that it was indeed the dragon he had summoned days prior that had led them here. How many members remain in Frisia's legion? Inquired. My lord. They are all present here, Salb replied, his head bowed in utmost respect, daring not to conceal any truth. His words astonished. He had not anticipated that Frisia's power would be so thoroughly diminished in merely a few years. My lord, we pledge our loyalty to you, and we hope to be accepted. Salb raised his gaze too, his eyes ablaze with fervor. For Salb, he merely sought a bastion of support. After Frisia's demise, he took command of the legion. Initially, he reveled in his newfound authority, basking in the splendor of power. Immersed in this dominion, he never considered seeking a means to resurrect Frisia. However, after enduring the harsh realities of society, he comprehended that the legion's supremacy in the cosmos was not merely due to its numbers, but rather the formidable presence of Frisia himself. In the span of a few years, the legion had disbanded, and he was left to fend for himself, akin to a drowning rat. He had grown weary of such a plight. Thus, upon witnessing the dragon, he believed he had discovered a lifeline. If Frisia could be revived, he would reclaim his former glory, albeit now under the shadow of another. Yet, S' arrival illuminated the futility of seeking the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frisia, leaving even the survival of his cohort in jeopardy. In pursuit of survival, he resolved to align himself with. Within the confines of the spacecraft, silence reigned. Regarded Salb, who knelt before him, a faint aura of authority emanating from his being. Salb dared not stir, the invisible pressure causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. This psychological burden was more terrifying than that of Frisia. While Frisia embodied a tyrant, radiating a ruthless and violent essence that sent shivers down one's spine, resembled an exalted monarch, his unintentional aura compelling one to submit. Contemplating, stroked his chin. By accepting this group, he reasoned, the likelihood of anyone attempting to resurrect Frisia would diminish. Of course, eliminating them now would yield the same outcome. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to embrace this assembly. The universe held resources absent from Earth, and he could employ them to procure wealth and acquire unique materials or martial arts from other planets. Two strategies emerged in his mind for obtaining these cosmic resources. The first involved the culinary delights of Earth. The Dragon Ball realm evidently lacked gastronomic abundance. Even deities like Beerus and Whis, who had existed for eons, were captivated by Earth's cuisine. This was undoubtedly true for common folk as well. Thus, if Earth's culinary treasures were disseminated throughout the universe, a vast fortune could be amassed. The second strategy pertained to technologies that were absent in the cosmos. That would be the universal capsule from Bulma's family. The technology on Earth can be described as severely fragmented. The pinnacle of innovation includes the universal capsule, time machine, and Dr. Gero's android technology. These advancements are truly unparalleled in the vast cosmos. However, there exists a significant gap in between, even prior to the alien invasion. They were unable to produce spacecraft. The universal capsule possesses the remarkable ability to yield substantial benefits regardless of its location, whether in warfare or daily life. It provides immense convenience. Thus, if Moyuan were to engage in the trade of universal capsules, he could amass wealth at an astonishing rate. Rise, Moyuan stated calmly. Solbei lifted his head, gazing at Moyuan with excitement, and inquired, My lord, are you willing to accept us? Moyuan nodded slightly. I can accept you. Upon hearing this, Solbei was filled with joy. However, Moyuan's tone shifted sharply. If you dare to harbor any treachery, I can assure you that your demise will be far more gruesome than that of the fellow from just now. A chilling aura immediately spread, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily, hardly daring to breathe. Nevertheless, Moyuan retracted his imposing presence and spoke warmly. If you can serve me diligently, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. My lord, No, my king, you may rest assured. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you and would never entertain any disloyalty. Solbay was the first to voice his allegiance. The other subordinates quickly followed suit, declaring their fidelity. Rest easy, my king, we are absolutely loyal. Should anyone dare to betray you, we will flay them alive before you even need to lift a finger. Indeed, my king, he speaks the truth. Moyuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Moyuan began, and the entire assembly fell silent, all eyes fixed upon him in anticipation. Tell me about your current situation, he said, directing his gaze at Solbay. My king, we are all here now, but our former territory has been seized by others. Initially, we intended to resurrect Frisia and reclaim it. Solbay confessed without reservation. Moyuan nodded. Good, I now assign you a task. Please, my king. We assure you we will accomplish this mission, Solbay declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Moyuan cast him a brief glance. Reclaim all of our previous territories. What? Instantly, Solbay's confidence waned, and his voice faltered. If they were capable of defeating their adversaries, they would not have fallen to such depths. Fear not, I shall assist you. Upon hearing Moyuan's words, Solbay hesitated slightly. My king, their strength is formidable. They possess millions, even tens of millions in combat power. Even if Frisia were revived, I could easily crush him. Moyuan replied nonchalantly. Solbay's heart sank. Although he was unaware of Frisia's true combat capabilities, he had previously believed them to be merely 500,000. However, since Frisia's demise, those factions that had long been suppressed began to resurface. Within this realm, there exists no shortage of formidable beings boasting battle powers in the millions and tens of millions. It was only after this that Solbay comprehended that Frisia's strength was unequivocally far beyond the mere 50,000. Otherwise, how could he possibly subdue such individuals? Yet, asserted that he could effortlessly crush Frisia. How immensely powerful must he be? Solbay held no doubts regarding his words. Contemplating the prospect of having a formidable ally, he could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, My lord, when shall we commence our operation? He was eager to return and unleash all the grievances he had endured during this time. Let us set forth immediately, commanded. Without delay, everyone sprang into action in an orderly manner, their faces illuminated with excitement. At that moment, Solbay suddenly had an epiphany. He knelt before and implored, My lord, please bestow a name upon our faction. After a brief moment of contemplation, solemnly declared, Heavenly Dynasty. We shall be known as the Heavenly Dynasty. Envisioned establishing a prosperous era for the Heavenly Dynasty within this Dragon Ball universe. Heavenly Dynasty. Heavenly Dynasty. Solbay raised his hands and shouted the name aloud. Inspired by him, everyone joined in, raising their hands in unison, chanting, Heavenly Dynasty. Heavenly Dynasty. Heavenly Dynasty. Heavenly Dynasty. Heavenly Dynasty. Heavenly Dynasty. In an instant, the spacecraft resonated with fervent voices. After addressing these matters, left a clone aboard the spacecraft before returning to Earth. This clone was an enhancement of Tien Shinen's four-way fist, possessing half of typical combat prowess. Most importantly, this clone could exist for an extended duration. It would not vanish unless its energy was depleted or chose to dissolve it. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, exchanged a wealth of alien technology acquired from Solbay for the universal capsule technology with Dr. Brief. However, the universal capsules produced by would not be sold on Earth, but exclusively on planets beyond. This arrangement constituted a mutually beneficial collaboration, as Dr. Brief had no intention of expanding his company to outer space. Although the alien technology provided was not as refined as the universal capsule technology, its abundance and the fact that it belonged to a highly advanced cosmic category made it appealing. Furthermore, the medical equipment contained within held significant value, comparable to that of the universal capsules, as it could be deemed a lower-tier version of the mystical beings. Meanwhile, with the assistance of his clone, Solbay swiftly reclaimed his previous territory. The strongest among those factions possessed merely 3 to 4 million in battle power, and they met their demise with just a few strikes from his clone, expending minimal energy in the process. Soon, a faction known as the Heavenly Dynasty began to rise in prominence within the Northern Galaxy. Following the reclamation of territory, refrained from allowing them to revert to their former ways of pillaging and selling planets. Instead, he initiated the integration of weaker nations, acquiring resources through reasonable taxation. Similarly, They are also entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding these small nations from external threats. In comparison to other forces, the resources extracted by the Celestial Empire are remarkably meager. Consequently, countless small nations have flocked to the banner of the Celestial Empire. Other powers, constrained by the might of the Celestial Empire, can only watch helplessly as their influence gradually diminishes, unable to voice their indignation. There is little recourse. After the demise of Frisia, the remaining formidable powers were swiftly vanquished by the Celestial Empire. The forces that remain cannot even muster a single warrior with a battle prowess exceeding 1,000,000. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to stand against the Celestial Empire? Many factions have begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. With dwindling sources of income, how can they sustain their numerous subordinates? They slowly start to contemplate whether it would be prudent to withdraw from the northern galaxy and seek sustenance elsewhere. Moreover, as the Celestial Empire continues its ascent, it is uncertain when they might face annihilation. After all, who can slumber peacefully beneath the same roof? They understand this truth well. Thus, they neither dare nor wish to gamble their lives. Gradually, as the Celestial Empire flourishes, many factions discreetly exited the northern galaxy. Following the rise of the Celestial Empire, conflicts in the northern galaxy have significantly diminished. With the Celestial Empire serving as a vital link, direct connections between various nations and planets have been established. Under the impetus of the Celestial Empire, they engaged in free trade. Moreover, universal adhesive capsules have begun to permeate the vast cosmic market. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. On Earth, Lazuli languidly reclined on the sofa. Perhaps due to her gradually expanding belly, she has become increasingly indolent of late. After a hearty meal, she feels drowsy, desiring only to lie down and remain inactive. She also experiences hunger with remarkable ease. It is peculiar. Ever since her transformation into an artificial human, she seldom felt hunger. Yet now, she unmistakably senses the emptiness within her abdomen. Perhaps the child within her is absorbing a significant portion of her nutrients, compelling her to frequently replenish her sustenance. "Dear sister, it's time for a meal," Moyuan announced as he emerged from the kitchen, several plates and a clay pot floating beside him. With Lazuli nearing her due date, Moyuan has refrained from practicing and stayed home to care for her. He placed the dishes on the table before Lazuli and gently helped her sit up from the sofa. "You're so wonderful, my love," Lazuli exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Moyuan's neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek, followed by a playful nibble. A small strawberry mark instantly appeared on Moyuan's face. Observing the tiny strawberry on his handsome visage, Lazuli's eyes transformed into crescent moons, brimming with joy. "What brings such delight?" Moyuan inquired, serving Lazuli a bowl of fish soup, somewhat puzzled by her exuberance. "Well, how could I not be happy with such a handsome and caring husband?" Lazuli replied, savoring a sip of the delectable fish soup, her smile sweet and radiant. Moyuan raised an eyebrow, indulging in his own vanity. "I senti it so? I too believe I am strikingly handsome." "Such vanity. A few compliments and you're already floating away," Lazuli teased playfully. "Indeed." With a face full of pride, Yuan declared, "This praise comes from my wife, who is exceptionally intelligent, graceful, and naturally beautiful, possessing a charm that can overshadow the moon and flowers and captivate the heart. How could I not feel elated?" His effusive compliments left Lazuli somewhat bashful. She swiftly shoved a generous chunk of meat into his mouth to silence him. "Hush." After swallowing, Yuan, in a state of bliss, remarked, "The flavor of the meat fed by my wife is simply unparalleled, so delightful." No sooner had he spoken than Lazuli stuffed more meat into his mouth, filling it to the brim. After chewing for a while and swallowing, he was about to speak again, only to find his mouth filled once more. Yuan welcomed every morsel she offered, relishing the experience. Yet, he felt it would be selfish to consume all the food alone. Thus, while accepting Lazuli's generous offerings, he also picked up vegetables to feed her. Gradually, their meal concluded, shared in mutual feeding. After their meal, Yuan embraced Lazuli's shoulders as they sat on the sofa. Her head rested against his shoulder, and she caressed her rounded belly with a blissful smile. "Dear, I can feel them kicking inside me." Indeed, Lazuli was carrying a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. "Is that true?" Yuan gently placed his hand on her belly. Indeed, he could distinctly feel movements within. "Does it hurt?" he inquired tenderly, concern etched on his face. Lazuli shook her head, her voice soft. "It's bearable, just a little discomfort." That little rascal dares to subject my wife to such suffering. I shall certainly teach him a lesson when he arrives. Moyuan exclaimed indignantly, just as Li was about to respond. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, her face blanching instantly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Dear, I think I'm going into labor, she gasped. Moyuan hurriedly lifted her and, in an instant, transported them to the hospital. He had already made arrangements. They would be ready to assist her upon their arrival. Entering the delivery room alongside Li, he offered her comfort. Watching her pale face contorted in pain tugged at his heart. This would be the only time. Moyuan resolved that they would have just this one childbirth, unwilling to subject Li to further agony. After several arduous hours, the two children were safely born. However, Moyuan was not preoccupied with them. Instead, he channeled his own vitality continuously into Li, aiding her recovery from the strains of childbirth. With this nurturing energy, her complexion gradually regained its color, and the pain began to dissipate. Dear, let me see the children, she implored. Once she had recovered somewhat, Li sat up eagerly, yearning to gaze upon her offspring. Moyuan then approached the nearby crib and lifted the two children. This was his first glimpse of his progeny. He felt an extraordinary bond connecting them, perhaps the essence of blood ties. Unlike most newborns, these two exhibited smooth skin, free from the usual wrinkles. Their skin is smooth and fair, resembling jelly, and they possess an undeniable cuteness. Both children exhibit traits of Moyuan, with small horns adorning the sides of their heads and tiny tails sprouting from their backsides. The boy's hair is golden, akin to that of Li, and his tail shares the same hue. The girl's hair is a creamy white, matching the color of her tail. How adorable! Upon seeing the two children, Li is reminded of her first encounter with Moyuan, as equally charming, her heart nearly melting from their sweetness. She feels that the hardships of the past 10 months have not been in vain. They have already chosen names for the children. The girl is named Mo-Chin-In, and the boy is named Mo-Tianlin. Chapter 74. The true conditions for activating the bloodline with the arrival of the two children. Moyuan and Li's lives have undergone a significant transformation. Dear, I wish I could put them back. Late at night, Li cradles the golden-haired infant boy, gazing at Moyuan with a hint of sorrow. Ever since the children were born, their married life has been nearly non-existent, with every intimate moment requiring secrecy. Moyuan, holding their daughter, finds himself deep in thought. What is the true purpose of having children? How can they make these two little ones vanish at the appropriate time? Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind. A brilliant solution. Li tilts her head, puzzled by Moyuan's sudden excitement, unaware of his thoughts. Moyuan takes the boy, Mo-Tianlin, from Li's arms. After a ripple of spatial disturbance, he vanishes with both children. Moments later, Moyuan reappears. But the children he once held have disappeared. Where are the children? He smirks, a knowing smile gracing his lips. They have gone where they belong. Upon hearing this, Li seems to grasp the implication, her expression shifting to one of mischievous delight. Madam, it is late. We should rest. Moyuan gazes at Li's figure, his eyes gleaming with desire. After giving birth, Li's figure has become even more voluptuous. The added curves are certainly alluring, accentuating her femininity. The playful little bunny hops about, stirring Moyuan's thoughts and leaving him entranced. Li, blushing, gently lifts the corner of the blanket, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Their glances intertwine, a silent understanding passing between them. Li lightly taps Moyuan's head, complaining, the children will go hungry tomorrow. Moyuan looks up nonchalantly. Do not worry, with their uncle around, they shall not go hungry. Li rolls her eyes in resignation. What can she do? After all, she chose this husband. All she can do is indulge him. Moyuan chuckles. His long sword, unsheathed for months, has lost its luster. It is time for it to be sheathed and cared for. The day the sword returns to its sheath marks the return of the night. On an island 1,000 miles away, Li stares blankly at the two infants in his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only recall that he was still asleep in bed when suddenly a figure appeared, and in an instant, two weighty infants were placed in his arms. Beside the bed lay a heap of baby supplies, akin to diapers. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Lapith, your niece and nephew miss you dearly. They insisted on coming to see you late at night. I imagine you must long for them as well. I have some matters to attend to at home. so I shan't intrude on your reunion. Until next time. Scoundrel. Lapith nearly ground his molars to dust, seething. I swear I shall end you. A fierce aura emanated from him, and instantly, the skies above the island darkened, thunder roared, and tumultuous waves surged across the sea, accompanied by howling winds. The thunderclap resonated like a deafening roar. Wah! Wah! The two infants in Lapith's arms were abruptly awakened by the thunder, wailing uncontrollably. Shoo, sweetheart Chin Chin, little Tianlin. Uncle will take you to play with delightful things. In an instant, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the sea returned to tranquility, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of imagination. Lapith's imposing demeanor dissipated, and he made comical faces, clumsily attempting to soothe the two children. For a moment, he felt utterly drained. Compared to pacifying infants, he would much rather engage in a clash of muscle and might with Vegeta, a contest of man against man. Suddenly, he found himself missing Vegeta. If he were here, he could assist in managing one of the children. Alas, he was uncertain when it had begun, but unless it was a critical moment in training, Vegeta would invariably retreat home at dusk, impossible to deter. As for Android 16, he had vanished in search of nearly extinct species. Unbeknownst to him, the two children had nearly celebrated their first year of life. The Dragon Ball hanging from Raziri's neck had reverted to its original form, no longer resembling a stone. Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. After playfully teasing Raziri, Moyuan had restored the incantation to its standard form. The immense dragon re-emerged, and Moyuan's family of four found themselves enveloped within the dragon's core. The two children gazed with wide-eyed wonder at the majestic dragon, waving their tiny arms in excitement. Had they not been held by Moyuan, they would have soared straight toward it. Speak your wishes. Whatever desires you have, I shall fulfill them. The dragon's booming voice reverberated through the space. Raziri had long contemplated her wish. This time, she yearned for the ability to absorb vital energy to awaken her hidden lineage. Please grant me the power to absorb vital energy. Upon hearing Raziri's wish, the dragon's eyes shimmered with golden light. After a pause, the dragon's voice resonated once more. I'm afraid I cannot grant this wish. Raziri was not entirely surprised by this outcome. She had anticipated it, though a twinge of disappointment lingered. Raziri then inquired, can you activate the bloodline within me? The dragon shook its head, replying, I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this wish either. With a resigned sigh, Raziri felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. At that moment, the divine dragon spoke again. Although I am unable to activate the bloodline within you, you possess the means to do so yourself, for you already hold the key. The key? La Zili queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. The divine dragon nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the conditions for unlocking the bloodline of Earth dwellers do not solely rely on primordial energy. Rather, it requires advanced energy to serve as a key for activation. Primordial energy is but one key among many. Advanced energy? A flicker of joy illuminated La Zili's eyes as a transparent energy materialized in her palm, warping the space around her under its influence. Spatial energy. La Zili, endowed with remarkable spatial talent, could effortlessly sense this energy. Ever since mastering the art of teleportation, she had been diligently exploring the applications of spatial energy. Yet, she had not anticipated that spatial energy could also serve as a key to activate her bloodline. It appears you have grasped the concept. Precisely. As long as you allow your bloodline to absorb sufficient spatial energy, it shall naturally awaken. Well then, your wish has been granted. The divine dragon proclaimed before transforming into light and vanishing. The Mo family found themselves once more within their estate. Clearly, the divine dragon had regarded this inquiry as La Zili's desire. The stone Dragon Ball floated into La Zili's hand. She gingerly embedded the orb into her necklace and adorned her neck once more. Chapter 75. The transformation of two little creatures. The divine dragon had disappeared, leaving Moyuan cradling Mo Chinin and Mo Tianlin, whose small eyes brimmed with disappointment. At under a year old, they could utter a few simple words. Observing the two little ones pouting, on the verge of tears, Moyuan quickly conjured a purple divine dragon with his energy. Chin Chin, Tianlin, do you see that? Upon spotting the dragon soaring through the sky, the two little ones' faces lit up with joy. Dragon, they exclaimed, clapping their hands and babbling excitedly. The two children flew out of Moyuan's embrace. These little ones were born with a combat power of 1,000,000. For them, flying was as effortless as drinking water. Yuan guided the divine dragon to play with them. After several hours of merriment, as dusk approached, Yuan finally retracted the dragon. Yet, the children still appeared unsatisfied. It was only after Yuan promised to play with them again the following day that they reluctantly agreed to settle down. That night, Yuan lay on his bed, soothing the two children to sleep. Lazili, having learned the conditions for activating her bloodline, eagerly delved into her cultivation, expressing a desire to awaken her bloodline as soon as possible. Thus, the responsibility of looking after the two little ones fell to Yuan. With Lazili occupied, Yuan resolved to distract the children from thoughts of their uncle for the night. After half an hour, Yuan finally coaxed the two children into slumber. Gazing at the two little ones, who bore a resemblance to both himself and Lazili on either side, a blissful smile unfurled across his face. Upon entering this world, he formed bonds with friends and family, and now he has his own children. If his parents were aware of this, they would undoubtedly feel joy for him. As these thoughts lingered, Yuan gradually drifted into slumber. The night sky, adorned with countless stars, was illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, casting a gossamer veil over the earth. Beneath the night's embrace, everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy jolted Yuan awake. He opened his eyes to find the room ablaze with light, as if it were midday. The source of this brilliance emanated from the two little beings lying beside him. Mo-Chin-In and Mo-Tian-Lin were enveloped in a radiant glow. Yuan could not discern what was occurring within the luminescence. "Darling, what is happening? What is going on?" Sensing the energy, Lazili abandoned her cultivation and instantly teleported back. Upon witnessing the two glowing forms on the bed, she felt a pang of urgency. Yuan gently placed his hand on her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. Although I am uncertain of the cause, I sense this may not be a negative occurrence." Nevertheless, Lazili remained anxious, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the luminous entities, filled with concern. She hesitated to act rashly, fearing unforeseen consequences. After all, they were their children. Though Yuan urged her not to fret, he too was deeply troubled, fearing for their safety. Despite his keen awareness, he remained unable to perceive the events unfolding within the light. Yet, he could faintly sense that they were undergoing some extraordinary transformation. Minutes passed, and the radiant aura surrounding the children gradually dissipated. Yuan and Lazili widened their eyes, fixated, hardly daring to blink. Soon, the light vanished entirely, revealing the scene before them. To their astonishment, the space where the children once lay was now empty. In their place stood two half-meter-long dragons, their bodies adorned with scales and equipped with 4 claws. One dragon was white, while the other gleamed in gold. From their essence, Yuan and Lazili could discern that these dragons were indeed their children. The white dragon was Mo-Chin-In, and the golden dragon was Mo-Tian-Lin. Lazili pointed at Yuan, her voice filled with disbelief. "Are these two dragons our children?" "It appears so," Yuan responded, equally astonished, nodding slowly. If all goes well, having inherited scion blood, he had once pondered whether he would transform into a gorilla, but after many full moons without any change, he had assumed he lacked such a capability. Now, it seemed that perhaps he could indeed transform, but not into a gorilla. Instead, he had become a divine dragon. It appeared that the fusion of bloodlines had altered both his transformation method and form. As the thought of transforming into a divine dragon filled Yuan with excitement, his eyes began to shimmer with anticipation. However, it was evident that the moment was not opportune. He endeavored to suppress his restless thoughts and gently lifted the two small dragons nestled on the bed. These little creatures were sound asleep, resembling two lifeless pigs, showing no sign of awakening despite Yuan's gentle handling. Yet, a question lingered in Yuan's mind. How could he revert them to their original forms? "Darling, they won't be unable to change back, will they?" Lazili clearly shared Yuan's concern. Although the dragon forms were striking, there was an oddity to them. Yuan shook his head reassuringly. "No, they will certainly revert. I just need to comprehend the transformation process. Once I understand how they transformed, I will know how to reverse it." Yuan remained relatively calm. After all, their transformation did not induce the typical frenzy associated with ordinary scions. Clearly, this metamorphosis did not impair their intellect. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Yuan and Lazili resolved to watch over them until they awakened. ensuring all was well before deciding their next course of action. Children, by nature, possess an extraordinary capacity for slumber. It was not until after 10 o'clock the following morning that they gradually stirred from their deep sleep. Mo Tianlin blinked his drowsy eyes open, and, upon seeing the little white dragon beside him, all remnants of sleep vanished, his eyes sparkling with clarity. The little white dragon, Mo Chinin, awakened at the sound of her brother's call, her eyes meeting the intense gaze of the golden dragon. Long. Both dragons gazed at each other in bewilderment, as they recognized familiar sounds emanating from one another. With inquisitive expressions, the two little creatures cautiously approached, raising their tiny paws to tentatively touch one another. It seemed they discovered something, for they quickly recoiled, astonished at the sight of each other. Initially concerned, Moyuan and La Zili couldn't help but chuckle at the stunned expressions of the two little beings. Papa, Mama. The two dragons soared into their parents' embrace, pointing at one another and babbling in a manner that suggested they were voicing grievances. Moyuan brought the squabbling duo to the mirror, and upon seeing their reflections, they finally comprehended the situation. They had transformed into divine dragons. Their eyes sparkled with wonder. So cool. In their exhilaration, the two little ones wriggled free from Moyuan's grasp and soared out the window. Although he had intended to inquire about their transformation, he reconsidered, realizing that they were merely infants yet to turn 1 year old, likely incapable of articulating their experiences clearly. Thus, Moyuan resolved to conduct his own investigation. Chapter 76. Transformation into a dragon. After researching for an extended period, Moyuan remained perplexed, making no discernible progress. By evening, he located the two little dragons who had been playing so exuberantly that they had lost track of the way home. Then he asked them, Qin, Tianlin, can you return to your original forms? The two little creatures tilted their heads, bewildered by their father's peculiar request. Please, their current appearance was simply fabulous. Of course, more importantly, they had no idea how to revert back. The two little dragons lay on the ground, one paw supporting their chin, lost in contemplation. Clearly, this question was beyond their comprehension. Their tiny minds were filled with immense confusion. How to transform back? This was indeed a dilemma. The two little heads spun rapidly with thoughts. Though they did not fully understand, they decided to ponder before speaking. As they contemplated, their gazes gradually lost focus, and they slowly closed their eyes. Are they asleep? Moyuan wondered, observing the two little dragons sprawled out in blissful slumber. A bead of sweat formed on Moyuan's forehead. Sighing, he shook his head, covering his forehead in resignation. Perhaps it was best to investigate this matter on his own, and he chose not to dwell on it any longer. Moyuan was preparing to take the two little ones home when, suddenly, a faint glow emanated from their bodies. This phenomenon was eerily similar to what had occurred the previous night. Moyuan extended a finger, gently placing it on them to sense the changes within. A unique energy radiated from their core, flowing throughout their bodies. Indeed, like Shalu, they too possessed a core within them. For them, critical organs such as the heart and brain were not vital. Even if their hearts were to rupture or their brains were to shatter, as long as the core remained intact, they could recover in an instant. However, their core was not like that of Shalu. Theirs resembled a pearl. Moyuan's pearl shimmered with a purple-golden hue, while Mu Tianlin's was golden and Mu Qinin's was a milky white. At that moment, Moyuan contemplated that perhaps he could refer to this pearl as a dragon pearl. Soon, the energy within the core filled the two little ones completely. Enveloped in a radiant glow, they gradually transformed back into their human forms. Remarkably, the two little ones still wore the pajamas they had donned the previous night. Unlike Science, who lost an entire outfit with each transformation, this was undoubtedly good news. Moyuan lifted the two children from the ground and, utilizing instantaneous movement, brought them back home. He had grasped the method of transformation. There was no need to rush. Returning home was paramount. At home, Latsili had nearly finished preparing dinner, awaiting Moyuan's return with the two little ones to begin the meal. She still preferred their human forms, finding them adorably soft and lovable, and their cuddly nature was delightful. Sister-in-law, we're back. The familiar voices rang out. Moyuan appeared beside Latsili, cradling the two little ones. With a gentle motion, he tossed them onto the sofa. They lay sprawled on the sofa, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Ordinary children would never be able to be thrown about like this. However, these two little ones were no ordinary beings. With their extraordinary combat prowess of 1 million, they could withstand anything, even a missile strike, unscathed. Ah! Lazili's face brightened as she beheld the two adorable figures transformed back into their human forms. Her heart swelled with joy at the return of her beloved little ones. Why little ones? Because in her heart, her cherished ones could only ever be the one she loved most dearly. Even these two pieces of her heart could only come second. Darling, how did they revert back? Lazili inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Moyuan replied, I asked them if they could change back. Lazili pressed further, and they transformed back on their own? Moyuan nodded slightly, then shook his head. What does that mean? Lazili was left perplexed. After I asked, they began to ponder, and eventually, they fell asleep. Once asleep, they reverted back. Just like last night. Lazili was momentarily speechless. So, after all this, they still did not know how to control their transformations? After a brief pause, she asked, so they transform when they sleep? Not exactly, Moyuan mused, stroking his chin. I now understand how to transform, and I will teach them to control it gradually. Even if they cannot manage it themselves, I can assist them in returning to their original forms. That's reassuring. Upon hearing Moyuan's words, Lazili felt a sense of relief. Together, they roused the two little ones from their slumber on the sofa for their meal. These two little ones had now learned to eat, their teeth in excellent condition, eagerly gnawing on the meat. Initially, Moyuan and Lazili were concerned that their bodies might not cope, but soon realized there was no issue, allowing them to eat freely. After mastering the art of eating, they naturally weaned themselves. However, due to the early weaning, Lazili experienced an oversupply of milk. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Moyuan had no choice but to partake in the surplus himself. The following day, Moyuan journeyed to a desolate planet in a star system far from the solar system, preparing to complete his transformation there. He had fully grasped the specific method of transformation, but felt that his own metamorphosis might not be as straightforward as that of the two children. Thus, to prevent any unforeseen mishaps, he chose this remote location for his inaugural transformation into a dragon. The temperature on this planet was exceedingly low, likely plummeting below -200 degrees. Yet Moyuan paid no heed to the chill, as it had no effect on him whatsoever. He sat upon the ground, centering his thoughts, and connected with the unique power residing within his core. Streams of energy surged forth, coursing through every crevice of his being. A radiant purple glow emanated from him, cocooning Moyuan in a luminous chrysalis. He felt enveloped in warmth, as if immersed in a soothing bath. Unbeknownst to Moyuan, the light cocoon surrounding him was expanding at a terrifying pace. Minutes passed, and the chrysalis began to dissipate gradually. Open his eyes, feeling a pent-up breath lodged in his throat, a sensation that demanded release. With a powerful roar, though sound could not traverse the vacuum, invisible waves of immense magnitude radiated outward from his mouth. In their wake, all matter, meteors, stars, dissolved into cosmic dust. Once he expelled that breath, felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Calming himself, he realized that he was no longer on the planet he had just inhabited, but rather suspended in the vastness of space. Surrounding his form were what appeared to be small orbs. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves not as mere beads, but as colossal planets. Activating his inner sight, he perceived himself from a divine perspective. A violet dragon, akin to the one he had summoned with the Dragon Balls, appeared within his vision, dwarfing ordinary planets, which were no larger than his fingertip. Each movement of his body sent nearby planets crashing into oblivion. Witnessing this spectacle, he felt a surge of gratitude. Had he transformed on Earth, his gargantuan form would have obliterated the entire solar system. Chapter 77, Dragon Knight. In the boundless universe, a massive violet dragon darted through countless star realms at breathtaking speed. Where it passed, it conjured terrifying cosmic storms, casting numerous celestial bodies off their orbits and shattering entire star systems. Reveled in his celestial journey, experiencing a liberating sensation akin to a dragon returning to the ocean. The universe unfolded before him like a vast, uncharted sea, inviting his exploration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His size was rather unwieldy. Engaging in playful antics with his two children in dragon form would be impossible. He needed to devise a means to diminish his stature. Resolute in his intention, halted in the void, he centered his thoughts and summoned a unique energy, attempting to reduce his size. Before long, he discovered the method. His gargantuan form, larger than the solar system itself, swiftly contracted until he measured just over 2 meters in length. Observing his new stature, nodded in satisfaction. Sensing the spatial nodes of his home, he executed a sudden teleportation, vanishing into the ether. With a ripple of spatial disturbance, a 2-meter-long violet dragon materialized beside. At that moment, she was engaged in play with 2 young dragons, who had mastered the art of transformation. Capable of altering their forms at will, S arrival instantly captured their attention. Daddy? Papa? In a flash, shimmered and transformed back into his human form. A feat he could now accomplish with remarkable speed, unlike his initial transformation, which had required more time. Papa so handsome. The siblings, their eyes sparkling with delight, dashed towards him, each wrapping an arm around one of his. Papa, turn into a dragon. So handsome. They chirped excitedly. All right, Daddy Dragon will play with you. Yuan said, looking affectionately at the 2 little ones with a smile. Your joy is paramount, while I find myself with nothing. Lazili, observing the tender scene between father and children, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Just moments ago, they were clamoring for her attention, and now they completely ignored her, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. Upon hearing her words, Yuan's heart tightened. He gently released the 2 children and swiftly approached Lazili, skillfully wrapping his arms around her slender waist. My dear wife, would you care to become a knight upon my dragon form? Knight. Lazili sharply seized upon the key detail. That was a slip of the tongue, huh? Yuan chuckled, trying to deflect the situation. Lazili chose not to dwell on it. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, Ride you? Would that be inappropriate? Yuan leaned closer to her ear, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. We are already an old married couple. It's not as if this is our first time. When have I ever ridden you? Lazili retorted, her voice abruptly halting as a realization struck her, her charming face blushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. The image of her galloping like a valiant knight from the previous night was etched in Yuan's heart, and he couldn't help but recall it with longing. Be quiet. The embarrassing scenes flooded Lazili's mind. Flustered and indignant, she quickly covered Yuan's mouth to prevent him from continuing. Otherwise, she feared she might wish to vanish into a crack in the ground. Yuan chuckled, removing her hand from his mouth, and inquired, So, will you ride or not? Yes. Lazili gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Chinin and Tianlin exchanged perplexed glances nearby. Being still quite young, they did not grasp the nuances of their parents' conversation. However, it appeared as though their parents were engaged in a quarrel. Mother seemed quite upset, while father appeared rather cheerful. In each other's eyes, they recognized the shared sentiment. The world of adults is truly perplexing. Come now, children, let us play. Yuan called out to them. Transforming into his dragon form, he enlarged slightly for Lazili's comfort. I am quite large. Hold on tightly so you don't slip off. With that, he burst forth as a streak of light, soaring out through the doorway. Seeing their parents had already departed, Chinin and Tianlin, without a second thought, transformed into their dragon forms and raced after them. Light years away from the solar system, there existed a shadowy expanse of stars. This region was devoid of any stars, perpetually shrouded in darkness, with barely a glimmer of light to be seen. However, today was unlike any other. This dark realm shone with an extraordinary brightness as countless planets erupted in a spectacular display, transforming the void into a vibrant festival of fireworks. Streams of light darted between the planets, occasionally colliding with one another. Energy blasts shot forth from these luminous trails, and should an unfortunate planet be struck, it would become a part of the fireworks, offering a fleeting illumination to this dark expanse. These radiant trails belonged to Yuan, La Paisai, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta. Recently, Yuan acquired a technique known as inner breath skill through his influence in the celestial empire within the cosmos. This technique serves but one purpose: to grant its practitioners the ability to thrive in the vastness of the universe. After imparting this skill to Sun Wukong and his companions, they transitioned their training grounds to the cosmos, as their endeavors on Earth were fraught with caution, fearful of inadvertently causing cataclysmic destruction to the solar system. Over the course of more than 2 years, Yuan's combat prowess has surged from a staggering 1.4 billion to an astounding 10 billion, reaching a terrifying height of 1 trillion upon transformation. Vegeta and Sun Wukong have also experienced significant enhancements, with their standard combat abilities now reaching 5 billion. Gohan's latent potential has proven formidable. His training over the past 2 years has elevated his power beyond that of Sun Wukong, attaining a standard combat level of 6 billion, surpassing both Sun Wukong and Vegeta by 1 billion. Notably, it was Vegeta who first ascended to Super Saiyan 2, seizing the opportunity to relentlessly dominate Sun Wukong and Lapis for several days. Following this rigorous encounter, Lapis was spurred to strive for improvement, resulting in his combat power now reaching 7 billion, and with his robust physique, he can unleash a 50-fold increase in his King Kai fist without sustaining injury. However, this power alone would not suffice to rival Vegeta. In his quest to reclaim his dignity, Lapis began exploring the essence of Qi, seeking to fully integrate its potency into his own energy. Moyuan found Lapis's ambition intriguing, leading them to collaborate on their research. After 6 months of diligent effort, they successfully fused the essence of Qi into their energy. Previously, their energy possessed traits of Qi but could only inflict greater harm upon the wicked. Now, they have quintupled their energy's potency, further amplifying damage to malevolent beings. This means that their combat power now effectively equates to 5 times that of others. As a result, Vegeta faced another unfortunate turn of events. After 6 months of burgeoning strength, he found himself on the receiving end of punishment once more, swiftly dispelling his previously inflated bravado. This left Vegeta in a state of existential doubt, mired in frustration for an extended period. I do not intend to abandon the concept of combat power. To maintain its coherence, I have devised various parameters that I will elucidate in due course. Chapter 78. A blade hidden beneath a smile. The battle rages on. Amidst the relentless assault from Sun Wukong and his allies, Moyuan moves with an air of nonchalance, deftly evading their attacks with mere feints. This is not solely due to superior combat experience. Rather, his combat power dwarfs theirs, bestowing upon him an undeniable advantage. To Moyuan, their onslaught appears as sluggish as that of a tortoise. It is clear that Sun Wukong and his companions have grown accustomed to this reality. Displaying no surprise as they attack with fervent enthusiasm, they find far greater satisfaction in training amidst the celestial expanse than they ever did on Earth. In this realm, they can unleash their full power without reservation, unburdened by concerns of harming the innocent. As for the planets here, countless desolate worlds exist throughout the cosmos, and even if they were to obliterate these celestial bodies, it would evoke no concern nor have the slightest impact on the universe. The golden aura surrounding Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta blazed fervently, while blue arcs of electricity danced around them. Now, all three had attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Moyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Though he possessed a 100-fold increase in his Super Saiyan 1 form, he yearned to evolve into Super Saiyan 2 himself, who would not desire greater power. Moreover, Super Saiyan 2 exuded an undeniable allure. Regrettably, he found himself at a loss regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. It was uncertain whether it was due to insufficient base battle power or some other unknown factor. If it were merely a matter of base battle power, he could gradually enhance it over time. However, the possibility of needing other undiscovered conditions was disheartening. If that were the case, he could only wonder how long it would take to achieve further transformation. The more he pondered, the more troubled he became. And witnessing the trio in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, as they launched an attack, Sun Wukong and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, involuntarily shuddering. Oh no! Sun Wukong quickly noticed the wicked grin on Moyuan's face, sensing impending misfortune. Indeed, almost simultaneously, a fist the size of a cauldron appeared before each of them. The next moment, they were sent hurtling backward, crashing into nearby meteors. After a while, they emerged from the debris. Fortunately, Moyuan had refrained from using excessive force, leaving them with no serious injuries. Save for the stylish sunglasses he had meticulously crafted for them adorning their faces. Seeing them were sunglasses reminiscent of a carnivorous beast, Moyuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. They certainly appeared more pleasing to the eye now. Ha ha ha! Laplace pointed at the trio while clutching his belly, laughing heartily. Sound cannot propagate in the vacuum of space, so Moyuan established a mental link, creating a kind of chat room for the 5 of them. What are you laughing at, Laplace? Sun Wukong inquired, still slightly bewildered by the laughter. However, after a moment, upon observing the expressions on Vegeta and Gohan's faces, he couldn't help but join in the laughter. Ha ha ha! Vegeta's current appearance was truly hilarious. Ha ha ha! Vegeta glared with lifeless eyes, silently regarding the mirthful Sun Wukong. Humph! Cockroach! Do you honestly think you are in any way superior to me? Unfortunately, the oblivious Sun Wukong paid no heed to such matters, continuing to point at Gohan and laugh. Ha ha ha. Gohan, you look utterly ridiculous as well. I can't take it anymore. You are all too amusing. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, fuming, thought to himself, how infuriating. Clearly, we are all in the same predicament. Why does he get to laugh so heartily? It has been demonstrated that those who are carefree tend to live more joyfully than the average person, although both may bear dark circles under their eyes. The individual who is indifferent to their appearance can happily point and laugh at another, while the latter becomes vexed by the former's mirth. Ultimately, it is the latter who succumbs to their own frustration. Take, for instance, the current situation with Sun Wukong. Father, if mother sees us like this, we will surely be scolded, Gohan expressed with concern, tugging at Wukong's attire. Wukong's smile abruptly froze on his face. However, a smile is not something that simply vanishes. It merely shifts. At that moment, the essence of Wukong's smile had transferred to Vegeta's visage. Ha ha, Kakarot, I can't believe you can still be scolded by your wife. It's utterly hilarious. Vegeta boasted, a hint of pride illuminating his features. Bulma would never dare to raise her voice at me. At this juncture, Lapis quietly interjected. But Bulma would undoubtedly find great amusement in seeing you like this. Vegeta, feeling irked yet unable to retort, conceded, it appears you both are satisfied with each other's appearances. Which brings me some relief. It is nearly time for me to return home. With that, Moyuan prepared to teleport home. However, just as he was about to activate his instantaneous movement, Sun Wukong halted him. Yuan, why don't you restore us before you leave? Otherwise, I shall be scolded to death by Chi-Chi. Yes, please. Uncle Moyuan, help us return to our former selves, Gohan implored eagerly, nodding vigorously. Even Vegeta's eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope. Returning home to be mocked by Bulma would be more unbearable than death itself. Huh, you require treatment for such trifling injuries? Moyuan scoffed disdainfully. This is certainly not out of jealousy for their ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. No, absolutely not. Yuan. Sun Wukong cried out in despair, clutching Moyuan's leg in a dramatic plea. Please save the child. Chi-Chi will truly scold me to death. With hands clasped in desperation, he continued, if you could merely heal Gohan, it would suffice. Otherwise, Chi-Chi will be furious upon seeing him like this. Please, I implore you. While he may endure the ridicule of wearing sunglasses himself, Gohan's donning of such would surely provoke Chi-Chi's wrath. Very well, Moyuan conceded with a nod. Proceeding to heal Gohan. Once the treatment was complete, he promptly teleported home. As for Lapis, it seemed Vegeta had some matter to discuss with him. After all, with Sun Wukong present, he would surely be brought back as well. Vegeta stealthily approached Lapis, his demeanor hesitant, struggling to articulate his thoughts. If there is something to be said, just say it, Lapis observed, feeling more uncomfortable than Vegeta himself. Well, Vegeta murmured, his face betraying a hint of shyness. Lapis felt a sudden tension, instinctively taking a step back. Could it be that he harbored feelings for me? Vegeta thundered, you idiot. What are you thinking? Lapis's expression, one of exasperation, confirmed Vegeta's suspicions that he was not contemplating anything favorable. Then why are you blushing? Lapis retorted, irritation lacing his tone. I simply wish to inquire how you attained such impressive height. Vegeta, filled with indignation, unleashed a question he had long suppressed. It is worth noting that during their initial encounter, Lapis was nearly of equal stature, and Vegeta could even impose his height with his hairstyle. Yet, upon their second meeting, Lapis appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation, soaring an astonishing 20 centimeters in height. Is this reasonable? Ha ha ha. Lapis erupted into laughter upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry. Vegeta bellowed in fury, you scoundrel, do not conceal a dagger behind your smile. Lapis, I never imagined you would have such concerns. However, we are not the same. My previous short stature was not due to an inability to grow tall, but rather because I was transformed into an artificial being before reaching my full height, leading to a slowed physical development. During my time in the hyperbolic time chamber, my growth rate returned to normal, hence my sudden increase in height. And you? Lapis sneered disdainfully, you simply cannot grow taller. Chapter 79, Super Saiyan 2. As night fell, the deep azure sky became a tapestry adorned with countless stars, occasionally graced by shooting stars trailing luminous tails, enhancing the vibrancy of this celestial expanse. Amidst the vastness of the universe, a figure sat poised in the void. His body radiated a magnificent purple-gold aura, warping the surrounding space as if it were on the verge of rupture. Invisible spatial energy surged from all directions, forming imperceptible waves akin to tides. The figure at the epicenter, resembling a colossal black hole, voraciously consumed this spatial energy. Recently, Moyuan had been striving to transform into Super Saiyan 2, yet he had made no discernible progress. He maintained his Super Saiyan form at full power throughout the day, with no energy depletion. However, upon witnessing Lapis successfully activate his bloodline using spatial energy, a spark of inspiration ignited within Moyuan. Perhaps he too needed to harness spatial energy, much like the vital energy required to activate a bloodline. It could very well be that his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 demanded a similar approach. Thus, he ventured into the depths of the universe, unabashedly absorbing spatial energy. As the spatial energy was gradually assimilated by his bloodline, Moyuan distinctly sensed the enhancement of his lineage. This transformation filled him with exhilaration. He was nearly certain that this was the key to his metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 2. With unwavering focus, he continued to absorb spatial energy. His spiritual awareness now extended over an astonishing 10 light-years, drawing the nearby spatial energy toward him with fervor. After 2 months of dedicated effort, Moyuan's bloodline finally absorbed sufficient spatial energy, reaching a state of saturation. Subsequently, he felt a terrifying power erupt from within his bloodline, and his form began to undergo a profound transformation. The purple-gold aura gradually solidified, resembling genuine flames enveloping Moyuan. Meanwhile, amidst the flames, a silvery-gray electric light flickered, and in an instant, a myriad of lightning coiled around Moyuan's entire being. Surrounded by thunder and fire, Moyuan resembled an ancient deity, exuding an unparalleled nobility. His gaze, imbued with an air of supremacy that seemed to scrutinize the world, deterred all who beheld him, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. The overwhelming aura he radiated swiftly enveloped the 4 major galaxies of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, even extending its influence to the realms beyond the Milky Way. As mentioned by Jack in Dragon Ball, there are countless galaxies like the Milky Way scattered throughout the cosmos. Far away, in another star domain, Sun Wukong and his companions were taken aback by this terrifying presence. Is this the aura of a Yuan? Sun Wukong stared in disbelief towards the direction from which the energy emanated. This formidable force was beyond their collective capability to confront. Gohan was equally astonished, left speechless. Is this truly his Super Saiyan 2? Why is it so overwhelmingly powerful? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had painstakingly elevated his own strength, achieving the form of Super Saiyan 2, believing he would soon draw closer to Moyuan's prowess. However, in a mere 2 months, Moyuan's power had skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. The level of strength he now possessed was entirely beyond Vegeta's reach. The fire ignited within Vegeta once more, determined not to permit a hybrid like Moyuan to surpass a pure-blooded Saiyan. Absolutely not. Lapis was also startled by this aura, but beyond fear. He felt a surge of joy. After all, Moyuan was his brother-in-law. No matter how strong he became, he was still one of their own. And thus Lapis felt no jealousy, only happiness for him. Each of the 4 harbored their own thoughts, yet they shared a common sentiment. Their fighting spirit had been ignited. A Yuan is so powerful, we cannot fall behind. Let us double our training, everyone, Sun Wukong declared with fervor, though the others remained silent. The flames of determination in their eyes spoke volumes of their resolve. Moyuan moved his limbs, sensing the power within him ascend wildly. His base combat strength had doubled, reaching an astonishing 20 billion. The enhancement of his Super Saiyan 2 form amounted to a staggering 500 times, surpassing the boost of Super Saiyan 3, which is 400 times. Moreover, as the spatial energy fused with his own ki, there was a qualitative leap in the energy within him, doubling its potency once again. This meant that the quality of his ki now equated to 10 times that of an ordinary person. The immense power coursing through him compelled Moyuan to unleash a punch. To the astonishment of onlookers, his arm vanished into the void. Moments later, a clenched fist materialized in the distance, striking the surface of a colossal star with tremendous force. The sheer power erupted from the impact, penetrating the star entirely. resulting in a surface riddled with innumerable cracks. Moyuan then retracted his arm. In an instant, the colossal star in the distance began to collapse and then strangely contracted, as if drawn away by some unseen force, vanishing into the void. This extraordinary power left Moyuan gazing incredulously at his own hand. With merely a casual punch, he obliterated a gigantic star, one at least 100 times larger than the sun. Such a monumental celestial body was extinguished with the ease of crushing an ant. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. He had now transformed into his Super 2 form, with a combat power reaching 10 trillion, while his actual might soared to a staggering 100 trillion. Such formidable strength meant that even a breath from him could annihilate a planet, let alone a punch. The manipulation of spatial energy thrilled him immensely. Recently, after Lazili activated her bloodline with spatial energy, Moyuan had long been captivated by the mastery of space it afforded her. Now, he too had achieved that level of control. Since fusing with spatial energy, Moyuan felt an exhilarating freedom in wielding it at will. For instance, he could now construct a spatial corridor, allowing ordinary individuals to traverse vast distances with ease. And this corridor could remain intact for prolonged periods, unlike transient ones. His command over spatial energy had far surpassed his former self. Were he to engage in battle with Sun Wukong at this moment, he could easily obscure any fluctuations in space from his senses, effectively sealing the space and preventing Wukong from utilizing even instantaneous movement. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. His mastery over spatial energy transcended simple manipulation. He could even transform himself into space, becoming a mere collection of spatial particles, reminiscent of elemental transformations in certain tales of legendary thieves. Should his adversaries lack unique methods, he would remain invincible, as they would be unable to lay a finger on him, let alone defeat him. Thus, if Sun Wukong were to confront Moyuan, the primary challenge would be discovering a way to make contact. Only by resolving this dilemma could he earn the right to engage Moyuan in combat. Otherwise, any effort would merely be a futile expenditure of time. Chapter 80, School Tap, Tap, Tap. A little girl with a head of white hair rushed excitedly into the room, shaking the person nestled beneath the covers, exclaiming, "Daddy, wake up. Chin is going to be late for school." Today marked the day when Mo Chinin would embark on her journey into elementary school. Having never attended kindergarten, this was her inaugural experience in the realm of education. The mere thought of making numerous friends at school kept her awake with excitement throughout the night. Her small mind brimmed with delightful fantasies about school, and even her little tail couldn't help but wag joyfully. "What time is it?" Moyuan opened his drowsy eyes and glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It read 6 o'clock. Moyuan felt a twinge of resignation. Elementary school commenced at 8 o'clock in the morning, and arriving by 7:30 was perfectly acceptable. Last night, he set an alarm for 6:30, allowing ample time to prepare breakfast and escort them to school. Chin, it's only 6 o'clock now. It's far too early, and the school isn't open yet. Let us sleep a little longer and rise at 6:30, he suggested. However, the sparkle in Mo Chin's eyes visibly dimmed. Pouting her small lips, she said in a pitiful tone, "But I can't fall asleep." Upon witnessing his daughter's distressed expression, Moyuan's heart nearly melted. He wrapped his sturdy tail around her petite form, drawing her into the embrace of the blankets. Gently, he patted her back with his large hand, whispering, "Sleep now." With his soothing words, Mo Chin gradually felt her eyelids grow heavier. She nudged her little head against her father's chest a couple of times, adjusting her sleeping position, ready to drift off. Suddenly, her head bumped against something, startling her awake. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her mother. Relieved, Mo Chin glanced at her mother, Lazili, who was soundly asleep, and asked a question that had puzzled her for quite some time. "Daddy, why does Mommy sleep so late every morning? She seems so tired." Moyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. This question was rather difficult to answer. After pondering for a moment, he concocted a reason to deflect her curiosity. "Mommy practices late every night, which is why she is so tired." The innocent Chin naturally accepted her father's explanation without doubt, nodding in realization. "No wonder Mommy is so tired every day. I must practice with her every night from now on." Moyuan nearly choked at her statement. "You mustn't say such things, you might get into trouble. Chin, you are still young. You need your sleep at night, or it will affect your growth. You wouldn't want to end up as short as Uncle Krillin, would you?" he said with a serious tone. "What? Then I don't want that. Hearing that she might be as short as Krillin, Chinin shook her little head rapidly. Akin to a tambourine. She had seen Krillin, who stood just over 1.5 meters, and even her brother was nearly 1.4. She believed she should at least reach the height of Vegeta. Although Vegeta relied on his hairstyle to appear taller, without it, he was still 1.65 meters tall, which fell within the normal height range for girls. Suddenly, the alarm clock on the bedside table rang. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had passed. Yuan turned off the alarm and lifted his daughter from the bed. Setting her on the ground, he instructed, Chin, go wake up your brother. I'll wash up and prepare breakfast for you both. Most of the time, Yuan was the one making breakfast, as La Zili struggled to rise in the mornings whenever he was home. Chin saluted her father, proclaiming, mission accomplished. Then, with her short legs and wagging tail, she bounced toward her brother Tianlin's room. After washing up, Yuan headed to the kitchen. The two little ones were at an age of rapid growth, with hearty appetites capable of consuming a substantial amount of food. Yuan glanced at the large pot of braised meat simmering in the kitchen. Preparing to serve each of them 10 exquisite rujiamo as a foundation, Yuan meticulously crafted the traditional meat sandwich from the ancient town of Tongguan. The thin, crispy crust appeals more to children than the regular flatbread. The tender, flavorful pork knuckle, marinated to perfection, was combined with chopped green peppers and onions, then generously stuffed into the bread. Before long, a delightful array of rujiamo, overflowing with succulent meat, was elegantly arranged on the dining table. In addition to the meat sandwiches, Yuan also prepared a hearty beef offal soup, crispy youtiao, steamed buns, and savory pies. By the time he completed the meal, the two little ones were already seated at the table, eagerly gazing at the food. Hungry, they decided to dig in without waiting for their father. Yuan found it amusing to watch the two eagerly swallowing in anticipation. Although no formal rules had been established in their household, the siblings had always understood to wait for everyone to gather before commencing their meal. This brought Yuan great comfort. Just as they were about to begin their feast, Lotzi Li, yawning, descended the stairs. 7 years had passed since the Shalu incident. Now, Lotzi Li, while not much changed in appearance, exuded a more mature charm. Her once shoulder-length hair now cascaded down to her waist, flowing in natural golden waves that accentuated her allure far more than her previous shorter style. Why are you awake? Yuan inquired, skillfully serving a bowl of soup for Lotzi Li. Clearly still in a sleepy haze, she approached him with half-closed eyes, instinctively finding her way to his side. Today marks the children's first day of school. As their mother, I must accompany them, she stated, emphasizing the importance of this momentous occasion. It is a ritual we must honor, though it shall only be this once. Henceforth, they shall go on their own. For rising early is indeed a formidable challenge. After enjoying their breakfast, Yuan drove his wife and children to school. Within a mere 15 minutes, they arrived. Watching the siblings walk into the school, Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, the children had grown so much. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the age for schooling, and the time they would require their parents' company would diminish significantly. Indeed, Lotzi Li echoed, seemingly sharing the sentiment. Upon reflecting on this, a pang of sorrow struck her heart. Yuan, feeling the weight of this realization, took Lotzi Li's hand. She grasped his hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, as if she felt his emotions deeply. Let us find a place to soothe our aching hearts, he suggested. How about tonight? We won't return home. And the children? Let them spend the night at Bulma's. As they concluded their conversation, both nearly burst into laughter. The children were finally starting school, and as parents, they found it difficult not to feel joy. Subsequently, Yuan texted Bulma, asking her to look after the children for the night, and informed the family group chat of the plan. Once everything was arranged, they exchanged a knowing smile and drove away. The departing silhouette of the vehicle radiated an air of delight. Chapter 81, A Place to Stay. With a sharp crack, Vegeta's chopsticks splintered in his grasp, severing into two. His molars nearly crumbled under the pressure, and his eyes glared fiercely at the golden-haired child seated across from him. What was this little rascal doing here? After a day of rigorous training, returning home for dinner, he was met with the last person he wished to see. Indeed, that person was Tianlin. Vegeta was quite familiar with Tianlin. As a close companion of Robbie's, he often assisted in caring for Tianlin and Chinin. However, why did Vegeta harbor such animosity towards Tianlin now? The reason was singular. the blue-haired little girl incessantly chirping and clinging to Mo Tianlin, his own 3-year-old daughter, Bra. Through Vegeta's diligent efforts, Bra, who was not supposed to be born for several more years, had arrived prematurely. He cherished this precious daughter, treating her with utmost tenderness, as if cradling a fragile treasure. Yet, inexplicably, Mo Tianlin seemed to possess some kind of enchantment. The moment the mere months-old Bra laid eyes on him, she clung to him like a magnet, refusing to let go. If they attempted to separate them, she would wail incessantly. This infuriated Vegeta to no end. As a father, he had never experienced such treatment. To make matters worse, Bulma jested about having Bra become Mo Tianlin's little bride, which turned Vegeta's face a shade of green. From that moment on, he developed a particular disdain for Mo Tianlin, just as he felt now. Mo Tianlin, accustomed to Vegeta's hostile gaze, remained unfazed. After all, being stared at by him wouldn't cause any harm. Standing with Bra in his arms, he politely addressed, "Uncle Vegeta, my parents are busy tonight, so we will be imposing on you for the evening." "Oh." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, insisting that they should treat the place as their own home, staying as long as they wished. She regarded Mo Tianlin with growing approval, much like a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. After all, she had watched him grow up and knew precisely what kind of person he was. Most importantly, with Mo Tianlin around, Bra rarely cried or fussed. As long as she was near him, she transformed into the most well-behaved child in the world. "Humph, busy," Vegeta scoffed. He had heard this excuse from Mo countless times before. Each time it was uttered, it signified that he and Robbies would be playing the role of babysitters. Years had passed, yet Mo could not even be bothered to concoct a new excuse. Infuriating. There wasn't a decent person among the Mo family. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration, even consuming 2 bowls less than usual due to his ire. However, witnessing Mo Tianlin indulge in a hearty meal while holding his daughter only fueled his anger further. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta slammed his bowl and chopsticks onto the table, huffing disdainfully as he stormed away. Out of sight, out of mind. His departure did not diminish the appetite of the others in the slightest. This scene is not a first occurrence. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Even Trunks and Bulma have paid no mind, continuing their meal. As for Mo Chinin, there is no need to mention her. Since the meal commenced, her mouth has scarcely paused, her gaze solely fixated on the delectable dishes before her, regarding all else as mere trifles. Mo Tianlin, in addition to feeding himself, diligently attends to his daughter Bra, observing Mo Tianlin's gentle and patient nurturing of their child. Bulma cannot help but display a warm, ant-like smile. She, Bulma, has consented to this union. As for whether Vegeta agrees, who cares? Everyone is enjoying the meal. Except for Vegeta. After dinner, Trunks, accompanied by Mo Tianlin, Mo Chinin, and Bra, set off to find Gohan and Goten for some playtime. Gohan and Goten are currently studying in West City. With Goku's family no longer in want of money, they have relocated from Baozi Mountain to West City for the convenience of Gohan and Goten's education. Goten and Trunks attend the same elementary school as Mo Tianlin and Mo Chinin. Unlike the original storyline, Gohan is not attending Orange Star High School, but is instead enrolled in a prestigious high school in West City. Now, Satan is merely a somewhat renowned fighter, rather than the so-called savior. Hence, Satan City does not exist. Without the influence of the savior, Orange Star High School has become just an ordinary high school. I heard my father say that the illustrious Golden Warrior, renowned for vanquishing evil and combating criminals, is none other than Brother Gohan. Is that true? That is simply amazing. Children possess almost no resistance to the allure of superheroes. Upon hearing Mo Tianlin's words, Trunks' eyes sparkled with excitement. He has often fantasized about becoming a superhero who combats evil and upholds justice. In a flash, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, a golden streak vanishing into the horizon. He can hardly contain his eagerness to hear Brother Gohan recount his tales of justice. Mo Tianlin and Mo Chinin exchanged glances and then also became streaks of light. Pursuing him, beyond the solar system, an invisible spaceship breached the defenses established by the heavenly realm around the solar system, quietly approaching Earth. Inside the ship, a tall alien with pink skin slightly bowed to a grotesquely diminutive alien standing beside him, addressing him with utmost respect. "Lord Babidi, in 1 hour we shall be able to enter Earth." "Excellent," Babidi replied, nodding with satisfaction, then added with a hint of malice. "Were it not for the fear of alarming the Supreme Kai, We would not need to go through such elaborate measures to sneak in. But it matters not. Once I resurrect Majin Buu, neither the heavenly realm nor the supreme Kai will escape. I shall eradicate them all. Ha ha ha. Babiti's maniacal laughter twisted his already creased face into an even more hideous visage. Dabura smiled slightly, noncommittal. As the king of the demon realm and its foremost warrior, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Given the defensive lines established by the Celestial Empire beyond the solar system, should he choose to act, he could obliterate the entire defense within a mere minute. However, such an action would inevitably draw the attention of the Supreme Kai. Thus, they were compelled to rely on Babiti's sorcery to conceal their spacecraft and stealthily infiltrate. In his heart, Dabura harbored some doubts regarding the capabilities of Majin Buu. He did not believe himself to be inferior to the creature. Nonetheless, as a loyal servant of Babiti, he had no choice but to obey his master's commands. Thus, they silently descended upon Earth in search of the egg that sealed Majin Buu. After bathing, Vegeta entered the bedroom with damp hair. "Where's Bra?" he inquired upon noticing only Bulma in the room. A foreboding suspicion already gnawed at him. As he feared, Bulma revealed the most unwelcome truth. "Bra is sleeping with Ten Shinhan tonight." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. "Bra is only 3 years old. How could you let her sleep with that little brat?" His heart cried out in anguish. "No, I must go and confront him." With that, Vegeta made to storm out. "Wait," Bulma interjected, blocking his path. "What is it?" Vegeta demanded. Bulma did not respond, but gently loosened the sash of her bathrobe, revealing her alluring figure. Since their daughter's birth, their intimate moments had dwindled, the last occurrence dating back a month. With this rare opportunity at hand, Bulma was not about to let it slip away. "What are you doing?" Vegeta's face flushed, his voice losing some of its bravado. "What do you think, my prince?" Bulma teased, lifting his chin playfully. "That insufferable woman." Vegeta cursed inwardly, then swiftly closed and locked the bedroom door. He fixed Bulma with a hungry gaze, knowing that the night was destined for chaos. Chapter 82. Discovering Babiti. It was the weekend, and the Moyuans were enjoying a cozy family moment in the living room. Watching television. Suddenly, an advertisement caught Moyuan's attention. The 25th World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Surprised by this news, Moyuan reflected on how he had unwittingly spent 7 years in this world. His time had been filled with family and training, so fulfilling that he had nearly forgotten the original plot. He vaguely recalled that the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament marked the beginning of the saga involving Majin Buu. If that were the case, then Babiti must already be on Earth. Despite the protective lines established by the Celestial Empire, Moyuan was not naive enough to believe that mere warriors with power in the millions could thwart Babiti. Indeed, with the aid of his extrasensory perception, Moyuan swiftly discovered Babiti hiding his spaceship beneath the earth. In the lowest chamber of the vessel lay an egg exuding an ominous energy. Surely, this was the egg that contained Majin Buu. Moyuan calmly withdrew his perception. He was not prepared to eliminate them just yet. Majin Buu was hardly worth his attention. One could hardly say that even Vegeta could contend with him should he emerge. Over the past few years, their training had been relentless. Both Goku and Vegeta had achieved a base combat power of 12 billion. Gohan had not squandered his potential either, reaching a base power of 15 billion. Rappies had attained an astonishing base power of 20 billion. As for Moyuan, his power was even more formidable, soaring to an impressive 40 billion. Additionally, Goku had developed the Super Saiyan form to its 3rd stage. However, akin to the original tale, the Super Saiyan 3 form suffered from significant energy drain, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. In an effort to address this issue, Goku experimented with various methods and ultimately attempted to fuse his ki with his own energy. To his surprise, this maneuver not only resolved the energy leakage of Super Saiyan 3, but also doubled the intensity of his ki. The reason it only doubled was primarily due to Goku's insufficient compatibility with the energy. Moyuan and Rappies, having activated their bloodlines, enjoyed a full compatibility that allowed them to quintuple their power. For Goku to enhance his ki further, he needed to gradually improve his compatibility with the energy and integrate more of it into himself. Upon witnessing Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta was nearly consumed by frustration. Despite training together and even engaging in secret practice, he found himself significantly surpassed by Goku. The 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2 paled in comparison to the 400-fold boost of Super Saiyan 3, not to mention Goku's doubled ki intensity. As the Prince of Scions, Vegeta could not accept being weaker than this lower-class warrior. Thus, he embarked on an intense training regimen, pushing himself to the limits. After 2 solid months of virtually non-stop training, although Vegeta did not transform into Super Saiyan 3, he managed to elevate Super Saiyan 2 to an entirely new state. Unlike Super Saiyan 1, which remained a mere 100-fold increase at full power, Vegeta had shattered this limitation, raising his Super Saiyan 2 combat multiplier from 100 to 300. Simultaneously, his Super Saiyan 2 form underwent notable changes, with the surrounding lightning becoming denser and more vibrant. This transformation had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 2, yet had not quite reached Super Saiyan 3. Hence, Vegeta dubbed this form Super Saiyan 2 Beyond, or alternatively, Super Saiyan 2. 5. Consequently, Gohan, whose base combat power had originally surpassed theirs, found himself as the weakest among them. With a 300-fold increase, Vegeta's transformed combat power reached 36 trillion, while Buu's combat power hovered around 2 trillion, rendering him no match for Vegeta. In the original text, the Super Saiyan Goku registers an energy level of 3,000 units on Babbidi's energy detector. My interpretation is that 1 unit of energy equates to 100 million, with Super Saiyan's full power amplification being 60 times, meaning Goku's normal state is equivalent to 5 billion. The Super Saiyan 3 form boasts a 400-fold increase in power, allowing Goku to match or even slightly surpass Buu, indicating that Buu's combat strength is at most equal to Super Saiyan 3 Goku's, which is 2 trillion and cannot exceed this value. Regarding the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Moyuan has also contemplated the possibility. However, he is acutely aware that achieving Super Saiyan 3 is no simple feat. It likely requires him to integrate a completely new and advanced energy into his very being, much like the process he underwent to attain Super Saiyan 2. Yet, such advanced energy is not easily found. Take spatial energy, for instance. While it may seem ubiquitous, without witnessing Goku's instant transmission, Moyuan may never have sensed spatial energy in his lifetime. His initial ability to perceive chi stemmed primarily from the cells of Goku residing within him, as Goku had already mastered the spirit bomb at that time. Nevertheless, Moyuan is resolute and dedicates time daily to sensing the energies of the world. Unfortunately, years have passed without any discernible progress. During this interval, however, his Super Saiyan 2 form, like Vegeta's, has transcended its previous limits. His Super Saiyan 2 combat prowess has surged from an initial 500 times to an astounding 2,000 times. Presently, his peak combat power has reached 80 trillion. And when considering his chi's intensity, which is 10 times stronger than that of an average individual, his fighting capability rivals that of an ordinary person's combat strength of 800 trillion. This level of power is even inferior to Gohan, who has unlocked his full potential under the guidance of the Elder Kai. Due to the alterations in history, the World Martial Arts Tournament does not garner the same global attention as depicted in the original narrative. Apart from martial arts enthusiasts, the general populace remains indifferent to such competitions. Moyuan has no intention of participating. Fighting in a confined space would be stifling and unfulfilling. It is likely that Goku and Vegeta share his sentiments. However, Moyuan is intrigued. Without their participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, how can Babidi amass sufficient energy to resurrect Buu? Surely, he cannot resort to sacrificing the Demon Realm King, Dabura. Yet, such a scenario is not entirely implausible. If Babidi finds himself in a dire situation, he may indeed contemplate sacrificing Dabura. After all, in Babidi's eyes, Majin Buu is the epitome of strength. Relying solely on Dabura would not allow him to avenge his father. Most importantly, Dabura is merely a servant, a slave, or even a dog in his view. Babidi is utterly indifferent to Dabura's fate. Having discovered Babidi's presence on Earth, Moyuan is determined not to allow him to wreak havoc unchecked. Soon, guided by his inner vision, Moyuan locates the 2 individuals tasked with gathering energy for Babidi. As soon as he conceived the thought, the 2 individuals vanished without a trace. These 2 were not virtuous souls. They were ensnared by Babidi's dark magic. Thus, when Moyuan eradicated them, he felt no burden of conscience. Subsequently, Moyuan resolved to indulge Babidi in some amusement. Deep down, Moyuan yearned for the emergence of the Majin Buu. After all, the pudgy Buu was a character he held in considerable affection, and if possible, he wished for this world to embrace his existence. Hence, Yuan silently cheered for Babidi, hoping he would exert himself to hasten the revival of Majin Buu. Chapter 83. Dubra's Dread, Cursed Be It. Which wretched soul is sabotaging my endeavors? Babidi's eyes bulged with fury, his wrinkled visage contorted like a crumpled piece of dough. Half a month had elapsed, indeed, a full fortnight. During this time, he had manipulated over 20 individuals to gather energy for him. Yet, upon their departure, they all vanished without a trace. Not a single one returned with the collected energy. Once or twice could be deemed a coincidence, but after so many instances, it was undeniably a conspiracy against him. Babidi pondered. And the only beings capable of such interference were the Supreme Kai and that enigmatic powerhouse from the Heavenly Empire. After all, it was inconceivable for the Heavenly Empire to establish a perimeter in this remote solar system without reason. The most plausible explanation was the presence of high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Empire. Moreover, it was highly probable that this individual was the mysterious controller of the Heavenly Empire. Rumors spoke of the controller's immense strength, unfathomable and profound. Yet, he remained skeptical, convinced that no matter how formidable, they could not surpass Dubra. The controller of the Heavenly Empire was merely a powerful figure within a faction, while Dubra was the king of the demon realm, the paramount warrior. Master Babidi, allow me to shadow them this time and uncover the identity of the saboteur, Dubra suggested, inclining slightly. A confident smile adorned Dubra's face. He harbored no fear of any adversary. Were it not for the Supreme Kai's servant's ability to teleport, they would have long since vanquished him, rather than cower in evasion. Their retreat from the Supreme Kai was driven more by the fear of disruption than by the dread of his strength. After all, a being capable of instantaneous movement could neither be killed nor captured, merely causing intermittent annoyance akin to an irksome fly. Without certainty, they preferred to avoid confrontation with the Supreme Kai rather than engage in a futile struggle. Babidi deliberated on Dubra's proposal, realizing it was indeed the only course of action. Otherwise, they remained oblivious to the identity of the instigator, rendering them excessively passive. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. If it is the Supreme Kai's doing, retreat. If it is another, eliminate the troublemaker. Babidi's bulging eyes glinted with a sinister chill. Understood, Master Babidi. Dubra's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Two robust figures soared swiftly across the desolate wilderness. Their bodies were swollen with muscle, veins protruding, and a distinctive mark adorned their foreheads, while they clutched vessels resembling water jugs. These two individuals were the humans under Babidi's control. Once possessing a meager combat power of less than 10, they now boasted tens of thousands, their immense strength having led them to a state of disorientation. Were it not for Babidi's command, they would have been unable to resist the urge to unleash the power surging within them. Haba, once we complete our master's task, shall we find a place to revel? One of them suggested with a wicked grin. Teddy, I find your proposal most agreeable. Haba and Teddy exchanged sinister glances, erupting into malevolent laughter. Let us hasten to fulfill our master's orders, they declared, quickening their pace towards the nearest city. Not far behind, Depura followed closely in their wake. Soon, Haba and Teddy were on the verge of entering the city's confines, yet Depura had not detected any suspicious presence. Just as confusion began to set in, a ripple spread through the space surrounding Haba and Teddy, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil pond. In an instant, to Depura's astonishment, Haba and Teddy vanished, leaving behind an empty expanse where they once stood. A chill coursed through Depura, causing him to tremble involuntarily. This ability did not resemble that of the Kaioshin. He was well acquainted with the Kaioshin's powers, having dealt with them before. While the servants of the Kaioshin possessed the ability to teleport, it was merely that, teleportation. What he witnessed now was far more complex. The most chilling aspect was that the assailant had not even revealed their face, suggesting that the individual responsible was likely not present at all. If they could discern the two from such a distance, could they also be aware of Depura's presence? This implied that their every action was potentially under the scrutiny of this unseen observer. The thought sent shivers down Depura's spine. He had to return and inform Lord Babidi of this development. If necessary, they would retreat from Earth and seek energy elsewhere. They could not remain on Earth any longer. Without delay, Depura erupted into flight, as if pursued by some terrifying, savage beast. Meanwhile, Moyuan lounged on his sofa at home, nonchalantly observing Depura's frantic escape. The sight of Depura in such a disheveled state stirred no emotion within him. However, he had no intention of ending Depura's life just yet. He was curious to see what Depura and Babidi would do next. Babidi should be grateful that he refrained from targeting ordinary individuals. He typically controlled those with nefarious intentions, criminals, and murderers. These individuals, driven by wicked thoughts, were the easiest to manipulate. If Babidi were to transform his target into an ordinary person, then Moyuan would have to bring this game to an early conclusion. Moyuan gently swirled the goblet in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then raised the glass and drained the yogurt within it in one go. The game has only just begun. What? You say we must flee the earth? Babidi exclaimed, his bulging eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Depura. Indeed. My lord Babidi, Depura replied earnestly. I suspect he has been aware of us from the very beginning. He simply has not acted against us for reasons unknown. Reasons unknown? In response to Babidi's inquisitive gaze, Depura weakly suggested, perhaps it is his intention to toy with us until our demise. Although Depura had not witnessed the one who might strike, he felt an instinctual apprehension towards this individual. However, Babidi's perspective differed significantly. With a disdainful snort, Babidi retorted, I believe he lacks the courage to confront us. If he truly had the audacity, he would have acted long ago. For now, he is merely attempting to intimidate us. Babidi had no faith that a shadowy figure could possess the strength to defeat them. If he did, how could he remain hidden, resorting only to underhanded tactics? After all, Depura was the most formidable individual he had encountered, second only to the demon Majin Buu, even instilling fear in the Supreme Kai. Yet, Depura wished to offer further counsel. Nevertheless, he was abruptly interrupted by Babidi's impatience. Since the Earthlings are incapable of gathering energy, let Pwai undertake the task. We must collect sufficient energy to resurrect Majin Buu, Babidi commanded sternly. Seeing that Babidi had made up his mind, Depura could only sigh inwardly. As you wish. My lord Babidi. Chapter 84. All and upon receiving Babidi's orders, Pwai, equipped with the energy collector and his long, prominent head held high, set off with unwavering confidence. Though not as powerful as Depura, he was still a formidable warrior with a battle power of 2 billion. Such strength was indeed formidable within the cosmos, surpassing even that of the previous cosmic emperor. This power had been bestowed upon him by his master, Babidi, and he was eager to shed blood for his master. However, the moment Pwai stepped out of the spaceship, a surge of spatial disturbance ensued. Pwai was abruptly struck down. Inside the ship, Babidi and Depura, watching through the monitor, fell into a stunned silence. After a pause, Babidi shrieked in horror, activate the spaceship. We must leave this place immediately. He no longer wished to linger here. It was far too perilous. Pwai was already the third strongest under his command. And though there was also the immensely powerful Edge with a battle power of 800 billion, Babidi was unwilling to take any risks. He doubted Depura's ability to withstand such a bizarre method, and surmised that even sending Edge out would merely lead to certain death. As for why Depura was not allowed to gather energy, it was evident that the enemy possessed long-range lethal capabilities, and he would not dare to venture away from Babidi's side. Babidi, who valued his life above all, would never place himself in peril. Therefore, their only recourse was to abandon Earth and flee into the cosmos, where abundant sources of energy awaited them. There was no need to risk their lives in such a manner. Upon receiving the command, Depura promptly instructed his subordinates to activate the spaceship. With a resounding roar, the vessel ignited into life. Watching the ship ascend gradually, Babidi exhaled in relief. In less than a minute, they were nearing the edge of the atmosphere. Gazing down at the clouds, Babidi's eyes brimmed with animosity as he gritted his teeth, vowing that once he revived Majin Buu, he would annihilate the earth and turn that wretched scoundrel into a slave, torturing him for eternity. Minutes passed, and Babidi suddenly sensed something amiss. He activated the monitor beneath the ship and was horrified to see that they were descending closer to the surface. What was happening? Depura, come quickly. This chilling scene caused a cold sweat to break out on him as he anxiously called for Depura. My lord Babidi, we must hurry to the control room. Depura felt an ominous premonition. The two hastened to the ship's control room, where they could already see the vastness of space displayed on the large screen. Quickly, activate the monitor beneath the ship. Upon hearing Babidi's command, the crew promptly turned on the lower monitor. A bizarre sight unfolded. The screen showed two images, one of the expanse of space, indicating they had indeed left Earth, while the other depicted the planet, which they were approaching at an alarming speed. According to the visuals, they were merely a few hundred meters from the ground. Stop the ship, Babidi shouted in panic. However, a few hundred meters was but an instant for a ship in full flight. Before the crew could react, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, accompanied by violent tremors. The spaceship ultimately came to a halt, but only due to its collision with the Earth. Meanwhile, far away in West Capital, Moyuan raised his goblet. Now filled with forgetful calf milk, he gently swirled the contents, a playful smile adorning his face. Is Earth a place you can simply come and go as you please? My lord Babidi, the ship's propulsion system has been damaged in the collision and can no longer be activated, the crew reported. What do we do? What do we do? Hearing this news, Babidi was frantic, pacing in distress. Dabura, gripped by fear, realized his suspicions were indeed correct. The enemy sought to lead them to their demise. Moreover, the enemy's strength is undeniably superior. Otherwise, they would have effortlessly allowed their departure instead of obstructing it. After all, as the king of the demon realm, Dabura has weathered many storms. Soon, he regained his composure. Lord Babidi, we cannot remain passive. I shall lure the enemy into battle while you harness our fighting energy to resurrect Majin Buu. Dabura communicated telepathically with Babidi, resolved to take a desperate gamble. Rather than being methodically toyed with by the enemy, it would be wiser to risk everything. Perhaps resurrecting Majin Buu could turn the tide. After some contemplation, Babidi acquiesced, as he too could not conceive of an alternative. Upon receiving Babidi's consent, Dabura unleashed his entire power, a staggering battle strength of 600 billion, erupting forth. Instantly, the heavens and the earth trembled, and the entire solar system quaked under the weight of this immense force. You, lurking coward, come forth and face me in a decisive battle, Dabura bellowed, knowing full well the adversary could hear him. Indeed, heard him, even catching the words Dabura relayed to Babidi. However, he had no intention of approaching, for upon sensing Dabura's malevolent yet formidable aura, Goku and Vegeta were drawn in like sharks to blood. Goku, capable of instantaneous movement, was the first to arrive. Accompanying him were two others who also utilized instantaneous movement to reach the scene. The Supreme Kai and his attendant, Jebet. Huh, who are you? Goku asked, surprised at the sight of the tall and short figures before him, one clad in pink and the other in purple. Yet, they had no time to engage Goku. They stood resolutely, fixated on the towering figure of Dabura, the king of the demon realm, radiating a terrifying aura. Finally willing to show yourself? Dabura regarded Goku. Goku glanced around, realizing he was alone aside from himself. Pointing to himself in confusion, he asked, "Are you referring to me?" With a snap of his teeth in frustration, Dabura seethed at Goku's feigned innocence. Having arrived via instantaneous movement, Dabura hastily concluded that Goku was the one manipulating him from the shadows, completely disregarding the Supreme Kai and his attendant. Are you still pretending to be oblivious? What do you truly seek? But I genuinely do not understand what you are saying, Goku exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He had merely left his home to accompany his wife when he sensed an evil presence, prompting him to teleport without any further knowledge of the situation. Chapter 85, Vegeta under control? Dabura, you shall not resurrect Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai, who had been overlooked for quite some time, could no longer contain himself. Supreme Kai? This matter is beyond your control, Dabura retorted with a disdainful chuckle. The Supreme Kai seethed with anger, yet found himself at a loss for words, because he was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to that of the Supreme Kai. The familiar term piqued Goku's interest. Jebet stated gravely, indeed, this esteemed being is the most noble Supreme Kai in the universe, encompassing all Kais, including the Grand Kai. What? He is the Supreme Kai I have heard about from the Grand Kai? Is this true? Upon witnessing Goku's astonished expression, the Supreme Kai Shin nodded with a hint of pride, preparing to say a few words. At that moment, however, he noticed Goku whispering into Jebet's ear, using a voice audible to all, but he looks so weak. Are you certain he is truly the Supreme Kai? Supreme Kai Shin interjected, could you speak a little louder? I can hear you. Wait, did you just call me weak? Supreme Kai Shin suddenly realized the irony. Although he was indeed the weakest Supreme Kai in history, he still possessed a battle power of 500 billion, only slightly inferior to Dabura. Yet, this human had the audacity to describe him as weak. Unless his battle power far surpassed his own, such terminology was unfathomable. Goku nodded affirmatively. A few years prior, 500 billion battle power was indeed formidable, but now, can you defeat him? The Supreme Kai Shin eagerly gestured towards Dabura. I don't know. I will have to try, Goku replied, though the confident smile on his face spoke volumes. Please, you must stop him. Their purpose for coming to Earth is to resurrect a terrifying monster. Monster? How fearsome is it? Is it stronger than him? At some point, Vegeta had also arrived on the scene. Initially, he had little interest in Dabura's meager battle power, but the monster described by Supreme Kai Shin piqued his curiosity. Yes, that monster is known as Majin Buu, a creature created by Babidi-'s father, Babidi, who once nearly obliterated the entire universe. Supreme Kai Shin's expression turned grave. However, he did not anticipate that this revelation would exhilarate the two battle enthusiasts. Hey, Kakarot, Vegeta remarked, gazing at Goku with a slight smirk. The two perceived the same glimmer of excitement in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien had also arrived. The moment Piccolo laid eyes on Supreme Kai Shin, he found himself rendered immobile. An overwhelming pressure, one unrelated to strength, prevented him from looking up at Supreme Kai Shin. This was a suppression stemming from a disparity in dimension and divine status. It was likely due to Piccolo's assimilation with the old Kai that he felt this pressure, while ordinary individuals like Goku remained unaffected. To illustrate their relationship, one might say that the Supreme Kai was akin to a corporate executive, while the old Kai was merely a lowly employee. Naturally, the employee would feel considerable pressure in the presence of the executive, while others who were not part of the company would question the relevance of the executive's authority. This encapsulates the situation succinctly. However, Piccolo's combat prowess has undoubtedly diminished significantly compared to Goku and his fellow Saiyans. In terms of baseline combat power, Piccolo is still a formidable warrior, boasting a strength in the billions. Yet, the Saiyans possess an uncanny ability to amplify their power by 100-fold at will, rendering any comparisons utterly futile. Tell me, how can we resurrect that Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired, directing his gaze towards Dabura. Wait, you cannot be serious. Vegeta's words nearly shattered the fragile composure of King Kai. What jest is this? He had fought tooth and nail to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, and now this individual seeks to bring him back? The horrifying memories of his confrontation with Majin Buu from years past were indelible. Had it not been for the Grand Kai's desperate intervention, he would have likely met his demise at Buu's hands. Of the 5 Kaishins, he alone remained to survive in the aftermath. Furthermore, it was only due to Bibidi's inability to control him that Majin Buu was ultimately sealed away. Had he not been confined, Vegeta would have been deprived of any chance for vengeance against the other Kaishins. Resurrecting Majin Buu is a simple matter. It merely requires a sufficient amount of pure energy, came Bibidi's voice from the loudspeaker. At that moment, he had taken refuge at the base of his ship, nestled beside the egg containing Majin Buu. He was monitoring all occurrences within the ship through his magic sphere. Babidi had also discerned a crucial detail. He observed an individual whose heart was steeped in malevolence. And this person was remarkably powerful. Perhaps he could utilize this individual to resurrect Majin Buu. With his hands clasped around the magic sphere, Babidi began to chant an arcane incantation. In an instant, the sphere became ensnared in a swirling mass of magenta lightning, the currents coiling like venomous serpents, exuding an aura of wickedness. Suddenly, Vegeta clutched his head and cried out in anguish. A bizarre force surged within him, awakening every lingering dark thought that had resided in his heart. Over the years, the malevolent inclinations within Vegeta had diminished considerably. Yet, he soon realized that this strange power was not only stirring his dark thoughts, but also unlocking his latent potential. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion. Vegeta's combat power soared rapidly. Once at 12 billion, he now ascended to an astounding 15 billion. This newfound strength placed him on par with Gohan. But it was not enough. This power remained insufficient to conquer Kakarot. He craved more. Vegeta relinquished all resistance, surrendering to the tempestuous force raging within him. With a resounding roar, Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan 2 ascended state, levitating into the air. The terrifying energy generated a ferocious wind pressure, sending everyone hurtling away. Crimson lightning flickered around him, and a bolt of electricity surged forth, striking Gohan. Instantly, Gohan was sent flying, though he had yet to transform. The mere spark of electricity was sufficient to inflict damage upon Gohan's combat power of 15 billion, illustrating the sheer terror of Vegeta's newfound strength. After a while, the fierce aura and lightning surrounding Vegeta dissipated, causing him to plummet from the sky and land on the ground. Vegeta, Goku was about to rush over to him, but was halted by the Supreme Kai. Do not approach, it is already too late. Babidi has the ability to control those with malevolent intentions, and Vegeta is now under his influence. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, lying on the ground, felt an immense power coursing through him and began to laugh with exhilaration. His strength was now on par with that of Son Goku. Even if Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta felt no fear. Kakarot, let us engage in battle. This time, I shall not be defeated. Vegeta's gaze fixated on Goku, emanating an aura of malevolence. A dark symbol had appeared prominently on his forehead. Chapter 86. The Acquisition of Malice Power. Boundless Power. A terrifying force filled Vegeta's body, causing it to swell slightly with energy. The last time he felt such a sensation was during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. He also discerned an unusual force invading his being. This energy was imbued with immense destructive capability and malevolence. Having experienced Ki, Vegeta immediately recognized that this force, akin to Ki, belonged to a higher form of energy. However, its essence was distinctly different. If Ki signified light, then this power represented darkness. If he could harness this advanced energy, could he not also amplify his own Ki like Goku? Consequently, Vegeta relinquished his resistance, allowing this power to invade his body, not merely to awaken his potential, but more importantly, to master this newfound strength. Fortuitously, he succeeded. His potential was significantly awakened, with his base combat power reaching 20 billion, and his Ki now intertwined with this dark energy, doubling in intensity. Though he could not transform into Super Saiyan 3, his combat prowess had surpassed that of Goku. Kakarot, come forth. This time, victory is assured. A formidable fighting spirit emanated from Vegeta, locking onto Goku. Goku suddenly relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face as he faced Vegeta. Vegeta, you are not under control, are you? Goku, what are you saying? Do you not see the symbol on his forehead? Its presence signifies that he is under Babidi's control. The Supreme Kai, Shin, urged anxiously. Shin, there is no need to fret. Such trivial tactics cannot subdue Vegeta. He is the proud prince of Saiyans. Goku waved dismissively, unconcerned. Huh. Vegeta chuckled softly. It seems I cannot deceive you after all. I, Prince Vegeta, the Super Saiyan, could never be controlled by another. No one in this world can dominate me but myself. As his commanding words echoed, the symbol on Vegeta's forehead gradually faded until it vanished completely. Impossible. Babidi gazed in astonishment as the mark upon Vegeta's forehead vanished. He had employed dark energy to subdue Vegeta, a power he had previously only wielded against Dubra. Others had never qualified for such a sophisticated force. Babidi sought to awaken the dark thoughts within Vegeta's heart, intending to inscribe his magical seal to dominate him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's inner darkness had evolved beyond its former purity. In the past, he might have reveled in slaughter, annihilating planets for profit and trafficking in worlds. However, he now found such actions beneath him. The darkness within him, more accurately described as desire, was a yearning for strength. He aspired to surpass Son Goku, surpass Lapis, surpass Moyuan, and become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Babidi mistakenly interpreted Vegeta's desire as malevolence. The dark energy could only amplify a person's innate desires, not conjure malevolence from thin air. Consequently, rather than subduing Vegeta, Babidi inadvertently enhanced his power. In West City, Moyuan marveled at the black orb of light in his hand, elated by his discovery. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him, as he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a new source of advanced energy. He had long coveted the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Once he infused this dark energy into his own bloodline, he would undoubtedly achieve this transformation. However, he hoped his metamorphosis would not resemble Goku's, with no eyebrows and hair resembling that of a hedgehog. In terms of aesthetics, the Super Saiyan 3 form paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan 2, and even the Super Saiyan 1 was more visually appealing. Having acquired this new energy, Moyuan resolved not to delay. He promptly sought a secluded place to begin his seclusion, striving for the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Before departing, he communicated with Lazuli, providing her with a brief update to alleviate her concerns. As for matters on Earth, with Goku and Vegeta around, was that not sufficient? If Majin Buu were to emerge, they would likely be able to handle it without issue. He merely wondered if the pure-hearted, benevolent Fat Buu would be separated again. Gohan, I leave Dubra in your hands, Goku declared, Invigorated by Vegeta's power, he turned to Gohan, offering his instruction. All right, Gohan replied, feeling somewhat helpless, yet understanding his father's nature in this matter. No one could deter Goku, not even his mother. What are you all doing? Do you not realize that Babidi wants you to fight? Kaishin Ashin despaired. He never anticipated that this group would disregard his warnings. They were fully aware that their battle would resurrect Majin Buu, yet they chose to proceed regardless. Goku patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, Ashin. There are individuals on Earth even more formidable than us. If Majin Buu emerges, it matters not if we cannot defeat him, others will take care of it. More powerful than you. The Kaishin, Arshin, cast a skeptical glance at the fully powered Vegeta before turning his gaze toward Goku with a look of doubt. Are you certain? What of the others? As for him, he finds the enemies here too trivial to warrant his attention. After all, his strength surpasses mine by 100-fold. After sensing the disparity in power between himself and Vegeta, the Kaishin reluctantly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the foes were pathetically weak. At present, Vegeta's combat prowess had visibly reached 6 million. Due to the passage of time, he had long forgotten the true extent of Majin Buu's power, recalling only the immense pressure Buu had exerted, which was comparable to that of the current Vegeta. However, that was many years ago, and throughout the years, his own strength had also seen significant improvement. This suggested that Vegeta's might had likely surpassed that of Majin Buu. Nevertheless, the Kaishin remained uneasy, for beyond Buu's formidable strength lay his terrifyingly peculiar abilities, his nearly indestructible body, and the capacity to absorb others to augment his own power. Even with the knowledge that Vegeta's strength eclipsed that of Majin Buu, a sense of apprehension lingered. He relayed Buu's characteristics to Goku and the others, but regrettably, rather than dissuading them, Goku and Vegeta's interest in Majin Buu only intensified. Clenching his fists, Goku unleashed the full force of his energy. In an instant, a tremendous power erupted from within him, causing his eyebrows to vanish, his brow to protrude, and his golden hair to cascade down to his waist. His expression hardened. Vegeta, let us commence. In order to allow Majin Buu to absorb their energy, they resolved to battle on Earth. Fortunately, Earth had been fortified by Muan's wishes through the Dragon Balls. Unless their power exceeded his, it would not suffer catastrophic damage. Chapter 87. Vegeta, a joyful snap. And it's gone. The sun hung high in the sky, unyielding and cloudless. The scorching rays scorched the earth. Trees below stretched their limbs, their lush foliage creating a verdant canopy that shielded the land from the searing sunlight. Birds sought refuge within the woods, perching upon branches to relish the rare coolness. Under such sweltering temperatures, all creatures grew lethargic, preferring to lounge in shaded, breezy spots, unwilling to stir. Consequently, the forest welcomed a long-awaited tranquility, rendering the scene beautifully serene. Suddenly, a mysterious object plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the forest and shattering the peace. The violent impact caused the ground to sink and the earth to fracture. The shockwave generated by the collision, laden with swirling dust, cascaded outward like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, trees were cleaved in half, leaving not a blade of grass behind. In less than half a minute, a vast expanse of forest lay reduced to rubble. Kakarot, is this all you are capable of? Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, a mocking smile upon his face as he gazed down at the massive crater. A surge of desire ignited within him, fueled by a wicked impulse, and his thirst for battle surged. Meanwhile, Goku remained his usual self, ever eager to probe the limits. The outcome left Vegeta utterly powerless against Goku's relentless onslaught. After all, even when Goku exerted his full strength, he was still a few notches weaker than Vegeta. In such circumstances, a test of strength was futile, and the result was predictable. Ouch, that hurts. Vegeta, are you really holding nothing back? Goku moaned as he crawled up from the pile of rubble, rubbing his bruised body with a pained expression. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Goku and barked, enough chatter. Unleash your full power, Kakarot. You're incredibly strong now. I stand no chance against you, Goku replied. Huh, so, you concede, Kakarot? Of course not. I'm just more exhilarated. Vegeta, taken aback by Goku's enthusiasm, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this is the Kakarot I know. Vegeta, I haven't used this technique in ages. I originally learned it to combat you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking. Can your body truly withstand it? Goku bent his legs into a horse stance, fists clenched, channeling all his energy. 15 times Kaioken. Huh. A crimson aura enveloped the golden flames surrounding him, and Goku's power surged. His battle power skyrocketed from 48 million to 72 million, far surpassing Vegeta's capabilities. Goku's overwhelming presence bore down on Vegeta, who could scarcely believe that he had just surpassed Goku a mere half-hour ago, only to find it fleeting. Goku took a few deep breaths. Truth be told, stacking the Kaioken was a tremendous strain on his body. He could only maintain the 15 times Kaioken for a brief period, unable to endure long, as intense battles could only be sustained for about 10 minutes. Nevertheless, he felt content. Had he not infused his spirit energy into his body, he doubted he could even activate the 15 times Kaioken. Importantly, as his affinity for the energy increased, the damage inflicted by the Kaioken would gradually diminish. Perhaps one day, he could activate the Super Saiyan form while stacking the Kaioken to 10, 20, or even 40 or 50 times. Vegeta, let's go? I can't maintain this state for long. Damn it. Vegeta cursed under his breath, filled with resentment. It was always the same. Whenever he believed he had surpassed Goku, Goku would unveil something new. In a fit of rage, Vegeta vanished into thin air, eager to unleash his pent-up fury. Suddenly, Vegeta reappeared behind Goku, delivering a swift kick. Goku swiftly turned, narrowly evading the strike by angling his body. Seizing Vegeta's ankle with his left hand, he yanked him closer, then brought his right elbow crashing down into Vegeta's abdomen like a mountain-splitting axe. The impact sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, the enormous force creating spiderweb-like fissures across the earth. Coughing, Vegeta felt as though his stomach had been shattered, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Goku had no intention of letting him off the hook. During their previous encounter, Vegeta had held nothing back in his assault. Moreover, such intensity was merely child's play in the context of their customary training. Goku seized Vegeta and hurled him into the air, whereupon his form became ethereal. As Vegeta was about to descend, Goku suddenly appeared, delivering a knee strike that propelled him once more into the heights. With relentless precision, Goku continued to strike, sending Vegeta soaring beyond the atmosphere. Once they broke free from Earth's grasp, Goku reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a devastating split kick from above, infused with the power capable of annihilating a planet. Crashing down upon Vegeta's back, the sound of his spine fracturing echoed in Vegeta's ears. Without a moment to contemplate, he was forced to plummet toward the ground, propelled by the overwhelming force. This scenario felt eerily familiar, as Goku had just executed a similar combination upon his arrival. Vegeta strained every muscle in his body, attempting to slow his descent. Yet, with each deceleration, Goku would appear behind him, further accelerating his fall. How infuriating! The thrill of striking Goku moments prior now felt like a distant memory, replaced by utter frustration. As Vegeta's descent began to wane, Goku, ever the considerate adversary, reappeared behind him, ready to offer a slight assistance. Just as Goku prepared to intervene, Vegeta spun around, thrusting both hands toward Goku. A blue sphere crackling with lightning energy emanating, a terrifying aura forming between his palms. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta roared, unleashing the energy sphere in a mighty wave toward Goku. He gazed at Goku with pride, thinking, now, how will you evade this? However, before he could revel in his triumph, he was astonished to see Goku displaying no hint of panic, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Kamehameha. What? Just as Vegeta's energy wave was about to strike Goku, Goku aligned his body, revealing the other side. His hands rested confidently at his waist, a sphere of compressed energy quivering between his palms. Goku had long sensed Vegeta's intent and, while feigning an attack, had been gathering energy for his own ultimate move. The energy sphere, compressed to its limits, was unleashed from Goku's hands, instantly transforming into a colossal wave of energy. The disparity in power rendered Goku's Kamehameha capable of effortlessly consuming Vegeta's ultimate flash. As disbelief washed over Vegeta's features, the wave mercilessly engulfed him. A tremendous beam of light surged downward, striking the ground with a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the land. The forest, already laid to waste, was now transformed into a vast chasm. Thankfully, Earth had been reinforced. Had it been its former self, Goku's attack would have surely shattered it into oblivion. Nevertheless, it was precisely this resilience that allowed them to battle unabashedly upon its surface. Chapter 88. the magical flash cannon after Goku and Vegeta departed. Gohan confronted Dabra and instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. With a staggering battle power of 1.5 million, Dabra, despite exerting all his might, found himself utterly defenseless. A single energy blast reduced Dabra to mere fragments. It was truly terrifying. Gohan's strength left everyone else in a state of shock. The Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito were awestruck, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They couldn't help but question themselves. Who, indeed, was the true deity? Hey, you two are making us look foolish, Piccolo remarked, patting Gohan on the shoulder, pride radiating from his smile. Well done, Gohan. Gohan, scratching the back of his head with a hint of shyness, replied, Not at all. I still fall short compared to Uncle Maku and my father. He pondered. Uncle Maku must be incredibly strong by now. Piccolo was somewhat familiar with Maku, as he resided in the Heavenly Temple and frequently visited to see Bobo and Dandy. Over time, they had grown acquainted. Moreover, he had often assisted with caring for Tianlin and Chinin, leading him to jest about having a hidden nurturing trait. Given how often children seem drawn to him, the strength of Uncle Maku is formidable. Even 100 of me would be no match for him. The mere thought of Maku's power made Gohan's heart race. That kind of strength was truly terrifying. Even if the three Saiyans combined efforts with Lapis, they would still be overpowered by Maku alone. Are you serious? Maku is really that strong? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Since marrying Karen and receiving her support, he had ceased working to focus entirely on martial arts. After years of diligent training, he had made significant progress, boasting a battle power of 1 billion. While still incomparable to Gohan and the others, such power was undeniably explosive, even in the universe at large. He could single-handedly subdue Frieza should he return. Yet, in comparison to Gohan, who deemed himself vastly inferior to Maku, Krillin wondered just how terrifying Maku's strength truly was. Tianjin was equally overwhelmed, having been frightened by the fully unleashed Vegeta from the very beginning and still struggling to recover. During the years of arduous training with Chaos, he had not reunited with old friends for quite some time. After several years of hard work, he, like Krillin, had also achieved a battle power of 1 billion. He had initially believed his progress to be substantial, only to discover that compared to Goku and the others, his advancements amounted to little more than a fraction of their prowess. All right, let us depart swiftly. We must prevent Babidi from resurrecting Majin Buu, urged the Supreme Kai, Shin, as he noted Dabra's defeat. Despite being aware of the existence of powerful beings capable of defeating Majin Buu on Earth, he still wished to avoid the revival of that malevolent entity, haunted by the shadows of past encounters with Majin Buu. Whenever he reminisces, a shiver inevitably courses through him. Under the urging of the Supreme Kai, Asin, the group proceeded down the corridor towards the lower levels of the spaceship. Full already? How could it be filled so quickly? Babidi stared incredulously at the enormous egg pulsating with crimson light. The needle on the energy gauge pointed to the central symbol, indicating that the energy required for the resurrection of Majin Buu was indeed sufficient. Soon, Majin Buu would be revived. Babidi had never anticipated that the energy generated from the brief skirmish between Vegeta and Son Goku could suffice for Majin Buu's resurrection. Could it be that the seal had weakened over time? It wasn't entirely impossible. Babidi preferred to believe in the weakening of the seal rather than entertain other, more terrifying possibilities. After all, if it were for some other reason, it would be truly dreadful. So captivated by Majin Buu, Babidi failed to notice that Dabra had already been reduced to mere remnants by Gohan's relentless assault. However, even if he had, it would not have mattered. With Majin Buu present, Dabra had become inconsequential. Beneath the colossal egg sealing Majin Buu, several hollows began to emit steam, accompanied by the shrill sound of a steam whistle. Cursed! I have arrived too late. Upon seeing the glowing egg, Supreme Kai Asin realized there was no way to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. By the time Gohan and the others reached the bottom of the spaceship, it was already too late. The energy required for Majin Buu's revival had reached its peak. Before long, Majin Buu would emerge from his confinement. As time stretched on, an ominous aura began to permeate the entirety of the spaceship. Ha ha ha, Supreme Kai. You cannot thwart me. Once Majin Buu is resurrected, I shall kill you to avenge my father. Babidi laughed boisterously. The thought of Majin Buu's terror filled Supreme Kai Asin with a resolve to not merely stand by and witness his revival. At the very least, he must make an effort. Gohan, everyone, quickly, Unite and attack that egg. When Majin Buu is initially freed, he will be at his weakest. We must seize this opportunity to eradicate him. Hurry! Supreme Kai Asin urged fervently. Simultaneously, he gathered his energy, poised to strike the colossal egg. Upon hearing Supreme Kai Asin's command, Jebbet immediately commenced his assault, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his palms, akin to a machine gun, directed at the egg. Thunderous explosions erupted, yet they failed to inflict any harm upon the egg, instead shattering the spaceship into fragments. With a resounding crash, the entire vessel was obliterated in an instant. The individuals aboard, each possessing at least a combat power in the millions, were impervious to such minor explosions. As the smoke cleared and the spaceship vanished, they found themselves back on the ground, while the egg-sealing Majin Buu remained unscathed. Ha ha ha, futile! Your attacks cannot harm my Buu in the slightest, Babidi proclaimed, his pride swelling. Once Majin Buu emerged, he would reign supreme across the universe. No one could stand against him, not even the gods. Everyone, attack together. The Supreme Kai, Ashin, shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards the colossal egg. Jebbet followed suit, launching another attack. Krillin and Tien exchanged a glance. The Kamehameha and the new energy wave combined with Uncle Piccolo's power, as Gohan hesitated. Glancing at Piccolo, both Goku and Vegeta desired the resurrection of Majin Buu. If he were to vanquish Majin Buu, Goku would undoubtedly be disheartened. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. Piccolo immediately discerned Gohan's inner turmoil. With a subtle smile, he encouraged attack. If Majin Buu could be so easily defeated, Goku wouldn't be interested in him. With Piccolo's guidance, Gohan's resolve crystallized. Uncle Piccolo, let us do this together. Piccolo smiled with satisfaction and nodded, all right. They gathered their energy for a brief moment before launching their simultaneous assault. Demon Flash, Light Killing Wave. Chapter 89, Babidi's Demise. The Golden Demon Flash energy wave unleashed by Gohan entwined with Piccolo's Violet Light Killing Wave. Though they had not fought together for 7 years, their synergy was still impeccable, as if rehearsed countless times. After gathering their power, the energy contained within their attack surpassed 2 million in battle strength. Babidi was left astounded by this terrifying energy wave, realizing the sheer magnitude of its power. Is this a joke? How can such a formidable being exist on Earth? Babidi felt a surge of panic. According to his father Babidi's records, Majin Buu's strength was supposed to be somewhat limited, wasn't he? Damn it. They can't possibly annihilate Majin Buu, can they? Although Babidi's notes claimed that Majin Buu possessed an indestructible trait, Babidi had never witnessed it firsthand and remained uncertain about Buu's capabilities. Moreover, this attack was indeed overwhelmingly fearsome. With a thunderous roar, the colossal egg, enduring immense damage, began to distort slightly. The flickering red light grew increasingly erratic. After a while, their attacks ceased. The egg resembled a well-cooked dish, steaming profusely, and the strange red glow had vanished, as though the egg had been compromised. All eyes were fixed intently on the giant egg. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated in their ears. The egg, which sealed Majin Buu, split in two, releasing a torrent of pink gas. Fantastic! My Buu is finally about to emerge. Ha ha! Babidi erupted in joyous laughter at this sight, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. If such a powerful attack could not harm his Buu, how formidable must Buu truly be? In a mere moment, the area was engulfed in pink gas, which gradually ascended, vanishing from view. With the obscuring gas dissipated, they could finally discern the current state of affairs. Before long, 2 halves of a semicircular eggshell fell to the ground, leaving the surrounding area utterly barren. Do not even mention Majin Buu. There was not a single shadow in sight. This cannot be. It should not be like this. How could this happen? Gazing into the hollow shell, Babidi could hardly believe his own eyes. Is this a trick? Come out quickly, Buu. Babidi was on the verge of madness. Without Buu, he would have to confront so many formidable foes alone. He would perish. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. Where there is sorrow, there is joy elsewhere. The one most jubilant was the Supreme Kai, Shin, whose smile was so wide it seemed to distort his face. Splendid. Majin Buu has been utterly vanquished by our recent assault. We have succeeded. This is wonderful. Babidi, without Dabura and without Majin Buu, your demise is imminent. No, you are mistaken. Gohan, with a grave expression, shattered Shin's illusion. A formidable energy permeated the air. Piccolo, equally somber, sensed this overwhelming force alongside Gohan. "Look, what is that?" Krillin shouted in alarm, pointing towards the sky. At his words, everyone gazed upward. A vast expanse of pink gas gathered in the heavens, resembling a massive cloud of cotton candy. This gas was the source of the potent energy they felt. Wasn't this pink gas emerging from the giant egg? What on earth was happening? Shin began to panic. The gas coalesced into a tremendous vortex in the sky, drawing all the energy together. As the gas condensed, the aura it radiated grew ever stronger. "It is Majin Buu, my Buu. I knew he could not be so easily annihilated. He is a creature forged by my father." The transformation in the sky sent Babidi into a frenzy of excitement. "Everyone flee. We cannot win this battle." As Majin Buu began to emerge, Shin trembled, his legs unable to support him. Gohan spoke calmly. "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, you should leave at once. I will hold Majin Buu at bay." Although his maximum combat power was merely 1.5 million, far inferior to Majin Buu's 2 million, he believed he could delay him for a while. As long as he could buy time until his father and Uncle Vegeta arrived, the relatively weak Majin Buu would be easily dispatched. "Gohan, you keep Majin Buu occupied, and I will take care of Babidi," Piccolo communicated telepathically. Gohan nodded slightly. Krillin and Tien, understanding their limited combat abilities would be of no use and could distract Gohan, quickly followed suit and retreated. Once they had departed, Piccolo sprang into action, appearing beside Babidi in an instant. With his hand sharpened like a blade, he struck towards Babidi, who was startled half to death by Piccolo's sudden appearance and immediately erected a protective barrier around himself. Then, in a fit of terror, he cried out, "Majin Buu, come save me." Unfortunately, no one responded. Majin Buu remained suspended in the air, yet to take form. "You cannot kill me. If I perish, no one will be able to seal Majin Buu, and the entire world will face annihilation." "Huh?" Piccolo snickered derisively, tearing through Babidi's protective shield and seizing him by the throat. "Even if you live, you will not seal Majin Buu. You will merely exploit him to wreak havoc upon this world. Since it matters not whether you exist or not, I shall grant you the mercy of death." "Stop. You cannot kill Babidi." Just as Piccolo was poised to strike, he was suddenly halted by the voice of the Supreme Kai, Shin. He felt his entire body stiffen, utterly immobilized. If Babidi were to die, there would truly be no one to control Majin Buu. Listening to the Na'vi words of Shin, Piccolo shot him a scornful glance. Na'vi. In that moment, Piccolo felt no reverence for the so-called Supreme Kai. The binding power that restrained him dissipated. With a surge of strength, Piccolo tightened his grip on Babidi's neck. With a sickening crack, Babidi's neck was shattered. Subsequently, Piccolo tossed Babidi's lifeless body into the air and unleashed a formidable energy wave. In the blink of an eye, Babidi had undergone a thorough cremation, leaving not a trace behind. It was over. Witnessing Babidi's demise, Shin collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with dread. Meanwhile, Majin Buu finally took form in the sky. A delightful, rotund figure with pink skin appeared. "Woohoo!" Majin Buu exclaimed with an innocent glee before plummeting to the ground. He glanced around, then, heedless of his surroundings, began performing calisthenics. "Is this really Majin Buu?" Gohan stared in bewilderment at the seemingly harmless creature before him, his soul questioning the reality. Chapter 90. Majin Buu on the desolate land. Scarcely a blade of grass could be found. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. A humanoid being with smooth, pink skin played merrily to itself. It stretched out its arms to maintain balance, wobbling step by step like a child taking its first steps. With a languid and endearing smile, it appeared anything but dangerous. Yet, the Supreme Kai, Shin, trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring from him like a gushing faucet, soaking him in moments. Shin was acutely aware of how terrifying this seemingly innocuous Majin Buu truly was. Moreover, this appearance was a direct result of having consumed the Grand Supreme Kai. Witnessing the resemblance of Majin Buu to the Grand Supreme Kai only heightened Shin's terror. Majin Buu staggered over to Gohan and Shin, placing his hands on his hips as he scrutinized the two of them, then shook his head, leaving their intentions unclear. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he regarded them. Gohan immediately tensed, on high alert. At that moment, Majin Buu made his move. He sprang high into the air, his feet propelling him upward, and with a resounding thud, the formidable Majin Buu landed heavily on the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Gohan and Piccolo simultaneously felt a bead of sweat trickle down their foreheads. The technique known as the flat sand falling goose, executed by Buu, left them utterly speechless. Yet, Majin Buu appeared to revel in the amusement of the moment, swiftly regaining his footing with an agile flip and beginning to sway playfully. Lord Kai, I shall escort you away from here, suggested Jebet, noticing the trembling Lord Kai Shin. Yes, indeed. Gohan, Piccolo, we must depart at once, or we shall be slain by him. Grasping at the lifeline of hope, Lord Kai Shin quickly regained his composure. Gohan shook his head resolutely and stated, You all should leave at once. If Majin Buu is truly as perilous as you say, I cannot simply stand by. The compassionate Gohan could not bear to witness the destruction of Earth and the loss of innocent lives at the hands of Majin Buu. He did not need to defeat Buu. He merely had to stall him. Once Goku and Vegeta concluded their battle, he could extricate himself from the situation. Alas, his uncles, Moyuan and Lapis, held little interest in such trivialities, leaving him to undertake this perilous venture alone. Gohan sighed quietly to himself. Gohan, what troubles you? Inquired Piccolo. If we cannot stop him, we must retreat. We still possess the Dragon Balls. Gohan paused momentarily before nodding firmly. I understand. After conferring, Jebet transported Lord Kai Shin and Piccolo away using instant transmission. Suddenly, Majin Buu's expression shifted to one of confusion. Though he seemed to be indulging in his own amusement, he had secretly been monitoring Gohan and the others. Their abrupt disappearance left him perplexed. Approaching Gohan, he inquired, Where have the three of them gone? They had matters to attend to, Gohan replied. And you remain to play games with me? Yes, he affirmed. Yay! Majin Buu exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands. Let us begin our game. Gohan hesitated. What shall we play? In an instant, Majin Buu's innocent demeanor morphed into something sinister as he opened his eyes wide. Killing, he declared. In the blink of an eye, his right hand lunged forward like a venomous snake, aiming directly at Gohan's eyes. What? Gohan gasped in alarm. Fortunately, after enduring numerous battles over the years, his reflexes were honed, and he swiftly raised his hand to shield his eyes. Though he managed to protect his vision, the overwhelming force of Majin Buu's attack propelled Gohan away. He hurtled through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the rocky terrain, embedding himself deeply within it, as various stones cascaded down to bury him. After striking Gohan, Majin Buu refrained from pursuing further. Instead, he remained in place, mimicking a gorilla, thumping his chest and letting out gleeful howls. The excruciating pain in his hand caused Gohan to involuntarily gasp. His entire hand was now numb, rendering him unable to move. He was unexpectedly struck by Majin Buu, resulting in a fracture. Gohan was filled with astonishment. The power within Gohan surged forth like a dam bursting. In an instant, the stones that had pinned him down were sent flying. Gohan, with one arm hanging limply, rose from the rubble. Meanwhile, not far away, Majin Buu seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing to pound his chest and emit strange cries. How infuriating! Even Gohan, with his typically placid demeanor, felt a surge of anger at Majin Buu's blatant disregard. Gohan pressed the tips of his index and middle fingers against his forehead, gathering a vast amount of energy. He intended to unleash Piccolo's most formidable technique, the special beam cannon. The powerful aura caught Majin Buu's attention. However, Buu merely cast a fleeting glance at Gohan before turning away, showing complete indifference to Gohan's actions, with no intention of thwarting him. As Gohan concentrated his energy, he remained vigilant against a potential ambush from Majin Buu. He could not believe that Buu would allow him to gather energy so openly. Yet, as time passed, Gohan had amassed an immense amount of energy. This technique contained a combat power that undoubtedly exceeded 2 trillion, perhaps even reaching 3 trillion. Stronger than the combined special beam cannon he had executed with Piccolo. During this entire time, Majin Buu showed no inclination to attack him. Gohan began to wonder if Buu was concealing even greater power or if he truly was as mindless as he appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the energy at Gohan's fingertips had reached its critical point. He could no longer gather any more. Die, Majin Buu. Special beam cannon. A cataclysmic force erupted from Gohan's fingertips, aimed directly at Majin Buu. Gohan was convinced that Buu would not dare to absorb this attack. After all, he had nearly exhausted his own power to gather such an immense amount of energy. To Gohan's astonishment, something incredible occurred. Majin Buu merely smiled at him. Hands on his hips. Boom. The special beam cannon struck Buu squarely in the face. The terrifying force instantaneously obliterated Buu's head. What? Gohan could hardly believe his eyes. Had he truly vanquished Majin Buu? Was it really this easy to eliminate him? Gazing at the headless Majin Buu before him, Gohan began to doubt himself. Chapter 91. Goku arrives just in time. Gohan still found it hard to believe that Majin Buu had been so easily defeated. After all, he was a creature that had nearly destroyed the entire universe. How could he possibly be vanquished so effortlessly? Yet, with Buu's head obliterated, who could survive without a head? Surely, even the Namekians could not achieve such a feat. To be prudent, Gohan decided to destroy his body as well. Just as he prepared to act, a chilling scene unfolded. The headless Majin Buu began to move. He raised his hands and felt around his shoulders for a moment. Suddenly, a brand new head materialized out of thin air. What manner of monster was this? How could he possibly be alive? Gohan was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Is this truly the indomitable trait of Majin Buu, as articulated by the Supreme Kaishin? No wonder he did not wish for Piccolo to eliminate Babidi. Such an ability is indeed terrifying. With a booming voice, the rejuvenated Majin Buu raised his hands in exclamation. Moments later, he turned his gaze towards Gohan. The vents atop Majin Buu's head and arms expelled a copious amount of steam, emitting a piercing whistle. Now it is my turn, he proclaimed. Panic surged within Gohan. The situation was dire. The previous attack, the special beam cannon, had nearly depleted his internal energy reserves. His combat prowess was severely diminished, especially with one arm already incapacitated by Majin Buu's earlier onslaught. In such a precarious predicament, engaging in a direct confrontation would only lead to his demise. Flee. Any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards Majin Buu. Gohan ascended into the air, fleeing with all haste. However, Majin Buu, witnessing Gohan's retreat, did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he leisurely performed a series of warm-up exercises, taking his time. After a brief delay, he propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force. In mere seconds, Gohan sensed a formidable aura approaching him. Curse it! If only I could move faster. Desperately, Gohan strained to extract every ounce of power left within him, striving to increase his speed. Yet, his energy reserves were critically low. No matter how hard he pushed, he could barely muster any strength. Suddenly, Majin Buu appeared before him, playfully sticking out his tongue like a mischievous child intent on scaring him. If it were any other time, Gohan might have found this behavior amusing. However, in this moment, he felt an overwhelming dread. A bone-chilling sensation coursed down his spine. Perish. Majin Buu grinned ominously. In an instant, his gloved hand came crashing down upon Gohan. Akin to swatting a fly, swift, precise, and ruthless. The speed of Majin Buu's attack was too great for Gohan to evade. With a resounding slap, Gohan was struck down, hurtling towards the ground with the force of a plummeting aircraft. The once solid earth crumbled beneath him, yielding like tofu and forming a massive crater. Exhausted, Gohan could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura extinguished, and his hair returned to its natural black. Majin Buu slowly descended beside Gohan. Now, what shall I transform you into? A delightful treat. Perhaps a cookie? Chocolate? Or maybe a milk candy? A conflicted expression crossed Majin Buu's chubby face. He was somewhat distressed, as he wished to consume them all. Yet, with only one human present, he could only create a single confection. Sigh, life is tough, Buu lamented. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided on his favorite treat, a cookie, because Babidi once proclaimed that cookies are the most delectable delight in this world. Although he harbored a deep disdain for Babidi, he could not deny the exquisite taste of cookies. With resolute determination, the antenna atop Majin Buu's head began to radiate a brilliant light. Was he to perish? Gohan lay prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of strength. His body bore numerous wounds, and the energy within him had been entirely depleted. In his current state, he could only helplessly watch as Majin Buu transformed him into a cookie to devour. Ha 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 ha. Majin Buu seemed elated at the prospect of indulging in cookies, laughing gleefully. Simultaneously, a flash of lightning-like brilliance erupted from his antenna. Upon witnessing this light, Gohan resignedly closed his eyes. Gohan, are you all right? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed beside him. It was his father's voice. Gohan opened his eyes to see Goku standing beside him, carrying another person. Goku gently placed Vegeta on the ground and helped Gohan to sit up. I apologize for my tardiness. Gohan nearly burst into tears. He had believed he was doomed. To his astonishment, his father had arrived just in the nick of time. Had it been a mere second later, he would have met his end. "Dad, fear not. Leave the rest to me," Goku said, patting Gohan's shoulder. "Dad, you must be cautious. His regenerative abilities are terrifying. I just obliterated his head, yet he could still recover." "Understood," Goku nodded, his expression turning grave as he faced Majin Buu directly. Upon observing the injuries adorning Gohan's body, a surge of paternal fury ignited within Goku. "You vile creature, I shall transform you into a mere cookie." The prospect of a cookie slipping away enraged Majin Buu, causing him to seethe with fury. He opened his eyes, glaring menacingly at Goku. Majin Buu pinched his belly a few times, and to Goku's astonishment, he plucked a chunk of flesh from his abdomen. He then elongated it like a strand of noodles, swiftly spinning one end in his hand. The meat strip whirled like a propeller, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that enveloped Goku. "Huh!" Goku roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. A terrifying aura enveloped him, generating a powerful wind pressure. In an instant, all the energy blasts were deflected. Boom! The dispersed energy blasts rained down, engulfing the surrounding area in explosions. Fortunately, the vicinity was a mountainous wilderness, devoid of human presence. Had this occurred in a city, it would have been sufficient to obliterate half of it. Seeing his energy attacks prove ineffective, Majin Buu hurled the meat strip directly at Goku. Goku raised his hand, firing an energy blast that struck the meat strip. Majin Buu, witnessing Goku's assault on his meat strip, wore a cunning smile. However, when Goku landed the hit, he was taken aback. He realized that his meat strip was no more. Normally, his cells were immortal. Even if scattered, they could reassemble and regenerate. However, he could no longer sense the cells within his flesh. This indicated that his cells had been annihilated by the man before him. Majin Buu was momentarily stunned, but Goku was not. In an instant, Goku lunged toward Majin Buu. With a flurry of blows, Goku's fists and feet transformed into lethal weapons, striking down upon Majin Buu like a tempest. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Majin Buu could not evade Goku's assault. He was battered and thrown about, akin to a rag doll. The most terrifying aspect for him was that every punch and kick from Goku inflicted excruciating pain, a sensation he had never experienced before. Furthermore, within Goku's strikes lay a terrifying energy that invaded his body, suppressing the regenerative capabilities of his cells. Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending Buu crashing to the ground, then placed his hands on his hips. Between his palms, a blue energy sphere gradually expanded, radiating brilliant light. Kamehameha. Majin Buu lay within a massive crater, his eyes wide with terror. Severely injured and immobile, his cellular regeneration was stifled. He found himself with no means of escape. Like a torrent of water, the energy wave descended upon him. Majin Buu felt his body disintegrate bit by bit, and his consciousness began to fade. Chapter 92. Discovering a plump Buu searching and searching. Seeking meat, I found a gigantic dinosaur, saluted, and shook hands. It offered to treat me to meat. In the woods, I stumbled upon a dinosaur, which I handed over to my friend Pigeon. Pigeon acknowledged my discovery with a nod, and I joyfully exclaimed, "Pigeon, hurry and roast it." The sweet, innocent voice echoed through the forest. Dressed in a pale yellow dress, a little girl with white hair skipped along, cheerfully humming her own rendition of a song. She dragged behind her a dinosaur that was 100 times larger than herself. The thought of her brother roasting meat for her filled her with immense joy, causing her little tail to spin with glee. Nearby, a small bird perched on a tree, sweating nervously, was relieved to be small, knowing that had it been as large as the dinosaur, it would surely have been captured by the little enchantress for roasting. Oh, what is that? Not far away. A pink object protruded from a patch of grass. Its enticing hue suggested it would be delectable. Her round, sparkling eyes fixated on it, brimming with desire. Based on her years of experience with meat, she surmised it to be a piece of meat, and a particularly delicious one at that. However, this type of meat seemed unfamiliar to her. Could it be from a rare creature? If it were rare, she couldn't eat it. Her uncle, Laplace, had warned her not to consume rare animals and to bring them back for him instead. Sighing in disappointment, she ultimately chose her uncle over her craving for food. After all, her uncle treated her well and often provided her with delicious meals. Gently setting down the dinosaur's tail, she tiptoed cautiously, careful not to make a sound. As she approached the intriguing piece of meat, as she approached within mere meters, Chinin suddenly leapt forward, pouncing upon the piece of meat. "Hurrah!" She had captured it. Embracing the gelatinous and exquisitely elastic morsel, Qinin could already envision how delectable it would be. Let me see what creature this is. Within her petite frame lay an abundance of untapped strength. With effortless grace, she extracted the creature, appearing several times larger than herself, from the tall grass. Alas, it was a person. Had Wukong and the others been present, they would have recognized this individual as the formidable Majin Buu. It turned out that just as Majin Buu was struck by Wukong's Kamehameha and on the brink of annihilation, he had invoked Jebit's instant transmission to escape to this location. However, his cellular regenerative abilities were suppressed by Wukong's energy, leaving his wounds unable to heal. Though he appeared unscathed on the surface, the majority of his cells had been obliterated, rendering him close to death. Even his consciousness had slipped into a state of unconsciousness. Wake up. Please wake up. Qinin shook Buu gently. Yet, there was no sign of awakening. Were it not for the warmth emanating from his body and the faintest hint of breath, she would have assumed he was lifeless. Could it be that he was injured? Contemplating this possibility, a sphere of green energy materialized in Qinin's hands, her willpower, under her guidance. This willpower entered Buu's body. Indeed, a powerful energy surged within him, yet it felt oddly familiar. In a moment of urgency, Qinin did not hesitate to channel her willpower to expel this energy. However, she was still too weak. Her reserves were insufficient, and she could only drive away a small fraction before exhausting her willpower. Nonetheless, this act granted Buu a flicker of consciousness. In the midst of chaos, a narrow slit opened in his eyes, revealing a charming young girl with white hair. She placed her hands upon him, and a warm current flowed from her into his being. The raging energy within him was gradually quelled by this gentle warmth. Buu sensed his cells slowly regaining vitality. Yet the fatigue etched upon the girl's adorable face, glistening with beads of sweat, was evident. In that moment, Buu's emotions became tumultuous, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. After a while, he felt the warm current begin to wane, and the girl was now gasping for breath. Moments later, she collapsed onto the ground, drained of energy. With her willpower extinguished, Wukong's energy resumed its rampage within Buu. His consciousness once again slipped into oblivion. Perhaps it was time to seek help from Gidge. After resting momentarily, Qinin regained some strength. With one hand grasping the dinosaur and the other supporting Buu, she began to depart slowly. Gidge, Gidge. In a clearing beside the forest waterfall, Tianlin was busy preparing barbecue seasoning. Inheriting the exceptional genes of his parents, the 6-year-old Tianlin has already begun to dabble in the culinary arts. His most proficient skill, however, lies in the realm of barbecuing. Given that he is seldom called upon to prepare meals at home, his grilling techniques have been honed not only through the guidance of his parents, but also through frequent practice alongside his sister. It is not that the family lacks sustenance. Rather, it is the insatiable appetite of his little sister, Qinin, that drives him to indulge her cravings. Upon hearing Qinin's urgent calls, Tianlin hastily set aside what he was doing. What is it, Qin? What happened? Dove, this person seems to be in dire straits. We must save him. At that moment, Tianlin noticed the pink-skinned figure lying beside Qinin. Realizing that his sister was unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Who is he? With wide, innocent eyes, Qinin replied, I don't know. I found him in the woods. Tianlin examined the condition of the being within. This is Uncle Wukong's energy. As he grew older, Tianlin often trained alongside Moyuan, becoming quite familiar with Wukong's aura. Since their group trained without restraint, Qinin's instruction had been solely under Moyuan and Lazili's guidance. Thus, she had not recognized Wukong's energy immediately. Tianlin regarded Qinin seriously and asked, Qin, this person was injured by Uncle Wukong. Should we save him? It was indeed Uncle Wukong who hurt him. No wonder I felt that energy was so familiar. Upon hearing her brother's words, Qinin hesitated. She believed that Uncle Wukong would not harm someone without reason. Yet, this individual was on the brink of death. If they did not act quickly, he might perish in no time. Tianlin stood quietly by, awaiting Qinin's decision. Regardless of her choice, he would support her unconditionally. Chapter 93, A Pact to Save. I must save him, Qinin declared with unwavering determination. After much contemplation, her innate kindness prevailed. She could not bear to witness a life ebb away before her. Moreover, this individual did not appear to be malevolent at all. With such an adorable appearance, how could he possibly be bad? Even if he were a villain, she could always summon her father to handle the matter. Her father was incredibly formidable. Proud of her father, Qinin nearly struck a heroic pose. All right, let us begin. He cannot hold on much longer. With her affirmation, Tianlin swiftly prepared to administer aid. The two little ones positioned themselves on either side and began to channel their willpower into the being. However, Wukong's energy was overwhelmingly potent. They nearly depleted their own willpower, managing to expel only a portion of it. Although they did not completely eradicate Wukong's energy, they had, nonetheless, preserved the life of the individual. In addition to expelling some of Wukong's essence, Tianlin and Qinin had also repaired some of the cells within the being. Gradually, the figure began to regain consciousness. He sensed that the residual power of Wukong within him had diminished by 1/5. Furthermore, his body had regained some vitality. Although his cellular regenerative capabilities remained suppressed, his injuries no longer posed a life-threatening risk. Bu heard 2 faint breaths beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered 2 small children lying on either side of him, a golden-haired boy and a silver-haired girl. The sight of the girl triggered a series of vivid memories in Bu's mind, as if a film were playing. Combining these memories, he realized that they were the ones who had rescued him. The weariness etched on their faces indicated that they had expended considerable energy to save him. Yet joy radiated from their smiles. Bu pushed himself off the ground, attempting to rise. However, before he could steady himself, his legs began to weaken. With a thud, Bu's heavy body collapsed back to the ground. Tianlin and Qinin were startled awake by the commotion. "Ah, you're awake," Qinin exclaimed, rushing to his side with delight. A swell of pride surged within her. This was her first act of saving someone. "Thank you for rescuing me," Bu expressed with remarkable courtesy towards his saviors. "There's no need to be formal." Qinin waved her hand dismissively, then continued, "By the way, my name is Mo Qinin. You can call me Qin, as my family and friends do." She then pointed to Tianlin, introducing him. "This is my friend, Tianlin." Tianlin nodded slightly at Bu. "Hello, I'm Mo Tianlin. You can call me Tianlin." "Hello, I'm Bu. Thank you for saving me. From now on, you shall be my friends." Bu beamed with the innocent joy of a child, seemingly elated by the acquisition of 2 new friends. "By the way, Bu, why were you injured by Uncle Wukong?" Qinin inquired with curiosity, as Bu appeared far from villainous. "Why would Uncle Wukong hurt him? Was it an accident?" "Wukong? Who is Wukong?" Bu tilted his head, unable to recall who this person might be. Qinin explained, "He is the one who injured you." "So he is Wukong?" A realization washed over Bu. Qinin persisted with her questioning, "But why did Uncle Wukong strike you?" "I remember I was playing a game when he suddenly appeared and struck me. Thankfully, I used instant transmission to escape. Otherwise, he would have killed me." "Playing a game?" Qinin and Tianlin were taken aback. How could Uncle Wukong do such a thing? To hurt someone just for playing a game? Tianlin, convinced that Wukong was not of such character, inquired, "What game were you playing?" Bu, with an innocent expression, replied, "It was about killing, turning people into little snacks to eat." "What?" Bu's words sent a chill down their spines. Tianlin instinctively pulled Qinin behind him, eyeing Bu with caution. "You must not kill." Qinin, regaining her composure, dashed from behind Tianlin to confront Bu, her voice raised. She had been taught by her father since childhood. Martial arts are not pursued for reckless abandon, but rather to safeguard those dear to us. This sentiment has always resided in her heart. Yet, Bu claimed that taking lives was merely a game. How could she possibly tolerate such a notion? Bu, tilting his head in confusion, remarked, "But Bibidi said this is called playing a game, and it's quite fun." "Who is Bibidi?" "Bibidi is the detestable creator of my being." Observing Bu's innocent expression, Qinin and Tianlin began to understand the situation. Bu was akin to a blank canvas, while Bibidi was the one who marred it with darkness. "Why do you heed the words of someone you despise?" Qinin asserted, embodying a serious little teacher. "My father taught me from a young age that taking lives indiscriminately is wrong. Strength is not to be wielded for malevolence. It is to protect those who matter." Bu pondered deeply for a moment, his head bowed. "So, you believe my actions are wrong?" With solemn expressions, Qinin and Tianlin nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed." Bu gazed at their serious little faces and then smiled, saying, "All right, I shall refrain from such actions henceforth." Qinin extended her pinky, declaring, "Pinky swear." Bu, perplexed, responded. Just like this, Qinin demonstrated with her hands. Bu quickly grasped the concept. He removed his gloves, revealing 5 fingers. "Pinky swear, and I shall never change." He pressed his thumb against hers. "It is settled. I will no longer take lives at whim." Deceit is for little piglets. After sealing their promise, Qinin beamed with delight. For to her, this pact represented the utmost commitment. There could be no more trustworthy vow. Yes. Bu nodded vigorously. Qin, Tianlin, I am hungry. Bu patted his round belly. I want to eat little biscuits. Upon hearing Bu's words, Qinin suddenly remembered her purpose for being there, feeling a pang of emptiness in her stomach. Clutching her belly, she looked at Tianlin with feigned weakness, playfully declaring, Pigeon Qin is hungry. All right, I shall prepare roasted meat for you. Tianlin affectionately ruffled Qinin's hair. Are there no little biscuits? Bu remained fixated on the little biscuits, as Bibidi had proclaimed them the most delectable treat in existence. What are little biscuits? The roasted meat made by Pigeon is the second most delicious in the world, Qinin said proudly to Bu. Why the second? Tianlin inquired. Because the roasted meat made by my father is the most delicious. Tianlin reflected on his father's cooking. Well, it is indeed tastier than mine. Next time, Qin will treat you to my father's roasted meat. I promise it will be so delicious you might swallow your tongue. Qinin boasted, playfully patting Bu's belly, which was delightfully plump. Enough talk, let us feast on roasted meat. Unbeknownst to them, Tianlin had already grilled some meat. The three, having expended significant energy, sat together with a large bone of meat in hand. Delicious, far better than little biscuits. Tianlin, I still want to eat pigeon. I also desire to indulge. Tianlin replied. It seems that today, this dinosaur might not suffice. Chapter 94. A chance encounter with Goku. Burp. Qinin lay upon the grass, caressing her slightly swollen belly, and let out a satisfied burp. Burp. Tianlin, also reclined on the grass, produced a louder and longer burp with a hint of pride, declaring, Qin, my burp is longer than yours. Although uncertain of the merit in his boast, he successfully ignited Qinin's competitive spirit. Burp. Humph, silly pigeon, mine is the longest. Burp. He, I can make it even longer. Beside them, Bu observed the sibling rivalry thoughtfully. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply and then opened his mouth wide. Burp. A thunderous belch resonated through the heavens, its intensity causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ha! After his impressive display, Bu erupted into joyous laughter. Faced with such an earth-shattering burp, Tianlin and Qinin conceded defeat. Tianlin even offered Bu the highest praise, acknowledging his prowess. Thus, this absurd contest concluded with Bu emerging victorious by an overwhelming margin. Having satiated their appetites, both Tianlin and Qinin found their energies largely restored. They proceeded to treat Bu once more. Following this treatment, the residual energy of Goku within Bu had diminished to half, and Bu's injuries had entirely healed. However, his cellular regeneration capabilities remained suppressed, preventing him from recovering as effortlessly as before. Let us venture to the city for some fun, Tianlin suggested, noticing that there was still ample daylight. Yay! Upon hearing the prospect of play, Qinin sprang to her feet. Come on, Bu, I will take you to enjoy snacks. Drink milk tea and relish ice cream. Is it delicious? Just as delectable as barbecued meat. Then let us hurry, I am famished. Upon hearing about the enticing treats, Bu could hardly contain his excitement, instantly taking flight and soaring into the air. Wait, Bu, you're heading the wrong way. It's this way. Inside the ice cream parlor, Qinin pointed and selected from the menu with her small hand. Suddenly, she noticed Bu beside her, drooling. Remembering Bu's terrifying appetite, she thought, never mind, let us just order one of everything. Soon, a mountain of ice cream filled the entire dining table, alongside various cakes and desserts. Bu picked up an ice cream cone and, extending his tongue, took a lick. The cool, delicate texture and the exquisite blend of fruit and milk erupted in delightful flavors on his palate. Bu's small eyes widened, shimmering like stars. Delicious. He opened his mouth wide, devouring the entire ice cream cone in one go. Witnessing Bu's ecstatic enjoyment, Qinin felt a swell of pride. How is it? I did not deceive you, did I? Bu, clutching the ice cream, frantically stuffed it into his mouth. It is infinitely more delicious than the little cookies I used to eat. Bu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Since gaining consciousness, he had never experienced joy as profound as today. Bibidi had deceived him into believing that cookies were the most delectable treat in the world. However, upon tasting the cookies of Earth, Bu discovered that there exists a vast disparity among cookies. The cookies he had previously consumed were akin to gnawing on wood. The cookies on Earth brought him to the brink of tears. They were simply exquisite. Moreover, Beyond cookies, there were innumerable other delightful delicacies. Compared to Qinin and Tianlin, Bibidi appeared less than human, as he compelled him to commit acts of violence without providing any satisfying fare. In stark contrast, Qinin and Tianlin were like angels, tending to his wounds and introducing him to a plethora of culinary delights. He vowed to protect Qinin and Tianlin, ensuring they remained unharmed. On the bustling pedestrian street of West City, a charming girl with braided hair strolled alongside a somewhat shy, yet handsome boy. Gohan, how about we go for ice cream? The weather was already quite warm, and coupled with the fact that this was their first date since confirming their relationship, Bibidi couldn't help but feel a mix of shyness and excitement. The two were none other than Gohan and Bibidi, with Satan no longer serving as the savior. It was impossible for there to be a city named after him. Nevertheless, as a moderately well-known boxer, he was not lacking in financial resources. For the sake of their daughter's education, they moved to the bustling metropolis of West City. By chance, Bibidi and Gohan found themselves enrolled in the same school, not only as classmates, but also as desk mates. Having been influenced by Satan from a young age, Bibidi developed a keen interest in martial arts. After discovering that Gohan was the renowned Golden Warrior, she persistently asked him to teach her. As they trained together, they gradually grew attracted to one another, leading Bibidi to finally confess her feelings to Gohan just a few days prior. Naturally, they became a couple. How wonderful. Let us go have ice cream. Gohan, on their first date, felt even more anxious than Bibidi. Additionally, she had linked her arm through his, making him feel as though his arm was enveloped in cotton. This sensation was incredibly exhilarating for him, a pure-hearted boy, and it was impossible for him not to feel a bit flustered. Upon reaching the entrance of the ice cream shop, Gohan spotted a large, pink figure indulging in ice cream through the glass window. That face was one he feared he would never forget. How could this be? Wasn't he defeated by my father the day before yesterday? Panic surged within Gohan. If Bu was causing a ruckus here, it could spell disaster for all of West City. Currently, Goku, Vegeta, and Whis were training in other realms, leaving no one to stop Majin Bu. Although Gohan had sustained serious injuries from his last encounter with Bu, he had slightly increased his power level upon recovery, reaching a normal state of 20 billion. However, with his current power level of 2 trillion, he could at best only match Bu. What terrified Gohan the most was Bu's seemingly indestructible nature. Unlike Goku, he had not integrated his energy into his body, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm on Bu. What frightened Gohan even more was, the two children seated beside Bu are none other than Uncle Moyuan's own offspring. Currently, Uncle Moyuan is engaged in cultivation elsewhere. Should anything happen to his children in his absence, how could one face him? Moreover, Tianlin and Qin have always regarded them as their own younger siblings. For any reason, one cannot idly witness their misfortune. No, I must rescue them. But how should I proceed? Gohan, what is it? Are you feeling unwell? As Biddy noticed Gohan standing at the entrance of the ice cream shop, his complexion appeared quite pallid, suggesting discomfort. Gohan, big brother? Tianlin, with keen hearing, instinctively turned upon hearing someone call Gohan. Through the glass window, he caught sight of Gohan at the door. In an instant, the eyes of Tianlin, Qin, and Bu were all fixed on Gohan. Chapter 95. The power of Lazuli. Gohan's heart tightened, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He abruptly shoved Biddy aside, shouting in panic, "Run! This place is dangerous!" In a flash, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His golden hair stood on end, crackling with electricity, and his once gentle features sharpened. His cold gaze fixed intently on Bu. Qin, Tianlin, you two must flee. I will confront this monster. Biddy pushed aside, gazed dreamily at Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she thought to herself, "So handsome, Gohan, big brother, don't act impulsively. Please listen to me first." Tianlin hurriedly ran over to block Gohan. Qin positioned herself in front of Bu. "So, you mean to say Bu is actually a good person?" With Tianlin and Qin advocating fervently, the five of them engaged in a profound discussion. Yes. He was merely deceived, thinking that killing was just a game. He understands now and has promised us he will not kill again. Indeed, what Dove said is correct. Bu has already pledged not to kill. He even made a pinky promise with Qin. Qin firmly believed in Bu's commitment. At that moment, Bu approached Gohan and solemnly bowed, his demeanor earnest. "I apologize." Although Bu had not regained his full capabilities, his combat strength remained intact. Even if he were to face Gohan, the encounter would be evenly matched. Moreover, his unpredictable abilities could easily lead to Gohan's demise if he were not cautious. However, in a bid to avoid putting Qin Yin and Tian Lin in a difficult position, he resolved to ease the tension with Gohan. After all, it had indeed been him who had nearly taken Gohan's life days prior. In retrospect, Buu's gesture left Gohan at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Buu's apparent sincerity was striking. He seemed genuinely earnest. Furthermore, Bu had spent the entire day with Qin Yin and Tian Lin. Had he retained the same demeanor as when he was first revived, he would not have let them off so easily. Initially, Gohan had perceived Bu as akin to a child. However, later, he nearly met his demise at the hands of Bu. Gohan wished to believe in Buu's redemption. Yet he remained apprehensive. His concern prevented him from allowing Qin Yin and Tian Lin to stay in close proximity to Bu. As the elder brother of this generation, he felt a profound obligation to safeguard his younger siblings. Nevertheless, Gohan stole a glance at the lovely Videl beside him. Noticing Gohan's gaze, Videl offered him a gentle smile. Today marked their first date, and Gohan was determined not to let it be spoiled. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He snapped his right hand against his left palm. He should call Aunt Lazuli. Though Lazuli rarely trained with them, Gohan was well aware of her formidable fighting prowess. She could even rival his father, Son Goku. Indeed, this was no exaggeration. Lazuli had not ceased her training over the years, and her combat power had soared to an astonishing 20 billion. She had combined the King Kai fist with the Scion transformations alongside Moyuan, creating a unique technique suitable for amplifying combat power using spatial energy, known as Boundless. The principle of Boundless involves opening a space within oneself, designated for energy storage, which can be channeled into one's body when required to enhance combat strength. However, forcibly channeling this energy necessitates a robust physique. Currently, Lazuli could only endure a 100-fold amplification, exceeding which would inflict severe harm on her body and could not be sustained for long. Additionally, this technique could function as an energy supplement, akin to a replenishing resource. In a sense, it achieved the semblance of infinite energy. Moyuan could also utilize this technique, but he primarily employed it as a resource, as the pressure from his own transformations was significantly less than that required for this technique. There was no need to forsake a watermelon for the sake of picking up sesame seeds. Nonetheless, this technique could serve as a trump card in dire situations, augmenting transformations for a decisive advantage. Resolute in his decision, Gohan promptly retrieved his phone and dialed his mother's number. Earlier that morning, he had overheard her mentioning plans to go for beauty treatments with Lazuli and Bulma. Since they all resided in West City and were affluent, the trio often took the opportunity to shop together, resembling close-knit sisters. The call was soon connected. Gohan, hello mom. Chi-Chi, Gohan. What is it? Is your date going smoothly? Are you running low on funds? I can send you more money. Since the family's financial worries had dissipated, Chi-Chi had become notably more relaxed and youthful compared to 7 years prior. Oh Chi-Chi, you make me weep. Though Goku is quite admirable, he has owed Chi-Chi far too much. I shall not concern myself with others. In this narrative, I am determined to portray Chi-Chi as a blissful little heiress. Gohan hurriedly replied, No, I have enough money. I called to inquire about Aunt Lazuli. Chi-Chi, looking for Lazuli? Gohan, yes. It concerns Qin Yin and Tian Lin. On the other side, within the beauty salon, Lazuli reclined on the bed adjacent to Chi-Chi, indulging in a facial mask while relishing the gentle massage from the beautician. Suddenly, she overheard Wufan's phone conversation regarding his children. After a moment of contemplation, Lazuli declared, I shall go see them now. She searched for the spatial imprint left by her children and, with a swift teleportation, she arrived. In a swirl of spatial distortion, Lazuli, still adorned with her facial mask, materialized inside an ice cream shop. Mom, Xiaoyin and Tian Lin exclaimed upon her arrival, immediately embracing her arms like two small charms. One on each side. Mom, let me introduce you to our new good friend. His name is Bu. Hello, Aunt Lazuli. I came to speak with you about this matter. Bu said, his expression unusually tense. Wufan, with a somewhat serious demeanor, succinctly relayed Bu's background to Lazuli. Bu stood nearby, visibly anxious, fearing that Lazuli would disapprove of him and prevent Xiaoyin and Tian Lin from befriending him. Xiaoyin and Tian Lin, equally apprehensive, clutched their clothing tightly. Seeing the trio's nervousness, Lazuli found it amusing, especially Bu, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, fidgeting with his gloves in anxiety. There's no need to be so tense. I won't hinder your friendship, she reassured, gently tousling Tianlin and Qiuyan's heads. Yay! Long live Mom! They cheered, their spirits lifted as they jumped joyfully, hand in hand. Yet Wufan remained uneasy. Rest assured, Wufan, your uncle Moyuan has bestowed upon these children ample protective measures. Unless someone possesses strength surpassing his, they shall remain unharmed. Now, go enjoy your date. Upon hearing Lazili's words, Wufan finally felt at ease. The terrifying power of Uncle Moyuan could easily handle hundreds of boosts with a mere flick of his hand. All right, you all have fun. I must return to my beauty routine. With that, Lazili's form gradually faded, vanishing from sight. Chapter 96. The Kaioshin's Pursuit Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kaioshin Ashen thundered, slamming his hands on the table as he rose in anger. Upon learning that the Majin Buu had not perished, he sought to implore Goku to eliminate Buu once and for all. Yet Goku had the audacity to assert that Majin Buu was not inherently evil and had vowed never to take another life. How could he believe such a claim? 5 Kaioshin had fallen to Buu, leaving only him behind, with countless star systems laid waste by the creature. Had it not been for Bibidai's inability to control him, opting instead to seal him away, the entire universe would have been obliterated. It is indeed true. I too have discerned that Buu's nature is not malevolent. Resembling that of a child, Wufan began to advocate for Buu. Suddenly, Kaioshin Ashen recalled an important detail. Initially, Majin Buu was profoundly wicked, driven solely by a desire for destruction. However, after absorbing the Grand Kaioshin, he appeared to transform entirely. The urge for destruction seemed to have dissipated, leaving only a playful spirit. Could it be due to the Grand Kaioshin? As the Kaioshin, Ashen possesses knowledge of certain matters. 1,000,000 years ago, the Grand Kaioshin was immensely powerful. Had he not expended a significant portion of his strength to seal that monstrous entity, he could have effortlessly obliterated the insignificant Majin Buu with a mere gesture. Although the Grand Kaioshin's power has diminished, his soul remains remarkably potent. Each time Majin Buu absorbs a being, he consumes their soul as well. It is highly plausible that the Grand Kaioshin's soul was so formidable that upon its absorption, Majin Buu could not suppress it, resulting in a drastic change in his personality. This implies that Buu's essence has become predominantly influenced by the Grand Kaioshin, albeit without the latter's memories. If this is indeed the case, could it be said that the current Buu is, in a sense, half of the Grand Kaioshin? However, even so, the presence of the malevolent Buu within him remains a concern. One fears that should his dark nature awaken, it could unleash untold calamities. Do not fret, Ashen. Goku reassured the Kaioshin. Even if Majin Buu is not benevolent, there are at least 5 individuals on Earth capable of defeating him. Moreover, Majin Buu currently resides in the safest place on the planet. Should he dare to misbehave, I assure you he would be eradicated in an instant. Goku's words prompted Ashen to ponder the strength of the individual he had doubts about, the one Goku referred to as Moyuan. To him, the existence of a being as formidable as Goku was already extraordinary. In the vast cosmos, most powerful beings cultivate their strength over extended lifespans. For instance, he himself had spent millions of years to attain a combat power of 50 trillion. Yet Goku, in just a few decades, had achieved a power in the trillions. An exceedingly rare feat. Moyuan's strength was even more outrageous. He was purportedly 100 times stronger than Goku. What does that even signify? If this were true, had his millions of years of existence been for naught? Indeed, Goku affirmed with a nod. Moyuan's power is the most terrifying I have ever witnessed. He could easily defeat not just 100 of me, but even 1,000 or 10,000. He refrained from mentioning that Moyuan was currently on the verge of a breakthrough that would elevate his strength to an entirely new realm. Otherwise, Ashen would likely be left in utter disbelief. Having exhausted his attempts at persuasion, Ashen prepared to depart. He could only hope that Majin Buu would indeed refrain from causing further destruction, as they had mentioned. Ha ha! The lilting laughter of a young girl echoed through the air. Buu, fly faster, Chinin exclaimed, perched on Buu's back, as they set off to the city in search of snacks. After several days of treatment, Goku's energy had entirely dissipated from within Buu. Chin, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate, Buu warned, before picking up speed. Woohoo! The exhilaration of such velocity far surpassed any roller coaster experience. In the clouds not far away, the Supreme Kai Asin and Jebit quietly observed Buu, noting that he appeared quite different from their memories. They continued to watch Buu from the shadows, their anxiety mounting as they witnessed him being accidentally bumped into. Would Bu resort to violence? Yet, the subsequent scene shattered their perceptions. Bu, seemingly unperturbed, instead caused the individual who collided with him to tumble to the ground. To their astonishment, Bu approached, assisted the fallen person to their feet, and offered an apology. Asin and Jebet were left agape, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Just moments ago, they had been internally sweating for the unfortunate soul. Jebet exclaimed, "Supreme Kai, I must admit, Bu indeed seems to have changed for the better." A glance in Asin's direction revealed his inner turmoil. He was still burdened by the hatred stemming from the deaths of the other Supreme Kais. Meanwhile, Chinin was waiting at a roadside stall, eager for the vendor to prepare her delicacies when she heard someone call her name. Turning around, she discovered it was Trunks and Goten. "Goten, Trunks, I'm here for tempura." The mere mention of tempura made Goten and Trunks' mouths water. No child could resist the allure of crispy fried treats. "Excuse me, could I have an order of mixed tempura?" "I want one too." The two eagerly placed their orders, only for the vendor to apologize. "I'm sorry, kids, but everything has already been sold to this young lady." Their expressions visibly fell in disappointment. "Would you like to come home with me afterward? My dage is grilling, and I have plenty of delicious snacks." Having grown up nearby, they were well acquainted with one another. "Sure, but I need to call my mom first." "Me too. I'll call my mom as well," Goten and Trunks readily agreed. They then contacted Bulma and Chi-Chi, who, knowing they were heading to Chinin's home, felt reassured and granted their permission without further ado. "I'll buy some ice cream for later," Chinin suggested. "Ice cream? I love ice cream. Can you buy extra?" A strange voice interjected, prompting Trunks and Goten to turn towards its source, a towering figure. "Who is he?" they inquired of Chinin. "Let me introduce you. This is Bu, my good friend," she said, playfully patting Bu's ample belly as she made the introduction. Chapter 97. Trunks will cover the entire expense. Goten gazed at Bu in astonishment. "So, you are Bu?" Trunks, intrigued, asked, "Do you know him?" Goten nodded. "Yes. I've heard my brother and father speak of him. He is quite formidable. My brother can't even defeat him." "Wow, he is that powerful? How could even the mighty Gohan be unable to prevail?" Upon hearing of Bu's formidable strength, Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Bu. "Come on, Bu. Let us indulge in ice cream together. Order as much as you desire. Today, the treat is on me, Trunks." He proudly puffed out his chest, striking a boastful pose. Bu glanced at Trunks, then at Chin, before shaking his head. "No, I wish to stay with Chin." Despite his yearning to select ice cream, Bu did not want to leave Chin alone to await the completion of the tempura. "How about we all go for ice cream together, and after that, we can return for the tempura?" Chin proposed, sensing Bu's desire to join. "Is that acceptable, boss?" The proprietor smiled warmly. "Of course, go ahead. I still have quite a bit to finish here." "Wonderful. Let us set forth." The four companions made their way to the ice cream parlor. The shop was not far, and they arrived within 10 minutes. Upon entering, Trunks declared, "Choose freely. Today, all expenses are on me." "Really?" Bu inquired, his finger to his lips. "Absolutely. My family is the wealthiest in the world. There's no need to hold back." "Then I shan't be modest." To Trunks' utter shock, Bu cleared the entire ice cream shop, including all other treats. The charming shopkeeper cheerfully invited Trunks to settle the bill. For the first time, Trunks found the ice cream seller utterly disagreeable. Gazing at the single-digit balance on his phone, he felt an emptiness, as if his very essence had been drained. In that moment, the scion of the world's wealthiest family felt utterly bankrupt. As they continued on their journey, Trunks appeared as if he had lost his spirit, moving like a mere shell of himself. Upon returning to the tempura stall, they discovered their order had already been prepared and packed into a universal capsule. Receiving the capsule, Chin, amidst the envious gazes of Trunks and Goten, climbed onto Bu's back. "Let us go home," she exclaimed joyfully, and Bu soared into the sky. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances before hastily pursuing them. Not far behind, Jebet sought to follow but was halted by Kaioshin Asin. "There is no need to follow. Let us return." Jebet nodded slightly before vanishing from sight. At the Moyuan estate, several children gathered around a large bonfire, merrily playing. Bu entertained them by demonstrating his ability to consume 99 ice creams in one go. With a hefty bag of ice cream, Bu hurled it skyward. Chin, Tianlin, Trunks, and Goten took hold of Bu's mouth with their fingers. "Pull," Chin commanded, and the four of them dashed in opposite directions. Like a rubber band, Bu's mouth stretched to an immense size, resembling a small black hole. The 99 ice creams descended from the heavens, and Bu caught them all with ease. Majin Bu, with his enormous cheeks, vigorously chewed on the ice cream in his mouth. With a resounding gulp, he swallowed 99 ice creams in one go. Satisfied, he patted his belly, reveling in the sheer joy of consuming such a delightful treat. At that moment, he believed ice cream to be the most scrumptious delicacy in the world, one he could never tire of. Bu, this time we challenge you to eat barbecued meat, came the enthusiastic call. Bu nodded eagerly. He adored barbecued meat just as much. Soon, a new challenge commenced. Challenger, Majin Bu. Challenge, consume 200 pieces of barbecued meat in one sitting. Chinin, with her adorable face set in a serious expression, asked, Are you ready, contestant Bu? Bu nodded, his round visage displaying unwavering determination. I'm ready. Excellent. Chinin praised, nodding in approval. On your mark. As she spoke, she concentrated energy into an energy sphere that slowly ascended, glowing like a light bulb in the air. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere burst, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Seeing it explode, Chinin immediately tossed a large bucket of barbecued meat into the air. The four of them then pulled Bu's mouth wide open once more. In no time, Bu's mouth resembled a gaping abyss. Oh no! Chinin suddenly recalled a crucial detail. She seemed to have thrown the entire bucket along with the meat. Sure enough, moments later, the bucket, meat and all, plummeted from the sky. Bang! A thunderous crash ensued as the entire bucket was unceremoniously stuffed into Bu's stomach. Thud, thud, thud. A brand new cylindrical Bu was born. His peculiar physique, resembling that of a jelly, contorted into the shape of a barrel. Are you all right, Bu? Chinin hurried over. Bu's body wriggled for a moment before returning to its original form. Burp. He let out a resounding belch, a look of satisfaction on his face, exclaiming, Delicious. Chinin, Tianlin, Trunks, and Goten exchanged glances, slight twitches at the corners of their mouths. Incredible. He even digested the bucket. Lazuli reclined in a lounge chair, enjoying the barbecued meat prepared by her son, the snacks bought by her daughter, and the ice cream purchased by Trunks. As she savored the delicacies, she gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky, lost in thought. To her, the moon appeared less than perfectly round. In the depths of the universe, Moyuan sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a multitude of black holes. Through his observations, he discerned a significant concentration of malevolent energy within these black holes, which led him to intentionally seek out this peculiar location devoid of any planets. Only an uncountable number of black holes. Under the influence of his inner vision, wisps of black gas began to escape from the black holes, swirling around Moyuan. As time progressed, the black gas accumulated, enveloping him in a dark cocoon. From a distance, it resembled a diminutive black hole, gradually absorbing the malevolent energy through the veins of Moyuan's bloodline. The bottleneck that had hindered him for several years was growing increasingly tenuous. Moyuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Once his bloodline absorbed sufficient dark energy, he would be able to transform into his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, his power would undergo a remarkable elevation. In a state of fervent anticipation, Moyuan intensified his absorption of the malevolent energy, eager to complete this cultivation process sooner. Beyond the aspiration for greater strength, the most pressing matter was his longing for his family, his children, and the one he cherished most. Chapter 98. I have returned Bu. Bu. In the previous moment, Bu had been indulging in snacks, gleefully watching television, but upon hearing Lazuli call his name, he immediately collapsed onto the sofa, feigning death. Bu. No response was heard. Lazuli, wielding a spatula, made her way from the kitchen to the living room, only to find Bu with his eyes tightly shut on the sofa. A mere glance revealed he was pretending to sleep. His eyes were so forcefully closed that his face had contorted. She swiftly delivered 2 hefty slaps to Bu's head, and soon, 2 small dumplings began to swell on either side of his head, fresh and steaming. Stop pretending. Get up and fetch me a bottle of soy sauce. Hiss. Bu clutched his throbbing dumplings, gasping in pain. That hurts. Lazuli, how did you realize I was pretending to sleep? I was doing so well. Bu was utterly bewildered. Despite his earnest effort to keep his eyes shut, she still discerned his ruse. Lazuli smirked disdainfully. With your feeble tricks, anyone with eyes could see you were faking it. Enough chatter. Hurry and buy the soy sauce. Fine. Bu, feeling somewhat defeated, lowered his head and resignedly rose from the sofa. He had now settled into their household. Whenever Qinin and Tianlin were not in school, Bu would entertain the two children. When they were at school, Bu transformed into a joyful homebody, lounging on the sofa, watching television, playing on his phone, engaging in video games, and snacking. This was far more pleasurable than the chaos of destroying planets and taking lives before his seal. If possible, Bu would relish the prospect of spending a lifetime at home, enjoying a life where everything was handed to him. Unfortunately, living under someone else's roof demanded a degree of humility. Moreover, the homeowner possessed the combat prowess to subdue him. Terrifying. Terrifying. Bu felt like a kite with a severed string, precariously soaring through the air. Though his flight was slow, he soon stumbled upon a supermarket. Wait, a supermarket? Suddenly reminded that the snacks at home were nearly depleted, Bu was reinvigorated. Snacks, snacks. With a beaming smile and softly murmuring, he pushed 2 shopping carts, embarking on his joyous supermarket spree. Cookies? Grab. Chocolate? Grab. Potato chips? Grab. Wherever he went, as long as he spotted a snack he fancied, Bu emptied entire shelves. The 2 shopping carts began to resemble towering skyscrapers. Bu, who often appears to possess a rather dim intellect, suddenly experiences a moment of brilliance akin to that of a seasoned architect. He begins by establishing a robust foundation at the base of the shopping cart. A towering edifice rises from the ground. In no time, through Bu's masterful maneuvering, the snacks within the cart soar towards the ceiling. He pushes 2 seemingly precarious shopping carts to the checkout, drawing wary glances from bystanders who instinctively step back, fearing that the contents might topple and crush them. Even those in line ahead of him hastily retreat, allowing Bu to proceed first. Bu, oblivious to the true reason for their deference, exclaims, "What kind-hearted souls." Soon, the floor is strewn with numerous large bags brimming with snacks. Bu pays with delight, using the pocket money generously provided by Lazily. The remaining funds would allow for countless such shopping sprees without a hint of concern. "Sir, would you like us to deliver these to your home? We offer complimentary delivery services," the cashier inquires with a smile. "How long will it take to arrive?" Bu asks. "Approximately an hour," comes the reply. Upon hearing this, Bu decisively shakes his head. "No, that's too long." Then, to the astonishment of all present, Bu's body begins to elongate, sprouting numerous small hooks. He deftly hangs each bag upon these hooks. Just before departing, Bu feels an inkling that he has forgotten something of great importance, yet he cannot recall what it is. After a moment's contemplation, he resolves to dismiss it from his mind, opting instead to return home for television and snacks. Woohoo! An elated Bu swiftly flies back home. Lazily, "I'm back," he exclaims cheerfully, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Did you buy snacks?" Lazily inquires, noticing the shopping bags adorning Bu's form. She harbors no objections to his indulgence, as she too enjoys snacks. "Indeed, the snacks at home were nearly depleted, so I picked up a few, including your favorite cucumber-flavored chips." Bu presents a bag of the chips, as if it were a prized treasure. "Nice," Lazily replies, nodding in approval. "But what about the soy sauce?" The atmosphere suddenly grows tense. Bu's smile freezes, and even the air seems to thicken. At that moment, he recalls the crucial task he had neglected, the soy sauce. The supermarket escapade had caused him to forget the most vital item. He is doomed. Slowly, he raises his gaze to find Lazily's eyes narrowed into slits. Although her expression is obscured, the palpable aura of menace is unmistakable. "Lazily, I believe you should let me explain," he begins. "I don't want to hear your excuses. I want what I deem necessary." Bu receives an unexpectedly hefty meat bun, still steaming, atop his head, with 3 buns precariously balanced like a tripod. "Aren't you going to hurry and buy it?" Lazily gazed with a smile at Bu, who was rolling on the ground, clutching his head. Lightly, she uttered a few words. "Yes, yes, yes." Startled, Bu scrambled to his feet, suppressing the agony in his head, nodding and bowing to Lazily. He hurriedly dashed out. Swiftly flying towards the supermarket he had just visited, he purchased a bottle of soy sauce at the fastest speed and rushed back home. Handing the soy sauce to Lazily, he said, Qin and Tianlin will be back from school soon, and I must pick them up." He then hurried out, eager to distance himself from this troublesome place. Watching Bu's hasty retreat, Lazily couldn't help but chuckle. Since Bu had moved into their home, it had become considerably livelier. However, she found this change quite delightful. Sighing, she wondered when her husband would return. It had been over 2 months since he left, and the last time Moyuan had achieved his Super Saiyan transformation. It had taken merely 2 months. Yet now, 2 months had passed with no sign of him. Lazuli took out the Dragon Ball from her collar, caressing it as she stared vacantly at the 2 tiny figures within. Thankfully, the Dragon Ball remained intact. Otherwise, she would have been filled with anxiety. As long as the Dragon Ball had not turned to stone, it indicated that Moyuan was still safe. Lost in her thoughts, Lazuli failed to notice the space behind her suddenly warp. A tall figure appeared out of nowhere, embracing her from behind. "Dear wife, I have returned." Moyuan rested his chin on Lazuli's rounded shoulder, inhaling the faint, enchanting fragrance that enveloped her. In that moment, he experienced an unparalleled tranquility. The familiar voice, the comforting embrace, the warmth, and the scent, everything felt so right. Lazuli's delicate body trembled slightly. It had been over 2 months, and not a day had passed without her longing for him. "Darling, you have finally returned. I missed you so much." Lazuli turned around, her fair arms encircling Moyuan's waist, her small head nestling against his chest, greedily inhaling his captivating scent. "I missed you too, every moment, every second," Moyuan replied, holding Lazuli tightly, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his neck, followed by his lips being sealed. A sweet strawberry flavor invading his mouth. "Yay, Daddy, you're back. Chin missed you so much." Upon returning home, Chin caught sight of Moyuan's familiar figure and was instantly filled with joy. She launched herself into his embrace like a little cannonball. Taken by surprise, Moyuan staggered slightly from the force of her impact. Cradling Chin, he affectionately kissed her forehead. "Daddy missed you all too." Chin burst into joyful laughter. Tianlin, on the other hand, remained more composed, tightly grasping Moyuan's leg. Not wanting to neglect either child, Moyuan bent slightly and lifted Tianlin into his arms, holding one child in each embrace. "Let us go, it's time for dinner. Today, Daddy has prepared your favorite braised pork." "Yay!" Chin and Tianlin immediately erupted in cheers. "Ah, and there is also Bu." Moyuan noticed the figure standing at the door, somewhat at a loss. Upon hearing Moyuan mention him, Bu became even more anxious. Before meeting Moyuan, he had already heard quite a bit about him from Chin and Tianlin. In summary, he was formidable and not to be trifled with. After all, in the eyes of Chin and Tianlin, their father was an invincible entity. Neither the son Wukong, who nearly brought him to his demise, nor this Lazuli, who could easily overpower him, stood a chance against Moyuan. With such overwhelming strength, how could Bu not feel fear? His rebellious spirit had been thoroughly crushed by Lazuli over the past 2 months. Now, he possessed only righteousness, devoid of any rebelliousness. Hello, my name is Bu." Bu hurriedly ran up to Moyuan, his nervousness rendering his words jumbled. Moyuan gazed at this familiar, yet unfamiliar face before him and said warmly, "Do not be anxious. Lazuli has already informed me about you. From now on, you may reside here comfortably, treat this place as your home, and consider us as your family." Bu stared blankly at Moyuan's warm smile, feeling a singular sensation in his heart. Is he an angel? Suddenly, Bu felt a slight sting in his eyes, as if liquid were streaming out. It was a strange feeling, one he had never experienced in all his years. Yet, he did not dislike this sensation. "Let us go, it's time for dinner. Come on, Bu." Chin beckoned to Bu. Bu nodded earnestly, wiping away his tears with a swift motion. After the meal, Moyuan examined Bu's body. After all, this Bu had not yet split into the slim and fat versions. Thus, a portion of evil still resided within him. Moyuan wished to resolve this issue as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. "Bu, relax and do not resist. I will check your body now." Moyuan gently pressed his finger to Bu's forehead and whispered. Bu took a deep breath. "Go ahead." Moyuan's energy flowed from his finger into Bu's body. Bu's physique was unique, entirely different from that of a normal person. He did not even possess bones, or rather, his body consisted solely of one type of cell, which could transform into any other cell. Logically, the slim Bu, the embodiment of evil, should be imprisoned within Bu's being. However, Moyuan found no trace of another presence within. If that were the case, it indicated that the slim Bu was a later manifestation, birthed from Bu's inner turmoil, which had grown wildly, ultimately forming a new entity. Or, perhaps, it meant that 2 souls resided within him. After all, Bu had transformed into Fat Bu only after absorbing the great Kaishin, whose strength Moyuan was somewhat aware of. One thing was certain, Such a powerful being would possess a soul force that was anything but weak. Thus, the essence of the current Fat Bu may very well be a wholly new soul formed after Bu devoured the soul of the Grand Kaishin, resulting in two distinct souls diverging from the original. The former Bu's soul, weakened in power, was subsequently subdued by this newly born essence. Moyuan's speculation arises from the fact that after Bu's bifurcation, the diminutive Bu was vanquished while Fat Bu remains alive. Had they been a singular soul, divided into malevolent and benevolent parts, akin to the Supreme Kai and Old Kai, the demise of one would have entailed the extinction of the other. Therefore, it is highly plausible that Bu exists as a dual soul entity. If this is the case, Moyuan might employ the ancient technique of soul division practiced by the old Supreme Kai to extricate the malevolent soul residing within Bu. With this thought in mind, Moyuan found himself unhurried. All right, it's nothing. You may go watch television now. Upon hearing Moyuan's words, Bu vanished in an instant. For patience was not a virtue he possessed. He had endured for quite some time prior, and now sought to indulge in snacks, television, and games. At midnight, Moyuan relished a refreshing bath. It had been over 2 months since his last wash. Although he had not perspired much, he felt an underlying discomfort. Post-bath, he felt rejuvenated, as if every pore had opened, bringing him a sense of ease. With a towel in hand, he gently dried his slightly damp hair and emerged slowly from the bathroom. "Doctor, it seems I have caught a cold," came a voice that made Moyuan's eyes widen in surprise. A vision of ethereal beauty lay half-reclined before him, clad in a delicate white garment that snugly embraced her form, revealing a pronounced décolletage. Beneath the slightly shortened hem, her adorable navel peeked coyly. The white body-hugging skirt accentuated her breathtaking curves, while her legs, adorned in white silk, were gracefully crossed. The exquisite visage of Lazili was graced with a gentle blush, and her golden waves shimmered with a captivating glow. Suppressing the turmoil within, Moyuan seated himself beside Lazili, extending a hand to rest upon her forehead. 40 degrees? This is not merely a cold. You are running a fever. Before he could finish his sentence, Lazili, incensed, hurled a pillow at his face. Just say whether I need treatment or not, she retorted impatiently. With a serious demeanor, Moyuan replied, "Madam, a cold requires an injection, but your case is rather complex. I recommend we first take your temperature orally. If it is excessively high, an intravenous drip will be necessary." He then raised his hand, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the entire room. Chapter 100. No one will come to your aid. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, morning sunlight lazily filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow within the room. The occupant of the bed, with delicately furrowed brows, sought refuge in a shadowed corner. As Moyuan felt a gentle nudge against his chest, he slowly opened his eyes to find a fluffy golden head before him. Lazili had a habit of sliding down in her sleep, seeking the warmth of Moyuan's embrace. He tenderly stroked her silky hair, a smile of affection gracing his lips. With her soft warmth nestled against him, Moyuan found himself reluctant to rise. Furthermore, rising from slumber at this hour would undoubtedly awaken his beloved wife. Observing the slightly fatigued visage of Lazili, Moyuan could not bring himself to disturb her repose. It must be said that illness has a way of wreaking havoc. Last night was a tumultuous affair, with injections and infusions, only managing to bring down the fever by dawn. Do not inquire about the nature of the infusion. It was simply a longing for you. Everyone must take heed of their health. Absolutely avoid falling ill. If one is a lone wolf, it becomes even more imperative to safeguard one's health, for a sick lone wolf is indeed a pitiful sight. As for the children, missing one meal is hardly a cause for concern. As the sun ascended high in the sky, Missouri, Yuan, and Lazili finally arose. They had initially planned to hasten to the kitchen to prepare a meal, fearing the children might go hungry. Upon descending the stairs, they realized their worries were unfounded. Qinin, Tianlin, and Bo were comfortably settled on the sofa, with Bo nestled in the center while Qinin and Tianlin reclined against his soft form. The coffee table was cluttered with takeout boxes, and a heap of unopened deliveries lay scattered on the floor. The trio was engrossed in television, happily indulging in their takeout. Exchanging glances, Moyuan and Lazili shrugged. It appeared they had underestimated the children. "Oh, Mommy and Daddy, you're awake. Come join us for a feast. We ordered so many delicious things," Qinin exclaimed with excitement upon spotting them. "Oh, what delectable treats did our dear Qinin procure?" Moyuan inquired with a smile. taking Lazili's hand as they settled on another sofa. Shinin ordered an abundance of delights: barbecued skewers, fried chicken, hamburgers, tempura, and countless other mouth-watering snacks. The three little ones, with Boo being the youngest at heart, proudly presented each item before them. Moyuan could not help but express his admiration, giving them a thumbs up. Excellent. He would never voice concerns about the unhealthiness of takeout. Given their family's constitution, even consuming arsenic would pose no threat. It was the weekend, and Shinin and Tianlin did not have school. The family, long deprived of such moments, gathered together to enjoy television. After lunch, Moyuan called Boo outside. He intended to have Boo attempt to separate the original evil Boo from within. Prior to this, Moyuan had discussed the consequences of such an action with Boo. Post-separation, his strength would diminish by at least half. However, the benefit would be that he would no longer be susceptible to the influence of the evil Boo. Without a moment's hesitation, Boo consented to the separation. Boo, I shall now impart the technique to you. Give it a try, Moyuan instructed, placing his finger upon Boo's forehead to transfer the soul-splitting technique. Upon receiving the method, Boo commenced the separation. Shinin and Tianlin watched anxiously from the sidelines, not daring to blink, fearful of any mishap. Soon enough, the pores of Boo's body began to emit steam, a thick, malevolent aura wafting forth from the vapor. The shrill sound of a whistle pierced the air. Ah! Boo howled in agony as an ever-increasing volume of gas erupted from within him. Before long, a large mass of gray-blue gas materialized above Boo's head, resembling a dark cloud. After expelling this gaseous entity, Boo broke into a sweat, breathing heavily as if he had exerted immense effort, leaving him looking exceptionally weak. Moyuan observed Boo and noted that his internal power had diminished to 90 billion, a reduction of just over half. Shinin and Tianlin, unable to contain themselves, rushed over to assist Boo in standing. Moyuan made no effort to stop them. At this moment, Boo had completed his division. How do you feel? Boo gasped, responding. A bit weak. My power has diminished significantly, yet I feel considerably lighter. Moyuan nodded slightly, understanding this easily. Previously, a portion of Boo's soul had to suppress another soul, but now that was no longer necessary, naturally resulting in a sense of ease. Now, his body wholly belonged to him. After separating from the malevolent part, Boo's aura seemed purified, devoid of any evil essence. Meanwhile, the cloud in the air, once brimming with malevolence, began to contract and gradually solidify. Before long, a gaunt, gray Boo appeared in the sky. The sinister aura quickly caught the attention of Goku and his companions. Piccolo and Dandy were also watching the live broadcast from the temple. With his ability to instantaneously teleport, Goku appeared in an instant. Hey, Yuan, you're finally back. Indeed, I just returned yesterday. What is the situation now? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Goku inquired. That is the evil portion that split from Boo. Once dealt with, there will be no more evil Boo, Moyuan explained. Goku nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he seemed so weak. The emaciated Boo in the sky appeared somewhat anxious. Although suppressed within Boo's form, he was acutely aware of the happenings outside. Before his separation, these three individuals could easily handle him. Now, with his power only slightly above half, devouring the plump Boo was out of the question. He was more concerned about his own survival. Moyuan, Lotzi, and Goku paid no heed to the thin Boo, engrossed in their own conversation, completely disregarding his plight. The thin Boo felt increasingly distressed. Unable to fight back and standing idly in the air made him seem foolish. He longed for Moyuan and the others to grant him a swift end, yet he was reluctant to meet his demise. After much inner turmoil, the thin Boo resolved not to remain passive any longer. A wave of spatial distortion flashed, and the thin Boo vanished from sight. He had fled. Though evil, the thin Boo was not foolish. He would not recklessly confront those he knew he could not defeat. Wait, how did he escape? Goku exclaimed, pointing at the empty sky in astonishment. Moyuan chuckled nonchalantly. He cannot escape. He then snapped his fingers. In truth, it could be accomplished without the snap, but a little flair is necessary. Who would know it was him otherwise? With a sudden thud, the previously fled Slim Boo reappeared before them. Ah, Slim Boo, resembling a frightened girl confronted by a criminal, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at them in terror while screaming. Scream all you want. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. For reasons unknown, such a thought surged within Moyuan's mind. I am Slim Boo. I am utterly terrified right now. The individuals before me are grinning like deranged beings. What should I do? Who can save me? Slim Bu longed to return to the safety of Bu's body. Although constantly suppressed, at least there he could still exist, couldn't he? Yuan contemplated two options. 1. To eliminate Slim Bu outright. 2. To let Bu absorb him. After careful consideration, Yuan resolved to extinguish him directly. While absorption would restore some of Bu's power, he feared the possibility of failing to cleanse Slim Bu's soul entirely, leading to potential complications later. Furthermore, Bu's power restoration was of little consequence, as there were no pressing adversaries that required his intervention. Upon making his decision, Yuan fixed his gaze upon Slim Bu, an intangible pressure settling upon him like a mountain. In the midst of Slim Bu's fearful stare, Yuan's hand slowly ascended. He opened his palm and gently clenched it. In an instant, Slim Bu vanished without a trace, leaving not even a remnant behind. Wow, Yuan, you have grown even stronger, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Without the need for transformation, Yuan effortlessly obliterated Slim Bu, who possessed a battle power of 11 trillion. Yuan smiled serenely. Yes, this time in seclusion yielded some modest gains. After breaking through to Super Saiyan 3, his battle power soared to 100 billion. Moreover, the enhancement from his Super Saiyan 3 form was an astounding 5,000 times. Coupled with his ki being 15 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, his peak battle power reached an impressive 7,500 trillion. This level of strength was, for all intents and purposes, nearly invincible. Currently, Yuan could defeat Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form using his own Super Saiyan 1 form alone. So, you can now transform into Super Saiyan 3? Indeed, I can. How peculiar, Goku mused, scratching his head in confusion. The last time you broke through to Super Saiyan 2, your aura resonated all the way to Earth. How is it that this time there has been no disturbance at all? If I hadn't seen you today, I would have thought you hadn't returned. Right. Upon hearing Goku, Lazuli also felt a twinge of curiosity. It was indeed strange. The last time Yuan had experienced a breakthrough, she had sensed that terrifying aura all the way on Earth. Logically, his ascension to Super Saiyan 3 should have created an even greater commotion. Yet, this time, it was eerily silent. Furrowing her delicate nose, Lazuli turned to Yuan. So, what could be the reason? Yuan affectionately pinched her nose. Because this time, the location of my training was far too distant from Earth. I exerted considerable effort to locate that place. Ah, I see. Upon hearing the words of Yuan, they comprehended the situation. After all, the universe is vast, and even the most formidable aura cannot reach every corner. Yukong, is this the individual you referred to as the strongest on Earth? Suddenly, King Kai Xin and his servant Jebet appeared. They had remained on Earth due to their unease regarding Bu, and upon sensing the malevolent energy from the slender Bu, they immediately utilized instant transmission to arrive. However, out of caution, though one might say it was sheer timidity, they chose to observe from a distance rather than approach closely. They then witnessed Yuan effortlessly vanquishing the slender Bu, a sight that left them utterly astounded, their jaws agape. It was extraordinary. Apart from the Grand Kai, Xin had never encountered such a terrifying figure. Even the powers of the other Kai were significantly inferior. Moreover, as he was aware, Yuan possessed Saiyan blood, akin to Wukong. Remarkably, he had not even transformed. He merely relied on his base power to obliterate the malevolent Bu. How immensely powerful would he be upon transforming? After all, if Wukong can reach the third stage, Xin could hardly believe that someone as formidable as Yuan would be incapable of doing the same. This implied that Yuan's true strength exceeded his current display by several hundred times. Had Xin known that the enhancements from Yuan's transformation were entirely distinct from those of Sun Wukong, he might have fainted from sheer shock. Yuan, you must not have met this esteemed being yet, Wukong introduced earnestly. He is the most noble deity in this universe, the King Kai. Oh no. Xin waved his hands incessantly. Before someone as powerful as Yuan, he dared not assume any airs. Just call me Xin. Just call me Xin. Seeing Xin's flustered demeanor was somewhat amusing. Indeed, Xin. I am Yuan. You may call me Yuan, or simply my name. Very well, he responded. Though in truth, Xin felt a twinge of apprehension. One mere Majin Bu had decimated their ranks, leaving him as the sole survivor. If this being were to unleash his wrath, Who in the universe could possibly impede him? Unless the Grand Kai were to be resurrected and restored to his peak form. But that seemed impossible. Ah, Yuan, I wish to witness your Super Saiyan 3 power. Yukong expressed his curiosity. He knew he could not hope to defeat him, as he had been outmatched even before Moyuan could transform. Yet, he yearned to experience the extent of Moyuan's current capabilities. Eager to understand how powerful humanity could truly become, for it would greatly aid in his training. Indeed, I too wish to witness it, chimed in Vegeta, who had just arrived. Like Yukong, he was intensely curious about Moyuan's strength. It wasn't just Yukong and Vegeta. In truth, Lazili and her 2 children, even Bu, were all quite intrigued. However, Lazili held some concern. Darling, you want to end up like Yukong, will you? With hair like a hedgehog and your eyebrows gone? As she pondered, Lazili couldn't help but shiver. No, she simply could not accept it. It was rather unappealing. How could she disdain Yukong's transformation? Moyuan affectionately brushed Lazili's nose. Pouting her delicate, rosy lips, Lazili remarked, "It's not that I dislike it. It's just not very attractive." Yukong, meanwhile, was utterly speechless. Hey, I'm still here. If you want to critique me, can you at least wait until I leave? Lazili giggled and apologized. Sorry, I just forgot about you. I promise to remember next time. Yet, Yukong felt certain that she would forget again. All right then. What can I do? I can't possibly compete with her husband. Chapter 102. A pair of fine melons. Let's change the venue. I have no desire to blow up my own home. Moyuan glanced at the villa behind him and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a multitude of people was transported to an unknown star domain far from the solar system. Jebite and Ashington were thoroughly startled. They had never anticipated that Moyuan could execute such instantaneous movement without physical contact. However, they noticed that the others exhibited no surprise, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Come now, let me see the extent of your current power, Vegeta stated candidly. Well, keep your eyes peeled and don't blink. Moyuan replied, placing his fists on his hips, channeling his energy. A resplendent purple flame enveloped him, and his aura began to ascend dramatically. The cataclysmic energy produced an overwhelming force, sending Yukong, Vegeta, Ash, and Jebite hurtling backward. In contrast, Lazili and the others remained unharmed under the protective barrier Moyuan had established, their garments untouched. Impressive, Yukong and Vegeta exclaimed, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The sheer intensity of the aura left them both astounded. They quickly transformed into their most powerful forms to withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, Ash and Jebite had long hidden at a distance, trembling in fear and daring not to approach. With a crackle, bolts of black lightning, shimmering with silver light, appeared out of thin air, coiling around Moyuan. Upon closer inspection, one would see that these bolts had formed several lightning dragons that danced erratically against Moyuan's body. His once upright, purple hair now cascaded down, flowing gracefully. Moments later, Moyuan's short hair transformed into long locks that swayed with the wind. Perhaps influenced by a sinister force, Moyuan, now in his Super Saiyan form, exuded an aura that was both righteous and subtly alluring, reminiscent of a rogue nobleman. How handsome! Lazili gazed at Moyuan, her cheeks flushed, her inner thoughts spilling forth unconsciously. Moyuan restrained his aura, his figure flickering before he appeared beside Lazili. He wrapped his large hand around her delicate waist, drawing closer to peck her rosy lips. With a devilish smirk curling at his lips, the charm he exuded seemed to cast a spell, causing Lazili's heart to race like a lost fawn within her chest. My dear wife, I wonder if my current appearance can captivate your discerning eye? The teasing voice of Moyuan stirred Lazili from her reverie. Remembering her previous foolish demeanor, Lazili felt as if her face had ignited, a flush that refused to subside. She shielded her face with her hands, overwhelmed by embarrassment, feeling utterly unworthy to face anyone. After so many years together, with their children now grown, she had thought herself accustomed to Moyuan's handsome visage. Yet today, with his new look, she found herself as flustered as in the early days of their romance, experiencing a delightful, yet disconcerting shyness. But truly, you look magnificent. Mom and Dad, you seem to be in a drama, came the voice of Qin. Moyuan and Lazili turned in unison to see Qin, Tianlin, and Buo seated in midair, their chins resting in their hands, eagerly watching the couple as if they were engrossed in a television show. Although they often shared tender moments in front of the children at home, Lazili felt a wave of shyness wash over her. burying her face in Yuan's embrace. Unable to meet the children's gaze. Cough. Children should refrain from meddling in adult matters. Qinin, Tianlin Buo. Ah Yuan, is this your latest form? Truly remarkable. Wukong exclaimed, bounding over with palpable excitement, ready to engage. Though he knew he stood no chance in a fight, he still felt compelled to try. Such was Wukong's nature. Vegeta mirrored this sentiment, transforming into his most formidable state. Yuan gently patted Lotzi Li's back, releasing her from his embrace. She retreated with the children and Bu-O to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the fray. Observing Wukong and Vegeta, a wicked smile crept across his face. Are you prepared to take turns being defeated, or shall you face me together? Humph. While Vegeta recognized the truth in Yuan's words, it still irked him. Wukong, however, was undeterred, keenly responding, let us go together. I can hardly wait. Then let the battle commence. Yuan beckoned them with a flick of his finger. Brat, do not underestimate me. Vegeta, like a live wire, ignited with fury. He understood he was no match for Yuan, yet the thought of being belittled gnawed at his pride. In a flash, Vegeta's rage exploded, propelling him to his utmost potential. With lightning speed, he materialized beside Yuan, fueled by boundless anger and strength, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Yuan remained unfazed, effortlessly swaying his body as if dancing, evading all of Vegeta's attacks with ease. Wait for me, I'm joining you. In mere moments, Yuan and Vegeta had exchanged countless blows. Unable to contain himself, Wukong charged forward, joining Vegeta in their assault on Yuan. The two encircled him, attacking from both sides. Alas, what they perceived as their swiftest efforts appeared to Yuan as slow as a tortoise. The immense disparity in combat prowess rendered it unnecessary for Yuan to exert any effort. He could effortlessly discern their movements. Ah-da-da-da-da-da. Wukong had a peculiar habit of shouting while engaged in battle. Although Yuan was not physically struck, the cacophony was bothersome to his ears. Amidst their relentless assault, Yuan, overwhelmed by boredom, let out a yawn and nonchalantly used his pinky to prod at his buzzing ear. How infuriating! The sight of Yuan's languid demeanor exasperated Wukong and Vegeta, igniting their tempers and propelling their attacks to unprecedented heights. Unfortunately for them, this newfound intensity bore as much significance to Yuan as the transition from a 3-year-old to a 4-year-old does to an adult. Utterly trivial. I'm done. You are simply too weak, Yuan declared, gradually raising his hands to press against the brows of Vegeta and Wukong. A sense of trepidation enveloped them as they instinctively sought to evade his grasp. Yet, despite the seemingly leisurely motion, they found themselves utterly unable to escape. With a resounding pop, Yuan flicked his fingers, delivering a sharp strike to their foreheads. Instantly, Wukong and Vegeta were sent hurtling backward, colliding with a meteor. In that moment, they fancied they glimpsed a choir of little angels encircling their heads, singing. Yuan blew gently on his fingers, remarking, what a crisp sound. Truly two splendid fruits. Chapter 103. The dazzling entrance of Beikong. Wukong and Vegeta struggled amidst the rubble for what felt like an eternity before finally emerging. Both clutched their throbbing heads, still reeling from the impact, their minds muddled. After a considerable pause, they began to regain their composure, only to discover an unfortunate development. A noticeable bump had emerged on their foreheads. Though modest in size, akin to a small dumpling, it was nonetheless conspicuously prominent. Ha ha, Vegeta. Are you attempting to learn the third eye technique from Tianjin Fan? Ha ha ha, you look utterly ridiculous. Wukong laughed heartily, pointing at the bump on Vegeta's forehead. Kakarot, you are no better, Vegeta retorted, his fists clenched, barely containing his frustration as he forced the words through gritted teeth. But Wukong was not one to be easily deterred. He continued to laugh. Ha ha, I know, but you truly look hilarious. Suddenly, a flash of light caught their attention. Both Wukong and Vegeta turned to see Razali tapping on a screen before quietly placing her phone down. Razali, what are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed. With remarkable calmness, Razali replied. Nothing much, just sharing my life. Who are you sharing it with? Your wives. Withdraw it at once. Vegeta demanded, his face flushed with embarrassment, a sentiment echoed by Wukong. Razali waved her phone in front of them. Too late, they have already seen it. Then, Wukong and Vegeta glimpsed the images on the screen. Razali, Picture Chi-Chi. Bulma. Bulma, haha. Bulma. Razily, my dear sister, please be sure to take plenty of pictures for me. Bulma, I want to develop these photos and adorn the entire room with them. Bulma, let's see if Vegeta dares to scowl at me after this. Chi-Chi, well I. Raise his hand, how infuriating. Vegeta roared. Why do you still have a signal here? Razily silently shook her head, smiling without a word. As someone who plays with space, isn't it just a matter of obtaining a signal? How hard can it be? Moyuan, standing behind Razily, quietly set his phone down and sent a few images to Razily. He then discreetly tucked his phone away, concealing his accomplishments and merits. After a few vibrations, Razily saw the pictures sent by Moyuan. One hand went behind her back, giving a thumbs up. The other hand selected these images, forwarding them with a single tap. Razily, image Razily, image Razily, image Razily, image Bulma. Good sister. Handshake Chi-Chi, good sister. Pleasant cooperation Vegeta. Things have reached this point. I believe we must take action. Goku wore a serious expression. Kakarot, what do you propose? Fusion. What? Vegeta immediately began to shake his head. You want me to perform that ridiculous motion? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Goku looked at Vegeta with utmost seriousness. Do you wish to continue languishing under Moyuan's tyranny? It is time for us to rise up. Hearing Goku's resounding voice, Vegeta felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet, the thought of that shameful fusion motion sent a shiver down his spine. No, I could never perform such a humiliating act. Moyuan had acquired the Metamoran fusion technique years ago. He then had that Metamoran teach it to Goku. After all, he would never learn it himself. No, absolutely not. After Goku learned it, he persistently sought to fuse with Vegeta, but Vegeta would rather endure Moyuan's relentless beating than perform that embarrassing motion. After being rejected by Vegeta, Goku sought out Lapis. However, Lapis was equally unwilling. With no other options, Goku had to abandon the idea of fusion. Yet today he reignited the thought of fusion. Moreover, he felt that today was the day Vegeta was most likely to agree to it. Goku pulled Vegeta aside, and the two began to converse quietly. What exactly Goku and Vegeta discussed remains a mystery. After several minutes, Vegeta, face flushed with shame, consented to Goku's proposal. However, Vegeta had one stipulation. We must fuse in another location, or else we will be photographed again. Goku nodded without hesitation. Without Vegeta's prompting, he would not transform here either. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be photographed, or even recorded on video. Then, Goku placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder and utilized instant transmission to depart. Moyuan and Razily watched as the two vanished, exchanging a knowing glance, and both broke into mischievous smiles. Subsequently, Moyuan and Razily also disappeared from the spot. Not far from the previous location, Goku and Vegeta arrived on a distant planet through instant transmission. After years of rigorous training, Goku had mastered the art of instant transmission to the extent that he could initiate it over short distances without relying on ki for pinpoint accuracy. After surveying the surroundings and ensuring no one was present, Goku began instructing Vegeta on the fusion dance. Unbeknownst to them, a spatial layer lurked not far ahead. Where Lazili held her phone, the camera trained on Goku and Vegeta. Indeed, she was live streaming. Of course, the audience consisted solely of Chi-Chi and Bulma. Bulma, observing Vegeta's awkward dance, found it utterly hilarious, laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Amidst her amusement, she began recording the moment, believing such joy should not be confined to a fleeting instant but rather preserved for posterity. Perhaps even as a cherished heirloom for future generations to admire Vegeta's valiant form. After several attempts, Vegeta was thoroughly embarrassed and quickly asserted that he had mastered the dance, urging Goku to commence the fusion. The two positioned themselves, mirroring each other's movements. In no time, the sequence was complete, and both were enveloped in a radiant blue light. Tada! Gogeta. Oh no, it was the plump version of Gogeta, affectionately dubbed Baekong, made a dazzling debut. It turned out that during the final step, Vegeta had mistakenly touched Goku's finger with his fist instead of extending his index finger, resulting in a fusion failure and the creation of Baekong. Hilarious. Lazili and Moyuan in the spatial layer were laughing so hard they were pounding the ground. Meanwhile, Bulma and Chi-Chi at home were also in fits of laughter, clutching their stomachs as they rolled on the sofa, not forgetting to capture screenshots to preserve their husbands' amusing moments for posterity. Baekong, clad in his rotund form, boisterously proclaimed, "Humph! Moyuan, watch how I utterly trample you this time. I will repay you for the humiliation you have inflicted upon me over the years. It was clear that this was Vegeta's bravado shining through. Chapter 104 was quite thrilling. The arrogant Beikong was entirely oblivious to the fact that his power had not only failed to increase, but was, in fact, weaker than before the fusion. With a combat power of merely 10 billion, perfectly illustrating the notion of 1 plus 1 being less than 1. Haha, Moyuan, your time is up. Beikong laughed heartily, pointing his finger to his forehead, preparing to use instant transmission to return. Witnessing this, Moyuan and Lazili swiftly vanished from their spot, returning to their original location ahead of him. Simultaneously, Lazili hastily placed her phone back in the spatial layer to continue the live stream. In the next moment, Beikong reappeared using instant transmission. Moyuan, if you beg for mercy now, perhaps I, Lord Gogeta, will consider going easy on you. As he landed, Beikong pointed at Moyuan, boasting loudly. He remained blissfully unaware that he had transformed into a failed, inferior version of himself. Who was this uncle? The sudden appearance of Beikong left Qinin, Tianlin, and Bu somewhat perplexed. Three individuals tilted their heads, racking their brains in vain to discern the identity of this person. He is, in fact, the fusion of your Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta, though a minor error occurred during the merging process. Lazili stepped aside to elucidate the matter for them. Oh, the three little ones suddenly comprehended. No wonder I sense the essences of Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta emanating from him. It turns out to be the case. Observed Beikong's short stature, unable to suppress a chuckle. Supporting his forehead, he lowered his head, stifling laughter to the point of trembling. However, Beikong interpreted its reaction as fear, believing he was intimidated by his overwhelming aura. Humph, are you afraid? That's only natural. After all, I am the mightiest warrior in the universe, Lord Vegeta. Beikong, with his protruding belly, proudly placed his hands on his hips and raised his chin. Haha. Ultimately, lacking professional training, could not contain his laughter any longer. What are you laughing at? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror first? Conjured a large mirror before Beikong. How dare you mock me, Lord Vegeta? Beikong glared at his overindulgent reflection, seething with indignation. With a single punch, he shattered the mirror. Even if you beg for mercy, I shall not spare you. Beikong, like an incredibly resilient meatball, bounced in the void a few times before charging at. Yet, his speed was such that could have leisurely lit a cigarette and taken a couple of puffs before he arrived. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Beikong's anger intensified. He swung his fist towards face. As the distance diminished, a triumphant smile appeared on Beikong's face. Slowly raised his arm. Just as Beikong's fist was mere centimeters from his face, his body abruptly halted, as if colliding with a wall. S large hand firmly pressed down on Beikong's head, highlighting the stark contrast in their arm lengths. That mere distance of centimeters felt like an insurmountable chasm, akin to the divide between heaven and earth. Smirked mischievously, Beikong, have you ever ridden a roller coaster? Huh. Before Beikong could react, S arm swiftly elongated. Like a roller coaster, S arm twisted and turned in the air, causing Beikong's stomach to churn. Finally, seized Beikong's head and forcefully hurled him, sending him crashing through several asteroids before violently plummeting into a planet. Possessing the genes of the Namekians, naturally had the ability to extend his arms. Mother, why is your face so flushed? Qinin inquired, puzzled by Lazili's unusually rosy complexion. It's nothing, just feeling a bit warm. Upon hearing this, Qinin grew even more confused. It doesn't seem warm at all. Rather, it feels slightly cold. Lazili felt a wave of heat wash over her. She had experienced technique a few times herself. How to describe the sensation? Quite exhilarating, indeed. In the livestream, Bulma and Chi-Chi frantically tagged Lazili. Bulma, lazily, my dear friend, why are you so flustered? Bulma, what causes your cheeks to flush? Care to elaborate? Chi-Chi, lazily, I share your curiosity. Lazily promptly activated her silence mode. These two little vixens, she thought to herself. Oh, that hurts. Beikong emerged from the enormous pit. His body marred with numerous wounds, his face a tapestry of bruises. Several of his teeth had been knocked out, rendering him a pitiable sight. How about it? Care for another round? A familiar voice echoed, causing Beikong's flesh to tremble uncontrollably. He looked up to find Yuan standing at the edge of the pit, a smile dancing on his lips. Humph, today I shall spare you, Lord Vegeta. But remember, do not act so arrogantly in my presence again, or I will show no mercy. Despite the trepidation churning within, Beikong would never yield. His resolve was as unyielding as diamond. With that, Beikong scurried away on his short legs, fleeing with a speed that surprisingly surpassed that of their earlier battle. Could it be that his instinct for survival had awakened some hidden potential? Yuan stroked his chin, intrigued by this development. Beikong concealed himself amidst a heap of rubble, cautiously glancing around like a thief. After ensuring that Yuan had not pursued him, he finally exhaled in relief. Despite his current appearance of grievous injury, the reality was that he was merely in slight discomfort. The wounds were minor. It could be said that although his combat power was a mere 10 billion post-fusion, his defensive capabilities had soared to an astounding 100 billion, significantly enhancing his resilience. How could this be? I, Lord Vegeta, cannot even best this Yuan? Beikong was perplexed, entirely unaware that his current state was a result of a failed transformation. After lingering for an additional 20 minutes, his fusion time finally expired. A brilliant light enveloped him, and he once again split into Goku and Vegeta. As soon as they separated, Vegeta seized Goku by the collar, seething. Kakarot, did you not assert that our combined strength would undoubtedly vanquish Yuan? What is happening now? Vegeta was on the brink of exasperation. Having performed such a humiliating act, only to achieve this lackluster result, he had been mocked by Yuan and had endured a senseless beating. Who could bear such indignity? Goku, splattered with saliva, offered an awkward grin, equally puzzled. He had followed the instructions of the Metamorans to the letter. So how could this have transpired? The two Metamorans who had taught him the fusion technique had experienced an exponential increase in power post-transformation. Vegeta, ponder this. Did you perhaps err in that last step? Vegeta retorted, exasperated. How could that be? I executed it precisely as you instructed. Goku rose to demonstrate once more. Vegeta, did you not mirror my actions exactly? Any slight deviation could result in a failed transformation. After Goku completed a demonstration, he inquired. Vegeta observed that Goku's final finger was extended, realizing that he himself had erred by not extending his own finger. Yet, as Prince Vegeta, could he possibly sacrifice his pride? There was no way he could admit to his blunder at such a moment. Indeed, I executed it precisely as you instructed, and I certainly did nothing wrong. Vegeta declared with unwavering conviction. However, the evasive glint in his eyes betrayed him to Goku. Aware of Vegeta's stubborn pride, Goku chose not to expose him. Vegeta, let us try once more. This time we shall surely succeed. Goku leaned against Vegeta, persistently urging him. Absolutely not. There is no way I will repeat that action. Vegeta turned away, preferring not to witness the situation. Please, just one more time. Let us try again. All right, Vegeta? Goku clasped his hands together, pleading earnestly. Wherever Vegeta turned, Goku followed. Do not even think about it, Kakarot. I will categorically refuse to perform that action once more. Oh, Vegeta, consider this. We have already created so much amusement today. Now, we have an opportunity to retaliate against Moya. If we fail to fuse, today will be a tremendous loss. Vegeta huffed, but his gaze began to waver. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed his ultimate tactic. Vegeta, think about it. When you return home, how will you face Bulma? Do you truly not wish to deliver a beating to Moya? Goku's words were like a devil's whisper, deeply tempting Vegeta. Vegeta lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Goku's reasoning was compelling. To concede now would render him a mere jester in a circus, nothing more than a source of laughter. Most importantly, if Bulma adorned their home with those photographs, they would indeed become the jokers of the deck. Just this once, it shall be the last time. I assure you, I will never fuse with you again. The greatest lie of the century. Vegeta raised a finger, a look of shame on his face. Very well, very well. The last time. This time, let us teach Moya a proper lesson, Goku replied, irate. Now let us commence. Once more, Goku and Vegeta assumed the pose for the Metamoran fusion technique. After a series of comical steps, their fingers finally touched. In an instant, a terrifying aura began to emanate. A colossal beam of light shot skyward, illuminating the entire star domain. This energy manifested into a formidable cosmic storm. Moya reinforced his protective barrier, managing to shield against the tempest. Asin and Jebet cowered behind Buu, trembling in fear. This power is truly terrifying. Indeed, Lord Kaioshin. Had there been such a formidable being in the universe at that time, the other Kaioshins would not have fallen, Jebet lamented. Moya narrowed his eyes, his body slightly quaking, not from fear, but from exhilaration. After all these years, aside from the formidable Silver Shalu encountered 7 years ago, He had not faced a rival of equal strength since. Although he was aware that many beings across the universe surpassed him in power, most of those he knew were warriors from other realms. As for the seventh universe, there were indeed many powerful entities. However, given his current combat prowess, encountering them would likely lead to his demise. In the case of Gogeta, the most he would endure would be a sound thrashing. The Moyuan fusion technique, akin to fusion via earrings, results in a multiplication of their combined strengths. Yet, if one were to ascertain which method yields greater power, the earring fusion of Vegeta would undoubtedly prevail. This is because the Moyuan fusion requires the synchronization of their energies prior to merging. Presently, Gogeta adjusted his power levels to a staggering 10 billion during the fusion of Vegeta and Goku, culminating in a combat strength of 10 billion squared, amounting to a staggering 1 quintillion. Conversely, when utilizing the earrings, they directly multiply their maximum strengths, which translates to 12 billion times 20 billion, equating to 24 quintillion. If both warriors possessed equal peak strengths, then there would be little distinction between the two fusion methods. Suddenly, Moyuan's excitement surged as he gazed into the distance. In the next moment, a man clad in a Moyuan battle vest soared towards him. He bore the physical traits of Goku and Vegeta, with his muscular physique prominently displayed. His hair, though spiked high, remained black, indicating that he had yet to transform, merely existing in his base form. Watching the live broadcast, Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh no, it was an exhilarating sensation. The two men she adored most had combined into one. Was this not her dream lover? Gogeta's visage, regardless of the angle, profoundly captivated Bulma's heart. As for Chi-Chi, though reluctant to admit it, she too found herself enchanted. Lazuli watched Moyuan with a hint of concern. The power radiating from Gogeta was overwhelmingly potent, nearly 100 million times greater than Moyuan's. The disparity in combat strength was so vast that the outcome was evident without the need for confrontation. Lazuli discreetly severed her phone signal. While they were good friends, there was no need to subject her to the sight of her husband being bested. Should they inquire, she would simply explain that Gogeta's immense power disrupted the space, preventing her from maintaining the signal. Yes, that would suffice. Moyuan pinched Lazuli's nose reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, while I may not be able to defeat him, I am not so weak. Today, Lord Gogeta will teach you a lesson." Gogeta declared, his stance exuding arrogance. Moyuan's spirit reignited, enveloped in swirling black lightning as he ascended into his Super Saiyan 3 form. However, under Gogeta's overwhelming presence, his aura felt like a fragile vessel adrift in the vast ocean, utterly insignificant and powerless. "Come forth, Vegeta. I yearn to witness the extent of your current might." Under the oppressive aura of Vegeta, Moyuan felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. His spirit ignited with determination as he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. Chapter 106. Vegeta's Fury. Moyuan declared, "Today, I shall avenge my past humiliations and repay all the indignities I have endured." Vegeta's fingers gradually coalesced into a fist, his aura crashing against Moyuan like tumultuous waves. Moyuan steeled himself, activating his perception to its zenith. This confrontation would undoubtedly be the most arduous battle he had faced since arriving in this realm. In stark contrast to Moyuan's intensity, Vegeta appeared remarkably at ease, seemingly relishing the overwhelming sensation he once inflicted upon Moyuan in their previous encounters. The allure of such formidable power was intoxicating. "Vegeta, let us commence. Your time is limited." "Ah, since you are so eager for punishment, I shall oblige," Vegeta replied, refraining from immediate action as he retrieved a mobile phone and activated its recording feature. "I intend to capture every moment of your thrashing for my future enjoyment." Ha ha ha. With the phone positioned, Vegeta sprang into action. To the naked eye, his movements were nearly imperceptible. However, within the realm of heightened perception, Moyuan could discern every nuance. Just as Vegeta was about to strike, Moyuan adeptly transformed his form into spatial particles, narrowly evading the blow. You actually dodged?" Vegeta expressed surprise. Although he had not exerted his full might, he had unleashed 30% of his speed. Logically, given the vast disparity between their strengths, such a dodge should have been impossible. Intriguing. Vegeta smirked, relishing the challenge, and renewed his assault. Moyuan remained entirely focused, meticulously observing Vegeta's every subtle movement, preemptively evading before the attacks could find their mark. As the skirmish progressed, not only did Vegeta fail to land a single blow on Moyuan, but he found himself on the receiving end of several counterattacks. Although Moyuan's strikes felt akin to mere tickles, they nonetheless bruised Vegeta's pride. Huh, Vegeta roared, his energy surging to new heights. This time, he unleashed half of his power. In an instant, Vegeta's legs swept toward Moyuan, a tremendous force propelling him through a planet. So swift, Moyuan stood suspended in the void, one arm hanging limply at his side. Even though he could still perceive Vegeta's actions, the increase in speed had rendered him unable to react in time. In a moment of desperation, he barely managed to raise his arm in defense. At that juncture, Vegeta's strike had shattered Moyuan's arm, reducing the bones to dust. Yet, such an injury was inconsequential to Moyuan. His internal willpower surged, restoring his arm to its former state in an instant. Damn it, Vegeta exclaimed, brandishing his phone, only to find that he had captured nothing. As they engaged in battle, their speed was so astonishing that the phone could scarcely capture any meaningful footage. Initially intending to record the moment when Moyuan was wounded, he found that by the time he arrived, Moyuan's injuries had already healed. With his speed further amplified, Vegeta wielded his phone in one hand while unleashing punches with the other. Despite his increased velocity, his strength remained unaltered, as he feared inadvertently delivering a fatal blow to Moyuan. To Moyuan, Vegeta's speed now bore little distinction from instantaneous movement. Unable to keep pace with Vegeta's swiftness, Moyuan decided to close his eyes, relying solely on instinct for combat. The two fighters moved so rapidly that their forms became nearly invisible, as if they were battling in an alternate dimension. Nonetheless, the shockwaves from their confrontation caused the surrounding planets to gradually disintegrate into nothingness. The disparity in speed left Moyuan perpetually on the receiving end of the blows. However, the force Vegeta unleashed remained within Moyuan's threshold for endurance. Each time he sustained an injury, his innate willpower would automatically mend the wounds. After several minutes of combat, aside from his tattered clothing, he bore no injuries. In contrast, Vegeta found himself increasingly frustrated. Every time he aimed to capture Moyuan's wounded state, the injuries would vanish before he could record them, leading him to inadvertently crush his phone in exasperation. With his device rendered inoperative, Vegeta unleashed a more ferocious assault, his hands unshackled. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Moyuan began to discern Vegeta's combat patterns. Initially relegated to a position of passive defense, he gradually learned to anticipate and evade a few strikes. Closing his eyes, he recognized that vision offered little advantage in this fray and could even lead to misjudgments. By sensing Vegeta's aura and predicting his movements based on established habits, Moyuan managed to evade more attacks, occasionally countering in return. Gradually, he emptied his mind, entering a profound state of consciousness. In this trance-like condition, he launched himself at Vegeta with full force, advancing in a direct line without any intention of dodging. Yet, each time Vegeta sought to land a blow, Moyuan's body executed astonishing maneuvers to evade the strike. Unbeknownst to him, a faint silver luminescence began to suffuse the blue energy coursing through his veins. What could this mean? Moyuan's enigmatic state left Vegeta in a state of profound discomfort. Each of Vegeta's strikes was evaded in ways that defied comprehension, with Moyuan managing to counterattack even as his blows failed to breach Vegeta's defenses, causing no pain whatsoever. Yet, the sensation of being outmaneuvered left Vegeta feeling utterly humiliated. Most troubling was the realization that even at his maximum speed, he still could not land a single hit on Moyuan. Impossible. How could I, the great Vegeta, ever be bested by him? I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. Infuriated, Vegeta felt his fury clouding his judgment. With a resounding crack, a golden aura erupted from his body, entwined with blue arcs of electricity. Vegeta's presence surged once more, and in his Super Saiyan 2 form, his battle power reached an astounding 100 quintillion. The ferocious energy propelled Moyuan backwards, leaving him unable to evade such an all-encompassing attack. The force of the blow jolted Moyuan awake, pulling him from a mysterious state of being. Uncertain of what had just transpired, he was met with the sight of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta charging towards him. Hey, Vegeta, are you trying to kill me? Fortunately, they had been at a distance, allowing Moyuan to instantaneously teleport away. In his fury, Vegeta paid no heed to Moyuan's words. He momentarily faltered, vanishing from sight. A chill of danger surged through Yuan's body. The atmosphere thickened with a suffocating aura of death. Attempting to teleport to safety, Yuan discovered he was unable to do so, for the space around him had been sealed off by Vegeta. It felt as though he was ensnared within a vast prison, thoroughly confined. Chapter 107. The Ultimate Technique of Freedom? With a menacing aura, Vegeta reappeared, clutching a blue energy sphere in his hand. The size of a fist, the energy orb exuded a scent of impending demise. I cannot let this hit me. Instinct screamed at Yuan that being struck by this attack would undoubtedly result in his demise. There was no alternative. However, Vegeta's speed in this form was far too rapid for him to evade. Furthermore, Vegeta's demeanor seemed unhinged, reminiscent of Goku's berserker state, entirely out of control. Just as Yuan braced for the worst, an unexpected light radiated from Vegeta. The energy sphere vanished, and astonishingly, he split into two individuals. Time was up. With a sigh of relief, Yuan experienced a profound sense of gratitude for having survived. Thankfully, the time for their fusion had arrived, otherwise, he would have faced a trip to the underworld, albeit with the possibility of resurrection. Yet, who would willingly embrace death if it could be avoided? It would be terribly painful, after all. Wait, has the time passed so quickly? After Goku and Vegeta separated, they appeared somewhat reluctant. Yuan, bewildered by their remarks, looked at them in disbelief. Was that fast? If it had been delayed by just one more second, I would have been killed by you both. What? Goku exclaimed, astonished. Yuan, are you jesting? We fought for so long, and we didn't even touch you once, yet you say we were going to kill you? Yuan, perplexed, rubbed his ears, questioning his own perceptions. You mean to tell me I dodged all of Vegeta's attacks just now? His expression conveyed disbelief. In his recollection, he had barely managed to evade a few of Vegeta's strikes, with most of the time spent enduring blows, nearly falling to the wrath of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Indeed, both Goku and Vegeta nodded earnestly. You were truly remarkable just now. We all pushed our speed to the utmost, yet we still could not land a hit on you, while you managed to strike us multiple times. Yuan, are you jesting with me? Wait a moment. Do you all recall that Vegeta almost killed me when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2? Goku and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. With no recollection of what Yuan had just mentioned, Goku pondered for a moment and remarked, I remember we were unable to hit you, which made us quite angry. And then it was time for the fusion. Vegeta nodded in agreement. The three of them exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy discussion lasting several minutes, they finally unraveled the sequence of events. In essence, all three had lost a segment of their memories. Yuan had entered a mystical state, completely vacating his mind, rendering him oblivious to the happenings at that time. Goku and Vegeta, on the other hand, lost their memories due to Vegeta's inability to control the power of Super Saiyan 2, which led to a rampage. Yuan, how did you manage that? You evaded Vegeta's attacks at such astonishing speed. It was incredible. Goku exclaimed, his eyes shining with curiosity about Yuan's earlier state. Yuan shook his head, stating, I am uncertain how it occurred. If what Goku says is true, I suspect I inadvertently utilized the Ultra Instinct. However, he had never trained in Ultra Instinct. So how could that be possible? Yuan opened his mind's eye to examine his body and was astonished to discover that his power had doubled, with his base combat strength surging from 100 billion to 200 billion. Furthermore, the intensity of his ki had escalated from 15 times to 20 times its original strength. While an increase in combat power could be understood given the high-intensity battle he had just experienced, the enhancement in ki was different. Such an increase could only occur if he absorbed a new, advanced energy. Yuan meticulously inspected his bloodline and ultimately noticed an anomaly. The once blue energy now bore a hint of silver. This silver hue reminded him of Goku in the state of Ultra Instinct, where Goku's hair transformed to silver. Could it be that ki could evolve into the energy of Ultra Instinct, akin to the divine power generated upon completing the mastery of godly techniques? Yuan was perplexed, yet this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Additionally, Goku had comprehended Ultra Instinct under the stimulus of the Spirit Bomb. Perhaps the immense pressure he faced during the battle with Vegeta had awakened a portion of Ultra Instinct within his ki. Regardless, this development was undoubtedly beneficial for Yuan. Lotzi Li gazed anxiously in the direction of the battle between Yuan and Vegeta, feeling overwhelmed by Vegeta's terrifying and violent aura. evoking a sense of impending doom akin to the end of the world. It seemed as though the entire universe was on the brink of annihilation. Asen and Jebet, these two deities, had yet to recover, cowering behind Bu, clutching his cape and trembling. Although they were aware that Goku would never harm Moyuan, Lazili could not quell her anxiety. The tumult of battle had subsided for over 10 minutes, yet Moyuan and his companions had not returned. Lazili felt increasingly restless. "Stay here and wait for me. I shall investigate the situation," she instructed Chinin and the others before setting off to the battlefield. "Darling, I'm back." Just as Lazili was about to depart, Moyuan returned. "Husband." Lazili, like a bird returning to its nest, flung herself into Moyuan's embrace. "Are you unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries?" Her delicate hands began to explore his body, meticulously assessing his condition. Moyuan grasped Lazili's wandering hands and softly reassured her, "Rest easy. My love, I am perfectly fine and unscathed." "Is that truly the case? Do not deceive me. Your earlier commotion frightened me terribly." Recalling the overwhelming aura from moments before, Lazili felt a lingering trepidation. Her small hands, unable to resist, resumed their exploration of Moyuan's form. "I would never deceive you, my dear wife. However, should you continue your probing, it might lead to unforeseen complications." What? Confusion filled Lazili's mind. Moyuan leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "If you wish to conduct a thorough examination, let us wait until we return home. This setting is not appropriate." "Ah, what are you saying?" Lazili's face flushed crimson, her ears burning as if ablaze. "Ha ha ha, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us return home." Chapter 108, Planet Wampa, Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha Wave. Swish. Two colossal energy waves surged forth, one from the left and one from the right, converging upon Moyuan. Vegeta and Goku had expended every ounce of their strength, their muscles bulging and veins protruding. The energy waves, broader than a human, surpassed the speed of light. Moyuan remained unfazed, casually waving his arm as the two energy blasts curved dramatically in front of him, redirecting towards Goku and Vegeta. "Futile. You might as well fuse together." Moyuan urged them once more to merge. During this time, he had been investigating the sliver of silver energy within the primordial essence, yet had found no leads. Thus, he hoped that under the stimulation of Gogeta's formidable power, Goku and Vegeta might once again experience a state akin to the Ultra Instinct. "Impossible. I shall never fuse with Kakarot again. Do not even entertain the thought." Vegeta's resolve was unwavering. During this period, he had suffered considerable humiliation at the hands of Bulma's barrage of memes. For instance, when Bulma inexplicably grew angry, she would send him a meme of Goku with the caption "You wait," accompanied by gifs of their fusion, replete with phrases such as "Am I beautiful?" The elegant little swan transforms into a handsome warrior, and now Bulma's phone is inundated with countless emojis of him and Goku. Even the wallpaper is adorned with their images. This has incited such frustration in him that he feels compelled to flee from home. Goku, however, harbors no objections to the fusion. Though he too has been turned into an emoji by Chi-Chi, his thick skin allows him to occasionally use his own emojis with a sense of pride. Yet, the quality of Goku's emojis pales in comparison to Vegeta's, a fact evidenced by their frequency of usage. Seeing Vegeta's reluctance, directed his gaze towards his brother-in-law, Lapis, but was met with immediate resistance. Lapis preemptively spoke up before could utter a word, then turned his attention to Gohan. "Uncle, I don't think my fusion with Dad feels quite right. It is understandable, as a father-son fusion contradicts ethical norms." Ultimately, as focus shifted back to Goku, Vegeta, and Lapis. "Don't you wish to give me a good beating? Surely you must feel that way." In truth, they indeed harbored such desires, having endured torment for several years. Who wouldn't want to claim their place as the master? Yet, upon recollecting that humiliating movement and Vegeta's myriad of emojis, they reconsidered. After all, while one may die, one must not suffer social death. Don't waste your efforts. Even if I, Vegeta, were to be killed by you, I would leap from here into that abyss, he declared, pointing towards a nearby black hole, and I would never fuse again. Regarded Vegeta with disdain. Were it not for his familiarity with Dragon Ball, he might have been swayed by Vegeta's bluster. Nevertheless, it seemed that persuading them to fuse at this juncture was an impossibility. With this understanding, lost interest in training. Given his current strength, the benefits of such training were negligible. It would be far more enjoyable to return home, lie back, and watch television. You all may continue your training. I shall take my leave, he stated before instantly teleporting home. Upon arrival, he found the house empty. The two children had taken Bu out to play, while Lazuli had gone shopping with her friends. Switched on the television, retrieved a plethora of snacks, and opened a large bottle of soda. Then, he leapt onto the soft couch, sinking into its embrace. This was bliss, snacking and watching television. Life could not be more perfect. Suddenly, in the midst of his enjoyment, S. brow furrowed. That avatar he had created years ago to assist Sorbet had been dispersed. Although time had passed, that avatar still possessed immense power, at least in the tens of billions. Upon examining the information transmitted from the avatar, he noted the mention of Planet Vampa and Broly. Wait, Broly sprang to his feet, invigorated by the realization. How could he have forgotten this individual? If anyone currently matched him in strength, it would undoubtedly be Broly. With this thought igniting his excitement, a cacophony erupted as countless green beams cascaded from the sky, bombarding the ground like a celestial flower shower. Each explosion birthing small mushroom clouds. Sorbet cowered behind a rock, gripping his handgun tightly, trembling in fear. He truly regrets coming to this wretched place. Was it not better to remain at headquarters? Now, the King's avatar has been vanquished, and his entourage has also fallen to that monstrous creature just a few days prior. They had a spaceship that went missing here. When his subordinates reported this, the King's avatar happened to overhear. Upon hearing the name of Wampa Star, the avatar expressed great interest and decided to come in person. With the King's avatar present, how could he, as the top subordinate, refrain from following? Thus, Solb accompanied the expedition to this planet. Little did they anticipate that their spaceship would be attacked before even descending. Even the King's avatar was effortlessly annihilated by that creature. Though he possesses a universal capsule for storing the spaceship, he dares not utilize it. Should he attempt to escape by spaceship now, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of that monster. In the skies above Wampa, a muscular man towering over 2 meters emits a green aura. He raises one hand high, cradling a green energy sphere. Countless green beams shoot forth from the sphere, striking the fields of Wampa Star, contributing to the cultivation of its farmland. Then, he opens his mouth, and green energy coalesces within. A massive green beam erupts from his mouth, slicing through the land below like a laser blade. Where the beam passes, the earth quakes, and the ground churns like boiling water. It's over. I'm doomed. Solb gazes in despair as the green beam approaches ever closer. He finds himself with no path of escape. Closing his eyes in resignation, he braces for the inevitable arrival of his fate. Suddenly, he feels a lightness in his body and then falls onto a soft patch of grass. Am I dead? It seems that death is not painful at all. So, am I in heaven now? Solb, what is the current situation? Is that the king's voice? Could it be that the king has also perished? Solb opens his eyes to see the towering figure of Moyuan before him. Cautiously, he asks, Your Majesty, how could you also be dead? Was it not your avatar that perished? Moyuan replies, What nonsense are you thinking? I am very much alive. And you are not dead either. I'm not dead. I truly am alive. Solb, in disbelief, touches his body. No pain, no wounds. He is full of vitality. The relief of having escaped a calamity fills him with joy. Hot tears well up in his eyes. Wah, Your Majesty, I thought I would never see you again. That I would never be able to serve you again. Solb clings to Moyuan's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 109. Broly enough, stop crying. Moyuan attempts to extricate his foot, only to find Solb's grip surprisingly tight. Your Majesty, you have no idea. Solb continues to ramble. Silence. Moyuan commands sharply. Startled, Solb immediately releases Moyuan's leg and stands upright, as if at attention. Very well, explain what transpired. Received information through his doppelganger that upon their arrival at this location, the spaceship was assaulted by Broly even before it could touch down. He remained oblivious to whether the previously lost spaceship in this vicinity had encountered Broly. However, a recent scan of planet Wampa revealed that Broly's father, Paragus, had already met his demise. This likely served as the catalyst for Broly's ensuing fury. The circumstances surrounding Paragus's death, however, remain shrouded in mystery, though it is plausible that it is connected to the earlier disappearance of the spaceship. The king had previously been informed that the lost spaceship was on a mission to pursue a band of cosmic pirates, but after sending out a distress signal, it vanished without a trace. The exact events that transpired remain unclear. As one of the most formidable forces in the galaxy, the Celestial Empire, having collected protection fees, naturally has the responsibility to safeguard the interests of its subordinate factions. Combating cosmic pirates is a perfectly reasonable endeavor. Given that Sobel was equally uninformed about the situation, decided to teleport him back without further ado. After sending Sobel away, turned his gaze towards Broly. His body was already brimming with latent energy. It appeared that Broly was in a state akin to that of a humanoid great ape, although his tail had been severed by Paragus, preventing him from transforming into a full great ape. In moments of rage, he would assume this form, which also caused him to lose his sanity. The precise augmentation of his power remained uncertain and could only be discerned through combat. With a swift motion, executed an instant teleportation. Broly, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another figure, momentarily paused, but without uttering a word, he thrust the energy sphere in his hand towards. Well, aren't we jumping straight into battle? Quipped, wishing for at least a brief exchange. As he spoke, he extended his hand and effortlessly crushed the energy sphere Broly held. Broly, thwarted in his attack, erupted in fury. His muscles bulged, and his aura surged violently. His golden eyes glinted with a desire to obliterate all in his path. The size of Broly's fists could be likened to that of a large cooking pot, and as they hurtled towards, they radiated a ferocious energy. In this state, Broly's combat prowess had escalated to nearly the same level as regular strength, reaching approximately 20 billion. Yet, S aura was undeniably more formidable. Evading Broly's fist by tilting his head, felt the fierce wind generated by the punch graze his cheek. Seizing Broly's wrist as he swung, pulled him off balance. Broly staggered midair, only to be met with a powerful palm strike from, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a gaping crater several meters deep. The intense pain ignited Broly's ferocity. With a primal roar, his aura escalated further. He surged upward like a sprouting seedling, radiating an overwhelming brutality. A green energy manifested in his hands, and a barrage of miniature energy blasts erupted forth like a machine gun, relentlessly targeting. In the air, deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught, while rapidly closing the distance to Broly. Meanwhile, his hand was enveloped in a swirling purple energy. Have you ever witnessed a palm strike descending from the heavens? A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Below, Broly was utterly oblivious to his words, merely roaring in fury. Proclaimed, executing a downward strike, releasing the energy from his hand. It surged rapidly toward Broly below. The purple hand expanded in the air, growing larger and larger. In an instant, it swelled from the size of a palm to several hundred meters. The energy blasts launched by Broly disintegrated upon contact with this colossal hand, dissolving into nothingness. The immense palm descended with an overwhelming force, though it appeared to move slowly. It struck Broly in a mere heartbeat. Broly found himself unable to evade. He braced against the giant palm with both hands, attempting to push it away. Yet, how could its power be so easily resisted? The moment Broly made contact, he was instantly overwhelmed, sent crashing back into the ground by the giant hand. Boom! A massive imprint, 100 meters deep, was left indented in the earth. At the center of the imprint lay Broly, seemingly gravely injured, motionless. Has he fallen so quickly? It seemed impossible. Was taken aback. Yet, before long, Broly rose once more. Like a wounded beast, Broly roared in fury. Green energy erupted from within him like a fountain, forming a colossal beam of light. This green pillar shot skyward, a terrifying force disrupting the air as if a storm had arrived. A green energy shield rapidly expanded outward from Broly's center. As it passed, the ground shattered inch by inch, and even the mightiest mountains were flattened in an instant. The world transformed before their eyes. After a brief moment, the energy gradually dissipated, revealing Broly's massive and robust form. His hair had turned golden and stood erect, his physique expanding once again. Standing beside him, at a height of nearly 2 meters, appeared dwarfed. In the original narrative, this form of Broly could overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. However, it seemed that such exaggeration was not yet evident here. Roar! Broly's eyes were devoid of pupils, exuding a feral and menacing aura. His pupilless gaze locked onto. With legs bent, he thrust downward. Boom! The ground caved in again, creating a small crater under Broly's forceful leap. In an instant, Broly vanished from sight. A fierce gust of wind rushed forth as maneuvered in midair, narrowly evading the onslaught. In the same motion, he executed a flip, delivering a kick to Broly's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, Yet Broly remained unmoved. This situation was dire. S pupils constricted to pinpricks. He watched as Broly extended a massive hand, grasping his ankle. With a powerful swing, was hurled like a laser into the mountains. Driven by immense force, he burrowed through the earth like a drill. Broly stomped forcefully in midair. Boom! An explosive sound erupted, and an invisible shockwave rippled through the air. Broly's body suddenly surged forward. After several bursts of acceleration, he caught up with Moyuan. In his massive hand, a green energy sphere radiated a menacing glow. With his palm directed at Moyuan, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Broly's lips. A tremendous green energy wave erupted from the center of the mountains, and under the onslaught of this energy wave, the hundreds of kilometers of mountain range were obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 110. The Legendary Super Saiyan Ah. Countless green energy blasts erupted wildly from Broly's mouth. These blasts fell mercilessly upon the planet Wampa, each one carving a massive crater into its surface. With no target to engage, Broly unleashed his energy upon Wampa, resembling a frenzied beast intent on annihilating everything in his sight. Hey, Broly, our battle isn't over yet. Broly turned to see a familiar figure re-emerging. However, this individual had undergone a slight transformation. A purple-gold aura enveloped him, his hair stood erect, and his golden eyes brimmed with an overwhelming dominance. Just as Broly's energy wave was about to strike him, he deftly evaded it using instant transmission. After all, Moyuan was no masochist. Why would he allow himself to be hit when he could dodge? Roar! Broly paid no heed to such considerations. His singular thought was to kill. In an instant, he closed the distance to Moyuan. His massive fist aimed directly at Moyuan's abdomen. Bang! Moyuan swiftly countered with his own fist, the two striking together in a clash of titans, neither willing to yield. Compared to Broly's fist, Moyuan seemed as diminutive as a child's. A hint of surprise flickered across Moyuan's face as he sensed Broly's current combat power, 32 million. With a power level of 32 million in his Super Saiyan form, how formidable would he be in his legendary transformation? It is worth noting that Moyuan's own Super Saiyan power was merely 20 million, achieved only through a 100-fold increase from his standard combat power of 200 billion. Yet, Broly's Super Saiyan form could reach 32 million? What staggering figure must his base power be? Or how immense was the amplification from his transformation? Nevertheless, Moyuan regarded the mere 32 million with disdain. Calculating the additional 20-fold enhancement of his own energy, his true combat power soared to an astounding 400 million. A confident smile danced upon Moyuan's lips as he summoned strength anew. His fist, half the size of Broly's, effortlessly pushed Broly aside. After overpowering Broly, Moyuan advanced, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's abdomen. Gah! The tremendous force caused Broly to curl up like a shrimp, a bitter liquid spewing from his mouth. Moyuan, seizing the advantage, unleashed a relentless barrage of fists and kicks upon Broly. The absolute disparity in power left Broly utterly defenseless, his form twisting and contorting in the air as he continued to expel bitter fluid. Even as he was being beaten, Broly's strength continued to surge. As his strength surged to 80 trillion, he ceased to ascend further. Is this the limit of your form? Moyuan refrained from dispatching him in one fell swoop, intending instead to elicit Broly's full power. Even in his Super Saiyan form, one could attain a battle power of 80 trillion. To be frank, this is already quite terrifying. It suggests that Broly possesses either an extraordinarily high base power or a tremendous amplification from his transformations. Nonetheless, to compel Broly to reveal his Super Saiyan transformation, Moyuan resolved to escalate the confrontation. Invisibly fierce energy surged forth from Moyuan's hand, penetrating Broly's body. The force wreaked havoc within him before erupting from his back, shattering the mountains and rivers behind him into ruins. Coughing violently, crimson blood spewed from Broly's mouth, his insides having sustained considerable damage from Moyuan's assault. The metallic taste of blood ignited the ferocity within Broly. A green aura reignited, and a familiar beam of light ascended once more, this time larger and more potent than before. A radiant green energy enveloped him, emanating a menacing aura. Broly's golden hair gradually morphed into a grass-green hue. His muscles rippling as his height increased once more. He now stood at an estimated 3 meters tall, his robust frame nearly double that of Moyuan's. His eyes, devoid of pupils, fixated intensely upon Moyuan, who suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primal beast. Yet, a peculiarity lingered. Broly's aura had not intensified. Merely the ferocity had heightened. Could it be? Moyuan activated his mind's eye to skin Broly. It became clear that this was the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Moyuan began to grasp the true nature of this transformation. In essence, it was a manifestation of innate divine power, a genuine embodiment of such. Broly's lineage harbored a superior energy, and his hair had now turned grass green due to its utilization. This energy would not directly augment his battle power, but would instead enhance the intensity of his aura, perhaps due to its innate nature. Broly did not need to infuse this energy into his own aura like others. It would automatically bolster his power when he called upon it. The extent of this enhancement remained to be discovered through experience. With a thunderous explosion, the green energy shield shattered, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Moyuan remained steadfast in the air, completely unfazed by the overwhelming force. Broly, having completed his transformation, opened his eyes wide and vanished from sight. So swift. Moyuan's heart tightened as he failed to discern Broly's movement. Suddenly, Broly reappeared behind him, delivering a merciless blow with a fist the size of a cauldron against Moyuan's back. The impact left Moyuan feeling as though his spine might shatter. This force was nearly twice his own. Thus, it could be said that Broly's battle power in this form had reached an astonishing 800 trillion. As Moyuan channeled his willpower to mend the pain coursing through his back, he silently contemplated Broly's formidable strength. He allowed his body to be hurled away, relinquishing any intention of controlling his movements. However, Broly was unrelenting. With a powerful thrust of his legs in midair, he swiftly closed the distance between them. Clasping a green energy sphere in each hand, Broly approached Moyuan and unleashed them with a forceful flick. The two energy orbs struck Moyuan in succession, causing an instantaneous explosion. A massive fireball, shrouded in thick smoke, erupted into the sky. Broly gathered energy once more, unleashing a barrage of green energy blasts upon the fireball. The deafening sound of explosions resonated continuously. The enormous fireball expanded further under Broly's relentless assault. With both hands directed at the swelling inferno, Broly unleashed two colossal waves of green energy. These waves converged in midair, merging into an even larger energy wave that completely engulfed the expanding fireball. In an instant, the entire realm was bathed in a verdant hue. The shockwave from the energy wave obliterated everything in its path, even causing distant stars to vanish without a trace under its overwhelming force. Chapter 111. The abduction of Broly. Gradually, the energy wave in Broly's hands diminished. The once massive fireball had dwindled to a mere plume of thick smoke. Beyond the smoke, a vast chasm appeared on the surface of Wampa Star, resembling a split through the planet. With a triumphant roar, Broly tilted his head back, as if celebrating the demise of a formidable foe. Although he was devoid of consciousness, he harbored no doubt that Moyuan could not possibly survive his full-throttle assault. A faint crackle of electricity reached Broly's ears, prompting him to cease his roar and gaze towards the smoke. A gentle breeze began to disperse the haze, revealing a familiar silhouette once more. Broly felt a surge of frustration. How could this individual persist in evading finality? In his memory, he had already vanquished Moyuan 3 times, including his clones. Yet this tenacious figure always re-emerged, seemingly rejuvenated with even greater strength. Moyuan's purple-golden aura solidified, with black arcs of electricity dancing around him. At the very moment when Broly's energy blasts were about to strike, Moyuan activated his Super Saiyan 2 form. The 500-fold increase propelled his combat prowess to an astonishing 100 trillion, with an actual fighting capability soaring to 2,000 trillion. Broly's attacks felt like mere tickles against his defenses, utterly incapable of breaching them. With a slight smirk, Moyuan regarded Broly. Now it is my turn. This time, he was resolved to hold nothing back. Broly's combat power had likely reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. Now, what he must do is to render Broly unconscious or incapacitate him to the point where he can no longer maintain this state and regain his senses. With a roar, Broly once again descended into a frenzy, completely oblivious to the aura emanating from Moyuan, which was more than twice as powerful as his own. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, Broly's massive form lunged forward. Moyuan sank his body down, evading Broly's bare hug. and delivered a simple yet powerful punch that struck him in the abdomen. The force propelled Broly into the air. As Moyuan watched Broly ascend, a faint smile graced his lips, and he utilized instant transmission to vanish from his position. In the next moment, he reappeared above Broly. His robust tail lashed out like a colossal whip, striking Broly's back with tremendous force. Thwack, 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 thwack. Moyuan began to hone his tail skills. Broly, akin to a gigantic beach ball, was sent soaring through the air by Moyuan's strikes. Within less than a minute, Broly's body was covered in crimson marks. His cheeks flushed a deep red. Roaring in the air, Broly attempted to retaliate, but alas, Moyuan's speed was simply too swift. He couldn't even land a single blow. An immense amount of energy gathered as Broly floated in the air. Just as he prepared to unleash the energy in his mouth, Moyuan suddenly appeared, his sturdy tail delivering a fierce slap across Broly's mouth, giving him a resounding backhand. Boom! Green energy erupted from Broly's mouth, momentarily stunning him. You can hold your breath. And if you can't swallow, I shall assist you, Moyuan remarked coolly, observing the smoke billowing from Broly's mouth. How could Broly possibly swallow his pride? Energy coalesced around his body, enveloping him in a vibrant green hue that exuded vitality. With a roar, countless green beams radiated from him, transforming him into a veritable green sun, illuminating the entire world. A chaotic barrage of green rays shot forth indiscriminately, wreaking havoc. Undeterred, Moyuan charged forward, directly confronting the green light. The innumerable beams struck Moyuan, but they fell upon him like raindrops upon the ocean, causing no harm whatsoever. In a swift motion, Moyuan appeared behind Broly, extending his palm to deliver a resounding slap to the back of Broly's head. The crisp sound indicated that Broly's head was not particularly damaged, perhaps just a tad vacant. Moyuan seized Broly's hair and pressed him down into the ground. Broly's face scraped against the earth like a plow, as Moyuan relentlessly rubbed him into the soil. The entire world fell into a hushed silence. For Broly could no longer vocalize his rage. Every time he opened his mouth, dirt filled it to the brim. Suddenly, Broly's hands grasped Moyuan's, attempting to fling him away. In Broly's massive grip, Moyuan's arms felt like mere twigs. Yet, despite his attempts, Broly could not budge him. With a deft maneuver, Moyuan flipped and landed atop Broly's back, gliding swiftly as if on a skateboard. Occasionally, he would lift Broly's head to allow him a gasp of air. However, every time allowed Broly to catch his breath, he would open his mouth wide and start to shout. Thus, just as Broly was about to unleash a loud cry, once again pressed him down to the ground. After ingesting a mouthful of dirt, finally managed to cure Broly of his troublesome habit of yelling. At some point, Broly had already lost consciousness, and his hair had reverted to its original black color. Hurriedly stepped on Broly's rear to halt him. With a screech, the sheer inertia caused Broly to slide several meters before coming to a stop. It must be said that Broly's physical resilience was quite remarkable. Despite sliding for such a distance, his body bore no wounds, save for a minor tear in his clothing and some dirt in his nose, mouth, and ears. Delivered a firm slap to Broly's abdomen, instantly expelling the dirt lodged within him. Subsequently, he administered some healing to Broly. In no time, the injuries inside Broly were fully healed. Who are you? Not long after, Broly groggily awoke and, upon seeing the unfamiliar figure beside him, inquired, I am, and I hereby declare that you are under arrest. What? Broly's expression was one of utter confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why am I being arrested? Produced several photographs and tossed them before Broly. Did you kill these individuals? Broly picked up the pictures, and his bewilderment deepened as he gazed at the unfamiliar faces. I have never seen them. Then threw a few more photographs in front of him. When Broly laid eyes on these new images, his expression shifted dramatically, a fierce aura emanating from him as green energy flickered ominously. Calm down. S hand pressed against Broly's head, forcefully suppressing the power that was about to erupt. These individuals are space pirates. My subordinates came to this place to apprehend them and subsequently went missing. According to my investigation, they were likely killed by you. They killed my father. Who? Them. Broly pointed to the pictures of the space pirates. And what about my subordinates? I do not know. After witnessing my father's murder, I went berserk. I have no recollection of what transpired afterward, Broly said, his head bowed in sorrow. In addition to them, some of my subordinates who came here today were also slain by you. Speak, how shall we resolve this? Broly stared blankly at. I do not know. For the first time in his life, he faced such a situation. The kind-hearted Broly felt a deep sense of remorse for the lives he had inadvertently taken. In that case, you shall accompany me henceforth to atone for your sins. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly agreed. Observing Broly nod obediently, S eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning triumph. Chapter 112. Broly's transformation form produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a bountiful array of delectable dishes materialized. Instantly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, unexpectedly invading Broly's nostrils. A rumble erupted from his stomach, a resounding protest. His innocent eyes fixated intently on the food strewn across the ground, unblinking. Yuan chuckled softly. Go ahead, eat without hesitation. He then settled down himself, partaking in the meal, having felt a pang of hunger after a considerable time. Broly, not one to hold back, began devouring the food with fervor once encouraged by Yuan. He swallowed pieces of meat the size of his own head in mere bites. Having grown up feasting on the gigantic spiders of the Wampa Star, this was his first encounter with such delectable fare. He simply couldn't stop. Before long, Broly had consumed a significant portion of the abundant feast. Reaching for a nearby bottle of cola, he attempted to drink, but despite shaking it, nothing flowed out. Yuan, observing, picked up a bottle of cola, unscrewed the cap, and demonstrated. Broly nodded, then twisted the cap of his cola bottle. With a sudden pop, cola erupted like a fountain, splattering Broly's face unexpectedly. Haha, this is cola. You mustn't shake it before drinking, or you'll end up like this. Yuan laughed heartily. Broly, bewildered, nodded in understanding, entirely oblivious to the playful jest. He extended his tongue to taste the cola splattered on his face, and his eyes lit up with surprise. Sweetness. Eagerly, Broly lifted the cola to his lips. The effervescent bubbles exploded in his mouth, the frigid beverage coursing down his throat, creating an indescribable sensation of sheer delight, so refreshing it sent shivers down his spine. Delicious, he exclaimed, followed by a burp. In truth, Broly's circumstances were rather pitiable. From childhood, he had been sustenance to the colossal spiders of Wampa Star, having never even tasted water, let alone cola. His father had treated him like a mere beast, restraining him with an electric collar to exert control. Yet, that collar was now gone, likely destroyed in one of his own fits of rage. How could such a formidable warrior be confined by a mere collar? It was only Broly's own willingness to wear it for his father's sake. After the meal, Yuan prepared to assess Broly's combat prowess, eager to validate his hypothesis. Broly, raise your combat power to its peak. Broly nodded, then began to exert himself. 50 billion? Yuan fell into contemplation. If 50 billion was indeed Broly's maximum power, then his Super Saiyan form must amplify his strength by an astonishing factor of 1600. How could this be? Even with the merging of 4 bloodlines, his own Super Saiyan form offered only a 100-fold increase. Broly, transform into a Super Saiyan for me, he instructed. Super Saiyan, Broly replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had heard those words from Paragus, but had no idea how to achieve such a transformation. Concentrate your energy at your back, sense that power, and awaken it, Yuan guided. For someone of Broly's caliber, there was no need to rely on anger to trigger the transformation. Naturally, one can transform into a Super Saiyan. Following the guidance of Yuan, Broly concentrated his energy at his back, and soon, he sensed an overwhelming power. With a whoosh, a golden aura erupted from within Broly. His dark hair instantaneously turned to gold, and his muscles expanded significantly. Yuan, perceiving Broly's current energy, recognized that in the form of Super Saiyan 1. Broly's battle power surged from 50 billion to 4 trillion, an astonishing increase of 80 times. Moreover, his transformed physique bore a resemblance to Trunks' Super Saiyan 1 muscular form. However, it remained uncertain whether Broly's speed would diminish in this state. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Broly was somewhat astonished. As it was the first time he experienced such immense power within him, previous transformations had been in a state of unconsciousness. Upon witnessing that Broly had not succumbed to madness after becoming a Super Saiyan, Yuan nodded, indicating that his hypothesis was likely correct. After observing Broly's base battle power, Yuan had a conjecture. Broly's remarkable 1,600-fold increase might represent an alternative form of Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by transforming into a great ape, and then layering the Super Saiyan state before reverting back to humanoid form. Thus, a 10-fold increase in the Great Ape form combined with the 400-fold increase of Super Saiyan 3 results in a staggering 4,000-fold boost. In contrast, Broly possesses the power of a Great Ape in humanoid form, and then transitions into a Super Saiyan, which essentially makes him akin to a golden Great Ape, as he retains his primal instincts. However, if this calculation holds, he should only exhibit an 800-fold increase. Could it be that Broly, like him, experiences an enhancement beyond the 10-fold increase of the beast form? Moyuan, in his dragon form, achieved a 50-fold enhancement, a feat only possible due to the fusion of 4 formidable bloodlines. Do not underestimate the magnitude of power increases. Surpassing levels later is not merely a matter of simple augmentation. I shall leave this as a mystery for now. According to Moyuan's earlier calculations, Broly's Great Ape form should yield a 20-fold increase. It is evident that he truly embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. Not only is his Super Saiyan 1 form superior to that of ordinary Saiyans, but even his Great Ape form surpasses others. If Broly could overcome the weakness of losing his rationality in his Great Ape form, he would be akin to Goku unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken without sustaining any damage. Furthermore, he could bypass the Super Saiyan 4 pathway and directly pursue the Super Saiyan God trajectory, effectively embodying both forms simultaneously. Terrifying. Moyuan could hardly fathom the magnitude of Broly's potential at that juncture. Subsequently, Moyuan assessed Broly's speed. After a brief exchange, he confirmed that Broly in his Super Saiyan 1 form possesses an 80-fold increase not achieved through a reduction in speed, but rather an enhancement of both speed and strength. Thus, Broly's primary challenge now lies in the loss of rationality while in his humanoid Great Ape form. Regrettably, Broly lacks the royal Saiyan bloodline. Otherwise, he would possess the ability to transform into a Great Ape without losing his sanity, much like Vegeta. Suddenly, Broly discovers an immense power within himself. Cautiously, he reaches out to this force. In an instant, a powerful energy engulfs him, turning his golden aura and hair into a vibrant shade of green. His muscles swell once more, transforming him into a towering figure of approximately 3 meters, exuding a terrifying aura. At that moment, Broly resembles a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 113. Eliminating side effects. Broly's transformation interrupts Moyuan's contemplation. However, despite his ascended form, Broly retains his wits. It appears that only in the Great Ape form does he lose control. If this is the case, Moyuan ponders whether the dragon can resolve Broly's predicament. If successful, Broly would emerge as the perfect warrior. Let us go, Moyuan exclaims, excitedly patting Broly's shoulder. Before Broly can respond, he finds himself in an entirely different location. The sky above Earth is already darkening. His wife, children, and Bu are at home. Daddy, this uncle is so tall. The ascended Broly startles Krillin, who is taken aback by his height. Standing at 3 meters, Broly towers over Moyuan by more than a meter. Krillin, standing beside him, is dwarfed by his legs. Lazili, wielding a spatula, inquires, "Darling, who is he?" Moyuan pats Broly's arm. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Broly, a Saiyan like Goku and Vegeta." He then introduces Broly to his family. "All right, you two take Uncle Broly to watch television while your mother and I prepare dinner." With that, Moyuan instructs Krillin and Tianlin and heads to the kitchen with Lazili to prepare the meal. "Uncle Broly, you're so tall. And why is your hair green?" Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta are also Saiyans, but they have black hair. The two children, like curious little ones, flit around Broly. It is then that Broly realizes he is still in his transformed state and hastily retracts his power. His hair reverts to black and his muscles contract. In no time, he diminishes from approximately 3 meters to around 1 meter 90. Wow. The two little ones continue to chatter incessantly around Broly. After dinner, Moyuan retrieves the Dragon Balls and summons the dragon. "State your wishes. I can fulfill any desire. I wish for Broly to transform without losing his sanity." The dragon's eyes flicker momentarily. "Your wish has been granted." Once the wish is fulfilled, the dragon dissipates into light, and the Dragon Balls revert to stone, flying back into Lazili's hands. "Broly, do give your Great Ape form a try," urged Moyuan with eager anticipation. Soon, a verdant glow enveloped Broly, radiating a feral and tempestuous aura. However, this time, Broly retained his rationality. observing the green energy surrounding Broly in his great ape form. Yuan pondered a question. This transformation bestowed Broly with a tenfold increase in power compared to other Saions, likely influenced by that higher energy. Now, attempt to transform into a Super Saiyan, Yuan suggested. All right, Broly nodded, following Yuan's previous teachings. The golden flames of energy intertwined with the green aura, unleashing a terrifying force of 80 million in an instant. Indeed, as Yuan had surmised, Broly's transformation operated on principles akin to that of Super Saiyan 4. Broly then shifted into the transcendent form without any complications. Once assured of this, Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. Goku silently screamed in space, and the cause of his distress was none other than Broly. Stop! Goku exclaimed, extending his fingers to halt Broly's onslaught. His body bore bruises of various hues, a testament to his unfortunate state. Broly, suppressing an inexplicable rage, seized his impending assault on Goku. Broly, why does it feel as if every time you strike me, you are avenging something? Goku lamented, rubbing his aching body. Strangely, Broly himself found it perplexing. Upon seeing Goku, an uncontrollable anger welled within him. Had it not been for the suppression of the transformation side effects, he might have lost control entirely. Though he maintained his composure now, he still found himself delivering heavy blows during their encounters. I cannot fathom why, but I always feel enraged when we fight. Yet I am at a loss as to the source of my ire, Broly confessed. Yuan, privy to the truth, merely smiled in silence, unable to provide an explanation. After all, it would be absurd to reveal that Broly's disdain for Goku stemmed from a childhood fear of Goku's cries, a memory long forgotten by both parties involved. By the way, Broly, you seem to be about my age, don't you? Goku suddenly inquired. Broly nodded. Yes, what of it? Goku continued. I wonder if we had some conflict in our youth. I lost my memories of planet Vegeta when I bumped my head as a child. Perhaps, but I cannot recall either. My memories of planet Vegeta have faded. Goku then proposed, since we can't remember, could you be a bit gentler next time? Just a tad? He gestured in a manner that would undoubtedly provoke excitement in certain cultures. I will endeavor to temper my strength, Broly replied. Yuan, observing Broly's transformation, contemplated whether he too could harness the power of a beast while in human form, and then transform from that foundation. After all, he possessed the ability to maintain his rationality during transformations, making it likely a simpler endeavor than for Broly. Perhaps it is possible to break through to the Super 4 form in one fell swoop. Yuan began to harness the power within his core. Soon, he felt his body undergoing a transformation, and he struggled to suppress these changes. While channeling the core's energy to amplify his strength, he concurrently restrained the metamorphosis. Sweat trickled down Yuan's face. Almost there, just a little more, boom. Ha, I have finally succeeded. Yuan laughed with exhilaration. After half a day's effort, he had achieved his goal. Now, he could manifest a 50-fold amplification of his power even in his human form. He was eager to test whether the amplifications from his transformations could stack. Yuan did not forget the most crucial aspect. After all, possessing the amplification of the dragon form while in human form was futile. It was essential for the amplifications of both forms to be combinable. Chapter 114. Indulging in a sweet treat first, let us try transforming into Super 1. Yuan summoned the power within his bloodline. In an instant, a tremendous force surged through his body. This power could only be truly grasped when he transformed into Super 3. Yet now, merely in the Super 1 state, he could elevate his combat prowess to match that of Super 3. Externally, the originally purple-golden hair of his Super 1 form deepened in hue, and the aura surrounding him became more tangible, resembling genuine flames. Next, he proceeded to Super 2. With a 25,000-fold amplification, his combat power skyrocketed to 5 trillion. In Super 3, with a 250,000-fold amplification, his combat power shattered the trillion barrier, reaching an astonishing 5 quintillion. It felt as though he harbored the energy of a miniature world within him. Yuan sensed that with a mere shift, he could rend the very fabric of space. With 5 quintillion in combat power, multiplying that by 10,000 would render him capable of defeating a standard Vegeta. In his current form, he already possessed an amplification akin to Super 4. It was merely his appearance that had not yet transformed. Yuan contemplated a possibility. If he altered the steps of his transformation, could he ascend to the Super 4 form? After all, seeking another source of advanced energy was exceedingly challenging. Although he had discerned the advanced energy within Broly, he could not find such energy anywhere in the world. Moyuan speculated that this energy might be akin to the faint silver energy within his own essence, a product of advanced energy's further evolution. Perhaps even a form of divine power. This was why he asserted that Broly was a natural-born deity, truly possessing innate divine power. Furthermore, Moyuan sensed that Broly had not fully tapped into the power within him, possibly utilizing even less than 1/10,000th of it. If Broly could perfectly harness that power, it was likely that Moyuan would be unable to defeat him. Moyuan released his transformation and once again summoned the strength from his core. Now, he could instantaneously shift into two forms using the power within. Roar! A colossal purple divine dragon materialized in the cosmos. Moyuan did not suppress his transformed size. His current form now spans several light years in length. With a mere flick of its tail, it could shatter a miniature galaxy comparable in size to our solar system. Moyuan, having transformed from a dragon form, ascended once more into a transcendent state. Soon, a purplish-golden flame enveloped the divine dragon, while black lightning crackled with a width surpassing that of planets. Should any celestial body inadvertently come into contact with this lightning, it would disintegrate in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The once purple scales were now adorned with a delicate layer of gold. Next, maintaining his formidable power, Moyuan sought to revert to human form. He stabilized the energy within, carefully controlling his size. Under his command, the surface of the divine dragon began to radiate a soft luminescence. Gradually, the immense dragon shrank in size. As time flowed gently by, Moyuan's form diminished from several light years in length to merely a few dozen meters. With great effort, he controlled the burgeoning brilliance of the dragon's surface, transforming the entire entity into a radiant light, akin to a miniature sun illuminating the expanse of space. The silhouette of the dragon subtly morphed, gradually taking on a human shape. With a crack akin to shattering glass, the brilliance vanished in an instant. Alas, it was so close. Just as he was on the verge of assuming human form, a barrier materialized. This barrier appeared deceptively fragile, yet Moyuan found himself powerless against it. Ultimately, as he prepared to force his way through, the energy within him spiraled out of control, and he reverted to his original state. It seemed that he still needed to seek a higher form of energy. Moyuan felt a pang of regret, though it was within his expectations. It would be ideal to break through to the next level, but if not, it was of little consequence. With his current strength, though not the most formidable, he was still capable of self-preservation. In the golden autumn, the air was crisp and refreshing. The autumn sun radiated warmth, unlike the harshness of summer. Lazily, Latsili sat on a swing beneath the tree in her yard, engrossed in a book while wearing headphones. Dappled sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting sporadic patches of light upon her. A gentle breeze, akin to a playful hand, brushed against her pristine skirt, teasing a strand of golden hair. The sun, the grand tree, and the young lady formed a picturesque tableau, the most exquisite in Moyuan's eyes. Esteemed lady, might I request a rendezvous with you? A vibrant red rose boldly caught the young lady's attention. Slowly, she closed her book without accepting the rose, a faint smile gracing her features. Sir, I already have 2 6-year-old children. Moyuan, taken aback, exaggeratedly exclaimed, what a coincidence. I too have 2 6-year-old children. Oh, my son is named Tianlen, and my daughter Chinin. What a coincidence. My children bear the same names. I presume your husband is named Yuan, a strikingly handsome gentleman devoid of friends? Incorrect. Latsili placed her hands on her chest, pouting her adorable nose. He is merely a self-absorbed little brother. Then, may I, an ostensibly self-absorbed little brother, have the pleasure of a spontaneous date with such a graceful, kind-hearted sister? Moyuan raised the red rose in his hand before Latsili. With her hands behind her back, Latsili turned her head away, yet her small eyes discreetly darted towards Moyuan. Since my sister is unwilling, shall I dispose of this flower? Moyuan feigned throwing it away. In an instant, a pair of delicate, snow-white hands snatched the rose from his grasp. Latsili, still averting her gaze, murmured, I never said I was unwilling. After a prolonged silence, she turned back to find Moyuan gazing at her with a warm smile. What are you doing? Nothing, just thinking how lovely my sister still is. What nonsense are you spouting? Latsili felt a wave of heat rush to her face. I'm going to change my clothes. I can't indulge in idle chatter with you. With that, she cradled the flower and swiftly entered the house. Moyuan watched as Lotzi Li disappeared from sight, then took a seat on the swing, patiently awaiting her return. After all, one could hardly believe that when a girl says she is going to change her clothes, it is merely a simple change of attire. An hour later, Lotzi Li emerged in a denim ensemble mirroring Moyuan's own. The loose denim jacket concealed her denim shorts, accentuating her long, slender legs clad in sheer stockings. Her golden waves cascaded naturally, and her subtle makeup enhanced her already stunning features to perfection. Moyuan found himself captivated. "Toddler, let us go?" Lotzi Li smiled playfully. Indeed, a woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. The expression on Moyuan's face was the greatest compliment she could receive. "Wait, there's something important we haven't done." Lotzi Li tilted her head adorably, inquiring, "What important matter?" "I must first savor a dessert." "Dessert?" Lotzi Li, still puzzled, suddenly found Moyuan's handsome face magnified before her. Chapter 115, Amusement Park. Strawberry flavored, a tad sweet. Lotzi Li playfully glared at Moyuan, pouting, "How annoying. My lipstick has worn off." She then retrieved her lipstick and a compact mirror from her bag to reapply. "Let us go?" Moyuan took Lotzi Li's hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. Since they were off on a date, Moyuan opted to drive. He selected a spacious sedan from the garage. While motorcycles are delightful, a sedan offers comfort. As for why not a sports car? Both Moyuan and Lotzi Li are relatively tall, and the confined space of a sports car would be uncomfortable. What about the kids? Lotzi Li suddenly remembered their 2 children. "Don't worry. I just messaged La Pai Si and Broly to take care of them." Broly had initially stayed with Moyuan for a few days before becoming familiar with others and moving in with La Pai Si. Compared to living in the grand estate, Broly preferred the natural environment of the island. Now, Broly had effectively become the primary caregiver for the Mo family. Whenever Moyuan and Lotzi Li desired a moment alone, the 2 children and Bu would be entrusted to him. In truth, at the outset, intended to have served as a caretaker. However, he soon realized that, well, let us not dwell on that. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters was hardly suitable for looking after children. It would be more accurate to say that he required the attention of 2 children himself. Moreover, with the arrival of, found himself no longer needing to accompany the others in their training sessions. The disparity in their levels was so vast that any attempt at training yielded negligible progress. Consequently, was bestowed with more time to spend with his family. As they engaged in conversation, they unwittingly arrived at their destination, the amusement park. Since the birth of their child, it was the first occasion for and to visit the park together. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, the number of visitors was significantly lower than during the holidays. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, procured their tickets. When visiting an amusement park, it is advisable to avoid the more popular attractions at the outset, lest one find themselves queuing for an entire morning, much like my own experience on my first visit, where I queued nearly 2 hours for a roller coaster. Gazing at the park map, selected the nearest attraction, the spinning teacups. Such rides typically attract fewer patrons at the beginning. After purchasing a beverage, and strolled leisurely hand in hand, a stark contrast to the hurried crowd rushing to the more sought-after attractions. Indeed, the number of visitors on a weekday was considerably diminished, had it been a holiday. Even the less popular rides would have necessitated a wait. To their delight, upon reaching the spinning teacups, they found they could immediately board. As they settled into the teacup, suddenly pointed in astonishment and exclaimed, "Darling, look over there." Following her gaze, spotted a head with hair standing upright at the edge of the teacup. Just from that hairstyle, recognized the individual. It was astonishing to see at an amusement park today, seemingly foregoing his training. Since the arrival of, had been training with an almost reckless fervor. As the prince of the Scions, he found himself outclassed by every Scion he encountered, which had nearly shattered his resolve. He had no choice but to exert even greater effort. Had assumed would not take a break for at least 2 years. He was surprised to encounter him at the amusement park merely a month later. Sat in the spinning teacup with a stern expression, devoid of emotion, while his companion joyfully snapped photos with her phone. She stood up and leaned beside, raising her phone. "Let us take a picture together." Reluctantly, raised his hand in a gesture of indifference. Elated, saved the photo. To persuade to join her for a day of fun, had employed her charms. Spending an entire night to coax his agreement. Now, was filled with regret, lamenting that he had succumbed to her persuasive allure the previous night. Indeed, the ancients spoke true, the allure of beauty is a double-edged sword. Though one had spotted them, they had no intention of approaching. After all, they had left their 2 children behind to relish their time together as a couple. Moreover, it is likely that they do not wish to be disturbed. After indulging in several leisurely attractions, Moyuan glanced at his watch. It was already past noon. He turned to Lazili and said, "My dear, it is past 12. Shall we go for a meal?" "Certainly," Lazili replied, stroking her belly. Although she did not feel hungry, after becoming accustomed to 3 meals a day, it felt peculiar not to eat at mealtimes. After relishing a hearty meal in the restaurant, they embarked on a new round of entertainment. Having enjoyed lighter attractions in the morning, they were now eager to seek out more thrilling experiences in the afternoon. Seated on the roller coaster, Yuan and Lazili released their tension, embracing the exhilarating ride like 2 ordinary individuals. As the roller coaster plunged from a height of over 200 meters, the passengers shrieked in fear. Upon hearing the collective cries, Yuan and Lazili, who occupied the front seats, joined in the chorus, not out of fear, but sheer joy. After disembarking from the roller coaster, they hurried to the next attraction, their excitement palpable. The sun began to set, and unbeknownst to them, they had nearly explored every attraction in the amusement park. Lazili raised an ice cream cone to Yuan's lips. "Darling." Yuan gently took a bite of the pink ice cream. "How is it? Delicious, right?" He savored the strawberry flavor, but not as sweet as you." Lazili raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something. Her face slightly flushed. "I truly wonder what occupies your mind all day." "Thinking of you," he replied playfully. "Humph. Such a smooth talker." "Me? Have you ever tasted it?" Lazili nodded seriously. "Yes, I have." "All right. Indeed you have," Yuan conceded. Upon seeing him at a loss for words, Lazili burst into laughter. Indeed, only magic could overcome magic. As dusk fell, they planned to enjoy dinner atop the Ferris wheel in the amusement park, where a fireworks display awaited them in the evening. They could savor delectable food while marveling at the beautiful fireworks. "So lovely," Lazili murmured, leaning against Moyuan, her gaze fixed on the fireworks outside. "Indeed, truly beautiful," Moyuan echoed, though his eyes were not on the fireworks, but rather focused on Lazili's face. Feeling his intense gaze, she looked up, and their eyes met. Suddenly, the sound of the exploding fireworks faded away, and the world fell silent. In that moment, it felt as though only the 2 of them existed in the universe. A pair of flawless, delicate arms encircled Yuan's neck as he slowly lowered his head. Unbeknownst to them, the Ferris wheel had reached its pinnacle. Chapter 116. The Purple Vortex. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded, detecting an unidentified energy response. "Please evacuate immediately." The alarm blared again, urging immediate departure. In a remote sector at the edge of the northern galaxy, an alarm blared aboard a spacecraft adorned with the emblem of the Celestial Empire. Upon hearing the alarm, the ship's commander promptly ordered a halt to their advance. "Look, what is that?" a soldier shouted, pointing at a specific location on the screen. All eyes turned towards it, where a purple light had manifested, rapidly expanding in size. In mere seconds, it grew to approximately the size of a planet, transforming from a mere point of light into a colossal purple vortex. "Retreat! Retreat!" the commander bellowed in terror, for they witnessed the vortex's horrifying gravitational pull, devouring everything in its path. Meteors, planets, even black holes were not spared. Despite their fear, their professional training kicked in, and they swiftly maneuvered the ship to retreat. While directing the escape, the commander reported the dire situation to headquarters. Behind them, the immense purple vortex continued to expand, remarkably at a pace surpassing that of their fleeing vessel. "Hurry! Increase speed!" the commander cried out in panic, yet the ship had already reached its maximum velocity. There was no way to accelerate further. As everyone gazed at the encroaching vortex, despair etched across their faces. They felt the increasing pull of the vortex as it drew closer, slowing their ship with its formidable force. "It's over. Woe is me. I have never even had a girlfriend, and now I face death." Just as despair enveloped them, the purple vortex abruptly ceased its expansion. "Look, the vortex has stopped." "What? Is that true?" All eyes were riveted on the screen once more, and indeed, the vortex had halted its growth. A flicker of hope reignited among the despondent crew. "Quickly, take this chance to escape." They rapidly composed themselves, focusing intently on piloting the ship. Now perilously close to the vortex, the immense gravitational force ensnared their vessel, making progress akin to wading through a quagmire as they advanced at a painfully slow pace. Every crew member was wholly absorbed in maneuvering the ship, knowing this was their final hope. In another sector of the galaxy, as Yuan practiced with Broly, he suddenly froze for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Broly delivered a powerful kick, sending Yuan hurtling through a planet. "Stop!" Yuan exclaimed, extending his hands to halt Broly's assault. "I have matters to attend to. You can spar with Goku and the others." Before Broly could react, Yuan had already utilized instant transmission to depart. Broly stood, bewildered by the surroundings. A realm that felt both familiar and foreign. At present, two questions occupy his mind. Where am I? How do I return? Just moments ago, Yuan received a message from his doppelganger, indicating that an unidentified energy response had emerged at the extremity of the northern galaxy, forming a terrifying vortex that devours all. Fortunately, this vortex ceased its expansion once it reached a size comparable to that of the solar system. Had it continued to expand indefinitely, it would not have been long before the entire northern galaxy was consumed, and perhaps even the entire universe would face annihilation. Upon hearing about the mysterious energy, Yuan could hardly remain still. Should he discover another form of advanced energy, he would be able to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Although he currently possessed an enhancement of Super Saiyan 4, the allure of its form was undeniable. Yuan first returned to Earth to brief Razali, and then, following the coordinates provided by his doppelganger, he teleported towards the location. Lacking spatial markings from that area, Yuan was compelled to navigate using his intuition, teleporting in the general direction. After a considerable duration, he finally beheld the immense purple vortex. What is this? Spatial energy? Within this colossal purple whirlpool, Yuan sensed a dense presence of spatial energy. But wait, there was another type of energy, one that felt oddly familiar. Subsequently, he detected an energy that was both strange and familiar. This energy was neither spatial nor vital energy, nor was it malevolent. It was distinctly different from the power exuded by Broly. Yuan could affirm that he had never encountered this energy before. Yet, curiously, it evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity. As he focused his mind's eye to observe the vortex, Yuan suddenly noticed a spacecraft on the other side of the whirlpool, emblazoned with the insignia of the Celestial Empire. Energy surged within him as he prepared to utilize spatial transfer to rescue the vessel from the vortex's grasp. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute passed, yet the spacecraft remained immobile. Yuan sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the purple whirlpool more intently and discerned that within its confines, spatial energy and the other energy were chaotically intertwined. His attempts at spatial transfer were thwarted by this disorderly energy. With no means to employ spatial abilities to extract the vessel, Yuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. To ensure caution, he assumed a pseudo-Super Saiyan 4 form, maximizing his battle prowess. Although a mere ordinary spacecraft had endured within the vortex for an extended period, the energies present posed a potential threat to his capabilities, necessitating a cautious approach. Yuan swiftly propelled himself towards the spacecraft. As he drew near, an alluring force emanated from the purple vortex. However, this force was insufficient to even tug the spacecraft back, rendering it ineffective against Yuan. Before long, he successfully extracted the spacecraft from the confines of the purple vortex. After rescuing the vessel, Yuan teleported inside. The individuals aboard the spacecraft were uncertain whether their tears stemmed from salvation or the sight of Yuan, overwhelmed with emotion. As the ruler of the Celestial Empire, his subordinates were naturally acquainted with Yuan. Upon his appearance, they knelt and fervently proclaimed, "Long live the king." Yuan waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Enough. You may all return. It is best not to venture into this area for the time being." They nodded vigorously, for even without his command, they had no desire to revisit such a perilous place where they had nearly lost their lives. Once Yuan disembarked from the spacecraft, it swiftly departed, fearing that the violet vortex might suddenly expand once more. In Chapter 117, titled World, Yuan sat cross-legged in the void, contemplating the violet vortex before him with hesitation. He was deliberating whether to absorb this peculiar energy. Had it been any other form of energy, he would have commenced absorption without delay. However, this energy presented an uncertainty. Apart from the slender thread of silver energy within the essence and the force emanating from Broly, he could detect any other energy as long as he encountered it in the world. Yet this particular energy eluded his senses the moment he departed from this location. Nevertheless, he felt a unique connection to it. After much contemplation, Moyuan resolved to absorb this energy. For the search for another advanced energy source could prove to be a lengthy endeavor. With his mind made up, he initiated the absorption, guided by his inner sight. The energy surged towards him relentlessly. Suddenly, a sense of alarm washed over him as the influx of energy escalated. It clashed violently within him, refusing to assimilate into his bloodline. The overwhelming force caused his body to swell alarmingly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Moyuan promptly halted the absorption. But it was futile. The energy continued to pour in. What was once a voluntary act was now an involuntary imposition of energy. The internal chaos left him in a state of disarray, with waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. At that moment, he felt an immense gravitational force tugging at his body, emanating from the violet vortex. However, he could neither teleport away nor even move an inch. Moyuan struggled to suppress the turmoil within, forcing himself to rise, determined to escape this dire predicament. He had a beloved partner and children. He could not perish here. Yet, the rampant energy within him surged, spiraling out of control. As the energy wreaked havoc within him, his body expanded like a colossal balloon. Suddenly, with a tremendous explosion, his body burst apart, the overwhelming energy shattering him entirely. As the explosion subsided, a softly glowing purple orb emerged from the remnants of his form, his core. Left with nothing but the core, Moyuan was unable to resist the vortex's pull and was instantly drawn into its depths. As the vortex enveloped, he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. After devouring his core, the purple whirlpool began to diminish. Within mere minutes, it vanished entirely, leaving behind a void devoid of substance. Meanwhile, in her home, suddenly clutched her heart, overcome by an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if something ominous had transpired. "It cannot be. It is impossible," she murmured softly, shaking her head. She then retrieved the Dragon Ball, nestled in her arms. At that moment, the Dragon Ball was still in its cooling phase, merely a spherical stone, its potential yet to be revealed. When departed, he had mentioned he was going into seclusion to break through. Based on past experiences, it would take at least a month or two. Continually reassured herself that she should not overthink. In due time, would return. After a series of psychological affirmations, her complexion improved slightly, yet the ominous premonition lingered deep within her soul. In the vast expanse of the universe, a little girl, with a small cloth bag in hand, hummed a tune with great pride. "Under my most valiant leadership, we have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The entire world ought to express gratitude to me. I am the new savior of Earth." Beside her, and exchanged resigned smiles. "How much longer until we reach Earth? I can hardly wait to share my tale of saving the planet with everyone." "It will take another 2 or 3 days," he replied. That long?" Felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. She truly wished to return to Earth sooner. "Look over there," shouted from beside the spaceship window. "What?" "Let me see," and hurried over to gaze out into the cosmos, where they beheld a figure floating in space. "That must be a person, right?" exclaimed in alarm. "I'll go rescue them." Upon realizing it was indeed a person, immediately prepared to rush out to save them. However, positioned herself in front of him. Her expression grave. "Grandpa, what if this person is like?" Following the incident had developed a slight aversion to rescuing individuals in space. Yet, waved dismissively, "It's fine. We'll save them first. If they turn out to be like, we'll just eliminate them." Despite her objections proving futile, she had no choice but to allow to proceed with the rescue. Clad in a spacesuit, he soared into the void, returning shortly while carrying someone. Lent a hand, gently laying the stranger on the bed, stealthily approached for a closer look. "Wow, so handsome." That single glance nearly captivated her completely. The man was tall and strikingly handsome. Although he sported horns and a tail, betraying his non-earthly origins, what did it matter? Her grandfather was an alien, and she herself bore a quarter alien heritage. Strangely, he appeared unharmed yet remained unresponsive. Trunks examined the individual with a hint of perplexity. The person exhibited no injuries, and their vital signs were perfectly normal. In fact, this individual appeared to possess a physique far superior to his own. I know. Xiaofang eagerly raised her hand to answer, nodding with certainty, clearly pleased with her deduction. Trunks mused that he should not have held such high expectations for Xiaofang. The cacophony of voices stirred Moyuan from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar little girl, along with Goten and Trunks from the future? Wait a moment. Moyuan recalled being overwhelmed by a surge of energy, followed by his core being devoured by that purple vortex. What was happening now? Look, he's awake. The three heads promptly leaned in closer to Moyuan. Goten, Trunks, what are you doing here? Did you save me? And who is she? Moyuan inquired, pointing at Xiaofeng. He then observed the same expression of astonishment manifest on the three distinct faces before him. Xiaofeng asked, "How do you know Trunks and my uncle?" Goku interjected, "Goten is my son. I am Goku. How do you know my son?" Trunks queried, "Who are you? Why do you know me and Goten?" Moyuan began to sense something was amiss. If this individual was indeed Goku, memories from a past life surged forth from the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 118, I held you as a child. Moyuan could hardly believe that he had somehow found himself in the world of Dragon Ball. Yet, how could he return to his original world? As thoughts of his family flooded his mind, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Xiaofeng leaned closer to Goku and whispered, "Grandpa, what is wrong with him? He seems quite sad. Perhaps he is just hungry?" "I feel down when I'm hungry," Goku replied earnestly. Xiaofeng stared at Goku in disbelief. "Grandpa? I think you might be the one who's hungry right now." Goku scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. "You've caught me." The exchange between Goku and Xiaofeng alleviated some of Moyuan's sorrow. He composed himself. At the very least, he was still alive. As long as he drew breath, he would surely find a way back home. Moreover, he had been brought to this world by that purple vortex. Perhaps if he could harness that energy, he might return home. Moyuan assessed his physical condition. There were no issues, though he felt mentally fatigued. Perhaps the transition to this world had taken a toll on his mental fortitude. It was a minor issue. A few days of rest would suffice for recovery. There was also a silver lining. His combat power had surged once more. Originally at 200 billion, his near-death experience had doubled his strength, and he now possessed a staggering 400 billion in regular combat power. This was indeed a silver lining amidst misfortune. Wukong gazed pitifully at his granddaughter, saying, "Xiaofeng, I am quite famished." "No way," she retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Grandpa, you eat 5 or 6 meals a day. If you continue this way, we shall starve for the next 2 days." As Wukong himself admitted, he did indeed appear quite forlorn when hunger struck. Suddenly, Moyuan recalled the abundance of food within his dimensional space, yet he was uncertain whether it could be accessed in this realm. After a brief moment of concentration, he located his dimensional space, discovering that its contents remained intact. From within, he retrieved a universal capsule filled with delectable treats. Such capsules were plentiful in his dimensional space. He extended the capsule towards Wukong, saying, "Wukong, this is for you." "What is this?" Wukong inquired. "Food," Moyuan replied. The once listless Wukong was instantly invigorated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Moyuan. "Is this really for me?" Moyuan smiled and nodded. "Excellent," Wukong exclaimed, leaping with joy. Before turning to Moyuan with sincerity, "You are a good person." "Wait a moment, Uncle Wukong," Trunks interjected, seizing the universal capsule from Wukong's hands. After scrutinizing it attentively, he regarded Moyuan with a hint of suspicion. "Who are you? How do you know us? And where did you acquire this universal capsule?" Trunks' wariness was understandable, given their previous ordeal with Baby, which necessitated a cautious approach. Moreover, he found Moyuan's presence quite suspicious. The fact that Moyuan knew him, Goten, and Wukong, along with the origin of the universal capsule, raised numerous questions. Additionally, Trunks noted that the capsule presented to Wukong bore no markings from their family's company, indicating that it was not produced by them. Yet, the technology behind the universal capsule was exclusive to their family across the entirety of the universe. All these clues compelled Trunks to harbor doubts. "Indeed, who are you really?" Xiaofeng chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Although she had a fondness for handsome men, she was not one to be blindly trusting. Moyuan, observing the serious expressions of the trio, chuckled lightly. "Do not be so grave, Trunks. By the way, I once held you as a child." Upon hearing this, Trunks was engulfed in confusion, exclaiming, You held me?" Moyuan nodded with a smile. "Yes." Trunks rapidly shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do not be so quick to dismiss it. I possess evidence," Moyuan declared as he produced his phone from the dimensional space. Beyond photos with Razali and the 2 children, it contained snapshots with friends. He opened a photo of himself cradling Trunks and presented it to him. "Take a look." Trunks widened his eyes in astonishment as he scrutinized the image on the phone, magnifying and minimizing it repeatedly. After several minutes of examination, he finally concluded that the photograph bore no signs of manipulation. Trunks returned the phone to Moyuan, incredulously exclaiming, "But I don't even know you. My parents have never mentioned having a friend like you. Are you from another timeline?" Having experienced the incident with the androids, Goku immediately deduced Moyuan's origins. "Indeed, you are correct, Goku," Moyuan replied, snapping his fingers as he rose from the bed to introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Moyuan, hailing from a different timeline. Before I arrived here, the year in my timeline was 774 of the age of AI." Xiaofang gasped. 774? That was just 16 years ago. I wasn't even born then. At this point, they had already completed their search for the Black Star Dragon Balls, a process that took about 8 or 9 months. "I heard you call him Grandpa Goku. So you must be the daughter of Gohan and Videl, right?" In our timeline, they had only just begun dating. Goku inquired, "How did you come to this world?" After listening to Moyuan's words, Goku felt a twinge of doubt, as he had no recollection of Moyuan in his memories. If it were a parallel timeline, there should indeed be a Moyuan in this world as well. Let's not dwell on that. I accidentally got swept into an energy vortex while training and woke up to find myself here. Now, I have no idea how to return." Moyuan lamented with a sigh. Goku pondered for a moment and posed a perplexing question. "One thing strikes me as odd. If you are from a parallel timeline, why has no one from this timeline ever encountered someone like you? You should understand that parallel timelines are not entirely identical. Furthermore, when Trunks traveled through time, it caused significant alterations to the histories of many parallel timelines, including the one I come from. Some explanations are rather complicated. How about this? You can look into my memories and see for yourself." Rather than delving into lengthy explanations, Moyuan decided to show Goku the memories he could share, deliberately withholding certain private recollections. After viewing Moyuan's memories, Goku was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Moyuan was indeed a form of Cell. Chapter 119, Super Divine Water Yuan. "The food you've brought is truly delectable," Goku exclaimed, ravenously devouring a large assortment of food laid out before him. After witnessing Moyuan's memories, Goku's doubts vanished. Moyuan smiled warmly. "If you enjoy it, eat to your heart's content. If you find it insufficient, I have plenty more." "Brother Moyuan." Xiaofang, blushing, shyly approached him and called out softly, "Xiaofang, technically speaking, you should refer to me as Grandpa, as I share the same generation as your grandfather." Observing Xiaofang's youthful demeanor, Moyuan instantly recognized her intentions. He held no interest in such a young girl, especially considering she was only around 10 years old. "You?" Xiaofang's face flushed with anger. "What do you mean, Grandpa? I just wanted to have a romantic moment with a handsome young man." At that moment, Wukong nodded in agreement, stating, "Yuan is correct, Xiaofang. You should indeed address him as grandfather." "Grandfather, you are truly annoying," Xiaofang exclaimed in frustration at Wukong before storming off in anger. She believed her inability to find a boyfriend was entirely Wukong's fault. Observing Xiaofang's departure, the little robot Jilu hurriedly followed her. Wukong, puzzled by her anger, muttered, "What has upset her? I don't understand, but never mind, let's eat." With a mind too straightforward to ponder such intricate matters, Wukong soon abandoned his thoughts, prioritizing the satisfaction of his hunger. Moyuan and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles. This was quintessentially Wukong. After finishing their meal, Moyuan began to recall the storyline of Dragon Ball. If his memory served him right, the Earth was currently under the complete control of Baby. Furthermore, even Trunks bore an egg laid by Baby within him, which had yet to hatch. Once that egg did hatch, Trunks would be instantly dominated by Baby. With a keen perception, Moyuan scanned Trunks' body and swiftly located the egg. Feeling Moyuan's gaze, Trunks shifted uncomfortably. "What is it? Is there something wrong with me, Uncle Moyuan?" Since Trunks had inquired, Moyuan decided to address the matter directly. "Trunks, there is something foul within you." "Foul?" Moyuan nodded. "Indeed. Have you consumed anything unusual or been invaded by something? There is an egg inside you, the origin of which is unknown, and should it hatch, it will seize control of you." Moyuan was fully aware that Trunks had previously been possessed by Baby, yet they had not disclosed this to him, and he could not act as if he possessed all knowledge, being a person from the past rather than the future. Trunks, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, "Could it be Baby? Of course. It must be him. There is no one else." Wukong then asked Yuan, "Can you help eliminate it?" "Certainly, a minor issue," Moyuan replied as he approached Trunks and placed his hand upon his head. The energy flowed into Trunks, quickly locating the egg, which was then uprooted entirely. Cough, cough. Trunks felt something lodged in his throat and involuntarily coughed, expelling an object that resembled a worm's egg from his mouth. The egg, still alive, writhed on the ground. Damn it! Trunks glared at the egg, his finger emitting a beam of energy that vaporized it instantly. After disposing of the egg, Trunks bowed to Moyuan, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Uncle Moyuan." This time, Trunks addressed him as uncle with great ease, feeling no discomfort. Had it not been for Moyuan's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Trunks could hardly fathom what he would become if he were to be controlled. 2 days swiftly passed, and they were drawing ever closer to Earth. To be honest, Moyuan harbored some reluctance about returning to Earth. In this alternate reality, Lazuli is the wife of Krillin. Of course, such a scenario is implausible. Not only would the readers find it intolerable, but as the author, I too cannot accept such a situation, even if they are different individuals from distinct dimensions. As for the specifics, I invite you to continue reading. Upon contemplating this, Yuan felt a pang of anguish, reluctant to confront the truth. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly transported himself and Goku back to Earth. Due to Goku's diminished size, he was unable to utilize instant transmission. "Look, it's Earth!" Goku exclaimed excitedly from the window. "Where? Let me see." Xiaofang immediately squeezed in beside him. "It really is. It's Earth." After nearly a year away, although the quest for the Dragon Balls had its share of excitement, the longing for home was inescapable. Half an hour later, the spaceship successfully landed atop the temple. As Yuan disembarked, he encountered the youthful version of Dandy and the unchanged Bobo. After a brief conversation with Dandy, Goku prepared to hand over the 7 Black Star Dragon Balls he had gathered. At that moment, Yuan intervened. "Wait, do not give them the Dragon Balls. Something feels amiss." Everyone turned to Yuan. Dandy, with a forced smile, questioned, "What are you talking about, sir? What seems off? Where do you find us lacking?" He then urged Goku, "Hurry, give me the Dragon Balls. I must seal them away quickly, or Earth will face destruction." Goku glanced at Dandy, then turned to Yuan. Yuan shook his head at Goku, stating, "They have been taken over by Baby, utilizing the same eggs that previously parasitized Trunks." "What? Goku, Trunks?" And Xiaofang recoiled in terror, distancing themselves from Dandy. "Yuan, can you restore them?" Yuan nodded affirmatively. He then exerted his absolute speed and power to subdue Dandy and Bobo, eradicating the already hatched living eggs within them. Moments later, Dandy and Bobo regained their consciousness. Upon seeing Goku and the others, Dandy exclaimed with great joy, "Goku, you are finally back." "Dandy, what is the situation on Earth?" Dandy lowered his head, deeply dejected. "Alas, everyone on Earth is under control." As the guardian of Earth, Dandy felt utterly defeated, powerless to intervene as he watched everyone succumb. Yuan, can you help restore the people on Earth to normal?" Goku now had no choice but to seek Yuan's assistance, as he was the only one capable of accomplishing this task. However, Yuan shook his head. Goku, disheartened, asked, "Is it not possible?" He initially thought Yuan was unwilling. "No, there is indeed something on Earth that can eliminate the living eggs parasitizing them, and that very thing resides within this temple." "What is it?" Everyone eagerly looked at Yuan. "The Super Divine Water." Chapter 120. Baby upon learning of the Super Divine Water's properties. Bobo immediately set out to locate it within the temple, which possessed the ability to connect to the lower realms. Yuan released the divine mist from the temple, which soon enveloped the earth in a delicate layer of ethereal vapor. Under the relentless encroachment of this mist, no soul could escape its grasp. The vital eggs within every individual were swiftly purified by the divine water. Once the vital eggs were eradicated, Bobo and Dandy sealed the Black Star Dragon Balls. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Baby convened a meeting with Gohan, Goten, Bra, and Bulma. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room. Except for Baby, the others clutched their heads in torment. What was happening? Seated at the head of the table, Baby sensed the rapid demise of the vital eggs he had implanted. In no time, the survival rate of the vital eggs across the globe had plummeted to below 10%, with the remaining few continuously vanishing. "Who is sabotaging my plans?" Baby seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury. As the vital eggs perished within them, Gohan and the others gradually regained their consciousness. What transpired? Why am I here? They had no recollection of the time spent under parasitism. Bewildered, they surveyed their surroundings, unsure of what had occurred. Uncle Vegeta, you are quite fashionable with that head of white hair, remarked Goten, oblivious to the fact that Vegeta was no longer who he once was. Brah, having awakened. Noticed Goten moving closer to Vegeta and quickly interjected, Goten, be careful, he is not Dad. Her last memory was of Vegeta gripping her throat. Thus she knew that the figure before her was certainly not her father. Brah, take Aunt Bulma and leave. We'll handle this, Gohan instructed, piecing together the events that had unfolded. In an instant, Gohan and Goten transformed into Super Saiyans, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze upon Baby. Ha! Baby's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Since I cannot control you, then perish, you wretched Saiyan monkeys. A crimson light flickered in Baby's eyes. Boom. Gohan and Goten were sent hurtling backward. As Bra and Bulma stepped out of the Universal Capsule Corporation, they witnessed Gohan and Goten crashing through the wall, landing before them. The explosive sound sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy of escape. Baby's furious roar echoed within the Universal Capsule Corporation, followed by a blinding golden light streaming through the windows. A tremendous energy coalesced inside, akin to a nuclear bomb on the brink of detonation. Far away at the temple, Moyuan and Goku sensed this overwhelming aura. It's Baby-S energy. We must hurry, yes, in West City. Trunks was the first to lose his composure. West City was his home, and his family resided there. Most crucially, within Baby-S aura, he sensed the presence of his father, Vegeta. This indicated that Baby had now taken possession of Vegeta. Don't worry, Trunks, I'll transport you there with instant transmission. Calmly, addressed Trunks, excellent. Goku, surprised, gazed at. I never imagined you could teleport too. Now that my body has shrunk, I can't use instant transmission anymore. Fortunately, you are here. Once you're ready, we shall depart. Gently snapped his fingers. In the wake of a crisp sound, Goku and the others found themselves in an entirely different setting. Incredible, Goku marveled at. You can transport us without even touching us. More impressive than the Supreme Kai. Upon their arrival in West City, the Universal Capsule Corporation suddenly erupted. The entire building was leveled to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion caused several nearby structures to collapse. The ground beneath them was riddled with cracks resembling shattered glass. Dad! Upon seeing Goku, Gohan and Goten were overjoyed, quickly suppressing their pain to rise from the ground. With Goku present, they felt an immense sense of security. Trunks! Bra quietly leaned closer to him, pointing at and whispering, Who is that handsome young man? I've never seen him before. From the moment they appeared, Bra's beautiful eyes were fixated on the tall and striking. Instantly, she felt a tingle at the back of her head, as if love was stirring within her. It must be said that Bra inherited a touch of Bulma's infatuation. That's Uncle. If it weren't for his assistance, you would still be under Baby's control. Trunks gazed at with admiration. Uncle? But he looks about our age. Not quite. Uncle is from another timeline. He accidentally arrived in this one. In his own timeline, he is a close friend of Uncle Goku and my father. Oh, is that so? Bra's budding romantic thoughts were abruptly halted. Baby, get out of Vegeta's body now. Filthy Saiyan monkey. Today I shall eliminate all of you. Not a single one shall remain. Baby laughed maniacally, floating in the air, entirely dismissing Goku. He was now almost merged with Vegeta. If Goku wished to defeat him, he would also have to destroy Vegeta. Regardless, he intended to take at least one Saiyan with him. After all, the power within him far surpassed Goku's. Vegeta's strength was already comparable to Goku's. But with Goku's recent transformation, his combat power had halved. Now, Vegeta's inherent strength exceeded Goku's, combined with Baby-S power. There was no way for Goku to triumph over him. Hey Yuan, do you have a way to separate Vegeta and Baby? No, regretfully shook his head. He had already scanned Vegeta's body with his mind's eye. Baby's form was unique, akin to liquid, having filled every corner of Vegeta's being, even saturating his blood. Unless Baby chose to separate himself, no one could sever their connection. Even Moyuan could not accomplish that. It seems there is no other option. I must express my apologies to Vegeta. Once I vanquish Baby, I will utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta. Goku gazed at Baby with a solemn expression. He then began to warm up, for if they could not be separated, he would have to eliminate them both, including Vegeta. Although this decision weighed heavily on his conscience, Goku was confident that Vegeta would ultimately endorse his course of action. Chapter 121. Baby's madness let us change our battleground. If we continue here, the entirety of West City may very well be obliterated, Moyuan advised Goku. Change locations? Haha. Baby erupted into laughter upon hearing this. What I desire is to annihilate all of you. A menacing energy sphere materialized in his hand. Baby's current battle power stood at an astonishing 120 trillion. In this world, Vegeta's normal battle power was 200 billion, and after merging with Baby, his strength had doubled. Although he was currently in a white-haired form, it was indeed a transformation into a Super Saiyan. The Vegeta of this world, like the one Moyuan knew, lacked the Super Saiyan 3 transformation but possessed a 300-fold increase in power. Goku's battle power originally equaled 200 billion, but now it had dwindled to 100 billion. Furthermore, due to his reduced stature, he could not maintain the Super Saiyan 3 form. Die! Baby's face contorted with rage as he screamed. The energy sphere in his hand transformed into a massive energy wave directed toward Goku. Haha. Baby seemed to envision the demise of all Saiyans at his hands, cackling madly. Goku reacted swiftly, positioning his hands in a flower petal formation, preparing to counter with the Kamehameha wave. Suddenly, Moyuan interposed himself before the energy wave, striking it with a casual gesture. The energy wave redirected, hurtling back toward Baby. What? Baby stared in disbelief at the oncoming energy wave. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary yet handsome individual had effortlessly nullified his attack and returned it. In a panic, Baby evaded his own assault, appearing somewhat disheveled. A smirk graced Moyuan's lips as he regarded Baby. In a calm yet authoritative tone, he stated, "I was not seeking your consent. I was merely informing you." With a snap of his fingers, Moyuan, Goku, and Baby vanished in an instant. What? They didn't take me along. How annoying. Xiaofang grumbled, feeling slighted as she witnessed their departure without her. Gohan comforted Xiaofang by patting her shoulder. It's all right, Xiaofang. That place is far too perilous. We left you behind to keep you safe. But who is that person? I don't recall seeing him before. Is he a new friend of yours from the universe? No. Dad, let me tell you. Xiaofang began animatedly recounting the tale of Moyuan, embellishing it as though she had rescued him from space herself. Completely disregarding the moment when Wukong was set to rescue Moyuan, she momentarily intervened. Trunks, overhearing Xiaofang's boastful chatter, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Amidst a chaotic expanse of jagged stones on the Gobi Desert, 3 figures materialized seemingly out of thin air. Baby perceived the scene before him as if the television had switched channels, the scenery transforming in the blink of an eye. All right, you may engage in your battle here. Moyuan clapped his hands, granting space for Wukong and Baby to clash. He retreated to a nearby elevated spot, setting up a sunshade along with a reclining chair and a small table adorned with snacks and beverages. Reclining in the chair, he leisurely prepared to relish the spectacle of their combat. There was little to be done. Baby's current fighting prowess was hardly impressive. Although he surpassed Wukong, it was not by a significant margin. In the original narrative, he had derived his strength from the combined Saiyan energies of Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra. Presently, he was only marginally stronger than Wukong. You wretched beings, what do you take me for? Baby's forehead throbbed with anger. Just moments ago, Moyuan had established an energy shield around them, reducing Baby to the status of a mere zoo monkey. Ironically, they were the true monkeys, these accursed Saiyan primates. Baby unleashed energy blasts from his hands as if they were worthless, relentlessly bombarding the energy shield erected by Moyuan. In an instant, the interior of the energy shield was engulfed in explosions. Moyuan quickly extricated Wukong, allowing Baby to vent his fury within. How terrifying. Wukong emerged, still shaken. Had those powerful energy blasts struck him directly, he would have emerged severely wounded, if not dead. Moyuan, initially intending for them to engage in a proper battle without Wukong worrying about damaging the earth, was taken aback by Baby's intense reaction. Yuan, do you think Baby could actually blow himself up? Wukong inquired, munching on snacks from the table. That won't happen, although he's mad. He isn't foolish enough to end his own life, Moyuan assured. That's a relief. I'll have a bite to eat first, then I'll go face him. Wukong promptly entered into a gluttonous mode. Observing the snacks rapidly depleting, Moyuan hastily retrieved a universal capsule. Soon, the table was once again laden with an abundance of food. Huffing and puffing, Baby paused his assault, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. After such a lengthy outburst, he presumed Wukong had likely perished under his onslaught. After all, he could no longer sense Wukong's energy. The thought of having vanquished a scion monkey brought him a sense of delight. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Within the energy shield, apart from himself, there was nothing left. That damned scion monkey must have been obliterated by his own attacks. Suddenly, amidst his laughter, Baby glanced down and was astonished to find the scion monkey he believed to be dead right beneath him, leisurely gnawing on a massive piece of meat. What does that gaze signify? Why did I perceive affection in his eyes? Yuan and Wukong regarded Baby with the tender gaze reserved for the mentally challenged. Ah, Yuan, has he lost his mind? I would wager that he most likely has. In that moment, Yuan and Wukong reached a consensus. Baby had indeed gone mad. Baby had transformed into Mad Baby. Suddenly, Baby felt akin to a lunatic. After such an extended battle, aside from leaving himself battered and bruised, he had inflicted not a single scratch upon his opponent. Well, one cannot say he had caused absolutely no harm. At least Vegeta bore significant injuries. Besides that, he sensed that his own demise was imminent. He had already exerted all his strength, yet he had failed to breach even a minuscule energy shield. He could scarcely fathom the sheer terror of the individual lounging leisurely on a deck chair, indulging in snacks. Surely, that being was at least tenfold more formidable than he was at present. However, a sinister smile suddenly crept across Baby's face. Chapter 122, Wukong vs. Baby. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate terrain, stirring up the dust and debris. Yuan and Wukong chewed their food while exchanging glances with Baby, who was encased within the energy shield above. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. After a moment, Wukong tossed aside the bone he had been gnawing on, patting his belly contentedly. He turned to Yuan and said, Ah, Yuan, I'm full now. Please escort me inside. Observing Wukong's spirited demeanor, Yuan refrained from further commentary and promptly facilitated his entrance. After all, if Wukong were to falter, retrieving him would be a simple task. Huh, you dare to enter? Truly fearless, aren't you? Baby scoffed, disdain evident on his face. I shall expel you from Vegeta's body. Is that all you have? Wukong did not engage in his usual probing. He understood that his current strength was no match for Baby, so he immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, Wukong's hair lengthened, his brow pronounced, and a golden aura surged forth, propelling his combat power from 100 billion to 40 trillion. Yet, even this formidable power paled in comparison to Baby's. Upon completing his transformation, Wukong launched an assault on Baby. Is this the extent of your abilities, Scion? Baby made no attempt to evade, effortlessly dodging all of Wukong's strikes. The vast disparity in power rendered Wukong incapable of inflicting any damage upon Baby. Useless Scion. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Zephyr. Baby suddenly seized Wukong's outstretched fist, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through Wukong, who swiftly swung his other fist in an attempt to push Baby away. Bang! Baby caught Wukong's other hand as well. Wukong struggled to free himself, but Baby's grip was akin to a vice, holding him firmly in place. After capturing Wukong, Baby drove his knee forcefully into Wukong's abdomen. The brutal blow sent Wukong hurtling backward, crashing against the energy shield Yuan had established. Wukong gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain tearing through his midsection and slowly began to rise. Die, you damned Scion monkey. Baby spread his limbs wide, an aura of terror gathering around him. A colossal sphere of energy. A massive energy wave coalesced in his hand, aimed directly at Goku. The ground shook as the energy shield was once again enveloped in swirling smoke. Goku, still shaken, patted his chest in relief. Fortunately, he had managed to evade this assault at the last possible moment. Otherwise, he would have been grievously wounded, if not killed. What was happening? At that moment, Goku suddenly felt a wave of emptiness within him. He instinctively reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It soon dawned on him that the reason lay in his diminished size, which rendered him incapable of sustaining that form. Moreover, Super Saiyan 3 possessed a critical flaw. It was prone to energy depletion. Goku realized that his energy reserves were nearly exhausted. What is this? It appears you are at your limit. In that case, I shall send you to the underworld, Baby declared, raising his hand to unleash another energy wave. This time, Goku lacked the strength to evade it. The disparity in their combat prowess was already vast, and now, devoid of his transformation and with his energy reserves dwindling. He stood no chance. Baby glanced at Yuan, clenching his teeth in frustration. In his eyes, Goku was insignificant, easily dispatched. However, Yuan was different. Even a simple energy shield remained unyielding against Baby's full assault, and despite the fierce clash between him and Goku, the shield appeared as robust as ever. Showing no signs of weakening, Baby's mind raced. How could he inflict harm on Yuan? Only by wounding him could he enter his body, parasitize him, and subsequently exert control. To be frank, Baby was uncertain whether he could dominate Yuan. Yet, this was his only hope for survival. If he could avoid death, he would certainly prefer to live. You are indeed formidable. It has been a long time since I encountered someone as powerful as you. But I shall not surrender so easily, Goku replied, his body battered and his clothing tattered, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwavering. You've lived too long, Baby retorted. His thoughts interrupted by Goku, his fury boiling over. He charged at Goku, launching a frenzied assault. In the face of Baby's relentless onslaught, Goku found himself utterly defenseless. Retreating step by step, Yuan, observing from below, shook his head in dismay. Given Goku's current state, he stood no chance against Baby, especially now that he could not even transform. Indeed, it was not long before Goku was pinned against the wall of the energy shield, barely able to muster the strength to rise. Prepare to meet your end, Scion Monkey. Embrace the wrath of the Zephyr. Baby raised both hands. A massive black energy sphere crackling with electricity materializing above him. This sphere harnessed all of his strength and the Zephyr's hatred towards the Scions. Revenge Death Ball. Baby hurled the energy sphere towards Goku with all his might. The black energy sphere advanced step by step, reminiscent of an apocalyptic arrival. Wukong could only watch helplessly as this orb, reminiscent of a black sun, descended upon him. He lacked the strength to evade it. Merely rising had exhausted all his energy. Just as Wukong believed his end was nigh, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. The scene before him shifted, and he was once again transported away by Moyuan. Wukong gazed into the energy shield, where the terrifying black energy sphere began to dissolve upon contact, vanishing without a trace, akin to raindrops merging into the sea. This sight left Wukong utterly astonished, his jaw agape. His understanding of Moyuan's power was profoundly altered. Reclining in a chair, Moyuan sipped his drink and inquired, "So, are you ready to continue battling, Baby?" Wukong shook his head, feeling quite helpless. "I wish I could, but I simply lack the energy to fight." Moyuan smiled slightly and channeled a surge of willpower into Wukong's body. In an instant, Wukong felt as if he had consumed a mystical being. His wounds healed immediately, and even his internal energy was restored. Apart from his tattered clothing, there was no evidence of his previous injuries. Yuan, you are incredible. You possess such abilities. Among those Wukong knew, only Dandy, Bu, and the Kaioshin, the fusion of Ashen and Jebet, had such powers. To his surprise, Moyuan shared this gift, and his healing speed surpassed that of the others, yielding superior results. While others could only mend wounds, Moyuan restored both the body and internal energy to their peak state. Wukong bounced joyfully on the ground, exhilarated. With this, he could once again engage in battle. He looked up at Baby and declared, "Just wait, Baby." Chapter 123. Defeating Baby. Baby leaned on his knees, panting heavily. "Baby, let us go again." Wukong's voice echoed in his ears once more. Baby lifted his head, horrified at the sight of Wukong, who had just moments ago been battered nearly to death, now vibrant and full of life before him. How many times had this occurred? Baby could no longer keep count. He felt as if he had been drained by a fairy, and Wukong was that very fairy. When Wukong first recovered, Baby was left wanting more. The second time, it was all too easy for Baby. By the third time, he was handling it with ease. By the 10th time, Baby boasted that no matter how many times Wukong returned, he could not be defeated. On the 100th occasion, although slightly fatigued, Baby stubbornly insisted he was still capable. Now, after so many encounters, Baby conceded that he had spoken too boldly earlier. He truly felt spent, both physically and mentally depleted. Yet Wukong, relentless as ever, continued to demand more, an endless cycle of desire. Baby felt as though he might be driven mad by Wukong's persistence. "Baby, are you ready? Here I come," Wukong said with a cheerful grin. In Baby's eyes, Wukong now resembled a diminutive demon, adorned with horns upon his head and bat-like wings upon his back, wielding a fork with a malevolent grin as he approached. "Don't come any closer. Baby screamed in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps. Come on, baby. Let us continue. Wukong beamed with delight. To the untrained eye, one might mistakenly believe that Baby was the one who had been defeated countless times. Wukong advanced steadily towards Baby, who stumbled backward, his energy waning. Meanwhile, Wukong remained in peak condition, and after numerous recoveries from grave injuries, his combat prowess had soared to an astounding 200 billion. The balance of power had shifted, leaving Baby powerless against Wukong. Wukong had finally grasped the exhilaration once experienced by Majin Buu, for when they had battled Buu. It had been no different from his current predicament with Baby. Despite their desperate efforts, they had been unable to inflict even a scratch upon their opponent. That feeling was utterly despondent. Baby, emerge from Vegeta, and I shall grant you a swift end. Damn Scion Monkey, perish. Baby's eyes brimmed with fury as he concentrated the dwindling energy within him into a powerful energy wave, launching it at Wukong. Wukong did not evade and took the full brunt of the attack. Baby glanced below, only to find that Wukong had not emerged from the smoke. He erupted into jubilant laughter. Ha ha, I have finally slain you. As the smoke began to clear, Baby's laughter faded, replaced by a creeping dread. How is this possible? Why are you still alive? This cannot be true. Why is this happening? Baby shrieked in hysteria. Unscathed, Wukong slowly materialized from the haze. Baby could not comprehend the sight before him. Although he had little energy left, that energy wave should have been insurmountable for Wukong. Yet, why was he uninjured? Why? Baby, have you not yet realized? As your energy depletes, my strength continuously amplifies, Wukong said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Observing Baby's confusion, he shook his head. Evidently, you lack a sufficient understanding of the Scions. What do you mean? Baby inquired, incredulous. Each time a Scion recovers from the brink of death, their power increases. Baby could hardly believe his ears. What? In truth, this ability was not extraordinary. However, Wukong was not alone. He had a man behind him capable of providing infinite restoration. With resentment, Baby cast a glance at the bystander Muan, who was currently indulging in half a watermelon, spoon in hand, digging in with fervor, paying no heed to the ongoing battle. Initially captivated by the duel, Muan had grown weary of the spectacle, finding it rather mundane. Suddenly, Muan sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze to meet Baby's eyes, filled with resentment and an enigmatic undertone. How intriguing. Muan set aside the watermelon and vanished in an instant, reappearing before Baby. As Baby gazed at him, he inquired, "Do you harbor some grievance against me?" Baby lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of Moyuan. Moyuan, not pressing him for words, turned to Wukong and said, "Cease your games. Simply eliminate him. He cannot escape from Vegeta's body." In that fleeting moment, as Moyuan turned, Baby lifted his head, his eyes filled with malice. A beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, carving a wound into Moyuan's arm, crimson blood oozing from the injury. A Yuan, quickly dodge. Wukong shouted urgently. Ha ha. Too late. This body is mine now. A silvery liquid, reminiscent of mercury, gushed from within Vegeta, surging towards Moyuan. The closer Baby approached Moyuan, the more exhilarated he became. If he could seize control of Moyuan, what were these Scions to him? He aspired not only to dominate this planet, but to rule the entire galaxy, and even the cosmos. Fool, have you truly fallen for my ruse? Moyuan mocked, as he turned to face Baby. Baby halted, as if time itself had paused, just a centimeter away from the wound on Moyuan's arm. Space was confined. Baby watched in disbelief as the injury on Moyuan's arm healed instantaneously, even the blood flowing backward into his body. In that moment, Baby realized he had been deceived. "Master, I beg you spare me. I promise I will never appear before you again." Suspended in the air, Baby began to plead for mercy. He did not wish to perish. He was the last of the Zafarians. If he were to die, his entire race would face extinction. However, Moyuan paid him no heed. "Wukong, handle it yourself." With that, Moyuan escorted Vegeta out of the energy barrier. Wukong remained momentarily dazed, having thought that Moyuan would be overtaken by Baby. Little did he know that it was all a clever stratagem devised by Moyuan. Meanwhile, Baby, nearly driven to the brink of madness by Wukong's torment, seized upon a fleeting opportunity and lunged without a second thought. "Baby, I vowed to eradicate you," Wukong declared. "Please, spare me. I shall keep my distance and never show myself before you again," Baby implored in terror. Were it not for his current confinement by Moyuan, he might have knelt in supplication. Alas, Wukong was no benevolent savior. Kamehameha. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Wukong unleashed a colossal energy wave, pouring forth all of his might. No, Baby was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 124, Android 18. Upon Wukong's return to the ground after dispatching Baby, he found that Moyuan had already healed Vegeta, even extracting the dormant eggs Baby had left within him. However, Vegeta had yet to awaken. Seeing that Wukong had dealt with Baby, Moyuan collected the useful remnants into the dimensional space, while the useless debris was annihilated, leaving nothing behind, just like Baby. The focus was on environmental conservation, ensuring no pollution remained. Yuan, thank you. Without your help, I would have been at a loss on how to confront Baby. Wukong expressed his profound relief. Fortunately, he retrieved from the vastness of space. Otherwise, it is likely that the entire Earth would have succumbed to chaos. Moreover, given its formidable strength, he was no match for him at all. Waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. Even in my absence, you would have undoubtedly triumphed over. He silently added. And you would have transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. However, now possessed the confidence to facilitate their transformation into Super Saiyan 4, provided that Bulma could construct the device to amplify the Brut's wave. By the way, how is Vegeta faring? Gestured towards the unconscious Vegeta on the ground. He has been treated, but he is yet to awaken. I'll check on him. Goku rushed over and knelt beside Vegeta, gently shaking him. Vegeta, wake up. Perhaps hearing the call of his dear friend, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Kakarot, where am I? Still in a fog, Vegeta's mind was clouded. After a moment, he recalled the events that had transpired. What about that Zephyrian? Was I under his control? What about Bulma and Bra? Where are they? Are they injured? Vegeta gripped Goku's shoulders tightly, shaking him in agitation. Having undergone a transformation, Vegeta now prioritized his family over everything, particularly his wife and daughter. Goku and Ub could train for 5 years without returning home, which was rather absurd, especially since they were on Earth and Goku could instantaneously travel. As for Trunks, a man grows through adversity. Even if he were to perish, the Dragon Balls could revive him. There was no need for concern. Vegeta, do not fret, they are all safe. Thanks to Yuan's intervention, otherwise, I would have had no means to confront. Yuan, yes, that is indeed him, Goku pointed towards. It was then that Vegeta noticed the presence of others nearby. He regarded, though I do not fully comprehend what has transpired, I must express my gratitude. Vegeta's words of thanks left slightly astonished. It appeared that Vegeta was capable of expressing appreciation. Bulma had evidently trained him well, shook his head slightly, and said, now that you are awake, let us return. Goku and Vegeta nodded in agreement. A crisp sound echoed as the three of them vanished in an instant. The desolate land fell silent once more. Daddy, you're back. Upon its return to West City with Goku and Vegeta, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of people. To be precise, it was Goku and Vegeta who were encircled by their families. Humans are social creatures. Observing Goku and Vegeta embracing their loved ones, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, intertwined with a sense of loneliness and longing. S. heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, a sensation that was quite distressing. He quietly withdrew, utilizing instant transmission to a secluded location, the Antarctic region of Earth. Here, the temperature was frigid, perpetually blanketed in snow, with a thick layer of frost covering the ground. The snow on the ground and the clouds above seemed to merge seamlessly, rendering the boundary between them nearly imperceptible, creating a harmonious blend of earth and sky. At the pinnacle of a colossal snow-capped mountain that pierces the heavens, a solitary figure lies motionless. A thick blanket of snow has settled upon him. Moyuan has been lost in contemplation here for 7 days. Lying amidst the frigid snow, buffeted by the biting winds, he gazes at the pure white clouds above, seeking to freeze his heart in this icy realm, yearning for inner tranquility. However, his extraordinary constitution renders him impervious to the chilling cold. After spending such an extended period in this desolate place, his longing for family has not waned. Rather, it has intensified. Moyuan roars at the sky. An invisible wave of sound ripples from his lips, causing the entire Antarctic continent to tremble. The white clouds above disperse, and the thick snow on the mountain cascades down, resulting in countless massive avalanches. By voicing the pent-up frustration in his heart, he feels a measure of relief. He remains remarkably restrained, resisting the urge to unleash his fury. Otherwise, the Antarctic continent might very well shatter into fragments. With a thud, after venting his emotions, Yuan lies back, stiff as a board, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Time passes, and a small figure swiftly approaches from the horizon, landing beside him. It is Wukong. Yuan, so you've come here. If you hadn't let out a hint of your presence just now, I would have been unable to find you. What brings you here? Bulma is organizing a banquet to celebrate Earth overcoming yet another crisis. You are the greatest hero in this story. Your presence is indispensable, Wukong exclaims. Yuan politely declines. No need. You all can enjoy yourselves. I will sit this one out. Come on, let us go. When I arrived, Chi-Chi and Bulma had already begun preparing for the feast. All our familiar friends are coming, and you are the only one missing. Wukong insists, tugging at Yuan's arm to pull him up. Upon hearing that familiar faces will be in attendance, Yuan freezes. His reluctance stems not only from feeling out of place among these familiar yet distant individuals, but primarily from the desire to avoid encountering a certain someone. Yet, as Wukong mentions it, he cannot help but feel a compulsion to take a glance. Thus, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, Yuan reluctantly returns to West City. The banquet is hosted at Bulma's home, in a yard so expansive it resembles a park. At this moment, dozens of chefs are busy preparing a feast. From main courses to snacks, beverages to desserts, everything is in abundance. Yuan encounters everyone from Wukong and Vegeta's families, as well as Piccolo, Tien, Chaos, Yamchu, Puar, Oolong, Master Roshi, Bu, and Krillin. Yet, the one he yearns to see remains absent. Yuan's feelings are complex, uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. Wait, something feels off. Who is that dark-haired girl standing next to Krillin? Wukong, who is that person? Yuan pointed at the girl beside Krillin and inquired. Wukong, astonished, gazed at Yuan. That is number 18. How could you not recognize her? Number 18? From physique to appearance, they couldn't be said to resemble each other. Rather, they were entirely different beings, with even their auras distinctly dissimilar. Chapter 125. Worse than a dog. Yuan, rise and shine. The booming voice of Wukong roused Yuan from his slumber at 6 in the morning. Following the conclusion of the banquet the previous night, Yuan had declined Wukong and Vegeta's invitation. He ventured into a remote area, cast a universal capsule, and conjured a small dwelling. It must be said that having a universal capsule is indeed convenient. If it were on Earth in his previous life, one could only pitch a tent in the wilderness, which was cumbersome and uncomfortable for sleeping. Unlike now, when a simple toss of a universal capsule materializes a house to dwell in, offering more comfort than a tent. And it is easy to store. A mere press of a button suffices to retract it. Yuan climbed out of bed and changed his attire. In truth, he had hardly slept. Ever since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had scarcely slept alone. Last night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find a semblance of slumber. After a quick freshen up, Yuan produced a universal capsule and tossed it to the ground. A plethora of delicacies manifested before him. Yuan glanced at Wukong, raising an eyebrow. Care for a bite? No thanks. I've already eaten at home. Wukong declined with a wave of his hand. How about a little more? Faced with Yuan's repeated invitation, Wukong surveyed the array of scrumptious food on the ground, inhaling the enticing aroma, feeling as though there was still room in his stomach. Then I shan't be polite. The two then began to feast heartily. By the way, Yuan, what was the method you mentioned yesterday for us to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Yuan had previously discussed Super Saiyan 4 with him, which left Wukong pondering all night, unable to sleep. He hurried over early in the morning solely to discover how to achieve that transformation. Yuan swallowed his food leisurely and replied, No need to rush. We must seek Bulma's assistance for this matter. Then let us eat quickly and head to find Bulma. Wukong began to devour the food with fervor. Before long, the abundant feast was entirely consumed by the two. Yuan disposed of the remnants and, accompanied by the impatient Wukong, utilized instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's residence. Bulma, Vegeta, rise and shine. Wukong's voice soon echoed throughout Bulma's home. Its immense resonance rendered the expensive soundproof walls she had installed utterly ineffective. Bulma and Vegeta, nestled in bed, felt the house tremble slightly. Kakarot, I shall slay him. Vegeta glanced at the clock in his hand, seething with rage as he crushed it. It's only 6:30. No dog rises this early. Calm down. Let us go see what's amiss. Perhaps Wukong has pressing matters, Bulma soothed, and Vegeta's fury quickly subsided. Humph. If there's nothing urgent, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing. Vegeta let out a cold snort, rising from his seat to change his attire. Uncle Goku, my parents are still asleep. Would you like to join me for breakfast? Trunks, clad in a suit, stepped out of the house, inviting Moyuan and Goku inside. Moyuan, with curiosity, regarded Trunks and inquired, "Why are you up so early?" Sighing deeply, Trunks replied, "Because I have to go to work, and there's a mountain of tasks awaiting my attention. I sometimes feel inferior to even the family dog." Moyuan remained silent, gently patting Trunks on the shoulder twice. He understood all too well the plight of corporate life. Though he had not experienced it himself, he had witnessed much in his previous life. It was no easy path. "Uncle Moyuan, Uncle Goku, please make yourselves comfortable here. My father should be down shortly, but I must head to work now." After leading them to the living room, Trunks exited with a briefcase in hand. His despondent silhouette resembled a soulless marionette. Moyuan watched him depart, shaking his head silently. What a pity it was that the son of the world's wealthiest man, the strongest second-generation heir, had to rush off to work at such an early hour. Moyuan himself had never contemplated managing a company. He lacked both the skill and the interest. It was far more appealing to entrust everything to professionals and simply enjoy the rewards. For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for Trunks. "Kakarot, unless you provide me with a satisfactory reason, you shall not step outside this door today." Vegeta descended from upstairs, casting a fierce glare at Goku. Disturbing one's peaceful slumber was an unforgivable offense. Moyuan, seated nearby, observed the unfolding drama. Had Goku awakened him and his wife from their sleep, he too would have given Goku a good thrashing. Thus, he empathized with Vegeta's current frustration. "Vegeta, do not be hasty. This may be a good thing," Goku said, slightly embarrassed, attempting to speak amicably. "Let us hear it, but if it fails to meet my expectations." Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze laden with warning. Goku, with utmost seriousness, looked at Vegeta. "Have you heard of Super Saiyan 4? What?" The mere mention of those words sent Vegeta into a frenzy. "Have you already achieved Super Saiyan 4? He gazed at Goku in disbelief. He himself could not even transform into Super Saiyan 3. Yet Goku had purportedly reached Super Saiyan 4. "It's not me, it's Moyuan." Goku's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Vegeta. "What? Can Moyuan transform into Super Saiyan 4? But he is not even a Saiyan." "No, please let me explain. Moyuan has a method that enables us to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta stared at Moyuan in shock. "Is that true? Goku, is he speaking the truth? But I can't even become Super Saiyan 3. Is it really possible for me to achieve Super Saiyan 4? Moyuan nodded slightly. "Yes. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 does not require one to first attain Super Saiyan 3, and in fact, it will be easier for you than for Goku." "Really? How is that possible? Why would it be more difficult for me?" Goku, upon hearing this, became quite agitated. "Didn't I mention it to you before?" Wukong shook his head solemnly, stating no. Perhaps I simply forgot, but that is of little consequence," Yuan replied nonchalantly. He continued, "The prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 is that you must first become an ape. You must transform into a Super Saiyan in your ape form, and then revert to human shape from there. As a member of the Saiyan royal lineage, Vegeta will not lose his sanity when he transforms into an ape, making it considerably easier for him to achieve Super Saiyan 4 than for you." "Ha! Kakarot, it seems I shall take the lead this time." Vegeta looked at Wukong with an air of triumph, as if he could already envision himself standing victoriously over him. However, Wukong raised a question. "But we no longer have tails. How can we transform into apes?" Vegeta, realizing the gravity of this issue, cast a concerned glance at Yuan. With a faint smile, Yuan responded, "This is precisely why I mentioned needing Bulma's assistance." Chapter 126, The Malevolent Energy Wave of Bu Vegeta. You should be aware of the conditions required for a Saiyan to transform into an ape, correct? "Yes," Vegeta replied with a slight nod. A Saiyan must absorb over 17 million units of blood waves through the eyes to trigger a response in the tail, thus initiating the transformation. Indeed, but since your tails are currently severed, merely 17 million units of blood waves will be insufficient. You will need to amplify that amount by a factor of 1,000. Only with the amplified blood waves can you sufficiently stimulate your lineage, allowing your tails to regrow and complete the transformation. After listening to Yuan's explanation, Vegeta pondered for a moment. Theoretically, he believed there was a certain possibility in what Yuan proposed. It was worth attempting. As for what assistance was required from Bulma, Vegeta understood well enough. It was merely a matter of constructing a machine capable of amplifying the blood's waves by 1,000 times. Such a trivial task would be a piece of cake for Bulma. Vegeta stood proudly with his hands on his hips. However, that would have to wait. Bulma was still resting, and they would discuss it further once she awoke. Yes, Vegeta silently affirmed to himself. Vegeta, you should wake Bulma. Wukong, unable to contain his impatience, began to urge him. Yet, Vegeta did not even glance in his direction, dismissively replying, "What's the rush? I haven't had breakfast yet. Let me finish eating first." With that, he turned and walked away. "Oh, then please eat quickly." Under Wukong's insistence, Vegeta took more than 2 hours to finish his breakfast, only feeling satisfied once Bulma finally awoke. Observing Vegeta, who was supporting himself with a hand on his waist and sporting a notably round belly, Yuan was certain that Vegeta had indeed eaten his fill. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Bulma felt a mix of amusement, sympathy, and warmth. "Vegeta, next time just call me to wake up. There's no need to put yourself through this." Vegeta turned his head away, feigning indifference. "What are you talking about? I only ate this much because I was hungry." He struggled to speak, nearly choking on the food he had consumed. Vegeta hastily covered his mouth. His cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. Bulma, understanding his character after so many years of marriage, refrained from saying much. Ultimately, he was just a tsundere, stubborn as a mule. Once Bulma comprehended what needed to be done, she began her work. Although the machine posed no significant challenge for her, it would still require a certain amount of time to complete, approximately a week. Upon learning that it would take a week, and Goku decided to depart. Simultaneously, a monumental upheaval occurred in the primary timeline. Countless figures and creatures from an unknown time long past appeared on Earth, throwing the entire planet into chaos. Even notorious beings like Frieza, King Cold, and Dr. Gero manifested on Earth. Most alarmingly, Majin Buu had also re-emerged, and he was markedly different from before. Not only had his power intensified, but he had also mastered spatial abilities to an extraordinary degree. Through the King Kai's telepathic communication, Goku learned that the turmoil on Earth stemmed from a mishap in Hell, where the spirits overseeing the soul purification machine had neglected to replace the vessel for storing malevolent thoughts, resulting in an overload explosion. The released waves of malevolence fused with Majin Buu, who was waiting in line for purification, giving rise to the horror that now loomed. His size swelled to that of a mountain, and his battle power escalated to an astonishing 50 quintillion. Such a terrifying force could not be resisted by anyone on Earth. Following the birth of the malevolent Buu, the laws of life and death were reversed, allowing the spirits in Hell to manifest on Earth. "Ha ha ha, Son Goku. This time I shall not let you escape." Frieza cackled with excitement. For years, he had not been idle in Hell. He had diligently trained, even in the almost impossible conditions of the underworld, elevating his power to 500 million, over 3 times stronger than his former self. This time, he was determined to erase his past humiliation and annihilate those detestable Saiyan monkeys, including Son Goku. "Ah, Frieza, long time no see." Suddenly, 4 robust figures materialized out of thin air. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis had located Frieza through Goku's instant transmission. "Son Goku, I didn't expect you to come to me willingly, and Vegeta too. Who's this additional Saiyan?" Frieza suddenly noticed the towering figure with a bushy tail, clearly another Saiyan. However, he dismissed it without much thought. After all, they were merely Saiyans. In the face of the newly empowered Frieza, they were as insignificant as dust. "Son Goku, this time, I will send all of you Saiyan monkeys straight to Hell," Frieza exclaimed, tilting his head back with a sinister smile. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. "Frieza, you talk too much. I don't have time to play games with you right now." Vegeta suddenly darted forward, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. A terrifying force surged from his fist, leaving Frieza feeling as if his body were rapidly disintegrating. How could this be possible? Frieza, with bloodshot eyes bulging in disbelief, gazed at Vegeta, unable to fathom how he had been defeated without even transforming, struck down by a single blow. He never imagined that a Saiyan could attain such formidable strength. With an unwilling heart, Frieza was once again consigned to the depths of Hell. Following this, King Cold was sent to reunite with Frieza, and even Dr. Gero could not escape his fate. having barely been revived for 10 minutes. They were swiftly returned to the underworld. Meanwhile, as they dealt with Frieza and his cohorts, Gohan, accompanied by Videl, was purging the spirits haunting the city. Lazuli was also traversing various cities with Bu and several children, utilizing her spatial abilities to assist. In no time, the majority of the spirits on Earth were cleared away, leaving only a few hiding deep in the mountains, elusive to their search, along with the menacing evil Bu wreaking havoc. With a combat power of 50 trillion, evil Bu rampaged across the Earth. Had it not been for the enhancements made by Moyuan, the planet would likely have been obliterated by now. After dealing with Frieza, Goku swiftly made his way to confront evil Bu. The vast disparity in power allowed evil Bu to effortlessly evade the onslaught of all combatants. The mounting concern among Goku and the others grew, for this evil Bu proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. Alarmingly, despite their relentless efforts, they had inflicted no damage upon him, while a single strike from evil Bu could leave them gravely injured. Fortunately, Bu, Chunin, and Tianlin arrived just in time. Whenever a member of their group was wounded, the trio provided immediate healing. Yet, this merely served to buy time, failing to resolve the underlying issue. Chapter 127. Broly transcends to Super Saiyan 2. The legendary transformation of Broly radiated a green luminescence. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire space, momentarily stunning evil Bu, as if this newfound power had instilled fear. Through his recent training, Broly's base combat power had reached 80 billion, with his peak power soaring to 1.28 trillion. Recklessly, Broly charged at evil Bu, his fists becoming mere shadows as he unleashed thousands of punches within mere seconds. Wow, wow, wow. Evil Bu cried out in distress, feeling an unusual force emanating from Broly's fists penetrate his body. Under normal circumstances, given his constitution, he would remain unscathed even without defense against such attacks. However, this time was different. As Broly's fists landed, craters began to form upon his body, with a lingering force preventing any recovery. Most significantly, Broly's strikes elicited genuine pain within him. Enraged, evil Bu retaliated, launching a punch that vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a colossal fist materialized beside Broly. Boom! Broly was unable to evade and was sent flying, facing a staggering power disparity of nearly 500 times. That punch rendered Broly unconscious. Utilizing her spatial abilities, Lazuli transported Broly back, after which Bu, Chunin, and Tianlin tirelessly rushed to his aid. Once Broly was returned, Lazuli rejoined the fray. At this moment, she forcibly infused herself with 400 times her original strength through the realm of the boundless. Meanwhile, Lapis also activated a 400-fold Kaioken. Goku, entering Super Saiyan 3, simultaneously forced a 2-fold Kaioken. The overwhelming amplification placed immense strain on their bodies, and it was not long before they were gasping for breath. Nevertheless, a chasm of disparity still loomed between them and the malevolent Bu. With a resounding impact, the malevolent Bu struck with his massive hands, sending everyone crashing down from the sky to the ground below. The colossal force nearly shattered their bodies, and the severely injured group gradually reverted from their transformed states. Mommy, Chunin, and Tianlin, witnessing Lazuli being knocked down, hurried over in a panic. Just as they prepared to tend to her wounds, a surge of power erupted from within Lazuli. In an instant, all her injuries healed completely. It was the power of their father. The two children sensed that familiar aura emanating from within Lazuli, their hearts filled with joy. Indeed, this force was the wish power sealed within Lazuli by Moyuan. Whenever Lazuli was injured, this power would manifest to heal her. For injuries like those just sustained, it could heal her at least 100 times before being depleted. Not only did Lazuli possess it, but both children harbored it within themselves as well. Yes, it is our father's power. He has always been protecting us, Lazuli said with a gentle smile, ruffling the little ones' heads. Chunin, tilting her adorable head, inquired, Mommy, when will Daddy come back? Tianlin, shaking his fist, added yes. If Daddy were here, he would surely defeat this guy. Your father is likely engrossed in critical training, which is why he cannot return at this moment. If we can hold on for a while longer, he will surely come back and vanquish this foe. Lazuli reassured the two children tenderly, gently patting their heads. Now, go and assist Uncle and Goku in their healing. Lazuli was aware that Moyuan could not return anytime soon. Just a few days prior, A clone of Yuan had rushed back from the Heavenly Empire headquarters to inform her of his current situation. Since being engulfed by that purple vortex, he had lost contact with Yuan. However, his existence indicated that Yuan was not in any mortal danger. He had merely fallen into a peculiar space. Knowing that Yuan was safe eased Lazili's mind, allowing her to refrain from incessant worry. Yet, the current crisis depended solely on their efforts. With a resolute gaze fixed on the malevolent Bu, Lazili summoned the power of the Boundless once more, unleashing a burst of 400 times her combat strength. As Lazili was poised to continue her battle against the malevolent Babidi, a thunderous roar erupted from behind her. The healed Broly had once again entered his transformation, and his aura soared with increasing intensity. Following his recent injuries, Broly's base combat power had surged to an astonishing 100 billion, with his energy escalating. Golden lightning flickered around him. At that moment, Broly transcended to Super Saiyan 2, boasting an impressive 200-fold increase in power. Coupled with the formidable force within him, his ultimate combat strength had now reached an astounding 4 trillion. Broly leapt into the air, and the sheer might of his ascent caused the ground beneath him to sink several meters. He shot forth like an arrow piercing the clouds. Simultaneously, he formed 2 green energy spheres in his hands, which he amalgamated into a larger, singular orb. This orb spun incessantly in his grasp, radiating a blinding light that bathed the surroundings in a verdant hue. Broly charged towards the malevolent Babidi, and with a powerful kick, he propelled himself above Babidi's head. He then unleashed the energy sphere with the same fervor as Goku's Kamehameha, directing it towards the wicked foe. The green energy wave expanded in Broly's hands, enveloping Babidi's massive form entirely. The force of the blast caused the earth beneath Babidi to collapse wildly, transforming the landscape into a chasm hundreds of meters deep in mere seconds. As the energy wave struck, Babidi's body began to disintegrate. Broly gasped for breath in midair, having poured every ounce of his strength into that attack, leaving him with barely enough energy to sustain his flight technique. Gazing down at the vast, empty chasm, a subtle smile crept across Broly's face. Had this monster been vanquished? Everyone stared in stunned silence at the abyss below. However, Goku soon sensed something amiss. Although Babidi had seemingly vanished, a powerful and malevolent aura lingered in the air. Suddenly, Gohan, in a panic, pointed towards a specific spot, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" The group followed Gohan's gaze and beheld a diminutive version of Babidi, no larger than a palm. One by one, tiny Babidis emerged from the soil, incessantly calling out. These minuscule Babidis soon coalesced into a mass resembling modeling clay, continuously shifting and reshaping in the air. Concurrently, their energy escalated. In no time, they formed a humanoid figure standing about 3 meters tall. "Everyone follow me," a frantic voice shouted. The Supreme Kai, Shin, and his attendant, Kibito, appeared on the scene. As the malevolent Majin Bu emerged, Asin had been vigilantly observing the situation on Earth. Upon realizing that Goku and his companions were unable to contend with this sinister entity, he immediately utilized instant transmission to arrive at the temple on Earth. Subsequently, he transported Dandy and Bobo to the Kaioshin realm. As long as Bobo remained alive, Earth could be restored using the Dragon Balls, even in the event of its destruction. After relocating Bobo to the Kaioshin realm, Asin hastened to that very place, intent on bringing Goku and the others back to safety, for the Kaioshin realm was currently the only sanctuary. Quickly, there is no time for explanations, Asin urged anxiously. Under his insistence, everyone soon gathered together. Just as Jebet was preparing to use instant transmission, a yellow, transparent barrier enveloped the area, simultaneously sealing off the space. Jebet, resigned to his fate, shook his head. "Lord Kaioshin, it's too late. We cannot escape." Asin's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. "How could this happen? Ha! None of you shall escape." At that moment, the evil Majin Bu had coalesced into a humanoid form, approximately 3 meters tall. With skin of a soft pink hue and encased in a purple shell, his long tail lashed against the ground, causing cracks and depressions with each strike. This incarnation of Majin Bu was no longer merely a creature driven by destruction. He had developed his own consciousness. Even more terrifying was the fact that his battle power had intensified tenfold, now reaching a staggering 500 trillion. The sheer weight of his ominous aura was enough to instill despair. Kakarot. Vegeta's mind flooded with images of Trunks, Bra, and his beloved Bulma. What would become of Earth if they perished here? What fate awaited Bulma? He dared not envision such an outcome. Ultimately, Vegeta made a resolute decision. Goku turned to Vegeta and inquired, "What is the matter, Vegeta? Let us fuse." Vegeta's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering. Goku smiled faintly, surprised that Vegeta was the first to propose the fusion, especially considering his prior disdain for the fusion technique. It seemed that Vegeta had indeed changed significantly, becoming more humane than before. "Vegeta, do you still remember the movements? We must not falter. We have but one chance," Goku said, his expression grave. Vegeta nodded firmly. "Yes, I understand." In order for Goku and Vegeta's fusion to succeed, Lazuli, Lapis, Broly, and Gohan must hold off the malevolent Majin Buu, preventing him from disrupting the fusion process. The four of them simultaneously elevated their states to the utmost. Broly declared, transcending to Super Saiyan 2. "My battle power reaches 400 trillion. Son Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, after enduring numerous near-death experiences, has elevated his base combat power to an astonishing 40 billion. However, his maximum power in this form is merely 400 billion. Since the disappearance of Moyuan, Li has been tirelessly training alongside Lapis, the siblings pushing themselves to their limits. During this period, their combat strength has also surged to 40 billion. They have now escalated their intensity, activating a 500-fold amplification. The overwhelming force rages within them, causing excruciating pain to ripple throughout their bodies. The intense agony causes Li's delicate frame to tremble uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she gradually regains control over her body. Despite their enhanced physiques resulting from their transformed identities and awakened bloodlines, they still find it unbearable to sustain the 500-fold increase for long, with a maximum endurance of merely around 10 minutes. Li is somewhat better off, as the willpower left by Yuan gradually mends her body. In contrast, Lapis relies solely on sheer willpower to endure. "Are you ready?" The sinister Majin Buu licked his purple tongue, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Broly's eyes glimmered with ferocity. Although his transformation no longer leads to a loss of rationality following a wish made with the Dragon Balls, he becomes exceedingly combative and fearless, almost impervious to pain each time he transforms, evoking a sense of primal rage. Broly roared like a beast, charging forward. His fist, the size of a cauldron, struck towards Majin Buu's head. Majin Buu raised a hand, gently tapping Broly's fist with a single finger. The collision of their tremendous powers caused the air to tremble, resonating in a deafening buzz in everyone's ears. Failing to land a hit, Broly attempted to retract his fist. At that moment, Majin Buu opened his palm. Despite both standing at around 3 meters tall, Majin Buu's frame was almost half that of Broly's, and his hand was significantly smaller. Yet, with that seemingly diminutive hand, Majin Buu managed to grip Broly's fist, preventing him from pulling back. With a powerful twist, Majin Buu sent Broly spinning through the air. Then, lifting 1 foot high, he struck down upon Broly's chest like a battle axe. The impact reverberated as Broly's massive form crashed heavily into the ground, creating a crater several meters deep and fracturing the earth with a spiderweb of cracks. Crack! Broly seemed to hear the ominous sound of his ribs breaking. Although the pain was not overwhelming, he felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. The metallic taste spread in his mouth, igniting his ferocity further. Majin Buu's foot remained firmly planted on Broly's chest, the immense weight rendering him completely immobile. Upon witnessing Broly being trampled beneath foot, Razali and the others could no longer remain passive. Broly's defeat had occurred with such swiftness that they scarcely had time to comprehend the situation before he was subdued by the malevolent Buu. Without hesitation, the trio sprang into action, forming a triangular formation around the wicked Buu. Magic Flash, Dimensional Slash, Energy Slash. A powerful energy wave and 2 crescent-shaped energy slashes surged forth toward the malevolent Buu. Meanwhile, the Broly, pinned down, began to gather a green energy sphere in his mouth. As the night wore on, I found myself lingering at work, contemplating whether I could pen another chapter. This particular chapter had been partially written the previous night, and I had only just completed the necessary word count. Chapter 129, Spatial Turbulence, completed. 4 attacks converged upon the malevolent Buu simultaneously. With a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, the wicked Buu met the onslaught. The energy wave collided with a resounding explosion, jolting Broly beneath him to the core. Despite the precision of their strikes, a sense of despair lingered within Broly. The foot pressing down on his chest showed no sign of relinquishing its grip, suffocating him with its weight. As the smoke cleared, only the foot of the malevolent Bu remained upon Broly's chest. Gradually, small mosaic-like squares began to coalesce, piecing together the form of the malevolent Bu. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta's fusion approached its climax, with just one final step remaining. With their energies entwined, Goku and Vegeta approached each other, executing a comical dance as they drew closer. Fusion, they exclaimed, their index fingers inching toward one another. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth at incredible speed, striking Goku in the chest. The force of the blow sent him hurtling away. What? Everyone stood in stunned silence at the scene before them. The malevolent Bu was too swift. Razali and the others could scarcely react before Goku was felled. With a sinister grin, the malevolent Bu raised an arm, a wisp of white smoke curling from his fingertip. He was not foolish enough to underestimate any potential threats. He would not allow uncertainty to linger, unlike some arrogant apes. Vegeta shouted in anger, "What are you saying? Damn it, Kakarot." He rushed to Goku's side. "Uncle Vegeta, let us heal Uncle Goku." The healing trio swiftly flew over to attend to Goku's wounds. Although Jebet had intended to assist Goku as well, he was a moment too late. Under the ministrations of the healing group, the small wound in Goku's chest rapidly closed, restoring his energy to its peak. The malevolent Bu released his foot from Broly and delivered a powerful kick to his side. With a resounding thud, Broly coughed up blood, propelled like a cannonball against the translucent yellow barrier. The malevolent Bu cast a contemptuous glance at all present before picking up a stone from the ground. A surge of power enveloped the stone, which instantaneously elongated, transforming into a blood-red longsword. Ha! The malevolent Babidi wielded the sword with reckless abandon, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swept across the surroundings. In an instant, the entire barrier was filled with this lethal aura. The intertwining sword energies formed an expansive net, ensnaring all within its grasp. Suddenly, everyone found themselves leaping about like monkeys, desperately evading the onslaught of sword attacks. However, it was evident that Babidi was merely toying with them, for had he been serious, none could have escaped his wrath. Lazuli, cradling Chinin and Tianlin, sought refuge from the blade's fury. Countless sword energies struck the ground and the barrier, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the enclosure. Finally, Babidi ceased his assault, and tranquility returned to the barrier. Everyone, still trembling from the ordeal, surveyed their surroundings. Under the relentless slicing of the sword energy, the land was rendered unrecognizable. Devoid of any intact surface, the structures lay reduced to ruins, none remaining whole. Lazuli gently set the two children down and removed the Dragon Ball from around her neck. Placing it onto Chinin's, she tenderly stroked their hair and whispered, "Go to the Supreme Kai and inform him to prepare for our departure." Though sensing the gravity of the situation, Chinin and Tianlin obediently complied with Lazuli's request. Soon, all but Lazuli had gathered together. "Ha! Are you all huddled together to meet your demise?" Babidi laughed maniacally at the sight of their congregation. Taking a deep breath, Lazuli silently chanted, "Boundless, 10,000-fold." A terrifying force surged from the infinite realm into her being, an agony more intense than the previous 500-fold coursed through her, as if her very soul were on the verge of being torn asunder. The willpower left within her by Mun rapidly dissipated, consuming a tenth of its essence in mere seconds. 10 seconds. This state could only be sustained for that brief duration. Were it not for Mun's willpower maintaining her form, she would have been shattered the instant she embraced this power. Time was of the essence, and Lazuli had no opportunity for further words. Her autumnal gaze locked onto Babidi, icy and devoid of emotion. A sense of foreboding stirred within Babidi, as if something dreadful were imminent. Lazuli's lips parted slightly, and chaos erupted in the fabric of space. Suddenly, a rift spanning several meters appeared behind Babidi, resembling a gaping maw of the abyss. Terrifying spatial turbulence surged forth from this fissure. In an instant, Babidi and his barrier were obliterated by the chaotic forces. This technique could rend the very walls of the universe, harnessing the tumult beyond its confines to strike at foes. The chaos outside the universe was far more unstable than that within it. Countless currents of disorder raged forth, and even beings like Beerus would hesitate to tread upon the perilous realms beyond the universe. With Lazuli's original combat power, She could only create a fissure the size of a fingernail. Yet, this minuscule opening could still inflict harm upon Moyuan, revealing the terrifying nature of this technique. "Hurry!" Lazuli shouted, enduring the excruciating pain. Qinin and Tianlin's eyes widened in realization as they rushed towards her with their short legs. "Mom!" However, before they could take more than 2 steps, they were embraced by Wukong and Bu. "Go!" Lazuli called out once more as her inner willpower dwindled. Crimson blood flowed from her 7 orifices. This time, Jebbet dared not hesitate. He immediately activated instant transmission, whisking everyone away from the perilous sight. "Mom!" The immense burden on her body caused Lazuli to gradually lose consciousness. In her hazy state, she faintly heard the cries of her 2 children. "Husband!" In the final moment, the image of her most beloved person flashed in her mind, and then she completely succumbed to the darkness. A tremendous suction emerged from the spatial rift, drawing in the malevolent waves of Bu and Lazuli, which had been shattered by the chaotic currents of space. Without Lazuli's sustaining power, the rift began to mend itself autonomously, slowly closing until it vanished entirely. In the realm of time and space, Moyuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, his complexion turning pale. What is happening? His thoughts were in disarray, sensing that something dreadful had transpired. An urgent desire to return surged within him, accompanied by a fear of impending calamity at home. "Fear not. It's just a new chapter for the heroine. In my heart, she is not merely a decorative figure." Chapter 130. The reappearance of Gogeta. The Kaioshin realm remained a picturesque paradise, basking in the warmth of the sun. Dondi and Bobo sat beneath a tree, their faces etched with concern. They had been waiting there for quite some time. Under normal circumstances, the Kaioshin should not have taken so long to return. Could something have gone awry? Impossible. Surely the Kaioshin would not encounter misfortune. I must be overthinking. Dondi vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the ominous thoughts clouding his mind. Bobo gazed at him with concern. "Tenchi." Dondi shook his head. "I am fine, Bobo, do not worry." As they spoke, Jebbet appeared in the Kaioshin realm, accompanied by a large group. "Mom!" Qinin and Tianlin cried out in desperation, struggling fiercely in Wukong and Bu's embrace. Lazuli rushed over to hold them close. "Uncle, Qin wants mommy," Qinin whimpered, her small hands clutching tightly to Lazuli's clothing, tears streaming uncontrollably from her reddened eyes, feeling utterly helpless. "Do not cry, your mother will be fine. Remember, we still have the Dragon Balls. She will return soon." Lazuli gently reassured the 2 children. "Really?" Qinin bit her lip, stifling her tears as she looked at Lazuli with a glimmer of hope. Lazuli raised 3 fingers, vowing, "Indeed. Uncle promises you." Then, he softly wiped away the tears from Qinin's eyes. Under the soothing presence of Lapis, Qinin and Tianlin finally managed to stabilize their emotions. Meanwhile, Xin retrieved a crystal orb to observe the current state of the earth. Through the orb, they beheld the desolate battlefield where they had just fought against the malevolent Majin Bu. Both Lazuli and the wicked entity had vanished, leaving behind only emptiness. The enormous rift in space had also completely disappeared. Had the creature perished? It seemed plausible, for they had seen him being drawn into that spatial fissure. Surely, he could not have survived. Might they now return to Earth to gather the Dragon Balls? The thought of Majin Bu's demise lifted the heavy burden that had weighed upon their hearts. But wait, look over there. Suddenly, Xin, who had been intently gazing at the crystal orb, exclaimed, pointing emphatically. Within the orb, it appeared as though something was writhing beneath the soil. Soon, a mass of pink entities began to emerge, not just one, but many, progressively surfacing from the ground. These beings coalesced into a larger form. Before long, Majin Bu reappeared in the crystal orb, still shaken from the encounter. Had he not concealed a portion of his being deep underground in time, he would likely have been utterly annihilated. Nevertheless, he had suffered considerable losses. Having been devoured by the rift, his power had been halved, dwindling from an original strength of 500 billion to a mere 250 billion. Fortunately, that woman was now dead, and no one remained to pose a threat to him. With this thought, a wicked grin spread across Majin Bu's face. As he laughed heartily within the orb, Goku turned to Vegeta. To his delight, Vegeta simultaneously glanced at him. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. With a slight nod and the corners of their mouths curving upward, they comprehended each other's intentions. Under the watchful gaze of all, Vegeta's face flushed slightly, yet he resolutely began to perform the embarrassing dance. Fusion. At the moment their index fingers touched, their bodies radiated a brilliant light. Everyone was momentarily blinded by the brilliance. The energies of Goku and Vegeta intertwined, forming a more potent aura that surpassed that of Majin Buu. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing a man clad in the battle attire of a Metamoran warrior. Gogeta bore a confident smile upon his lips. It seemed he had lost his composure last time and nearly harmed Yuan. He would need to convey his apologies upon their next meeting, he remarked to Lapis. Now, it was time to deal with that minor inconvenience, Gogeta declared to himself, positioning his fingers together at his brow. In no time, he had located the presence of Majin Buu. Farewell. With a farewell to the gathered crowd, Gogeta locked onto the sinister energy of Buu and activated his instant transmission. The onlookers gazed through the crystal ball, witnessing Gogeta's immediate arrival on Earth. Who is this? A familiar yet foreign aura suddenly manifested, startling the evil Buu. I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one destined to vanquish you, Gogeta stated, his gaze piercing through Buu with a chilling detachment, akin to that of a specter observing a corpse. Indeed, to Gogeta, the malevolent Buu resembled nothing more than a lifeless entity. Ah! Buu exclaimed as he amplified his energy to the maximum, a flicker of fear igniting within him. The might radiating from Gogeta was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing his own by dozens of times. Is this truly all your strength? How pitiful, Gogeta scoffed with disdain. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring towards the heavens, resembling a bridge connecting the earthly realm to the divine. Waves of energy rippled outward from his being with each pulse. Are you prepared? Gogeta's voice resonated like a harbinger of doom. Panic began to seize Buu. Upon Gogeta's transformation, the chasm between them had widened to a staggering thousandfold. The oppressive aura bore down on Buu like a colossal mountain. Gogeta advanced, his pace unhurried. Under normal circumstances, Buu could have evaded him easily. Yet now, he felt as though his body was ensnared, unable even to disassemble into spatial particles, let alone utilize instant transmission. Just as he had done moments before, the very fabric of this space had been sealed by Gogeta's formidable power. Unless Buu's strength could match Gogeta's, breaching this confinement was utterly impossible. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, Buu's purple exterior was marred with a multitude of fist imprints. Each imprint bore Gogeta's energy, rendering any chance of recovery futile. Yet, Gogeta's onslaught had not concluded. He leaped forth, delivering a series of knee strikes to Buu's head, distorting it with each blow. These seemingly simple attacks left Buu gravely injured. Raising one hand, a vibrant energy sphere materialized within Gogeta's grasp. This sphere then shrank to a pinpoint, firmly held in his palm. Danger! A wave of dread washed over Buu, sensing that his life was in jeopardy. Suppressing his inner terror, he charged recklessly towards Gogeta, intent on neutralizing this impending threat, for he knew that failure would mean his demise. Chapter 131. The Mysterious Palace, huh? Gogeta chuckled lightly, unleashing the energy in his hand towards the advancing Buu. The colorful sphere transformed into a cascade of starlight, showering down upon Buu. Simultaneously, Buu's fist hurtled towards Gogeta's face. Boom! Just as Buu's fist was a mere centimeter from Gogeta's visage. As radiant as starlight, an energy penetrated the back of the malevolent Majin Buu, creating a gaping hole in his form. His body seemed to be frozen in time, rendered immobile. The Soul Punisher. This technique wielded by Vegeta possesses no offensive capabilities other than purification of evil intent. Yet, fortuitously, the very essence of Majin Buu is composed of malevolence. The purifying force rampaged through his being. Soon, Majin Buu's body appeared to disintegrate into ash, scattered by the wind. Stripped of his dark essence, he reverted to his original form, Kid Buu. However, this incarnation bore an unsettling gaze. The former Kid Buu's eyes were filled with a desire for destruction, whereas the current Kid Buu's eyes were pristine, as untainted as crystal-clear water. Could it be that the Soul Punisher had purified Kid Buu's malevolence as well? Vegeta pondered, and this notion seemed to be the only plausible explanation. With the dissolution of the evil essence, the laws of life and death were reinstated, causing all spirits, including Kid Buu, to vanish back into the realms of the underworld. Earth returned to a state of tranquility. Come forth, Shenron, and grant our wish. As the incantation echoed, the sky darkened with thick clouds. A colossal green dragon materialized in the heavens. Speak your wishes, whatever they may be, I shall fulfill them. Shinran's resonant voice reverberated through the cosmos. Qin gazed at Shinran, hesitating to speak. Go ahead, this wish is for you, she was encouraged. Amidst the affectionate gazes of her uncle and many others, Qin stepped forward and shouted at the dragon, please bring our mother back to life. Shinran's eyes flickered with red light twice before he shook his head. I am sorry, but I cannot grant this wish. Your mother is not deceased. What? The revelation stunned everyone. After being consumed by such a terrifying rift in time and space, Lazuli was still alive? Brother, mother isn't dead. This is wonderful, Qin exclaimed, leaping onto Tianlin like a tree kangaroo. Upon hearing that Lazuli had survived, Tianlin was equally elated. He quickly addressed Shinran, then please transport our mother back. However, Shinran shook his head once more. I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill this wish either. Your mother currently resides in a place beyond my reach. At Shinran's words, the adorable faces of Qin and Tianlin fell in dismay. Brother, I want our mother back. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Qin Yin's cheeks. Witnessing his sister's sorrow, Tianlin felt a deep sadness himself, yet he bravely fought back his own tears to comfort her. Qin, do not cry. Mother has merely left temporarily and will certainly return. Besides, we still have Father's Dragon Balls. Once their energy is restored, we can wish for Mother to come back. Yes, we still have Father's Dragon Balls. They will surely bring Mother back. Qin wiped her tears and nodded vigorously. After Goku had made his wish, Earth resumed its former state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Beyond the universe, a pure white palace stood resolutely amidst the chaotic currents of space. The terrifying spatial turbulence could not affect this palace in the slightest. A golden-haired woman floated at the center of the palace, enveloped in pure white energy. This energy gradually permeated her body, mending her internal wounds. Time passed. A week had gone by. Bulma finally succeeded in creating the machine to amplify the Bruz light waves. To prevent any mishaps, Moyuan led them to a remote wilderness. Xiaofang, Bra, and Trunks were unable to resist the urge to witness the moment when Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Moyuan concentrated a sphere of light in his hand, a synthetic moon of his own making. Bulma's machine was designed to concentrate the Bruz light waves emitted by this artificial moon, amplifying them 1,000-fold before projecting them onto Goku and Vegeta. Bulma adjusted the equipment and inquired of Vegeta and Goku, "Are you ready?" They nodded and soared into the sky, prepared to receive the Bruz light waves. Bulma promptly pressed the activation button. Soon, the machine began to absorb the Bruz light waves radiating from the artificial moon. Minutes later, a beam of light, more brilliant than sunlight, shot forth from the machine, bathing Goku and Vegeta. As their eyes absorbed the amplified Bruz light waves, their hearts began to race. Under the stimulation of the Bruz light waves, tails sprouted from their backs. Roar! Their bodies began to swell, golden fur sprouting from their forms. Fangs emerged from their mouths, their jaws gradually jutting forward. In a moment, Goku and Vegeta had transformed into two golden gorillas. Vegeta, feeling the surging power within, could not help but pound his chest and let out a triumphant roar. However, Goku, now a gorilla, seemed irritated by Vegeta's noise. He raised his massive hand and delivered a mighty slap to the back of Vegeta's head. Boom, boom, boom. Unprepared, Vegeta was sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Clutching the swelling on the back of his head, Vegeta glared at Goku. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he had never endured such humiliation. It seemed a fight was inevitable. Vegeta leaped into the air and engaged Goku in battle. Fortunately, they were in a desolate area where not even a tree could be found, let alone a person. Moreover, Moyuan had set up an energy shield to ensure that no one else would be harmed. Otherwise, with their destructive power, it wouldn't take long for them to obliterate half the planet. Uncle Moyuan, why haven't Dad and the others transformed into Super Saiyan 4 yet? Trunks finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity after watching the two gorillas fight for quite some time. Goku had not transformed into Super Saiyan 4 because he had yet to regain his rationality. As for Vegeta, he likely wanted to continue battling Goku for a while longer. As a member of the royal Saiyan lineage, he would not lose his wits in this form. Whenever he desired, he could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Just as Moyuan had indicated, Vegeta refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 merely to engage in an exhilarating battle with Goku. However, as the fight progressed, Vegeta became increasingly alarmed, realizing he was unable to match Goku's prowess. This revelation was not entirely unexpected. After all, Goku's power level, originally at 200 billion, had diminished to 100 billion due to his reduced size. Yet, during his confrontation with Baby, his strength surged back to 200 billion. Now transformed into a gorilla, his previously diminished power soared again, bringing his current fighting capability to a staggering 300 billion. Moreover, Goku, in his irrational state, fought with reckless abandon, and any injury only stoked his ferocity. In contrast, the more rational Vegeta found himself hesitating. As Chapter 132 titled Determination unfolded, Vegeta, already at a disadvantage, struggled further as he fought tentatively. Before long, he succumbed to defeat. "Hooray! Grandpa won!" Xiao Fang exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon witnessing Goku's victory. After Vegeta's defeat, the frenzied Goku sought to continue his assault. To prevent Goku from inflicting grave harm on Vegeta, Moyuan swiftly intervened, separating the two before administering some healing to Vegeta. Once restored, Vegeta began to regain control of his form, transforming back into his humanoid shape. A golden aura enveloped him as he visibly shrank, and moments later, a new iteration of Vegeta emerged. His eyes were adorned with a crimson ring of shadow, his hair transformed into a deep red hue, cascading longer over his shoulders. His bare torso was covered in red fur, with a red tail swaying freely behind him. And he donned a pair of tight leather pants, though they resembled reflective rubber more than leather. Wow, Daddy looks so cool. As Vegeta's impressive appearance materialized, Bra and Bulma were instantaneously captivated. Trunks gazed at his father with envy. Xiao Fang pouted, asserting, "My grandpa must be way cooler than your dad after his transformation." "Nonsense. My dad is the most handsome," Bra quickly retorted. The two sisters then engaged in a playful head-butting debate reminiscent of bullfighting, neither willing to back down until they ultimately fell silent in frustration. Yuan, when will my grandpa regain his senses?" Xiao Fang inquired as she approached him. "How many times must I say it? You should refer to me as Grandpa," Yuan replied with exasperation. Xiao Fang shrugged, unfazed. "I refuse. You clearly don't look much older than me. Calling you Grandpa feels odd, all right? Your father even has to call me Andy, and you calling me brother sounds ridiculous." "Heh, let's not get caught up in the details. We each have our interpretations," Yuan replied, feeling helpless. Goku's return to rationality depended solely on himself. But if Xiao Fang were to approach him and speak, it might hasten his recovery. "Me?" Xiao Fang exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to herself. "Yes," Yuan nodded gently. "If it were anyone else, it wouldn't work, but you are Goku's most cherished granddaughter. He would never harm you." Determined to help Goku regain his senses, Xiao Fang took flight without hesitation. In the end, during Xiao Fang's impassioned speech coupled with nostalgic reminiscences, Wukong successfully regained his composure and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. However, Wukong's iteration of Super Saiyan 4 bore a slight distinction from Vegeta's. Wukong's hair remained ebony, and he donned loose trousers, devoid of gloves. Furthermore, the Super Saiyan 4 version of Wukong reverted to his adult form, reclaiming the strength that had diminished when he regressed in age. Upon witnessing the dashing appearance of Wukong, Xiao Fang, in her excitement, clung to his thigh like an affectionate pendant. "Kakarot, you are incredibly slow," Vegeta remarked with an air of arrogance as he observed Wukong. Since their acquaintance, he had only triumphed over Wukong in this particular instance. Although he knew he could not best him in battle, a victory is still a victory. At this moment, if he did not reclaim the pride accumulated over the past 20-odd years, it would be a tremendous loss. Wukong merely smiled in silence. "Grandpa, will you ever stop turning into a child?" Xiao Fang inquired, gazing up at him while still clinging to his thigh. "I don't know. I'll give it a try." With that, Wukong transformed back, only to revert once more to his youthful visage. "Alas, it seems there has been no change," Xiao Fang sighed in disappointment. "Grandpa, can you not maintain your transformation indefinitely? The energy required for the transformation is too great. I cannot sustain it continuously." Hearing Wukong's words, Xiao Fang felt even more disheartened. She truly did not wish for her grandfather to appear as a younger sibling. It felt quite awkward to refer to the childlike Wukong as Grandpa. "It's all right, Xiao Fang. I can transform into Super Saiyan 4 at any time," Wukong reassured her, gently patting her head. "Really? Then, when my friends come over, you must show them." Time flew by, and unbeknownst to all, Yuan had been in this world for a month. Ever since Wukong and Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Yuan had taken it upon himself to train them both. To facilitate their training, he imparted the technique of internal energy skill. Upon realizing its significance, Wukong and Vegeta treasured this newfound knowledge, as it eradicated their previous fatal shortcomings. Previously, every adversary they encountered threatened to obliterate the earth, forcing them to endure their attacks to prevent such destruction. Now, the situation had changed. If enemies threatened to destroy, they could allow it, vanquishing their foes and subsequently using the Dragon Balls to restore the earth. Alternatively, prior to combat, they could teleport their enemies to outer space for a battle. Yuan casually tossed Wukong and Vegeta to the ground. After a brief yet intense training session, both were utterly exhausted, akin to lifeless dogs. "We cannot compete. We are completely outmatched," they lamented. With a staggering regular combat power of 400 billion, combined with the 5,000-fold amplification from Super Saiyan 3 and a 20-fold intensity of energy, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Vegeta. Yuan sat on the ground, reminiscing about the narrative ahead. Lacking a precise timeline, he was only aware that the next adversaries would be the fusion of Hell's Android 17 and Earth's Android 17, forming the formidable Super 17. However, Yuan remained oblivious to the current progress of Dr. Mew and Dr. Glow in the depths of Hell. He was in dire need of a formidable adversary to engage in combat, as he sought to rapidly enhance his own strength. Yet, it was evident that neither Wukong nor Vegeta could assist him in this endeavor. In truth, Super 17 was not particularly powerful. His strength paled in comparison to that of Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. His only ability lay in energy absorption, which came with a glaring drawback. He was immobile while absorbing energy. During that moment, the ordinary Wukong could easily defeat him. Perhaps Super 17's true purpose was to wreak havoc on Earth, compelling Wukong and his companions to resort to the Dragon Balls, thereby summoning the ultimate malevolent dragon. It seemed unnecessary to wait for the plot to unfold. All he needed was to locate the Dragon Balls and transport them to a desolate planet to summon the evil dragon, thus avoiding any harm to Earth while achieving his own objectives. In a bid to return home sooner, Yuan resolved to take action without further delay. After all, even if he were to engage in relentless battles with Wukong and Vegeta for a full 24 hours, it would yield minimal enhancement to his own abilities. Most crucially, the unsettling feelings he had experienced recently intensified his urgency to return home. He genuinely feared that something dreadful might transpire in his absence. Chapter 133, The Malevolent Dragon, completed. With minor adjustments to values, under the shroud of keen perception, Yuan swiftly located the 7 Dragon Balls. Each Dragon Ball bore several cracks, emanating an aura of malevolence, likely a result of excessive usage in this world. In his original realm, the Dragon Balls would not generate negative energy regardless of how often they were utilized. Yuan harbored a premonition that perhaps this timeline was not merely a parallel universe. If it were simply a parallel dimension, the rules ought to remain consistent. Yet, even the rules governing the Dragon Balls were different in this realm. Furthermore, one particular incident solidified his conjecture. Just a couple of days prior, Yuan recalled that his dimensional space contained the time machine he had previously used to travel to the future. However, that machine refused to activate in this timeline. Initially, he suspected a malfunction, prompting him to have Bulma examine it. Upon inspection, Bulma confirmed that the machine was in working order. Yet the energy source it utilized was entirely unfamiliar to her, starkly contrasting with that of the time machines in this timeline. This indicated that this realm was far from being a mere parallel universe. It might well be an entirely distinct world. Yuan departed from the northern galaxy, bearing the 7 Dragon Balls, and sought out a lifeless planet where he placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground. "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish." As the incantation was uttered, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, and a deep blue dragon materialized. This dragon sported a pair of bat-like wings. "I cannot believe you dared to summon me." The dragon procured a cigar from somewhere, placing it in its mouth, and produced a lighter to ignite the cigar, inhaling deeply. The malevolent dragon languidly puffed on a cigar, casting a curious glance at Yuan. "I sense the essence of the dragon clan within you. As a descendant of the dragon lineage, did your elders never enlighten you on the consequences of summoning a dragon when the Dragon Balls are fractured? How audacious of you to call upon me." "No." Yuan shook his head. "I was aware that summoning you would ensue. and it is indeed you whom I wish to invoke. Oh, the wicked dragon was bemused by Yuan's boldness. You are fully cognizant of the repercussions, yet still dare to bring me forth? A smirk curled at the corners of Yuan's lips, excitement evident in his demeanor. Precisely. Do you wish to annihilate this world? Young one, your thoughts are perilously reckless. The malevolent dragon pointed a scolding finger at Yuan, adopting a didactic tone. Yet, a sinister grin broke across his face as he shifted his tone. I find this rather delightful. Ha! The wicked dragon erupted into laughter, inhaling deeply, drawing in the 7 dragon balls scattered upon the ground. Subsequently, his form transformed into 7 serpentine dragons of ebony mist, each clutching a dragon ball in its maw, soaring towards divergent directions. Simultaneously, a dark force enveloped the planet, and a spectacle akin to the aurora borealis illuminated the skies. Quite a beautiful sight. As Yuan admired the celestial display, he leisurely glided towards the location where the nearest dragon ball had descended. His unhurried demeanor suggested he was not there to engage in battle, but rather to embark on a leisurely excursion. Before long, he arrived at a foul-smelling expanse, where the water, earth, and flora were all tainted by toxic fumes, emitting a horrid stench. Here resided the 2-star dragon, the very creature that even Xiao Fong could easily overpower. This being's combat prowess was lamentably weak, merely a few million. Lacking interest in wasting time, Yuan swiftly dispatched the creature with a single strike, obtaining a normal 2-star dragon ball in the process. He repeated the process with alacrity, soon eliminating all but the 1-star dragon. Among them, the 4-star dragon boasted the highest combat power. However, Yuan discerned a peculiar anomaly. Their combat strength seemed amiss. For instance, the 4-star dragon possessed a stated power of 10 trillion, yet its actual combat capability soared to 1,000 trillion. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of darkening strength by 100-fold? Puzzled, Yuan chose not to dwell further on the matter. Only the 1-star dragon remained. Yet he need not seek it, as the 6 dragon balls circled around him, and he ambled slowly, as if wandering aimlessly. Not far behind Yuan, a ghostly white figure trailed closely. The 1-star dragon's eyes were fixated on the 6 dragon balls, filled with an insatiable longing. However, he dared not act hastily. Having just witnessed the ease with which Yuan had dispatched the other 6 malevolent dragons. Though he was the strongest among them, his power merely peaked at 12 trillion. Even the 4-star dragon, with its 10 trillion strength, could not withstand 2 of Yuan's moves. What hope did he have? Yet, each malevolent dragon possessed unique abilities, and he was no exception. His power lay in the art of consumption. Devouring other dragon balls bestows the abilities of the consumed upon the devourer, simultaneously resulting in a tremendous augmentation of his combat prowess. Thus, should he manage to consume the 6 dragon balls, he would possess an unassailable confidence in his ability to annihilate Yuan. At present, he bides his time, awaiting a moment, a pivotal opportunity for a resurgence. Yuan, tossing 2 of the dragon balls in his hand as if performing a juggling act, suddenly lost his grip, and the 2 dragon balls fell to the ground. Oh dear, my hand slipped, he exclaimed loudly, then bent down to retrieve them. In that instant, the 1-star dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a chance! Dragon balls, unite! The 1-star dragon opened his mouth wide, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Instantly, the 4 dragon balls surrounding Yuan, along with the 2 that had fallen, began to radiate light, breaking free from Yuan's control and soaring toward the 1-star dragon. Yet, the 1-star dragon was oblivious to the slight smirk that curled at the corners of Yuan's mouth as he bent down. From the very beginning, Yuan had noticed that the 1-star dragon had been trailing him. To ensure the creature followed, he refrained from using instant transmission. Ultimately, he even feigned a slip of the hand to entice the 1-star dragon into seizing the dragon balls. His acting was rather poor, even inferior to that of a novice actor, yet the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Indeed, the 1-star dragon took the bait so effortlessly. However, to exercise caution, Yuan refrained from allowing the 1-star dragon to absorb all the dragon balls. The 1 4-star ball and 1 5-star ball that fell to the ground remained securely in his grasp. After all, Yuan had no knowledge of how much enhancement each dragon ball would confer upon him. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Upon absorbing the other 4 dragon balls, the 1-star dragon underwent a transformation. The 1-star ball, once embedded in his forehead, had now shifted to his chest alongside the other 4 Dragon Balls. His physique had also undergone some alterations. Most significantly, his combat power surged from 12 trillion to 120 trillion. In other words, his power had escalated to 12 quadrillion. This calculation indicated that each Dragon Ball could amplify the one-star dragon's combat capability tenfold. What was even more terrifying was that this augmentation was multiplicative rather than additive. Thus, absorbing 1 Dragon Ball multiplied his strength by 10, while absorbing 2 would elevate it to 100, and so forth. Should he manage to absorb all 6 Dragon Balls, his combat power would increase a staggering 1 million times. The numerical calculations left me quite flustered. Chapter 134. Confrontation with the One-Star Dragon. 12 quadrillion Yuan felt a sense of relief for having held back some power. Based on previous encounters with those malevolent dragons, their actual combat strength was 100-fold greater than their apparent power. This meant that the One-Star Dragon's true combat strength might well be 1.2 trillion. Meanwhile, Yuan's combat power, at its peak, barely reached 200 trillion. The disparity in strength was thus perfectly calibrated, providing him with enough pressure to challenge himself without posing a grave threat to his life. Hand over those 2 Dragon Balls, and I may consider sparing your life, otherwise. The One-Star Dragon, now brimming with newfound confidence, could not be deemed anything but arrogant. This invincible power is truly intoxicating. Once he absorbs those 2 Dragon Balls, he will become the strongest being in this universe. Desire these 2 Dragon Balls. Yuan twirled the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand before placing them into his dimensional space. He taunted the One-Star Dragon, saying, "Defeat me, and these 2 Dragon Balls shall be yours." Seeking death, the One-Star Dragon's icy gaze fixated on Yuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Come forth. I have awaited this day for far too long," Yuan declared, excitement surging within him. Subsequently, the energy within him began to swell. Boom. A tangible, purple-golden aura enveloped his body, a black lightning dragon swirling around him, while his purple-golden hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. Yuan unleashed his most powerful form. The disparity in combat power was so vast that any probing was utterly unnecessary. You truly do not know your own limits. Allow me to reveal just how great our differences are. With a thunderous roar, the One-Star Dragon unleashed the energy within him, forming a glowing green energy sphere. This sphere expanded rapidly, then erupted in a tremendous explosion. Boom. The ground beneath them was blasted into a vast crater. Yuan hovered above the explosion. Indeed, from the energy unleashed by the One-Star Dragon, he could distinctly sense that its attack had reached a staggering combat power of 120 trillion, surpassing his own by 6-fold. Defeating him would not be an easy feat. The One-Star Dragon looked up at Yuan, his expression one of disdain as he scoffed. "What a mere insect. How swiftly you scurry. Let us see just how long you can evade me." In an instant, the One-Star Dragon flickered and appeared behind Yuan, launching a fist aimed squarely at his chest. So fast, the One-Star Dragon's velocity was such that Yuan could not perceive his movements with the naked eye. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block the incoming blow. Bang! The tremendous force struck his forearm, leaving him nearly numb. The sheer power sent him hurtling away, tumbling through the air several times before regaining control of his body. The 6-fold disparity was indeed significant. He was utterly unable to keep pace with the One-Star Dragon's movements. However, the One-Star Dragon would find it no simple task to extinguish his life. Yuan's willpower began to operate autonomously, rapidly healing the injury to his arm. Shaking off the sensation, he revealed a faint smile. "Oh, not injured at all." The One-Star Dragon was somewhat taken aback. He had not held back in his strike. The disparity in strength was immense, yet Yuan emerged unscathed. However, the One-Star Dragon was merely surprised, not overly concerned. Strong recovery ability is one thing, but even the 5-Star Dragon would fall to a single blow in the face of absolute power. The One-Star Dragon was supremely confident in his current strength. "Come on, let us continue." Yuan beckoned the One-Star Dragon with a flick of his finger, his taunt reaching its zenith. Seeking death, the One-Star Dragon's eyes emitted freezing beams. Yuan instantly teleported behind the One-Star Dragon. Gathering an orb of energy in his hand, he pressed it against the back of the One-Star Dragon. Sensing the imminent danger, the One-Star Dragon remained unperturbed, offering a disdainful smile before commanding the black spikes protruding from his back to extend suddenly. The sharp, obsidian spikes glinted with a chilling radiance. Moyuan did not evade these black spikes. Instead, he allowed them to penetrate his body. The spikes pierced directly through Moyuan's chest, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Clutching the energy orb, he endured the agonizing sensation of his heart being pierced, pushing his body forward a few more steps. The energy orb pressed firmly against the one-star dragon's back. The one-star dragon's eyes widened in shock as he was forcefully slammed to the ground. After the impact, the massive wound in Moyuan's chest began to contract, almost instantaneously returning to its former state. Though still painful, he rubbed the injured area and managed to muster a faint smile. The one-star dragon, lying amidst the soil, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not evaded Moyuan's attack, allowing it to strike him, simply because he had deemed Moyuan's assault insignificant. The disparity in their combat prowess was so vast that he believed standing still would not result in injury. However, upon feeling the force of Moyuan's energy orb, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Moyuan's orb contained a unique power that nearly disregarded defenses, inflicting considerable damage upon him. This was the effect of vital energy, which could wreak greater havoc on malevolent targets. The evil dragon was, after all, a creature formed of negative energy. Thus, an attack laced with vital energy would undoubtedly cause him significant harm. Moyuan's energy had long since amalgamated with this vital essence, allowing each of his assaults to transcend the gulf of their strength disparity, inflicting damage upon the one-star dragon. How infuriating! The one-star dragon roared, unleashing a surge of energy that sent the stones and dirt weighing him down, soaring into the air. You have angered me, boy. He glared at Moyuan, teeth gritted in fury. In an instant, the one-star dragon surged forward, and before long, Moyuan found himself struck and sent flying. The dragon's form flickered in the air, each appearance a precise assault on Moyuan. Like a football, Moyuan was kicked about in midair. Yet, he remained composed. Although he could not avoid the one-star dragon's strikes, the damage sustained was not as severe as it seemed. With the healing power of his will, Moyuan was nearly restored from every injury almost as soon as it occurred, feeling only the residual pain. He refrained from using his mind's eye, as he sought not only to enhance his strength through combat, but also to explore whether he could enter a state akin to the ultimate freedom he had experienced during his battle with Vegeta. Amidst the onslaught, he sensed his strength gradually augmenting, simultaneously deciphering the one-star dragon's combat patterns. With a resounding crash, Moyuan unleashed a powerful punch to the left, his fist striking solidly against the chest of the one-star dragon, who had just materialized in that position. The energy within his fist surged into the dragon's body, and the vital energy erupted within him. How could this be? The one-star dragon was utterly incredulous, a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth. How could he have been struck? This was impossible. Working overtime again, let me first present a chapter, and there will be another shortly. Chapter 135. The battle continues, completed. Seizing the opportunity to strike while one is vulnerable. After enduring so long, Moyuan was also aflame with anger. Seizing the brief moment when the one-star dragon was distracted, Moyuan unleashed a relentless barrage of celestial meteor punches without mercy. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. The energy within him ruthlessly surged upon the one-star dragon. In an instant, a multitude of fist imprints adorned the one-star dragon's body, each imprint still resonating with Moyuan's energy. With a fierce shout, Moyuan thrust both fists forward, like cannonballs, into the one-star dragon's chest. Instantly, the one-star dragon was sent flying as if struck by an aircraft. Moyuan retracted his fists and lightly snapped his fingers. Boom. The imprints on the one-star dragon's body suddenly began to heat up. Explosions erupted as the energy within the imprints detonated, engulfing the one-star dragon in a cacophony of destruction. Even with a vast disparity in strength, the one-star dragon would not emerge unscathed from such a potent attack. As the explosions subsided and the thick smoke cleared, the one-star dragon emerged, looking disheveled and covered in dust. Though he appeared quite battered, Moyuan understood that the one-star dragon had only sustained minor injuries, not life-threatening in nature. Nevertheless, the pain must have been excruciating. The one-star dragon's expression darkened, his body trembling with fury. Such a humiliation, an absolute disgrace. The one-star dragon, had never endured such indignity in all his life. To be bested by someone so vastly inferior was a blow to his pride. Fury coursed through the one-star dragon, causing his entire body to quiver. Crack! Even his back molars shattered under the strain. Super negative energy sphere. The one-star dragon conjured a colossal red energy sphere, radiating a dense aura of negative energy. Under the influence of this dark energy, the entire planet was shrouded in gloom. The sky became overcast, a murky gray, as blood-red lightning surged and roared amidst the ominous clouds. Various natural disasters loomed over the planet. Earthquakes, tsunamis, thunder, and volcanic eruptions. Die! The one-star dragon glared fiercely, hurling the energy sphere toward Moyuan with all his might. The energy contained within this sphere was far beyond 1,200 jing, likely reaching a staggering 3,000 jing. In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere was before Moyuan, exuding an intense heat that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He could not afford to take it head-on. Moyuan sensed a whiff of death. Although he had immense confidence in his willpower, he refused to gamble with his life. Swiftly employing instant teleportation, he evaded the energy sphere. After his escape, the energy sphere collided with the ground, the hardened earth yielding like tofu under its impact. The ground melted, with the energy sphere embedding itself deeply beneath the surface. A terrifying surge of negative energy erupted, causing the entire planet to fracture and explode into a magnificent display of fireworks. Ha ha ha! The one-star dragon threw his head back in laughter, firmly convinced that Moyuan could not possibly survive such an assault. After all, he was merely an earthling, lacking the capacity to endure in the vast expanse of the universe. Even if he managed to cling to life, he would ultimately succumb to asphyxiation in the void of space. It was a pity for the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. One-star dragon was genuinely curious about how formidable he would become after devouring all the Dragon Balls. What are you laughing at, dog? Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced one-star dragon's ears. He looked up to see Moyuan suspended in space, appearing as unaffected as if he were standing on solid ground. How is this possible? Aren't you an earthling? How could an earthling possess the ability to survive in space? One-star dragon could hardly believe his eyes. Moyuan scoffed. Who told you that earthlings cannot survive in space? After a brief silence, one-star dragon burst into laughter. Humph, he shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Even if you can survive in space, what of it? You will still meet your demise at my hands. But this is fortuitous. I was just lamenting the loss of those 2 Dragon Balls alongside you, and now I have the chance to fulfill my desires. One-star dragon exuded an air of confidence, as if he had already secured victory over Moyuan. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Obtaining those 2 Dragon Balls is simple. Defeat me. Moyuan roared, his aura blazing like a tempest, the mighty dragon's roar resounding. He launched the first strike, employing instant transmission to appear at one-star dragon's side and delivering a powerful punch. One-star dragon, quick in reflexes, seized Moyuan's wrist and yanked it forcefully, while simultaneously gathering energy in his other hand to unleash a ki blast aimed at Moyuan's abdomen. Moyuan transformed his body into spatial particles, evading the strike by harnessing his spatial abilities. He managed to hold his ground against one-star dragon, and the 2 engaged in an intense struggle, exchanging blows with fervor. As one-star dragon obliterated a planet, the overwhelming aura of negative energy surged through the cosmos, reaching Earth, countless light years away. Goku and Vegeta, both ardent martial artists, could hardly contain their excitement. In the past, they might have hesitated, but things had changed, having mastered the inner breath technique. They had acquired the ability to survive in space. With their concerns alleviated, they quickly reached a consensus. Goku immediately transported himself and Vegeta using instant transmission. In an instant, they found themselves amidst the stars. Not far from their position, 2 beams of light clashed violently in the void. One of the beams, shimmering in purple and gold, resonated with the familiar energy of Moyuan, while the other, a vibrant green, emanated the formidable aura of negative energy they had sensed earlier. What incredible power! Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by the intensity of the battle between Moyuan and one-star dragon. It appeared that Moyuan had not unleashed his full strength during their previous encounters. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling not just awe but a profound sense of unwillingness. He was acutely aware of Moyuan's origins, hailing from over a decade past. Years ago, he was already far more powerful than his present self. If Mo Yuan had cultivated for as long as he had, how terrifying would he have become? A Yuan is truly formidable. He mentioned that in their time and space, there exist many beings even stronger than him. The thought of engaging with those masters from his realm is genuinely enticing to Wukong. In this current dimension, he and Vegeta are nearly the two most potent individuals in the universe. For over a decade, they have encountered no worthy adversaries. Even OOB, the reincarnation of Kid Buu, could only contend with Wukong in his normal state after several years of training. Should Wukong transform into his Super Saiyan form, OOB would stand no chance whatsoever. Throughout these years, the most exhilarating battle Wukong experienced was perhaps his recent encounter with Baby. As for fighting Mo Yuan, that was merely an exercise in suffering, pain without pleasure. Vegeta, upon hearing Wukong's words, relaxed his clenched fists and smiled with relief. You truly are remarkable, Kakarot. Chapter 136, A Scheme of Pain? The spectacular combat left Wukong and Vegeta in awe, especially as Mo Yuan employed instant transmission as a standard technique in battle, which astounded Wukong. Kakarot, can you use instant transmission like Mo Yuan? Vegeta inquired curiously. What a joke. Wukong shook his head fervently. If I could use instant transmission like a Yuan, you would stand even less of a chance against me. For Wukong, instant transmission was merely a means of travel or escape, occasionally useful in combat. He needed to lock onto his opponent's energy signature before he could execute it, making the preparation too lengthy. He might as well rely on high-speed movement instead. While using it once or twice might catch an opponent off guard, overusing it would easily expose his vulnerabilities. Although battling the one-star dragon was perilous, it significantly enhanced his strength. Mo Yuan's combat power now was virtually approaching 500 trillion. In terms of normal combat power, he was akin to a long string of nines, just a fraction away from reaching a trillion. However, Mo Yuan realized that this slight increment felt like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to bridge. Could it be that his rapid advancement had rendered the one-star dragon incapable of further boosting his power? Mo Yuan pondered this doubtfully. With his current strength, the one-star dragon was only slightly more than twice as powerful as him. Previously, with a six-fold difference in combat power, he could still maneuver through the fight using spatial abilities. Now, the situation was even more pronounced. The one-star dragon could hardly land a hit on Mo Yuan. And even if he did, Mo Yuan would instantaneously recover due to his willpower. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan could occasionally land a few punches in return. As his power increased, the damage Mo Yuan inflicted grew more substantial. In this ebb and flow, the one-star dragon found himself severely battered. The more they fought, the more apprehensive the one-star dragon became, yet he felt utterly helpless. Instant transmission was simply too swift. He could neither strike nor evade. Apart from the ability of instantaneous movement, Mo Yuan possesses the capability to transform his body into spatial particles to evade his attacks. This alone would be bothersome enough. What is even more infuriating is that after he dodges Mo Yuan's energy blasts, the very projectiles he evaded are suddenly teleported back to him. One-star dragon feels utterly exhausted, grappling with a sense of helplessness akin to fighting against multiple foes single-handedly. Moreover, his opponent grows increasingly formidable with every encounter. What a predicament. One-star dragon begins to comprehend the situation. Mo Yuan is treating him merely as a tool for leveling up, aiming to exploit him for his own enhancement. It is likely that the previous 4 Dragon Balls were deliberately left for him to acquire by Mo Yuan. Otherwise, given his spatial abilities, One-Star Dragon cannot believe that Mo Yuan would be unable to control those trivial Dragon Balls. However, there is a glimmer of hope. One-Star Dragon realizes that Mo Yuan's strength has plateaued. He is acutely aware of the reason behind this stagnation. Perhaps he could leverage this knowledge to his advantage. But it requires a daring gamble. If Mo Yuan desires to continue augmenting his power, he will inevitably fall into a trap, at which point One-Star Dragon can seize the opportunity to eliminate him. A glint of cunning flashes in One-Star Dragon's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Mo Yuan seizes on a mistake made by One-Star Dragon. In an instant, a flurry of punches, kicks, and energy blasts rain down upon him, overwhelming One-Star Dragon in a cascade of relentless assault. Victory? Both Goku and Vegeta, who were spectating, stood in stunned silence. Despite One-Star Dragon's superior strength compared to Mo Yuan, he found himself the one vanquished amidst Mo Yuan's myriad of bizarre tactics. Goku, upon witnessing this, felt an urge to return home and diligently practice instantaneous movement. If he could master it to the level of Moyuan, could he not also challenge foes beyond his level? Yet, Goku understood that Moyuan's triumph over One-Star Dragon was largely due to the life force embedded within his energy. One-Star Dragon, being composed of negative energy, was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, against a typical strong adversary, Moyuan's spatial abilities would merely serve to evade attacks. Given such a vast disparity in combat prowess, inflicting harm on the opponent would be impossible. After a while, the onslaught ceased. Under Moyuan's relentless attacks, One-Star Dragon bore an array of intersecting wounds, and his presence had significantly weakened. Moyuan sensed something was amiss. Despite landing all his attacks, unless One-Star Dragon was unguarded, it should not have resulted in such grave injuries. Could it be that One-Star Dragon was feigning injury? What could his ulterior motive be? Moyuan activated his inner sight, scanning One-Star Dragon with keen perception. He discovered that the wounds were indeed genuine, not a pretense of injury. Furthermore, Moyuan had not bestowed upon him the 5-star ball, meaning One-Star Dragon lacked the capabilities afforded by it and could not utilize its restorative powers. Just kill me. I can no longer withstand you. One-Star Dragon appeared resigned, extending his arms in a posture of surrender. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Moyuan instinctively felt that the situation was not as it seemed, but he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Killing the One-Star Dragon is currently a futile endeavor. Intends to exploit the One-Star Dragon to elevate his own power level, making it impossible to eliminate him at this juncture. Moreover, possesses a premonition. Once he transcends this bottleneck, he is certain to reap substantial rewards. However, the One-Star Dragon's current strength poses no threat to him. After a moment of contemplation, retrieved a Dragon Ball from the dimensional space. This was a 5-star ball, should the One-Star Dragon consume it. Not only would his power multiply tenfold, but he would also acquire the abilities of a 5-star dragon. At that point, could utilize the electrical slime to heal his own injuries. Upon seeing produce a Dragon Ball, a flicker of delight flashed in the depths of the One-Star Dragon's eyes. Observe this change with keen awareness. It became clear to him that the One-Star Dragon had calculated that he would not be slain, and that he would indeed be granted the opportunity to enhance his power through the Dragon Ball. To his surprise, the One-Star Dragon had resorted to a scheme of feigned suffering. Nonetheless, the One-Star Dragon had adeptly gauged the situation, had no intention of eliminating him at present. His plan was to summon the evil dragon to rapidly increase his own strength, which naturally precluded the possibility of killing the One-Star Dragon right now. Had already intended to provide a Dragon Ball for the One-Star Dragon to consume each time his power surpassed that of the One-Star Dragon. Without hesitation, he tossed the 5-star ball to the One-Star Dragon, stating calmly, "Consume it and continue to battle with me." Was unperturbed by the potential for unforeseen developments. Although the One-Star Dragon was clearly enacting a ruse to acquire the Dragon Ball, had contingencies in place. He had already detected that Goku and Vegeta had arrived in the vicinity, and he had communicated with them telepathically. Should any unexpected circumstances arise, Goku and Vegeta would merge, swiftly dealing with the One-Star Dragon. Even the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta would easily overpower the One-Star Dragon, regardless of how much stronger he became. Chapter 137, Dimensional Hierarchy, completed. Clutching the 5-star ball, the One-Star Dragon could no longer contain the exuberance within his heart. He eagerly stuffed the 5-star ball into his mouth and swallowed. In no time, a blue 5-star ball appeared on his chest. Boom. Upon consuming the 5-star ball, the One-Star Dragon's entire body erupted. Gouts of pink slime shot forth towards various planets. After a brief interval, these slimes returned, and the planets they had visited now appeared desolate, akin to lifeless celestial bodies. Clearly, the energy from these planets had been siphoned by the One-Star Dragon. Fortunately, the nearby planets were devoid of life. The One-Star Dragon had merely drained their energy. However, with the energy depleted, these planets would soon be unable to sustain existence, likely disintegrating into cosmic dust in due time. The pink slime reassembled, resembling the abilities of Majin Buu, and rapidly coalesced into the One-Star Dragon once more. Having absorbed the energy from so many planets, the One-Star Dragon's injuries had completely healed. Ha ha ha. The One-Star Dragon laughed maniacally. Power, an inexhaustible force. He felt as if he could obliterate his former self with a single punch. After consuming the 5-star ball, not only had all his injuries healed, but most significantly, his strength had surged tenfold. Tenfold. This was an entire tenfold increase. His power had now reached an astounding 12,000 jing, equivalent to 12 ga. If he were to devour the 4-star ball, his combat prowess would then ascend to 12 ga. Who in this universe could possibly rival him? Fool. Little did you know how easily you handed the Dragon Ball to me. In gratitude, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Ha ha. No more pretense. The 1-star dragon has revealed his true self. He now stood as an invincible entity. The mere ant before him could be crushed with the slightest flick of his finger. The 1-star dragon sneered at Moyuan. You shall regret giving me the Dragon Ball. Tendrils of dark energy began to emanate from the 1-star dragon's form. Soon, this entire star domain was engulfed by the black mist, saturated with negative energy. Suddenly, the 1-star dragon vanished. Upon witnessing this, Moyuan's heart raced, and he immediately sought to teleport away. Boom. The 1-star dragon's fist landed squarely in Moyuan's abdomen. The black spikes on his knuckles pierced Moyuan's flesh like nails. With his chin resting on Moyuan's shoulder, the 1-star dragon smirked disdainfully. Did you truly believe I would allow you to utilize your spatial abilities? Let me enlighten you. This space has been sealed by me, rendering your repugnant powers utterly ineffective. Indeed, the 1-star dragon had sealed the space with overwhelming strength, preventing Moyuan from using his spatial abilities. Unless Moyuan's power was within a tenfold range of his own, it was impossible to breach this confinement. However, the 1-star dragon, now with an explosive increase in strength, surpassed Moyuan by 24 times. There was no chance of overcoming the 1-star dragon's barrier. Without his spatial capabilities to evade damage, Moyuan was utterly defenseless against the 1-star dragon's onslaught. The 1-star dragon reveled in the opportunity to unleash his pent-up grievances. What should we do? Is a Yuan going to be killed? Should we merge? Goku, witnessing Moyuan being mercilessly battered, anxiously inquired of Vegeta. Why rush? Did Moyuan not say to wait for his signal before merging? Vegeta replied coldly, arms crossed. He had no desire to engage in such a humiliating act. Were it not for Moyuan saving his family previously, he would never have entertained the request. If he could avoid it, he would. Vegeta, you truly lack compassion. Goku pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, turning his head away from Goku. Moyuan closed his eyes, attempting to replicate the scenario from his previous battle with Vegeta. Unfortunately, the results were not as hoped. During that prior encounter, Vegeta had not sealed the space at the outset, allowing Moyuan to evade his assaults with his spatial abilities. However, now the 1-star dragon had sealed the space from the very beginning, and with only his speed, Moyuan found it impossible to dodge the 1-star dragon's attacks. As for blocking, it is hardly worth mentioning. Blocking is only effective when the forces in contention are comparable. Given the vast disparity in strength between Moyuan and the 1-star dragon, it is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The willpower within Moyuan flows incessantly, never pausing for a moment. It tirelessly mends the wounds inflicted upon him by the 1-star dragon. Under normal circumstances, in such an intense battle, Moyuan's strength would soar like a rocket. However, at present, the power within him resembles a stagnant pool, utterly devoid of movement. Furthermore, each time the 1-star dragon injures him, a negative energy lingers within Moyuan, requiring its eradication before he can heal. Yet, eliminating this negative energy demands more willpower than the usual restoration of injuries. After such a prolonged fight, nearly half of Moyuan's willpower has been depleted. Should this continue, it could spell dire consequences. Moyuan feels a sense of urgency. Although he has Goku and Vegeta by his side, ensuring his safety from mortal peril, he yearns to break through his limitations. Only then would he have hope of returning home. The 1-star dragon's fist crashes into Moyuan's chest, and subsequently, the black spikes protruding from his fist, akin to Wolverine's claws, pierce through Moyuan's body. With a mocking grin, the 1-star dragon jeers. Are you perplexed as to why your strength has not continued to ascend? The spikes embedded in the 1-star dragon's fist. Moyuan raises his head to gaze at him. This query indeed baffles him. Observing Moyuan's bewilderment, the 1-star dragon bursts into laughter. Ha! It's comical that you have deemed me a mere tool for your power enhancement. Yet you remain oblivious to the concept of dimensional hierarchy. Had you understood it, you would not have so readily relinquished the Dragon Balls to me, would you? Dimensional hierarchy? This is not the first time Moyuan has encountered the term dimension. Concepts such as the second dimension and the third dimension have been brought up before, and upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Moyuan had heard Piccolo refer to dimensions as well, describing them in the context of the Supreme Kai, Shin, indicating that they were not of the same dimension. However, due to the Supreme Kai's power, Moyuan had never given much thought to the term. In light of your impending demise at my hands, I shall enlighten you. The essence of the dimension pertains to an individual's level of power and life. You currently reside at the apex of the first dimension, on the verge of transcending into the second dimension. Once you surpass the second dimension, you shall no longer be a mere mortal. Your life essence and strength will undergo a 100-fold enhancement. Yet, the path to transcending dimensions is far from simple. Only a fool such as yourself would believe that one could achieve this breakthrough through mere combat. Everything is now clear. Yuan finally comprehends why the true power of these malevolent dragons is 100 times greater than their apparent strength. Thus, upon transcending to the second dimension, the energy within him would experience a 100-fold amplification. Chapter 138. The reappearance of the free and extreme intent technique. Thus, it is posited that once combat power reaches the unit of trillion, one has ascended to the second dimension. If this holds true, another question arises for, although Majin Buu's normal state also manifests a trillion-level combat power, why does his strength not amplify 100-fold? What remains unaware of is that, despite Majin Buu attaining trillion-level combat power, he is fundamentally a magical creation, and his strength is derived from the act of consuming others. Consequently, Majin Buu's combat power is comparable to that of the Scion's transformations, without transcending dimensional boundaries. However, the current Fat Buu, with a combat power of 900 billion, has fused with the soul of the Grand Kaioshin and is no longer the mere magical entity he once was. Should he cultivate to surpass the trillion level, he too could enter the second dimension, thereby experiencing a natural 100-fold increase in strength. Returning to the matter at hand, after all this discourse, it would be prudent for you to surrender the remaining Dragon Ball to me. I could grant you a swift demise. The black spikes protruding from the fists of the one-star dragon elongated into a pair of lethal claws, incessantly striking. Deep, bone-visible wounds appeared upon his form, yet were swiftly mended by the wish energy within him. Nevertheless, this healing process concurrently accelerated the depletion of his wish energy. Paid no heed to the one-star dragon, simultaneously mending his injuries while contemplating the means to transcend into the second dimension. If entering the second dimension indeed results in a 100-fold power increase, might it suffice to compress the energy within him 100-fold? With this possibility in mind, eagerly commenced his endeavor. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself entirely to the task of compressing his internal power, allowing the one-star dragon's attacks to rain upon him. Was curious to ascertain whether he could breach the second dimension under such extreme circumstances. Should he ultimately fail, he would naturally summon Goku and Vegeta to intervene. Unexpectedly, as focused all his energy on compressing his strength, his body involuntarily exited the Super Saiyan 3 form. A faint silver luminescence enveloped him. You wish to breach the second dimension? That depends on my consent, the one-star dragon remarked, instantly recognizing his intent. However, he was not one to passively observe an adversary grow in strength. He would extinguish any threat in its infancy. Even though he was aware that transcending the second dimension was no trivial feat, many had devoted centuries to this pursuit only to meet with disappointment. He would not allow the situation to unfold unchecked. Super negative energy ball. The one-star dragon concentrated once more, conjuring an energy sphere even larger and more terrifying than the last. This time, I shall reduce you to ashes. With a confident smile, the one-star dragon hurled the energy sphere with all his might, convinced that, within the confines of the sealed space, would be unable to evade his onslaught. Hands on hips, the one-star dragon wore a look of amusement. He seemed to envision Yuan disintegrating into dust under the assault of that energy sphere. Vegeta, are you not going to make a move? Surely, Yuan cannot be allowed to perish. Goku exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the massive orb radiating an ominous aura, his anxiety mounting. Not only Goku, but even Vegeta found it difficult to contain himself. However, without Yuan's telepathic communication, they dared not act recklessly. As Vegeta contemplated the energy sphere, his thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Kakarot, let us fuse. Although Yuan had not reached out to them, Vegeta sensed something amiss with Yuan's current condition. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear to watch Moyuan be slain by the one-star dragon. The situation was dire and urgent. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, their hesitation dissipating. They positioned themselves, aligning their energies. Just as they prepared to merge, they suddenly noticed a transformation occurring within Moyuan. First, he reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form. Then a faint silver luminescence enveloped him. Wait, Vegeta. It seems he no longer requires our assistance. Goku halted his actions. Moyuan, with closed eyes, evaded the one-star dragon's strike like a specter. This is impossible. The one-star dragon exclaimed, his jaw agape in disbelief. What manner of anomaly is this? He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before, save for Moyuan. Undeterred, the one-star dragon advanced, unleashing a tempest of strikes, punches, kicks, energy blasts, all relentlessly aimed at Moyuan. He exerted every ounce of his might. Yet, Moyuan appeared to anticipate each attack, evading them by the narrowest of margins. The one-star dragon grew increasingly frustrated. Moyuan flitted around him like an elusive eel. And despite his superior speed, he could not land a single blow. How can this be? The one-star dragon pondered, utterly perplexed. Incredible. Goku marveled at Moyuan's agility, unable to suppress his admiration. Even Vegeta begrudgingly acknowledged his strength. This is advantageous, he smirked, realizing he could delay their fusion for a while longer. Moyuan was entirely absorbed in the endeavor of transcending the second dimension, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Were he to witness his current state, he would surely exclaim in awe at the mastery of Zizai Ji Gong. Compressing power was indeed a formidable challenge, requiring 100-fold reduction. After an extensive period of effort, Moyuan had managed to condense only a fraction of his strength. The boundless space continuously supplied energy to replenish his expenditure. The act of compressing power not only posed significant difficulty, but also harbored peril. Each step demanded utmost precision, for any lapse in caution could result in catastrophic failure. 1-fold, 2-fold, 10-fold. Fortunately, Moyuan had created the boundless realm, or else absorbing such an abundance of energy would have been an insurmountable task. As time progressed, the energy within Moyuan had been compressed to 100-fold. Yet, that bottleneck remained impervious, showing no signs of yielding. Moyuan felt as if something vital was missing. The one-star dragon, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, had struck for so long without landing a single blow on Moyuan. The fury within him was now uncontainable. Super negative energy ball. The one-star dragon raised his hands high, a crimson energy sphere coalescing within his grasp. This sphere pulsated with intensity, swelling in size with each throb. In no time, a colossal energy ball, several times larger than the sun, materialized in the one-star dragon's hands. Encased in dark, grayish currents, the blood-red sphere emanated a terrifying aura of negative energy. With a frenzied expression, the one-star dragon bellowed at Moyuan. This time, let's see how you evade it. Perish. The energy ball, resembling a blood-red sun, hurtled toward Moyuan with a cataclysmic force. Chapter 139. A desperate gamble. The terrifying aura jolted Moyuan awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a crimson energy sphere resembling the sun. What on earth is happening? Moyuan couldn't help but utter a curse. Could the one-star dragon have gone mad? Yet, this scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of his last battle with Vegeta. Had something extraordinary transpired during this period? Had he inadvertently entered a state akin to the ultimate intention technique, driving the one-star dragon to madness? If that were the case, the ultimate intention technique was rather cunning. When faced with an insurmountable challenge, it simply returned his body to him. How impressive! How noble! To maintain his undefeated record, was he merely going to retreat when confronted with a formidable opponent? Moyuan grumbled at the silvery essence within his energy. After venting his frustrations, Moyuan turned his serious gaze toward the energy ball overhead. Clearly, absorbing it head-on was unwise, especially as his own willpower had dwindled to a mere flicker. If he attempted to withstand it, he would likely face dire consequences. As he contemplated the gargantuan energy sphere, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Ultimately, his resolve solidified, tinged with a hint of madness. Vegeta, Kakarot. Both Goku and Vegeta spoke simultaneously, exchanging knowing smiles. After years of camaraderie, a single glance was enough to convey their intentions. Fusion. Without further ado, the two positioned themselves at opposite ends, ready to merge. Wait, Goku, Vegeta, do not fuse just yet. I wish to handle this myself. Just as they were about to combine, Moyuan's voice resonated in their minds. Goku opened his mouth to protest, but thought better of it. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk tugging at his lips. You must win. Rest assured, the one standing at the end will surely be me, Moyuan declared, his voice brimming with confidence. He resolved to harness the one-star dragon's onslaught to break through his own limitations. It was a matter of either transcending or perishing. If I were to perish, then Goku and Vegeta would immediately fuse and annihilate the four-star dragon. However, the four-star dragon resides within my dimensional space, and to revive myself, it would likely require Goku to journey to Namek and utilize its Dragon Balls for my resurrection. Madness glimmered in Moyuan's eyes as the energy sphere of the one-star dragon approached, reminiscent of a sun hurtling towards Earth. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped Moyuan entirely. Ha ha ha, die. The one-star dragon cackled maniacally, thrusting its hands forward, causing the energy sphere to accelerate abruptly, instantaneously engulfing Moyuan. Pain. Excruciating agony. It had been a long time since Moyuan had endured such torment. The last time he felt such pain was during the activation of his bloodline. The terrifying energy rapidly dissolved Moyuan's physical form, akin to snow meeting intense heat. His body evaporated entirely, leaving only his core, a singular purple orb. Moyuan's soul and power resided within this orb. Had he chosen to exert all his strength to protect the core, he could have withstood this assault. However, Moyuan had no intention of doing so. He did not resist much. Instead, he actively drew the negative energy into his core. Harnessing this force, Moyuan began to challenge his limitations. Yet, simultaneously, the one-star dragon's power would erode his core. It was a race against time. If Moyuan could successfully breach his limits before his core collapsed, he would not only survive but also ascend to the second dimension, greatly enhancing his strength. Conversely, failure would mean his demise. Moyuan's power guided the negative energy, and together, they surged forth against the barrier in their initial assault. Boom! The collision of forces sent tremors through Moyuan's very soul. Under the impact of such immense power, the barrier remained steadfast. Nevertheless, Moyuan did not succumb to despair. He had anticipated this scenario. Soon, he readied himself for a second strike. Boom boom. This time, he unleashed even greater force. Yet alas, it yielded no effect. The third and fourth attempts followed. And with Moyuan's relentless perseverance, the barrier finally showed a hint of yielding. However, there was no joy in his heart. His own power had diminished significantly, and his core was gravely injured. Yet, the mere fact that the barrier had loosened indicated a glimmer of hope. As long as a thread of possibility remained, Moyuan would never relent. In this dire situation, he had no alternative but to gather all his strength for one final assault. Indeed, Moyuan resolved to stake everything on this endeavor. Should he fail this time, he would lack the power to strike the barrier again, and his core would utterly dissipate. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. Break for me, Moyuan roared inwardly, unleashing every ounce of his power. Infused with the negative energy of the one-star dragon, two forces surged forth like an army of thousands, launching a final assault upon the bottleneck with an overwhelming momentum. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous shockwave reverberated, nearly dispersing Moyuan's very soul. Under Moyuan's relentless onslaught, the bottleneck began to yield, growing increasingly fragile. Crack! It sounded akin to shattering glass. Invisible fissures emerged upon the once solid barrier. A surge of joy welled within Moyuan's heart. He wielded his power with renewed vigor, determined to breach this obstruction. Yet, as his strength waned, the cracks multiplied relentlessly. No. Why is this happening? With his final reserves exhausted, despair enveloped Moyuan. The once cracked bottleneck remained steadfastly in place, while he found himself utterly drained. His energy had been completely depleted, and his core, ravaged by negative energy, had diminished to the size of a mere fingertip. The moment his core vanished would signify his demise. Was he to accept his fate? At this juncture, surrender seemed his only option. His strength was spent. What else could he do? Countless thoughts urged him to relent. After all, he could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. So why strive so desperately? No, Moyuan refused to yield. If he accepted defeat this time, he would do so again in the future. How many times can one accept their fate? Could every occasion guarantee resurrection through the Dragon Balls? Lotzi Li, Qin, Tianlin, his wife and children awaited him. How could he resign himself to fate? He still possessed a final reservoir of strength. The power of the soul. Moyuan resolved to harness this soul energy for one last desperate push. The soul is the essence of life. If it is damaged, it takes a long time to recover. Should the soul dissipate, he would face true death. Ordinary Dragon Balls could not restore him. Perhaps only the Super Dragon Balls could revive one whose soul had perished. Nevertheless, Moyuan resolutely made his choice. Gathering the energy of his soul, he prepared for this final strike. This truly was the last attempt. Should he falter, his soul would incur significant harm. Just then, a familiar energy emanated from the depths of his core. Moyuan stared in astonishment at this unexpected force. Was this not the very energy of the purple vortex that had brought him to this world? He had assumed that the vortex had vanished after transporting him here or had traveled elsewhere. To his surprise, the energy had remained hidden deep within his core. Had it not manifested on its own, Moyuan might never have realized it was concealed within him for all eternity. The energy is immensely vast. Even the combined negative energy spheres of an one-star dragon do not compare. The violet energy transforms into a sharp arrow, piercing towards the already fissured bottleneck. Wukong and Vegeta wear grave expressions, their fists clenched tightly. They can no longer sense his presence. The negative energy sphere of one-star dragon continues its descent, casting a blood-red hue over the starry expanse. Finally, he is dead. Truly a tenacious fellow. Aura has finally vanished. One-star dragon can now rest easy. When was struck, one-star dragon was still somewhat apprehensive about what new tricks he might conjure. The immense negative energy sphere erupted with a thunderous blast. The colossal negative energy rampantly roamed, spreading throughout the cosmos. The planets touched by this negative energy became shrouded in a grayish-black veil. Subsequently, the vitality of the entire planet swiftly withered. Most terrifyingly, this negative energy did not wane as it spread. Rather, it grew increasingly potent, akin to a contagion, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. If this continues, the entire galaxy, perhaps even the universe, could succumb to the corruption of negative energy, ultimately leading to annihilation. One-star dragon gazes with exhilaration as negative energy engulfs the world. This is the happiest moment he has experienced since his summoning. If one were to inquire about the benefits of world destruction for him, it would likely be the joy it brings him. However, one-star dragon remains oblivious to the astonishing transformation occurring beneath him, where a minuscule orb, as small as dust, is undergoing a remarkable change. Could never have imagined that he would transcend to the second dimension in such a manner. Just moments ago, that violet energy effortlessly shattered the bottleneck. Simultaneously, an enigmatic energy, seemingly from nowhere, descended upon his core, nurturing his soul, which began to undergo a metamorphosis. Distinctly felt his soul growing stronger. The injuries to his core gradually healed. Wukong and Vegeta, poised to fuse, halted their movements once more. How many times has this been? The third, perhaps? Each time they believed to be at his end. Preparing to fuse, he would surprise them anew. This time was no exception. Moreover, this time, Wukong and Vegeta genuinely thought had been slain by one-star dragon. Unexpectedly, he had survived, and his strength had terrifyingly surged. It seems that this time will decisively deal with one-star dragon. Observing the orb radiating a dazzling violet light in space, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. They sensed aura emanating from the orb, and it was escalating at a terrifying rate. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. One-star dragon's eyes bulged in disbelief. He never anticipated that would truly succeed. Under his full-force strike, had indeed crossed that threshold and stepped into the second dimension. I cannot allow this to happen. I must intervene at all costs. During the first dimension, Yuan was forced into a dire situation. Now that he has stepped into the second dimension, the one-star dragon can scarcely fathom the extent of Yuan's newfound power. A barrage of crimson energy blasts erupted from the one-star dragon's hands, his expression frenzied, as he unleashed a relentless stream of energy projectiles upon Yuan's core. Akin to a Gatling gun, these energy blasts struck with precision, detonating violently against Yuan's core. An invisible energy shield enveloped Yuan's core, effectively repelling all incoming attacks. Before long, Yuan's core had fully returned to its normal state, and under the nurturing influence of this energy, it became 100 times more formidable than before. Subsequently, Yuan's physical form began to coalesce autonomously. Threads of energy emerged from the core, transforming into flesh and blood, thereby reconstructing Yuan's body. His physical form, too, was augmented 100-fold. Each powerful heartbeat resonated like thunder, and his blood flowed like mercury, with every drop containing immense strength. His bones gleamed like white jade, and his skin and muscles became increasingly resilient. At this moment, Yuan was entirely preoccupied, channeling the energy of the purple vortex into his bloodline. It was then that he finally comprehended why this energy felt so familiar. It was because such energy resided within his very soul. This energy is known as time. Yuan surmised that his soul possessed this energy due to its traversal through the fabric of time and space, thus acquiring a trace of it. He now realized that this time energy is a superior form of energy, perceivable only in the second dimension of the universe. As for Goku from the Ginyu Force under Frieza, he possesses the ability to halt time, likely due to a racial talent or an extraordinary gift. However, it is evident that he has not utilized his abilities to their full potential. Despite wielding such formidable power, he remains as feeble as a mere novice. Integrating the time energy into his bloodline proved to be a seamless endeavor, progressing with remarkable ease. The time energy contained within the purple vortex was vast, and Yuan successfully assimilated it into his bloodline. Now, he has gained the ability to manipulate time. Furthermore, this breakthrough has altered the dark energy and spatial energy within him. The black malevolent energy now harbors a trace of shadowy purple energy, while the transparent spatial energy has taken on a hint of pure white energy. Simultaneously, the amplification effect of both energies on his aura has increased from 5-fold to 10-fold. The time energy, too, has been integrated into his aura, enhancing its intensity by an additional 10-fold. With the 10-fold enhancement from his vital energy, Yuan's aura now surpasses that of an ordinary individual by 40 times. Moreover, after transcending into the second dimension, his aura experienced a further augmentation of 100 times. The enhancements do not merely add together, they multiply. Thus, when compared to individuals of the first dimension, Yuan's aura boasts a staggering disparity of 4,000 times. In addition to all this, there is one more matter that excites Yuan even further. The Super Saiyan transformation has long yearned for the form he desires most. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the most striking of all transformations. Though his metamorphosis will undoubtedly differ from that of Goku and his companions, how could he, a divine dragon, possibly be anything less than magnificent when transformed? Despite having never watched Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball New Era, I find Reg's Super Saiyan 5 rather unappealing. As for Gohan's Super Saiyan 5, it merely appears as a Super Saiyan 4 with a change of hair color, lacking in originality. Chapter 141. Super Saiyan 4 explosions echoed incessantly outside. Shielded by the transparent energy barrier, remained unscathed. As he opened his eyes, he sensed the overwhelming power coursing within him. Upon entering the second dimension, base combat strength surged 10-fold, reaching a staggering 10 trillion, while the intensity of his energy amplified by 100 times. Though it seemed only 10-fold stronger than before, in reality, it was 1,000 times more potent. With his current battle prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish a one-star dragon. The one-star dragon, having bombarded the area for an extended period, was now panting heavily. Surely, he must have defeated that individual. Merely a novice who had just entered the second dimension, he could not possibly have survived. This thought echoed in the one-star dragon's mind. Though he was far from certain, prior to entering the second dimension, strength was merely 24 times weaker than his own, and now, having ascended, that power would at least multiply 100-fold. The one-star dragon's eyes were fixed on the spot where he had unleashed his fury. The explosions had not yet ceased, and a vast region was engulfed in flames. Moments later, as the fiery chaos finally subsided, the one-star dragon beheld the last sight he wished to see. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, stood unscathed amidst the void, as if he had never been at the epicenter of the explosion. Thanks to you, one-star dragon, I have ascended to the second dimension. I owe you my gratitude for elucidating the concepts of dimensional hierarchy and the disparities between them. Otherwise, I might have taken much longer to discover the path to transcendence, stated. Had it not been for the one-star dragon's explanations, he might have struggled for an extended period to comprehend the means to break through to the second dimension. The one-star dragon, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from found himself rendered speechless. By the standards of the first dimension's combat power, S strength had now reached an astounding 100 quintillion, while the one-star dragon's paltry combat power stood at a mere 12 quintillion. In other words, the one-star dragon appeared as nothing more than a slightly robust ant. Yet, an ant, regardless of its strength, could easily be subdued with a mere fingertip. With eyes filled with resentment and defiance, the one-star dragon glared at. Gritting his teeth against the immense pressure, he sarcastically challenged, "If you possess any courage, give me the remaining Dragon Ball, and let us battle once more." Merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. The one-star dragon pressed on with his taunts. "I wager you hesitate, for you know you cannot possibly defeat me." Unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. The one-star dragon glared fiercely, rebuking, "What are you laughing at? I must say, you are quite the talent. Last time you resorted to a ploy of self-infliction, and now you attempt to provoke me? Have you been toiling away in the Dragon Ball realm?" Moyuan had no intention of relinquishing the 4-star ball to him, for it was utterly unwarranted. Even if the one-star dragon were to grow tenfold in strength, he would still lack the capability to contend with him. It would merely be a waste of time. Seeing that Moyuan was not falling for his tricks, the one-star dragon began to panic. Why was it that he had so easily surrendered the Dragon Ball last time, yet this time he was unwilling? The one-star dragon could not comprehend it. Could it be that Moyuan had become wiser after transcending to the second dimension? He had failed to consider a crucial point. The reason Moyuan had previously given him the Dragon Ball was that he sought to break through and needed to entrust it to him. Now, however, it was no longer necessary, as Moyuan had already completed his breakthrough and possessed far greater power than the one-star dragon. In any case, whether the one-star dragon had the Dragon Ball or not, he would not be able to defeat Moyuan. Thus, why should Moyuan bother to hand over the Dragon Ball? It would be an exercise in futility. The one-star dragon had lost all value to Moyuan, and it was time to send him on his way. Moyuan calmly uttered words that instilled profound terror in the one-star dragon. He continued, however, "As a token of gratitude for aiding my ascension to the second dimension, I have decided to unveil my latest form for you. You shall be the first to witness this transformation." The one-star dragon thought to himself, "Should I feel honored?" Since this was Moyuan's inaugural transformation, he first morphed into a dragon form, and then, after layering the Super Saiyan transformation upon it, reverted back to human form. With a roar, amidst the astonishment of the one-star dragon and the distant onlookers, Goku and Vegeta, Moyuan transformed into a colossal purple dragon. He restrained himself slightly, ensuring that his dragon form only matched the size of the Earth's Shinran. Had he maximized it, he would have filled the entirety of this star domain. Then, the purple dragon ignited with a blaze of amethyst flames, interwoven with black lightning, and the entire dragon shimmered in a resplendent purple-gold hue. The next crucial step was to revert to human form. This time, in contrast to the last, Moyuan sensed a significant difference. Previously, when he attempted to transform back, it felt as though an insurmountable wall obstructed him. However, this time, the process was seamless and fluid, without a hint of resistance. Moyuan radiated a dazzling brilliance, obscuring his visage, revealing only a grand silhouette of a dragon. Gradually, this dragon's silhouette began to diminish, transitioning from a length of 10,000 meters to a robust human silhouette standing 2 meters tall. As the radiance faded, Moyuan's appearance came into view. His long, light purple hair cascaded casually down his back, with 2 dragon horns on either side of his head elongated to twice their original size. His deep purple eyes, if not scrutinized closely, might easily be mistaken for black. Moyuan's upper body was bare, devoid of the body hair that adorned Goku and the others. On his left shoulder rested a black shoulder guard, and his hands were clad in claw-like black gloves. The exaggerated dragon head waist ornament concealed half of Moyuan's abdomen, revealing only 4 well-defined abdominal muscles. He donned black trousers and long boots, with a robust purple dragon tail trailing behind him. The specific imagery can be referenced in the accompanying illustration. If Moyuan in his Super Saiyan 3 form resembled a reckless nobleman, then in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he transformed into an imposing war deity, fierce and commanding. Both his appearance and aura exuded an even greater chill and dominance than before. To his astonishment, Moyuan discovered that upon attaining Super Saiyan 4, his combat power had escalated in a manner he had not anticipated. Initially, He believed that his Super Saiyan 4 form would amplify his abilities similarly to the previous Super Saiyan 3's beastly transformation, merely differing in appearance. However, after the transformation, he realized that his current enhancement was not 250,000 times 5,000 to 500,000, as he had thought, but rather an astonishing 300,000 times. The additional 50,000 times of augmentation filled Moyuan with satisfaction regarding this newfound transformation. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, Moyuan's combat power soared to 120 quintillion, 100-fold greater than that of a one-star dragon. The one-star dragon beside him was already paralyzed with fear, wishing to flee, yet Moyuan's aura firmly restrained him, robbing him of the strength to escape. Moyuan formed a sword technique with his fingers, and a violet blade swiftly materialized at his fingertips. Tear apart. In the one-star dragon's terrified gaze, Moyuan thrust the energy blade into his chest. The energy blade pierced through, severing the one-star dragon's life force. In the next moment, the energy erupted within the one-star dragon, obliterating his body, leaving behind only 6 orange dragon balls devoid of negative energy. Following the one-star dragon's demise, the negative energy he had previously released dissipated within the cosmos. Chapter 142, The Abnormality of Android 17 During the confrontation between Moyuan and the one-star dragon. Peculiar events unfolded on Earth. A colossal black hole appeared in the sky above. Beneath the dark opening, a blond youth stood atop a mountain, his entire being engulfed in black flames, his eyes emitting an unnatural red glow. This blond youth was none other than Android 17 from this world. Android 17 and his twin sister, Android 18, bore a strikingly different appearance from what Moyuan was familiar with, and they lacked names. Whether this was due to forgetfulness or some other reason remained unclear. The flames surrounding 17 extended like chains, suddenly reaching into the black void. Within the black hole, his flames intertwined with another fiery energy. Instantly, the massive black hole in the sky expanded further, darkening the heavens with ominous clouds. Resembling an apocalyptic scene, the humans on the ground were thrown into a state of panic, hastily gathering their belongings in preparation to flee the city. Among them was the Krillin family. The elderly Krillin, burdened with bags, accompanied by his youthful and beautiful wife and daughter, prepared to escape the city. However, as they drove, their route became completely obstructed by a sea of vehicles attempting to escape. The sheer number of fleeing people had rendered all exits impassable. We're completely stuck now. Krillin furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of frustration. Didn't I already mention this? With a heavy heart, we have now departed. Number 18 gazed at the lengthy procession of vehicles on the road, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated in her ears. Both Krillin and number 18 witnessed the convoy behind them being obliterated by a descending energy blast. Number 18 looked up to the sky, where a familiar silhouette materialized before her eyes. It was her twin brother, number 17. His expression was one of madness, relentlessly launching energy blasts. Die, you wretched insects. The violent explosions swiftly encroached upon Krillin's vicinity. Realizing the peril, Krillin quickly scooped up his daughter and, alongside number 18, dashed to the side. Just as they moved away, a shockwave erupted, annihilating their vehicle and those nearby. Number 17, what are you doing? Number 18 shouted in fury. Long time no see, number 18, replied number 17. His demeanor nonchalant, as if the destruction he had caused was merely trivial. What on earth is happening? You are nothing like your former self. Though it had been a considerable time since they last met, number 18 immediately discerned that something was amiss with number 17's current state. Number 18, I have come to take you away. Let us depart together. A crimson glow ignited in number 17's eyes. As twins, let us together bring about the destruction of Earth. His voice bore an enchanting allure. Number 18's eyes began to glimmer with the same red light. We are siblings, siblings. Her expression became vacant, repeatedly uttering the phrase, slowly advancing toward number 17. You cannot go over there. Krillin shouted desperately, momentarily restoring some of her awareness. Do not go, number 18. You are my wife. He continued to plead. Frustrated by Krillin's interference, number 17 admonished him, enough of your prattle. Both number 18 and I have been transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Startled, Krillin gazed at number 17. What did you say? Dr. Gero? Did you not despise him the most? Why do you address him as sir? Despise Dr. Gero the most? A flicker of confusion appeared on number 17's face, and he seemed to struggle internally. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. What are you doing? Number 17, come here quickly. You are me, and I am you. The red light in number 17's eyes flared once more. Number 17, what is wrong with you? Krillin inquired loudly. Enough of your nonsense. Be silent. After a brief struggle, number 18 unleashed an energy wave directed at Krillin. The wave pierced through Krillin's heart. Unsurprisingly, he was killed once again, witnessing Krillin's demise. Number 18 furiously engaged number 17 in combat. However, after years of neglecting her training, she ultimately succumbed to his might and was swiftly defeated, dragging her injured body. Number 18 crawled to Krillin's lifeless form, placing her hand in his. I love you, Krillin uttered, and with that declaration, number 18 exhausted all her strength, closing her eyes and collapsing. In the depths of hell, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero remained reluctant to depart, awaiting the arrival of Goku. Their intention was to ensnare him within this infernal realm before making their escape. However, despite the passage of time, Goku had yet to materialize, leaving the two elderly figures anxiously awaiting his arrival, their hair turning grayer with impatience. What was taking this son Goku so long? In a fit of rage, Dr. Gero smashed the wine glass he held. Watching Dragon Ball can be bewildering. These villains seem to live more comfortably in hell than Frieza does in paradise, even possessing the resources to create a hellish number 17. Dr. Mew, swirling his glass of red wine, calmly stated, if he does not arrive within half an hour, we shall proceed to eliminate him. Once the two number 17s merge, Goku will undoubtedly be no match for him. Dr. Gero nodded, his countenance visibly brightening. Indeed, as long as my Super 17 is present, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be sent straight to hell. Excellent. Dr. Mew retrieved another glass of wine and offered it to Dr. Gero. Let us toast to our impending victory. Dr. Gero accepted the glass with a slight smile. Cheers. Cheers. In the cosmos, Goku suddenly received a telepathic message from the Supreme Kai, informing him of disturbances occurring on Earth. Vegeta, Ian, we must return to Earth immediately. I just received a transmission from Lord Supreme Kai. It seems there is trouble back home. What? Upon hearing of the crisis on Earth, Vegeta could no longer remain still, seizing Goku by the collar and demanding, what trouble has arisen? Are Bulma and Bra safe? Do not panic, Vegeta. I will take you back at once. Goku then transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form, pressing his finger to his forehead to search for the energy signature from Earth. Oh no, Goku said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. We are too far from Earth. I cannot detect its energy signature. What should we do? To avoid disturbing the North Galaxy, Ian had chosen a location far removed from it. Initially, he intended to utilize instant transmission, but upon seeing Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he decided to let Goku locate the position. Unfortunately, Goku was unable to find it. I shall take you back. Ian located the spatial node of Earth and activated instant transmission. The three of them promptly vanished from the cosmos. Chapter 143, Speedy Saiyan 4, Vegeta with a flash. Ian transported Goku and Vegeta back to Earth. However, the planet was now in shambles. Gohan, Goten, OOB, and Trunks were engaged in battle against the now-merged Super 17. Xiaofeng, Bra, and Videl had also joined the fray. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they were unable to contend with Super 17. Furthermore, the more energy blasts they unleashed, the stronger Super 17 became. What is happening? Why do our attacks have no effect? Trunks questioned, bewildered. Particularly with Super 17, not only were their assaults utterly ineffective, but Trunks also sensed that his strength was increasing exponentially. Gohan knelt, supporting himself with his knees, panting heavily. He shared the same perplexity, yet his immediate concern was the whereabouts of his father and Uncle Vegeta. He felt utterly overwhelmed. Despite having unlocked a mysterious transformation with the aid of the Elder Kai during his battle against Bu, amplifying his power 1,000-fold and making him the strongest individual at that time, the years of tranquil living had dulled his abilities. Now, he could no longer access that state without resuming his training, which was essential for regaining his former strength. In fact, his current combat power had diminished compared to what it was over a decade ago. Training was akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. Presently, Gohan's base combat power was a mere 5 billion. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he could only reach 50 billion. Meanwhile, Super 17, having absorbed their attacks, had elevated his power to an astonishing 10 trillion, with a maximum absorption limit that could reach several thousand trillion. He could easily drain even Super Saiyan 4 Goku without a hitch. Bang, bang, bang. Super 17 launched himself at the exhausted warriors, delivering a punch to each. With his brutal strikes, all were left sprawled on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. You pitiful lot are utterly useless. Tell me, where are Goku and Vegeta? Dr. Mew sneered at the prostrate figures. What science? Haven't I already reduced you all to this state? If my grandfather returns, you will be finished. Xiaofang, lying on the ground, was filled with indignation. In her heart, Goku was an invincible being. There was no issue he could not resolve. 17. Eliminate them all. I refuse to believe that Goku and Vegeta will not return. Dr. Mew commanded with a cold snort. Obeying the order, Super 17 flicked his hair back, revealing a cruel smile as energy began to gather in his hands. A massive golden energy wave erupted from him. Woo, I don't want to die yet. I haven't even had a boyfriend. The thought of her single status caused Xiaofang to weep uncontrollably. Grandpa, she cried out for Goku. The golden energy wave drew nearer, and she could sense the looming presence of death. Just as the energy wave was about to strike her, a red figure appeared out of thin air, standing protectively in front of her. With a swift motion, this crimson silhouette deflected Super 17's energy wave, sending it soaring into the sky. Grandpa, Xiaofang sobbed, suddenly finding strength from somewhere as she sprang to her feet and clung to Goku's leg, weeping loudly. Goku gently stroked her soft hair, reassuring her, it's all right. Xiaofang, watch how your grandpa avenges you. Meanwhile, Vegeta tenderly lifted his daughter Bra, who had been grievously harmed. Since her birth, he had cherished her as his greatest treasure. However, seeing her so brutally injured today nearly drove him to the brink of madness. Kakarot, step aside. This scoundrel dares to bully my Bra. I shall ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions. Vegeta's expression was ominously dark, his teeth grinding audibly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku silently retracted his transformation, allowing Vegeta to strike first. As a father himself, Moyuan understood Vegeta's sentiments quite well. He patted Vegeta on the shoulder and reassured him. Fear not, Vegeta, I shall take good care of Bra. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and entrusted Bra to Moyuan before striding towards Super 17. However, after only a couple of steps, he sensed something amiss. Turning back, he noticed Moyuan was attending to his precious daughter and the other's injuries. It seemed his apprehensions were unfounded. Vegeta had initially feared that Moyuan might harbor ill intentions towards his beloved daughter. After all, he and Bulma had shared their fair share of intimate moments. Phrases like rest assured, I will take care of her often triggered unfortunate misunderstandings. Had Moyuan been privy to Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely have laughed heartily. Setting aside the fact that he already had a wife and children, Moyuan would never entertain any inappropriate notions about Bra, a mere child of around 10. Moreover, it was worth noting that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bra was destined to become his daughter-in-law in the future. Thanks to Moyuan's healing, Bra soon regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Moyuan's handsome visage, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, prompting her to blush and admire him shyly. Uncle Moyuan, did you save me? She inquired. Moyuan shook his head and gestured in a specific direction, saying, No, it was Vegeta who saved you. After attributing the credit to Vegeta, he turned to attend to others in need of healing. Following Moyuan's indication, Bra looked in that direction and beheld her father's silhouette, though not towering. It exuded a profound sense of security. Daddy looks so cool. Go, Dad. Teach that scoundrel a lesson. Fully revived, Bra leaped to her feet, cheering for her father. Hearing her praise, Vegeta felt a subtle warmth wash over his face, but he lifted his chin proudly, invigorated by a newfound strength. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 for the first time in battle, he was confident that he could defeat this Super 17. With pride, Vegeta focused on Super 17, raising his thumb to indicate himself. I, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, shall make you pay a heavy price for bullying my precious daughter. Moyuan couldn't help but shake his head at Vegeta's declaration. It was clear that a severe beating awaited him today. Brothers, he's lost it. With only 2 days left, suddenly seeing this just means I won't achieve full attendance. It seems my efforts this month have been in vain. I won't even earn the full $600. In Chapter 144 of Blood Loss Great Grievance, titled Defeating Super 17, Vegeta finds himself lost in the adulation of his daughter. a rare delight he has not experienced from Bra in quite some time. The last time she spoke to him with such admiration, she had scolded him for being too old, prompting him to shave off his beard, a decision he made in response to Bulma's complaints about his youthful appearance. Alas, he now faces discontent from both mother and daughter, both of whom are quite demanding. Trunks, who has been healed by Yuan, cautions his father, urging him to be wary of their opponent, who seems impervious to their attacks and grows stronger with each encounter. However, Vegeta remains unfazed, convinced that Super 17's power far surpasses that of Trunks and his allies, rendering their efforts futile. In his own mind, Vegeta believes his strength is exponentially greater than that of the so-called Super 17, capable of obliterating him with ease. Super 17, maintaining an air of disdain, shows no respect for Vegeta, which irks the Saiyan Prince immensely. The ultimate affront of being underestimated, especially by one who has bullied his daughter, incites Vegeta's wrath. He declares with arrogance that it would take but a single strike to shatter Super 17 into pieces. With a flourish, Vegeta raises a finger and proclaims that he requires only one blow to annihilate his foe. He spreads his arms wide, his hands radiating brilliant energy as he gathers power, culminating in the release of the ultimate flash. Rather than evade, Super 17 embraces the incoming energy wave, arms outstretched. The ensuing explosion rends the earth asunder, leaving Yuan in the background enjoying the spectacle. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would so readily provide Super 17 with a surge of energy. Yuan refrained from revealing Super 17's weaknesses, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He remains unconcerned about the amount of energy Super 17 might absorb, for his vulnerabilities are substantial. In the original narrative, Super 17, who nearly drained Goku's energy to the brink, was ultimately defeated by a single dragon fist from a normal state Goku. In essence, Super 17 is merely an elite foe that can be vanquished in a matter of 2 episodes. As the thick smoke clears, Super 17 emerges unscathed before Vegeta's astonished eyes. This outcome is beyond Vegeta's expectations. He had anticipated that his single strike would annihilate Super 17. The muscular figure of Super 17 flexes and contracts, as if digesting something. And with a dismissive smile, he brushes his golden hair back, tauntingly declaring that he has completely deciphered Vegeta's technique, his words dripping with scorn. In a moment of fury, Vegeta clenched his fists, producing a sharp crack. The embarrassment he felt was palpable. Having boasted of his prowess only to find his opponent unscathed was a bitter pill to swallow. Under normal circumstances, this might have been bearable, but with Bulma present, the stakes felt higher. He had aimed to impress his daughter, yet the outcome was a dismal failure. Vegeta was engulfed by a whirlwind of frustration, shame, and awkwardness. Every complex emotion surged within him. Damn it, perish! He seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. Countless energy blasts erupted from his hands as he unleashed a full barrage of princely combat techniques against Super 17. Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero stood at a distance, observing Vegeta's relentless assault on Super 17, their faces adorned with matching smirks. Attack! Continue your assault. The fiercer your strikes, the stronger Super 17 becomes. Goku, watching from the sidelines, pondered deeply. It is often said that those embroiled in a situation are blind to its nuances, while observers can see with clarity. From his vantage point, Goku quickly detected the anomaly in Super 17's behavior. He shouted urgently, "Vegeta, cease your attacks. He is absorbing your energy." "What did you say?" Vegeta gasped in shock. Upon hearing Goku's warning, he halted his onslaught, but it was too late. Super 17 had already absorbed a substantial amount of energy, elevating his power from 10 trillion to an astounding 600 trillion. Meanwhile, Vegeta's maximum power stood at a mere 800 trillion. Recognizing that they were aware of Super 17's abilities, Moyuan decided to divulge his weaknesses as well. "Vegeta, do not stop. Continue your assault," he instructed. Although Vegeta was perplexed, he complied, unleashing more energy blasts at Super 17. Goku, Vegeta, Super 17 possesses a vulnerability. He cannot move while absorbing energy, making this his most opportune moment, Moyuan elaborated. Goku, quick to grasp the implication, understood exactly what needed to be done. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, coiling his energy in anticipation. Super 17's eyes widened, sensing the impending threat as he continued to absorb Vegeta's energy, rendering him immobile. Goku performed a few warm-up exercises, then, with a confident smile, focused on Super 17. He thrust himself forward like an arrow, merging with Vegeta's energy blasts. Dragon Fist, unleash! He roared. Suddenly, Goku transformed into a golden divine dragon. The sound of its fierce roar resonating throughout the battlefield. The golden dragon surged through Super 17, and with a single dragon fist, Super 17 was obliterated into fragments. After vanquishing Super 17, the group turned their attention to Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. Gone was their earlier arrogance. Disbelief clouded their expressions. How could my Super 17 have been defeated so easily? This is impossible. Dr. Gero refused to accept the reality of the situation. In his heart, Super 17 was invincible, and he should have easily annihilated Sun Wukong and his companions. However, the current situation was starkly different from his expectations, and he found it difficult to accept. Observing the dire circumstances, Dr. Mew discreetly attempted to retreat, preparing to escape. Where do you think you're going? Xiaofang, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, obstructed Dr. Mew's path. She had long been irked by the two old men, who incessantly babbled on during battles, threatening to destroy the earth and eliminate all scions, utterly detestable. Subsequently, Xiaofang unleashed a Kamehameha wave, sending Dr. Mew back to hell. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero met his demise at the hands of the suddenly appearing android 18. Upon learning of Krillin's death from 18, Wukong was filled with rage. Fortunately, they still possessed the Dragon Balls. The Earth had been ravaged by Super 17, and countless Earthlings had suffered. They could use the Dragon Balls to restore everything to its former state. Chapter 145. Dragon God Salama Moyuan retrieved the restored Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. He made 2 wishes. With Shenron's assistance, the Earth returned to its original state, and those who had perished were revived. After the wishes were granted, Shenron did not vanish immediately. Instead, he gazed at Wukong and proclaimed, "This is my final assistance to you. Thereafter, the Dragon Balls shall cease to exist in this world." After speaking, Shenron disregarded the astonished crowd and turned his attention to Moyuan, addressing him with respect. "My lord, the Dragon God requests your presence." "The Dragon God? Are you referring to Dragon God Salama?" Moyuan was taken aback. Although he had long speculated that the Dragon God might still be alive, it had merely been conjecture. As he prepared to meet the Dragon God, Moyuan felt a tinge of anxiety. In the previous life S Dragon Ball Super anime, the character of the Dragon God was merely mentioned but never appeared. However, he had been depicted in fan-made animations. Moyuan pondered whether this Dragon God would be the same as the one in those fan interpretations. If so, he might be in peril. After all, in the fan animations, the Dragon God was the foremost among the 5 evil gods, aiming to overthrow the Omni King, who knew what intentions he had in seeking Moyuan. Indeed, it is the esteemed Dragon God Salama. The dragon spoke with utmost reverence when mentioning the Dragon God. Moyuan nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. Wukong, after this departure, we may never meet again." Moyuan embraced Wukong. "Hey Yuan, take care." Wukong offered no further words. After all, he could not ask Moyuan to refrain from returning. Yet in his heart, Wukong was immensely grateful to Moyuan. Had it not been for him during this time, Earth would have faced dire straits. He could hardly fathom how to deal with Baby alone, let alone the 1-star dragon that Moyuan had defeated. Without Moyuan, Wukong shuddered at the thought of the possible outcomes. Moyuan then shared embraces with Trunks and Xiaofang. After a brief farewell, Yuan prepared to depart with the divine dragon. He cast a lingering gaze at the assembled crowd, then leaped onto the dragon's head, instructing, "Let us be off." The divine dragon nodded in acknowledgement, and 7 Dragon Balls began to levitate, encircling the dragon. Bearing Yuan, the divine dragon soared toward the heavens. Perched atop the dragon, Yuan began to ponder. The Dragon God's desire to meet him likely stemmed from his own presence, which had significantly altered the course of this world's history. However, Yuan was convinced that the Dragon God would not take hostile action against him. Otherwise, there would be no need for a summons. He firmly believed the Dragon God possessed the capability to eliminate him directly. Moreover, the dragon's demeanor towards him did not reflect that of an adversary. In an ideal scenario, Yuan hoped the Dragon God would return him to his original world. Of course, this remained the most optimistic outcome. The specifics of what would transpire could only be revealed upon arrival. As the divine dragon pierced through the clouds, a golden vortex of energy emerged above them. "Master, hold on tight. We are about to reach the realm of dragons." The dragon's voice buzzed in Yuan's ears. interrupting his reverie. The realm of dragons? The name evoked a resemblance to the realms of the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction. Presumably, this realm of dragons was where the dragon god resided. Yuan grasped the dragon's horn as it dove into the golden vortex. Passing through this swirling light, he felt as though he had traversed a membrane. After a blinding flash, Yuan and the divine dragon found themselves inside a magnificent golden palace. At the center, upon a grand throne, sat a human with golden skin, towering over 3 meters. Flanking the throne were several guards wielding long spears, along with an individual clutching a tome. Upon seeing the figure seated upon the throne, Yuan experienced an inexplicable fondness, perhaps due to the dragon lineage coursing through his veins. The man appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of ancient imperial authority, radiating both majesty and gravitas. Lord Dragon God, I have brought the individual. The divine dragon bowed respectfully. The dragon god inclined his head slightly, saying, you may leave. Yes, the divine dragon replied, then soared out of the palace. Yuan scrutinized the dragon god, who, in turn, regarded him with keen interest. The two observed each other in silence for a considerable time before Yuan could no longer contain himself. Lord Dragon God, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? The dragon god, with a childlike glee akin to a victor flaunting his triumph, replied with delight. I wondered how long you could maintain your composure. It has only been half an hour, and you've already succumbed to curiosity? Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that the dragon god was somewhat peculiar. Initially, he had anticipated the dragon god to embody malevolence. However, upon encountering him, he found a figure of great authority. Now, he perceived the dragon god as possessing an enduring childlike spirit, essentially, a mischievous old soul. Speaking of which, you young lad have come here and thrown history into disarray, forcing this old man to toil endlessly to clean up after you. Had it not been for your dragon lineage, I would have long since dealt with you most decisively. The dragon god, Salama, lamented with a hint of exasperation, as though Yuan had committed some egregious act deserving of lament. Lord Dragon God, in truth, we have been managing these affairs. It is only today that you have come to learn of this matter. The individual holding the ledger spoke with an air of gravity. Oh dear Mina, what are you doing? Am I not merely standing up for you? The dragon god retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Yuan now found himself somewhat bewildered. Could someone enlighten me as to the current situation? He implored, glancing at the guards wielding long halberds behind him. If you cannot contain your laughter, feel free to let it out. Do not stifle yourselves. Just look at your hands, trembling so much that you can scarcely hold your weapon steady. Thank you for your concern, Lord Dragon God. However, if you could attend to some official duties, I would be most grateful, Mina replied, embodying the essence of an overworked employee, akin to a corporate drone who might resign at the slightest provocation. The mere mention of official duties made the dragon god avert his gaze sheepishly, whistling softly and muttering, I never said I wouldn't handle them. It simply slipped my mind. Lord Dragon God, you have been frolicking for millions of years and have only just returned. Yuan observed the mounting frustration emanating from Mina, which seemed capable of lifting the very roof of the palace. I shall attend to it tomorrow indeed, but let us first address this young lad's predicament. The dragon god hastily redirected the conversation back to Yuan, anxious to avoid further discussion of official matters. Chapter 146, Apprenticeship with the Dragon God. Young man, how do you intend to compensate me for the toil of my subordinates these past days? The dragon god began, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine, prompting him to amend his statement. Mina nodded with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with a frosty light. The dragon god felt a pang of distress. However, Mina was his capable aide, allowing him the leisure to indulge in playful pursuits. Without Mina, he would likely find himself burdened with the same tedious duties. Thus, it was clear that Mina was not to be trifled with. Should he become upset and resign, the dragon god would be faced with a rather bleak existence. For the sake of his future comfort, the dragon god chose to endure. I wonder what kind of compensation the esteemed Lord Dragon God desires. Yuan asked, his anxiety dissipating at the mention of compensation, indicating his significance to the dragon god, as those of value typically enjoyed longevity. The dragon god, stroking his chin in contemplation, beckoned Mina closer. Mina, understanding the unspoken cue, leaned in. The dragon god whispered conspiratorially, Mina, this young lad indeed shows promise. with a few million years of training. He should be able to assist you effectively. Mina nodded in agreement, recognizing Yuan's potential, which justified his continued support in managing the young man's affairs. As Mina leaned closer to the dragon god, she whispered, "My lord, you are indeed correct, but if you must speak so loudly. There's no need for us to appear as if we are conspiring, is there? Is my voice too loud?" Ha ha ha. The dragon god chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yuan, listening from below, was taken aback. This dragon god seemed somewhat unhinged. However, from their conversation, it appeared they intended to recruit him to assist Mina with her duties. Clearing his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness, the dragon god turned to Yuan and said, "Young man, since you have overheard us, I shall be straightforward. I ask you, would you be willing to become a trainee dragon god?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan replied, "I would." Having already formulated his answer when he overheard their loud discussions, he thought, "Isn't it just being a trainee dragon god? Wait a moment. A trainee dragon god?" Initially, Yuan believed the dragon god sought to take him as a subordinate and train him for millions of years before assisting Mina. But what was this? Why a trainee dragon god? My lord, did you perhaps misspeak? Did you just say trainee dragon god? Yuan inquired cautiously. The dragon god remained silent, fixing Yuan with a calm, yet penetrating gaze. Internally, he was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, so anxious that he resorted to a communication technique not used in millions of years. The dragon god thought, "What should I do? Mina, what if this lad is unwilling?" Mina responded, "Father, you must remain composed. Think of the days ahead when you won't have to handle any affairs. Even if not for yourself, consider me. I haven't had a proper rest in millions of years. Just maintain your silence and intimidate him with your gaze. Remember, your look must be resolute and unquestionable. He won't dare to refuse," she encouraged. "Let us go for it." Following Mina's advice, the dragon god fixed Yuan with a determined and unyielding stare. A profound psychological pressure enveloped Yuan. Mina continued to communicate telepathically, excitedly saying, "Exactly. Father, ask him again if he is unwilling. Remember, project an air of authority, laced with a hint of threat, to ensure he cannot refuse." Mina envisioned her days of leisure without the burden of duties, and the mere thought made her feel euphoric. The dragon god scrutinized Yuan for a long moment before slowly articulating, "Unwilling?" His voice resonated with an authority that brooked no dissent. How could Yuan possibly decline? Even if he were merely becoming a subordinate, he would have to agree. After all, this was an opportunity to be a trainee dragon god. What did being a trainee dragon god signify? It meant taking the dragon god as a mentor and becoming the heir to his legacy. Only a fool would refuse such a prospect. "I am willing, of course," Yuan hastily exclaimed, fearing the dragon god might change his mind. What a jest! With such a formidable ally, even Beerus would treat him like a pet. Ha ha! As soon as Yuan consented, the dragon god burst into hearty laughter, joined by Mina and the guards beside him. Their joy was so infectious that Yuan began to wonder if he had made a regrettable decision. "Very well. Henceforth you shall be the successor to the position of the dragon god. You may refer to me as your teacher, or, like others, simply as father." The dragon god gazed upon Yuan with a look of immense satisfaction. "Father?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this dragon god is a reincarnation of a white-bearded old man? Yuan began to doubt whether he had wandered into the wrong narrative. Towering at over 3 meters, the dragon god instantly appeared beside Yuan, making the 1.90 meter Yuan seem like a mere child in comparison. The dragon god patted Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "Come, I shall take you to explore the dragon realm, and I will explain everything along the way." With that, he began to lead Yuan out of the palace. Unbeknownst to Yuan, the dragon god occasionally cast furtive glances behind him, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Father," Mina's voice, laden with resentment, echoed like a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. The dragon god immediately froze, slowly turning around. At that moment, Mina radiated an aura of dark energy, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light. "Father, you should handle your affairs here, while I take care of everything else." Mina's tone was exceedingly gentle, yet it was laced with palpable resentment. With a wave of her hand, a multitude of books descended from the heavens, swiftly piling up into a towering mountain of tomes. These documents pertain to the past 2 years of work. I only just completed those from the previous few million years yesterday. I believe you would not want to see your child overburdened, would you? Mina's voice remained soft, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, reminiscent of a kind and beautiful neighbor. However, the dragon god could not suppress a shiver. He slowly began to retrace his steps, chuckling awkwardly as he said, very well, very well. I shall leave this young lad in your capable hands while I attend to my responsibilities. The dragon god glanced back at the palace with a longing gaze, clearly reluctant to resume his duties. As he returned to his throne to attend to his affairs, Mina, satisfied, approached Yuan and softly said, "Come, I will take you to explore the dragon realm." Mina was a human female with pink skin, who, aside from her complexion, bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings. Like Yuan, she possessed dragon horns upon her head and a dragon tail trailing behind her. Observing everyone within the palace, including the dragon god, Yuan noted that all shared these distinctive traits, with the only notable difference being their skin color. Chapter 147. Preparing to return home very well. Lady Mina, Yuan replied in affirmation, walking alongside her as they made their way out of the palace. You may simply call me Mina, or you may refer to me as sister, as others do. Her voice remained as gentle as ever. You must be quite puzzled as to why we refer to the dragon god as father. Am I correct? Yuan indeed found this quite perplexing. Was their relationship akin to that between the high priest and the angels? Yet if that were the case, why had he been chosen to be the apprentice dragon god? Surely, a child could be selected as the successor instead. Mina's voice was soothing as she began to elucidate. In truth, none within the dragon realm have a direct blood relation to our father. We are all adopted by our esteemed father across various realms of existence. After taking us in, he bestows upon us the bloodline of dragons. Although we share no biological connection, in our eyes, he embodies the essence of a father. He has always regarded us as his own children, hence we affectionately refer to him as Old Father rather than Dragon God. Others call me Elder Sister, for I am the first among his adopted children. Yet, how could you initially address the teacher as Dragon God? Yuan found it rather peculiar to call someone he had just met Old Father. To provide the protagonist with a protector, one must seek a fiercely loyal guardian. And who fits that role better than a figure akin to Whitebeard? Humph. That old rascal sneaked away to frolic for several millennia, leaving all the responsibilities to me. Why shouldn't I be annoyed? Mentioning this matter ignited Mina's ire. The two of them strolled leisurely through the dragon realm, which is vast, comparable in size to several galaxies. The dragon realm exists within the temporal and spatial universe, independent of the 12 universes, a miniature cosmos created by the dragon god. Although it stands apart from the 12 universes, it remains within the cosmic framework governed by the Omni King. The dragon god has yet to attain the power to transcend this cosmic order. Mina only guided Yuan around the planet that houses the dragon god's palace. This planet alone surpasses the volume of the solar system. After their exploration, Yuan noticed the absence of any other inhabitants. Curiously, he inquired, Elder Sister Mina, are there no others on this planet? Mina nodded slightly. Indeed. Currently, aside from Old Father, myself, and a few guards, there are no others here. My other siblings are away on missions and have yet to return. I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises. By the way, take a moment to find a suitable spot to establish your dwelling. Yuan chose a location nestled between mountains and waters, deploying a universal capsule. Mina paused, momentarily taken aback by the modest abode that emerged from the capsule. To her, the house seemed exceedingly small, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yuan, however, felt quite content with the environment, reminiscent of his home on Earth. The memory of his earthly abode stirred a tinge of melancholy within him. Wait a moment. Yuan suddenly realized that having become a disciple of the dragon god, returning home should not pose a challenge. Elder Sister Mina, let us hurry back. I need to seek the teacher's assistance with a matter. Fixating on the palace's location with his mind's eye, he activated teleportation. Uft. Mina, sensing the spatial fluctuations emanating from Yuan, stifled a laugh. This was the dragon realm, the domain of Old Father. How could one use teleportation freely here? Mina spoke with a tone of pride. Come, I shall escort you back. Here, without Old Father's authorization, only the Omni King can traverse these grounds unimpeded. With that, Mina guided Yuan back to the palace using teleportation. They had been away for several hours, and at that moment, the dragon god sat upon his throne, dozing off. The towering stack of books beside him remained undiminished. The number that was there upon leaving was still the same. Suddenly, Yuan felt a chill wash over him. Crack. It's solid. Mina's fist had turned to stone. Father. Mina's voice, though not loud, was laced with a simmering fury, each word forced through gritted teeth. The dozing dragon god sprang up from his throne, resembling a student caught daydreaming by the teacher. Mina exclaimed, I'm handling it. I'm not slacking off. Mumbled the dragon god, his eyes still shut. Mina rubbed her forehead, suddenly feeling a swell of pressure in her head. Alas, with a resigned sigh, she conceded, never mind. Father, leave this to me. My little brother needs your assistance with something. In truth, Mina didn't mind managing some of her father's affairs. Her annoyance stemmed from the dragon god's prolonged absence of millions of years. Really? The dragon god's half-closed eyes widened like brass bells, a spark igniting within them. Instantly, he was invigorated. Mina felt a twinge of regret. Had she been too accommodating towards her father? I knew my dear Mina cared deeply for her father and treated him with utmost kindness, the dragon god praised as he pulled Yuan along, hastily exclaiming, Then I'll leave this work to you. In the blink of an eye, the dragon god had whisked Yuan away, leaving Mina to shake her head in exasperation before settling into the throne to adeptly manage the tasks at hand. Before long, the dragon god had taken Yuan far from the palace. He patted Yuan's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, Good lad, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You've swiftly resolved a significant issue for me. Now, what do you need my help with? Master, could you take me back to the 7th universe? I arrived here by accident, and my family must be worried sick, Yuan implored. A flicker of light danced in the dragon goddess' eyes. I can send you home, but be cautious upon your return. At the dragon god's words, Yuan felt a tumult of emotions rising within him. He hurriedly asked, Master, has something happened at home? The dragon god chuckled and shook his head. A little something has occurred, but it's not a bad thing. I'll show you what has transpired in the 7th universe during this time. With that, the dragon god placed his finger on Yuan's forehead, transmitting a memory into his mind. Scenes unfolded like a film in Yuan's thoughts. Dark forces, spatial rifts, and then, sister. Yuan couldn't help but shout as he witnessed Lotzi Li being swept into a spatial rift. He then saw her floating within a pristine white palace. The image abruptly halting. Master, where is my wife now? Is she all right? Fear not, the dragon god reassured him. Didn't I say it wasn't anything bad? She has, in fact, turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring the legacy of a powerful deity. That is reassuring to hear. Upon learning that Lazily is safe, Yuan can finally set his anxious heart at ease. Chapter 148. Homecoming by the seaside, two small figures perched upon the rugged rocks. Typically full of energy, their little tails now drooped listlessly against the stone. Brother, I miss Mom and Dad. Chinine pouted, tears welling in her eyes. It had been 2 long months since their father had vanished, followed soon after by their mother. Throughout her life, this was the first time she had experienced such an extended absence of both parents. Previously, the longest they had been away was merely a day or 2, and before she could truly feel sorrow, they would return. Tianlin, though equally troubled, stifled his tears and gently consoled Chinine. Alas, Lapis stood a short distance behind them, unable to suppress a sigh. The 2 little ones had never cried or fussed in his presence. Had he not stumbled upon their sorrow today, he would have believed they had moved on. Yet now it was evident that they had not truly let go. They merely concealed their feelings to spare him worry. When would you both return? Lazily and Yuan. Lapis was aware of Yuan's disappearance into the energy vortex and that Lazily had been swept away by a rift in time and space. Both had vanished without a trace, and even the divine dragon could not bring them back. Fortunately, neither was in mortal danger. As long as they lived, there remained a chance for their return. Lapis composed himself, preparing to call the 2 little ones for a meal. Just as he was about to step outside, a golden circular portal appeared not far from the siblings. Startled, Lapis swiftly activated his high-speed movement, scooping up Chinine and Tianlin, retreating cautiously while keeping a vigilant eye on the portal. Uncle, Chinine and Tianlin, caught off guard, realized they had been enveloped in Lapis's embrace. He set them down and instructed, You 2 must leave this place at once. He regarded the sudden appearance of the portal with utmost seriousness. Yes, uncle. Both siblings understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, preparing to depart. Just as they turned to leave, a familiar figure gradually materialized within the portal. Daddy. Qin and Tianlin cried out, their excitement surging. In an instant, they soared into the air, colliding into Moyuan's embrace like two rockets. Moyuan cradled the two little ones in his arms. I'm sorry for returning late, my dears. Qin, overwhelmed, released all the pent-up grievances of the past 2 months, her sobs rendering her words incoherent. Tianlin, unable to contain his emotions, clutched tightly to Moyuan's clothing. Tears streaming like a waterfall, his cries louder than his sister's. In these days of silence, he had not only bottled up his own negative emotions, but also had to comfort Qin. Now, upon seeing Moyuan, all his repressed feelings exploded forth at once. Don't worry, my children. I know that your mother is safe. I will surely bring her back, Moyuan reassured them. Listening to the cries of the children, Moyuan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. However, it was impossible to bring Lazili back in the short term. Even with the power of the Super Dragon Balls, her return was unattainable. Moreover, Lazili was not in any immediate danger. She merely required an extensive period to accept the legacy of that deity. Even he, upon returning, could not remain for long, only 7 days. After that brief interlude, his mentor, the Dragon God, would transport him into a hidden realm, where he would remain trapped for eternity unless he ascended to the third dimension. As night fell, after lulling the two children to sleep, Moyuan sought out Lapith. Do you remember the promise you made to me? Sensing Moyuan's presence behind him, Lapith replied coolly, I'm afraid I have broken my word. Broken your word? The fury within Lapith could no longer be contained. He turned and struck Moyuan squarely in the face, exclaiming, You vowed to take good care of her. Where were you when it mattered? Though aware that Moyuan had been ensnared by an energy vortex at that time, the anger was understandable, as it was his sister who was in peril. Moyuan did not evade or defend himself, instead enduring Lapith's blow. However, neither of them anticipated that upon entering the second dimension, Moyuan's physical form had undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering him entirely different from before. When Lapith's fist made contact, Moyuan felt no pain, yet Lapith's hand swelled in response. While Lapith's typical combat power was merely 40 billion, Moyuan's had reached an astonishing 10 trillion. Most importantly, in the second dimension, even without channeling energy, any attack capable of injuring him would need to surpass 10 trillion in combat power. Furthermore, this 10 trillion was calculated based on the second dimension standards, requiring those from the first dimension to amplify their power 100-fold. Ouch! The searing pain in his hand prompted Lapith to curse under his breath. Moyuan quickly administered some healing. After this commotion, Lapith's emotions stabilized. What else could I do? Hitting him is akin to striking myself, he said, regaining his composure. Now, tell me, where have you been during this time? Moyuan recounted his experience of being drawn into the energy vortex and arriving in a future timeline, as well as updating Lapith on Lazili's current situation. So, you and Lazili are both on the path to becoming deities? Lapith exclaimed, suddenly overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. What nonsense is this? Disappearing for 2 months. And now both of you are to ascend as gods. Moyuan remained silent for a moment before responding. Moreover, I can only stay for 7 days. After that, I must return to the Dragon Realm, where my mentor will send me to a hidden domain. I may not be able to return for quite some time. So I must trouble you to look after Qin and Tianlin. What? Lapith grasped Moyuan's collar, his voice rising in indignation. Do you have any idea how much they've suffered during your absence? They only began to feel better after your return. And now you tell me you can only stay for 7 days. I am aware, yet I find myself powerless in this situation. However, upon my departure, I shall leave a doppelganger to accompany Qin and Tianlin. The Dragon God cannot refuse this arrangement, as the secret realm will open in merely 7 days. Should I miss this opportunity, a century would elapse before I could enter again. Thus, I am left with no other option. The doppelganger possesses his original memories, and upon his return, he will be able to assimilate those memories. The doppelganger is merely an energy entity, so let us not dwell too much on it. It is, in a sense, a way for me to be present with the two children. As for informing Lapith of this matter, my primary intention is to request his assistance in keeping it concealed. He, too, shall strive diligently to attain the third dimension at the swiftest pace, so as to emerge from the secret realm. Reluctantly, Lapith acquiesced to this arrangement. Chapter 149. The secret realm in the ensuing days, devoted himself to the company of the two children, leading them on various excursions and cherishing each fleeting moment. Yet, time is ephemeral. The 7 days seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Casting a lingering glance at his slumbering daughter, gently closed the door. The time was drawing near. It was time to depart. Manifested a doppelganger, which, though incapable of transformation, possessed half of its inherent strength. Despite being his own creation, felt compelled to impart a solemn reminder. Take good care of them. The doppelganger replied earnestly, rest assured, my original. Activating the ring upon his finger. A golden portal materialized before him. This ring, belonging to the apprentice dragon god, granted the ability to traverse various universes freely and within the realm of dragons. He would no longer face constraints. Stepping into the portal, re-entered the dragon realm. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the dragon god and Mina. Apologies for the delay. Esteemed teacher and sister Mina, expressed respectfully. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively. We are all family here. No need for such formality. He then inquired, are you fully prepared? Once you enter, you must attain the 3rd dimension. Otherwise, you shall not be able to exit. Nodded resolutely. I am ready. Very well. Since you are prepared, step inside. The dragon god affirmed, conjuring another golden portal with a wave of his hand. Teacher, Sister Mina, may I trouble you to watch over my family? Should any misfortune befall them, I would greatly appreciate your assistance, implored before entering. Fear not, young brother. Your family is as dear to us as our own. Even without your request, my father and I shall ensure their safety, Mina assured him, her gentle voice soothing any lingering anxiety within him. Indeed, we shall look after them. Enter without worry, otherwise, you may miss the opportunity and have to wait another 100 years, the dragon god readily concurred. With the dragon god, and Mina pledging to safeguard his family, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was to be delayed within, prolonging his absence. Meanwhile, years later, the destroyer god Beerus would descend upon Earth once more. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be too late to express regret. Learned from that the dragon god is only slightly inferior to the Omni King and possesses strength surpassing that of the high priest. Furthermore, S prowess stands above all angels. As for, he is merely a minor god of destruction. Unless he truly succumbs to a cat-like ailment, he would never dare to act recklessly. I implore you. Bowed deeply and resolutely stepped into the light circle. However, as he entered, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on his face. Father, if I am not mistaken, is this so-called secret realm not something you conjured effortlessly? You speak of it opening once every century, and yet one must reach the 3rd dimension to emerge from it? Regarded the dragon god with a bemused expression. The dragon god revealed a smirk of dubious intent. Isn't this merely to apply pressure on the lad? Without such assertions, would he willingly abandon his 2 children to toil within? Rest assured, we shall oversee matters. It is improbable that these 2 children could provoke the Omni King. Very well. As long as you are pleased, could only shrug, raise his hands, and shake his head, silently lamenting for a fleeting moment as he stepped into the light circle. Upon entering, found himself in an entirely new realm. Instantly, an overwhelming force bore down upon him. Not gravity, but a pressure akin to a formidable aura. This weight did not merely affect his physical form. It encroached upon his mind and even his very soul. Recognize this as the result of a dimensional disparity. Upon stepping into the 2nd dimension, he was no longer an ordinary being, but had transcended the mundane. Ordinary individuals would remain unaffected here, yet he would not. This was due to his newfound ability to sense the divine presence. Although he fell short of being a deity himself, learned from the dragon god that the 2nd dimension merely endowed him with a semblance of divine power, and true divinity awaits in the 3rd dimension. Upon entering the 2nd dimension, he shed his mortal coil, gaining the capacity to perceive the divine essence. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the more one feels insignificant. The divine presence is sensed solely by gods, serving to protect ordinary beings. Otherwise, these gods would have to constantly suppress their aura, for even the slightest leak could lead to the abrupt demise of countless ordinary lives. The 2nd dimension is divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to combat powers of, and each stage grants the body a transformation, akin to entering the 2nd dimension from the 1st. Both body and energy gradually undergo deification. With each breakthrough, one's body, lifespan, and energy amplify 100-fold, and the aura slowly shifts into divine essence. The second dimension is, in essence, a process of metamorphosis from human to God. The aura within this secret realm emanates from the fifth dimension. Henceforth, shall cultivate amidst the divine essence of the fifth dimension. Within the universe, the strength of the god of destruction resides in the fifth dimension. In truth, the Supreme Kai exists within the fifth dimension. Yet they have only attained this realm through the divine grace bestowed by the Omni King, their power remaining significantly inferior. However, the Omni King grants merely the divine status, endowing the Supreme Kai with prolonged longevity and the capacity to create life. Their strength, however, must be cultivated through their own efforts. Conversely, the gods of destruction must attain the fifth dimension through rigorous training before they are deemed worthy of their divine title. This elucidates why the gods of destruction possess greater power than the Supreme Kai. The immense pressure rendered Moyuan nearly incapable of moving. It was evident that this secret realm was not merely simplistic. Beyond the constant enveloping presence of the divine aura from the fifth dimension, there existed a combat space. Upon entering this arena, an opponent with identical combat prowess would materialize. However, while Moyuan would suffer from the suppression of the divine aura during battle, the adversary generated within the combat space would remain entirely unaffected. Moyuan found himself quite intrigued by this combat arena. With trembling steps, he ventured inside. There was no fear of death within. Should one perish, they would simply be teleported out of the combat space. Yet, the sensations of mortality and pain would remain undiminished. As soon as Moyuan entered the combat space, a shadow emerged. This silhouette bore no face, yet its outline mirrored Moyuan precisely, possessing an identical combat power of 10 trillion. Subsequently, as Moyuan transformed into Super Saiyan form, the shadow's combat power surged 100-fold alongside his own. It appeared that evasion was no longer an option. Moyuan mused silently. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to exit the combat space. After all, he could hardly walk, and engaging in battle seemed merely a pursuit of suffering. However, just as he prepared to leave, the shadow stirred. In response to Moyuan's furious exclamations, the shadow obliterated him into fragments. Chapter 150. The God of Destruction, Beerus in the Heart of Universe 7, a hairless, purple-skinned feline of humanoid form slumbered soundly upon a circular bed. Suddenly, beads of sweat appeared on his brow, and his eyes snapped open. Vegeta, if you dare not return on my birthday, you shall never return again. Bulma shouted furiously while clutching her phone. Yet, the device emitted no response, for Bulma was sending a message. Vegeta, currently traversing outer space, was beyond the reach of any signal. Messages flooded forth in a frenzy. This is infuriating. Bulma nearly smashed her phone in frustration. Goku is truly something else, whisking Vegeta away to outer space to train at such a time. Chi-Chi added, equally exasperated. Mom, Bulma auntie, please do not be upset. I will ask Uncle Moyuan to help bring back Uncle Vegeta and Dad, Goten interjected, attempting to soothe the two volatile figures. Gohan and Videl stood nearby, calming the two impending explosions. Gohan, having recently married Videl, had not joined Goku and the others in their training escapades. He promptly sought out Moyuan's avatar to convey the situation. At this moment, Moyuan's doppelganger reclined on a lounge chair, sipping a refreshing drink and relishing the leisurely ambience. His twin children, along with Bu, were frolicking about with Goten, Trunks, and Bra. To his astonishment, Vegeta had forgotten even Bulma's birthday. Gohan's suggestion to seek out Goku and Vegeta was entirely unforeseen by Moyuan. Over the years, Vegeta had devoted considerable attention to Bulma, ensuring he never missed her birthday. What could have led him to forget today? Had he perhaps changed his affections? That seemed implausible. Just as Moyuan was preparing to teleport in search of Goku and the others, a sudden disturbance in the fabric of space manifested. Four ruggedly attired men appeared aboard the cruise ship, their garments tattered and their breaths labored, clearly having just emerged from an intense skirmish. These four were Rappies, Broly, Goku, and Vegeta. Over the past few years, they had all ascended to the second dimension, with Gohan also achieving this remarkable feat surprisingly. The first to break through was neither Broly nor the father-son duo of Goku and Gohan, but rather Rappies. Following the incident involving Lotzi Li, Rappies had trained with a fervor surpassing even Vegeta's, his power skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. Moyuan had previously instructed Goku and the others in the methods to transform into Super Saiyan 4, yet for some unknown reason, they were unable to achieve this transformation. On a later occasion, when Mina visited Earth, Moyuan inquired and discovered that the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 could only be realized within the unique rules established by the Dragon God in his realm. In this particular dimension, even with Bulma's amplification device, she could not stimulate Goku and Vegeta's tails, rendering the transformation into a gorilla, and by extension, Super Saiyan 4, impossible. Observing the arrival of the four, Moyuan could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, they were relentless, even prioritizing their training over their beloved's birthday. Vegeta, your cherished Bulma is on the verge of distress. Will you not go and console her? Moyuan teased, winking at Vegeta. At this, Vegeta's face flushed crimson. He muttered under his breath, "Why say such embarrassing things?" and then hurried off to find Bulma. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at Vegeta's retreating figure. "Dad, Mom is also upset," Gohan whispered to Goku, who was reveling in the merriment. Although Gohan spoke softly, everyone present was far from ordinary and heard him clearly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. "My apologies, I must take my leave," he stammered, fleeing in a manner akin to Vegeta. The laughter grew even louder. "Whis, how much longer until we arrive?" The pharaoh-like Beerus inquired with growing impatience. They had already been flying for over 10 minutes and had yet to reach their destination. "It is merely a matter of locating a few Scions," he grumbled, perplexed by the delay. "Lord Beerus, we had indeed located them. But they suddenly used instant transmission to depart, so we require a few more minutes to reach them." With a leisurely demeanor, Whis explained, "Oh? These Scions not only triumphed over Frisia, but they also possess the ability to instantaneously teleport?" Beerus appeared somewhat astonished, for even he had yet to master such a skill. "Moreover, Lord Beerus, they have already ascended to the second dimension," Whis remarked with an enigmatic smile. Intriguingly, it seems that the so-called Super Saiyan God from my dreams may indeed exist, stirring Beerus' interest profoundly. "Accelerate, Whis," Beerus commanded. "I am already at the utmost speed." "Lord Beerus," Whis maintained his unhurried demeanor. Once Vegeta and the others returned, Bulma's birthday celebration commenced in earnest. Several Scions began to devour food voraciously, having depleted their energy during training outside, and now urgently needing to replenish. Suddenly, Goku and the others set down their meals, gazing solemnly at the sky. A menacing aura was approaching. Though it was merely a projection, Moyuan distinctly sensed this formidable presence. It was overpowering. Even collectively, they could not withstand a mere finger from the destroyer god, Beerus. However, Moyuan's projection remained unperturbed. After all, he had a powerful ally in Beerus. Continuing to savor the banquet's delicacies, he was merely a projection, destined to vanish upon the return of his true self. Thus, he resolved to relish as much gourmet fare as possible during his fleeting existence in this realm. Moments later, Beerus and Whis suddenly materialized aboard the cruise ship. Though not through instantaneous teleportation, their speed was such that it appeared indistinguishable from it. Destroyer God Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus's visage, memories flooded back to Vegeta. Simultaneously, the Supreme Kai communicated with Goku, warning him of Beerus's formidable nature and advising against any offense. Those who had entered the second dimension could all sense the terrifying energy emanating from Beerus. Although he had tempered it somewhat, the residual aura still instilled disquiet, particularly in Vegeta, who froze in place, his fear starkly etched on his face. Beerus immediately recognized Vegeta. After all, he had slumbered for 39 years, and the memory of trampling King Vegeta felt as fresh as yesterday. Naturally, he could identify Vegeta. "Vegeta, it has indeed been a long time," Beerus mused, gazing at the familiar countenance. "Vegeta, are these two your friends?" Bulma inquired. As an ordinary person, Bulma was oblivious to the ominous energy surrounding Beerus. Yet she sensed that something was amiss with Vegeta. "Hello, I am Bulma, Vegeta's wife," she introduced herself, stepping forward and extending her hand towards Beerus. Just as Vegeta intended to prevent Bulma from approaching, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable even to part his lips. Unable to do anything but watch as Bulma passed by. Chapter 151, Pudding. "Do not go over there. Hurry." Vegeta could only feel anxious in his heart, his lips incapable of uttering a word. Beerus cast a casual glance at Vegeta, then extended his hand to shake Bulma's, politely stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Beside Beerus, Whis also introduced himself with great courtesy. "My apologies for the earlier rudeness. I am Whis, and this is my master, Lord Beerus." Since you are friends of Vegeta, why not join us for the party? Today happens to be my birthday. You are both most welcome. Bulma enthusiastically invited Beerus and Whis to partake in her birthday celebration. Vegeta stood beside them, utterly astonished. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure exerted by Beerus that rendered him immobile, he might have suspected that the god of destruction was, in fact, quite amiable. Not only Vegeta, but also Lapis, Broly, Goku, and Gohan, those who had ascended to the second dimension, found themselves unable to move or speak. Aside from Piccolo and Dandy, the others still believed that Beerus and Whis were indeed friends of Vegeta. Thank you for your kindness. To be honest, I was immediately captivated by the enticing aromas upon my arrival, Beerus remarked, savoring the scents in the air with a look of delight. He resolved to postpone any thoughts of the Super Saiyan God until he had indulged in the feast. Then come along with me, Bulma said, taking Beerus by the arm to explore the culinary delights. Once Beerus and Whis departed, the oppressive aura that had enveloped them dissipated. Regaining control of his body, Goku exclaimed, Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, is actually your friend? God of destruction, Beerus? Apart from Vegeta and Dandy. This was the first time the others had heard of such a deity. Goku had only learned of Beerus through the Kaishin's telepathic communication. Yes, just now. Asin communicated with me, warning us not to offend Lord Beerus, or else the Earth might face annihilation. However, since Lord Beerus is a friend of Vegeta, we need not worry, Goku said cheerfully. Do not celebrate too soon, Kakarot. Although I do not know why Lord Beerus did not deny our friendship, I must make it clear that I am not his friend. If we provoke him, the Earth will indeed be doomed, Vegeta cautioned the others gravely. Goku was immediately alarmed. I must quickly inform the others to refrain from offending Lord Beerus. With that, Goku prepared to relay the message. Do not go, old man. Piccolo interjected, halting Goku. Goku looked at Piccolo, puzzled. Why not? Piccolo explained, since Lord Beerus did not deny it earlier. It indicates that he wishes to keep his identity concealed. If you share this information with others, it may inadvertently provoke Lord Beerus. What should we do then? If we accidentally anger Lord Beerus, the Earth will be finished. Goku exclaimed, frantic and at a loss for what to do. After a moment of calm contemplation, Piccolo spoke, there is no other option left. We must closely follow Lord Beerus and ensure that no one dares to offend him. The others present wore expressions of grave concern, as if facing an imminent threat. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed someone who appeared utterly unconcerned, reclining in a chair while sipping a drink. Hey, Moyuan, why are you so unfazed? The one most likely to offend Lord Beerus is your boo. Vegeta was somewhat exasperated. If anyone were to cause instability, it would undoubtedly be that fellow boo. Relax, relax. Moyuan replied nonchalantly, who has always been well behaved, and besides, my daughter is here. So there's no need to worry. Vegeta, now disinclined to engage with Moyuan, decided it was better to monitor the others and rushed after Beerus. Goku and Piccolo followed suit. You seem remarkably unconcerned, Ribbies remarked. Or perhaps you feel invulnerable. He had chosen not to accompany them, but remained beside Moyuan. In any case, Earth will surely be fine, so let us just enjoy ourselves. Oh, Ribbies recalled that Moyuan had become a disciple of the Dragon God years ago, which eased his mind. He too reclined leisurely on a nearby lounge chair. Moyuan patted another chair, saying to Broly, no need to be tense, just enjoy yourself. Ribbies observed the group below, trailing after Beerus like eager fans, and asked, why don't you inform them? Hee, don't you find Vegeta's demeanor amusing? It's a rare sight. Moyuan chuckled with a hint of mischief. Ribbies watched Vegeta, who was diligently preparing takoyaki, and couldn't help but break into a similar smile to Moyuan's. Broly, watching the two, was taken aback by their expressions. These two troublemakers, Beerus and Whis, seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. Compared to the cuisine on Earth, their previous meals were akin to swill. Just a single takoyaki left Beerus yearning for more. To please Beerus, Vegeta personally took to the kitchen, crafting a large bowl of takoyaki. It became evident that Vegeta must have practiced cooking in secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his first attempt to turn out so delectably. It was even better than the fare prepared by Bulma's hired chef. As Beerus indulged in the takoyaki, Whis embarked on his own culinary adventure, sampling every stall. Lord Beerus, I just tasted something delightful, smooth and tender. After tasting a plethora of dishes, Whis returned to Beerus, who was still savoring the takoyaki. Smooth and tender? What is it? Beerus's curiosity was piqued. Whis pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. It's a dessert called pudding. Take me there at once. Beerus could hardly contain his excitement, already imagining how delicious it must be. Lord Beerus, please follow me. Whis guided Beerus to the pudding stall. What? It's all gone. Whis' eyes widened in disbelief. There was plenty just a moment ago. I sincerely apologize, but just moments ago, another guest took all of them. The chef pointed towards the not-so-distant Boo, saying, "It was he who took them. You may inquire if he can spare a couple." Following the chef's gesture, Beerus and Whis glimpsed a plump, pink figure indulging in pudding, with a table before him laden with an abundance of desserts. "Excuse me, could you possibly spare us 2 puddings?" Chapter 152, Two Little Ancestors. Beerus gazed longingly at the pudding in Boo's hands, his keen sense of smell detecting a hint of sweetness. Upon hearing Whis' voice, Boo looked up and saw 2 oddly dressed individuals. "I apologize. We hail from a distant planet." Whis was preparing to deliver an eloquent and heartfelt appeal. However, Boo, with a cheerful smile, replied, "Sure, help yourselves." Seeing Beerus's emaciated frame, it was evident he had not savored anything delightful in quite some time, and thus, Boo generously offered them 2 puddings. Furthermore, considering Whis' words about their extraterrestrial origins, Boo, having traversed the cosmos himself, understood that alien cuisine could be rather unpalatable. He felt a wave of compassion for Beerus and Whis. Of course, Boo's willingness to part with the puddings was primarily influenced by Chinin's teachings that good food should be shared and never hoarded. "Thank you very much." Beerus and Whis expressed their polite gratitude. At last, Beerus was able to relish the pudding he had longed for. Observing Beerus's sheer delight in savoring the dessert further confirmed Boo's inner thoughts. These 2 indeed had not indulged in anything exquisite. After finishing 1 pudding, Beerus remained unsatisfied, gazing longingly at the remaining sweets on the table. Yet, as a destroyer, he felt that asking for more would be pushing his luck. He could not bring himself to request another from Boo. Thus, he was left to watch as Boo devoured the delectable puddings one by one. Just as Beerus wrestled with his internal conflict, a pudding was slid in front of him. To his surprise, it was Boo offering him another. In that moment, Beerus felt a flicker of gratitude. Little did he know, Boo's decision to give him more stemmed from observing his hesitation and the myriad of scenarios he had envisioned in his mind. A small kitten, abandoned and wandering through the cosmos, surviving by rummaging through trash, enduring a pitiful existence of hunger, and possessing too much pride to ask others for food. Just as Whis had been the one to request the pudding on his behalf, it was no wonder Beerus appeared so gaunt. Undoubtedly, it was due to frequent hunger and malnutrition. Boo silently affirmed his thoughts. Should Beerus ever discover Boo's musings, he might very well unleash his destructive powers upon him. However, at present, Beerus regarded Boo as a commendable individual. Counting on his fingers, Boo pondered the names: Chin, Tianlin, Bra, Trunks, and Goten. Then, 5 puddings were set aside, while the remaining ones were placed in the center of the table. Boo, consumed by myriad thoughts, felt a pang of sympathy for Beerus. Puddings were a commonplace delight for him, and he had access to a plethora of delectable culinary treasures far beyond mere puddings. Yet, for Beerus, merely relishing a pudding brought him immense joy. Thus, he resolved to reserve 1 for each of his friends, intending to share the rest with Beerus and Whis. "Those 5 are for my friends. Let us enjoy the remainder together." In that moment, Boo seemed to radiate a luminous glow in Beerus's eyes. Goku, Vegeta, and their companions, who had been trailing closely behind Beerus, finally exhaled in relief. "Boo, we are back," Chin exclaimed, bounding forward, with Tianlin and others trailing behind, each bearing a large water gun, their attire drenched, suggesting they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Upon seeing Chin and Tianlin, both Beerus and Whis' pupils constricted in astonishment. The unmistakable traits of the 2 children reminded them only of the dragon god Salam and his progeny. "Whis, what is the meaning of this? Could they be the offspring left behind by the esteemed dragon god on Earth?" Beerus communicated telepathically to Whis. Earlier, when they had just arrived on Earth, Moyuan's avatar had been reclining on a lounge chair, causing Beerus and Whis to overlook them. "Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. I shall investigate," Whis replied, wielding his staff to delve into Chin and Tianlin's backgrounds. However, to his bewilderment, he found nothing. Generally, he could retrieve information on all beings within the 7th universe, yet the details of these 2 children eluded him entirely, as if they had materialized from thin air, devoid of any past. Nonetheless, The absence of information could imply that a formidable entity had concealed their identities. If that were the case, it was highly plausible that these children were indeed the progeny of the dragon god. What did you find? Beerus inquired urgently. My lord, it appears these children may truly be the offspring of the dragon god, or at the very least, possess a profound connection to him. As I am unable to uncover any details regarding them, was conveyed telepathically. The revelation sent a shiver through Beerus, prompting him to rise abruptly. He now regarded Qin and Tianlin as if they were revered ancestors. Internally, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had not acted recklessly on Earth. For had he inadvertently harmed these two young deities, his status as a destroyer would have been in dire jeopardy. The saying holds true, a higher authority can crush the lesser. Even if Qin and Tianlin were merely potential offspring of the dragon god, it was not something a mere destroyer like him could afford to offend. You, are they your new friends? I don't believe I've seen them before. Qin inquired curiously, observing Beerus and Whis. Yes, they have traveled from a distant planet to Earth, Bu whispered conspiratorially into Qin's ear. It seems they haven't savored much of the finer things in life. Just look at Beerus, he appears quite famished. As Qin finished speaking, she cast a glance at Beerus and Whis, her eyes tinged with a hint of pity. Naturally, Beerus and Whis had heard Bu's words as well. Whis seemed indifferent, but Beerus was deeply unsettled. He had initially believed Bu to be a decent individual, only to discover that Bu was, in fact, pitying him. When had the god of destruction, Beerus, ever found himself in a position to elicit pity from others? Under normal circumstances, he would have obliterated Bu without hesitation. However, at this moment, Beerus found himself unable to voice his anger. After all, there were two little lords present. He dared not act recklessly. If he accidentally harmed or offended either of the young masters, his days of comfort would be over. Moreover, it was evident that Bu had a close relationship with the two little lords. He simply could not strike. Whis, observing Beerus's cowardice, covered his mouth and laughed unabashedly. Qin then produced a universal capsule, from which a plethora of delectable dishes emerged. Proudly patting her chest, she addressed Beerus and Whis, saying, Come, eat to your heart's content. Do not hold back. Bu's friends are my friends, and all of this is prepared by my father, truly the finest cuisine in the world. Tianlin also enthusiastically encouraged, Please, enjoy. If there isn't enough, I have more right here. Chapter 153, The Apprentice Dragon God. Goku and Vegeta, hiding at the back, were drenched in cold sweat. Though Qin and Tianlin bore no ill will, they were, astonishingly, pitying Lord Beerus. When had the god of destruction, Beerus, ever needed the pity of others? The image of Earth exploding flashed before Vegeta's eyes. It was over. In despair, Vegeta collapsed to the ground. His instincts were not wrong. Beerus indeed loathed being pitied, but he loathed even more being told he was thin. Such remarks conjured memories of his detestable brother, Kampa. Every time they quarreled, Kampa would taunt him, calling him a bag of bones. Beerus trembled with anger, and a voice echoed in his mind. Lord Beerus, you must restrain yourself. If you seek your demise, please do not involve me. I shall do my utmost to prevent it. At worst, I may receive a beating, but your fate I cannot guarantee. Whis' telepathic message only served to further irritate Beerus. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Whis' words. Wait, an idea suddenly struck Beerus. What had the two little lords said earlier? These culinary delights were prepared by their father? If they were indeed the offspring of the dragon god, then these dishes must have been crafted by the dragon god himself. A wave of astonishment washed over Beerus. He, Beerus, might one day partake in the culinary creations of the dragon god. Such an honor was something even the Grand Priest had not experienced. For though they were not the dragon god's children, they were at least the progeny of his offspring, each of whom was no less remarkable than an angel. Ecstatic joy surged within Beerus. What followed next left Goku and Vegeta utterly speechless. With a hint of flattery in his smile, Beerus inquired of Qin and Tianlin, Children, is your father here as well? Yes, my father is up there, Qin replied, pointing to the upper deck of the cruise ship. Tianlin asked, Do you have business with our father? I can take you to him. No need, I have come myself. Moyuan had been attentively observing the two children from above. Who are Beerus and Whis? One is a god of destruction, and the other is an angel even more powerful than a god of destruction. They could discern at a glance that Moyuan was merely an avatar, not his true form. Moyuan's appearance was unfamiliar to them. They had never encountered him before. He was neither the dragon god, nor one of the dragon god's offspring. Could he be a newly adopted child of the dragon god? As Beerus and Whis pondered this, Moyuan spoke up. I am Moyuan, a trainee dragon god. He regarded Beerus and Whis with neither subservience nor arrogance. What? The title of trainee dragon god nearly caused Beerus and Whis's eyes to bulge out in shock. While Moyuan's strength was far inferior to theirs, his status and identity were formidable. A trainee dragon god could easily overshadow them, for it signified that Moyuan was the future dragon god, a being of equal standing to the Grand Priest. In a certain sense, Whis could also be considered a trainee Grand Priest, as one of the Grand Priest's children would inevitably succeed him should he choose to abdicate. Yet, Whis was acutely aware that even among them, the one most likely to assume the Grand Priest's position would not be him, but rather their eldest sister, the Grand Priest's firstborn, Keisai. Moyuan, however, was different. Previously, Whis had thought that the dragon god would select one of his children to take over his role. But now, with Moyuan as the sole trainee dragon god chosen throughout history, his ascension to the role of dragon god seemed all but assured. Moreover, the establishment of a trainee dragon god indicated that the dragon god was contemplating abdication. If all went as expected, it would not be long before Moyuan ascended to the throne of the dragon god. Upon learning of Moyuan's identity, Beerus exhibited extreme humility. Lord Moyuan, I was unaware of your presence here and may have offended you. Please forgive me. Beerus felt a twinge of concern that his previous actions might displease Moyuan, prompting him to hastily apologize. Although he had done nothing truly egregious, he realized that any discontent from Moyuan could lead to dire consequences, especially given the fiercely protective nature of the Dragon Realm's denizens. Even a random individual from that realm would surpass Whis in strength, and Whis would be unable to shield him. Lord Beerus, you are too modest. Your presence on Earth is a blessing for us. If there are any inadequacies in our hospitality, I ask for your understanding, as this Earth is also my homeland. Lord, you may simply call me. I am unworthy of such a title. Shook his head in fright. What nonsense is this? The future dragon god referring to himself as Lord? Has he a death wish? If those in the dragon realm were to learn of this, he would not only meet his demise, but also suffer greatly. Ha! Chuckled heartily. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. You may refer to me as. From now on, we shall be friends. Was momentarily taken aback, his spirits lifted. He eagerly nodded in agreement. Very well, indeed. We shall be friends henceforth. Who would refuse friendship with the future dragon god? Vegeta. Why do I sense that and share an extraordinary bond? Whispered to. Extraordinary bond? It is far more than that. Is clearly ingratiating himself, fawning over. See that internally. The image of the once mighty god of destruction had utterly shattered in his mind. The once proud and untouchable deity now appeared as a sycophant before. It seemed that master, whom he had taken under his wing years prior, was of no ordinary standing. Recalled apprenticeship from years ago, then dismissing it lightly. He had thought of the title dragon god as mere folklore. He had never heard of it in any credible context, not even among the Kais. He had assumed it to be akin to some lesser deity on a small planet, considering that even the so-called supreme deity, the Kaioshin, was rather unimpressive. 2. Only the god of destruction was truly formidable, while all other gods were mere facades. However, it now appeared that the world was far more intricate than he had presumed. The Kaioshin likely held many secrets unknown to him, and the god of destruction was not the pinnacle of power. With the emergence of the apprentice dragon god, instilling awe in, and decided not to follow any longer, they no longer had to worry about obliterating Earth. In an instant, the atmosphere of Bulma's birthday celebration became even more jubilant, and relished the delightful dishes prepared by the culinary creations of the future dragon god. Savored every bite, relishing the fact that this was an experience he could boast about for a lifetime. Chapter 154. The god of super science after the banquet concluded, finally recalled the purpose of his visit to Earth. His heart had been racing like a roller coaster, nearly causing him to forget about this matter altogether. He approached to inquire about the god of super science. Unfortunately, had no knowledge on the subject, and were even less informed, having spent little time on and being utterly oblivious to scion matters. It seemed they were entirely unaware of the existence of the god of super science. Shook his head, preparing to abandon the pursuit, realizing it was merely a prophetic dream of his. As Whis mentioned, the accuracy of his prophetic dreams is rather low, and this time appears to be no exception. Why does Lord Beerus not inquire with Lord Moyuan? Prompted by Whis, a spark of inspiration illuminated Beerus's mind. Perhaps the extraordinary abilities of the dragon god could indeed unveil the truth. Soon, Beerus sought out Moyuan to inquire about the Super Saiyan god. In response to the eager gazes of those present, Moyuan nodded. The Super Saiyan god, in essence, represents the form attained by Saiyans who have ascended to the third dimension. Although it is currently non-existent, there are means to facilitate its early emergence. What methods could achieve this? Goku and Vegeta were even more anxious than Beerus, eager to transform into the Super Saiyan god that Beerus had described. The answer was simple. It required 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice to channel their energy into another Saiyan, thereby granting that Saiyan the form of the Super Saiyan god prematurely. 5. Goku began to count the Saiyans present: myself, Vegeta, Broly, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra. Splendid. There are 7 of us here. We can undoubtedly accomplish this. Vegeta interjected with determination. Kakarot, allow me to go first. Goku countered vehemently. No, it must be me. You lack the courage to act against Lord Beerus. Kakarot, you. Vegeta instantly conceded, for he indeed lacked the audacity to confront Beerus. Unless Beerus were to strike Bulma, Broly remained silent, devoid of any desire to contest. With no one else vying for the opportunity, Goku successfully secured the first chance to transform into the Super Saiyan god, apart from Bra. Broly, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks joined hands behind Goku. Soon, a golden aura enveloped them. Unconsciously, everyone transitioned into the form of a Super Saiyan. Goku, infused with energy, gradually lifted off the ground, followed by the 5 behind him. A golden beam of energy began to ascend skyward. In an instant, the world underwent a profound transformation. Golden clouds materialized in the sky, encircling the beam to form a massive golden vortex. Under the influence of the clouds, the realm was bathed in a radiant golden light. The once tranquil ocean began to roar, with whirlpools appearing across its surface. After a while, a layer of blue energy suddenly emerged from the 5 who had channeled their energy into Goku. This blue energy gradually supplanted the golden energy, releasing an entirely different aura that spread outward in all directions. Simultaneously, Goku's inner power underwent a tremendous transformation. The golden beam slowly retracted into his being. Observing the now dormant energy of the others, Bulma inquired, "Is this the end?" Not yet. Piccolo's gaze was intensely fixed on Goku, as he sensed an astonishing change in Goku's aura. Suddenly, a cerulean point of light emerged at the center of the gathering of Yukong and his companions, rapidly expanding to form a luminous pillar that shot skyward. This radiant column pierced through the clouds above, subsequently diffusing into a magnificent display. The colossal blue beam enveloped the entirety of the cruise ship, yet its presence was ephemeral, vanishing after mere seconds. The clouds that once obscured the sky now revealed a vast aperture, through which an enchanting starry expanse was visible. However, the transformation was far from complete. The clouds cascaded from the edges of the great void like a waterfall, immersing the onlookers in a golden, vast well of wonder. Such a breathtaking spectacle left everyone in awe. Suddenly, a gentle patter of rain began to fall from the heavens. Was it raining? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, hailstones the size of fists began to descend. Rain, hail, snow, blazing sun, frigid winter, the cyclical dance of day and night, and the crackle of thunder. Within less than a minute, they had experienced the full spectrum of the seasons. Ultimately, only a resplendent golden light remained. The individuals who had infused their energy into Wukong were nearing the conclusion of their efforts. Under the luminous glow, Wukong and his companions began to tremble. The power within Wukong had reached its transformative climax. As the other 5 poured their entire essence into him, Wukong suddenly radiated golden light, which then shifted to a vibrant red. He resembled a glowing red bulb, his features obscured, leaving only his silhouette visible. The other 5 reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, descending back to the ground. Beerus gazed at the figure enveloped in red light, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, this silhouette perfectly mirrored the shadow he had seen in his dreams. Wukong was the Super Saiyan god he had been searching for. As the red light faded, a new Wukong emerged, with crimson hair and red irises. Though his power had not increased, the quality of his energy had ascended from the early stages of the second dimension to the initial stages of the third dimension, a staggering 10 million-fold enhancement. Note, upon transcending from the second dimension to the third, the quality of energy amplifies 1,000-fold. Simultaneously, Wukong's aura became ethereal, imperceptible to ordinary individuals. In this form, his essence had transformed into that of a divine being. However, Wukong only temporarily possessed this divine aura. Once the energy infused within him was depleted, he would no longer be able to wield it. His body, still human, could not sustain the power of divine essence. In the future, when Wukong transitioned into a Super Saiyan God, he would only elevate his energy to the latter stages of the second dimension. Wukong felt as if the energy within him had coalesced into a viscous liquid, each droplet brimming with boundless power. Unable to restrain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "How formidable! Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? It is truly beyond my expectations, Lord Beerus." Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, approached Wukong, speaking as he walked. "Indeed. I trust you are eager to test your newfound abilities." Standing opposite Wukong, his eyes filled with the fervor of battle, he declared, "To be honest, I feel the same." "Then let us commence." In perfect unison, the two ascended into the sky. After Beerus unleashed a torrent equivalent to a galaxy, Wukong struggled to engage in combat with him for half an hour. The shockwaves from their battle reverberated throughout the cosmos, obliterating countless stars. Had it not been for the enhancements bestowed upon Earth by the Dragon Balls, coupled with Whis' deliberate protection, it would have been utterly annihilated by now. Chapter 155. I miss her. Boom. With a single punch, Moyuan shattered the shadow before him into fragments. How powerful! Moyuan gazed incredulously at his own hand. Just yesterday, had he not employed his insight, he would have been unable to defeat this shadow. At best, he would have achieved a stalemate. However, upon breaking through to the third dimension, he vanquished the shadow with just one blow. Of course, this was primarily because the shadow possessed no more than second-dimensional strength. Otherwise, defeating it would not have been so effortless. After nearly 5 years of arduous training, Moyuan finally ascended to the third dimension. This breakthrough signified his official entry into the realm of divinity. The energy within him had entirely transformed into divine essence, no longer detectable by mere mortals. Externally, there were minimal changes. His originally purple hair now shimmered with a hint of silver. Without a keen eye, one would scarcely notice the difference. His current form was akin to Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan God. However, Moyuan had fully embraced this form and would not revert to his previous state. This form represented the divine's natural state, while Scions could access it through transformation. Upon reaching the third dimension, the secret realm no longer offered substantial assistance for his training. It was time to depart. Moyuan activated the ring in his hand, and a familiar golden circle materialized. The thought of soon reuniting with his children filled him with excitement. Stepping into the circle, the scene before him shifted instantaneously. He had returned from the secret realm to the dragon realm, now standing within the dragon god's palace. Wow, you've reached the third dimension in less than 5 years? Father was right. You truly are a genius. As soon as Moyuan returned to the dragon realm, he heard Mina's voice before he could fully comprehend his surroundings. Looking up, he saw Mina seated on the dragon god's throne, attending to official duties. Cautiously, Moyuan inquired, "Sister Mina, has Master slipped away again?" At this, Mina puffed up her cheeks in indignation, exclaiming, "Isn't it because of you? That old man is practically living on Earth, indulging himself every day." The thought of the dragon god enjoying delicacies on Earth while she toiled away with paperwork made her grind her teeth in frustration. Most infuriating was the fact that the dragon god never returned from Earth with a treat for her as a reward. Every time, she scuttles back to Earth, bearing a countenance of servility, only to return with a burgeoning belly. During her last sojourn to Earth, she should never have brought back delicacies for that odious old man, which now renders her incapable of returning again. A crisp crack echoed through the palace as Mina's pen snapped in her grasp. Observing the veins bulging on her forehead, Moyuan sensed the urgency to depart, lest he be ensnared in her ire. After all, as an apprentice dragon god, he was theoretically responsible for handling these matters in the absence of the dragon god. "Sister Mina, I haven't returned in several years. I must take my leave now and will visit you another time. Farewell." With that, Moyuan hastily activated his ring, and the moment the portal appeared, he dove into it as if fleeing. "Humph." Mina scoffed at the vanishing Moyuan, her disdain palpable. "If it weren't for your feeble strength, do you think I would allow your escape? Just wait. After a few years, or perhaps a few million, when your strength is sufficient, I shall ensure you experience the burdens of handling affairs daily. The pen in Mina's hand inexplicably restored itself as she jabbed it forcefully at the documents before her, as if they bore a personal vendetta against her. Upon returning to the familiar realm of Earth, Yuan patted his chest, still shaken by the formidable wrath of Sister Mina. First, he decided to observe what his children were up to. Activating his clairvoyance, his vision swiftly enveloped the entire planet. Soon, he beheld his twin children attending classes at school. Meanwhile, at home, a golden-haired and a pink-haired figure, along with his own doppelganger, were seated in the living room, engrossed in television, surrounded by an array of takeout boxes. It appeared that the trio coexisted harmoniously. However, the dragon god seemed to have slightly diminished in stature, now standing at about 2 meters instead of the original 3. Utilizing instantaneous movement, Yuan returned to his abode. "Teacher," he greeted respectfully, bowing slightly to the dragon god seated upon the sofa. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor casual. "No need for such formality. There are no strict protocols here." After scrutinizing Yuan closely, a look of satisfaction emerged on his face. "Impressive. You surpassed my expectations. I had thought it would take you at least a decade to ascend to the 3rd dimension, yet you have achieved it in under 5 years. Progressing from the initial stages of the 2nd dimension to the 3rd. Yuan's rapid advancement astonished even the dragon god, who had never witnessed anyone with such remarkable speed and cultivation. At this rate, it would not take millions of years before Yuan could fully assume his position. One should not underestimate the span of millions of years. It took the dragon god an unfathomable number of such durations to reach his current state, so long that he had lost track of his own existence. "It is indeed due to your secret realm that my cultivation has accelerated so significantly. Otherwise, I could not have progressed so swiftly," Yuan humbly flattered. The dragon god chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "You little flatterer. Am I not aware of the efficacy of my secret realm?" Gently touched his hair, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. After exchanging a few words with the dragon god, he retracted his doppelganger, subsequently absorbing all its memories. 6 months prior, Beerus arrived on Earth, and due to his presence, the atmosphere remained quite harmonious. Meanwhile, Goku, as per the original storyline, transformed into a Super Saiyan god through the heart energy transmitted by 5 Saiyans. 3 months ago, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Lapis traveled to the god of destruction's realm for training via Whis, who frequently visited Earth. Lapis was initially reluctant to go, concerned for Chinin and Tianlin. But with the dragon god's sudden arrival on Earth, he felt reassured and decided to accompany Whis. Gohan, on the other hand, stayed behind due to his worries for his pregnant wife, Videl. After all, he was not as obsessed with training as Goku, and his foremost priority was always his family and friends. Upon receiving the memories of his doppelganger, approached the dragon god, hesitating to speak. "If there's something on your mind, just say it. There's no need for formality with me," the dragon god remarked, his gaze fixed on the television. Taking a deep breath, asked, "Master, may I see my wife once more? I miss her dearly." The dragon god, naturally unwilling to deny such a modest request, placed a finger on his forehead. The pristine white palace reappeared in S' mind, and within it floated the person he longed for. Lazuli remained in the same state as before, enveloped in pure white energy, her complexion rosy and sleeping soundly. It seemed she would awaken soon, as the dragon god's voice echoed in S' mind. Upon hearing this, looked at the dragon god with excitement. "Is it true? You're not deceiving me, are you?" The dragon god nodded affirmatively. "In a month or 2, she will complete her inheritance and awaken." "Wonderful, wonderful!" exclaimed, nearly speechless with joy. 5 long years had passed since he unexpectedly traversed time and space, and not a single day had gone by without thoughts of Lazuli. If only he could leap forward 2 months in time, in the god of destruction's realm. For individuals clad in bulky, spacesuit-like attire trained in an open area, these were Goku, Vegeta, Lapis, and Broly. They donned special gear crafted by Whis to assist in their training. This ensemble, under Whis' control, allowed them to experience a constant, heavy pressure that was substantial, yet not immobilizing. However, to move, they had to exert all their strength. Over the past 3 months, aside from helping Whis with household chores, they had dedicated themselves to training. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly had all mastered the form of Super Saiyan God, distinguishing themselves from Goku and Vegeta as a legendary Super Saiyan. Broly is profoundly influenced by the energy coursing through his veins. In his Super Saiyan God form, Broly's aura transforms into a divine presence of the third dimension, while Goku and Vegeta's auras only reach the intensity of the second dimension. This implies that Broly's transformation surpasses Goku's strength by a staggering factor of 1,000. Moreover, there is a notable distinction in Broly's Super Saiyan God form. His hair is a deep emerald green rather than the traditional crimson. The transformations of these three Saiyans leave Lapis in utter envy. Among the four, Lapis originally stood as the second strongest, only slightly weaker than Broly, yet still surpassing Goku and Vegeta. Now, he finds himself at the bottom. Determined not to fall too far behind these Saiyans, Lapis intensifies his training. Although he currently lags behind, he does not regard himself as inferior. He is far from an ordinary individual. Since breaking through to the second dimension, he has sensed a subtle change within his own energy. Over the past 3 months of training in the God of Destruction realm, this change has become increasingly pronounced. Given time, he is confident that he will not be outdone by these Saiyans. Clenching his teeth, Lapis's gaze is resolute. Whis observes Lapis, drenched in sweat and relentlessly training, and a mysterious smile crosses his face. Quite intriguing, he muses. Long time no see, everyone. A golden halo materializes, and then Moyuan steps forth from the light. Upon seeing Moyuan, Whis bows respectfully, Lord Moyuan. Moyuan smiles and waves his hand dismissively. No need for such formality, Whis. Whis shakes his head with a smile. Please wait a moment, Lord Moyuan. I shall rouse Lord Beerus. No need, Moyuan interjects. I am merely here to observe them. Let Lord Beerus continue his slumber undisturbed. Very well. Since Moyuan is not here to see Beerus, Whis is pleased to allow Beerus to enjoy a little longer rest. Relishing the prospect of savoring the delectable treats he brought from Earth all to himself. Ah, Moyuan, you have finally returned. Goku and the others, clad in attire reminiscent of astronauts, approach Moyuan with heavy steps. Not bad. You have all reached the second dimension. Goku and his companions have significantly surpassed their counterparts in the original narrative. At this point in the original story, Goku and the others had yet to attain the second dimension as they were unable to sense divine energy. They ultimately achieved this through their transformation into Super Saiyan gods. Moyuan, have you perhaps already ascended to the third dimension? Goku, sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Moyuan, is taken aback. This aura is magnitude stronger than theirs. They have only sensed such terrifying energy from Beerus. Even the transformed Broly pales in comparison. With a smile, Moyuan nods. Upon witnessing this affirmation, Goku and the others exchange expressions of realization. They have grown accustomed to Moyuan's astonishing rate of progress. If Moyuan were to claim he had not yet reached the third dimension, they would be even more astonished. With palpable excitement, addressed Lapis, Lapis, I bring splendid news. Lazili shall return in a month or 2. Upon hearing this, a rare smile of surprise illuminated Lapis's typically impassive face. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is true. My master assured me, and I have no doubt, affirmed with unwavering confidence. After all, it was a pronouncement from the Dragon God, and thus beyond reproach. How wonderful. Ah Yuan, your family shall finally be reunited, Wukong chimed in, sharing insulation. Vegeta, however, posed a lingering question. Where precisely has Lazili been? Why has her return been so protracted? They remained entirely in the dark regarding Lazili's whereabouts, save for the knowledge that she was still alive. Clarified. She was swept away by a rift in space to beyond the universe, where she acquired a divine legacy. A divine legacy? The revelation astonished not only Lapis, who had prior knowledge, but also Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, and even the ever-composed Whis. Whis's astonishment stemmed from the fact that Lazili had received her legacy in a realm beyond the universe, a place where ordinary gods would struggle to withstand the chaotic currents of space without special tools. Though he possessed the ability to traverse the cosmos, he too could not linger in that expanse indefinitely. One would require the prowess of the seventh dimension to remain unaffected in such a domain. Hence, the individual capable of bestowing a legacy there would undoubtedly possess strength well above the seventh dimension, a rarity in the entirety of the Omni King's realm. Among the children of the Grand Priest, only the eldest sister, Kes, wielded such power, while the other angels were confined to the sixth dimension. Thus, you must intensify your training, for once she accepts the legacy, Lazili's strength shall be at least in the third dimension, or perhaps even greater, proclaimed with immense pride. Observing S demeanor, Vegeta could not refrain from remarking, "Surely, it is you who should be the one training diligently? If you cannot best your own wife, that is truly a disgrace." Shaking his finger, displayed no semblance of shame, instead exuding pride as he declared, "I relish living off my wife." Chapter 157. The Awakening of Lazili. With a gentle whimper, Lazili stirred from her slumber. Her hazy eyes struggled to find focus, and her mind was a tumult of confusion. A vast expanse of new memories flooded her consciousness, so extensive that she found it challenging to discern her own identity. Her own memories spanned merely 2 decades. Yet the influx of memories reached back billions of years, akin to a single drop of water merging into the ocean without a ripple. In the face of such overwhelming recollections, her own seemed utterly insignificant. "Master, what has happened to Lazili? Why does she appear so disoriented?" Witnessing Lazili's state through the Dragon God, grew anxious. The Dragon God, remaining unperturbed, reassured him, "Do not fret. The legacy is too vast for her to assimilate all at once. She simply needs a moment to adjust." Though the Dragon God spoke thus, Moyuan's heart remained lodged in her throat, unable to be released. Lazili's mind was inundated with vivid images, akin to a slideshow unfolding before her. Within the vast expanse of her memories, she identified as a girl named Zaluya. Zaluya's life resembled that of a protagonist in an exhilarating tale. Initially, she was merely an ordinary girl, but upon embarking on the path of martial arts, she transcended her mundane existence. As a mortal, she ascended to divinity within a mere century, and in the span of 1,000,000,000 years. She evolved from an ordinary being to a formidable 7th-dimensional entity standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos. Subsequently, Zaluya invested several 100,000,000 years to reach the zenith of the 7th dimension. In the final fragments of memory, Zaluya bequeathed a palace and her legacy beyond the universe, after which the recollections ceased. The enormity of these memories nearly overwhelmed Lazili's own identity, plunging her mind into chaos. "Who am I? Am I Zaluya? No, that cannot be right. Then who am I?" Lazili clutched her head in anguish, her brain throbbing as if pierced by countless needles. Her visage turned pale, and beads of crystalline sweat trickled down her cheeks. The excruciating pain in her head threatened to render her unconscious. "Sister," a familiar voice lingered in Lazili's mind, refusing to dissipate. How familiar that voice was. It instantly soothed her, causing the sharp pain in her mind to vanish. Subsequently, images emerged from the depths of her memory like bamboo shoots after rain. Lazili opened her eyes, and at that moment, clarity replaced her confusion. She had reclaimed her own memories. After witnessing Zaluya's life, Lazili felt a pang of nostalgia. Through Zaluya's recollections, she surmised that after leaving this palace, Zaluya must have attempted to transcend into the 8th dimension. If all went according to fate, she likely met with failure. The perils of breaking through to the 8th dimension were immense. A momentary lapse could lead to annihilation. Otherwise, there would not exist merely 2 8th-dimensional deities, the Dragon God and the High Priest, within the entirety of the cosmic realm. Having inherited Zaluya's legacy, Lazili could be considered her disciple. Zaluya would never have imagined that her inheritance would be bestowed upon a mere mortal, one who had yet to ascend to the 2nd dimension. After all, Zaluya had left her legacy in a space beyond the universe, a realm accessible only to those proficient in the ways of space at the 5th-dimensional level. Those lacking such expertise would at least need to be at the 6th dimension to venture there. Zaluya had imbued this palace with a fragment of her primordial power, which carried the essence of her entire life's memories. While this primordial power was but a trifling portion to Zaluya herself, it was an overwhelming burden for Lazili, nearly leading her to lose her sense of self. This was primarily due to Lazili's own inadequately developed strength. For those capable of traversing the space beyond the universe through their own might, enduring Zaluya's legacy would be entirely feasible. Yet, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Although Lazili nearly lost herself, she managed to elevate her strength to the initial stage of the 4th dimension, thanks to the primordial powers bestowed by Zaluya. It was time to return, yet she wondered if he had come back. Lazili's gaze was melancholic. After receiving Zaluya's legacy, she had gained complete control over this palace, a creation of Zaluya utilizing the laws of space, endowed with the ability to connect various universes. Through this palace, Lazili could traverse freely among the 12 universes, akin to the ring the dragon god had given to Moyuan. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms encircled Lazili's slender waist from behind. Startled by the unexpected embrace, she momentarily froze, her eyes misty with emotion. Though she was unaware of how he had arrived, there was no mistaking this familiar embrace. "My love, I have come to take you home." Moyuan buried his head in the crook of Lazili's neck, greedily inhaling her scent. As soon as Lazili regained her composure, the dragon god had promptly teleported the anxious Moyuan to her side. Had it not been for the concern that Lazili might still be disoriented and inadvertently harm Moyuan, the dragon god would have summoned him much earlier. After all, the disparity in their strengths spanned an entire dimension, a gap that flattery could not bridge. Upon hearing Moyuan's words, tears welled up in Lazili's eyes, overflowing like a dam bursting. Husband, unable to contain herself any longer, she turned in Moyuan's embrace, burying her head against his chest and weeping openly. Her tears soaked his garments, each drop like boiling water scalding his heart. It hurt, deeply. It felt as if a colossal hand was gripping her heart, making it hard to breathe. Moyuan gently patted Lazili's back, softly soothing her emotions. After a considerable time, Lazili finally managed to quell her tears. Sniffling, she whimpered. "What exactly transpired during that time?" "I was swept away to another universe by an energy vortex," Moyuan recounted slowly, sharing his experiences over the years with Lazili. "The dragon god, my master?" At the mention of becoming a disciple of the dragon god, Lazili could not suppress her astonishment. Having inherited Zaluya's memories, she was well aware of the dragon god, one of the two eighth-dimensional powerhouses in the All-King universe, possessing the might to create small worlds. No wonder he could enter this palace undetected. It turned out that the dragon god had facilitated his arrival. "Come, let us return home. Qin and Tianlin miss you dearly. Wait a moment, I have something for you." Lazili grasped Moyuan's hand, a flow of white energy coursing through her. After a short while, a white mark appeared in the palm of Moyuan's hand. "This is the key to this palace. With it, you will be able to enter here at any time. In a realm beyond the cosmos, amidst a tumult of spatial currents, the essence of the universe coalesced, rendering it an ideal sanctuary for Lazili's cultivation." Thus, Lazili had no intention of relocating this magnificent palace. The two then utilized the palace's teleportation to return to the seventh universe. Chapter 158, The Great Dragon of Might. "Qin, it's time to return to bed. It is already midnight," admonished Moyuan, as the little one stubbornly lingered in the chamber of Moyuan and Lazili. "No," Qin burrowed under the covers, tightly embracing Lazili's waist. "I want to sleep with Mama." Moyuan shot a glare, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Lazili, holding Qin, chuckled at Moyuan's ashen countenance. "All right, let her stay here tonight." With his wife's decree, Moyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, it had been several years since Qin last saw Lazili. Beyond her reluctance, there lay a deeper fear, the dread of awakening to find it had all been but a dream. Moyuan extinguished the light and reclined on the bed. The proximity to Lazili felt both intimate and distant, separated by the glaring presence of a bulb. Though the light had been turned off, he still sensed an overwhelming radiance emanating from the bed. "Papa, Mama," Qin chirped, nestled between them, her little mouth incessantly chattering. She had buried her head into Lazili's ample embrace, claiming the territory that once belonged to Moyuan. "Mother smells so fragrant," she even uttered provocatively, inciting Moyuan's simmering jealousy to near boiling point. "Quickly sleep. You have school tomorrow." Lazili soothed Qin to slumber while casting a reassuring glance at Moyuan. "Mama," Qin suddenly spoke softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Will you still be here when I wake up tomorrow?" As she lifted her gaze, it was evident that her eyes held more trepidation than hope. She feared the possibility of awakening to find her mother gone once more. Both Moyuan and Lazili were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the depth of Qin's fear. It seemed that over the years, she had buried her yearning for Lazili deep within, maintaining a facade of strength on the surface. A pang of sorrow struck Moyuan and Lazili's hearts. "I promise you, my dear, when you rise in the morning, I will be right beside you, never to leave." Lazili reassured her, visibly calming Qin, with her little hand extended. Qin proposed, "Pinky swear." "All right, pinky swear." Lazili smiled, linking her pinky with Qin's, sworn upon the heavens, a lifetime unchanged. Sealed. After this ritual, Qin Yin's face broke into a radiant smile. Her worries dissipated. Now you can sleep peacefully, right? Lazuli pressed her forehead against Qin Yin's, affectionately nudging her. All set. Hee. Subsequently, Qin Yin planted a hearty kiss on both Moyuan and Lazuli's cheeks. Papa, Mama, good night. After cheerfully bidding good night, Qin Yin slipped slightly downwards, burying her head once more in the place she longed for in Moyuan's embrace. Faced with Moyuan's almost fiery gaze, Lazuli merely shrugged, expressing her inability to assist. After silently repeating my own several times in her heart, Moyuan resigned himself. Good night. Sleep well, my wife. After exchanging a farewell with Lazuli, Moyuan reluctantly closed his eyes. Lazuli, stifling a laugh, softly replied, Good night, my husband. The bedroom fell into tranquility, leaving only the gentle sound of 3 steady breaths. In the dead of night, Moyuan suddenly felt something gently prodding his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lazuli's delicate, pale finger lightly tapping him twice. Fearing to disturb Qin Yin, Moyuan whispered, What is the matter? Lazuli remained silent, her enchanting eyes gazing deeply into his, her fingers ceasing its taps and instead gliding softly in circles upon his chest. Moyuan's heart raced, the blood coursing through his veins like a surging river. What man could withstand such a trial? He gestured towards Qin Yin, casting a glance at Lazuli. Although shrouded in darkness, their prowess rendered this inconsequential. However, Lazuli paid no heed to Moyuan and continued her circular motions. Realizing her intent, Moyuan understood all too well. So, she ignites the fire but leaves the quenching to him, does she? Moyuan could not allow this little enchantress to persist in her mischief. With a determined gaze, he resolved, Today, I shall tame this chaos-bringing spirit. With a gentle touch, he tapped the forehead of the little light bulb, lulling her into a deep slumber from which she would awaken only after some time. He then seized the little sprite, utilizing a swift movement to transport them to another room. The advantages of a spacious abode were now evident. Battlefields could be shifted at will. An exhilarating struggle was about to unfold. Confronted with the now audaciously emboldened little sprite, Moyuan unleashed all his might, even resorting to his transformation. The battle was fiercely contested, neither party willing to yield. Alarmed at the prospect of defeat, Moyuan realized he could no longer hold back. Great Dragon of Might. The Great Dragon of Might proved to be an exceptional technique for subduing little spirits. Once unleashed, the sprite could no longer withstand its power. Her very soul felt as if it might be dislodged. Moyuan exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile breaking upon his face as he finally subdued the little sprite completely. By this time, dawn was breaking. To prevent Qin Yin from waking and finding him absent, Moyuan carried the exhausted little sprite to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. Utilizing his physical prowess, Moyuan dedicated nearly an hour to ensuring the little sprite was impeccably clean. When he returned to the bedroom, the little light bulb had yet to awaken. Moyuan gently placed Lazuli back on the bed and glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the morning. At this hour, Yuan had no intention of continuing his slumber and instead made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. It was 7 a.m. Qin Yin rubbed her somewhat dry eyes and sat up in bed. After a couple of minutes, her mind finally awakened. Mom. With her soul returning to her, Qin Yin immediately began searching for her mother. Upon turning her head, she noticed Lazuli sleeping beside her. How curious. Although Lazuli's complexion was rosy and she appeared quite healthy, there was an unmistakable hint of fatigue etched upon her brow. Qin Yin was utterly perplexed. Why did her mother always seem this way every morning? Had they engaged in extra training the night before? After pondering for a while, Qin Yin still couldn't fathom it. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as her mother was there. Everything was fine. Cautiously, she planted a gentle kiss on Lazuli's face, careful not to rouse her. Feeling elated, she got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. As she exited the bedroom, Qin Yin meticulously closed the door, ensuring it made not a single sound. Chapter 159. The essence of freedom and self-determination. Lord Kampa is on the verge of arrival. In the cosmos, within a streak of light traveling at an unfathomable speed, were 2 individuals whose appearances and attire bore an uncanny resemblance to Whis and Beerus. Among them was a young girl with blue skin and a silver ponytail, strikingly similar to Whis. Beside her stood a portly version of Beerus. These 2 were none other than Whis' sister, the Angel of Universe 6, Vados, and Beerus' twin brother, the Destroyer God of Universe 6, Kampa. Vados, Do not land too close. Keep your distance. Make as much noise as you can. It would be splendid to frighten Beerus out of his wits, Kampa said with a mischievous grin. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados replied with a hint of reluctance, but complied with Kampa's request. After all, as a servant of the Destroyer God, she was obliged to follow his commands. In the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Moyuan was engaged in combat with Whis. Whis' simple movements allowed him to effortlessly evade Moyuan's attacks. Rather than a fight, it was more akin to Whis assisting Moyuan in honing his skills. To think that Lord Moyuan has perfected the ultimate freedom technique to such an extent. Whis marveled at the sight of the silver-haired Moyuan. Indeed, Moyuan had independently cultivated the ultimate freedom technique within the Dragon God's secret realm. As anticipated, the energy transformed after the alteration of his vital essence was the divine power generated by practicing the ultimate freedom technique. During that time spent in the secret realm, Moyuan had achieved a flawless mastery of the technique. The perfection of the ultimate freedom technique did not merely enhance combat strength directly. Rather, it improved the quality of the energy within Moyuan. It significantly amplified his strength by 2 minor stages. In other words, after employing the ultimate freedom technique, the intensity of the energy within Moyuan had reached a level equivalent to the advanced stage of the 3rd dimension, representing an augmentation of 1,000,000-fold in strength. Truly, he was a worthy successor chosen by the Dragon God. Whis couldn't help but express admiration in his heart. After all, this was the divine technique of ultimate freedom. How many powerful beings of the 5th dimension could fully comprehend it? At the 3rd dimension, had already cultivated to a state of perfection. A further advancement would lead to the realm of returning to one's true essence. Those who attain such a state are invariably beings of strength no less than the 6th dimension. Meanwhile, the 4 clad in cumbersome training attire, including Wukong, trained diligently while casting envious glances at the battle between and Vis. The concept of seemed exceptional. If not for the constricting garments hindering his movements, Wukong would have eagerly joined the fray. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Robbie's eyes. The energy emanating from resonated with the power within him. Could he also master the? Robbie's recalled the teachings Vis had imparted, to separate body and consciousness, allowing the body to act autonomously, free from the constraints of the mind. Achieving this was no small feat, but should he succeed, even Broly might find himself outmatched. After a prolonged engagement, had yet to land a single blow on Vis. However, he perceived no issue, aware of the vast disparity in their realms. Nonetheless, was eager to test the limits of his own capabilities. He ceased his assaults, standing still with his eyes closed. What is happening? Is it over? Wukong and the others observed pause, puzzled. Vis regarded with a grave expression, sensing another force within him, one he was all too familiar with. Yet, how could this be possible? The simultaneous manifestation of these 2 powers was akin to the fusion of water and fire, an impossibility. In the next moment, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing silver orbs that flickered with a shadowy purple hue. Subsequently, a wave of dark purple energy, brimming with ferocity, surged forth from. This dark purple energy gradually intertwined with the silver energy, merging completely to form a silver-purple amalgamation. This dark purple energy represented the divine technique of self-actualization, which stood in stark contrast to that requires a tranquil heart, free from unnecessary emotions for its execution. Conversely, the self-actualization demands an exuberance of emotion to be wielded. These 2 contradictory states could not coexist, yet had indeed managed to simultaneously channel both and self-actualization. Under normal circumstances, such a duality would be impossible. However, achieved this feat without needing inner peace to activate the divine power coursing through his veins could be summoned instantly, triggering the state of the self-actualization. On the other hand, was derived from the evolution of malevolent energy. In this state, could unleash the exclusive techniques of a destroyer god. The harmonious aura of and the fierce presence of self-actualization melded perfectly, creating a unique essence that was both righteous and malevolent, elusive and unpredictable. In this state, the intensity of energy surged, breaking through the limits of the 3rd dimension and reaching the initial stage of the 4th dimension, equivalent to an astonishing enhancement of combat power by a factor of 10 billion. It appears that he has indeed enhanced significantly. However, he still lacks the power to confront the 4th dimension. His combat prowess remains at the nascent stage of the 3rd dimension. merely experiencing a qualitative change without any quantitative shift. The fearsome Whis felt as if his jaw might drop in astonishment. He had never encountered such a terrifying individual capable of perfectly merging the concepts of ultra-instinct and self-instinct. For Beerus to master self-instinct while simultaneously grasping the essence of ultra-instinct was already a remarkable achievement. Other destroyers could not even comprehend ultra-instinct's essence. Whis could not help but admire once more in his heart. Truly, he was the chosen successor of the dragon god. Such innate talent is indeed extraordinary. After all, in all his years, Whis had never witnessed anyone accomplish such a feat yet. Admiration aside, he remained unable to defeat him. Half an hour later, nearly exhausted himself without managing to land a single hit on Whis. Huff, huff, gasped for breath, having exerted himself to the fullest for half an hour. While his body felt relatively unwearied, his spirit was drained. At that moment, two powerful auras rapidly approached the realm of destruction. Everyone sensed it, raising their gazes skyward. A streak of white light soared across the sky like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. Observing the distant mushroom cloud, Whis shook his head in dismay. Truly, it was always such chaos. The tremendous explosion jolted Beerus from his slumber, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. Beerus gathered destructive energy in his mouth and unleashed it against the wall, instantly creating a large hole. Clad in a nightgown, Beerus erupted in fury and soared into the air, bellowing at the unsuspecting Goku and his companions below. How many times must I tell you not to disturb me during my nap? The invisible shockwave emanating from Beerus nearly deafened Goku and his friends. Could Lord Beerus think we are responsible for this? Goku exclaimed in panic. Run! Lapis had already spotted the energy spheres accumulating in Beerus's hands. Beerus was still holding back. Although the energy spheres were plentiful, their speed was sluggish. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of evading while clad in their training attire. Moreover, Beerus's attacks were solely focused on Goku and his companions, allowing and Whis to remain perfectly unharmed. Chapter 160. The arrival of Kampa. Look at how flustered they are, Kampa remarked disdainfully, giving a thumbs down towards the source of the continuous explosions. Beerus, tremble in anticipation of my arrival. 2 minutes later, Kampa sat upon a fallen tree trunk, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Beside him, Vados, holding her staff in one hand and resting the other behind her back, maintained an upright posture, exuding elegance and composure. You are too plump, Kampa exclaimed, astonished that Vados could utter such a blunt remark. Indeed, it seemed that blue skin was a product of frost. Mind your tongue, Kampa scolded irritably. However, Vados remained unfazed. Let us hasten. At this pace, when shall we arrive? Upon finishing his words, Beerus sauntered away at a leisurely pace, entirely indifferent to the exhausted Kampa trailing behind him. With no other option, Kampa trudged along with heavy steps, panting like a dog despite being a cat. Regret washed over him. Why had he descended so far? Wait, why must I walk? I can fly, for heaven's sake. Hey, Beerus, why do you insist on making me walk when I could effortlessly soar? You're deliberately trying to embarrass me, aren't you? A soft chuckle escaped Beerus as he covered his mouth, feigning innocence. I thought Lord Kampa wished to shed a few pounds. Kampa was left speechless with indignation. There was no point. Beerus was impervious to insults, and striking back was futile. All he could do was swallow his frustration. Before long, they arrived at Beerus's doorstep. Kampa immediately plopped down and produced a large jug of beverage, guzzling it eagerly. In mere seconds, he drained the entire container. My Lord Kampa, you mustn't overindulge in sweet drinks. Moderation is key, Beerus admonished. After such a long journey, my calorie intake is perfectly balanced, Kampa retorted loudly. Beerus opened one eye to glance at his staff, responding, that's not the case. Skipping dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow would yield 0. Don't sweat the small stuff, Beerus. He shrugged nonchalantly. A little drama at the door is essential, right? Kampa boasted, gathering a crimson energy orb in his palm aimed at the entrance. Watch this, Kampa shouted, preparing to blast the door open. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the door exploded outward, hurtling towards Kampa. In that split second, Beerus enveloped himself in an energy shield and took flight, leaving Kampa alone to fend for himself. With his corpulent frame, Kampa executed an impressive backbend. From a distance, Beerus couldn't help but marvel. Lord Kampa, what remarkable flexibility. The door nearly grazed Kampa's belly as it flew past, causing a sharp sting from the rushing wind. As the door sailed away, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, leaving Kampa covered in soot, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a ghostly shadow emerged from within. "Hey, Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Vados, you lot, come out here. If you dare disrupt my nap, then show yourselves." Beerus, clad in pajamas, floated above, bellowing at the ground. "Hey, Beerus." At that moment, Kampa called out from below. "Over here." Hearing the voice, Beerus didn't bother to check who was calling. He simply unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the source of the sound. Though Kampa may be portly, his agility is remarkable, with a few graceful yet awkward maneuvers. He adeptly evades Beerus's ki blasts. Vados nods in satisfaction, quietly admiring the evident effectiveness of recent training. "Are you merely here to watch the spectacle, sister?" Suddenly, two figures materialize beside Vados, Whis and Moyuan. A sly smile graces Vados's face. Such a performance is rare and warrants attentive observation. At this moment, Vados's gaze falls upon Moyuan, who bears striking features reminiscent of the dragon god. "And who might you be?" she inquires. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Moyuan, a novice dragon god. I look forward to your guidance." Moyuan extends his right hand toward Vados. The term novice dragon god momentarily stuns her, but she quickly reciprocates with a brief handshake, declaring, "It is a pleasure. I am Vados, the angel of Universe 6 and Whis' sister. I appreciate your support." With the introductions complete, the trio discreetly observes the unfolding drama. They are spectators to the annual theatrical masterpiece, the cat and mouse game with Beerus, featuring two gods of destruction as the stars and four mortals as supporting characters. Indeed, this entire performance is orchestrated by Beerus to amuse Kampa, as the latter's arrival was marked by an unmistakable aura that even a deep-sleeping Beerus could not miss. Otherwise, how could Goku and his companions, clad in training attire and moving sluggishly, evade Beerus's onslaught? How could they make their way outside? Why was it that when Kampa was ready to blast the door, it was already destroyed by Beerus? And why did Beerus strike as soon as Kampa spoke? All these occurrences are no mere coincidences, but rather the result of Beerus's meticulous plotting. Moyuan suddenly feels a pang of sympathy for Kampa. The honest and naive Kampa is surrounded by individuals with ulterior motives. Both Beerus and Vados are cunning in their own rights. How tragic. After a while, Beerus finally recognizes Kampa, his face a mask of astonishment after Kampa wipes his face clean. The group then proceeds to the reception room. During this time, Kampa, having learned of Moyuan's identity, seems to transform into Moyuan's sycophant, showering him with concern. Vados feels a sense of embarrassment on his behalf, covering her face and wishing to avert her gaze from Kampa. In the reception room, the long table has been replaced by a square one. Beerus, Kampa, and Moyuan take their seats while the others stand nearby. "Speak, what brings you here? If there's nothing of consequence, do not blame me for being ruthless." Kampa, with an air of mystery, responds, "I have come to let you experience the taste of irretrievable doom." Beerus gazes at Kampa with an impassive expression, while Kampa meets his gaze with an air of assuredness. The atmosphere grows undeniably tense. Moyuan observes the exchange with keen interest. "Vados, bring forth that item." "As you wish." Vados replies, then waves her staff over the table. A beautifully crafted circular vessel gradually materializes before them. As the expression of pride on Kampa's face grew increasingly pronounced, Chapter 161. The contest. Moyuan watched Kampa with great interest, realizing that the grand display was merely a means for Kampa to boast about a few bird eggs. He couldn't help but chuckle when the vessel was opened. Several boiled eggs, each the size of goose eggs, were revealed. These were the newly discovered eggs of the dong-dong bird, which were said to be so delectable that they would leave one speechless. Kampa confidently proclaimed to Beerus. Whis also chimed in, stating that their nutritional value was exceptionally high as well. Kampa, cradling an egg in both hands, offered it to Moyuan with flattery, exclaiming, "Lord Moyuan, you must try one." Moyuan accepted the bird egg and replied, "There's no need for such formalities. Simply call me by my name, as you do with Beerus." Very well, Kampa responded, visibly taken aback, nodding repeatedly. He then distributed the remaining eggs to the others. Beerus scoffed disdainfully, as everyone peeled the shells. Revealing the tender white inside, they began to chew. The flavor of the dong-dong bird egg was as unremarkable as its appearance, merely that of a common chicken egg. Moyuan had expected at least a slight difference in flavor, Yet he found enjoyment in boiled eggs, deeming the taste rather pleasant. How is it? Tasty, isn't it? Kampa looked at Moyuan with eager anticipation. Yes, it's quite good, Moyuan affirmed with a nod. Kampa's face lit up with joy. This is the most delicious food I've ever had. Seeing Kampa so blissfully simple-minded, Moyuan felt a sense of pity. The most delicious food he had ever encountered was merely a boiled egg. The god of destruction, who governed the life and death of a universe, lived such a meager existence. Surely, Kampa must be a righteous and incorruptible deity. Bah! Beerus chewed a few times before spitting it out. He had long grown weary of that flavor. It held no novelty whatsoever. Ever since his trip to Earth, he could no longer stomach such unseasoned boiled eggs. Whis, bring that over, Beerus commanded. At your service. Whis then conjured several buckets of instant noodles. Kampa watched as Whis added boiling water to the noodles and took out an hourglass to time it, unable to suppress his ridicule. What is this? Do we need to sprinkle the sand from the hourglass on it to eat? Ha ha. In response to Kampa's mockery, Beerus not only remained unperturbed, but even found himself slightly amused. Kampa was celebrating now, but soon his face would bear the consequences. A few minutes later, as the sand in the hourglass ran out, Whis lifted the lid, and an enticing aroma wafted through the space. Yuan took one of the boiled eggs Kampa had brought, sliced it in half, and placed it in the noodles. The egg, having absorbed the broth, offered a unique flavor. Unfortunately, it was not runny. Otherwise, it would have been even more delicious. Noticing Yuan's actions, Beerus inquired curiously, is it good like that? You might want to try it. I find it quite delightful. Once the yolk absorbs the broth, the flavor becomes much more robust than before, Yuan replied. Intrigued by Yuan's words, Beerus decided to mimic him, slicing an egg in half and adding it to his noodles. Beerus took a tantalizing sip of the water-soaked boiled egg, and instantly his eyes lit up. The yolk, having absorbed the essence of the broth, was slightly melted, offering a velvety texture reminiscent of indulging in ice cream. The rich aroma of the yolk harmoniously blended with the broth's flavor, creating a delightful new taste. Unlike the meticulously savoring Moyuan and his companions, Kampa lost all restraint upon his first bite of instant noodles. Despite reminding himself to restrict his intake to just one bite, he devoured the noodles as if he were a famished soul reborn. In no time, he polished off an entire bucket of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind, almost licking the bowl clean. It was only after finishing the noodles that Kampa remembered this was a delicacy from the 7th universe. Though he felt a tinge of guilt, he feigned nonchalance, declaring, "It's nothing special." Without hesitation, Beerus exposed him. "Yet you drank every last drop of the broth." Once uncovered, Kampa dropped the act and boldly inquired, "What exactly is this food?" "It's instant noodles." "Where did you procure this?" "From a planet called Earth." Upon mentioning Earth, Beerus could not help but boast, "It's not just this. The culinary delights on Earth are countless, a veritable cornucopia. Instant noodles are merely a quick fix for hunger. Bardos, we should have an Earth in our 6th universe as well. Find it for me." Hearing Beerus' words, Kampa could hardly maintain his composure. Instant noodles were the best food he had ever tasted, yet on Earth, they were merely a transient sustenance. Having never experienced finer cuisine, Kampa could not fathom how exquisite the true delicacies of Earth might be. Fortunately, as the 6th universe is largely akin to the 7th, Earth must also exist there. However, before Kampa could revel in this thought for long, Bardos brought him grave news. "Lord Kampa, our Earth in the 6th universe is now a desolate planet. The humans perished due to their foolish wars." "Ha ha ha." Beerus laughed heartily. "What a pity, Kampa. The creators of superlative cuisine have been wiped out in your realm." The schadenfreude of Beerus nearly sent Kampa into a rage. He had initially planned to return to the 6th universe and savor the delights of Earth. But now everything was lost, compounded by Beerus' mockery. Suddenly, an idea struck Kampa, and he proposed, "Beerus, let us have a contest." "A contest? What kind of contest?" "A battle. If I win, we exchange Earth." "What? You want to fight me?" "Ha ha ha." Beerus momentarily paused, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, and laughed unabashedly. Kampa roared, "I haven't finished speaking yet. How audacious, to think you could dismiss me, you bloated pig. Mind your tongue, you bag of bones." Suddenly, the entire space seemed to freeze, the air thickening with tension. Moyuan slowly rose and stepped back, avoiding any potential conflict between the two brothers. Beerus and Kampa stood atop the table, their terrifying auras causing the very fabric of the god of destruction's realm to tremble. Goku and his companions had long since retreated to a corner. Although Beerus and Kampa are twin brothers, they are as different as fire and water, and every encounter between them inevitably leads to a clash. Whis and Beerus have grown accustomed to this. After a few exchanges, both Whis and Beerus intervened simultaneously, preventing the skirmish from escalating. Ultimately, Kampa concluded his previously unfinished statement. Each universe would send forth 5 contestants to engage in a wheel battle, with the first team to exhaust their fighters deemed the loser. The stakes were the Super Dragon Balls and Earth. Beerus was initially reluctant to agree, as this matter bore no advantage for him. Moreover, Kampa possessed only 6 Super Dragon Balls. Without the 7th, those 6 would serve little purpose. However, he ultimately acquiesced due to Goku's fervent insistence. The contest was scheduled for 5 days hence. After finalizing the time, Kampa departed with Beerus to prepare the battleground. Lord Kampa, have you considered the consequences? Should you lose, the 6 wish orbs you painstakingly gathered. Beerus's earnest reminder was dismissed by Kampa. Did you see those fighters? That one named Goku is sluggish. A contender of that caliber is no match for us. Soon, the Earth and its delectable cuisine will belong to our 6th universe. Kampa's mind began to wander, envisioning days filled with instant noodles. Beerus remained silent, a knowing smile gracing her beautiful face. Unlike the careless Kampa, she was acutely aware. The garments worn by Goku and his companions were imbued with power by Whis, specifically designed for training. Though they had yet to ascend to godhood, they had already entered the 2nd-dimensional level. In the 6th universe, only Hit had achieved such a status. She could already envision Kampa losing both his prized possessions and his warriors. A giggle escaped her lips. What are you laughing at? Kampa inquired. You must have misheard. I am not laughing, Beerus replied with a serious demeanor. Kampa, puzzled, dismissed the thought and began contemplating the delights of Earth's cuisine. As for the possibility of defeat in the contest, impossible, utterly inconceivable. His fear of losing prompted him to stipulate that gods could not participate. Otherwise, should the likes of Moyuan intervene, who could possibly contend against him unless he himself stepped in? With the greatest threat neutralized, how could he possibly lose? Beerus had already finalized the participants, the 4 currently training in the God of Destruction realm, along with Goku's son, Gohan. Although Gohan had not been able to unlock his potential under the old Kaishin's guidance, thus lacking the ability to enter the mysterious state, he could still transform into a Super Saiyan God. Unfortunately, Gohan had been delayed in his training due to the birth of his daughter, and thus had yet to master the Super Saiyan Blue form. Nonetheless, it was still sufficient. Do not be deceived by the fact that Wukong and his companions ascended to the 2nd dimension in merely a few decades, leading one to believe that the 2nd dimension is as common as cabbage, easily found everywhere. For mere mortals, achieving the 2nd dimension through their own efforts is no simple feat. Take the Kaishin Ashin, for instance. Despite having lived for millions of years without guidance, his prowess remains confined to the 1st dimension. The entire 6th universe might struggle to produce even 5 individuals at the 2nd-dimensional level. Yet, here stand 5, all of whom have attained the 2nd dimension. Beerus feels a confident assurance of victory. 5 days swiftly pass. A gathering convenes at Bulma's residence on Earth. Whis has conjured a transparent cube the size of a shipping container, filled with fresh air. Otherwise, it is likely that most of the Earthlings would succumb to asphyxiation before even reaching the competition site. Laughter and cheer abound, with nary a hint of tension. Indeed, it feels as if they are embarking on a leisurely outing. Even Chi-Chi has brought along a grill, and the group indulges in barbecued delights while on their way. Daddy, I want this, this, and this. All right, dear, I shall grill them for you right away. When his beloved daughter expresses her wishes, Vegeta immediately rolls up his sleeves to prepare the feast. In no time, he presents a generous platter of skewers to Bra. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Holding the skewers crafted by Vegeta, Bra showers her father with compliments, causing him to feel elated and as if he were floating in the clouds. Daddy, I'm going to play now. Go ahead, but don't run too fast. Be careful not to fall, Vegeta admonishes with a motherly concern. I know, Daddy. With a large plate of skewers in hand, Bra's sparkling eyes scan the crowd. Soon, she spots her target. On-chan, Bra dashes over with quick strides. Hearing his sister's voice, Trunks turns around only to see Bra racing towards him with a plate of skewers. Slow down, Trunks calls out, stepping forward to catch her. However, A sudden gust of wind sweeps by. Sometimes, when a sister calls her brother on Chan, she may not be referring to him, but rather to another. Bra, like a returning swallow, leaps into the open arms of Mtinl. Trunks, realizing the reality of the situation, gazes at the two embracing with a touch of melancholy. To be honest, he feels a twinge of jealousy. He has never been treated by Bra in such a manner. Indeed, the allure of the wild is more enticing than that of home. At this moment, Bra is feeding the skewers grilled by her father to Mtinl. How is it? Delicious? Bra asks eagerly. Mtinl savors the skewer, finding it perfectly charred on the outside while tender and flavorful within. It is indeed a culinary masterpiece. Delicious. You should try some too. He offers a skewer to Bra. Chinin, nearby and enjoying her own skewer, watches the two with a teasing smile. Bra, you adore my brothers so much. Perhaps I should ask Daddy to propose to Uncle Vegeta on your behalf. And you could soon become my brother's bride. Bra's cheeks flush crimson at Chinin's words, and she buries her face in Mtinl's chest, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Indeed, her heart was fervently nodding in agreement, yearning to wed Tianlin on the spot. Yet, shyness restrained her from voicing her desires. As if to silence her, Tianlin seized a handful of grilled skewers and stuffed them into Chinin's mouth. Oh dear, are you feeling sorry for her? Meanwhile, a sharp crack echoed as Vegeta, who had been silently observing his precious daughter, crushed the seasoning bottle in his grip. His teeth clicked ominously, and his eyes shot icy daggers at Tianlin. If glances could kill, Tianlin would be left as nothing but a shattered remnant, thoroughly vanquished. Vegeta, I perceive that Bra seems quite fond of Tianlin. Perhaps we should arrange their engagement at a suitable time? Moya suggested, lifting one of Vegeta's skewers, brushing off the shards of glass, and savoring it with evident delight. Vegeta, your grilling skills are quite commendable. I hadn't anticipated you possessed such talent. After relishing the skewer, Moya couldn't help but express his admiration. Engagement? The mere mention of those words pierced Vegeta's heart deeply. I find it quite agreeable. After all, our families share a strong bond, and I have watched Tianlin grow. I trust him with Bra. However, standing beside Vegeta, Bulma wholeheartedly endorsed Moya's sentiments. Vegeta was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the realization that even Bulma wished for his beloved daughter to marry that insufferable brat. This notion left him feeling profoundly isolated, as if abandoned by all. No, my daughter shall be protected by me alone. Humph. If that wretched boy wishes to marry my daughter, he must first defeat me. Otherwise, I shall never allow Bra to wed him. Hiss. Moya inhaled sharply, astonished by Vegeta's audacity. I never imagined a man nearing 50 would utter such shameless words. Humph. I have but one condition. Should he fail to meet it, he shall not even dream of marrying my daughter. Vegeta's stance was unwavering, leaving Moya with no recourse but to let Tianlin fend for himself. Last week was a roller coaster of emotions, just as he believed his work was winding down. The following day ushered in an avalanche of tasks for the National Day holiday, resulting in relentless overtime. Upon receiving a day off yesterday, he promptly succumbed to slumber for the entire day. Chapter 163. The first round. In a delightful haze of feasting and revelry, they unknowingly arrived at their destination. The colossal Dragon Ball radiated a gentle golden glow. Despite having learned of the Super Dragon Ball's magnitude in advance, witnessing them firsthand left everyone astounded. In comparison, the Dragon Balls on Earth appeared as mere specks of dust. Nestled amidst the 6 Super Dragon Balls was a planet nearly the same size as a Super Dragon Ball itself, aptly named the Planet of Nothingness by Kampa, where the forthcoming contest was to take place. On the planet's surface, Kampa and Beerus had meticulously prepared the arena and stands, eagerly awaiting the competitors from Universe 6. Compared to them, the participants from Universe 6 were an assortment of bizarre forms, with only one appearing somewhat human. At Vegeta's insistence, the contestants were required to pass a written examination before being allowed to compete. In this seemingly trivial written examination, both Wukong and Broly nearly fell short. Fortunately, they managed to scrape together a score of 50. Otherwise, they would have been disqualified from the competition altogether. The questions, which even a first-grade student could answer correctly, were devoid of any real challenge. In simpler terms, they lacked difficulty. With a light wave of her staff, Batos summoned all the papers into their hands and beamed. Congratulations to all for passing the written test. You may now decide the order of participation as the competition is about to commence. Except for Wukong and Vegeta, The others, Lapis, Gohan, and Broly, were indifferent to when they would take the stage. Thus, after a best-of-3 rock-paper-scissors match, Wukong narrowly secured the privilege of being the first to enter the arena. Damn it, why did I have to throw scissors? Vegeta lamented, smacking his own hand in frustration and regretting his choice. He had a clear understanding of the capabilities of the opponents before him. Aside from Hit, who possessed a second-dimensional mastery, the others merely exhibited first-dimensional prowess. Although Hit had suppressed his aura, Vegeta could sense that his strength did not exceed the initial stage of the second dimension. This implied that Hit's combat power was, at most, at the trillion level. If all went as anticipated, Wukong alone could easily sweep aside the 5 fighters from Universe 6, likely never giving them a chance to enter the fray. Patting Vegeta on the back with a grin, Wukong said, "My apologies, Vegeta." A green-skinned alien stood at the center of the arena, serving as both the host and referee for the tournament. Grasping a microphone, he announced loudly, "The fighting tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 is now commencing." As the crowd from Earth prepared to applaud, he interjected, "Please, contestants, hold for a moment." The audience was left bewildered. What did this mean? As their confusion grew, the host continued, "First, let us sing the Universe song together." Then, an alien resembling a penguin approached the center stage, microphone in hand. Instantly, everyone, including the angels and destroyers, stood in unison, leaving the Earthlings dumbfounded. The penguin-like alien raised the microphone to his lips and sang, "The universe is vast," delivering a brief, yet powerful melody that echoed the expanse of the cosmos. Before the Earthlings could fully grasp what was happening, the Universe song concluded, with the penguin singer exiting the stage. The host wasted no time and promptly declared the competition officially underway. Now, let us welcome the participants of the first round. Representing Universe 6, we have the contestant Bardamo. As the host's voice faded, a yellow alien resembling a bear ascended the stage. Upon Bardamo's appearance, the audience from Universe 6 erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Followed by, and from Universe 7, we have the contestant Sun Wukong. The audience from Universe 7 roared with even greater fervor, eclipsing the cheers from Universe 6. Let us take this seriously. Beside the arena, Beerus regarded Goku with an impassive expression. Understood, Goku nodded in response. On the other side, Kampa observed Goku's entrance, a disdainful smile spreading across his plump face. Wasn't this Scion the same one who had been with Beerus back then? A chuckle escaped Kampa as he felt a wave of ease upon seeing Goku as the 7th Universe's contender. In Kampa's eyes, Goku, with his seemingly sluggish movements, could never hope to rival Bardock. It was likely that within a minute, Bardock would defeat Son Goku. On the stage, Goku and Bardock stood in opposition. Compared to Bardock's towering 3-meter height and over 1 meter width, Goku appeared as a frail child. The two exchanged courteous bows. The host raised the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "The match begins." Just as the words echoed through the air, Bardock propelled himself forward, his legs pushing off the ground with force, charging at Goku like a speeding freight train. A slight smirk graced Goku's lips as he slightly shifted his body. Whoosh! Bardock's fist brushed past Goku's hair. Undeterred by the miss, Bardock swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, his hands moving with such rapidity that they vanished from the spectator's sight. The speed had escalated to a point where it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Goku, engulfed by the shadows of Bardock's fists, swayed precariously like a small boat amidst a raging tempest, appearing as though he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Yet, Bardock's expression grew increasingly grave. He could not land a hit, not even grazing the hem of Goku's attire, let alone striking him directly. Goku assessed Bardock's strength, estimating it at around 20 billion in battle power. Such power held little intrigue for Goku. He had no desire to squander time in this manner. With a focused gaze, Goku swiftly extended both hands. Sensing the shift in Goku's demeanor, Bardock's heart tightened, prompting him to prepare for retreat. However, it was too late. Goku's hands clamped down on Bardock's wrists like iron pincers. "Damn it!" Bardock roared, straining to retract his hands, but Goku's strength was overwhelming. Despite exerting all his might, he could not free himself. Bardock bellowed, his eyes widening in fury as a glimmer flickered within. 2 beams of green light shot forth from his eyes, aimed directly at Goku's face. Reacting swiftly, Goku released one hand and swatted at the beams. Instantly, the rays altered their course, shooting upwards. Acknowledging Bardock's seasoned combat experience, Goku's release prompted Bardock to launch another punch. Encircled in this dual assault, Bardock believed he would finally land a blow on Goku. Just as Bardock's fist was about to connect, Goku suddenly crouched low. Bang! As he evaded Bardock's attack, Goku delivered a heavy punch to Bardock's abdomen. Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief. He possessed a physique immune to physical attacks. How could this be possible? However, Bardock could never have imagined that although he was immune to physical attacks, there were limits to his immunity. He could only withstand the attacks of the first dimension. Bardock rolled his eyes back and fainted, collapsing heavily in the center of the arena. Chapter 164. Frost. Upon witnessing Bardock fall to the ground, the referee immediately stepped forward. After counting down from 3, Bardock remained unconscious, prompting the referee to declare the outcome. The result was clear. The contestant Son Goku from the 7th universe emerged victorious. What is happening? This individual, seemingly so weak, managed to defeat Bardock? Kappa was utterly perplexed. In his memory, Son Goku was merely a sluggish weakling. Yet now, this frail figure had effortlessly defeated one of the 5 strongest fighters selected from the 6th universe with a single blow. Realizing that something was amiss, Kappa fixed his gaze on Son Goku, attempting to sense the power within him. Damn, how could this be? The vast disparity in strength allowed Kappa to instantly discern Son Goku's true capabilities. Not only Goku, but he also scanned the remaining 4 contestants from the 7th universe. To his astonishment, Kappa discovered that they all possessed second-dimensional powers. You cowards! You pretended to be weak, causing me to let my guard down. Kappa seethed with rage. He regretted not having assessed the opponent's strength before making such a decision. This was a monumental blunder. On their side of the 6th universe, only Hit possessed second-dimensional strength. The others were mere first-dimensional mortals. Even if Hit could defeat Son Goku, there were still 4 second-dimensional fighters on the opposing side. A mere war of attrition could exhaust Hit completely. The thought of having to hand over the 6 wish orbs he had painstakingly collected to that rascal Beerus filled Kappa with fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with anger. What? Last time, we merely wore the heavy clothing made by Whis, which is why we didn't intentionally pretend to be weak, Goku protested. I don't care. You all deliberately attempted to deceive me and steal the wish orbs I worked so hard to gather, Kappa retorted, rolling on the ground like a petulant child. No way. Surely no one is so unable to accept defeat that they would resort to trickery? Beerus scoffed, picking his nose while mockingly addressing Kappa. The old Kaioshin chimed in with a cutting remark. Don't act like a child. Do you still consider yourself a god? Faced with the prospect of losing the match and being ridiculed, Kappa felt as though he might shatter his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to look at the silver-haired woman sitting elegantly on the sofa with a smile on her face. Bardock, you must know their true strength, don't you? Why didn't you inform me? The dangerous glint in Kappa's half-closed eyes was unmistakable. Bardock chuckled softly, covering her mouth delicately, and then calmly replied, I assumed you, Lord Kappa, had some secret weapon of your own. Had it not been for Bardock's teasing gaze, Kappa might have believed her. How infuriating. In a fit of anger, Xiang Pa sulked behind the sofa, embracing his knees in a state of despondency. He felt utterly drained, surrounded by individuals devoid of virtue, each harboring ulterior motives, especially that woman, Bardock, whose cunning was unparalleled. Were it not for his own limitations, he would undoubtedly have given her a sound thrashing. Lord Xiang Pa, it seems you have entertained quite the troubling thought. A voice, gentle yet unsettling, floated into his ear. He was well acquainted with this voice, having heard it for countless years. Whenever Bardock spoke to him in such a tone, it invariably heralded misfortune. A shiver coursed through him, a blend of indignation and trepidation. What thought? I know not of what you speak. Let us hope that is the case. Otherwise, I must remark that Lord Xiang Pa appears to have gained a bit of weight recently and may require some intensive training. Bardock said with a smile, so sweet it sent chills down Xiang Pa's spine. The mention of intensive training nearly brought him to tears. Do not speak so carelessly. I have been diligently working on my weight loss. I do not require any special training. I do not. That is reassuring. For the sake of Xiang Pa's dignity, their conversation was conducted through telepathy. The others remained oblivious to their exchange. Yet the atmosphere surrounding Xiang Pa behind the sofa grew palpably bleak. It was a desolation akin to the onset of winter, with the north wind howling, leaving one alone in the snow, heartbroken and despairing. Flakes of snow drifted down, the biting wind whistled, and Xiang Pa, seeing no hope of victory, lost all desire to watch the match. After all, defeat was inevitable. The manner of losing had become irrelevant. His next opponent was Frost. The battle diagram displayed the visage of Sun Wukong, connected by a beam of light to that of a being strikingly similar to Frieza, save for color. Beside his image, Bardock S, defeated by Wukong, had dimmed. Sun Wukong gazed curiously at this blue-hued Frieza. The Frieza of Universe 6 appeared quite gentlemanly, exuding a congenial aura. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wukong felt an unsettling vibe emanating from Frost. That face was truly distasteful. In the contestant area, Vegeta regarded Frost with a cold stare. "A pleasure to meet you," Frost greeted with utmost courtesy. Wukong was taken aback. Even the voice is identical. Frost approached Wukong, extending his right hand. "You performed admirably just now. It is an honor to compete against a warrior of your caliber. I look forward to your guidance." "Likewise," Wukong replied, shaking his hand. After their introduction, Frost turned to address the audience of Universe 7. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies of Universe 7, it is regrettable that we must divide into opposing factions. However, this is merely a contest of combat, and I hope we can ultimately shake hands and celebrate our meeting. I believe this can be achieved. Please enjoy our match. Thank you for your attention." With a confident smile that resembled that of a leader delivering a speech, Frost spoke at length, ultimately bowing in gratitude. The onlookers from the 7th universe were left in a state of bewilderment. In stark contrast to the Frieza they knew, Bulma couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment as she gazed at Frost's visage, identical to that of Frieza. "Darling, what do you think gives him such confidence?" "I fail to see anything particularly remarkable about him," Lazuli mused while leaning against Moyuan, her curiosity piqued by Frost's seemingly boundless self-assurance. She genuinely could not discern any aspect of Frost that could possibly rival Goku. Even if Frost unleashed the full extent of his hidden power, it would amount to merely a trifling billion-level combat capability. Even if Goku stood idly by, he wouldn't be able to inflict even a single hair's breadth of damage upon him. The disparity between them was, after all, an entire dimension. This was the source of Frost's confidence. Moyuan shared his insights with Lazuli, revealing what he had perceived. A chuckle escaped Lazuli's lips, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. "I hope he can maintain that air of confidence for a while longer." Both Lazuli and Moyuan exchanged playful glances as they observed Frost on the arena stage. Chapter 165. Frost's ultimate form. Unbeknownst to Frost, his little ruse had been seen through. Standing before Goku with his hands clasped behind his back, he still wore a confident grin. Frost was acutely aware that he was no match for Goku. He knew that even if he exerted all his strength, he could not breach Bardock's defenses, while Goku could render him unconscious with but a single strike. This stark reality highlighted the chasm between him and Goku. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed a secret weapon, a poison needle affixed to his right wrist. This needle had enabled him to dispatch countless foes more formidable than himself, and he believed that Goku would be no exception. A glint of cold determination flashed in Frost's crimson eyes. The benevolent version of Frieza felt strangely unsettling. In his innocent naivety, Goku sensed nothing amiss with Frost. He merely found the resemblance to Frieza somewhat disconcerting. Thud. On the contestants' bench, Beerus lounged languidly on the sofa, casually launching an energy orb that struck the suspended gong. The match begins. The referee, hearing the sound of the gong, promptly announced the commencement before swiftly retreating to the sidelines. Goku assumed a relaxed stance, which, to Frost, appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. With a cold smirk, Frost swiftly moved towards Goku. Goku threw a punch, only to miss entirely. Evading the strike, Frost launched himself above Goku's head, suddenly clamping his feet around Goku's head. Then, with all his might, he exerted pressure. In Frost's imagination, he envisioned spinning Goku in the air for dozens of revolutions before forcefully slamming him into the ground. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. Instead, he felt as though he had clamped down on a steel rebar firmly anchored to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge it an inch. Frost had contemplated the considerable disparity between himself and Goku. Yet he never anticipated that this chasm could be so vast that he was rendered incapable of even a mere movement. "Your power," Goku's calm voice resonated in his ear, instantly causing every hair on his body to stand on end. "Danger." Years of combat experience allowed him to sense the ominous aura in an instant. Frost hastily withdrew his foot, but alas, he was a moment too slow. A massive hand, akin to an iron claw, firmly grasped his ankle. "Is that all you have?" Goku exclaimed as he forcefully slammed Frost's foot onto the ground. Boom. The arena, empowered by divine strength, instantly bore a small crater. At that moment, Frost felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. His internal organs jolted from their positions. A mouthful of blood surged from his throat. Spilling from the corner of his mouth, Frost stared at Goku in horror. One strike, much like the encounter with Bardock. A single blow had nearly stripped him of his combat capabilities. "Unleash your full power. I know you can transform. Ascend to your ultimate form, or you shall not withstand my next strike." "Huh? How do you know I can transform?" Frost pondered in confusion. Despite this being their first meeting, the individual before him seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of him, even aware of his ability to transform, a fact that few from Universe 6 were privy to. "For in our universe, there exists another being strikingly similar to you, and I have once engaged him in battle." So that is how it is, Frost thought, secretly relieved. He had feared that Goku possessed some ability to see through him. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, Frost rose from the ground. "Thank you for the suggestion. Then I shall confront you directly in my ultimate form." With that, Frost tensed his entire body, a blue-violet aura erupting from within. With his fierce roar, a beam of blue-violet light soared into the sky. Moments later, a Frost with an elongated head appeared before the audience. "This is my ultimate form." On the contestants' bench, Vegeta displayed a look of disdain. How dare he claim this as his ultimate form? What nonsense! Even Beerus, accustomed to witnessing Saiyan transformations, yawned in disinterest. Such a transformation was hardly worth a glance. Meanwhile, the spectators from Kampa's side were taken aback by Frost's transformation. It was their first encounter with this form of Frost. However, their astonishment was fleeting. Knowing Goku's strength, Kampa's team did not entertain the notion that Frost could defeat Goku through transformation alone. The dimensional gap between them was far too great to easily bridge. At that moment, the referee seemed to receive some message and began to elaborate on Frost's transformation. According to the latest information, Frost's transformation was referred to as Assault Form. It was said that to prevent the tragic conflicts of Universe 6, Frost had employed this Assault Form while leading peacekeeping forces to conflict zones. Frost is also dedicated to revitalizing the post-war region and providing assistance to children, having received the Cosmic Peace Award 3 times. "Oh, I did not expect him to be such a noble individual." As Xiangpa squatted behind the sofa, he regarded Frost with newfound respect. "I assured him that if he could win the match, the adults would provide support." Bardock spoke in a calm tone, initially discussing a trivial matter. "If he loses, will there be no support?" "Naturally." "How pitiful." Xiangpa suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Such words should not come from a destroyer, Bardock reminded. Not only Xiangpa, but even the audience of Universe 7 began to see Frost as a good person, harboring a flicker of hope that he might prevail. In this form, Frost's fighting power had escalated from a staggering 20 billion to an astounding 100 billion, a level that could be considered among the very best in the mortal realm. However, in Goku's eyes, this power was still woefully inadequate, failing to stir his desire to engage in battle. Shaking his head, Goku suggested, "I recommend you don't hold back for the upcoming matches. Unleash your final form directly. For otherwise, you stand no chance against me." Although uncertain why Goku understood him so well, Frost admitted that this was not his ultimate form. Yet, his reason for concealing it was not merely to conserve strength. Since Goku had brought it up, Frost felt there was no need to continue hiding his final form. His previous reluctance to transform was merely a test to gauge Goku's knowledge of his ultimate appearance. Now, he had discovered the answer. A blue-purple aura surged forth once more, this time more vast, nearly engulfing the entire arena. As the blinding light dissipated, a diminutive figure emerged before everyone. Resembling Frieza's final form to a significant degree, Frost spoke slowly. "The final form is difficult to control, and once I lost control and inadvertently killed a villain who did not deserve such a fate. Since then, I have refrained from using this form." Chapter 166, The Venomous Sting Revealed. In this form, Frost's fighting power surged 5-fold once again, skyrocketing from 100 billion to 500 billion. Goku sensed his energy and could not help but shake his head. He had expected that in his final form, Frost would reach a second-dimensional level of power. To his surprise, the numerous transformations he had undergone did not enhance his fighting power to the extent of a Super Saiyan. The vast disparity in strength left Goku devoid of the desire to fight, as the gap between the first and second dimensions was simply too immense. The most critical difference lay within the physical realm. Upon entering the second dimension, 1's body undergoes an epic enhancement. As long as 1's fighting power does not exceed his own, even without defense, he would remain unharmed. Just as in the original storyline, Goku, before reaching the second dimension, was so relaxed that he could still be injured by a laser gun. Such a scenario would be utterly impossible for the current Goku. Uncertain of the formidable nature of Frost, he spoke with unwavering confidence. Wukong, I believe you can withstand this form. Do not hesitate, come at me. Out of respect for the noble Frost, Wukong felt an intense surge of energy. A white aura enveloped him, and an overwhelming presence bore down upon Frost like a mountain. This was Wukong tempering his energy. Otherwise, Frost would have already been prostrate on the ground, incapable of standing. Impressive. Is this truly the extent of your power? Sweat poured from Frost's brow as he grasped the vast disparity between them. Yet, he harbored a flicker of hope for victory. If only his secret weapon could strike Wukong. Even once, success would be within his grasp. Frost bellowed with fervor, as his blue-violet aura surged explosively, coalescing into a colossal fireball. He braced himself against Wukong's terrifying pressure and, with a swift motion, launched himself toward Wukong, enveloped in a tempest of flames. A massive blue-violet fireball descended from the heavens like a meteor. With a resounding clash, Frost's vehement assault was effortlessly thwarted by Wukong, who grasped his fist as if it were mere cotton. Regardless of Frost's attempts to exert force, he could not advance an inch. Frost's eyes widened in desperation as his aura flared once more. Though he appeared frenzied on the surface, his mind was remarkably calm. He was searching for an opportunity, a chance to secure victory. Wukong pulled Frost's fist closer with his left hand, while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to Frost's abdomen with his right. Boom. The arena trembled as Frost was sent crashing to the ground by Wukong's strike. Pooh! Unable to contain himself, Frost spat a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his very insides had been reduced to mush by the impact. The excruciating pain made it exceedingly difficult for him to rise. Observing Frost, who lay nearly incapacitated on the ground, Wukong dissipated his aura. You are a good person. I do not wish to harm you. Please concede. Yet, Frost, undeterred, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with immense effort, began to rise. I appreciate your kindness, but I will not concede. With steadfast determination, he declared, to ensure that the world knows no more war, I must win this contest and gain the support of Lord Kampa. Such noble intent stirred even Kampa, who had been reclining behind the sofa. He could not help but emerge and take a seat, watching the match with keen interest. Though a god of destruction, he typically refrained from being swayed by human notions of good and evil. However, faced with Frost's selfless dedication to universal peace, he found himself inexplicably drawn to him. Not only Kampa, but even the spectators from Universe 7, who were ostensibly adversaries, felt a pang of sympathy. Go, Frost! You cannot lose! Bulma shouted fervently at the arena. Beside her, Krillin wore a puzzled expression, having been chastised by Bulma when he previously attempted to cheer for Frost. Now, are you playing this trick on me? At this moment, Frost resembled a valiant dragon slayer. Although he did not conquer the malevolent dragon, he garnered the support of all, no matter what transpired. Surrender was not an option. Despite the violent tremors in his legs, Frost resolutely refused to succumb. Since I have always imparted such lessons to the children, I must shoulder the responsibility. With all his might, he delivered a feeble punch toward Wukong. This was an opportune moment. Faced with such a frail version of himself, Wukong was entirely unguarded. When an adversary is at their most relaxed, it is the easiest time to strike. Just as Frost had anticipated, confronted with his seemingly harmless blow, Wukong merely raised his hand to block it. A splendid opportunity. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Frost's eyes, and abruptly, a sharp little spike emerged from a tiny hole on his wrist. He pivoted his fist, directing the spike toward Wukong's palm. The moment the spike protruded from Frost's wrist, Wukong took notice. He was somewhat taken aback, unable to fathom that a person as honorable as Frost would resort to such underhanded tactics in battle. In Wukong's moment of distraction, Frost successfully pierced his palm. In that instant of triumph, Frost's elation nearly overflowed. However, before he could revel in his victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He realized that he could not penetrate Wukong's palm. This meticulously crafted poison spike, forged from precious materials, had never encountered such a predicament. To ensure the spike could breach Ryukong's flesh, he summoned the remaining energy within him. Boom. The blue-purple aura ignited once more, and under the immense force, Ryukong's palm indented slightly against the poison spike. Impossible. This time, Frost truly lost his composure. He frantically channeled all his power into his hand. Yet, Ryukong's skin was as impervious as iron, utterly unyielding to the slightest penetration. Conversely, under the immense pressure, Frost's poison spike began to bend. The crisp sound echoed ominously. Frost gazed at the fallen spike, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Frost, what is this? At that moment, the referee also spotted the poison spike on the ground and cautiously approached to retrieve it. Just moments ago, the referee had distinctly witnessed this needle-like object drop from Frost. He gingerly prodded the tip of the spike, and to his astonishment, it effortlessly pierced his skin as if there were no resistance. Even with just a minor puncture, the referee immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. I am about to faint, he managed to utter before collapsing to the ground. This unforeseen incident left the entire audience in shock. Chapter 167, A Shift in Mentality. Frost, what is happening? With this turn of events, Xiangpa could no longer remain hidden behind the sofa and stepped out to voice his concerns loudly. As the initiator of this contest, he brought competitors who brazenly resorted to cheating. This act stripped him of his dignity before the one he loathed the most, Beerus. Enraged, the god of destruction gathered purple energy in his hands, demanding a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Remarkably, Frost exhibited an extraordinary composure that most would find unfathomable. Had it been anyone else, they might have crumbled in fear before a deity. Instead, he calmly raised his hand, tainted by a hidden needle, declaring, "This is not a weapon, but rather a part of my being." His self-assured demeanor suggested he was stating an undeniable truth. But, just then, the referee who had succumbed to the effects of the poison suddenly regained consciousness, refuting Frost's assertion. It was evident that this was a meticulously crafted contrivance, and certainly not an integral part of his body. With that, the referee promptly announced the verdict. Frost was disqualified for his transgressions, and thus, Goku from Universe 7 emerged victorious in this round. As the dust settled, the audience from Universe 7 erupted in jubilant cheers, in stark contrast to the incredulity displayed by those from Universe 6. Kaba, a scion from Universe 6, shouted incredulously at Frost, "With your strength, why resort to such petty tricks?" Unfazed, sitting calmly on the couch, Beerus appeared to have anticipated this outcome. This revelation was hardly surprising, as it encapsulated Frost's true nature. Subsequently, Beerus unveiled the full extent of Frost's duplicity. He had orchestrated a scheme wherein his underground organization pillaged planets while he played the part of a hero vanquishing the invaders, thus amassing vast resources and elevating himself to the status of a revered benefactor. Such baseless accusations, Beerus, Frost exclaimed, unfazed by the exposure of his true character. Instead, he brimmed with pride. He instigated wars, quelled them, and then acquired the desolate lands at a bargain, profiting immensely from their redevelopment and revitalization. With arms raised in triumph, Frost shouted, "This is my invention, a potential business model." Upon hearing this, Moyuan nearly found himself applauding. In comparison, Frisia seemed a mere mindless brute. Had it not been for this contest, Frost might have lived a lifetime as a hero in Universe 6. Observing the anger surrounding him due to Frost's actions, Moyuan suddenly felt a sense of disconnection. Although he was well aware of Frost's deeds, he felt not even a flicker of anger, as if the lives lost at Frost's hands were nothing more than insignificant ants. Moyuan was struck by a chilling fear of his own coldness, concerned that if he continued down this path, he would ultimately become unrecognizable to himself. "My dear, what troubles you? Why are you sweating so profusely?" Lazuli, leaning against Moyuan, quickly noticed his distress and looked at him with deep concern. Moyuan gradually regained his senses, realizing that he had broken out in a cold sweat without even noticing. Once he was fully aware, he embraced Lazuli tightly, as if he wished to merge her into himself. Although Lazuli was unaware of the events that had transpired, she could sense the fear that lay within Moyuan's heart. She gently patted his back, offering soothing words. "It's all right, no matter what happens. I will always be by your side." Lazuli refrained from probing further, knowing that Moyuan would never conceal anything from her. With his chin resting on Lazuli's shoulder, inhaling her delicate fragrance, Moyuan's restless heart gradually found peace. He closed his eyes, waiting until his mind was completely tranquil before slowly speaking. Sister, I realize I have changed. I have become somewhat cold-blooded. I fear that one day I might suddenly start to disregard those around me, even you and the children. Upon hearing his words, Lazili began to understand the root of his turmoil. Possessing the memory inheritance of Celia, she was aware of far more than Moyuan regarding such matters. This shift in his psyche was a consequence of their ascension to a higher dimension. Upon entering the third dimension, they were no longer merely human. They had transcended to a divine state. The perspective of a deity differs fundamentally from that of a human. Humans discern species through appearances, classifying those who resemble them as kin and others as outsiders. In contrast, deities distinguish through dimensionality. To them, appearances matter little, only the hierarchy of dimensions. In the eyes of a deity, ordinary humans are akin to ants in the perception of humanity. Would a common person feel sorrow over the life or death of an ant? Certainly not. Deities share this detachment. This is why Beerus entrusted the task of planet destruction to Frisia. The role of a destroyer is not to eliminate what humanity deems as villains. Human conflicts appear to deities as mere wildlife competing for territory, devoid of notions of good or evil. The destroyer's objective is simply to ensure that the universe is not ravaged by overpopulating species, indifferent to whether those who perish are deemed good or bad. Just as humans do not differentiate between a good rabbit and a bad rabbit when culling the overpopulated hares that disrupt ecological balance. Even the benevolent Kais have never regarded humanity as equals. They may pity humans, but this is akin to the compassion one feels for cats and dogs, not an acknowledgement of kinship. Thus, the divine is not devoid of emotion. Rather, they allocate their feelings towards appropriate subjects. Lazili organized her thoughts and gradually explained to Moyuan the reasons for his emotional transformation. After absorbing her insights, Moyuan finally released the tension that had held his heart captive. He was unconcerned about others. As long as his affection for his family and friends remained steadfast, that was enough. Xiang Pa showed no mercy, directly obliterating Frost, who had embarrassed him. After witnessing Frost's utter destruction, leaving not a trace behind, Xiang Pa angrily retreated to the sofa, resuming his solitude. Seated in the contestants' area, Beerus was stifling yawns. To be frank, had it not been for the prospect of witnessing Kampa's folly, he would have had no desire to attend such a mundane competition. It was utterly tedious. However, the sight of Kampa sulking behind the sofa brought him some amusement. You gluttonous pig, I suggest you let all your contestants face off against Goku. Having them go one by one is merely a waste of time. Beerus continued to taunt Kampa, infuriating him to the point of nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Deep down, he understood that even if they all teamed up, they could not defeat Goku, let alone the formidable fighters that followed him. Spare me your false kindness. It's merely a few wish orbs, and I can afford to lose. Kampa's heart was heavy with pain, yet his lips remained defiantly firm. Ha! With that mouth of yours, even if the universe were to erase you, your words would still linger. Chapter 168. A single round to determine victory, noticing Kampa's indifference. Beerus spoke again. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Let us settle this with a single round. If your remaining fighters can defeat Goku, then this contest will be deemed your victory. What say you? Under normal circumstances, Kampa would have vehemently opposed Beerus's attempt to gain an advantage. However, this time his attention was captivated by the latter's words. Are you serious? Kampa regarded Beerus with skepticism. What kind of look is that? If you don't believe me, then forget it, as if I never said anything. Kampa, upon hearing this, became anxious. Wait, I didn't say I didn't believe you. Humph, then let us get started. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return to sleep. This is putting me to sleep. Beerus turned toward Goku and asked, Are you ready? Goku flashed a confident smile. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. The sixth universe still had 3 contestants remaining. The metallic being Vegeta, who bore a robotic appearance, the Scion Kaba, who looked remarkably similar to Earthlings, and the legendary assassin Hit, who was known for his cold demeanor and stoic expression. Among them, Goku was particularly intrigued by Hit, as he sensed that there was more to the assassin than met the eye. Now, let us welcome the 3 contestants from the 6th universe. They are the metallic warrior Vegeta, the Scion Kaba, and the legendary assassin Hit. As the referee's voice echoed, the remaining 3 contestants from the 6th universe took to the stage in succession. Goku had initially focused his attention on Hit. However, upon hearing the referee mention Kaba as a scion, He glanced curiously at Kaba. The energy radiating from Kaba was unlike any Scion Goku had encountered before. The Scions of the 7th universe, apart from himself, exuded a fierce aura, each boasting a muscular physique. In contrast, Kaba appeared rather slender and malnourished. You're a Scion too? But you look so frail. Kaba offered a shy smile. I've always been on the slimmer side. Do the Scions of your 6th universe lack tails, or have they been removed like ours? Tails. Gaby found himself somewhat bewildered. For the Scions of our 6th universe never possessed tails. Does that mean you cannot transform into a giant ape? He questioned incredulously. How could Scions possibly become giant apes? Gaby's confusion only deepened upon hearing this. This is a unique ability of the Scions from our 7th universe. Upon gazing at a full moon, they can transform into a giant ape, amplifying their combat power tenfold. However, aside from those of royal blood, other Scions lose their rationality during this transformation, launching indiscriminate attacks on anyone they perceive, Goku succinctly explained. What? That sounds exceedingly perilous. If Planet Salad were to witness a full moon, wouldn't the entire planet be obliterated? Gaby felt an unprecedented disdain for such a power that could elevate one's strength. Goku laughed heartily. That is precisely why we have all severed our tails. This way, we won't harm innocent lives. Gaby nodded in vigorous agreement. Were he in their position, he would not hesitate to remove his tail. While Goku continued to chat, Beerus was growing impatient. He had no fondness for such low-level battles and found them so dull he could scarcely suppress a yawn. Let us get this underway. Enough with the idle chatter. He commanded. All right, Lord Beerus, you truly lack patience, Goku muttered under his breath. If you cannot handle it, why not let Vegeta take your place? I am sure he would gladly step in for you. Vegeta smirked. Lord Beerus speaks rightly. Kakarot, if you have no desire to fight, then step aside. Please, Lord Beerus. I'll begin right away. Don't make me step down, I beg you. Then what are you waiting for? Start now. Beerus' thunderous roar sent shockwaves through the ears of everyone present. Right away. Goku dared not linger any longer in conversation and assumed a combat stance before the trio from the 6th universe. Just before commencing, he couldn't resist advising Gaby. You should transform into a Super Saiyan promptly. Super Saiyan. Gaby felt utterly foolish, as if he were a simpleton in the presence of the Scions from the 7th universe. Unable to comprehend their discourse. Wait, can you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku gazed at Gaby in astonishment. In Goku's readings, Gaby's combat power had already reached a staggering 50 billion. Remarkably, he had managed to transform into a Super Saiyan with merely 3 million in combat power, fueled by Krillin's anger. Yet, Gaby, with his 50 billion, had never even heard of a Super Saiyan, having witnessed Frost's transformations. Goku was not convinced that the Scions from the 6th universe were incapable of transforming. The most probable explanation was that they had never tapped into the power of their bloodline. After all, they had cultivated their base forms to such formidable heights without relying on transformations, suggesting that within their universe, Scions were already among the apex races, and thus, the thought of transformation had never crossed their minds. Of course, it was also possible that the knowledge of transformations had been lost to the Scions of the 6th universe. Watch closely. Goku resolved to provide a demonstration. Immediately, a golden aura enveloped him, and a fierce energy surged across the arena. A fierce gust of wind surged forth from Goku, sending both Vegeta and Kaba stumbling back several steps, while the referee was blown clear off the stage. Initially calm, Hit's eyes widened in surprise. He had not regarded Goku as a serious contender, considering his power level was a mere 5 million compared to Hit's own staggering 1,000 million, an overwhelming 200-fold disparity. However, he now sensed that the key to unlocking his stagnant power was nearing, as he witnessed Goku, once limited to a mere 5 million, transform, and his power skyrocketed to an astonishing 300 million, a remarkable 60-fold increase. While still inferior to Hit's power, Hit sensed that Goku had yet to unleash his full potential. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Was this the essence of a Super Saiyan? Kaba gazed in awe at Goku, enveloped in a blazing golden aura. Indeed, this was the full might of a Super Saiyan, capable of amplifying one's power 60-fold. The sheer magnitude of this transformation left Kaba speechless. He had never encountered such a formidable metamorphosis. Although there were many races in Universe 6 with transformation capabilities, most could only achieve boosts of 2 to 10 times. with anything beyond 10 being virtually unheard of. If they could master this transformation, they would be better equipped to safeguard the peace of the universe. Lost in thought, Kaba completely forgot he was in the midst of a competition and bowed deeply to Goku, earnestly requesting, "Please, Goku, teach me how to become a Super Saiyan." Chapter 169. Kaba's transformation on the expansive arena. Dust danced in the golden light as Goku stood at the center, facing Kaba, Vegeta, and Hit, all of whom wore serious expressions, bracing themselves. "Kaba, remember, the transformation into a Super Saiyan is not merely an explosion of power, it is a breakthrough of the spirit," Goku stated earnestly, his gaze unwavering upon Kaba. Anger and hatred. These negative emotions were once the catalysts for the Super Saiyan strength. But now I wish for you to find that power through a pure desire for battle and the pursuit of self-transcendence. Kaba took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he endeavored to calm his inner turmoil. He reflected on his struggles in battle, the relentless efforts he had made to protect his home and grow stronger. Gradually, he sensed a power stirring within him. "That's it, Kaba. Feel this power and let it flow through you." Goku's voice resonated in Kaba's ears like a guiding light. Kaba's body began to tremble slightly, his hair standing on end as a faint golden glow enveloped him. I can feel it," Kaba exclaimed excitedly. Yet, the light flickered and vanished, leaving Kaba's form unchanged. He looked at Goku with a hint of despair. "I still can't do it." "Do not lose heart, Kaba." With a smile, Wukong gently patted his shoulder, remarking that this was merely the beginning. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was no trivial feat, as he himself had endured countless battles and trials to master it. At that moment, Vegeta poured a cup of magma into his mouth, releasing a torrent of steam from the top of his head, emitting a low, whistling sound, while his colossal form radiated an intense heat. "Wukong, let us commence our battle. Allow Gabe to observe and comprehend," he declared. Hit nodded slightly, a glimmer of combat eagerness in his eyes. "I too wish to witness the extent of your power." Wukong's lips curled into a confident smile. "Very well. Prepare to be astonished." The moment his words faded, Wukong's form vanished from their sight. Vegeta and Hit were taken aback, quickly adopting a defensive stance. Suddenly, they sensed a formidable force approaching from behind. As they spun around, they only glimpsed a golden afterimage. "What incredible speed!" Vegeta exclaimed. Wukong appeared behind them, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "This is merely a warm-up." Gabe looked on, wide-eyed, acutely aware of the chasm between his strength and Wukong's. Yet, this realization only intensified his resolve to grow stronger. "Gabe, pay close attention. This is the power of a Super Saiyan," Wukong stated, as his golden aura ignited anew. His hair turning a brilliant gold and standing upright, his eyes transforming into a vivid green, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Vegeta was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of flames from his hands and charging at Wukong. Unperturbed, Wukong leaped gracefully, evading Vegeta's assault. He performed a mid-air somersault before descending swiftly towards Vegeta. Bang! Wukong's fist landed heavily on Vegeta's shoulder, the immense force forcing him to stagger back a few paces. Seeing this, Hit immediately activated his time manipulation ability. His form vanished instantaneously, reappearing behind Wukong, his hand poised like a blade to stab. Sensing the imminent danger, Wukong swiftly turned and blocked Hit's attack with his arm. "Your time ability is impressive, Hit, but it is insufficient," Wukong remarked. With a powerful roar, his aura surged once more, electric serpents coiling around him, and his golden hair lengthened and flowed down his back. "Behold, Gabe, this form is Super Saiyan 3, combat power amplified by 400 times." At this moment, Wukong's combat prowess skyrocketed from 300 trillion to 2,000 trillion. With a sudden burst of strength, he sent Hit flying away before charging towards Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta concentrated the flames of his entire being into his hands, then unleashed a massive beam of fire towards Wukong. Wukong, gazing at the approaching inferno, smirked disdainfully and swiftly conjured an energy sphere, hurling it back. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the fire beam in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The powerful energy wave swept up all the surrounding dust, enveloping the entire training ground in a thick haze. Gabe watched anxiously, uncertain whether Wukong remained unscathed. After a while, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Wukong's silhouette before them. Though dust clung to his form, he remained unscathed. "Incredible, Goku!" Gabe exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Goku turned to Gaby with a smile. Did you see that? This is the power of a Super Saiyan. If you persevere, one day you too shall achieve this. Gaby nodded resolutely. I will strive with all my might. At that moment, Vegeta and Hit charged towards Goku once more, aware that their previous assault had inflicted little harm. This time, they resolved to unleash their full potential. Goku regarded the approaching duo with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Come on, show me what else you've got. Simultaneously, Vegeta and Hit launched their attacks, intertwining Vegeta's flames with Hit's powerful strikes, aimed at Goku. With agility, Goku weaved through their onslaught, his movements ghostly and elusive. Bang, bang, bang. Goku sauntered effortlessly amidst their strikes, finding them woefully slow. The disparity in their abilities left him devoid of any desire to engage in battle. Let us bring this to a close. Goku suddenly surged forward, his fist imbued with tremendous might, targeting Vegeta's chest. Vegeta attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! Goku's fist collided forcefully with Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling away. Observing this, Hit activated his time manipulation ability, appearing behind Goku and delivering a punch aimed at his back. Sensing the impending danger, Goku swiftly turned, grasping Hit's wrist. Your time abilities are ineffective against me, Hit. With a powerful throw, he sent Hit sprawling away as well. Vegeta and Hit crashed to the ground, struggling to rise. Yet realizing they were utterly drained of strength. Had their combat powers been relatively close, Hit might have been able to gradually improve due to his unique physiology. But with a twofold disparity in strength, he stood no chance for growth. I can't go on, Vegeta admitted helplessly. Hit nodded in agreement, turning his gaze to Goku. Your strength is indeed formidable, Goku. Goku smiled, then looked at Gaby. What do you think? Gaby nodded firmly. He bent his legs, clenched his fists, and tensed his entire body to unleash his power. A golden aura began to rise, and Gaby's energy surged. In no time, his combat power soared from 50 billion to 25 trillion, albeit only the first level of 25 trillion. You have succeeded, Gaby, Goku said with evident satisfaction.